3,000 kilometers away, the Shikigami Lord Kawaguchi Takushi, who had merged with the demonic bear and was now over 5 meters tall, was now gripping the dimensional chain tightly, his face contorted with rage. No matter how much power he unleashed, he could not pull Jiang Chen from the other end of the chain. The 60-odd Sakura lords around him panicked. Jiang Chen was clearly only an E-rank talent. Even with the Heavenly Dao's rewards and equipment enhancements, he shouldn't possess such a terrifying physique. Many of them began to regret participating in this operation. However, the elixir of purification could only keep the Shikigami Lord conscious for less than 10 hours, leaving them with no way out. Hideaki Hojo immediately concluded that Jiang Chen had used a temporary enhancement technique, and that once the effect wore off, he could forcibly drag him over. The next second, Kawaguchi Takushi suddenly felt the chains loosen and immediately laughed wildly as he pulled with all his might. The void suddenly cracked open, and Jiang Chen, who was bound by dimensional chains, was forcibly pulled out, standing in mid-air and looking down at the dense crowd below. Jiang Chen glanced at the neatly arranged enemies and smiled. This group had voluntarily gathered together, saving him the trouble of searching for them one by one. Upon seeing his enemy, Hojo Hideaki completely lost his mind and immediately ordered everyone to surround and kill Jiang Chen. Hundreds of flying units swiftly took to the air, surrounded by dragons and Shikigami lords from all sides. Slowing spells, star-binding spells, mind blast, life-stealing spells, and other skills rained down simultaneously, including many unavoidable, guaranteed hit mental attacks. However, Jiang Chen's physique had now surpassed 4,600 points, and with just a slight tremor, dozens of control effects were forcibly dispelled. Sensing the power of these attacks, he was even somewhat disappointed. In his eyes, these people were nothing more than small fry. The next moment, Jiang Chen activated his cloud riding technique, his figure instantly rising hundreds of meters into the air, breaking through the encirclement. His nearly 4,000 points of divine soul power made his flight speed ridiculously fast. The people below didn't even see his movements before he vanished from sight. Hojo Hideaki, however, refused to accept reality, convinced that Jiang Chen had used a precious flying device, and frantically ordered all flying units to continue the pursuit. Hundreds of figures took to the air again, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, they were as slow as a group of moving black dots. Jiang Chen looked down at the crowd, took a deep breath, and his spiritual power erupted. He then slowly uttered 4 words, Origin Divine Fist. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged instantly, and the power within a radius of several kilometers frantically converged on him. In just 1 second, a golden fist imprint, 100 meters in size, condensed and took shape, its pattern so clear it resembled a real giant fist. Even with Jiang Chen's current attributes, he felt an immense weight when he swung this punch. The bird-like Shikigami Lord at the forefront had just seen the golden light when he immediately conjured black armor for defense. But he couldn't even hold out for a 1/10 of a second before his body exploded into a bloody mist, and then the entire flying force was instantly engulfed by the fist imprint. Whether it was a legendary Shikigami Lord, an epic dragon, or an ordinary troop, they were all reduced to dust before absolute power. The Cherry Blossom Lord below finally realized that they hadn't come to hunt Jiang Chen at all, but had instead walked into his slaughterhouse. Someone tried to send the information out, only to discover in despair that Jiang Chen had already torn open the silencing scroll, preventing any messages from being sent out of the entire area. The madness on Hojo Hideaki's face finally vanished, leaving only undisguised fear and regret. With a deafening roar, the golden fist imprint slammed into the ground. As the dust settled, a massive crater, hundreds of meters in diameter and over 10 meters deep, appeared on the earth, a mixture of flesh, bone, and soil. This punch nearly drained Jiang Chen of over 3,000 points of spiritual energy, causing his face to turn slightly pale. He only recovered after drinking 2 bottles of life water. Looking at the enormous fist imprint before him, he was quite satisfied with the range control of this Origin God fist. But Jiang Chen soon discovered that there was still a survivor in the center of the crater. Kawaguchi Osamu was barely clinging to life, thanks to Xiong powerful defense. He was embedded in the mud and could only mutter intermittently that Jiang Chen was Sakura's destined enemy. Jiang Chen simply smiled after hearing this, then unleashed a heavenly pivot sword chi that shattered Kawaguchi Inspector's head. Having dealt with the last enemy, he then turned his attention to the spoils of the battle. With a single punch, Jiang Chen directly gained 52 million energy points, 80% of which came from more than a dozen Shikigami lords. The 63 Sakura lords also contributed 240,000 glory points to him, a gain far exceeding his expectations. According to the rules, killing a lord allows you to plunder 1/10 of their points. On average, each of these cherry blossom lords originally had around 40,000 battlefield points, but unfortunately, Hojo Hideaki had already used all of his points to exchange for dimensional locks. Jiang Chen also had this idea. Now that the lords of various races have higher and higher points, once he enters the second level, he can take the initiative to roam the battlefield, specifically hunting down alien races and cherry blossom lords, and use the fastest speed to reach the gold battle name. A minute later, a teleportation array lit up in the distance. Jaina, the Empress, and Angel Yin appeared simultaneously. The three breathed a sigh of relief after confirming Jiang Chen's safety. The Empress even directly reminded him that he should never take such risks alone again. Jiang Chen knew they were worried about him and didn't argue. Yin Geng earnestly stated that she would work tirelessly for the next 3 days, even without sleep, to help him achieve the golden battle title. Jaina, however, curiously looked around and asked where the enemy had gone. Yin quickly sensed something was wrong, and after flying high into the sky, she finally saw the huge fist imprint on the ground, hundreds of meters wide. She instantly recognized it as the origin god Fist, and even began to wonder if she could block this attack head-on. The answer is yes, but they must activate the wormhole defense barrier with all their might. The Empress and Jaina finally understood that the entire depression beneath their feet was created by Jiang Chen's punch. Shocked, their admiration for him increased once more. Jiang Chen was in a good mood, but instead of continuing to admire the results of the battle, he had Jaina use Earthquake to cover up the scene. The staff fell, the earth churned, and in less than a minute, all traces of the battle within a 1-kilometer radius were completely destroyed. After dealing with everything, the group teleported back to the Pillar of Light. Jiang Chen placed his hand on the pillar and chose to enter the second level of the glory battlefield. The light instantly spread, enveloping everyone, and they vanished from their original positions in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the Sakura County Magistrates group was in complete chaos. Hideaki Hojo, Takushi Kawaguchi, and dozens of participating lords were all dead, along with more than a dozen Shikigami lords, hundreds of epic units, and thousands of elite troops, all had been wiped out. No one could understand what methods Jiang Chen had used. Some guessed he used a legendary area of effect scroll, others thought his hero possessed teleportation abilities, and some even suspected he had a burst skill similar to 7 Stars of Fate. The group fell silent the moment Kirani suggested another possibility. He believed that the information about Jiang Chen that the Dragon Kingdom had released was completely fake. The so-called Commoner Lord, low-level talent, and E-level aptitude were all deliberately misleading. In his view, the real Jiang Chen likely possesses B-level or even a level aptitude, and is a peerless genius secretly cultivated by the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. If the territory is strengthening its military merits, then Jiang Chen himself might even be the strongest fighting force in the territory. This assessment completely convinced Toyotomi Hidaichi, who immediately prepared to report to his superiors. However, they were completely unaware that while the conclusion that Jiang Chen himself is the strongest was correct, their imagined strongest was still a far cry from the real Jiang Chen. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen had already arrived at the second level. The surface was not much different from the first level, but Jaina noticed that the power of death was significantly denser. Jiang Chen immediately ordered Crystal 7 to take off and probe the surrounding area. Just then, a message came through the management group. Yi Irin told everyone that there had been casualties among the lords in Longyuan County. And Chuxia and Little Fox also mentioned that they had encountered powerful beings from the gods and demons on the battlefield, and the battle was far more dangerous than they had imagined. Wei Ming suddenly remembered that he had seen a cherry blossom Shikigami lord in a hurry before. Everyone immediately realized that the other party was likely coming for Jiang Chen, and they all warned him to be careful of the dimensional lock and the encirclement and attack by the cherry blossom country. Although Jiang Chen had already sent those Shikigami lords away, he calmly replied that he would be careful. Just then, Zhu Yeqing suddenly mentioned that he had a skill book that could save his life in a critical moment. Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention at first, but when the exchange notification popped up right in front of him, his eyes lit up instantly. Notification: Zhu Yeqing has mailed you the skill book, 7 Stars of Fate, through the exchange. Jiang Chen perked up immediately upon seeing the notification. This was Zhu Yeqing's signature skill. Once activated, it could forcibly unleash potential, causing his attributes to surge several times over. The only problem with the 7 stars life pointing technique is its extremely severe side effects. Using it once almost costs you half your life. But this is nothing to Jiang Chen. He has plenty of life-giving water, and if he really wanted to unleash his full power, he would even dare to challenge a level 70 legendary monster. Jiang Chen was somewhat puzzled. 7-star fate pointing was a unique skill that Zhu Yeqing had obtained by chance, and even Zhu Yeshuan didn't know it. How could he possibly have the skill book? Zhu Yeqing explained that he had luckily obtained an absorption stone, which randomly extracted the skill from his body. These absorbent stones are extremely precious. They can randomly extract a skill from a target when it is unable to resist, making them as valuable as sealing items. Jiang Chen didn't stand on ceremony and directly accepted the favor, then mailed 3 bottles of water of life to Zhu Yeqing as a return gift. After ending the private chat, Jiang Chen immediately took out a skill book and spent 18 million spirit stones to upgrade 7-star fate point to legendary quality. The upgraded skill's power increased by 50% and its side effects decreased by 50%, so he learned it without hesitation. Just then, Jingqi completed his survey of a radius of 100 kilometers and discovered a group of skeleton warriors 5 kilometers to the east, led by a Death Knight. Death Knights were already an elite unit, and encountering such monsters on the 2nd level was clearly much stronger than on the 1st level. Jiang Chen didn't change his tactics, letting Jingqi take charge while the rest continued to split into groups to farm points. He then checked the 2nd-tier exchange list and found that the rewards had been upgraded to epic quality, but special items like sealing runes and absorption stones still hadn't appeared. To exchange for higher-level items, one must enter the 3rd level, but the 3rd level requires a full 10 million points. Jiang Chen wasn't sure if he could reach that level, so he could only continue hunting monsters and rely on the 7-star life points he had just obtained to increase his trump cards. A day and a half passed quickly, and the number of lords who were able to enter the 2nd level was indeed not many. Jiang Chen only encountered 2 god race lords during this time, both of whom he easily dealt with. But the situation for the other lords of the Dragon Kingdom was far less smooth. Chao Ziqing suddenly announced the bad news in the management group. 23 warlords from Wei County teamed up to farm points, but were defeated head-on by a god lord. In the end, only 6 of them escaped, while the remaining 17 all died in battle. That god race individual was most likely a god-child level powerhouse named Hamer Yumo. Chao Ziqing even bluntly stated that even if he encountered him, he would only be able to flee for his life, as the opponent was very likely one of the strongest contenders for the Golden Battle title. Ing Inman's expression changed immediately upon hearing the name. Yumo was one of the god kings of the divine race, and had even forced the first emperor to build the wall of return to nothingness. Jiang Chen then realized that the truly dangerous enemies on this battlefield were probably only just beginning to appear. The good news is that Ing Inman and Chu Xia and the Zhu family have accumulated enough points to enter the 2nd level. The little fox, along with the heavenly fox sisters, has hunted down more than a dozen alien lords, but cautiously remains on the 1st level to continue their operations. Unbeknownst to many, the saying, "foxes are not to be trifled with," was even circulating on various race channels. Jiang Chen checked his score again. It had reached 5.25 million, but 2/3 of the battlefield time had already passed, and he was still far from reaching 10 million. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering where to go next to grind for points, Jing Qi suddenly sent back a message. A special cemetery had been discovered 100 kilometers away, and after her personal confirmation, it was no ordinary ruin, but a genuine dragon's tomb. Jing Qi paused before continuing her report, adding that 3 demon lords were gathered outside the dragon's tomb. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. The dragon's tomb was already a huge reward, and now it was even offering 3 more points targets. Outside the dragon tomb, the spider demon, the great demon, and the Balrog were each leading dozens of epic units. The 3 had just spotted a crystal bat, but assumed it was a scout sent by a lord newly entering the 2nd level of the battlefield. Although they planned to join forces to conquer the dragon tomb, they didn't trust each other at all. The Balrog, in particular, directly warned the spider demon and the great demon that anyone who dared to launch a sneak attack after clearing the dragon tomb would face the wrath of the Balrog clan behind him. The 2 demons could only appease him temporarily. The dragon tomb contained a bone dragon hero, 8 ordinary bone dragons, and a large number of undead minions. Amplified by the dragon tomb, their combat power was extremely formidable. The 3 of them had to cooperate to defeat them. Just as Barrett was about to make his move, the entire area suddenly fell silent. His first thought was that he had been tricked by the other 2 demons, and he raised his 5-meter-long greatsword and roared, but the spider demon and the great demon were equally astonished. Just as the 3 realized there was someone else, Jiang Chen's voice came from the sky. He told these loving demon brothers to stop fighting amongst themselves, because from now on, they could all turn their attention to him. The 3 demons looked up abruptly, only to see 12 colossal dragons approaching from afar, followed by angels and a large number of powerful soldiers. Seeing that Jiang Chen was merely a lone human lord, their expressions grew even more grave. The spider demon immediately judged that if the 2 sides started fighting, they would inevitably suffer heavy losses, so it took the initiative to propose non-interference. But Jiang Chen just smiled. If they really had the ability to cause him to suffer heavy losses, he could have simply waited until they finished fighting before showing up. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen ordered Long Jiao to take action. The 12 giant dragons flapped their wings simultaneously, and 12 black holes instantly opened up. The terrifying gravity directly sealed off the entire area, even forcibly suppressing the spatial traversal that the great demon was most adept at. While the black hole itself couldn't quickly kill the epic demon, it completely restricted their movement. The next second, the goddess warrior, the 9 heaven saintess, and the crystal maiden charged directly into it. For these top-tier units, this amount of gravity had almost no effect. Epic demons fell one after another, and the great demon realized that the combat power of Jiang Chen's troops far exceeded that of ordinary legendary units. But he didn't even have a chance to escape. The blade conjured by Jing Yi had already cleaved him in 2. In less than half a minute, all enemies, including the 3 demon lords, were dead. Jiang Chen gained 520,000 glory points and 18 million energy in one go. After confirming that no one had escaped, he immediately turned his attention to the dragon's tomb. As the enemy approached, a 100-meter-long bone dragon hero emerged from the depths of the tomb, followed by 8 other bone dragons that took to the air, along with countless undead servants who also crawled out from the ground. Jiang Chen raised his hand and tossed the release of military power with a cup of wine to the bone dragon hero. 15 minutes later, the Empress successfully killed the legendary 1-star bone dragon Kaphnas, obtaining a large amount of experience and spirit stones, as well as the undying dragon flute and a legendary military token. Jiang Chen looked at the spoils and couldn't help but marvel at how the luck brought by the dragon vein had become increasingly extraordinary lately. The undying dragon flute is another summoning item, capable of summoning 2 bone dragons each time. Although the number is less than that of the Blood Holy Grail, it consumes no resources. Jiang Chen didn't need the legendary soldier talisman for the time being, so he simply put it into his warehouse. Soon, the Heavenly Tao notification appeared again, asking him whether he wanted to ignore, occupy, or destroy the unclaimed wilderness structure, the Dragon's Tomb. Jiang Chen almost didn't hesitate and directly chose to destroy it. After all, he would be leaving the glory battlefield in a day. Buildings will always drop resources when destroyed, and there's a very small chance of obtaining building blueprints. Jiang Chen stared at the massive dragon tomb before him, with only one thought in his mind: Dragon Vein. Oh, Dragon Vein, please don't let me down at this crucial moment. Hint: you destroyed the dragon's tomb and obtained building blueprints, death dust, rebirth stones, and other resources. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Chen finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. This time, the Dragon Vein had indeed not disappointed him. Although the Bone Dragon is only the lowest-ranking legendary unit, a single legendary unit building blueprint is worth at least billions of spirit stones. Currently, apart from Jiang Chen, other lords are finding it difficult to even gather the resources required for epic buildings. Jiang Chen became even more certain that the fastest way to obtain high-quality resource points was to improve the fortune of Longyuan Town. After the 3 county-level rankings were completed, he planned to immediately begin the fortune aggregation process, striving to push the town's fortune above 1,000. The rewards from this dragon tomb were equally astonishing. The 8 bone dragons and a large number of undead minions contributed a total of 78 million energy, over 6 million spirit stones, 450,000 honor points, as well as legendary unit souls and a large amount of equipment. Including the rewards from killing 3 demon lords earlier, Jiang Chen gained nearly 1 million glory points in this wave. He then handed over the legendary troop soul to Zizishan, and the little girl successfully advanced to legendary 2-star. The following day was uneventful. With just over an hour left in the glory battlefield's final countdown, Jiang Chen's score finally surpassed 10 million. He prepared to enter the 3rd level of the battlefield, making the most of his remaining time to hunt monsters and alien races. Yin was the first to arrive, having worked tirelessly for 3 days straight, leaving her visibly exhausted. Jiang Chen estimated he had about a 90% chance of securing the gold battle title, unless he encountered a monster with both extraordinary strength and luck. Soon, the Empress, Jaina, and Li Hani arrived one after another. But just as everyone was about to enter the 3rd level, the Dragon Abyss Management Group suddenly popped up with the highest level red alert, and Zhu Yeqing was urgently calling for help. Zhu Yeshuan encountered the powerful god race expert Hamer Yumo, and the situation was extremely dangerous. Everyone immediately checked the distance, but Ying Man was 14,000 kilometers away, and the nearest one, and Chuxiao, was 2,800 kilometers away, so there was no way they could get there in time. Although the little fox was still on the 1st level, she suggested immediately going to the 2nd level to try her luck. However, it would take her at least 20 minutes to reach the heavenly pillar. Zhu Yeqing fell silent after hearing this, because Zhu Yeshuan probably wouldn't last that long. Zhu Yeshuan, on the contrary, remained remarkably calm. She had long been prepared to die on the battlefield among the myriad races, and even comforted everyone, telling them not to blame themselves. If she truly died, perhaps she could later transform into a heroic spirit of the human race and return to the battlefield as a hero. Zhu Yeqing was in pain, but he didn't mention the 7 stars life-saving skill book. He had personally given that life-saving skill book to Jiang Chen, and he didn't want to use his sister's life or death to force Jiang Chen to return it at this time. Just when everyone had almost given up hope, Jiang Chen had located Zhu Yeshuan's position. Traveling 8,000 kilometers by normal means would be impossible, so he directly told Chuxia in the group chat that she didn't need to go, and that Shaoxian only needed to hold on for 2 more minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen immediately took out a superior hero soul and continuously consumed a huge amount of spirit stones to enhance it, instantly forming 2 legendary hero souls. Then, he used them all on Jaina, pushing her directly from legendary 1-star to legendary 3-star. Jiang Chen didn't stop there, consuming over 30 million energy points to continuously upgrade. 5 halos lit up in succession, and in just a few seconds, Jaina became a level 45 legendary 3-star hero. The surge in power left everyone around her dumbfounded. Jaina felt the sudden surge of power within her, then looked at Jiang Chen in front of her. After a moment's hesitation, she asked in a low voice, "My lord, you're not planning to take advantage of me, are you?" Jiang Chen had no time for jokes and immediately asked Jaina how many people she could teleport in a minute, given her current strength. Jaina quickly estimated and answered that, including herself, 6 people would be no problem. Jiang Chen immediately told her to prepare for teleportation. When the runes lit up, he was also somewhat emotional. Zhu Yeqing had just given him the 7-star fate point, and in the blink of an eye, Zhu Yeshuan was in a deadly predicament. Now, this favor had come full circle. Of course, saving lives was only one reason. If he could also take down that divine son of the gods, directly weakening his biggest competitor for the golden battle title, his chances of winning first place would increase even further. A dozen seconds later, Jiang Chen, Jaina, the Empress, and the humanoid Long Yi, Long Jiao, and Long Shi all disappeared simultaneously. After each long-distance teleportation, Jaina drank the water of life to recover before continuing to construct the magic circle. On the other side, Zhu Yeshuan was already cornered by Heimer. The opponent was the divine son of the Yumo god clan, who also commanded 12 legendary tyrant units and a large number of epic soul hunters, a lineup so strong that ordinary lords would despair. Heimer did not immediately launch a full-scale attack, because Zhu Yeshuan's Divine Machine Battalion was equally dangerous. The 12 Divine Machine Battalion soldiers could concentrate their fire at the same time and even instantly kill legendary units of the same level. He had almost suffered a great loss before. Knowing she was unlikely to leave alive, Zhu Yeshuan became completely reckless. She directly ordered the 5 Armies Battalion and the Divine Machine Battalion to prepare for a desperate battle, determined to drag a few enemies down with them even if they were destined to die today. Seeing that persuasion to surrender had failed, Heimer finally lost patience. For epic heroes, 12 tyrants, and dozens of soul hunters approached simultaneously, and he himself stepped forward, ready to end the battle once and for all. Just as the great battle was about to break out, complex magical runes suddenly appeared in the center of both sides. A huge teleportation array quickly took shape, and several figures stepped out from the light. The one leading them was Jiang Chen, who had traveled 8,000 kilometers to arrive. Zhu Yeshuan was completely stunned. Only a little over a minute had passed since Jiang Chen told her to hold on for 2 minutes. But when she saw the reinforcements, she couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Chen really had enough people with him. Heimer, however, revealed a look of delight. In his view, gaining 2 more Tier 2 lords was worth it, even if it meant losing 1 or 2 tyrants. Jiang Chen, however, completely ignored his excitement and simply asked Heimer how many glory points he had. Seeing that the other party did not answer, Jiang Chen was too lazy to ask any further. He would know after killing him anyway. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and unleashed the Origin God Fist, giving Heimer no chance to continue talking nonsense or prepare. A terrifying golden fist imprint pressed down instantly, and Heimer finally felt the threat of death. He roared and transformed into a 10-meter-tall bone-armored giant, entering the strongest battle form of the superior god race, while simultaneously unleashing the primordial Holy Fist to meet the attack head-on. However, his killing move had barely taken shape when the Origin God Fist was already upon him. Golden and black energies collided violently, the shockwave sweeping across a radius of 1,000 meters, causing the entire battlefield to tremble violently. A dozen seconds later, the energy gradually dissipated, and Heimer had completely disappeared. Jiang Chen looked at the kill notification and secretly judged that this divine child was indeed not weak, but he had managed to kill him instantly by striking first and using only 30% of his power. With another punch, Jiang Chen defeated his enemy. He suddenly felt that his fighting style was becoming more and more familiar. He subconsciously touched his hair and only felt relieved after confirming that it was still growing well. After dealing with Heimo, Jiang Chen turned to look at Zhu Yeshuan, who was completely stunned, and asked curiously, "Hey, Xiaoxian, what's wrong?" Zhu Yeshuan and Heimer were already thousands of meters apart, and now, standing at the edge of the energy storm, their clothes were still being whipped about by the gale. But she didn't care about that at all, only staring blankly at the huge fist imprint that Jiang Chen had just unleashed. She knew very well that even if Zhu Yeqing activated the 3rd star of the 7-star fate point, it wouldn't be possible for him to kill Heimer with a single punch. Realizing this, She suddenly understood and hurriedly asked Jiang Chen which star of the 7-star fate point he had activated. The next second, she saw Jiang Chen tilt his head back and drink a bottle of the water of life, which confirmed her suspicions even more. After the initial shock, Zhu Yeshuan finally realized that she had truly survived, and she completely relaxed. Jiang Chen then told her to rest where she was, leaving the remaining enemies to him. Zhu Yeshuan immediately understood. He wasn't worried about her getting tired, but clearly wanted to monopolize the energy and points from these legendary units. However, since Jiang Chen had just saved her life, she naturally couldn't compete for it, and only ordered her troops to stay aside and wait. She also wanted to see for herself just how much strength these heroic soldiers Jiang Chen had brought were still hiding. Jiang Chen charged directly at the 12 tyrants, and even using only 50% of his power, he still managed to kill them with a single punch. On the other side, the Empress, Jaina, and the 3 humanoid dragons attacked simultaneously, and the epic units were no match for them. Zhu Yeshuan grew increasingly alarmed. The Empress could overpower epic heroes, and Jaina could instantly kill a soul hunter with a single wind blade, but she had no idea that both of them were deliberately concealing their true strength. A few minutes later, all the enemies were wiped out. During this time, Jiang Chen drank another bottle of the water of life, making Zhu Yeshuan's eyelids twitch. She was beginning to suspect that Jiang Chen might have access to some elven secret realm. Zhu Yeshuan thanked him sincerely and said that if he ever needed anything in the future, Zhu Yeqing would never refuse. Jiang Chen was taken aback, but Zhu Yeshuan said matter-of-factly, "Who told Zhu Yeqing to be my brother?" Jaina then reconstructed the teleportation array, and Jiang Chen and the others vanished instantly. Zhu Yeshuan was completely dumbfounded after relocating Jiang Chen's coordinates. A single teleportation had covered over 2,000 kilometers, meaning this magic-based hero was most likely of legendary quality. The more she thought about it, the more unfathomable Jiang Chen seemed, and she even began to seriously consider Zhu Yeqing's earlier suggestion that she get closer to Jiang Chen. But when she looked down at herself, she felt somewhat discouraged. It seemed that Jiang Chen preferred the type liking Yin Man. Soon, Zhu Yeshuan reported that she was safe in the group chat. Zhu Yeqing immediately declared that Jiang Chen would be his brother from now on, and Yin Man pressed for details about the teleportation method. The little fox looked proud, and only in Chuxia kept asking if Jiang Chen was injured. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the chat channel. This round trip only took 7 minutes, yet he gained 70 million energy and 520,000 glory points. More importantly, the divine child of Heimer originally only had 5.22 million points. This gave Jiang Chen more confidence in his chances of winning the Golden Battle name. However, Heimer also made him realize the strength of the prodigies of all races. In his battle state, the opponent's physique was probably already at 3,000 points. The seeds of the top 100 of the myriad races ranking were indeed not to be underestimated. A flash of light, and Jiang Chen returned to the towering pillar of light. He wasted no time, immediately leading all his hero units into the 3rd level. As soon as they landed, Jaina discovered that the death energy here was incredibly dense. She casually cast a skeleton summoning spell, and dozens of rare black warriors crawled out of the ground. Soon, Jingqi also sent back a message that undead monsters were scattered throughout the area within 100 kilometers, including 4 epic-level monsters. Jiang Chen was overjoyed and immediately ordered everyone to split up and kill monsters. He also had Jaina bring the magic-based Crystal Maiden to hunt epic bosses. They could use the water of life freely, but unfortunately, there was only 1 hour left on the battlefield. After making the arrangements, Jiang Chen opened the 3rd-level exchange list. Sure enough, there were legendary items, sealing talismans, absorption stones, and heavenly crafting diagrams, and even a time-space farm that only required 1.5 million points. Jiang Chen continued scrolling down the list, initially just browsing casually, but when the mysterious 3-colored roulette wheel at the very bottom caught his eye, he was instantly stunned. Holy crap! It's the mythical roulette! Inside the magnificent palace of District 328, a middle-aged man passed through a spatial array and quickly arrived at the dragon bed. respectfully handing over the first draft of the treaty negotiated between Qingyu and the countries of Sakura and Lighthouse. The old Taoist priest behind the curtain learned that as long as Qingyu abandoned Jiao Prefecture in the new district, both countries would cease harassing their homelands. He immediately inquired about the location of Jiao Prefecture. The middle-aged man explained that it was nothing more than a sesame seed on a pastry. Losing it wouldn't cause any major harm. The old Taoist priest was satisfied with the agreement and quickly agreed to it, but then suddenly remembered Jiang Chen, the newcomer who had caused this trouble. To prevent her from going back on her word, the middle-aged man immediately portrayed Jiang Chen as a lucky commoner. But when the old Taoist priest heard that Jiang Chen had a hero under his command named Empress, his tone immediately changed. This was the title she had always wanted but dared not bestow upon herself, so she directly issued an edict ordering Jiang Chen to change the Empress's name to Xiao Chui. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen's heart pounded as he stared at the third-level exchange list. At the very bottom appeared a mythical roulette, requiring 10 million glory points each time, with a high probability of obtaining a legendary item and a small chance of directly obtaining a mythical item. In the early stages of the game, it's almost impossible to obtain mythic quality items. Even the creation stones can't be used to enhance them now. Jiang Chen stared at the words low probability for a long time. Even if it was only 1%, he wanted to take the gamble. However, a single lottery draw costs 10 million points, and special items like sealing talismans and absorption stones cannot be given up. Jiang Chen could only suppress his impulse and immediately rushed to the nearby cemetery, frantically clearing out the undead monsters with his origin god fist. He simultaneously ordered all hero units to focus on racking up points, freely consuming life water and life spring. With no longer concerned about recovery, the entire team's hunting speed skyrocketed, and their points began to increase rapidly. An hour passed quickly, and only 3 minutes remained until the glory battlefield settlement. Jiang Chen finally stopped. At this point, his score had reached 13.92 million, more than 2 million. The scoring efficiency of the third level was indeed astonishing. At his current rate, he can still reach 14 million. After exchanging for the mythical wheel, he will still have 4 million glory points left, which he can use to buy other legendary items and special resources. Just as everyone was waiting for the results to be tallied, the Heavenly Tao suddenly launched the second county-level ranking competition. This time, the competition was based on the agricultural index. The first-place county magistrate would receive a 100-point increase in all attributes, and the attributes of the county residents and the town's fortune would also be boosted. Upon seeing the agricultural index, Jiang Chen smiled. Last time, he won Shimba Town with only 10 spirit fields. Now, he can soon upgrade to Town Hall level 9. After expanding his territory and continuing to build spirit fields, his agricultural advantage will only become more exaggerated. The only remaining problem is whether we'll have enough spirit stones. However, the spoils from this glory battlefield have been enormous, enough to hold an auction to raise funds afterward. More importantly, the agricultural index won't be officially released until 15 days later. This means that others have no way of seeing the true progress of Longyuan County, and Jiang Chen can easily exploit this information gap to set up betting platforms again. While everyone in the management group was still discussing exchanging spirit fields and spirit seeds, Little Fox directly stated that blindly trusting Jiang Chen would guarantee first place. Before Jiang Chen could respond, Ing Man suddenly reminded him that the glory battlefield settlement time had arrived. The next moment, golden light shone brightly on the horizon, and countless forces from 10 races simultaneously turned their gazes towards Jiao Prefecture. Everyone awaited the final rankings of the new lords, for even a single player entering the top 100 and earning a bronze battle rank would be enough to cause celebration for the entire clan. Just then, the Heavenly Tao notification finally sounded. Glory battlefield points are locked. Rankings will be announced and rewards distributed below. The winners of the Black Iron battle name are as follows. The leaderboard on the horizon has begun to refresh rapidly, announcing the winners from the 1000th place forward. In addition to the battle name rewards, the long-absent personal reputation rewards have also reappeared. Since the Battle of the Realms, most Heavenly Path events have been conducted at the town and county level, making personal reputation extremely rare. Now that the glory battlefield is rewarding reputation again, everyone has realized just how valuable this ranking is. Soon, the first name from Longyuan County appeared. 999. Huang Xian, Human Race, Reward. Black Iron Battle Name. 100 Reputation. Huang Xian was so excited he was speechless, completely unexpected that he could actually break into the top 1,000. The entire Longyuan County instantly erupted in excitement, with lords who hadn't yet entered the glory battlefield urging for a live stream. Wei Ming immediately took over, pointing the camera at the leaderboard on the horizon, and within moments, tens of thousands of people flooded into the live stream. Huang Xian was originally just a scion of a third-rate family in Donghai City, starting with only elite hero units. Now, thanks to Longyuan County, he has surpassed many top-tier second-generation leaders. He immediately stated that the remaining 500,000 points could all be given to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, however, told him to keep his points and focus on developing agriculture after he left. Not long after, Wei Ming's name appeared as well. 883. Wei Ming, Human Race, Reward. Black Iron Battle Name. 200 Reputation. Wei Ming was equally excited and immediately promised to focus on farming when he got back. Xiao Wushang felt he was lagging behind as everyone else made it onto the list, so Jiang Chen promised to help him reorganize his territory after they left. On the state government channel, Chao Ziqing was already marveling at the strength of Longyuan County. Li Feng went even further, pointing out that the real powerhouses had yet to emerge, and that Jiang Chen and his group were very likely to break into the top 100 or even achieve higher-level battle titles. Following this, Bai Xiaodian from Laoqin Town ranked 728th on the list, and the 7 members of the Zhu family also began to appear one after another. More than 600, more than 500, one after another, lords of the Dragon Kingdom made it onto the list, making the Sakura Lord of Jiao Prefecture's face increasingly ugly. What worries them even more is that while many people from Longyuan County have already obtained battle titles, true core powerhouses like Jiang Chen, Yin Man, and Enchuxia have yet to appear, which means their rankings will only go higher. As the rankings climbed into the top 200, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Finally, 179, Zhu Yeshuan, Human, Reward, Black Iron Battle Name, 900 Reputation. Although Zhu Yeshuan didn't make it into the top 100, she was already very satisfied. After all, she almost died at Hamer's hands this time, so being able to survive and obtain a battle rank is already an unexpected bonus. Subsequently, Zhao Lingshan ranked 121st, only 21 places away from the bronze battle rank. Immediately following, the Heavenly Tao announced, 101. Kundan Beelzebub, Demon Race, awarded Iron Battle Name, 900 Reputation, and that the winners of the Bronze Battle Name would be announced in 1 minute. The Longyuan County channel erupted in cheers because Jiang Chen's name still hadn't appeared until number 101. This meant he had firmly secured his place in the top 100, and the bronze title was his for the taking. However, it was soon discovered that while it was understandable that Yin Man and Zhu Yeqing were absent, and Chuxia and the little fox Ye were also missing from the list, causing everyone's expressions to change immediately. They checked all the names again, and then suddenly realized a shocking fact this time. Longyuan County may have had a total of 5 people simultaneously break into the top 100 of the glory battlefield. The winners of the bronze battle name are as follows. The Heavenly Tao continued to announce the rankings, and soon the 100th place appeared, which was Tu Shan Ye, who was rewarded with a bronze battle name and 1,000 reputation points. The news caused an uproar throughout Jiao Prefecture. The overall strength of the Celestial Fox clan was weaker than that of the Human clan, yet someone from them had broken into the top 100. Everyone found it unbelievable. Zhao Lingshan found it even harder to accept. She had trained relentlessly since childhood to restore the Zhaosong dynasty, sleeping only 4 hours a day, yet her ranking was now lower than that of a little fox beside Jiang Chen. Colonel Li Feng echoed the sentiment. The Little Fox's clan was merely a group of Celestial Fox refugees who had fled to Earth, yet she had steadfastly followed Jiang Chen from the very beginning. and now she was finally reaping the rewards. Jiang Chen then received a video request from the little fox. He initially thought it was to show off its ranking, but the little fox immediately offered to spend 20 million spirit stones to buy a blueprint for the Tianyin branch. Jiang Chen quickly realized that there were nearly 100 celestial fox girls standing behind her, and the blueprint was clearly being purchased for the entire clan. He simply proposed a larger plan. Give her 5 blueprints at once, and repay her with the remaining spirit stones later. The little fox's eyes lit up when she heard this. After hanging up the video call, she immediately told all her sisters to go back and contact the clan leader. Even if it meant exhausting all the resources of Nanli Prefecture, they had to build the Tianyin branch as soon as possible. The rankings continued to be released, and the second shocking announcement soon followed. 92. And Chuxia, human, reward, bronze battle name, 1000 reputation. The state channel erupted in chaos once more. Everyone then remembered that Chuxia possessed a dwarven royal palace and could recruit the legendary Mountain King. What was previously considered a rumor was now almost certainly true. Even more outrageous is that Longyuan County doesn't have a large population to begin with, but when you include Jiang Chen, Ng Yinman, Zhu Yeqing, and others, a total of 5 lords have made it into the top 100. This glory battlefield features participants from 28 prefectures and thousands of counties vying for rankings. Under normal circumstances, a prefecture is considered very strong if it has 3 or 4 people in the top 100. But now, Longyuan County alone occupies 5 spots. Li Feng even asserted that even if Jiang Chen ultimately fails to make it into the top 10, Longyuan County will still be enough to cause a sensation throughout the entire Blue Star. Jiang Chen wasn't too excited. Looking at Chuxia's ranking, he thought that she only had D-level combat talent, and if there was a chance in the future, he would at least help her improve to be level. Following closely behind, Zhu Yeqing ranked 83rd, Chao Ziqing ranked 82nd, and Toyotomi Hidaichi ranked 81st, surpassing the two, which surprised Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen thus deduced that Chao Ziqing's hidden strength was likely far greater than it appeared. As for Toyotomi Hidaichi, he spent a fortune to have 2 powerful Sakura lords help him find the monster. At this point, all the powerful figures from the Dragon Kingdom in Jiao Prefecture had appeared, except for Jiang Chen and Ng Yinman. However, as the rankings moved into the top 50, their names still hadn't appeared. The emotions of everyone in Longyuan County were completely on edge. And Chuxia, Little Fox, Wei Ming and others were even more nervous than Jiang Chen himself, and began to pray that he could directly break into the top 10. Just as everyone was waiting for the next round of rankings, Yi Yiren suddenly sent an urgent private message. As soon as the video call connected, she told Jiang Chen with a grim expression that the Qingyu envoy from District 428 had suddenly descended and wanted to see him in person. Jiang Chen was about to ask what had happened when Yi Yiren gritted her teeth and added, "Boss, something big has happened. Qingyu just announced some news." In the state of Redham, District 488, a kilometer-tall circular building stands in the center of the territory. This is the headquarters of the Free Will, where 12 leaders have gathered in the top-floor conference room. An elderly gentleman was the first to announce the news. C.I. Lu, the de facto ruler of District 428, had declared his abandonment of the new district, Diaozhou. Everyone smiled upon hearing this, for this was the moment they had been waiting for. Some even joked about Andrei Koling's death. Old Koling appeared sad, but upon hearing that the Koling family would monopolize 10% of the profits in Longyuan Town in the future, he couldn't hide his smile. Ross, the CEO of Free Will, explained the plan more directly. He stated that once the Sakura Kingdom secured the position of prefect, they would hand over Longyuan County to them as agreed. At that time, Free Will be able to activate the aggregation of fortune and build Longyuan Town into the first town in the new district with 1,000 points of fortune, so as to cultivate their own top-level powerhouses. On the battlefield of glory, Jiang Chen also learned the situation from Yi. With the combined pressure from the United States and Japan, Qingyu had officially announced its abandonment of Jiaoyu Island and would no longer provide military support. Jiang Chen quickly realized that Andrei's death was just an excuse. What Free Will was really after was the fortune of the thousands of towns in Longyuan County, and Longyuan Town, which now possessed 67 points of fortune. A town that accumulates terrifying fortune in less than 2 months after its opening is a rare find, perhaps only once every 100 years on the entire planet. For established powers, its value far surpasses that of an ordinary state capital. Yi Yiren anxiously asked what to do, but Jiang Chen did not hesitate. Since Qingyu had voluntarily given up Daoyao Prefecture, Daoyao Prefecture no longer needed to recognize Qingyu's rule from today onwards. Yi Yiren was completely stunned. In the past, there had been new lords who announced their departure from the Qing domain, but after losing the support of the upper realm, most of them were eventually wiped out by the powerful figures from the old territories of other countries. Jiang Chen remained calm. Yi Yiren then said that the Qingyu envoy also brought C.I. Li's order, instructing Jiang Chen to change the heroine Empress's name to Xiao Chui. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at the Empress beside him. The Empress was puzzled by his gaze and asked if there was something on her face. Jiang Chen casually replied that it was still Cuohua, and then put the absurd matter out of his mind. Meanwhile, news of Qingyu's abandonment of Jiaoyao Prefecture spread rapidly. Li Feng, Chao Ziqing, and others were all shocked, and Zhao Lingshan found it even harder to accept. She had worked so hard to win the position of county magistrate, only to have it so easily given up by a single sentence. Ying Man was equally furious, directly denouncing Qingyu for betraying the country and disgracing the nation. After Yi Yiren officially announced Longyuan County's secession from Qingyu on the county channel, Wei Ming and other core members of Jiang Chen immediately expressed their support. However, many lords began to worry. Even if the arrival of powerful beings from the upper realms would be suppressed by the heavenly Tao in terms of level, their skills, equipment, troop quality, and combat experience were far beyond what new lords in the new server could compare to. Jiang Chen didn't try to stop anyone, but instead posted a top-level announcement on the county town's channel. Everyone had fought together against the cherry blossoms, seized the destiny, and defended the county town to get to where they were today. But the dangers ahead were something everyone had to choose for themselves. He immediately granted relocation permission. Anyone who wanted to leave could do so at any time, and he would not stop them. Those who wished to stay would naturally remain members of Longyuan County. Wei Ming felt that the sentence sounded familiar after hearing it, and Huang Xian immediately reminded him that Jiang Chen had said the same thing when the town first broke through the domain, and as a result, those who moved away later regretted it to the point of despair. That was Jiang Chen's original intention. This crisis was a good opportunity to screen the team again. He naturally welcomed those willing to share the hardships, but once Longyuan County weathered the storm, it wouldn't be so easy for them to come back. Just as everyone was discussing the future of Qingyu and Jiaoyao Prefecture, and Xuxia suddenly interrupted everyone and shouted, "Sister Ying's ranking is out." 22. Ying Man, Human Race, Reward, Bronze Battle Name, 2400 Reputation. Upon seeing the ranking, Ying Man immediately ruffled her hair. She was just a hair's breadth away from getting a silver battle name. However, she quickly composed herself. 2,400 reputation points was already quite a lot. Once she accumulated 10,000 points, she could exchange them for a legendary hero's soul at the Hall of Reputation, allowing her core hero to complete the advancement process. Everyone felt sorry for her, and Jiang Chen felt the same way. In the past few days, he had killed nearly 30 powerful alien lords, clearing away many threats for Ying Man, but she still lacked a truly legendary troop type. If she could obtain the legendary military token, given her current resources, her combat strength might not be inferior to that of the divine child Hamer, and she might even break into the top 10. Even so, being ranked 22nd was still enough to make Lord Sakura's face turn ugly. Because Toyotomi Hidaichi was only ranked 81st, while Jiang Chen hadn't even appeared yet. As the rankings climbed into the top 20, everyone began to realize that Jiang Chen was probably really going to break into the top 10. The Dragon Kingdom, Sakura, Lighthouse, and Northern Bear factions are all keeping a close eye on the list. The Dragon Kingdom hopes Jiang Chen will appear as late as possible, while the other countries can't wait for his name to be announced. 19th, 16th, 13th place appeared one after another, and finally it was 11th place's turn. 11. Heiler, machine race, awarded bronze battle name. Jiang Chen's name still hadn't appeared. The entire Jiao prefecture erupted in cheers. Colonel Li Feng was so excited that he hugged his adjutant, because this meant that Jiang Chen had secured a place in the top 10 and was guaranteed at least a silver-level ranking. The Sakura lords fell completely silent. Some refused to believe it, even speculating that Jiang Chen might not have made the list at all, but such claims were quickly drowned out. How could a lord possessing a legendary dragon possibly have nothing to show for it? On the Lonyuan County channel, Wei Ming had already started guessing Jiang Chen's final ranking. And Chu Xiao, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, because even if Jiang Chen only got 10th place, he had already achieved an extremely amazing result. Jiang Chen told everyone to come to his territory after settling accounts, so they could celebrate together in the afternoon and discuss the agricultural ranking competition. But as soon as he finished speaking, the little fox suddenly screamed because Jiang Chen was still not in 10th place. Next, the 9th, 8th, and 7th places were announced in succession, and Jiang Chen still hadn't appeared. The crowd's surprise gradually turned into shock until the list reached 4th place, at which point even Zhu Yeshuan began to doubt her judgment. Soon, the 3rd place appeared, another god race lord. The little fox's 3 tails wagged so much they were almost invisible because there were only 2 spots left, and Jiang Chen's name still hadn't appeared. Everyone suddenly realized that if Jiang Chen wasn't 2nd place, then there was only one possibility left for him 1st place, the golden battle name, a position that no one had dared to truly imagine before. The entire Jiao prefecture seemed to have been suddenly silenced. All 20 million lords stared at the sky. A mere minute felt like an eternity. Finally, the 2nd place was announced. 2. Dijia, God Race, Reward, Silver Battle Name, 10,000 Reputation. The entire prefecture erupted in chaos the moment the name was revealed. Jiang Chen had actually surpassed the God Race, Demon Race, and Machine Race, reaching 1st place in the multi-race glory battlefield. Toyotomi Hidaichi couldn't accept it and even started talking nonsense, insisting that Jiang Chen hadn't even made the list. The instant his words fell, blinding golden light filled the entire sky. The light slowly dissipated, leaving only a line of gilded characters hanging high above everyone's heads. 1. Jiang Chen, Human Race, Reward, Gold Battle Name, 20,000 Reputation. Inside the Xianying Palace in the 3rd heaven, Yingzheng sat on the dragon throne, his anger surging. Qingyu's abandonment of Diaoaozhou, on a grand scale, would sever the lifeblood of the Dragon Kingdom's upper echelons. On a smaller scale, everything Ying Man had accumulated over the past 2 months could completely vanish. However, Yingzheng could not directly send celestial soldiers down to the mortal realm. Otherwise, Ying Man's identity would be exposed. Descending from the 3rd heaven to the 7th heaven would come at an exorbitant cost and require an extremely long preparation time, making it impossible to resolve the immediate crisis immediately. Just then, Zhao Gao received news that Ying Man was ranked 22nd. Ying Zheng's anger subsided somewhat, and he thought that it was quite remarkable that she could achieve such a result without the legendary troop type. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhao Gao suggested that Ying Man leave Jiao prefecture as soon as possible and find a safe place to start over. Yingzheng pondered for a moment and could only agree. However, just as Zhao Gao was about to leave, new information made him freeze in place. He confirmed through more than a dozen channels and finally confirmed that there were no problems with the news. Zhao Gao could only kneel down and report that Jiang Chen had defeated the God Clan, Demon Clan, and Machine Clan in the Glory Battlefield, winning 1st place and earning a golden battle name. Yingzheng suddenly stood up from the dragon throne. Most of those prodigies of the divine race possessed a level talent, and one of them could rival a legendary hero. Ying Man was only ranked 22nd, which was enough to prove that this year's newcomers from the alien race were definitely not weak. After confirming the news, Yingzheng suddenly burst into laughter. Although Jiang Chen had snatched many opportunities from Ying Man, this time he had truly brought honor to the Dragon Kingdom and the entire human race. The name Longyuan County was now truly worthy of the name, Hidden Dragon emerging from the abyss. Zhao Gao's eyes darted around, and he suggested that Jiang Chen and Ing Man evacuate together. But Ing Zheng didn't decide for Jiang Chen, leaving him to choose for himself, and even rewarded Jiang Chen with 1 billion spirit stones in the name of the immortal Qin as a reward for this honor. Meanwhile, in the glory battlefield, Diga Yumo, ranked second, was quietly gazing at the leaderboard in the sky. He possessed 7.8 million points, yet he still lost to a human lord, which made him truly remember the name Jiang Chen for the first time. Di Jia commands epic soul hunters and 2 legendary extreme force units, the Light and Dark Sanctuary, whose overall combat strength far surpasses that of ordinary god lords. Yet, even so, he only managed second place, which only piqued his interest in Jiang Chen's true strength. Di Jia even suspected that the divine son of Heimer might also have died at Jiang Chen's hands. He regretted not being able to face Jiang Chen head-on this time, and could only look forward to the future battle of the myriad races to personally test just how strong this number 1 human was. As Di Jia withdrew from the battlefield, the powerful beings of the gods, demons, and machines all remembered Jiang Chen, the name of a human who had been absent from the top of the list of all races for so long, quickly spread throughout the major races. On the Jiao Island side, although everyone was mentally prepared, they still fell into a brief silence after seeing Jiang Chen win first place. It wasn't until the Heavenly Tao reminded them that the glory battlefield would close in 10 minutes that they snapped back to reality. Legion AI even took the opportunity to invite Jiang Chen and Long Yuan's group to join South Korea. The little fox directly asked if South Korea was an urn, leaving the other party speechless. The entire state channel cheered. Chao Ziqing, Zhao Lingshan, Li Feng, and the others were completely convinced. With the addition of 20,000 reputation points to his golden battle name, and adding the 10,000 he had previously accumulated, Jiang Chen now possessed a total of 30,000 reputation points. Li Feng reminded everyone that Jiang Chen attracted a team of legendary dragons with only 10,000 reputation points back then, and now that his reputation points have tripled, no one knows what level of followers will appear next. Everyone then realized that Jiang Chen's victory couldn't have been solely due to that dragon team. He must have many more hidden trump cards up his sleeve, and this initial lead was beginning to solidify into a sustained lead. Just then, Jiang Chen, in the third battlefield, also received a notification from the Heavenly Tao. A group of champion knights, admiring his reputation, were about to arrive in his territory. Looking at the notification, he couldn't help but marvel at how immediately the effect of reputation was. The Champion Knight is an epic quality classic human tank unit. If an ordinary leader were to encounter an entire army of them joining him, they would probably be overjoyed. But Jiang Chen couldn't care less about that at the moment. A burst of golden light suddenly descended from the sky, and 2 golden ancient seals instantly disappeared into the space between his brows. Hint: you have obtained the golden battle name Godslayer. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment upon hearing the name. He immediately checked the attributes. After the Godslayer skill was activated, all units in the territory received a 30% increase in all attributes, with the effect doubled when facing gods, requiring only continuous consumption of top-grade spirit stones. Jiang Chen quickly understood that the battle name should be automatically generated based on performance on the glory battlefield. He had killed the most gods this time, and even personally beheaded a divine son, so obtaining the Godslayer title was reasonable. The golden battle name just made up for some of the gap in his lord talent, and as for the consumption of top-grade spirit stones, it was almost negligible for Jiang Chen at his current level. With only 8 minutes left, he immediately opened the exchange list. Jiang Chen scrolled straight to the bottom and, without hesitation, spent 10 million glory points to summon the mythical roulette. The next second, a giant tri-colored wheel with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters slowly appeared in the sky. The wheel spun rapidly, flashing across items such as military tokens, hero tokens, equipment, blueprints, and attribute books. Gold represented legends, while 3 colors represented myths. Jiang Chen glanced at it and saw that the mythology section was nearly 30%. He immediately stopped the spinning wheel. The pointer slowed down, eventually grazing a large area of gold before stopping precisely at the edge of the three-color zone. Upon seeing the result, Jiang Chen excitedly punched the wheel. Yin, the Empress, and Jaina also became excited. However, the Empress soon discovered that what she had drawn was not a hero's token or a military seal, but a mysterious sapling, which left her somewhat disappointed. What Jiang Chen truly desired was the soul of a mythical hero. If he could elevate the Empress to mythical quality, the entire Heavenly Sound Pavilion would benefit. Fortunately, the mythical blueprint he drew wasn't one that couldn't be constructed for the time being. The three-colored rays of light quickly delivered the sapling to Jiang Chen's hands. After seeing its attributes, he burst into laughter. Although this thing was not a ginseng fruit tree, it was not far off, and it was even a mythical-level spiritual treasure. Jaina eagerly pressed for details, but Jiang Chen only told her that with this tree, her research into the power of order would definitely accelerate dramatically. Jaina's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. What pleased Jiang Chen even more was that the second county-level ranking competition was based on the agricultural index. He was very much looking forward to seeing how much the agricultural index of Longyuan County would increase once this mythical-level spiritual plant was planted. With the remaining 4 million points, he exchanged them for 5 excellent sealing charms, 5 excellent crafting diagrams, 2 absorption stones, and a batch of useful items before leaving the glory battlefield. A flash of light, and Jiang Chen returned to his territory. He gave everyone free time in the afternoon, and both the Drunken Immortal Pavilion and Huaqing Pool were open. The dragon, the 9 Heavens Saintess, and the other troops quickly dispersed to rest. In the end, only 4 heroes remained, still eyeing the mythical sapling. Jiang Chen smiled, and said he would go plant the tree first, and they would naturally be included when it bore fruit. He then told everyone to rest. After arranging the gathering in Longyuan County an hour later, Jiang Chen immediately created an independent space, activated 10 times the time acceleration, and spent another 40 million spirit stones to enhance a legendary quality sacred spirit field. Once all the resources were ready, Jiang Chen immediately began constructing a saint-grade spirit field. Looking at the newly formed legendary grade land before him, he once again took out the mythical grade sapling. The Enlightenment Tea Tree. Jiang Chen looked at the small, iron-black sapling in his hand and couldn't help but sigh softly. This was one of the 3 divine trees of humankind, alongside the Bodhi tree and the Wisdom tree. Enlightenment tea cannot directly increase attributes, but it can help lords, heroes, and troops gain enlightenment on techniques and skills. What makes the powerful and older servers truly terrifying is often the skill level they have accumulated over a long period of time. Cultivating an A-grade technique to near perfection can increase combat power by tens of thousands of stars, but breakthroughs become increasingly difficult in later stages. Now, with the Enlightenment Tea and the Enlightenment Chamber of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, the overall strength of Jiang Chen's forces is likely to surge again. He immediately summoned Nong Yi and officially named this independent space the Enlightenment Space. From now on, only Jiang Chen and Nong Yi can enter this space, and Nong Yi's sole task is to take care of the Enlightenment Tea Tree until the first batch of tea leaves is produced. Upon recognizing the sapling, Nong Yi trembled with excitement and immediately pledged that he would keep the tree as long as he lived. After making the arrangements, Jiang Chen spent 148,000 spirit stones to upgrade the Lord's Mansion to level 9. The territory expanded to 420,000 square meters. Considering the doubled effect of the blessed land, the actual increase reached 180,000 square meters. Apart from reserving space for high-end buildings, the remaining land was planned to be developed into farmland and residential areas. Level 9 territories also unlock infirmaries, which can accelerate the recovery of heroes and troops from injuries. However, Jiang Chen possesses the Fountain of Life, a building that is important in the eyes of ordinary lords, but it has almost no value to him. While Nong Yi was busy planting tea trees, Jiang Chen began to tally up his gains from the glory battlefield over the past 3 days. He had obtained 480 million energy alone, and with the daily income from his territory, his total energy had reached 760 million. The truly valuable items include the Golden War Name Godslayer, the Dragon's Tomb Blueprint, 20,000 reputation points, the Legendary Soldier Token, the Undying Dragon Flute, and 4 pieces of legendary equipment. Epic and superior quality loot is piled up like a small mountain. The number of hero souls, troop souls, hero tokens, troop talismans, and attribute books was also astonishing. Looking at the warehouse full of spoils, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh that he had indeed made a fortune from this glory battlefield. Unfortunately, he only had a little over an hour on the 3rd floor. If he could have spent another day there, his earnings would probably have multiplied several times over. After taking inventory, he simply lay down in the rocking chair and casually started munching on a legendary quality moon soul fruit. This precious spiritual fruit, which could increase the attributes of ordinary lords by dozens of points, has lost its amplifying effect because Jiang Chen has eaten too much of it. He can only treat it as ordinary fruit to satisfy his appetite. While Jiang Chen was leisurely planting trees, the outside world was in an uproar because of his golden reputation. After discussion, the Jiangnan military region decided to promote him to honorary lieutenant general. The discussion then turned to Qingyu's abandonment of Jiaoyou prefecture, which angered many generals so much that they immediately proposed to break away from Qingyu. However, Xia Jie ultimately decided to maintain the status quo for now and wait for Commander Feng to return from the battlefield of the myriad races before making any further plans. Meanwhile, the Free Will headquarters also received news of Jiang Chen's victory. Ross reconvened the 12 leaders and quickly made a decision. Since Jiang Chen could not be used by the Beacon of Light, they must completely suppress him before he grew stronger. They decided to formally assist the Sakura Kingdom in vying for the position of prefect, and then use the prefect's authority to weaken Jiang Chen's power as county magistrate. Soon, several geniuses from the Lighthouse Kingdom, no less talented than Andre, had already entered Keilang County, Jiaoyou Prefecture, through a high-level relocation order. At this moment, Luoshi felt both shocked and gratified. Her daughter had grown up alongside Jiang Chen, and with the help of the Dwarf King's palace, she had broken into the top 100 and earned a bronze rank in the battle. This achievement had far exceeded her initial expectations. But the thought of Jiang Chen announcing Longyuan County's secession from the Qing domain filled her with worry. If the situation truly spiraled out of control, she would have no choice but to descend in person, even if traveling from District 642 to District 666 would consume 20 years of accumulated resources. On the other side, the Qingyu envoy, who was staying in Yi Yiren's territory, had originally been clamoring to see the Empress change her name to Xiao Chui with his own eyes. However, after confirming that Jiang Chen had won first place in the glory battlefield, he immediately withdrew his will and rushed back to Qingyu to report. Jiang Chen looked at the latest intelligence sent by the Jiangnan military region and asked Mu Qingshuang to thank the military region on his behalf. Compared to his honorary lieutenant general status, he was more concerned about the next moves of Japan and the United States. Now that he's already in the eye of the storm, there's no point in hiding anymore. Jiang Chen's only option is to continue improving his strength and accumulating more resources, waiting for his enemies to come knocking before figuring out how to deal with them one by one. Not long after, Zhao Gao's will suddenly descended upon the territory, representing a powerful figure from the immortal Qin dynasty, who awarded Jiang Chen 10 billion spirit stones. Although Jiang Chen guessed who was behind it, he did not reveal it, only asking Zhao Gao to convey his gratitude. After Zhao Gao left, Jiang Chen immediately mailed 300 pieces of legendary dragon tooth rice to Yin Man, informing her that someone had already paid for it. This batch of dragon tooth rice was worth nearly 1 billion spirit stones, which was just enough to repay the favor from Xianqin. Yin Man quickly sent a video, but then directly mailed 10 billion spirit stones to Jiang Chen. What she really wanted to buy was for Jiang Chen to help her exchange for a legendary hero's soul the next time she encountered the Hall of Reputation. Jiang Chen saw Meng Tian behind her and immediately understood her thoughts. Once Meng Tian advanced to legendary level, Yin Man's combat power would inevitably surge, so he quickly agreed. After hanging up the communication, Jiang Chen immediately spent 50 million spirit stones to enhance a legendary hero's soul. With this back and forth, he instantly had 2 billion spirit stones in his hands, which was just enough to continue laying out top-grade and saint-grade spirit fields. Just then, Nong Yi finally sent word that the Enlightenment Tea Tree had been planted. Jiang Chen immediately entered the Enlightenment space and saw that the originally tiny sapling had taken root in the spiritual field, its black branches frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Even just standing beside the tree and smelling its faint woody fragrance, Jiang Chen felt his mind instantly clear, and many doubts about cultivation techniques and skills were resolved on their own. This made him even more eager for the real Enlightenment tea. But Nong Yi's next answer left him speechless. Even with the blessing of a sacred spiritual field and a blessed land, it would take at least 100 years, and possibly as long as 300 years, to produce the first batch of Enlightenment tea. Jiang Chen could only activate the dragon veins halved effect and increase the time flow rate of the Enlightenment space by 50 times. In this way, 10 million spirit stones could only maintain the acceleration for one day, and even so, it would still take at least a year in reality. To further shorten the time, he must upgrade his blessed land or plunder more fortune to enhance his dragon vein. With this in mind, Jiang Chen was absolutely determined to win first place in the second county-level ranking competition. Just as the appointed time arrived, Jiang Chen granted access to the teleportation array. And Chu Xiao, Ing Man, the little fox, and others appeared one after another. But Chu Xiao had barely stood still when she urgently said that another large secret realm had spawned outside her territory. Jiang Chen was stunned upon hearing this. The resources of a large-scale secret realm far surpass those of an ordinary secret realm. More importantly, such secret realms usually have more than one entrance. The news of the large-scale secret realm brought by Chu Xiao invigorated everyone. Ing Man even suspected that she might have a special bloodline. After all, she had just killed a legendary monster and obtained legendary equipment in front of the glory battlefield. Jiang Chen secretly sighed. And Chu Xiao's luck was already outrageous, and with the added fortune of Longyuan town, it was as if the heavens were chasing after her, showering her with opportunities. If her fortune continued to improve, it wouldn't be impossible for her to encounter a mythical monster in the future. At this moment, the little fox returned the blood holy grail to Jiang Chen, which still contained 40,000 points of blood power. Everyone then realized that her achievement of the bronze battle title was also inseparable from Jiang Chen's support. Ing Man recognized the blood holy grail as a legendary summoning artifact and immediately offered 200 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen was tempted but didn't sell it because this kind of artifact didn't require manpower and could instantly summon powerful beings to save his life in critical moments. Everyone soon discovered that the little fox had evolved into a three-tailed celestial fox. Wei Ming thought her tail was forked and deformed, which made the little fox so angry that it bristled, causing everyone to burst into laughter. After the Battle of Glory ended, everyone could finally relax. A dozen minutes later, the table was covered with delicious food. Zhu Yeqing was stunned when she saw the legendary dragon tooth rice in the bowl. Legend has it that spiritual plants often take decades to mature, but Jiang Chen has only been running the server for 2 months, and they're already edible. Jiang Chen only told everyone that this batch of dragon tooth rice had just ripened, and each person could take 2 stalks with them when they left. Wei Ming immediately thought of the agricultural ranking competition and asked how much the legendary dragon tooth rice could increase the agricultural index. Everyone's attention finally shifted back from the glory battlefield to the second county-level ranking competition. Zhu Yeqing felt that with the legendary spiritual plants and the added fortune of each town, a top 10 finish should be a sure thing. And Chu Xiao even believed that with the large amount of high-grade spiritual fields and seeds they had just exchanged, they could definitely challenge for a top 3 position. Yi Yiren, however, poured cold water on the idea. Longyuan County currently only has 46,000 lords, while some strong counties have nearly 1 million people, a difference of more than 20 times, making the chances of ranking in the top 3 extremely low. Xiao Wushang immediately noticed the discrepancy in the numbers. Yi Yiren could only tell everyone that within just 1 hour of Qingyu announcing its abandonment of Jiao Prefecture, 2,000 lords had already been relocated from Longyuan County. What's more troublesome is that Wei County and Hosan County are also experiencing large-scale population loss, and even the attitudes of the originally allied India and South Korea have become ambiguous, which will directly affect the future battle for the title of prefect. Wei Ming angrily berated those who had moved away for being cowardly, but Jiang Chen interrupted him directly. These people had already fulfilled their responsibility by staying to fight against the Sakura Kingdom after breaking through the domain, and now that they were facing the strongmen of the old district, their choice to leave was beyond reproach. Unless Jiang Chen reveals his trump cards such as the Fountain of Life, the Angel Legion, the Goddess Warriors, and the legendary Mothership, who would believe he can stop the old district lord? Moreover, even Jiang Chen himself cannot guarantee that he will win. At this moment, the little fox suddenly said angrily that the Sakura Lord, seeing the population loss in the Dragon Kingdom, had started acting arrogantly again on the state channel. Jiang Chen opened the channel and, sure enough, saw Kitatani Ryuichi mocking him relentlessly. Kitatani Ryuichi claimed that the Dragon Kingdom had lost the protection of the Qingyu, and that even if Jiang Chen had a golden battle name, he could not fill the gap between the agricultural population by himself. He also told him to get out of Jiao Prefecture as soon as possible. And Xuxia quickly realized that this was actually a provocation. What the Sakura Kingdom was truly afraid of was that Jiang Chen would voluntarily move into the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, making it difficult for them to use the powerful figures from the old districts to ambush and kill this peerless genius. Jiang Chen simply smiled after hearing this, telling everyone to ignore the provocations and focus on preparing for the agricultural rankings. Just then, Ying Man suddenly flipped her hand and took out a golden token, throwing it directly onto the table. Everyone, please take a look. Yi Yiren's eyes lit up when she heard about the luck betting order. Ying Man explained that as long as one luck aggregation was completed, Longyuan Town's agricultural index could continue to rise, and the chances of breaking into the top 3 would be even higher. Jiang Chen shook his head and refused. The luck gambling token was too precious, and it wasn't worth it just to increase the chances of winning. It would be best to wait until all 3 ranking matches were over before using it to improve the luck of Longyuan Town. His composure stemmed from the confidence provided by the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Currently, Longyuan County's agricultural index stands at 7.68 million, with Longyuan Town alone accounting for 5.54 million. Even more astonishingly, just an hour ago, Longyuan Town had a population of just over 1 million. The moment the Enlightenment Tea Tree was planted, the agricultural index skyrocketed by 4 million, though currently only Jiang Chen himself could see this data. During the meal, Jiang Chen took out equipment, hero tokens, and soldier tokens dropped from the glory battlefield for everyone to choose from. Xiao Wushang bought an epic hero token and 3 epic soldier tokens in one go, finally replenishing his combat power. Apart from Wei Ming and a few other core confidants, everyone else voluntarily paid. Jiang Chen received another 530 million spirit stones this time, bringing his total account balance back to 3.6 billion. As everyone prepared to leave, Jiang Chen left the little fox alone and tossed her a legendary military talisman. The little fox jumped up instantly upon seeing it, happily accepting it without even asking why. She immediately used her military token to summon a squad of legendary human knights, known as the National Guardian Knights. 12 heavily armored knights appeared in formation on scaled warhorses, their initial combat strength reaching 16 stars. Just then, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that a group of champion knights had come to join him. He simply took the little fox to the city wall and told the champion knights that he didn't need any more men, but he could recommend another powerful lord to them. The champion knights were initially somewhat dissatisfied, but upon seeing the 12 national knights behind the little fox, they immediately changed their minds. Before long, this team of epic champion knights also switched allegiance to the little fox's ranks. The little fox was overjoyed to have gained a legendary unit and an epic unit for free. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, re-entered the Enlightenment space, activated 50 times the time flow, and continued to strengthen the spirit fields and build resources. To secure his agricultural ranking, he built 40 sacred-grade spirit fields in one go, burning a staggering 2.7 billion spirit stones. After various legendary and epic spirit plants were planted, the agricultural index of Longyuan town rose by more than 5 million again. In the evening, Jiang Chen opened the state government channel and discovered that the population of Longhua counties such as Hosong County and Wei County had decreased by 30%. Longyuan County was in a slightly better situation, but still only had a little over 40,000 people left. To make matters worse, Kitatani Ryuichi even opened a betting pool at the exchange, recklessly provoking the Dragon Kingdom's lord. Jiang Chen, upon seeing this, actually laughed. He had just spent 2.7 billion spirit stones, and now he could figure out a way to earn it back from this guy. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen teleported to Enchuxia's territory with the selected troops. Everyone had already assembled. This large secret realm could accommodate 20 lords, each with a maximum of 30 combat units. To fill the gap in numbers, Jiang Chen summoned the 3 Hojo sisters. Although the others were still somewhat unaccustomed to seeing the Sakura Lord, Jiang Chen didn't explain. In case of a special situation, the 3 sisters might actually come in handy. Soon, led by Enchuxia, the group arrived at the entrance to the secret realm, which was tens of meters high. After the light spread, everyone disappeared at the same time. When they opened their eyes again, the heavenly Tao's notification sounded they had entered the Sword Heart's secret realm. Enchuxia felt that the name, Kenshin, sounded familiar, but Jiang Chen only reminded her of 3 words, Li Jinglin. She instantly realized that the secret realm in front of her could be the Kenshin town that disappeared 100 years ago. While Enchuxia was explaining, Jiang Chen had already begun to observe their surroundings. The group landed on a desolate Gobi desert, and the teleportation point behind them was shrouded in a large light array, clearly to prevent the Lord from being ambushed as soon as he entered the secret realm. Several kilometers away, a giant city sits at the edge of the wilderness, with a large number of human swordsmen patrolling along the way, including great swordsmen and sword dancers. That is probably the true core area of the Sword Heart secret realm. Jiang Chen quickly sensed something was wrong. His terrifying divine sense detected a hidden hostility, and he immediately activated the golden battle name Godslayer, instantly boosting all his attributes by 30%. At the same time, Jaina whispered a warning that there were enemies nearby. The group continued their conversation about Sword Heart Town. Zhu Yeqing explained that in his later years, the sword immortal Li Jinglin became possessed by a demonic practice of swordsmanship, driving away all the lords in the town. After that, the entire Sword Heart Town was banished to the void, and no one has been able to find it for 100 years. What truly captivated countless factions was the Sword Tomb, an epic weapon building in the town. Obtaining the Sword Tomb blueprints allowed for the continuous forging of epic weapons, whose value rivaled that of high-quality troop buildings. Jiang Chen was about to send the 3 Hojo sisters to scout ahead when Meng Tian suddenly stopped them. She had discovered through her Qi observation technique that everyone, including the teleportation point, was completely surrounded by a giant killing formation. Meng Tian quickly recognized that this was the Blood River Array, which required communication with a long river of blood to set up. Enemies capable of using such methods were mostly from ancient vampire clans, and she immediately advised everyone to leave the secret realm as soon as possible. Jiang Chen had already sensed that the surrounding space was completely sealed off. The next second, an elegant voice came from the void, admitting that he had wasted a spatial sealing scroll in order to trap everyone inside. As soon as the words fell, endless blood gushed from the void, transforming into rivers of blood that covered an area of thousands of meters in radius. The once clear Gobi Desert instantly turned into a blood-red world, as if the sky and the ground were completely entangled by giant blood vessels. Meng Tian reminded everyone that the longer the Blood River formation remained active, the stronger it became, and the puppets within would continuously regenerate. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate, immediately ordering the Hojo sisters to lead the Kamakura samurai to the front, and everyone else to forcefully break the formation together. As soon as everyone left the safety shield, numerous blood statues crawled out of the blood river. They were of various shapes and sizes, with their lower bodies connected to the blood river. As long as the formation still had energy, even if their bodies were shattered, they could quickly reform. Immediately afterwards, even more exquisite, rare, and even exceptional quality statues poured out. For an ordinary new lord, this quantity would be enough to deliver a fatal blow, but for the people of Lonyuan County, it was far from sufficient. The little fox immediately dispatched 12 level 45 National Guardian Knights. The moment these legendary troops made their move, the blood statue shattered into pieces, and a single echoing strike even caused the surrounding blood river to crack inch by inch. The vampire lord, hidden in the shadows, finally fell silent. He had initially thought it was just an epic champion knight, but it turned out to be an entire team of legendary national knights. He even began to suspect that he had encountered human royalty or a holy son of a celestial sect. The others looked at the little fox in shock. Recalling that Jiang Chen had left her behind alone yesterday, they immediately guessed that this legendary unit was probably from Jiang Chen. Wei Ming was even more sour, convinced that there was definitely a deal involved. Just then, a pale-faced vampire youth dressed in a tailcoat slowly emerged from the blood river high in the sky. He clapped lightly and sneered that a squad of national knights was not enough to escape his blood river formation. The young man immediately raised his hand, and the sea of blood surged violently once more. He spoke in an elegant yet icy voice. "Legendary troops? You think I don't have any? Go, turn these human powerhouses before you into our dinner." 12 vampire princes suddenly emerged from the river of blood, forcefully blocking the National Guardian Knights. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of epic units, hundreds of superior units, and more than a dozen vampire lords charged out simultaneously. The vampire youth had just declared victory with wild laughter when Ing Man immediately curled her lip. While this lineup seemed impressive, it was clearly far inferior to the true core lords of Lonyuan County. At Enchuxia's command, dozens of dwarf soldiers swelled in size, 4 of them transforming into 10-meter-tall mountain kings. The vampire youth recognized them, and his smile instantly froze. Ing Man's 100 battles armored army also charged into the battlefield. With the support of Hero Command, Lord Talent, and Bronze Battle Name, their combat power was almost on par with legendary units, and no one could stop them wherever they went. All 7 members of the Zhu family also made their move. Although the Blood River formation could strengthen the vampires and restore their injuries and spiritual power, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The formation, originally intended to hunt down the vampires, quickly became a graveyard for them. A vampire duke attempted to escape into the river of blood, but was forcibly immobilized by several storm hammers. The next second, the Mountain King brought down his hammer, blasting his body into pieces. Jaina and the 12 humanoid dragons were itching to join in, asking Jiang Chen if he should intervene. Jiang Chen could only shake his head. The battle was already one-sided, and if he intervened, it would truly be considered stealing the monster. 5 minutes later, the Blood River formation was finally shattered by the aftershocks of the battle. The surviving vampire lords immediately transformed into bats and fled, but in the end, none of them managed to escape and were all captured by the Dragon Abyss group. From the prisoners, Jiang Chen learned that the Sword Heart secret realm had 4 entrances. The other 2 belonged to the Winged People and the Goblin Clan, respectively, but those 2 pioneering teams had long been wiped out by the Blood Clan. Only then did everyone truly grasp the cruelty of the battlefield of all races. Those who could enter the large-scale secret realm were already geniuses of their respective races, but if they encountered an even stronger enemy, they could still die silently here. After dealing with the vampires, Jiang Chen quickly led his team to continue their advance. Not long after, Long Jiu killed a sword dancer, who unexpectedly dropped an excellent troop token. Jiang Chen immediately confirmed that this was an extremely valuable troop-type secret realm. Over the next half hour, the group cleared out the swordsmen outside the city, and dozens of military tokens quickly appeared in the warehouse. Even if Jiang Chen didn't need these troops, placing them within Lonyuan County would be enough to cause a significant increase in the strength of many lords. Upon arriving outside the giant city, Jiang Chen immediately commanded the 12 giant dragons to unleash black holes. The city walls were quickly torn apart, and the group pushed their way through, reaching the final lord's mansion in just 1 hour. The one guarding this place is a level 60 epic sword spirit with a combat power of 3,000 stars. He ignored everything that was happening in the city and just sat on the rooftop drinking with a rusty iron sword in his arms, with empty wine jars piled up around him. Zhu Yeshuan was eager to challenge the sword spirit, but Jiang Chen preemptively declared that since he hadn't stolen any monsters in the Blood River Formation, this boss should belong to him no matter what. But no one expected that Jiang Chen, who seemed to be stealing the monster this time, would actually save Zhu Yeshuan once again. Just as he approached within 100 meters of the Lord's mansion, the sword spirit finally put down the wine jar and slowly grasped the rusty iron sword. He sighed softly, lamenting that after 10 years of honing his sword, he had finally encountered an enemy worthy of his attention. The next second, the iron sword had only extended an inch, yet Jiang Chen instantly felt its sharpness pierce his entire body, and only one thought remained in his mind: I'm going to shatter. A sword light flashed across 100 meters of empty space in an instant. This sword light was only a few meters long, which was tiny compared to Yan's heavenly blade strikes that were often hundreds of meters long. But it is so refined and dazzling that it seems to dim the entire world. My lord, be careful. Great Sumeru sword style. Protective force field. Wind shield. Resist the ring of fire. The Empress and Jaina unleashed their skills while shouting loudly. Jaina then instantly cast 6 defensive spells in front of Jiang Chen. At the same time, everyone, including the 2 heroes, used their fastest movement techniques to try to use their bodies as shields to block Jiang Chen. Although they had the Fountain of Life as a safety net, their actions at this moment were entirely subconscious. Pity. The sword light was too fast. Their plans were doomed to fail. 7 stars point to fate. Slay the gods. Origin God Fist. Jiang Chen was able to multitask, simultaneously unleashing 2 burst skills and even managing to condense the Origin God Fist. He pushed his divine soul to its limit, compressing all the power of the Origin God Fist into his fist to meet the sword light. Bang bang bang. Several crisp sounds. The sword energy cleaved through several magical shields, and the great Sumeru sword style in succession. Immediately afterwards, clang. The slightly dim sword light struck Jiang Chen's fist, producing a metallic clang. It's blocked. However, the immense force also pushed Jiang Chen's body away from the spot in an instant. Whoosh boom. A house a few hundred meters away was smashed to pieces by Jiang Chen's figure. It sounds slow, but all of this happened in a fraction of a second. So much so that many people even had relaxed smiles on their faces. When they finally realized what was happening, their eyes were filled with shock. Brother Jiang Chen. Damn it, what kind of skill is that? Sword nurturing technique. This is the sword nurturing technique. Legend has it that some powerful individuals nurtured their swords for 1,000 years, and with a single strike, they could slay gods and demons. How dare he hurt the boss? Kill this bastard. Shall I go check on Jiang Chen? But before they could act, Jiang Chen's voice came from the ruins. I'm fine. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen emerged from the ruins, stepping on clouds, and stood tens of meters in the void, calmly saying, I'll take your sword strike, you try taking my punch. After saying that, with a gentle punch, a golden fist imprint roared out. He only used 30% of his strength in that punch. The city lord looked at the golden fist imprint, neither dodging nor retaliating, but instead said with delight, After taking my sword strike, you not only survived, but you weren't even seriously injured. Perhaps you can. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, his body exploded into a cloud of blood mist under the Origin God Fist. Jiang Chen frowned, feeling as if he had punched cotton. Not enough. At this moment, the Empress also flew to Jiang Chen's side and said in a flustered manner, Master, are you all right? You're injured. Seeing the Empress's anxious expression, Jiang Chen didn't try to be brave and reflected, I am indeed injured. This time I was careless. Jiang Chen extended his hand. On his fist, a wound a full 1 centimeter long was visible, with the tender flesh beneath the skin slowly healing. This was Jiang Chen's first injury. Things have been going so smoothly lately, which has made me a little proud. That sword strike just now, if I hadn't deflected the force at the crucial moment, would definitely have drawn blood, and might even have exposed bone. If the power were 5 times stronger, I would be severely injured even if I didn't die. And this is after I activated the 7-star fate point and battle name. A wise man does not stand under a crumbling wall. We must not take such risks in the future. Jiang Chen kept reflecting on his actions in his mind. This is not a joke, but a lesson learned through the blood and tears of our ancestors. The sword immortal Li Jinglin that everyone just mentioned relied on his strength and ended up dying because of his recklessness. Jiang Chen slowly landed on the ground. Seeing Jiang Chen's serious expression, everyone gathered around him with concern to check on his injuries. However, after seeing Jiang Chen's palm clearly, Zhu Yeqing exclaimed in horror, "You call this an injury? As a battle-hardened military lord, being stabbed through the neck would only be considered a minor injury, right?" Before Jiang Chen could say anything, the Empress became displeased. "Humph, our lord is of inestimable worth. We would rather die than let a single hair on his head fall." Jaina and the dragons nodded frantically in agreement. Everyone gave a wry smile. They also admired Jiang Chen's skill in managing his subordinates. Wei Ming, being experienced, glanced at the Empress and wondered to himself, could this Empress's favorability rating already be 100 points? Boss is really awesome. If it weren't for Jiang Chen, I would be dead again. Zhu Yeshuan patted the airport with lingering fear and said in distress, "They say that those who survive a great calamity are destined for good fortune, but why is it that after my last great calamity, I'm facing another one this time?" Ing Inmon's eyes lit up. Could this guy be a hidden military lord? Although she didn't personally experience the power of that sword strike, judging from its destructive force, she figured that even if she activated the ancestral dragon bloodline, she probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Meng Tian also said with a solemn expression, "Jiang Chen easily withstood a sword aura that had been nurtured for 10 years, so he probably has at least the combat power of a level 50 legendary hero. Moreover, he seems to have a method to conceal his aura. My chi observation technique couldn't detect his strength at all." Jiang Chen didn't have any method to conceal his aura. It was just that the difference in their attributes was too great. There's another point that even Jiang Chen doesn't know. That City Lord's sword nurturing technique has reached minor perfection, and he also possesses minor perfection level sword will. Therefore, the power of that sword strike was several times stronger than Meng Tian had imagined. If she hadn't encountered Jiang Chen, anyone besides Zhu Yeqing would have died. After this brief interlude, everyone finally noticed the Heavenly Dao's hint. Your team has slain City Lord Li Kong. All members of your team have gained +1 authority in the Sword Heart Secret Realm. The first Lord to reach 200 authority points will become the Guardian of the Secret Realm. 200 points, Wei Ming exclaimed. The boss in the Secret Realm is so strong. Who besides the boss can withstand a single sword strike? Most secret realms have their strongest bosses during the initial exploration. And Chuxiao laughed. Once we obtain the identity of Secret Realm Guardians, we can dominate the secret realms. It all depends on Jiang Chen. Hey, Jiang Chen, what are you thinking about? Jiang Chen snapped out of his daze and exclaimed, I was checking the boss's loot. Heh, that sword strike I took wasn't for nothing. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, everyone became curious about what the boss had dropped. Hint, you have slain the guardian of the secret realm, gaining 600,000 energy, 80,000 spirit stones, 2 epic soldier tokens sword spirit, 1 blank household register sword heart town, and 1 skill book sword nurturing technique. An epic hero has unexpectedly become a top-tier hero. 2 epic military tokens appeared at once. They also revealed the skill book for the sword nourishing technique that had just injured Jiang Chen. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was the blank household registration booklet. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen directly showed the attributes to everyone. Blank household registration book, Qinshin Town. After entering the territory information, you can move the territory into the Qinshin Town map. The coordinates are random. Usage conditions, lords with 12 or fewer titles. Note, each lord has only 1 opportunity to move into or out of Swordheart Town. Here's a household registration book from Qinshin Town. Everyone gasped. Zhu Yeqing exclaimed excitedly. We actually guessed right. Li Jinglin released the household registration book before he died. A household registration in an ordinary small town is naturally worthless. However, in some small towns blessed with good fortune, household registration becomes extremely valuable. Let's take Xianyang Town in Xianqin as an example again. Xianyang Town only releases so many places each year, so even the descendants of demigod lords have to enter a lottery to settle in Xianyang Town. It is said that many unlucky powerhouses have been waiting for hundreds of years. Another method is to use a blank household registration booklet. A blank household registration book can only be crafted after reaching the rank of prefect. By filling in the information about one's territory on it, one can move to the corresponding town at any time. To fund its military expenses, Xianqin also auctions off a certain number of blank household registration books every year. Some powerful lords, before their fall, would also hide their towns, distribute their household registers, and edit the conditions for obtaining them. For example, 100 years later, human lords below level 12 who kill legendary heroes of level 80 or above have a 0.1% chance of obtaining a family registered. The aim is to select exceptionally talented successors to inherit the mantle. As for how Li Jinglin's conditions were set, no one knows. Swordheart Town is a town from 100 years ago. At that time, the monsters there were probably already at the limit of the 7th heaven, level 200. According to the town decay formula, even if it is abandoned for 100 years, the monster level in Qinshin Town will still be above level 80. And Chuxian mentally calculated for a moment, then immediately said, Jiang Chen, you absolutely mustn't act impulsively. Li Jinglin's restriction that only 12 lords can enter Swordheart Town is definitely not a good thing. He might even be trying to harm geniuses and take revenge on society. Although Li Jinglin was strong, his reputation was not good, and others advised him against it. Seeing the concerned looks in everyone's eyes, Jiang Chen didn't want to explain further. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Sword Tomb is a rare item that money can't buy, especially at this stage. Jiang Chen happens to possess the heavenly crafting diagram, which guarantees the acquisition of the Sword Tomb blueprint. After enhancement, it becomes a legendary Sword Tomb. We need to upgrade to level 12 as soon as possible, and then take over the Sword Tomb before the state capital battle. Then, everyone in the territory will have a legendary weapon. Chapter 177 Dragonheart, Sword Nurturing Technique. Envy. Shameless. The group split up to explore, and only after confirming that there was no fifth entrance did they leave the secret realm. Jiang Chen said, without overdrawing the lifespan of the secret realm, you can enter 1,000 times a day. So everyone, form your own teams and farm to your heart's content. Just be careful of the alien races. Ng Yimin asked, you're not thinking of soloing this, are you? I'll give it a try. Jiang Chen did not deny it, but he was not in a hurry to go for a second round. Instead, he returned to his territory first. Consuming 19 million spirit stones, select Enhancement Direction, Dragonheart, Sword Nourishing Technique. Then, he summoned Lihani. A legendary sword nurturing technique. Lihani's eyes lit up. There are many types of sword nurturing techniques, but the Dragonheart sword nurturing technique that Jiang Chen chose is an anomaly among them. It can accelerate the sword nurturing process by absorbing the aura of dragons. His territory not only possesses dragon veins, but also provides an unlimited supply of dragon tooth rice to heroes. Lihani used dragon energy to nourish her sword, which was twice as effective with half the effort. If he could be nurtured for a year or two, with the added bonus of Lihani's near-perfect sword will, a single sword strike would be absolutely earth-shattering and awe-inspiring. Soon, with a flash of teleportation light, Jiang Chen entered the secret realm again, this time with Jaina, the goddess warrior, and the 9 heaven saintess. This time we entered a different mirror space, where both the city walls and the enemies had been fully restored. Finally, I don't have to hold myself back anymore. Jiang Chen smiled easily and pointed to the familiar giant city in front of him. Jaina, destroy this city. Yes, my lord. Jaina stepped forward and began chanting, and the atmosphere in the entire secret realm became oppressive, as if a storm was brewing. A minute later, Jaina pointed her staff forward. Snowstorm. How terrifying are legendary 3-star heroes blessed with the title of Golden Warrior? With the added boost from the Will of Frost skill, it's practically a massacre of cities and nations. The world changed color in an instant. Dark clouds loomed overhead, energy raged, and ice crystals danced wildly. The once exquisite snowflakes have now become the most deadly weapons. A group of swordsmen were swept up in a flurry of snowflakes, letting out short screams before turning into a cloud of blood mist. White and red intertwined, turning the entire megacity into a frost-covered hell. Hint: your hero Jaina has killed the swordsman and obtained. This monster-killing speed is so satisfying. Looking at the constantly refreshing battle reports, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. We still need a mage to clear out the monsters. Of course, only in large-scale dungeons can Jaina have such a unique environment to shine. As for why the legendary magic Meteor Hell wasn't used. Meteor Hell is a composite magic of 3 elements, unaffected by the bonuses of Will of Ice and Will of Fire, and its range is far less than that of Blizzard. The western part of the giant city. The 20-winged human lords stared blankly at the apocalyptic scene before them. They had only been in the secret realm for 20 minutes and hadn't even finished clearing the outer city of their area. As a result, the giant city that they had once hesitated to enter had already suffered utter destruction. They soon realized that these were lords from other regions. However, this is a bit ridiculously strong. This is really a new lord from the same batch as us? Could he be a lord from an older region? A winged girl screamed in terror. No wonder the town mayor disappeared after entering the secret realm. He's probably in grave danger. The young lord in the lead reprimanded in a low voice. Keep your voice down. Are you trying to get everyone killed? Quickly, everyone retreat to the teleportation point. If this powerful figure discovers us, we're doomed. These winged lords didn't even know or care about the race of their opponents before fleeing the secret realm in a panic. Jiang Chen knew nothing about this. Or even if they knew, they wouldn't bother to care. Wouldn't it be better to spend that time running multiple dungeons? The blizzard lasted for several tens of seconds until Jaina's spiritual power was exhausted, at which point the dark clouds dispersed. Jiang Chen also received tens of thousands of battle reports. No more than 100 enemies survived in the entire city, most of whom were elite sword dancers, and they were quickly and easily wiped out by the goddess warriors and 9 heavens upgrade. Soon, Jiang Chen pushed the city lord's mansion again. He was very careful this time, and it turned out that Chuxia's deduction was correct. This time, the city lord was not as agile as the first time, and the power of his sword nurturing technique was greatly reduced. It was probably only enough to instantly kill a level 45 legendary unit, posing no threat to him. Boom. After killing the boss with a single punch, Jiang Chen looked at his gains from this secret realm. With the blessing of the Dragon Vein, Jiang Chen once again obtained dozens of excellent military tokens and 1 epic military token. Besides the military token, there are also nearly 10 million energy and hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. This secret realm is incredibly cost-effective. The only drawback is that the Lord must lead the team into the secret realm, otherwise he can become a hands-off manager again. Jiang Chen opened the exchange and listed 20 sword dancer military tokens at a uniform price of 500,000 spirit stones, setting them to be available only to lords of Longyuan County. Although the server has been open for 2 months, the superior troops are still in high demand. The 20 troop tokens were snapped up instantly, bringing Jiang Chen a profit of more than 10 million spirit stones. This is highway robbery. Keep going. Reach 200 runs as soon as possible to master this secret realm. Jiang Chen was having a great time collecting sword dancer tokens, but the lords of Longyuan County were dumbfounded by the endless stream of sword dancer tokens he was receiving. So many exceptional military tokens, and they're all bound to sword dancers. Could it be that our boss has discovered a treasure vault? Could it be another secret realm? And a troop-specific one at that. The secret realm couldn't be kept hidden forever, and Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of it being exposed. And Chuxiao muttered under her breath. He swiped so fast. I knew this guy had a trump card up his sleeve. Then they also hung up a few military tokens. With the Dwarf Royal Palace and the Heavenly Sound Branch, and Xuxia no longer looked down on ordinary outstanding troops. This further confirms the speculation about the secret realm. Less than an hour. The news of the reappearance of a secret realm in Longyuan town spread like wildfire throughout Jiaoyou Prefecture, and it was a large-scale secret realm that could produce excellent troops. The Cherry Blossom Lord's eyes gleamed with envy, like monkey butts. Why do secret realms always appear in the territory of the Dragon Kingdom? And it's Longyuan town again. Is this the terrifying power of destiny? Baka. Why is it that only lords of Longyuan County can purchase military tokens? We're all from Earth. Jiang Chen is discriminating against lords of our Sakura Kingdom. It'll be soon. Once our Desan County gets first place in the agricultural index this time, all the towns will have 2 points of luck. Our Beigu County is number 1, and your Desan County can only be second. Baka. Is Kitatani Kuan trying to compete with Lord Toyotomi? As the lords of the Sakura Kingdom talked, they started arguing amongst themselves. The newly arrived powerful individuals from Keilang County immediately contacted Yi Iran, stating that they were allies and demanding that Longyuan County share its large-scale secret realm. Such shamelessness made Yi Iran both angry and amused. Time flies. 11 days pass quickly. Surprisingly, the alien race did not reappear in the secret realm, which saved Jiang Chen a lot of trouble. Through her extensive network of connections, Ying Yinman finally found a prestigious institution. As agreed, Jiang Chen exchanged for a legendary hero soul, enabling Meng Tian to successfully advance to legendary rank. Ying Yinman became the second lord in Longyuan County, after Jiang Chen, to possess a legendary hero. Boom. This was Jiang Chen's 200th time defeating a secret realm boss. He was about to throw up. Hint. Your secret realm authority has reached 200 points, making you a secret realm guardian. Jiang Chen grinded for 7 or 8 hours every day and finally became a guardian of the secret realm. Looking at his newly acquired permissions, Jiang Chen smiled. Sealed teleportation point. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Chen caused all 3 teleportation points except the one leading to Longyuan County to dim and fall silent. Now we can confidently organize the other warlords in the town to farm the secret realm. At worst, we won't kill the boss. Even if Jiang Chen tried his best to farm, he could only do it a dozen times a day, and most of his attempts in the secret realm these days were wasted. These past 10 days or so, the number of lords in Longyuan County has shrunk to 36,000. Other counties in the Dragon Kingdom fared even worse, with losses almost halved. Certainly, the number of people has stabilized in recent days, indicating that most of those who wanted to leave have already done so. There are 3 days left until the settlement of the second county-level ranking competition. However, in everyone's eyes, Longhua County, which has suffered from severe population loss, has already been eliminated and lost its qualification to compete for the top 3. Except for Jiang Chen. I wonder what the agricultural index of several cherry blossom prefectures can reach. Ying Yinman said she could find out information, but there's still no news after all this time. Just then, beep beep beep. Ying Yinman sent a video request. Chapter 178 Victory is assured. Time to enjoy yourself? After the video call connected, Ying Yinman frowned and said, Jiang Chen, according to my intelligence and analysis, the top 5 counties in Sakura country currently have an agricultural index of at least 100 million. Or even 150 million. I've mobilized all resources for farming, but the agricultural index of my old Qin town is only 2.3 million. I've calculated that, excluding your Longyuan town, the agricultural index of our county is probably between 40 and 45 million, and Ying Yinman paused for a moment, then dropped a bombshell. According to reliable sources, a cherry blossom lord in Desan County has actually discovered a time-space farm, which is said to be operating at full capacity now, planting epic spirit items and increasing the agricultural index by millions every day. It was clear that Ying Yinman was somewhat disheartened. But when Jiang Chen heard about the 150 million agricultural index, he felt relieved. In the martial arts space, the Enlightenment tea tree has grown to the height of a person. Meanwhile, in the planting space, with Jiang Chen's relentless time acceleration, the sacred farmland had already been harvested 5 times, and the massive amount of spiritual items forced Jiang Chen to build several more warehouses. Currently, the work meals for ordinary Tianyin disciples within the territory are no less than epic quality. Jiang Chen calmly opened the interfaces for the county town and the small town. County Agricultural Index, 280 million. Town Agriculture Index, 237 million. It must be said that Ng Inman's intelligence was quite accurate. Apart from Longyuan Town, the agricultural index of Longyuan County, including all other towns, was about 43 million. This gave Jiang Chen even more confidence. But a time travel farm? That's interesting. Desan County has actually acquired the legendary time-space farm, something even he doesn't have. It can be redeemed in the glory battlefield, but Jiang Chen couldn't bear to part with his glory points. Yes, I must snatch it when I have time. At this moment, Ng Inman asked curiously, Jiang Chen, you also own a time-space farm. Your Longyuan town's agricultural index must be at least tens of millions, right? Can you tell me exactly how much? Jiang Chen sighed. It's better if you don't know. Otherwise you'll lose your motivation to strive. There are still 3 days until the settlement. Even if all the lords in Longyuan County stop production, they will still be firmly in first place and more confident than ever before. The tea tree, a mythical and spiritual being, is truly extraordinary. I know, you're afraid I'll lose confidence and give up, right? Ng Inman clearly misunderstood and sighed. Then I won't ask. Anyway, there are still 3 days left. Even if we have no hope of being in the top 3, we should still try our best to stay in the top 10 and get the attribute rewards. Jiang Chen gave a thumbs up. If we can get first place this time, we must give the big boss a big credit. The result was a roll of the eyes from Ng Inman. Stop joking. I'm going back to farming. After exchanging a few more words, Ng Inman hung up the call. At this moment, message notifications in the management group started going off like crazy. Zhu Yeqing. Jiang Chen, I just discovered that the other 3 teleportation points in the secret realm are all closed. You didn't do this, did you? Even through the words, one can feel Zhu Yeqing's shock. As people become more familiar with the dungeons, the different towns have started farming them separately. The 7 children of the Zhu family form a group. Old Qin Town brought Yinyu Town Yi Yiren along with him. Longyuan Town was led by Xia, who also led Yongye Town Xiao Wushang. Wei Ming, no way. It's only been a little over 10 days. Is the boss doing it 20 times a day? Jiang Chen's face darkened. Do you think I'm like you, always fooling around with your hero Eva? Wei Ming said, feeling wronged. We are truly in love, and I've decided to make Eva my wife. At this moment, Xia seemed to have also sent people to check the other teleportation points. Sure enough, Jiang Chen, you really did complete 200 teleportations. No wonder you sold so many sword dancer talismans. Jiang Chen naturally couldn't say that he still had most of the sword dancers' tokens left to use. The alien races will no longer appear. Yiren has taken the lead in allocating the slots for the secret realm. From today onwards, don't waste any of the 1,000 slots available each day for the secret realm. Zhu Yeqing said excitedly. In this way, it won't be long before our Longyuan County can be equipped with superior military units. If everyone works together, we might really be able to withstand the strongmen from the old districts. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, then opened the exchange to check the betting odds. 1 Desan County, 380 million spirit stones. 2 Beigu County, 310 million spirit stones. 3 Kailang County, 220 million spirit stones. 4. The betting pool currently only includes 8 counties, but the amount of spirit stones has already exceeded 1 billion. Free will is recognized as the best at technology and hard work. So many people are optimistic about Kailang County, while the others are cherry blossom counties. As for the county towns of Longhua, there are naturally none. Jiang Chen was not surprised by this. 1 billion spirit stones. Before the settlement in 3 days, the betting funds in the gambling arena will easily multiply several times over. This time, it's like getting 30 sacred grade farmlands for free, and there's still a profit to be made. This is awesome. After making sure everything was in order, Jiang Chen stretched. 15 days of Lord Slaughter, 3 days of Glory Battlefield, and another 10 days of dungeon runs. I've realized that I'm the real workhorse of the territory. After fighting for so long, it's time to enjoy ourselves. A flash of light. Jiang Chen's figure disappeared from the teleportation array. On Ghost 1. Sister Fanyinshan, I really envy you. I wonder when I'll grow up to be as big as you. Don't worry, little sister. Grow a little longer, and you'll have everything you need. Sis, do you think men all like your figure? He a man? Why don't you just say Lord? But I don't know what kind of cultivation technique Lord practices. His physique is getting better and better. Let me tell you last time. This woman is even more filthy than a man when she's alone with him. Zizaishan and Fanyinshan were playing in the water while chatting privately. Zizaishan's face was flushed, showing signs of being influenced by the mature and sophisticated Fanyinshan. Just then, the teleportation array at the bow of the ship flashed and shrank, and Jiang Chen appeared on the deck. The two women were startled and quickly stood up, explaining in unison. We're on rotating shifts, not slacking off. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The Pure Land is cool in summer, while the heaven of Brahma is pink temptation. Truly, they have distinct charms and their own unique appeal. Jiang Chen felt a surge of fire rising from the depths of his heart. Where is the Empress? Zizaishan said crisply. The Empress just went out to fight monsters. Not here. Jiang Chen frowned, then chuckled to himself, realizing he had been holding it in for far too long. Since it's a shift break, you can continue. Don't worry about me. After saying that, Jiang Chen changed into shorts with a click of the button, jumped into Huaqing Pool, found a warm jade dragon bed, and comfortably lay down. The Deva of Freedom was somewhat reserved, while the Deva of Brahma's voice had a captivating gaze. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind and slowly swam over. My lord, you've been working tirelessly for the territory these past few days. You must be exhausted. Let me help you relax. Zizaishan quickly replied. I'll do it. I'm an expert in massage. She has always considered herself Jiang Chen's personal massage therapist. Fan Yintian chuckled and said, Why don't we all come together? She took a deep breath and then submerged her head in the water. Zizaishan asked curiously, My massage skills are already at their peak, but I've never seen this kind of massage before. Chapter 179, Which sucker placed this bet? Hiss. Jiang Chen gasped, then waved his hand dismissively. The entire Huaqing Pool was covered by a protective shield, isolating it from the outside deck. Much later, Jiang Chen felt completely refreshed. This is what life is all about. I'm supposed to be the #1 lord of Jiao Prefecture, yet I'm stuck grinding monsters and upgrading resources every day. He wasn't originally someone who liked to endure hardship. These days, I've been forced into this situation by various activities of the heavenly Tao. Now that the agricultural rankings were practically in his grasp, Jiang Chen decided to take a short vacation. Huaqing Pool can restore one's spirit, and the water of the water life can restore one's physical strength. Under the double pressure, Jiang Chen spent 3 days living a shameless life at sea. Period. Because Jiang Chen's territory's manpower was shifted towards resources, the territory quickly upgraded to level 10, and the territory area increased to 550,000 square meters. A vast territory with a diameter of over 700 meters, a majestic city wall nearly 10 meters high, buildings standing side by side within the city walls, and streets clean and tidy. Jiang Chen's territory has begun to resemble a city. 3 days later at noon, Yi Yiren set up a video conference room. She sighed and said, The competition in this county-level ranking competition is too fierce. I just hope we can make it into the top 10. Yin Man, however, was full of confidence. According to my intelligence, a top 10 finish should be no problem. That's good. And Shushan nodded and said, Although we don't have the town's luck, it's not bad that all the lords in the county have all their attributes increased by 5. At least everyone's efforts weren't in vain. Immediately afterwards, she joked, Jiang Chen, the betting pool is about to close. You're not going to suddenly bet 10 million spirit stones on our Lanyuan County again this time, are you? Jiang Chen immediately shook his head. 10 million? Am I crazy? Even though half of the lords of the Dragon Kingdom have moved away, Jiao Prefecture still has nearly 20 million lords. Even if only 1% of them harbor the idea of making a big profit with a small investment, betting a few spirit stones in each county Longyuan County would still have hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. So 10 million is not enough? He glanced at the time. 11:48. 2 minutes left. At this moment, the little fox said angrily, "The Japanese are starting to make a fuss again. Especially that Ryuichi Kitatani. His words are just so awful." And Chuxia said, Yeah, be good. Let's not look at the chat channel, so you won't get angry." "That's right," Zhu Yeshuan said. "I haven't opened the state government channel for 10 days. Sigh, the little fox shrugged, its ears twitching. "I know, but I just can't help it." Wei Ming offered a weak consolation. In the past 2 months, every single one of the Sakura lords who dared to challenge the boss Kamaya Yuichi, Muto Sora, Takeda Shinichi, is now dead, their graves overgrown with weeds. "I often think about this, and it makes me feel much better." The group chatted back and forth, each taking turns speaking. Although they were chatting and laughing, there was a sense of finding joy and hardship about it. There's nothing we can do about it. If you can fight back, who would want to put up with this? But the truth is that they are not as skilled as others. In this county-level ranking competition, all the county teams from Longwo were wiped out. Their subsequent infighting will only bring shame upon themselves. So these days, the state channel has become the private domain of the Cherry Blossom Lord, with only occasional lords from the United States and India jumping out to chime in. It seems that even India, that opportunist, has completely sided with Japan. Jiang Chen sighed. An alliance without the constraints of strength is so fragile. Borneo District. AP stood side by side with a bald lord. Behind the two stood hundreds of epic-level units called Buddha. The bald lord put his hands together and said, "County Magistrate, haven't we been getting too close to Japan lately? China is our ally." Apu replied casually, "Master Amar, if the Dragon Kingdom has a chance to seize Jiaoao Prefecture, it will indeed bring us greater benefits. Judging from the current situation, the Dragon Kingdom's lord is powerless to reverse the situation. If the people of China truly consider us friends, they should be tolerant and understanding of our betrayal. Otherwise, they are simply being unreasonable. What do you say?" The bald lord thought for a moment and agreed. "Svaha. I never imagined that the county magistrate's understanding of Buddhism was so profound that it's hard to refute him." "Master Amar, you flatter me." AP smiled, then added, "Besides, in this county ranking, our Borneo County might have a chance to compete for first place. I believe that the Sakura Kingdom will offer us satisfactory terms." Wei County. Damn Japanese. And that damn Qingyu. If nearly half of the Dragon Kingdom lords in our county hadn't moved away, would we be suffering this humiliation? Chao Ziqing gritted his teeth as he watched the Sakura lords on the state channel, who seemed to have victory in their grasp. Then, he looked at a 2-meter-tall, ugly young lord beside him. "Old Dian, what do you think would happen to the Japanese if they dared to make such a fuss in the fourth heaven?" The ugly boy was named Dian Kong, from the Dian family, a powerful clan of military lords, and also the most powerful military lord in Wei County. It is said that Dian Kang's aptitude has reached grade B, and he has also awakened a mysterious bloodline, which allows him to become stronger by eating. Even Zhu Yeching said that if he didn't activate the 7-star fate point, he probably wouldn't be a match for Dian Kong. During the first county-level ranking competition, Dian Kong single-handedly carried Wei County to tens of millions of kill points. Hearing Chao Ziqing's words, Dian Kong was bewildered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "Our ancestors will beat them to a pulp." "Ha ha." Chao Ziqing laughed loudly, and then said, "Old Dian, let's hurry up and upgrade, and strive to start the war against the heavens within 10 years and ascend to the 6th heaven." Dian Kong asked doubtfully, "Ziqing, didn't you say you wanted to build up a force in the 7th heaven to resist the Japanese and restore the prestige of the Dragon Kingdom?" "Stop." Chao Ziqing interrupted Dian Kong. "That was before. Who knew Qingyu would turn out like this? Not only does it not provide support to us Warzone lords, but it also keeps sabotaging us. I'm not putting up with this anymore." Dian Kong suddenly said, "Ziqing, look. The betting pool is locked." Chao Ziqing showed no interest whatsoever. "What's so interesting about this? Is someone trying to suppress our Wei County?" "There is pressure from some people, but not much," Dian Kong said with a regretful look. I wonder which fool bet 100 million spirit stones from Longyuan County. If that were given to me, old Dian, how much spirit meat could I buy? Chao Ziqing was taken aback. He suddenly remembered a legend. It is said that someone in Longyuan County always likes to bet on themselves in the last few seconds. Holy crap, 100 million! Zhu Yeshuan exclaimed in surprise. Who's this sucker? Could it be that someone with Parkinson's disease accidentally placed the wrong bet? After all, she moved to Longyuan County later, so she didn't experience the time when Jiang Chen was indiscriminately betting in various gambling games. Those who had been following Jiang Chen from the beginning, including Ying Man, all stared wide-eyed at him in disbelief. The little fox cried with a mournful face. What? She had barely begun to speak when Ying Man and Chu Xiao, Wei Ming, and Huang Xian interrupted her in unison. Ye made another mistake worth 100 million. The little fox looked aggrieved. Why did you steal my lines? Then she looked at Jiang Chen with anticipation and asked, Brother Jiang Chen, is it really you? Jiang Chen, however, said with an unfriendly expression, who just mentioned Parkinson's? Chapter 180, A Reasonable Deduction. The Land Reclamation Technique. Jiang Chen's reaction instantly confirmed everyone's suspicions. So, what the boss meant when he said, how could we possibly bet 10 million? Wasn't that it was too much, but rather that it was too little. If we really can take first place, wouldn't that mean that soon all the thousands of towns in our Longyuan County will have 4 points of luck? Back then, those mayors of Sakura Town fought tooth and nail for just 2 points of luck. Now that I think about it, it's pathetic, and laughable. Ha ha ha, it's all because we have a boss. If someone else had said that, their reaction would have been something like, are you crazy? Or impossible. But Jiang Chen already has a long criminal record, and he even did something as outrageous as electing himself as the county magistrate. Therefore, they had already largely come to believe it. The most shocked person was Ying Man. Since Jiang Chen dared to bet 100 million spirit stones, he must be very confident. Others are unaware of the situation in Longyuan County. However, based on the intelligence from Xian Xiningjia, she had already roughly determined the agricultural index of each town in Longyuan County. If you calculate it this way, Longyuan Town alone has contributed at least 100 million agricultural index points. Ying Man instantly recalled their conversation from 3 days ago. The reason Jiang Chen didn't tell him the specifics wasn't because he was afraid she would give up. Instead, they're afraid they won't make any money. Thinking of this, Ying Man said dejectedly, I've been tricked by this guy again. She's not short of money, but she feels really annoyed because she's always kept in the dark like a fool. After the initial surprise, everyone was curious about where Jiang Chen got his confidence from, or rather, how he did it. Could it be, Zhu Yeching suddenly exclaimed in surprise, could it be that Boss Jiang reached the 3rd level in the Glory Battlefield back then, and the 3rd level exchange includes legendary items like the time-space farm? Everyone's eyes lit up. That's very possible. Little Zhu is so smart. We were prejudiced and thought no one could reach the 3rd level. But we overlooked the fact that Jiang Chen is the recipient of the Golden Battle name and has suppressed the God Clan and the Demon Clan with his own strength. Moreover, the 2nd county level ranking competition was announced just before leaving the Glory Battlefield. Boss can definitely redeem items strategically. If the boss were to exchange for 10 or 8 times space farms. Jiang Chen ignored everyone's speculations and looked at the betting table again. 1 Desan County, 921 million spirit stones. 2 Beigu County, 781 million spirit stones. 3 Borneo, 758 million reals. 4 Kalang County, 728 million spirit stones. 8 Longyuan County, 100.7 million spirit stones. Jiang Chen was right. At the last minute, a massive amount of gambling funds poured in again. In particular, Borneo County saw a sudden surge of 300 million spirit stones at the last minute, surpassing Kalang County. It seems that some people are very confident in their farming abilities. Many lords also harbored the intention of finding bargains. All 32 counties in Diaozhou were bet on, with some betting as little as tens of thousands of yuan. Although Longyuan County has only tens of thousands of people, it has benefited from having Jiang Chen, the county magistrate who has repeatedly created miracles, with bets under his name reaching as high as 700,000. 4.6 billion spiritual stones. Jiang Chen looked at the total amount in the gambling pool, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Not only did I get 40 sacred grade spirit fields for free, but I also earned an extra 2 billion spirit stones. On the state government channel, more and more people have also noticed the anomalies in Longyuan County. The atmosphere instantly became lively. Even many lords of the Dragon Kingdom have chimed in. Holy crap, Longyuan County has gained an extra 100 million spirit stones. I've bet 100 spirit stones in each county. Am I going to snag a bargain? Longyuan County has odds of 45.6. Don't be too happy yet. Borneo County has suddenly gained an extra 300 million spirit stones. This shows that the Indians are more confident. I wonder which is more powerful, Longyuan County or Paluo County. Or are they both idiots? Chao Ziqing asked with delight. Could the rumors be true? Is Brother Jiang Chen really a cheat code? Even if Chao Ziqing's Wei County fails to make the list, as long as Yinghua County doesn't get first place, it's fine. Li Zhenai, Apu, Alexei, and the others either frowned, were shocked, or were curious. They had no idea. Especially for Apu. He wouldn't have staked 300 million spirit stones from his own county if he wasn't confident. In another 10 minutes, we will know the outcome. So they held back and didn't jump out to mock Jiang Chen, lest they be embarrassed later. Ryuichi Kitatani shouted. Even if all tens of thousands of people in Longyuan County were farming lords, it wouldn't make up for the difference in numbers. Has Jiang Chen gone mad? Suddenly, his expression turned serious, and he said, could it be I know now? Jiang Chen has probably obtained some kind of artifact of faith. He's just trying to promote himself. Ryuichi Kitatani racked his brains to find a reasonable excuse. But some people actually applauded and agreed. Kimi Kirani truly lives up to his reputation as the sleeping dragon and phoenix chick of our great Sakura Empire. Toyotomi Hidaichi, being a learned man, suddenly realized. The so-called power of faith is directional emotion, whether positive or negative after all. Black and red are still red. As long as we are shocked by Jiang Chen's actions now, he can gain faith power. And when we all mock him later, he can harvest another wave of faith power. Jiang Chen is willing to become a laughingstock for the sake of faith. He truly has the demeanor of a hero. Attention fellow countrymen in Japan. So please hold back and don't laugh at him, so that he won't end up with nothing. The other cherry blossom lords seemed to understand, but they all agreed. But immediately, the cherry blossom lord said, but I just can't control my thoughts. I can't help but keep thinking about Jiang Chen. Ryuichi Kitatani exclaimed. That's what makes Jiang Chen so terrifying. He's mastered the art of understanding human nature to the extreme. Even the people of Longyuan County who had just guessed the truth looked at Jiang Chen with suspicion. Jiang Chen was speechless. Although this explanation is reasonable, but it must be said that Ryuichi Kitatani has a big imagination. It's a shame he doesn't write novels. 10 minutes passed quickly amidst the speculation, confusion, and astonishment of the crowd. Announcement. The rankings for the second county-level qualifying competition in Jiaoyou Prefecture are now being released. 10th place in the county ranking competition, Heiata Prefecture. Reward. Mayor Heiata Yumi plus 20 to all attributes. All citizens plus 5 to all attributes. Heiata Town luck plus 2. Heiata Prefecture is not particularly strong, and whether it can make the list is entirely uncertain. Now that it has barely made it onto the list, all the lords of Heiata Prefecture erupted in cheers. 9th place in the county-level ranking competition. 8th place in the county-level ranking competition. Soon, the rankings have been announced, with 6th place. All the counties that have already made the list are cherry blossom prefectures. Although he had guessed this outcome, the Dragon Kingdom Lord was still somewhat somber for a moment. After all, the luck reward is only one aspect. It also represents 1 million lords in a county, with all their attributes increased by 5. Although it may not be much, the gap between people is widened little by little in this way. And Chu Xiao sighed. If it weren't for Qingyu's announcement, or even if the announcement had been released half a month later, Wei County and Hosong County would have had a very high chance of being on the list. Especially Wei County. Zhu Yiqing nodded. The Chao family's Tunshin technique is an epic-level farming skill. Back then, even my Zhu family's ancestor, His Majesty the Ming Emperor, personally sought to purchase a batch from the Chao family. Jiang Chen's heart stirred. The renowned families in the Dragon Kingdom all possess excellent skills. Jiang Chen had already tasted the sweetness of the previous glass of wine. I must get a copy of The Art of Land Reclamation from Chao Ziqing if I get the chance. Ng Man suddenly said. At this critical juncture, you should stop thinking about those unnecessary things and focus more on Lonyuan County. The little fox pouted and said, but Brother Jiang Chen always looked so calm and collected. You can't tell anything from his face. Wei Ming flattered him in a teasing tone, saying, our boss is a cunning old fox. How could we mere mortals possibly fathom his thoughts? Old fox. The little fox tried hard to see Jiang Chen's buttocks clearly and asked in confusion, is Brother Jiang Chen a fox too? Jiang Chen. Wei Ming. Chapter 181, A series of slaps in the face. A perfect start. The threat of the old server. Just then, the 5th place has been announced. 5th place in the county ranking competition, Kitani County. Reward. County Chief Kitani Reiuchi plus 20 to all attributes. All county residents plus 5 to all attributes. Kitani Town's fortune plus 2. After a moment of silence. 5th place? Ryuichi Kitatani cried out in shock. Our Beigu County is aiming for 1st place. How could we possibly be 5th? Beigu County and Desan County are the 2 favorites to win 1st place in this county ranking competition. After all, they are all fully staffed county towns with strong financial resources. The early elimination of Beigu County, however, greatly pleased the lords of the Dragon Kingdom. Huh? Chao Ziqing asked curiously. Beigu, I remember you were the one shouting the loudest just now. So what's with this 5th place? Baka, Kitani Ryuichi roared in fury. Chao Ziqing, how dare you mock me? One day you'll fall into my hands, and I'll skin you alive and tear your tendons out of your body, making you wish you were dead. Ha! Chao Ziqing laughed loudly. I love your useless barking. You idiot. Believe it or not, I'll send troops right now and wipe out your Wei County. Hidaichi Toyota quickly comforted him. Kitatani-kun, victory and defeat are common in war, so don't take it too seriously. Kitaya, however, immediately turned his gun on Toyotomi like a mad dog. Toyotomi-kun, you must be feeling relieved right now, right? Relieved that you no longer have me, your biggest rival. Toyotomi Hidaichi frowned. He thought to himself that this guy really didn't know what was good for him. However, I can't very well admit that I'm actually very happy. Toyotomi Hidaichi said calmly. Kitani-kun, you're joking. I just think you take rankings far too seriously. You've even lost your composure because of it, bringing shame upon our great Sakura Empire Bakayuru. Toyotomi Hidaichi had only spoken half of his sentence when he burst into a tirade of profanities. 4th place in the county ranking competition, Desan County. Reward. County Magistrate Toyotomi Hidaichi plus 20 to all attributes. All county residents plus 5 to all attributes. Desan Town's fortune plus 2. Impossible. Toyotomi Hidaichi grabbed his hair. My Desan County is aiming for 1st place. How could we only be 4th? Ryuichi Kitatani sneered. I hope Toyotomi-kun won't repeat my words. Toyotomi Hidaichi had no time to argue with Kitatani. He forced himself to calm down, gritting his teeth. The rewards for 4th through 10th place are exactly the same. If I were only aiming for the top 10, why would I need to go to such lengths? I wouldn't even be willing to spend a huge sum of money to accelerate the time in the time farm. How could Poro Town and Keilang Town be so strong? And that 3rd county town, could it really be Lonyuan County? Toyotomi Hidaichi was filled with mixed emotions, but he could only stare intently at the list, wishing the rankings would be announced immediately. In Lonyuan County, apart from Jiang Chen, everyone else held their breath. Almost there. They hadn't had high hopes, but with the outcome right before their eyes, they suddenly became anxious and uncertain. They never imagined that a mere few minutes would feel so long. Soon. 3rd place in the county ranking competition, Keilang County. Reward. County Chief Austin plus 30 to all attributes. All county residents plus 10 to all attributes. Keilang Town luck plus 3. Borneo District. Heh, I didn't expect that Japan's two biggest rivals would be eliminated so quickly. It's really disappointing. Apu looked smug, offering his critiques. Kalang County is quite impressive. With a population of hundreds of thousands, they actually managed to get third place. These people seem to have forgotten that although we Indians are not as technologically advanced as the United States, nor as culturally rich as China, we have a lot of farmers, the Baldemar said proudly. With so many farmers, there are naturally many farming lords. AP was also keeping a close eye on the rankings. This second county-level ranking competition can be said to have been set up specifically for our Indian country. If we can win first place this time, we can definitely gain more benefits from Japan. The words had barely left his mouth. Second place in the county ranking competition, Borneo County. Rewards. County Chief AP 50 to all attributes. All citizens of Borneo County 20 to all attributes. Borneo Town's fortune +5, and other towns in Borneo County 1. AP's words still echoed in my ears, but their smiles had frozen on their faces. Lonyuan County. Whoosh. A burst of cheers erupted from the crowd. Even though they are big shots in the eyes of ordinary people, they are still teenagers around 20 years old. Most importantly, Lonyuan County once again turned the tide against all odds under seemingly impossible circumstances. It's truly magical. Boss is awesome. I'm completely convinced. Xiaozhu, I remember you were completely convinced last time, right? Long live brother Jiang Chen. Long live the fox. Wei Ming shuddered and pleaded. Yeah, that's enough. Isn't this joke over already? He was afraid that if this joke spread further and further, Jiang Chen would come after him in the future. And Chu Xia teased, why don't you become a son-in-law of the Heavenly Fox clan, Jiang Chen? Then you can be considered half a fox. Jiang Chen sighed. That's another story. It seemed that heaven knew that once the second place was announced, the first place would no longer be in doubt, so it did not delay and announced it quickly. First place in the county ranking competition, Lonyuan County, will be rewarded with County Chief Jiang Chen +100 to all attributes, all county residents +40 to all attributes, Lonyuan Town's fortune +10, and all other towns in Lonyuan County +2. 10,000 golden rays shone down over Lonyuan County. Each ray of golden light landed on the head of a lord of Lonyuan County. Everyone went crazy. I've gained another 40 points to all my attributes. Including the 40 attribute points from last time, it's 80 points now. With this 80-star combat power, I, at level 40, can now completely rival those geniuses with D-level aptitude. Furthermore, we, with fewer than 30 people, have the privilege of owning a small town with 4 points of luck all to ourselves. I doubt many top-tier second-generation leaders even have this kind of treatment. Haha, perfect start. We've got a perfect start. If those lords who moved away in the last few days get the news, they'll probably be kicking themselves. Damn it, Lonyuan County is our home. Even if the old lord of Sakura District really comes, I'll either crush them or be crushed by them. Yes, we'll die in Lonyuan County. Although we only have 30,000 lords, every inch of our land is bought with blood. 30,000 youths make for 30,000 soldiers. All the lords in Lonyuan County are in high spirits and united in their determination. Perhaps some of these slogans are just creating a certain atmosphere. But morale is high. Jiang Chen clenched his fist, feeling the increase of 100 points in all attributes, and smiled with satisfaction. Several lords were right. That's what you call a perfect start. In any new server, whether it's the lord rankings, the town rankings, or the county rankings, once you miss it forever. There will never be a chance to make amends. Even if Ng Man is the first emperor's own daughter and the second-generation leader of the Dragon Kingdom, it's not acceptable. Unless we withdraw from the region, we'll fight again next year. After leaving the region, the heroes who were transformed from legendary lords like Meng Tian could only disband on the spot and become human spirits, who would be summoned by some lucky lord many years later. Ng Man would never do that. To put it extremely, because of meeting Jiang Chen, Ng Man permanently lost hundreds of points in all her attributes. It can be said that meeting Jiang Chen ruined her life. This is also why Jiang Chen disregarded in Luoshi's repeated instructions and was willing to expose his strength to win first place in various ranking competitions. The town's fortune has reached 77 points. Monsters evolve, resources mutate, and space expands. The recruitment cycle for the Hill King and the Dwarf King's palace has been shortened again, with one available every 10 days. The dragon vein effect of Jiang Chen town has been enhanced once again. It's a pity that no new special effects appeared. It's estimated that the town's luck will only be available after it reaches 100 points. At this moment, Ing Man took out the luck gambling token again and waved it at the camera. Jiang Chen, the luck of each town has reached 4 points. Should we start the luck aggregation now? The town's fortune increases by 4 points, doubling the effect of each fortune aggregation. But Jiang Chen laughed and said, "Don't forget, everyone, there's still a county-level ranking competition. If we start gathering now, we'll have to come back for it later." Everyone was speechless. I thought to myself, "You're really confident." And Chu Xiao sighed, "But, given the nature of this heavenly Tao, I'm afraid the third county-level ranking competition will be combined with the battle for the prefectural lord again. Boss Jiang, and all my brothers and sisters, I'm not trying to discourage you," Yi Yiren suddenly said. "When we were at the second point of our fortune, Keilang County had already made it clear that they wanted to take over Longyuan County. Now we have 4 points of luck, and the population of the county has decreased again, leaving only 30,000 in the past 100 years. No county or town on Earth has had such a rich history. It will probably attract attention soon." "I understand what you mean, but so what?" Jiang Chen interrupted Yi Yiren softly, saying indifferently, "A person who is not envied is mediocre. If you are afraid of this and that, you might as well move away as soon as possible. The heartland of China is the safest place." Jiang Chen is right. If the Sakura country and Free will want war, then we'll give them war. Ingyan Manyan loudly echoed, then chuckled. "I thought only Xiao Zhu could say something so childish." Zhu Yeqing, who had been listening with great enthusiasm, was immediately dampened by Ing Inman's teasing and muttered under her breath, "I call this youthful spirit, okay? You old sly devils, you can't even have that kind of youthful charm." After chatting for a few more minutes, Yi Yiren closed the video chat. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and sent a message to Chuxia. "Chuxia, open the portal to the territory. I'll give you some extra help." Apart from Ing Man and the 7th child of the Zhu family, the others have too shallow a foundation, although they were already beyond the reach of ordinary lords. But in Jiang Chen's opinion, it was still too weak. This county-level ranking competition is equivalent to challenging the bottom line of the Sakura Kingdom once again. From now on, the strong from the old Sakura region may arrive at any time. Chapter 182, Ready to Descend. The Fawning Dwarf King. Keilang County. 5 white men and women huddled together, each with a furrowed brow. Each of them was no less powerful than Andre, whom Jiang Chen had killed. County Chief Austin was incredibly lucky to obtain a legendary military token just 1 month after the district opened. That is why he was dispatched to Jiaoao Prefecture by the higher-ups of Free Will to counter Jiang Chen's dragon. A curvaceous blonde girl said, "We only rank 3rd. It's one thing to lose to those farmers from Borneo County, but Longyuan County only has over 30,000 lords left, right?" Austin sighed and said, "Claire, have you forgotten Jiang Chen's ranking in the glory battlefield?" "You mean glory points?" "But even if he exchanged them all for spirit fields and spirit seeds, it's impossible." Claire was only halfway through her sentence when she suddenly thought of a possibility and widened her eyes. "You mean, Jiang Chen reached 10 million points and unlocked the 3-tiered exchange list of the glory battlefield?" "This is the most reasonable explanation at the moment." Austin nodded. "Perhaps the 3rd-level battlefield can be used to exchange for farming artifacts, like the time-space farm." Claire was speechless. His luck is too good. It feels like the heavens are helping him with every step he takes. Jiang Chen's rise to power has long been thoroughly investigated by various powerful forces. When the Heavenly Tao announced the hero power rankings, Jiang Chen opened a treasure chest and unexpectedly obtained a hero of a higher level. When the Heavenly Tao announced the troop strength ranking, Jiang Chen created his own superior troop type. When the Heavenly Tao released the resource collection list, Jiang Chen encountered the Hall of Reputation and exchanged tens of thousands of excellent treasure chests. There are just too many of these coincidences. It was as if Jiang Chen was the heavenly Tao's own son, no, his own father. 10 million points isn't something you can achieve just by luck. Austin shook his head. Even with the best luck, you still need enough strength to back it up. Besides the dragon, he must have other trump cards. At least I'm no match for him. What good is it if one person is strong? Can he take on an entire county? Claire sneered. This Jiang Chen is really out of touch with reality. We've already offered a sky-high price of 1 billion spirit stones, but he just won't give up the position of county magistrate of Lonyuan County. After the battle for the prefecture, he won't get a single spirit stone. Eh, Austin chuckled, his eyes gleaming. Luckily, he didn't know what was good for him, otherwise Lonyuan County wouldn't be where it is today. The county-level ranking competition covers various fields. In most cases, a county can only achieve good results in its own area of expertise. For example, India has the most farming lords, so its ranking in the field of warfare naturally drops. A place as eerie as Lonyuan County is truly a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. It can be said that after all the towns gained 4 points of luck, the value of Lonyuan County increased several times over. Sudden, Austin raised an eyebrow and smiled. Hee hee. Perhaps we can acquire ownership of Lonyuan County without even waiting for the battle for the prefecture capital. Claire was taken aback, then exclaimed with delight. Could it be that Japan is about to make a move? That's right, Austin said happily. The Cherry Blossom Lord of District 663 is preparing to descend and requires our cooperation. Ha ha, Claire laughed loudly. It seems that Jiang Chen has really pushed the Sakura people to their limits this time. Austin said to his companions, we're coming from District 663. We only need to register 3 days in advance. Let's get ready to take over Lonyuan County. Claire exclaimed excitedly. The title of First Hill King of the Dwarf Palace belongs to me also. I don't like the name Dragon Abyss County. Let me think of a better name to change it to. It seems this girl has already decided that Lonyuan County is hers for the taking. The others exchanged glances, looking helpless. Although Austin was the strongest, Claire was the highest in status, not only because her surname was Ross, but also because of her high seniority. Oh, the city lord is here too. Jiang Chen had just stepped out of the teleportation portal in Enchuxia's territory when he found Luoxi there, standing side by side with Enchuxia in front of the portal. Jiang Chen, you really are. Looking at Jiang Chen, Luoxi simply didn't know how to describe it. She hadn't had any hope for Lonyuan County's agricultural index ranking, and hadn't even paid much attention to it. But just as she was handling official business in Donghai City, she suddenly received a notification. Note: the administrator in Luoxi has been promoted to level 4 privileges for her meritorious service in nurturing new members at the Two Realms altar in Donghai City. Level 4 access? Keep in mind that she had just been promoted to level 3 administrator 2 months ago. She immediately thought of the county-level ranking competition and then used her administrator privileges to enter the new area. The results showed that Lonyuan County not only achieved a good ranking, but also came in first place. I heard you're going to give Chu Xia some special treatment? I've come to check it out. And Luoxi said with a forced smile. But let me make it clear beforehand, I really don't have any money, so I'll have to pay you back for now. I'll pay it back slowly. Anyway, I'll never be able to pay it all back in this lifetime. Jiang Chen offered a word of comfort, then looked around and asked, where's Greenie? Greenie led the team out to grind monsters. What happened? Jiang Chen didn't waste any words and directly took out the legendary hero's soul. Hopefully, after advancing, Greenie's command of dwarf troops will reach level A. The mother and daughter were both stunned. The legendary hero's soul? And Luoxi, being a man of many experiences, quickly regained his senses. She seemed to have realized something and said incredulously, could it be that all 4 of your heroes have been promoted to legendary quality? Jiang Chen sighed inwardly, realizing that he had revealed 1% of his true strength. This is also why he had previously refused to reveal the legendary hero's soul to the outside world. No one would trade a treasure like the soul of a legendary hero if their own hero is still an epic hero. Fortunately, the mother and daughter in front of him were still trustworthy. Even without Jiang Chen's instructions, they knew what to say and what not to say. He smiled at Enchuxia and said, from now on, We'll be relying on director and to work on confusing public opinion. Recovering from her shock, and Chu Xiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and sighed. For legendary heroes. No wonder you won the gold medal. This was your biggest trump card all along. You've been hiding it really well. You used all 20,000 reputation points to exchange for hero souls, didn't you? You sold one to Sister Ing, and this is the other one in front of me. Speaking of which, and Chu Xiao was deeply moved. Soon, upon returning to his territory and learning the whole story, Greenie was overjoyed and danced with excitement. Jiang Chen extended his hand. Greenie understood immediately and lowered his body, placing his shoulder under Jiang Chen's palm so that Jiang Chen could pat him. Young man, keep up the good work. Greenie immediately flashed a fawning smile. If there's anything you need in the future, Lord Jiang Chen, just give the order, and I'll go through fire and water for you. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this attitude. From now on, if anyone says that dwarves are straightforward, Jiang Chen will be the first to disagree. And Chu Xia couldn't stand it anymore. Greenie, are you going to pretend you don't exist? Greenie protested. My lord, in my opinion, you and Lord Jiang Chen will be family sooner or later, so it doesn't matter who I serve. He's quite capable and speaks very well. Greenie is truly a talented person. Soon, the light that symbolized the hero's advancement dissipated from Greenie, and Chu Xiao immediately checked Greenie's attributes and cheered. Great. A rank domination. Greenie has a rank domination against both the Mountain King and the Storm Guardian. Jiang Chen said with satisfaction. It's really good. Apart from in Chu Xia, the heroes and troop types of Xiaohuli and Wei Ming and Longyuan Town are not well matched and are not worth advancing to legendary status. However, Jiang Chen recently revealed many epic and superior grade hero souls. Apart from heroes like the Branch Master who cannot advance due to the quality suppression of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, most of the other heroes under their command have already advanced to epic rank. And Luoshi suddenly sighed and said, You risked exposing your strength and bringing out the legendary hero's soul because you're worried that the Sakura Kingdom might make a move next. That's right. Jiang Chen didn't deny it. After all, having another legendary hero increases our chances of winning. Although Chu Xia's strength is not as good as Ing Inmon's right now, it's not far off. Certainly. Another important purpose of training in Chu Xiao and others is to appropriately conceal his dazzling brilliance. After numerous battles and rankings by heaven, the percentages of his revealed trump cards are probably close to 10%. That's too dangerous. District 663. An obese cherry blossom lord is operating atop a giant altar. This is the Ascendant Platform, a building that requires 18 books to unlock, specifically used for ascending to the upper realm or descending to the lower realm. Chapter 183 The Strongest in the Old District. The Valley God. Heavenly Grade Agricultural Development Technique. The rooftop feature is very powerful, but it also has significant limitations. For example, if an old lord wants to descend to the lower realm, he cannot bring his territory with him. At most, only the lord, hero, and troops can descend. Furthermore, the longer the time span of the arrival in a region, the higher the consumption and the longer the registration time required. Holy crystals, phantom sea, sand. Why are the materials for descending into the new server so expensive also? Descending 100 units actually requires the inner core of a legendary monster? A portly cherry blossom lord looked at the information relayed from the ascension platform, his face contorted with pain, then turned to the platform and pitifully said, I don't want to be born anymore. Is that all right? Below the rooftop, the elegant-looking cherry blossom lord searched for the multiverse mall while offering advice. All expenses for this trip to the new district will be reimbursed by the military, and we will also receive a large subsidy, so it's a very good deal. The obese lord turned around with difficulty and said in a simple-minded manner, Toyotomi-kun, your brother actually needs to ask for support from our old district to deal with a mere commoner lord from the Dragon Kingdom. Is he a good-for-nothing? The lord of the Qingxiu clan is named Toyotomi Yame, and is the older brother of Toyotomi Hidaichi, the governor of Tokuyama Prefecture. Although the obese lord had a simple and honest face, and even his behavior was clumsy and laughable, Toyotomi Yame dared not be negligent in the slightest. Because the fat man in front of them is a Shikigami lord who has signed a permanent contract with the evil god of the spirit world, gluttony. This guy once single-handedly devoured dozens of powerful lords at the level of town mayors. If things get out of control, they'll even eat their own people. To increase the persuasiveness, Toyotomi Yoruichi said solemnly, "This Dragon Kingdom lord named Jiang Chen is not to be underestimated. Rumors are circulating in the main world that Jiang Chen is a genius comparable to Zhu Yuanzhang of the Ming dynasty. If we don't kill him, he will become a major threat to our Sakura Kingdom in the seventh heaven sooner or later." Certainly. Not to mention China. Even Japan produces several geniuses every year who are comparable to Emperor Jimmu. In reality, it was nothing more than mutual flattery between businesses. So Toyotomi Yame added at the end, "Moreover, Jiang Chen possesses 12 giant dragons." A dragon? The obese lord licked his lips. "It must taste delicious. I'm going to the new district to eat dragons." "It's done." Seeing the obese lord complete the registration, Toyotomi Yomiai smiled. Although he believed that with his extra 3 years, even if his level was suppressed, he would be more than capable of dealing with Jiang Chen. His legendary unit, the Sword Saint, has a B-level skill that has generally reached its peak. The skill alone adds more than 1,500 stars to the combat power, not to mention the advantages in equipment and skills. Moreover, to ensure everything went smoothly, the military sent over 100 warlords to join the campaign. But even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. By bringing in that perverted Shindai hero, we can ensure that nothing goes wrong. Sudden. The obese lord, Shindai Boar, rubbed his belly and said with a troubled expression, "Thinking about food suddenly makes me a little hungry. Toyotomi-kun, would you like to stay for a simple meal?" Toyotomi Yomiai's expression changed slightly, but he forced a smile and said, "I won't disturb your enjoyment any longer, Kamishiro-kun." After saying that, they rushed into the teleportation array. Goodness, if they stay, they might become guests, or they might become snacks. When that evil god, gluttony, goes berserk, it doesn't care about friend or foe, or even personal relationships. Beep beep beep. Jiang Chen had just returned to his territory when he received an unexpected video request. He answered immediately and laughed. "Brother Zicheng, what advice do you have for me?" Chao Zicheng got straight to the point and said earnestly, "I want to buy some high-quality spiritual items from Brother Jiang Chen." Jiang Chen thought to himself, "Just as I expected. Lanyuan County ranks first in agricultural index, and anyone with a brain can guess that this must be Jiang Chen's achievement. The most widely accepted theory right now is that the third level of the glory battlefield can be exchanged for a large number of time farms. Therefore, everyone believed that Jiang Chen must possess a vast amount of spiritual items. And that is indeed the case. Since they were both lords of the Dragon Kingdom, Jiang Chen naturally had no reason to refuse Chao Zicheng's offer to buy. But, seeing that Jiang Chen remained silent, Chao Zicheng immediately added, "To be honest, the Jiankong brothers possess a special talent skill. As long as they consume high-quality food, they can rapidly increase their attributes. Eating it will make you stronger?" Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "What are the specific effects?" Soon, the giant like Jiankong appeared in the video. Although Jiankong was not good at expressing himself, Jiang Chen still roughly understood the effect of the skill, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. "This skill is practically tailor-made for me. What the territory has in abundance right now is all kinds of high-quality spiritual items. If this skill were used in the Heavenly Sound Pavilion..." Jiang Chen suppressed his excitement. "To be honest, I have a lot of high-quality spiritual items. But as Brother Zicheng knows, I just earned 4.6 billion spirit stones, so I'm not short of money. You know what? It's quite satisfying to talk to someone like Chao Zicheng, a top-tier second-generation rich kid, about how much money he has. What does Brother Jiang Chen want?" "I want the land reclamation technique and the skills of the Jiankong brothers." Chao Zicheng's expression changed slightly, and he said with difficulty, "The art of land reclamation is a secret skill passed down only within my Chao family." But as soon as he finished speaking, he received a notification from the exchange. Note: Lord Jiang Chen has mailed you Dragon Tooth Rice Legendary 1, Moon Soul Fruit Legendary 1, an azure nether fruit legendary via the exchange. It is said legend. Chao Zicheng stammered. Brother Jiang Chen, besides Time Farm, you don't have a legendary farmer either, do you? Jiang Chen smiled and said, Brother Zicheng, why don't you consider it? Chao Zicheng's expression was uncertain. He had originally planned to exchange for a batch of epic spirit items, but Jiang Chen gave him a huge surprise. Legend has it that the magical item was not only effective for Dian Kong, but also had a great effect on him. Even the attributes of your own epic unit, the tiger and leopard cavalry, can be greatly improved. I'll trade you a book on land reclamation techniques, plus spirit stones. And I need time. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Deal. Chao Zicheng continued. However, I am powerless to help Brother Jiang Chen obtain Dian Kang's skills. Because those are innate skills, and even Brother Dian Kong does not have the skill book. Jiang Chen laughed and said, Brother Dian Kong, just let me take it twice. Whether it works out or not, the deal is done. Absorb twice. Chao Zicheng was taken aback. Absorption stone? Jiang Chen nodded. Chao Zicheng said enviously, Brother Jiang Chen has so many good things in his possession. It's obvious. Even a skill book on land reclamation techniques would be extremely precious to Chao Zicheng, a member of the Chao family. It wasn't until noon on the third day that Chao Zicheng handed the Tunshin technique to Jiang Chen. I don't know if it was stolen from home. Next comes the absorption skill. Jiang Chen only has 2 absorption stones. Fortunately, he got lucky and finally obtained the skill book he wanted on his second attempt. The skill name is incredibly corny, Big Eater, and its grade is only C. However, it is a passive skill that speeds up the digestion of food and generates attributes. Looking at the plus signs next to the 2 skill books, Jiang Chen said softly, consuming 18 million spirit stones to enhance the heavenly grade land reclamation technique. Consume 25 million spirit stones to strengthen Valley God. The enhanced Big Eater not only has significantly improved effects, but its name has also become several levels more sophisticated. Just as Jiang Chen was pondering how to allocate these 2 powerful skill books. Beep, 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 beep. In the Longyuan management group, the highest level red message notifications were ringing out frantically. Chapter 184, a terrifying lineup. A legendary spatial ceiling scroll. More than a dozen Sakura prefectural governors, including Toyotomi and Kitatani, gathered outside Tokiyama town. They're here. Toyotomi Hidaichi let out a soft cry. All they saw was a magic array composed of countless golden spirit patterns that appeared out of thin air above the huge plaza that had been cleared out in advance. Immediately afterwards, a massive golden beam of light crashed down. A lord clad in black armor strode out from the pillar of light, followed by hundreds of heroes and soldiers. That must be the legendary sword saint. What a powerful aura. Toyotomi Yomiai is a strong man at the county magistrate level, just like us. But he has 3 more years to develop his abilities, which is far beyond what we can compare to. Toyotomi Yame possesses at least 1 legendary hero, who is an A-rank commander of both the Sword Saint and the Sword Master. With an A-level hero's command, a B-level warlord's talent, and the added bonuses from his cultivation techniques and equipment, I'm afraid any one of his Sword Saints could wipe out a warlord in our new server. Ha! Now we can finally kill Jiang Chen, vent our anger, and avenge the tens of thousands of Sakura warriors who died in Longyuan County and at sea. Thinking about what's about to happen, the county magistrates, all of whom were beaming with joy, were clearly delighted. Toyotomi Hidaichi strode forward to greet him, excitedly exclaiming, Brother, you've come. Toyotomi Yomiai nodded, then looked at his panel and exclaimed in surprise. Level 55? There are already lords in Jiaoao Prefecture who have reached Town Hall level 10. When an upper-level unit arrives, its level will be capped at the current world map Lord's maximum level. In the 10-territory system, the Lord's level cap is 55. If the highest Lord of Jiaoao Prefecture is level 9, then Toyotomi Yoru and his troops would be level 50. Town Hall 10. Toyotomi Hidaichi was stunned. As far as I know, the highest level Lord in our Sakura Kingdom is still Town Hall 9. Upgrading to Town Hall may 10th take a few more days. A county magistrate from Sakura said, if anyone has reached level 10, It must be the lord of Lonyuan town, and it might even be Jiang Chen himself. After all, Lonyuan town currently has 77 points of luck, and its mid to high level resources are far beyond what we can compare to. The county magistrate looked envious when the topic turned to 77 points of luck. Jiang Chen. Toyotomi Yomiai burst out laughing. I finally understand what it means to say that heaven's sins may be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins are unforgivable. Just because he leveled up to 10, our level reached 55. If I had known this earlier, why would I have risked asking the gods to descend in my place? At this moment, the county magistrates who knew Toyotomi Yomiai also came forward to greet him. Toyotomi Yomiai patted Toyotomi Hidaichi on the shoulder and then said politely, "Gentlemen, please wait a moment." Although Toyotomi Yomiai was a genius, he was only on par with the Sakura prefectural governors present. His only advantage was that he had developed for 3 more years. He certainly wouldn't be presumptuous. Soon, one beam of light after another fell. Each beam of light represents a lord. Each lord is followed by hundreds of heroic troops. Kamakura Samurai, Star Seer, Onmyoji, Slit-Mouthed Woman. All units are at least of excellent quality, with 1 in 10 being of epic quality, and occasionally a squad of legendary quality can be found. These lords, on the other hand, were all stern and unsmiling, their eyes flashing with ferocity and bloodlust. Toyotomi Hidaichi's eyes lit up. Are these all military lords of the empire? Toyotomi Yomiai proudly declared, "This is my 23rd squadron. They just finished in the top 3 in the competition to slaughter the Dragon Kingdom's lords. They are heroes of the empire." At this moment, the god-type boar emerged from a pillar of light, followed by only a few dozen soldiers. As soon as he appeared, he shouted, "Where's the dragon? Take me to eat the dragon." Seeing the doubtful expressions on the faces of the county magistrates, Toyotomi Yomiai solemnly introduced the glorious achievements of the Kamishiro boar. This made everyone even more excited. A county magistrate said enviously, "Jiang Chen's death at the hands of such a stellar lineup will surely make him a legend. He got off too easy." Jiang Chen. Toyotomi Yoru chuckled. "We've come here at great cost. How can a mere Lonyuan county satisfy the appetite of the divine era lord? We'll kill Jiang Chen first, and then wipe out all the Dragon Kingdom lords of Jiao Prefecture." Without Xingyu's announcement, they would still have some reservations. Because if all the powerful figures from the old regions were to descend and slaughter the new lords of opposing forces without restraint, the result would be that there would never be any new lords on Earth again, and the lord civilization would gradually decline and perish. Fishing in Aozhou is different. Jiao Prefecture is now part of the territory of the Sakura Kingdom. This is a personal admission from the official Qingyu region of the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they were to kill all of these millions of lords, the Blue Star United Council would still strongly support their just war. Toyotomi Yoruchi, thinking about what was about to happen, also said excitedly, "Back then, General Koizumi of District 632 only slaughtered a county in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet he had his bronze statue enshrined in the Temple of the Dragon Kingdom so that future generations could admire it. If my brother can kill all the millions of Dragon Kingdom lords in Jiao Prefecture this time, his ranking in the Temple of the Jing Kingdom will definitely be higher than that of General Koizumi." However, after the initial excitement, he also expressed concern. The real fear now is that Jiang Chen will back down at the crucial moment and move out of Jiao Prefecture. After all, we are fighting on foreign soil in Lonyuan County and don't have the authority to use the anywhere door. We don't know how long it will take to get to Jiang Chen's town. Toyotomi Yomiai smiled and said, "I was prepared for this question long ago." As he spoke, he carefully took out a golden scroll. Toyotomi Hideaki was overjoyed. A legendary spatial sealing scroll. Although legendary spatial sealing scrolls are extremely rare, they can still be purchased for a high price after the multiverse mall is built. Anyway, the military will reimburse the expenses. All the county magistrates of Sakura Prefecture were overjoyed. A legendary spatial sealing scroll can seal off an entire county, and even the interdimensional passage can be sealed off. It's impossible for them to escape back to Earth. This is tantamount to stripping Jiang Chen of his authority as county magistrate. Soon, All lords from the old districts have completed their arrival at the designated coordinates. Toyotomi Yomiuri quickly completed the military parade. There are a total of 318 legendary units, 4,828 epic units, and 38,250 excellent units, plus the Super Shikigami Lord, Kamishiro Bor. Moreover, all units are at the new server's maximum level of 55. Brother, you're being far too cautious. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Toyotomi Hidaichi sighed inwardly, then said, to prevent Jiang Chen from running away with his tail between his legs, I urge my brother to send troops to Longyuan County as soon as possible. In addition, please have the lords of Kitani County and Yagyu County organize their armies to surround Longyuan County. We must not allow even a fly to escape Longyuan County. These two counties are located on the east and west sides of Longyuan County, and they can use the anywhere door to reach outside Longyuan County at the fastest speed. Hi. I apologize for my previous offense, Toyotomi-kun. With the Toyotomi family having gained strong support, Kitatani Ryuichi dared not stand idly by any longer, so he bowed deeply. This time, I will definitely cooperate fully with the actions of the old guard. King Kitatani, you flatter me. Toyotomi Hidaichi returned the greeting with a sharp bow, then said to the others, other counties in the Dragon Kingdom will likely send reinforcements to Longyuan County. Our mission is to block these reinforcements and ensure that Jiang Chen is killed without fail. During a video conference of the Longyuan County management team, according to the latest news, a powerful figure from the old Sakura district has arrived. Ing Inmon's words surprised everyone, although I knew this day would come sooner or later. But no one expected it to happen so quickly. Ing Inman remained calm and continued speaking rapidly. The bad news is that the old army has just passed through the anywhere door in the neighboring Yagyu prefecture and will probably arrive outside our county soon. The good news is that this also proves that there are no more traitors in our Longyuan County. Otherwise, they would have already entered the county through the traitors' teleportation array, and we would probably have been caught off guard. The Sakura Kingdom is extremely cautious. Everyone was kept silent during the operation. In order to spread this news, an agent from Xianqin who has been infiltrated into the Sakura Kingdom for 20 years risked exposing himself. Finally, she took a deep breath and said, the enemy this time is very strong, and time is of the essence. Let's discuss some good tactics. The words had barely left his mouth when everyone instinctively turned their gaze to Jiang Chen. Chapter 185 Response Plan. Promotion. United we stand. Upon hearing Ing Inmon's first words, Jiang Chen immediately issued an order. The ghost warships sailed upstream along the River of Tears, lying in ambush near the Goblin territory. All other units, including those farming monsters in the Outer Sea and Crystal Valley, returned to their territories immediately. Jiang Chen's first thought was whether these powerful figures from the old districts might be carrying legendary spatial sealing scrolls. The conclusion is very likely. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Jiang Chen first solemnly said to Ing Inman, we were so grateful for the intelligence from the Xianqining family. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This is a sincere statement. Crystal Valley has limited capacity and is relatively low level, so most hero units, including Jaina, Angel Yen, and the Empress, farm monsters overseas. If the entire county were suddenly placed under lockdown, his territory would also be in some danger. Not to mention the other lords. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen continued. The agricultural index was settled 3 days ago. Based on the timeline, the one who has descended this time should be the Sakura Lord from District 663. With a 3-year gap, we are not without a fighting chance. Immediately send all Lord's hero units back to their territories. Yagyu Prefecture is located to the west of Ryuan Prefecture, so immediately relocate the territories of all lords in the prefecture to Ryuan Town, the small town east of Laoqing Town and Yiming Town. And our 3 towns will serve as the first battlefield to fight against the powerful enemy. Everyone nodded in agreement. Xiao Wushang immediately said, all the warlords of Yongye Town are willing to assist in the defense of Longyuan Town. Yi Irin also readily agreed. My Misty Rain Town will assist Old Qin Town in its defense. Ng Man suddenly asked. I wonder if the old district lord will be level 50 or level 55 after he arrives this time. Jiang Chen had already leveled up to level 10, but before he could speak, and Chu Xiao said with a look of regret, I'm sorry everyone, I just leveled up to level 10 3 days ago. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, but they all offered words of comfort. Everyone knows that in Chu Xiao's territory is incredibly rich in resources, so we can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Wei Ming said, a level 55 veteran lord. Why don't we ask Wei County, Hosong County, and the military region for help? No. Jiang Chen and Ng Man spoke in unison, then exchanged a glance. The Sakura Kingdom can't possibly ignore this. At this critical juncture, other prefectures may also have enemies, so we have no choice but to resolve this crisis ourselves. After explaining, Ng Man said with an admiring expression, Jiang Chen, you are indeed extremely intelligent. You even thought of this. Jiang Chen was speechless. Are you sure you're praising me? Jiang Chen's reason for opposing the call for help was actually quite simple. He just didn't want anyone to steal the monsters. The group then added a few more suggestions. Then everyone began to act separately according to the plan. The once peaceful Lonyuan County was instantly thrown into turmoil. Damn, the old Sakura region attacked so quickly. Haha, this just proves that the Japanese devils are guilty and scared. It should be the Lord of District 663. With a 3-year gap, this battle will be tough. Brother upstairs, if you're scared, you can move out, but please don't boost others' morale and diminish your own. Damn it, I'm just stating the facts. Who said I'm scared? I'm telling you right now, whoever moves out is a coward. To Jiang Chen's relief was, faced with a battle where survival was a matter of life and death, not a single one of the remaining 36,000 lords in Lonyuan County immediately. Haha, although I'm scared to death right now, I made a bloody vow a few days ago in a moment of impulsiveness. I'd rather die in Lonyuan County. Ha, I can't just ignore what I said. That's right. Boss Jiang, Ng Man, and Zhu Yeqing have already taken the lead. What's there for us to be reluctant about with our worthless lives? Is the administrator here? I'd like to request to join the defense of the 3 towns. Count me in. A county town has 1,000,000 lords, but after the small town was broken through, more than half of them were eliminated. After being integrated into the state government, another batch was screened out. After Qingyu issued its announcement, it screened out another batch of companies. The rest, even the farming lords and the entertainment lords, were all warriors with unwavering will. These people will be the core of Jiang Chen's future battle to dominate the battlefield of all races. Next, Jiang Chen, the county magistrate, also assisted Yi Irin in migrating to the lord's territory. And Chu Xiao and others organized the lords who came to provide support to guard the 4 teleportation points in Lonyuan town in batches. Ng Man is right. The news of the arrival of powerful figures from the old district had barely leaked out when, before other counties in the Dragon Kingdom could send troops to support them, the Lord's army from the Sakura Kingdom appeared outside every county in the Dragon Kingdom. Even the Lighthouse Lord's army approached Hosong County, making Zhao Lingshan feel as if she were facing a formidable enemy. It seems that once the county town is weakened, these enemies will swarm in. To Jiang Chen's surprise, under these circumstances, Chao Ziqing sent Dian Kong, a powerful military lord, over alone. Half an hour later, the Empress, who had already returned to her territory, suddenly spoke. Master's guess is correct. The enemy does indeed possess a legendary spatial sealing scroll, and the space of the county town has been sealed off. How can a murder and robbery combo be complete without a silencing scroll? Jiang Chen said softly. Once they penetrate deep into the heart of Lonyuan County, I'll add another legendary silencing scroll. All done. Empress. Other lords also discovered that the entire space of the county town was sealed off, and all teleportation arrays and portals were ineffective. Wei Ming gritted his teeth and said, Damn it, another legendary spatial restriction. Everyone immediately recalled the tragedy in District 632, where General Koizumi Takeo of Sakura used a legendary spatial sealing scroll. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen had crossed paths with this Koizumi Takeo before. When Shinichi Yakuchi was carrying out his Dragon Slayer plan, the leader of that Shikigami lord, Shiro Koizumi, was a descendant of Takeo Koizumi. Takeo Koizumi warred 632 within 3 years. Jiang Chen murmured softly, then waved his hand towards the Empress. Consuming 300,000 points of sect luck, the ethereal technique has advanced to the great perfection stage. Using the legendary hero's soul, the Empress has advanced to legendary 2-star. Using the legendary hero's soul, the Empress has advanced to legendary 3 stars. Use. Jiang Chen went all out. Rays of light, signifying advancement and upgrades, rose from the Empress's body. Yagyu Kuin, Kitani Kuin, I will now trouble you two to guard the border of Ryujin no Kami and intercept any that escape. County towns are different from small towns. Each town is a self-contained space, connected to the outside world by a teleportation point. The county seat is located directly on a large map of the outer region, covering an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. Toyotomi Yame looked at Longyuan County before him and laughed. As for Jiang Chen and these so-called experts from Longyuan County, leave them to me. I will not impose a censorship on Longyuan County. If anything changes, you two may contact me at any time. After saying that, he then led tens of thousands of powerful warriors and the Shikigami Lord, Kamishiro Bor, into the Longyuan County region. Chapter 186 Legendary 9 Stars, Invincible Empress. A series of halos rose up. Not to mention the Empress. Even Jaina and Lihani were stunned. Especially Jaina. She had also enjoyed similar treatment in the Glory battlefield, but she only reached the legendary 3-star level. How many times has the Empress advanced in her cultivation level? The halo has finally faded. Fortunately, the Empress was a powerful figure to begin with, and she quickly adapted to her increased strength. Call. She let out a soft breath. As the head steward of the territory, she felt a pang of regret about the money. Master, isn't this too extravagant? It would be more cost-effective to use so many resources to improve the other sisters. Empress Legendary 9-star. Level, 55. Favorability, 100, can do whatever they want. Title, Heavenly Sound Saint Lord. Base attributes, plus 30%. Attributes, Physique 13850. Title plus 4,150. Cultivation Technique plus 3,488. Spiritual Power 10140. Title plus 3,042. Cultivation Technique plus 3,488. Divine Soul 7243. Title plus 2,172. Cultivation Technique plus 2,448. Capacity 9174. Title plus 2,752. Cultivation Technique plus 2,160. Techniques. Misty Technique, Great Completion Rank A. Heavenly Sound Technique, Minor Completion Rank C. Skill. Heroic Command. Combat Power, 17136 star. Excellent 5 star, Epic 7 star, Legendary 9 star. Jiang Chen consumed 400 million Spirit Stones and 300 million energy, instantly elevating Empress Jiang Chen to the current limit that heroes can reach Legendary 9 stars. Looking at the Empress's attributes, Jiang Chen couldn't help but admire her. 17,000 combat power. This attribute is comparable to an 80-level legendary monster, and this is without any equipment. In daily activities, Jiang Chen's hero combat power is always in a state of overflow. Compared to a legendary 1-star Empress, a 9-star Empress cannot even double her monster-killing efficiency, because at the level of the Empress and Yin, the efficiency is not affected by the killing speed, but by the encounter speed of monsters. No matter how strong she is, she can't be in 2 places at once. However, if these resources are used to upgrade low-level troops like the Heavenly Sound True Instruction, the cost-effectiveness will be 100 times higher. In addition, Jiang Chen had been short of money for a long time. Therefore, strengthening heroes was prioritized last. But now, facing the attacks of the old district lords, anything can happen, and the territory needs a supreme expert to guard it. After Jiang Chen activates his battle name and the 7-star fate point, he can also be called a supreme powerhouse, but it won't last. Moreover, The injury he sustained in the Sword Heart Secret Realm served as a wake-up call for Jiang Chen. When facing unknown enemies, it was safer to send his subordinates. The reason for choosing the Empress is that she has the epic title of Heavenly Sound Saint Lord and can use the sex luck to enhance the Misty technique. The attribute boosts after mastering the Piamiao technique are Physique plus 3,600, Spiritual Power plus 3,600, Divine Soul plus 2,160, and Capacity plus 2,160. This is equivalent to the full attributes of a level 50 legendary unit. Without the emergence of mythology, the level 55 Empress is currently an invincible existence. The only thing Jiang Chen regretted was, legend has it that even after the 9 stars, the Empress's control over the disciples of Tianyin remained at an A level. Unfortunately, only special maps like the Mythical Hero Soul or the Ancient Road of Heroes can allow the Empress to advance to mythical level. Next, Jiang Chen upgraded his main combat units in batches, which resulted in the depletion of the more than 2 billion energy points he had accumulated over the past few days. The main combat forces are as follows: 12 Goddess Warriors level 55, 12 Heavenly Saintesses level 55, 12 Dragons level 55, 36 Crystal Maidens level 50, 208 Angels 12 at level 50, the rest at level 40. 700 True Disciples of Tianyin level 40. Besides the Empress, he also upgraded the Magic-type Crystal Maiden Crystals 7, 8, and 9 to Legendary 9 stars, consuming 48 million Spirit Stones and 450 million energy. Crystal Maiden's combat power is naturally not comparable to that of the Empress, but it has still reached 6,600 stars, and her Divine Soul points exceed 10,000. Combat strength is secondary. After transforming into crystal bats, their detection capabilities have reached a radius of 2,000 kilometers, and their speed is lightning fast. It's perfect for gathering intelligence. We don't lack spirit stones for the time being, but we lack energy. Jiang Chen sighed. Although his energy acquisition speed is 100 times that of an ordinary lord, the energy consumption of high-level troops is more than 100 times that of ordinary lords. Hopefully, the Cherry Blossom Lord from the old district will be more capable this time, bringing more high-level heroes and troops. Soon, Jiang Chen rode the Dragon 9 and arrived at the teleportation point in the west of the town. Looking from high above, to the west of the teleportation point lies the town's spatial barrier, while the other 3 directions are already surrounded by hundreds of territories. Linking territories together as a defensive line is the most basic tactic in town defense. And Chuxia's territory stood at the forefront, with strange defensive structures rising up inside and outside in Chuxia's city walls, including the Thunder Tower, the Terror Spikestone Wall, the Poison Mist Bunker, and the Saber-Toothed Barricade. It's thanks to Chuxia's abundant resources that she was able to support such a large amount of construction consumption. Jiang Chen estimated that all the troops below combined probably numbered no less than 1 million. Although more than 99% of them were elite or rare troops, their sheer numbers were still terrifying. The appearance of the 12 dragons elicited cheers from the lords below. Jiang Chen's voice came from above. Brothers, the dragon has the advantage of mobility. In order to relieve the pressure on the town, I have decided to go to the town to scout out the enemy's situation and implement guerrilla tactics. The lords below were greatly alarmed and shouted in unison. The old lords may not have any special methods. If they have strong control, our leader will be in danger. Yes, as long as we hold the 4 teleportation points, the enemy won't be able to do anything to us. Boss, there's no need for you to put yourself in such danger. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and Long Yi left the team, landing in front of Chuxia's territory. I will leave 1 more dragon behind to help you guard the teleportation point. The remaining 11 dragons plunged into the town's teleportation point and disappeared. As for the 700 Heavenly Sound True Disciples, the 20 Dwarf Rocket Troopers, and the Lone Mountain King, Jiang Chen has already assigned them to various teleportation points to assist in the defense. Xiao Wushang was moved and said, not only did Boss Jiang risk his life, but he also left one of his strongest fighting force, a giant dragon, to us. And Chuxia also looked worried. Although she knew Jiang Chen possessed four legendary heroes, the true strength of their enemies remained unknown. I hope Jiang Chen is safe and sound. After leaving the town map, Jiang Chen instructed Long Air, Long San, and Long Sea to take a detour outside the town to help guard the other 3 teleportation points. Then he quickly reunited with Yin, the Angel Army, the Crystal Maiden, the Goddess Warrior, and others. These hero units were quite conspicuous, so Jiang Chen had already teleported them outside the town before the spatial restriction was lifted. Sudden, Jingqi sent a message. My lord, the enemy numbers in the tens of thousands. After entering Longyuan County, they split into 10 small teams to sweep through the towns along the way. Judging from their direction of advance, they seem to be heading straight for our Longyuan town. They actually dare to divide their forces? They're really arrogant. Jiang Chen chuckled. But it's fine this way. Even if he could defeat tens of thousands of powerful enemies gathered together, he could not guarantee the complete annihilation of the enemy. Even if only one person escapes, his trump card will be revealed. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, Give me the coordinates of the squad closest to me. Yes, my lord, the nearest coordinates are due west of the town, about 14,000 kilometers away from you. Jiang Chen said helplessly, more than 10,000 kilometers. After the space was sealed off, Jiang Chen, the county magistrate, could only use the most primitive method of marching. This is also why Jiang Chen was unwilling to launch a war in the county seat before obtaining the authority of the prefecture. A battlefield spanning tens of thousands of kilometers can take half a month to fight, and most of that time is spent on marching. That's too time-consuming. Fortunately, he brought only powerful flying units this time, the slowest of which could reach speeds of 500 kilometers per hour. With both sides rushing forward, Jiang Chen finally reached a point 300 kilometers away from the target enemy by noon on the second day. He took out an ordinary silencing scroll and spent 10 million spirit stones to upgrade it to legendary level. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen opened the management group and gave everyone a heads up. Good news. The enemy has divided their forces. The pressure on each town won't be too great. In order to disrupt the enemy, I plan to mute the entire county. Everyone, don't panic. Just hold the town's teleportation point. The little fox asked doubtfully. I'm not good at studying. Does the county magistrate have that authority? In comparison, and Xuxia knew Jiang Chen's strength best. Could it be a legendary silencing scroll? Jiang Chen smiled, and then tore open the scroll in his hand. The entire county was silenced. The slaughter begins. Chapter 187. You're stronger? I'm stronger. The Angel Legion's first battle. My lord, our investigation has revealed that this town is also a dead town, with no Dragon Kingdom lords here. Hearing the report from his legendary unit, the Yin-Yang Saint Master, Toyotomi Yoruchi, snorted coldly. A scorched earth policy? Longyuan County acted swiftly, managing to relocate all the lords to the rear in such a short time. In one day, he led his team to sweep through 10 towns, but without exception, there was not a single lord among them. But Toyotomi Yomiai sensed the spiritual energy of the town before him and exclaimed in admiration. What a prosperous town! Not only is there spiritual energy, but there are also 2 rare quality resources within sight. There are thousands of such towns in Longyuan County, not to mention the legendary Longyuan town with 77 points of town fortune. The military actually promised to hand over such a county to the United States. It's a disgrace to the empire. Toyotomi Yomiai's eyes gleamed as he considered whether, after destroying the Dragon Kingdom Lord, his younger brother should directly occupy Longyuan County to serve as a cradle of power for the future Great Sakura Empire. At this moment, 100 meters away from him, the Kamishiro boar shouted, Toyotomi-kun, I'm hungry again. Where's the dragon? Toyotomi Yomiai's expression hardened, and he quickly said, We'll head straight for Longyuan Town. Longyuan Town not only has giant dragons, but also a vast number of epic and even legendary spiritual objects. If you're really starving, Kamishiro-kun, you can grab something to eat first. Alright, that's the only way. The god-style boar sighed, its body swelling up into a 10-meter-tall ball of flesh as if inflated. Then it grabbed 2 dazed Silver Moon Rangers beside it and stuffed them into its mouth. accompanied by a tooth-grinding chewing sound. Blood and bones splattered. Call. Kamishiro boar exhaled, slowly regaining its form, wiped its mouth, and sighed. Toyotomi-kun, the sweets I brought are almost gone. If they're not enough, I'll have to trouble you. As you know, sweets below epic quality can't satisfy my master. This is the price to pay for gaining power from the evil god, gluttony. Even though the 10 Sakura lords who followed Toyotomi Yomiuri were all ruthless killers, the scene before them still sent chills down their spines, and they all subconsciously took a step back. Toyotomi Yomiuri also regretted bringing this guy with her. Without delay, he immediately issued the order in the group chat. Full speed march. Execute the predetermined objectives. Teams 1-4 Longyuan Town. Teams 5-7 Lachin Town. Teams 8-10 Yanming Town. The Sakura General Staff has already analyzed that the Dragon Kingdom would never give up these 3 most important towns, especially Longyuan Town. But as soon as he sent the message, he exclaimed in surprise. Mute. 15 days? That's a legendary silencing scroll. What incredible luck did Jiang Chen have to find such a treasure? Or has he already reached level 11 and built the multiverse mall? Toyotomi Yomiuri's face turned extremely ugly, and then he roared. You can run away, but you can't hide. Everyone speed up the march. I need to reach Longyuan Town within 1 day. What he didn't know was, just 2,000 kilometers to his left, a major battle had already broken out. A dragon. Could this be Jiang Chen's dragon? A mere new district lord dares to launch an attack? Has Jiang Chen lost his mind? I don't know if he's gone mad or not. All I know is that we're about to make a name for ourselves. We come from a small family, and at most we're town mayors in District 663. How could we possibly have the chance to kill a national treasure-level genius like Jiang Chen? Yash, whoever kills Jiang Chen will at least get a Rising Sun medal. This trip was definitely worth it. Jiang Chen was a benefactor of mine, Matsumoto Nobuyuki. After killing Jiang Chen, I will set up a memorial tablet for him at home and worship him every day. Upon seeing the 8 giant dragons hovering hundreds of meters away, all 10 Sakura lords shouted excitedly. As for defeat, they didn't even consider it. Black hole. At this moment, 8 giant dragons simultaneously released black holes. Faced with the terrifying suction force, Sakura squad leader Nobuyuki Matsumoto sneered. These mere entry-level black holes, without the blessing of dominion or the blessing of lordship, are truly naive sword saint. Kill them. As expected, the black hole, which is invincible for low-tier units, has very limited effect on the strong units in the old district. Dozens of star sight masters joined forces to unleash defensive star techniques, easily negating the effects of the black hole. This is an increase in attribute value. Even the superior troops in the old districts, with the support of techniques, equipment, and lord talents, have attributes that are no less than those of ordinary epic monsters. The epic units in the old server are comparable to ordinary legendary units. Imagine hundreds of legendary monsters and thousands of epic monsters who could withstand them. This is just one of the small teams. No wonder the Cherry Blossom Lords are all so arrogant. At the squad leader's command, the 12 elderly men dressed in samurai attire behind him stepped forward simultaneously. Aiajutsu, 12 sharp sword lights, each tens of meters long, instantly streaked across the void. Jiang Chen sensed the sharpness of the 12 sword energies and couldn't help but admire them. The old district is indeed the old district. The new district simply cannot compete with it. After all, this was the first time they had faced a powerful opponent from the old district from 3 years ago. Jiang Chen did not rush to make a move, but planned to test the opponent's strength first. The result did not disappoint him. He was indeed very strong. With the Empress's strength, she instantly saw through the true nature of these sword saints. Although these sword saints are only level 55, their combat power is around 5,000 stars. Aiajutsu is a B-rank skill, but judging from the power of some of the strikes, it has probably already reached the pinnacle. If it hits Xiaojio, one sword strike will be enough to kill her. Before the Empress could finish speaking, Long Jiao, who was beneath them, cried out, "Empress, if you say another word, I'm going to die." Jiang Chen chuckled and said softly, "Make your move and finish this quickly." After saying that, a golden light flashed between Jiang Chen's brows. Golden battle name activated. All units in the territory, including the Empress, will have their attributes increased by 30%. Of course, it's far too early for the Empress to take action. Zizishan, standing beside him, unleashed a sword strike. Sumeru, 100-meter-long cyan sword mark instantly formed in front of Long Jiao, splitting the void and blocking the sword energy of the Iajutsu. Bang! The sword light that could easily kill Long Jiao crashed into the Sumeru sword mark, instantly shattering into violent energy that scattered in all directions. The Sumeru sword mark only rippled slightly before returning to calm. It looks like he can withstand a few more sword strikes without any problem. The sword saint is strong. The Nine Heavens Saintess, who can activate the golden battle name, is even stronger, and not just a little stronger. Sakura squad leader Nobuyuki Matsumoto was stunned. What kind of unit is this? The shock was just the beginning. Jaina gently waved her blue staff, causing ripples in the void and revealing hundreds of angels and the crystal maiden standing there. Invisibility. Although it's only C rank, the way it was performed by Jaina, a legendary 3-star hero, is something these cherry blossom lords couldn't possibly detect. Upon seeing the Angel Legion, all the cherry blossom lords were initially silent, but then erupted in a deafening roar. Angel. I can accept angels, but archangels, power angels, this is actually an organized system of angels. This is impossible. How could a whole unit of legendary troops appear in a new server that's less than 3 months old? Even if Jiang Chen does discover field troop buildings, he couldn't possibly have the production capacity of a legion. An illusion. This must be an illusion. Soon, their last glimmer of hope was shattered. This is the Angel Legion's first battle, or at least its first battle against other lords. Although one was a technological angel, and the other a magical angel, Kuyin seemed to have rediscovered the feeling of leading the angel sisters of the heavenly court of Merlot back then, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sisters, for our Lord, kill all the invading enemies before us. Chapter 188 The Powerful Angel Legion. The Mental Cage. As a military hero, Yin always led from the front. She activated the wormhole defense barrier and the power of thunder and landed in the center of the enemy's battle formation like a meteor. Boom. More than a dozen unlucky Onmyoji were torn to shreds by the raging energy. This made the Sakura Lord's eyelids twitch wildly, leaving them no time to ponder the origins of the Angel Legion. Damn it! How could a 2-winged angel be this strong? Star Sight Master immediately used star chains to control this angel, and the other ranged units focus fire to take him down. Dozens of star chains wrapped around Angel Yin, turning her into a rice dumpling. Before Matsumoto Nobuyuki could even smile, the wormhole defense barrier, which had shrunk to its smallest size, suddenly expanded to 10 meters in size, and Starlink snapped inch by inch. Xiao Yuanmon's A-rank skill, combined with Yan's powerful attributes, makes Yan virtually invincible before her spiritual power is exhausted. As Yan rampaged across the land, the angelic army followed closely behind. The Holy Flame, Angel's Sword, Holy Strike. One after another, angelic skills rained down from the sky. Because Jiang Chen's energy was insufficient, apart from a few powerful angels who reached level 50, most of the angels in the Angel Legion were only level 40. Despite the bonuses from the Divine Set, Golden Battle Name, and Heroic Command, it is still weaker than the opponent's level 55 epic troops. Miyamoto quickly realized this as well, breathed a sigh of relief, and shouted, "Don't be afraid, everyone. These angels are at most level 45, nothing to worry about." Pity. His level was too low. He had never seen a well-organized military unit, especially how terrifying a well-organized Angel Legion could be. Soul Connection. With a wave of her hand, Archangel Hathaway instantly connected the spirits of her 12 angels in her squad together. Immediately afterwards, dozens of commands were issued in an instant, and Eve and the other 6 Exias simultaneously pointed their swords. Guardians of Heaven. The 6 defensive skills landed on the 6 powerful angels respectively. Just then, the Archangel, whose defenses had been greatly enhanced, arrived in front of the dozen or so sword masters. Puff, puff, puff. With the combined power of the 6 sacred swords, they instantly killed 2 sword masters whose strength was even greater than theirs. A cherry blossom lord cried out in distress. Baka, focus fire. Focus fire on these damned angels. He came from a small family and started with only one excellent hero. It took him 3 years of hard work to exchange for 2 epic units. Now, 2 of them have died instantly, making his heart bleed. Hundreds of attacks rained down. The Archangel Hathaway behind her remained calm and began to perform precise micromanagement. Avril, in 0.3 seconds, move 5 meters to the southwest at a 36 degrees angle, and wait for the opportunity to coordinate with Athena to kill that sword master. Modest, in 0.2 seconds, you will be 4.8 meters due south of you. There is an 81% chance that the bodies of 2 Kendo masters will block this attack for you. Lorraine, your position leaves you no choice but to take the hit head-on. The attack intensity is weakest within a 3-4 meter radius to the west. Eve, use Divine Persuasion on the 32nd Chunin from the left of the enemy, and try to kill the 2 Star Slayers next to him to throw the enemy's rear into chaos. With a single thought from Hathaway, hundreds of commands were issued, and in a way that cherubim and virtues can understand instantly, it is implanted into their brains. The 12 angels in this angel squad were like a sophisticated machine, instantly getting into operation. Boom boom. Puff puff. The hundreds of attacks from the Cherry Blossom Lord were easily neutralized. A sword master was once again skillfully killed by Avril and her companions. The 6 powerful angels swiftly moved in and out to provide cover, ensuring the kills while also spreading the damage evenly and conserving resources. Just 10 seconds later, they killed 7 sword masters and quickly retreated before the Heavenly Guardian collapsed. When facing enemies several times stronger than themselves, the angel squad charged in and out, slaying the powerful foe and retreating unscathed. Jiang Chen had instructed her beforehand to minimize casualties, so Hathaway didn't even use her trump cards, Damage Link and Resurrection. Hint: your unit Avril has defeated the Sword Master, gaining 550,000 energy and 1 Phoenix Cry Sword Epic. Hint: your Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the combat power displayed by the angels. Although the angels have mediocre attributes, they are really powerful when they work together. To fight against the Angel Legion, you would need the overwhelming combat power of a goddess warrior. The Empress also showed interest. After this battle, we must make sure that Fan Yintian and the others learn a lot from the Angel Sisters. It's better than them spending their rest days soaking in Huaqing Pool. By the way, Master, if we obtain another absorption stone, could you make a skill book for Mind Link? Jiang Chen found the suggestion very feasible, so he readily agreed, saying, once we reach level 11, we can build the Multiverse Mall. At that time, acquiring a few absorption stones shouldn't be difficult. 16 squads and 208 angels have left the Cherry Blossom Lords in a state of utter chaos. Of course, if it were just the Angel Legion, Miyamoto was confident that he wouldn't be without a fighting chance, because he and the vice captain each had a powerful legendary unit. But when the Goddess Warrior and the 9 Heaven Saintess made their move, he instantly collapsed. Sizzle. Amanda, having activated her Thunder Body, instantly appeared in front of a swordsman using the Thunder Step technique and thrust out a spear. The swordsman felt his breath catch in his throat, and terror flashed in his eyes. Help me. Judging by their sheer presence, he knew he couldn't stop them. The 2 sword saints beside him attacked together. Boom. As the lightning spear clashed with the 3 swords, Amanda only paused for a moment, while the 3 sword saints staggered back several steps. A level 55 legendary 3-star goddess warrior. Although her combat power is less than 5,000 stars, her physique has already reached 9,000 points. With the boost from her golden battle name, her physique has exceeded 10,000. Amanda gave a cold laugh. But before she could go forward again, Zaishin activated the wings of the wind god and swept past him in a flash, instantly lifting the head of a sword saint into the air with noble grace. Amanda shouted, Heavens! With so many enemies, why are you stealing from me? Zaishin explained, although there are many enemies, there are only about 20 legendary strongmen. The two squad sword saints instantly became highly sought after, something they probably never expected. Matsumoto Nobuyuki felt a wave of dizziness as he looked at the scene before him. What kinds of soldiers are these? Illusion. That hero who just used invisibility must also know illusion. It must be. Just as he thought of this, Giselle, the deputy leader of the goddess warriors, stepped in front of him and slapped him unconscious in his horrified gaze. Jiang Chen wasn't sure if the deaths of these lords would be known to other enemies, thus arousing their suspicion. After all, there were many ways to determine the life or death of a lord, such as soul tablets or spirit lamps. Therefore, Jiang Chen spared their lives for the time being. The other cherry blossom lords shouted upon seeing this. Jiang Chen's strength far exceeds everyone's expectations. If we split our forces into 10 squads, he will probably defeat them one by one. No wonder he silenced the entire county. Split up and escape. This message must be sent to Captain Toyotomi and the military high command. Lord Sakura had lost his will to fight and immediately led his team to break through the encirclement. But the Crystal Maidens had already sealed off hundreds of kilometers. Their breakout will only add some obstacles for Jiang Chen. The outcome will not change. Half an hour later, the battle ended. The Empress, Li Hani, and Jaina didn't make a move at all, and even the Crystal Maiden was only cleaning up any stragglers on the periphery. A total of 4,182 enemies were killed. As Jiang Chen instructed, all 10 Sakura lords were knocked unconscious. When they were chasing each other, Jiang Chen was really afraid that these cherry blossom lords were tough nuts to crack and would use their own deaths to warn their companions. But as it turns out, Yamamoto 46 was the real Sakura lord, who shouted seppuku, but was actually afraid of death. Jaina, it's your turn. Jaina nodded, and 10 beams of blue light shot out from her blue staff. A mental prison. Chapter 189. If I could reach the pinnacle, I would tread upon all the heavens. It must be admitted that Jaina is a true academic with a wide range of knowledge. Jiang Chen didn't even dare to give Jaina the ordinary magic skill books he harvested from his territory, fearing she might be greedy and not be able to handle them all. Mental Cage is a C-rank mental magic spell that can trap the target's consciousness entirely within the mental world. With Jaina's powerful soul, if she wanted to, these cherry blossom lords would never wake up in this lifetime. In short, they'd be in a vegetative state. One of Jiang Chen's angels also died in battle. After all, the archangel can only provide the best tactics. He is not God. Fortunately, the archangel had already unlocked the resurrection skill, allowing the archangel to revive on the spot. This battle was indeed easy, but I only had 1/10 of the enemy's strength. I underestimated the old district lords a bit. Fortunately, these powerful figures from the old districts were arrogant and chose to divide their forces. Otherwise, even if I had won, it would have been a Pyrrhic victory. I couldn't have guaranteed the complete annihilation of the enemy. Jiang Chen quickly analyzed the strength of both sides and then extracted all the rewards with one click. 520 million units of energy, 3 legendary items, 185 epic items, and 1250 superior items. 3B grade skill books, 1C grade skill book. Killing enemy lords, heroes, or units not only grants energy, but also has a high probability of yielding an item of equipment from the enemy, and a very small probability of obtaining a skill book or other item related to the enemy's skills. Looking at the harvest, especially the energy, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. If I ever reach the pinnacle and tread upon the heavens, it will all be thanks to Lord Cherry Blossom's sacrifice today. Jiang Chen waved his hand. A series of upgrade halos appeared. Notification: consuming 23.67 million energy. Your unit rolling's level has increased to level 50. Hint: 23.67 million energy consumed. Another 22 power angels have reached level 50. Jiang Chen used war to fuel his further growth, and his strength increased dramatically once again. He said to Jing Qi, "Find the coordinates of the next Sakura squad." "Yes, my lord." Jing Qi sensed it for a moment. There is only one enemy force within 2,000 kilometers of us, and their target appears to be Yinming Town. However, Jingba is still 300 kilometers away from us, and is returning at full speed. She should bring us the latest location of the enemy. After being silenced, he was also unable to communicate with his heroes and troops through the Lord's heart. The Crystal Maiden can only be used to determine the enemy's latest location. Fortunately, the legendary Crystal Virgo of the 9 stars has a wide detection range and terrifying speed. Jiang Chen could barely be considered to have the overall situation under control. Soon, Jingba returned and marked the latest locations of all the Sakura squads in the direction she had scouted on the map. Jiang Chen glanced at it and said, "Take care of the nearest one first." Jiang Chen proceeded to eliminate the enemy methodically. But his sudden silencing of the entire county's hype left all the lords of Jiao Prefecture dumbfounded. The mayors of Sakura Prefecture immediately convened an emergency video conference. Ryuichi Kitatani shouted, "Not long ago, I contacted His Excellency Toyotomi, and he absolutely has no intention of silencing the entire prefecture." Yagyu County Magistrate Yagyu Shiro chimed in. "That's right, this censorship must be Jiang Chen's doing." Perhaps Jiang Chen detected that Lord Toyotomi had divided his forces, so he wanted to take advantage of the chaos and find a way to survive. Many of the mayors of Sakura Prefecture frowned slightly. Jiang Chen was originally the #1 in Jiao Prefecture, and after obtaining the Golden Battle name, his strength became even more unfathomable. If he leads all the warlords of Longyuan County to ambush one of their squads, it would be quite dangerous. Lord Toyotomi has been careless. Who would have thought that Longyuan County would possess a legendary silencing scroll? Is Jiang Chen truly the chosen one of destiny? Suddenly, Yagyu Shiro suggested, "Should we send our troops from Yagyu and Kitaya prefectures into Ryujin Prefecture to support Lord Toyotomi?" This suggestion was made. Everyone's eyes lit up, especially Ryuichi Kitatani's. The benefits of plundering the resources of a county, especially a county like Longyuan, are immeasurable. Toyotomi Yame's decision to prevent them from entering may well have been motivated by a desire to monopolize the food. But now the situation has changed. Even if they entered, it could be said that they were worried about the safety of Toyotomi Yomiya and the others. Haha, there's absolutely no need for that. Toyotomi Hidaichi suddenly laughed. Brother Yiming has already copied the soul imprints of all the lords in the old district for me. In case something happens to them, I will know immediately, and it won't be too late to take action then. Moreover, if my brother can't pass on messages, neither can Jiang Chen. The so-called ban on speaking throughout the county is just Jiang Chen clinging to life. Speaking of which, Toyotomi Hidaichi thought to himself, "Brother, this is all I can do for you. I wish you great success and a fortune in Longyuan County." During this day, the number of Dragon Kingdom lords in Jiao Prefecture has once again decreased by more than half. The total number of lords in more than a dozen Dragon Kingdom counties combined is no more than 1 million. After all, it was just an idea before that the old district lord would descend, but now it has become a reality. No one can guarantee that after the destruction of Longyuan County, the next target of the upper realm lords will not be their own county. By then, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. In the Dragon Kingdom Alliance Management Group, the sudden censorship in Longyuan County caught everyone off guard. Colonel Li Feng looked at Jiang Chen's portrait in the Lord list, his expression complex. "I never expected the Sakura Kingdom to act so quickly. I thought the old district lords would only arrive after the battle for the prefectural lord." It must be said that Japan's actions this time truly exemplified the principle of speed is of the essence. By the time they realized it, Longyuan County had already been sealed off. An average of 4 points of luck. The value of Longyuan County is simply too immense. Brother Jiang Chen is too dazzling. Chao Ziqing gave a bitter smile. Moreover, even if they knew in advance, given Brother Jiang Chen's personality, he would never move. Zhao Lingshan suddenly said hatefully, "Free will is nominally our ally, but this time they actually sent troops to block our rescue. It's utterly despicable. Free will is just a bunch of profit-driven businessmen. With such huge profits to be made in Longyuan County, do you really expect them to have any integrity?" Chao Ziqing shook his head, then smiled bitterly. But Brother Jiang Chen is really always doing things unexpectedly. He actually silenced the entire county. That's muddying the waters, isn't it? Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Toyotomi Yaruchi was arrogant and chose to divide his forces, which left Lonyuan County with the hope of defeating them one by one, and also the last glimmer of hope for victory. Of course, everyone knew that this was just them comforting themselves. This hope is too slim. 2 days. Jiang Chen traveled tens of thousands of kilometers back and forth. The Sakura Lord squad, consisting of 6 squads, was cleared out. My lord, as you predicted, the remaining 4 Sakura squads are targeting Old Qin Town, Yinming Town, and Longyuan Town respectively. It is estimated that the war in the 3 towns will break out today. These old area lords marched very quickly, reaching the heart of the region from the border of Lonyuan County in just 3 days, traversing more than 10,000 kilometers. Jiang Chen reached out and tapped the map. Is this the squad led by Toyotomi Yomiya? Jiang Chen had learned all the enemy's information from several cowardly old district lords. Jingxi, yes. Let's deal with Toyotomi Yoru. Jiang Chen laughed. As for the remaining enemies, let the 3 towns handle them themselves. The main reason for making this decision was to cover for myself. Otherwise, the news that Jiang Chen single-handedly annihilated over 100 powerful figures from the old district would soon spread throughout the entire Blue Star. When that time comes, it will probably not be the lord of the 3-year-old district who will descend again. Another purpose is to make the lords of Lonyuan Town realize the power of the old district lords, so that they won't be ignorant and narrow-minded. As for Laoqin Town and Yinming Town, Jiang Chen has already dispatched a small team of crystal maidens to each town to stand by in secret, ready to provide immediate assistance should the situation turn bad. Soon, Jiang Chen saw his final target. Toyotomi Yomiya, Lieutenant Colonel of the Sakura Special Forces of District 663, who has led military lords to invade the Dragon Kingdom's territory multiple times, with countless lives on his hands, has volunteered to descend to the mortal realm this time. Kamishiro Bor, a genius of the Kamishiro family, he permanently contracted with the evil god Gluttony within a year. He is one of the most powerful Shikigami lords in District 663, and once devoured dozens of warlords and nearly 10,000 troops single-handedly. He very well. With a decent strongman around, the money and energy the Empress has invested won't be a waste. Toyotomi Yomiya was unaware that most of the lords he had brought with him had been wiped out. After confirming Jiang Chen's identity, he was overjoyed. Ha ha. He laughed loudly and said to the divine boar, Kamishiro-kun, the dragon you ordered has arrived. The god-type boar has finished all its own rations, and if there are no decent snacks, it will have to eat its soldiers to fill its stomach. In Toyotomi Yomiya's eyes, Jiang Chen was just a food deliverer man, and a very timely one at that. He couldn't help but sigh. I really want to give you a 5-star review. Chapter 190, The 100-Meter Giant. The Empress's Divine Might. Although that's what they say. However, Toyotomi Yomi secretly ordered hundreds of flying units to flank Jiang Chen. Sudden, the divine boar sensed something and exclaimed excitedly, Toyotomi-kun, I've discovered that delicious food is everywhere, and surprisingly, the most delicious thing isn't even dragons. She pointed at Jiang Chen and said, It's him. Toyotomi Yomiya was taken aback. What does it mean to say that delicious food is everywhere? Not good. He finally understood the meaning of those words, and his expression changed. But the void in front of him was already rippling, and the Angel Legion and the Crystal Maiden instantly broke their stealth. Crystal Storm. Angel's Sword. Holy Strike. Holy Flame. Boom boom boom. The battle erupted instantly. Jiang Chen had nothing to say to these brutal invaders. He simply took action. Jaina, Li Hani, the goddess warrior, and the 9 heaven saintess also leaped off the dragon's back. The dozen or so Sakura lords, including Toyotomi Yomiya, were all dumbfounded. Angels? So many angels. Damn it. With this level of combat power, these angels have probably all reached level 55. Where did Jiang Chen get so much energy? In the past few days, Jiang Chen has gained more than 3 billion energy, and all of his power angels have reached level 50. This is just the beginning. They soon discovered that the angel who had shocked them was actually the weakest of their enemies. To avoid accidentally harming the Cherry Blossom Lord, Jaina didn't use an AoE skill like Blizzard, but instead casually unleashed dozens of wind blades. Both the fragile Onmyoji and the Kamakura Samurai, known for their tankiness, were cut in half at the waist. Lihani is even more remarkable. Although she is only a legendary 1-star, her sword has already reached minor perfection, with a 3.2-fold increase in sword power. Even the D-rank skill sword Chi is no less powerful than a B-rank skill in Lihani's hands. Lihani's sword Chi was already at the transcendent realm when she was first recruited. With multiple amplifications, Lihani could casually unleash a sword aura that would require even a sword saint to use their full strength to unleash the II slash to defend against. The legendary unit that Toyotomi Yomiuri was so proud of was easily crushed like a child. This made him furious. Kamishiro-kun, hurry and make your move. He didn't even need to say a word. As the divine boar gazed upon the angelic legion, it murmured, eat them, they're all mine. His body suddenly swelled up. 5 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. Before the horrified eyes of all the lords on both sides, the divine boar instantly swelled into a giant hundreds of meters tall. After transforming, the divine pig's skin turned a deep purple, and it became plump and strong. Sizzle. Avril used her speed to carve a 10-meter-long black gash across the back of the divine boar with her longsword. However, such minor damage was negligible to the 100-meter-tall giant boar, and it had already begun to recover rapidly. Although the godlike boar looks bulky and bloated, its speed is by no means slow. Thump thump. The divine boar covered tens of meters with each step, shaking the earth with every stride. It rapidly approached Jiang Chen, its booming sound echoing for miles around. You're the most delicious. Come and become a part of my body. Jiang Chen ate the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth every day and consumed an unknown amount of life essence. In the eyes of the perceptive divine pig, he was just like Tangzing meat. This is a mountain of flesh. Jiang Chen couldn't help but gasp. How could a level 55 Shikigami Lord be so strong? Even a Shikigami Lord who has made a permanent pact with an evil god couldn't be this powerful. Could it be the will of an evil god? Toyotomi Yame burst into laughter. Ha ha, the wall of flesh form. I never thought that Kamishiro-kun could summon the wall of flesh form at will. I'm afraid it won't be long before Kamishiro-kun becomes a gluttony servant. How many years has it been since the Kamishiro family has produced a gluttony servant? With Kamishiro-kun here, once we return to District 663, we'll immediately take over those few Dragon Kingdom counties. If Su Fu collaborated with evil spirits in the spirit world to create the Shikigami Lords. Therefore, the signing of a permanent contract between the 7 Sakura families, including the Shindai family, and the evil god was a way to promote the dominant school of Shikigami. Although I've made myself look like a monster, I can accept all of that in the face of the immense power I've gained. Toyotomi Yomiuri was extremely glad that he had brought Kamishiro Boar to the new server, completely forgetting that he had just been regretting it. Even at level 55, God King in his flesh mountain form is definitely stronger than 10,000 stars. Maybe even 15,000 stars. He shouted arrogantly. Jiang Chen, you bumpkin, do you even know what a 10,000 star battle power is? Today I'll show you. However, perhaps Toyotomi Yomiuri was too excited. Surprisingly, they didn't notice that the angels didn't stop the divine boar at all, and even made way for it. After a brief moment of surprise, Jiang Chen calmed down. Looking at the mountain of flesh that was only a few hundred meters away from him, he asked softly, Empress, report your combat strength. The Empress smiled and said, with the blessing of the golden battle name, my combat power has reached 22,000 stars, and my physique has reached 28,000 points. Jiang Chen pointed at Toyotomi Yomiuri in the distance, and said, he just called me a bumpkin. The Empress said softly, please wait a moment, my lord. I will avenge you right away. After saying that, the Empress flashed, and her seemingly frail figure stood in front of the mountain of flesh. Kamishiro Boar was taken aback, then slapped him across the face. Get out of my way. I want to eat the one behind you first. The enormous hand stirred the air, instantly creating a small storm within a radius of hundreds of meters. Great Sumeru sword style. But the Empress simply made a light slash, and a sumaru sword mark easily blocked the god-slaying boar's slap. Rumble. The sound traveled for miles and was deafening. Kamishiro felt as if his palm had struck a crystal wall, a burning pain shooting through him. Before he could react, an aura of dominance over the world erupted from the Empress. You should thank my lord for his mercy. Heavenly sound 9 kills. 9 terrifying sword energies, each 100 meters long, instantly formed. Puff, puff, puff. The Shiroboshi paused for a moment, its eyes filled with disbelief, and then collapsed like a pile of building blocks. His limbs were severed from his body. The Empress had cut him into a human stump, leaving him only able to roll on the ground and wail in agony. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Even the angels were horrified. Yin casually killed a sword master and said enviously, "It must feel amazing to overwhelm someone with your attributes." The Heavenly Sound 9 kills is only a C-level skill, but the power of each strike just now was no less than my Heavenly Blade strike. Of course, Yin was aware of this as well. Although the Heavenly Sound 9 kills is only a C-level skill, the Empress had already reached minor perfection when she was recruited. After 2 months in the Enlightenment Chamber and time acceleration, it has now reached major perfection. No skill at its peak should be underestimated, let alone one wielded by the Empress. Toyotomi Yomii's smile froze on his face, and he rubbed his eyes. How is this possible? How could there be such a powerful entity in the new district? Could this be a mythical hero? As it turns out, when faced with an invincible enemy, the Sakura Lords always behave remarkably similarly. Toyotomi Yomii was no exception. He chose to flee for his life immediately. However, under the protection of only a few remaining sword saints, he had only escaped 1,000 meters when he was easily captured by Cynthia and knocked unconscious. The godlike boar quickly returned to its normal human form, but even though it had become a human stick, it still kept complaining of being hungry, which showed how terrifying the evil god was. Jiang Chen was annoyed by what he heard, so he immediately had Jaina cast Mental Cage on all the Cherry Blossom Lords. Zizishan asked in bewilderment, "The enemy only has 3 squads left, which we can easily deal with. Why keep these Sakura Lords around?" 3 squads. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "The killing has only just begun. There haven't been any new recruits at the foot of the mind control tower for a long time." Chapter 191 The Will of the Evil God. Manipulating the whole situation. In Longyuan Town, a fierce battle has broken out. Unlike Jiang Chen's relaxed and carefree demeanor, the battle here was truly brutal. A flash of light. A legendary unit called Tyrant has appeared in the town. "Get them under control." And Chuxia shouted and instantly activated her bronze battle name. Black Hole, Storm Hammer, Gravity Gun. As is well known, the value of control units is second only to that of eccentric units. Xiao Wushang had incredible luck. An epic military token actually yielded the technological unit Potential Energy Mech. Its signature skill, Gravity Gun, works perfectly with Black Hole. A series of gravity force projectiles struck the Tyrant, instantly making their bodies weigh more than 1,000 pounds, and for a moment they were unable to escape the Black Hole's binding force. Immediately afterwards, tens of thousands of ranged units unleashed arrows, magic, and bullets. The defensive structures also emitted beams of light, lightning, frost, and flames. Energy raged for a time. My Tyrant." The exasperated voice of the Sakura Lord could be faintly heard from ahead. How can this year's new recruits be so strong? It took a good 10 seconds before the Tyrants finally broke free from the Black Hole and the Gravity Gun. The Tyrant that was originally a small squad has been reduced to only 9 heads, and various epic and excellent units are constantly appearing at the entrance. Charge. Rumble. Beneath the walls of Enchuxia's territory, hundreds of thousands of the rare human unit, the heavy cavalry, launched a suicidal charge. The gap in strength is too huge. The Tyrant swept his mace around casually, and more than a dozen heavy cavalrymen were smashed into mincemeat, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. With each Ayajutsu slash, the Sword Saint cut hundreds of heavy cavalrymen in half. However, there were simply too many heavy cavalrymen. who blocked the Sakura army at the entrance of the town. With the addition of other high-level units, both sides suffered casualties, resulting in a stalemate. A dozen minutes later. Damn it! The tactical deployment at the entrance is too limited. They're using low-tier soldiers to wear down our high-tier troops. If we keep fighting like this, we'll suffer heavy losses. Let's wait for the other squads to arrive before launching a full-scale attack. Should we attack from the other entrances? We could send troops to scout Strange. Why hasn't Lord Toyotomi arrived yet? Could something have happened? How is that possible? Lord Toyotomi has nearly 100 legendary soldiers. And there's also that cannibalistic monster, Kamishiro Boar. After discussing the matter, the Cherry Blossom Lords abandoned hundreds of corpses and retreated like a receding tide. The Dragon Kingdom Lord immediately erupted in cheers. Although our side suffered over 100,000 casualties, all of them were elite and rare units, and those killed included legendary units. Xiao Wushang's face showed no trace of a smile. So this is the old district lord. He's incredibly strong. If they weren't worried about heavy casualties, our position would have held out for at most an hour. And Chuxiao sighed. I wonder if Jiang Chen will be in danger if he goes out to fight as a guerrilla, given how strong the enemy is. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Chen had already returned to the town through another entrance. Crystal 7's detection range can now cover the entire town. Good. Listening to Jing Qi's report on the battle situation at the entrance, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. So even if I don't participate in the battle, with the strength of Lonyuan County, we can still fight against 5 Sakura squads if we join forces. After confirming that there was no danger, Jiang Chen had a thought. A beam of blue light shot down from the mind control tower, enveloping the unconscious Toyotomi Yomi. As expected of a strong player from an old region. A full minute later, the mind control tower finally announced that control had been successfully achieved. Toyotomi Yamazu slowly awoke, knelt on the ground with a thud, and wept bitterly in repentance. Oh my God! I actually attacked the great Dragon Kingdom. I deserve to die. Master, before I die, what can I do for you and for the Dragon Kingdom? Jiang Chen nodded and said, Indeed, you can do something you. Listening to Jiang Chen's words, Toyotomi Yomii's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and he said fanatically, Only a dead Sakura Lord is a good Sakura Lord. Yagyu Prefecture and Kitatani Prefecture actually dared to besiege Ryuan Prefecture. I'll send my men to lure them into Ryuan Prefecture, where they can be slaughtered by their master. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, Toyotomi Yomii is the leader of the powerful beings who have descended this time, and his personal errand running will inevitably arouse suspicion. After communication, Jiang Chen regained control of 2 of Toyotomi Yamei's trusted lords. The mind control tower is currently at level 6, and there is still 1 spot left. Jiang Chen pointed at the divine boar. Just as the blue light touched the head of the divine boar, a chaotic and evil voice resounded in everyone's mind. How dare insignificant and ignorant humans attempt to control the gods? Jiang Chen seemed completely unsurprised. As expected, it is a wisp of the will of the 7 evil gods of the spirit realm, gluttony. No wonder the divine boar is so strong. He completely ignored the voice and allowed the mind control tower to operate at full power. However, this evil god's will was indeed resilient, and it actually withstood it. Jiang Chen frowned, then said softly, Upgrade. Swish, swish, swish. The mind control tower was upgraded to level 9, greatly increasing its power. A black divine soul emerged from between the eyebrows of the divine boar, manifesting in various gluttonous forms, including a giant-mouthed monster, a greedy snake, and even the mythical creature Taodai. The evil gods will struggled frantically, clearly sensing its impending doom, and emitted a venomous wave of divine energy. 7th Heaven, District 666, Blue Star Domain, Jiaoao Prefecture, Jiang Chen, the County Magistrate of Lonyuan County. I already know your trump card. Wait for my true form's revenge. You know my trump card? Jiang Chen chuckled. Do you take me for a slacker? Lonyuan County is currently under a legendary ban on speaking. How could your mirror will possibly transmit the information? He constantly undermined the faith of the evil god's will through words. A few minutes later, bang! The evil god's will, unwilling to be controlled, self-destructed into a cloud of black mist. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. This potential hazard has finally been dealt with. We must have a vessel, and the only Shikigami lord present was the god descending boar. With the divine pig under control, this will could not exist independently. Half an hour later. From now on, all you need to do is launch probing attacks from time to time to keep the Dragon Kingdom Lord of Longyuan Town occupied. I will come to your aid after I have dealt with the other powerful enemies. Toyotomi Yomiya, accompanied by Kamishiro Boar, was giving a speech to 10 Sakura lords outside Ryujin Town. Upon hearing the words, formidable enemy, the squad leader felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder the other teams arrived late. However, he possessed excellent military skills, and although he was extremely curious, he did not ask any further questions after confirming Toyotomi Yomiya's identity. Yes, Lord Toyotomi. The time that follows. Toyotomi Yomiya made a trip to Laoqin Town and Yinming Town and issued the same order. Meanwhile, Jingba also relayed the battle situation in the other two towns. With the help of the legendary hero Meng Tian, by Tsung's A-level leadership, and the seemingly free high-quality scrolls and other disposable items, Laoqin Town managed to hold off the enemy's attack. Yinming Town is much weaker. The Crystal Maiden held back outside the town, which allowed Yinming Town to hold on. At the same time, two of Toyotomi Yomiya's trusted men also set off for the border of Ryujin County. Jiang Chen was in complete control of the situation. The next morning, the border of Longyuan County, Ryuichi Kitatani exclaimed with delight, Lord Toyotomi is inviting us to Ryujin Prefecture? Chapter 192 Lord of Immortal Qin. Invite the enemy into the trap. Entering the Dragon Kingdom to plunder and pillage is the dream of every lord in the Sakura Wars. One of Toyotomi Yomiya's trusted confidants nodded and continued. Including Jiang Chen, the main force of Longyuan County has been completely defeated, and Jiang Chen himself has been killed by Lord Toyotomi. But there are still many Dragon Kingdom lords scattered in various towns, and our 100 men cannot kill them all in a short time. The legendary sealing scroll can only seal for 15 days. By then, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom will surely flee Jiao Prefecture. That's why we hope Lord Kitani will send troops to kill these Dragon Kingdom lords. This explanation is reasonable. Ryuichi Kitatani had no doubt whatsoever. With the strength of the old district lords, there was no possibility of defeat. That being said, even if he had doubts, with space and information completely blocked, there was no way to verify or refute them. Please convey my gratitude to Lord Toyotomi. I will immediately mobilize a large army to enter Longyuan Town and ensure that not a single lord of the Dragon Kingdom is spared. Lord Kataya, you're too kind. You've worked so hard guarding the border of Longyuan County these past few days. You deserve our gratitude, even if you haven't achieved anything great, the confidant continued. Lord Toyotomi has already planned the route for you. To increase the efficiency of the killings, I suggest you divide the army into multiple smaller squads. Ryuichi Kitatani exclaimed. Lord Toyotomi is truly too thoughtful. Watching the backs of the two old district lords, Kitatani Ryuichi whispered. Toyotomi Hidaichi, look how sensible your elder brother, Toyotomi Yomiya, is. TSK. Both are direct descendants of the Toyotomi family. How come there's such a big difference? Ryuichi Kitatani immediately mobilized 50,000 warlords from Kitatani County to enter Ryujin County from the east. Almost simultaneously, Yagyu Prefecture, having received the news, also followed suit. The wealth of Longyuan County is well known. Putting aside everything else, the resources plundered from destroying just one small town alone are worth the trip. Half an hour later, a force of 1,000 suddenly appeared on the outskirts of Longyuan County. This team belongs to 3 warlords, 2 men and 1 woman. Although there are only 1,000 people, nearly half of them are legendary units. The middle-aged male lord leading the group frowned deeply. In order to shorten the registration time to a few days, we in Xianqin have paid such a high price, but we didn't expect to still be a step too late. The female lord asked doubtfully. Munga, what exactly is the target's identity that warrants such a large-scale mobilization from our immortal Qin? The man surnamed Meng shook his head. I don't know either. I only know that this is an order from the third heaven. The female lord muttered. Perhaps this missing man is a descendant of some ancient royal family. Powerful lords from hundreds of years ago often take advantage of the opening of the interdimensional passage to leave offspring in the main world. These powerful lords have long since completed their war against the heavens and entered a higher level of the world. So this is nothing unusual. That's not something we should be asking. The man surnamed Meng said solemnly. We don't need to pay attention to these opportunistic Sakura lords. Let's head straight for Old Qin Town. We might still make it in time. Xianying Palace. The air inside the Jade View Immortal Palace seemed to have solidified, like a volcano about to erupt. A long time passed. Qin Shihuang's calm voice finally came through. Are you saying that little 19 may have met with misfortune? Zhao Gao breathed a sigh of relief before daring to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He was one of the few people who knew Ying Yinmon's status in Ying Zheng's heart. In terms of favor, she even surpassed the 18th prince 1,000 years ago. He also knew that the 18th prince had become jealous of Ying Yinman because of this. But this time it's really not his fault. He's given all the advice he could, and even spoke to Meng Tian. But the 19th prince just wouldn't listen. What could he do? He even said, even if I die fighting alongside my brothers, I will never be a deserter. I remember this little girl was quite well behaved when she was little. How come she became so hot-blooded after only 3 months in the battlefield of 10,000 races? It must be because of that damn Jiang Chen who corrupted them. His Majesty, Zhao Gao said cautiously. Japan acted too quickly this time. However, the warlord of my immortal Qin has already arrived and has now reached Longyuan County. Now that Meng Tian has recovered to the legendary rank, I believe she can definitely protect His Highness. After a moment of silence, Ying Zheng said, if something really happens to Xiao Shizhou, then there is no need for Jiao Ao Zhou to exist. Zhao Gao respectfully replied, yes. If everyone is gone, there's no need to worry about Ying Yinmon's identity being exposed. Although life and death are preordained, when the emperor is angry, the number of corpses could be far more than 1 million. Soon, news of the fall of Longyuan town spread throughout Diaoyou Prefecture. The Cherry Blossom Lord was naturally overjoyed. The Dragon Kingdom's lords were naturally quite the opposite. It's over, it's all over. I still had a sliver of hope. Wah, Jiang Chen is a genius that our Dragon Kingdom has seen once in 1,000 years. The hope for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. I never thought that hope would be shattered like this. As expected, a new district lord can't possibly contend with an old district lord. Let's leave as soon as possible. If these old-timers make time, we won't even have time to leave. Instantly, another large number of lords moved out of Diaoyou Prefecture. Even Jiang Chen, a champion with a golden reputation, couldn't create a miracle. Should they stay and wait to die? The only one with some doubts was Toyotomi Hidaichi, because this is somewhat inconsistent with Toyotomi Yame's style of doing things. However, he quickly put this concern aside. With the strength of Toyotomi Yomiya and Kamishiro Benito, how could they possibly be defeated? Moreover, the 2 lords who just delivered the message are indeed my brother's confidants. With Jiang Chen dead, a weight was lifted from his heart. Toyotomi Hidaichi was in a great mood and immediately sent several messages. Gentlemen, Jiang Chen, that scoundrel, is finally dead. I've prepared a small feast in my territory to celebrate with you all. Oh, right, I just recruited 2 squads of exceptional quality geishas. Jiang Chen was unaware of the massive chain reaction his leaked information had caused. He was simply lacking energy. When he saw the message Jing Qi brought back, he immediately became excited. 2 county towns, 100,000 warlords. Although both counties have nearly 1 million lords, there are other lord factions besides the warlords, and under no circumstances should each town leave behind a certain amount of military force to defend its home. This time, the plan to lure 100,000 warlords into a trap was an unexpected and delightful surprise. He roughly calculated that even if each Sakura lord brought 100 troops, all of excellent quality, this job would still yield nearly 5 billion energy. Moreover, there are at least 20–30% rare quality items, a small number of excellent or even epic quality items, and the lord himself. In this way, As long as I reach level 12, I can immediately skip the strength accumulation stage and directly enter Sword Heart Town to seize that precious sword tomb. But Jiang Chen frowned and said, the no-fly zone and censorship will last for less than 10 days. In 10 days, the truth will be revealed. I wonder if we can kill all these enemies. Jiang Chen waited patiently for a long time, until the cherry blossom lords of the two counties had ventured over 1,000 kilometers into the territory before he finally took action. Yan, you lead the Angel Legion. Empress, you lead the 9 heavenly saintesses and all the true disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect. The rest of you follow me. Everyone, focus all your efforts on killing the cherry blossom lord. Crystal Maiden, scan the battlefield and leave no survivors. The crowd shouted, yes, Lord. Ryuichi Kitatani and Shiro Yagyu worked together very well, dividing the county lords into multiple teams. Jiang Chen soon encountered one of them. This team appears to have over 500 Sakura lords. The combined number of soldiers and heroes was nearly 100,000, a truly mighty force. Ryuichi Kitani. Even though they were hundreds of meters apart, Jiang Chen recognized at a glance that the leader of this cherry blossom army was none other than Kitatani Ryuichi, the prefectural magistrate of Kitatani Prefecture. Speechless, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. What a coincidence. If Yaya were here, she would be overjoyed. He still remembered how angry the little fox was when Kitani Ryuichi shouted back then. Chapter 193 The Meat Grinder of Lonyuan County. A horrifying harvest. Meanwhile, Kitatani Ryuichi also saw Jiang Chen standing on Long Jio's back and said incredulously, Jiang Chen, you weren't dead. Could it be that you have some method of faking your death that fooled Lord Toyotomi Yame? The idea that the strong in the old regions are invincible was so deeply ingrained that even at this point, he still hadn't realized he had been deceived. Ignorance is a kind of happiness. Jiang Chen sighed, then took a deep breath. Origin God Fist. A rumbling sound echoed between heaven and earth. Spiritual energy stirred and condensed into a golden fist imprint that blotted out the sky, reflecting the terrified faces of the cherry blossom lords. Jiang Chen was in a hurry, so he went all out and punched the densest part of the crowd. Ah no. Boom. Kitatani Ryuichi only had time to let out a scream before he was engulfed by the fist imprint. Every county magistrate was a chosen one among millions of lords, but because of one wrong step, they died here inexplicably, their bodies never to be found. Thousands of battle reports flooded the logs instantly. This was only because the Sakura army's formation was relatively loose. Otherwise, the result of this punch could have been several times greater. The warlords in the new area are really too weak. Most of the hero units are only around level 40 and are of good or rare quality. Goddess warriors, dragons, crystal maidens, and others also joined the fight. Black Hole, Crystal Storm, Thunderbolt. The Cherry Blossom Lords, who had originally dreamed of plundering resources in Lonyuan Town, were suddenly filled with exclamations, pleas for mercy, and curses. 20 minutes later, Jing Qi reported, My lord, the enemy has been completely annihilated. Compared to fighting the old lords, this battle was far too easy, but the results were just as good. In just 20 minutes, I gained 240 million energy. In other words, if he wipes out all 100,000 lords, he can obtain tens of billions of energy. Of course, with prefectural governor Ryuichi Kitatani in this team, which has nearly 1,000 epic units, their energy will be greater. That's all. Jiang Chen's territory's powerful warriors were divided into 3 teams, clearing out the cherry blossom lords of the 2 counties at an extremely fast pace. The Sakura army consists of anywhere from a few hundred to over 1,000 lords, and is utterly invincible. However, due to the space's ban on speaking, the surviving lords were completely unaware that death could come at any moment, and were still dreaming of plundering and killing. After clearing out the 10th wave of lords, Jing Qi suddenly said, My lord, there is a very strange and powerful army. Jiang Chen didn't pay much attention at first, but as Jing Qi described it, his expression gradually became serious. 3 lords and hundreds of legendary troops? This is definitely a warlord even more powerful than Toyotomi Yame. I learned from Toyotomi Yomiuri that there are no other descending lords in Sakura country. From Sakura country's perspective, there's no need for them. And then there's their head straight for Laoqin town. So, Jiang Chen sighed. So it was reinforcements from Xianqin who arrived. Although the authorities announced their abandonment of Diaoyu Island, they could not stop the arrival of civilian forces. In fact, if it weren't for his and Chuxia's intervention, Luoshi would have already given up his official status, which he had cultivated for many years, and descended upon the new district. However, the common people ultimately cannot fight against the officials. In the seventh heaven, only the Qingyu is the official government. Even the immortal Qin are merely civilians. Jiang Chen didn't know what price it would take to subdue 3 such powerful lords in such a short time. But considering Yinman's identity, it wasn't surprising. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen suddenly smiled. Great. This way I can make a fortune in silence. As for the limelight, let's let that little girl Yinman have it. One day later, 3 Xianqin lords arrived at Laoqin town. They are warlords from the famous 642nd war zone. Although there are only 3 of them, their strength far surpasses that of the cherry blossom lords from the 663rd war zone. So as soon as they made their move, the Sakura lords guarding outside Old Qin town were all shocked. So the formidable enemy that Lord Toyotomi Yamei was referring to was them. Has something happened to Lord Toyotomi? At this moment, Yinman also discovered that strong reinforcements had arrived from outside, and they actually led the lord of Old Qin town out of the town to fight their way out. Brothers, kill all those Sakura go. Let's vent this anger. The 3 lords had already seen Yinman's photograph, and seeing that their rescue target was still alive, they were naturally overjoyed and shouted. Missing Yinman, I am Meng Sheng, from District 642. I have been ordered by the upper realm to come and rescue you. Thank you so much. Yinman nodded and said, I was wondering why the Japanese attacks had been so weak these past 2 days. It turns out you guys were there to hold them back. Although Meng Sheng had his doubts, now was not the time to discuss them. Let's deal with the enemy first. The other lords of Qin town were all shocked. Is our town mayor that powerful? He actually managed to summon a powerful figure from District 642. The arrival itself is one thing. What's terrifying is that the normal registration period for an arrival in District 642 is more than 20 days, but they've shortened that time to within 5 days. I wonder how many resources they've consumed. Over such a long period of time, although Yinman's offline studio was thriving, she was giving away all kinds of high-quality hero tokens and military tokens like they were free. Even most of the lords of Old Qin town moved their entire families to Longzhou in the main world. But today, the power behind Yinman has once again refreshed their understanding. Soon, together, they eliminated 10 Sakura lords with minimal casualties. Brother Meng Sheng, come with me to rescue our compatriots in Longyuan town and Yinming town. Yinman was in high spirits. Jiang Chen, you finally got to rely on me. Just thinking about it makes me happy. From the day the server opened, she was suppressed by Jiang Chen in various ways. In the last 2 county-level ranking competitions, I again benefited from Jiang Chen's influence, gaining various luck and attribute rewards. This time, she was finally able to hold her head high in front of Jiang Chen, albeit with the help of her family. But Meng Sheng hesitated. His mission was simply to protect Yinman's safety, and he didn't want to cause any unnecessary trouble. At this moment, Meng Tian, who was beside Yinman, whispered, What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what Miss said? A hint of displeasure flashed in Meng Sheng's eyes. Although Yinman's status seems very noble, how dare you, a hero, boss me around? But when he looked up and saw Meng Tian's face clearly, he was immediately shaken to his core. The towns of Laoqin, Yinming, and Longyuan were liberated one after another, and they formed a hunting army to participate in the encirclement and suppression of the Cherry Blossom Lord. They tacitly agreed not to leave a single survivor. Even if they accidentally left any loose ends, Jiang Chen's Crystal Maiden would secretly take care of them. Therefore, the hunt went smoothly. The entire Longyuan County has become a meat grinder targeting the Sakura Lord. 7 or 8 days passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen looked at his remaining energy, 19 billion. This was only because he had consumed 16 billion energy to level up all 700 heavenly sound disciples and the Angel Legion to level 55. That is to say, in less than 10 days, the Sakura Lords provided Jiang Chen with more than 30 billion energy. If he were to farm this energy normally, it would probably take him at least 2 months. As for other equipment, skills, and other gains, they are countless. 3 days ago, Jiang Chen finally completed the prerequisite buildings required for Town Hall Level 11 in his territory, and successfully upgraded to Town Hall Level 11, unlocking the Building World Mall. However, Jiang Chen was busy killing monsters and didn't have time to study it. Jiang Chen calculated the date. With space and communication blocked, the outside world has no way of knowing the situation in Lonyuan County. But the lockdown is about to end soon, and the true situation in Lonyuan County will soon be exposed. I wonder what's going on outside. What Jiang Chen didn't know was, the Sakura Kingdom and Free will have been arguing fiercely over the ownership of Lonyuan County. Yes, faced with the huge opportunity presented by Lonyuan County, the Sakura Kingdom shamelessly broke its promise. They claimed that Jiao Prefecture is part of the Sakura Kingdom, and Lonyuan County is an inseparable and sacred part of the Sakura Kingdom, but they can offer other compensation based on free will, blah blah blah. The result, naturally, infuriated Free Will. The Free Will leadership ordered Kalayan County to send troops directly to take over Lonyuan County. They didn't believe the Sakura Kingdom would dare to start a war. The two sides are currently in a standoff outside Lonyuan County, with tensions running high. As for the Dragon Kingdom, who cares about a complete loser, an outcast? Chapter 194 Dogs Fighting. Who said we're dead? Not far outside Lonyuan County, Austin and Toyotomi Hidaichi stand facing each other, a kilometer apart. Toyotomi Hidaichi, if it weren't for our Free Will assisting you in forcing the Qingyu region to issue a statement, where would the old powerhouses of your Sakura region have dared to descend? Austin has lost its former elegance. Now that Lonyuan County has been captured, how dare your Sakura country break the contract? Toyotomi Hidaichi explained earnestly. Your Excellency Austin, you can't just say things like that. Free Will is our friend, and shouldn't friends help each other? Furthermore, as a token of my gratitude for Free Will's assistance, I have already transferred 10 billion spirit stones to your account. This was the first time Austin had ever encountered such a shameless person. 10 billion spirit stones. In the long run, the value of Lonyuan County is far more than trillions. Austin said with a grim face. Aren't you afraid that by doing this, your Sakura country won't support the Dragon country in the upcoming battle for the state capital? You jest. All the Dragon Kingdom lords combined in Jiao Prefecture probably don't even number as many as your Kalayan County. And Toyotomi Hideyoshi paused for a moment, then smiled and said, My old lord of the Sakura region is in Jiao Prefecture. I believe I can eliminate all unstable factors. Austin said, Are you threatening me? Don't we Free Will have any old lords? Toyotomi Hidaichi wore a compassionate expression. Please think it over. Once Free Will breaks the rules, the consequences will be unimaginable. Austin gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. The reason why the Sakura Kingdom dared to demote the old district lords is because the Dragon Kingdom has lost the support of the old districts. If Free Will were to do the same, it would signify a full-scale war. Whether it aligns with the interests of Free Will is another matter, and it's not something a junior like him can decide. Toyotomi Hidaichi, I hope your Sakura country won't regret this. Toyotomi Hidaichi, on the other hand, felt a surge of satisfaction. Although this time they offended Free Will, the pressure from Free Will naturally be borne by the higher-ups. Once we occupy Lonyuan County, as long as we obtain enough luck gambling tokens, we can build several towns with 1,000 points of luck, or even a town with several thousand points of luck. What does it mean to have thousands of points of luck? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a paradise on Earth. Even in older districts decades ago, such a phenomenon would be extremely rare. The other mayors of Sakura Prefecture were also very excited. If they take Lonyuan County, their families will at least get a share of the spoils. I really envy Kidani Koen and Yagyu Koen. They've been in Ryujin Prefecture for so long. I wonder how many benefits they've gained. Hee hee, what can you do when it's so close to Lonyuan County? However, it's a bit strange. It's been almost 10 days, but not a single lord from Kitani or Yagyu has come out. There are a few top-notch women among the high-ranking officials in Lonyuan County, especially that one surnamed Ing, who comes from the Ing family of Xianqin. It must be really exciting to play with her. Maybe they're in line. Oh no, I forgot to ask Kitani-kun to take some photos and bring them back. Don't worry, knowing Kitani-kun's hobbies, he'll bring back photos from all angles and perspectives in a bit. Haha, Tsukahara-kun is Dong Taodu's. The numerous county magistrates of Sakura Prefecture let out lewd laughter. And just then, Toyotomi Hidaichi glanced at the state government channel and was instantly stunned. Tushan Yaya. Phew, the spatial seal is finally broken. The air outside the county town smells so sweet. I'm so happy. This, Toyotomi Hidaichi said in disbelief. Isn't this that annoying vixen from Ryujin County? How come she's still alive? At this moment, the other county magistrates of Sakura also noticed the little fox's appearance, and after their initial surprise, they were all overjoyed. There's still one fish that slipped through the net. Great. This fox is top-notch. Let's catch her and share her with everyone. Haha. I thought I wouldn't even get a sip of soup, but I didn't expect to be left with such a piece of fat. Whoever catches it first, the finest of the celestial fox clan. Hundreds of years ago, we made them slaves of our great Sakura Empire, but they are ungrateful and insist on becoming citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. They'll regret it one day. Unfortunately, they were too happy too soon. In less than a minute, one message after another appeared on the screen. Wei Ming. Yaya is fast. She probably opened the anywhere door at the perfect moment. Zhu Yeqing. Haha, awesome. So awesome. Although I almost died, these past 2 weeks of killing have been truly exhilarating. And Shuxia. I'm coming out for some fresh air too. I've been so bored these past 2 weeks without being able to chat. There are several groups of Yagyu County lords gathered together in the northwest of the county town. Anyone want to come and help out? Zhu Yeqing. Zhu Yeshuan. I'm going too. Because Jiang Chen used the silencing scroll relatively late. Although the spatial restriction has been lifted, the silencing effect remains. If you want to speak, you can only teleport to outside the county town map through the anywhere door. Looking at the constantly refreshing messages, the county magistrates of Sakura were all dumbfounded. I have a feeling something's not right. At this moment, Ing E-Man also appeared and said triumphantly, fellow countrymen of the Dragon Kingdom, we have won. Toyotomi Hidaichi immediately started screaming wildly. This is impossible. This is fake. How could a newly established county town possibly withstand a lord from an old district? It must be a hoax. My brother is hunting them down. That must be it. The other county magistrates of Sakura Prefecture exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. Meanwhile, the lords of Keilang County, who had not yet retreated, stared at each other in disbelief. Something feels off. At this moment, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom and other counties also chimed in. Chao Ziqing was overjoyed and incredulous. You're all alive? Weren't you all supposed to be dead? Zhao Lingshan said excitedly. I've already packed everything and am ready to move. By the way, other brothers who are also planning to move, please wait a little longer. The situation has changed. That is indeed the case. With the destruction of Lonyuan County, only a few 100,000 Dragon Kingdom lords remained in Jiaoyou Prefecture. There's no point in them insisting on staying any longer. The reason I risked waiting until now was entirely to witness that tragic outcome with my own eyes, so that I could remember it for the rest of my life and use it as motivation to move forward. Colonel Li Feng burst into laughter. Haha, that's great. It's so good that you're all right. By the way, where's Jiang Chen? Is Jiang Chen all right? He blurted out several short sentences in a row, showing how anxious he was. The many lords of Lonyuan County who came out for some fresh air were also dumbfounded. Huang Xian. Damn it. Who the hell spread rumors that we're dead? And Shuxia. Jiang Chen seems to still be hunting down the lord of Beigu County. You don't know, he's gone berserk. A good 10 minutes or so passed, as the lords of Lonyuan County chimed in with their own words. All the lords of the Dragon Kingdom finally believed that Dragon Abyss County had truly won. Moment. The Dragon Kingdom lords cheered. Very good. Lonyuan County is safe and sound. Jiang Chen is safe and sound. Sob, sob, sob. Hey girl upstairs, I could understand you crying when the news of Jiang Chen's demise came out. But now that everything's alright, why are you crying? I just can't help but cry. Sob, sob, sob. Chao Ziqing suddenly asked curiously. Could you tell me how you fought against the old district lords? Chapter 195 Heaven and Hell. I armed an entire county all by my own. Zhu Yeqing was the first to speak up and explain. Haha. This time we really have to thank Sister Ing for her connections. At this moment, Jiang Chen also opened the anywhere door and arrived outside the county town. He happened to see Zhu Yeqing explaining fluently, so he silently gave her a thumbs up in his heart. Then he added, thanks to Boss Ing Man, I, as the county magistrate, am truly ashamed. Ing Man encouraged him. Jiang Chen, don't be discouraged. You've done a great job. I just have a supportive parent. Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly as he watched Ing Man's proud demeanor. Longyuan County has been under lockdown for the past 2 weeks. So how many enemies arrived? How strong were they? None of them knew. Although they will eventually discover the anomaly as time goes on. After all, they had a general idea of how many enemies they had killed, and the number of Sakura lords who disappeared in Longyuan County was as high as 100,000. By then, the news that Xianqin winners stepped in to rescue Longyuan County will probably be widely known. Jiang Chen is making a fortune in silence, enjoying himself immensely. Over time, the Sakura lords and lighthouse lords are also slowly beginning to accept this reality. Ha, good, good, good. Austin suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, pointing at Toyotomi Hideyoshi. Lord Toyotomi Hidaichi, I'll gladly accept your 10 billion spirit stones. I'll cede Longyuan County to your Sakura Kingdom. The other lords of Keilang County also looked pleased, although they failed to obtain Longyuan County. Although Jiang Chen is also an enemy of free will. But seeing those treacherous dogs from the United States get their comeuppance made them incredibly happy. What's more, he also got 10 billion spirit stones for free. Why is this happening? Toyotomi Hideyoshi's face was ashen, and he muttered to himself. This time, the Sakura Kingdom not only gained no benefit whatsoever, but also lost the trust of its ally, free will. And the 10 billion spirit stones is probably the smallest loss. Moreover, the fate of Yi Ming's elder brother is unknown. The message was clearly delivered by 2 of my brother's trusted confidants, so why? Damn it! A sudden thought flashed through Toyotomi Hidaichi's mind, and he suddenly remembered the Hojo sisters who had betrayed the Sakura Kingdom. Why didn't I think of that before? If only I had been more alert. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Toyotomi Hidaichi was instantly plunged from heaven to hell, and he no longer cared about Austin's taunts. How many resources will it take for the powerful figures from District 642 to arrive so quickly? Moreover, judging from her combat strength, she is at least a county magistrate-level expert. Just who is this Ing man? The saying the people should not fight against the officials is an age-old truth. Logically speaking, even if there were old district lords who disliked Qingyu's style and were willing to suffer heavy losses to come to the new district, they would not be able to withstand the Sakura army. For ordinary people to gather 100 powerful warlords, they would need to reach the scale of a powerful force like that of Tianping Prefecture, Tianhua Prefecture, or Balian Prefecture. But everyone knows that. In the new districts of the past few decades, no powerful lords have emerged among the people of the Dragon Kingdom. This is why everyone was so shocked. At this moment, Toyotomi Hidaichi suddenly jolted awake and shouted, "Quickly, retreat to the county seat. This place is too close to Longyuan County. We could be attacked by those powerful immortal Qin experts at any moment." The other Cherry Blossom lords also realized what was happening, and they all ran away in a panic, wishing they had been born with 2 more legs. Austin was stunned. He could no longer mock Toyotomi Hidaichi and ran for his life. They are now mortal enemies with Longyuan County. As soon as the spatial restriction was lifted, Jiang Chen immediately sent the Angel Legion's shady units back to the ghost warship. As for the ghost warships waiting near the goblin territory, they had already returned to the sea 10 days ago after Jiang Chen dealt with the powerful Sakura warriors in the old district. Another day passed, and the legendary ban effect was lifted. Moment. All information flows within and outside Longyuan County have resumed interaction. The news of the deaths of the invading lords in Cha'an and Yagyu prefectures was also simultaneously relayed back to their respective towns. In an instant, both counties were filled with mourning. The mayors of Sakura Prefecture, who had initially held a sliver of hope, have now completely given up. The power of the immortal Qin Lord has made all the Cherry Blossom Lords feel insecure. They even dared to kill monsters and level up only within the area of any gate in the county town. Desan Town. In the territory of Toyotomi Hidaichi, the mayors of Sakura Prefecture are having a heated discussion. The lords of Xianqin are too strong. It is said that there are only 3 of them, but they defeated more than 100 of our special forces lords. Even a strong man like Shindai sure was no match for them. Humph. Toyotomi Yomei bears an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. If he hadn't been so arrogant and hadn't divided his forces to explore, how could he have been defeated one by a mere 3 people? Toyotomi Yoruchi's expression was not good. It has been confirmed that all the lords who descended this time, including Toyotomi Yomei and Kamishiro Ibaraki, have perished. The arrival of this old district was orchestrated by him. Not only did they suffer a crushing defeat, but they also dragged down 2 prefectural governors, Kitatani Ryuichi and Yagyushiro. This has seriously affected his reputation in Jiayu Islands. Gentlemen, I was hasty in this operation. Toyotomi Hideyoshi stood up, his face full of grief, and said, although I really want to commit seppuku and atone for my sins with my death, Jiang Chen, this great enemy, has not been eliminated, so I can only continue to live and let endless self-blame torment me. The mayors of Sakura Prefecture exchanged bewildered glances. Although they were disgusted, they could only reluctantly say that it wasn't their responsibility, and so on. Thank you for your understanding. Toyotomi Hideyoshi bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle before speaking with great passion. Gentlemen, this failure was due to our haste. According to my statistics, including Longyuan County, the number of Dragon Kingdom lords in Jiao Prefecture is less than 400,000, while our Sakura Kingdom has more than 14 million lords. With this numerical advantage, as long as we proceed steadily and surely, we cannot possibly lose the battle for the lord of the prefecture. Once we seize the position of prefect, we can turn the entire Jiao Prefecture into our home ground. Everyone nodded in agreement. Mayor Tsukahara added, furthermore, just to be on the safe side, I suggest applying for the arrival of a war zone lord, for example war zone 632. I heard about the 632nd war zone. Everyone's expression hardened. In Jiang Chen's territory, everyone looked at Jiang Chen with strange expressions. Ing Man spoke on behalf of everyone. This time, the invading Sakura lords from Cha'an and Yagyu prefectures numbered 100,000, but after a long time of calculation, we found that the total number of Sakura lords killed by everyone was definitely less than 10,000. Magistrate, could you please help us analyze how the remaining 90,000 plus died? Zhu Yeqing and the others nodded quickly, their faces full of curiosity. A hint of horror flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. The Lord of Immortal Qin is indeed unfathomable. Ing Man chuckled. You've even started acting? Should I pull some strings and get you an Oscar? And Xuxia knew that Jiang Chen had for legendary heroes, so she immediately fulfilled her duty as director and stepped in to smooth things over. As a result, Ing Man rolled her eyes and exclaimed that she had forgotten her friends for the sake of beauty. Everyone has secrets, and people will naturally want to investigate them, but Jiang Chen's results this time are a bit too terrifying. One man slayed 90,000 lords. They roughly estimated the energy Jiang Chen had gained, but came up with a number that made them dizzy, not to mention the equipment and other gains. Wei Ming sighed. Boss's energy should last for a year and a half, right? Jiang Chen shrugged, offering no explanation. We can't just say that the energy is gone. After upgrading to Town Hall 11, Jiang Chen raised all his main heroes and troops to level 60, consuming 9 billion energy. Then he recruited 10 squads, totaling 130 angels, and leveled them all up to level 60, consuming another 9 billion energy. Finally, there were over 1 billion units of energy left for reserve. Yi Yiren had become quite familiar with Jiang Chen, and said in a sweet voice, "County Magistrate, do you have any equipment you don't need? You could give me some." Jiang Chen glanced at the square and laughed. "Everyone, step back 10 meters." Everyone was still wondering why they had to retreat 10 meters. Boom. A small mountain, several meters high, made of piled-up equipment, appeared in the center of the territory square. There must be hundreds of thousands of them. Although they were mentally prepared, the visual impact of so much equipment piled together still made everyone unconsciously swallow hard. "Hurry up and choose," Jiang Chen said calmly. "This is only 1/10. After a long while, Ing Man exclaimed, "Are you trying to equip an entire county all by yourself?" Jiang Chen naturally differentiated between those he favored and those he didn't when it came to equipment of epic quality or higher. Therefore, these were only the highest quality equipment available, and the demand was limited. In the end, Yi Yiren took the lead and distributed them to the warlords of Lonyuan County under the guise of county welfare. After 12 books, the battle for the Lord of the Palace and the battle of the prodigies of all races will begin. That will be when the Real curtain rises. The stronger the 36,000 lords in Lonyuan County, the greater Jiang Chen's power and strength will naturally be. After everyone dispersed, Jiang Chen finally had time to check the new building that had been unlocked in Book 11, the Multiverse Mall. Chapter 196, Myriad Realms Mall, Jianmu Fragment, Popular Spiritual Items. For Jiang Chen, most of the buildings unlocked by territory upgrades are useless, but many are essential. For example, the portal in level 3 and the embassy in level 6. For example, there's the current level 11 multiverse shop, and soon the level 12 Tower of Babel. The exchange that comes with you at level 0 only allows trading within the map area. As the name suggests, the Myriad Realms Mall allows trading across all realms, and even with those beings in the first heaven who have reached the eternal realm provided one can afford the transaction fees. Of course, before level 18, the trading scope of the Myriad Realms Mall was limited to new lords in Zone 666. Transaction fees start at 50% and have no upper limit, but are no less than 10,000 spirit stones. In other words, even if you consign a plain longsword for 10 spirit stones, you'll still have to pay at least 10,000 spirit stones in handling fees. The exact amount varies depending on many factors, such as the race of both parties, distance, time span, and the multiverse marketplace, resulting in a highly individualized outcome. Like territory deduction, the study of multiverse transactions is a required course in high school. Although it was Jiang Chen's first time using the Myriad Realms Mall, he was quite adept at it. Choose Spiritual Connection. Spiritual Connection is one of the operating modes of the Myriad Realms Mall. With just a thought, you can complete operations such as searching, purchasing, and consigning. The effect is even better when combined with gestures. After Jiang Chen's soul connected with the Myriad Realms Mall, an endless void suddenly merged with the perspective of reality. Great! It's even 5D. A huge main interface floated in front of Jiang Chen, displaying numerous functional areas and statistical charts such as 7-day trading volume, daily candlestick chart, weekly candlestick chart, and situational awareness. In the New Arrivals section, countless product information scrolls by at lightning speed, like running code. Occasionally, a legendary quality item will appear and be automatically pinned to the top. Jiang Chen was not surprised at all by such a prosperous scene. Thanks to her special physique, and Chuxia was promoted to Tier 11 yesterday. After learning that her lord level was lagging behind, Ing Man used her money to plunder resources everywhere. She even had hundreds of high-level farmers permanently stationed at the high-level resource points in Lonyuan Town, and she had already advanced to Town Hall level 11. The battlefield is a boundless battlefield of myriad races, and the number of lords who have advanced to level 11 is countless. Jiang Chen set the transparency of the Myriad Realms Mall to 50%, so that it wouldn't affect his operation, nor would it make him too focused and look like a fool. Search results, sorted by quality from highest to lowest. Jiang Chen issued this command simply out of curiosity, but the feedback he received was an eye-opener. 1 fragment of Jinmu, tree mythological, price, 3 trillion spirit stones. Transaction fee paid by the buyer, 100 trillion spirit stones. or equivalent high-grade spirit stones or immortal stones. 2 Sun Core Mythical. Price, 2 trillion spirit stones. Transaction fee paid by the buyer, 20 trillion spirit stones, or equivalent high-grade spirit stones or immortal stones. 3 Void Engine Myth. The battlefield of all races is truly a place where hidden talents abound. There are a total of 783 items of mythical quality in the entire 666 district. But thinking about it, it's not that strange. The human race as a whole ranks only in the lower middle among all races, and Earth is just a drop in the ocean. Even Jiang Chen, an ordinary Lord of Blue Star, was able to obtain the mythical item Enlightenment Tea Tree, let alone those powerful races with fewer than 1,000 members. After all, the mythical roulette isn't anyone's exclusive property. Jiang Chen opened the number 1 ranked item, Fragment of Jinmu, and a palm-sized, ancient wooden fragment appeared in front of him, slowly rotating. Looking at the product description below, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "It really is the Jinmu I've heard of, the legendary eternal tree." Judging by its appearance alone, it looks like ordinary wood chips, but the Myriad Realms Mall never sells counterfeit goods. After admiring it for a while, Jiang Chen turned off the illusory image. These items listed for sale all have one thing in common. They are completely unusable by the current lords. Because any usable items, such as mythical equipment, are something no new lord would sell, no matter how high the price. One can imagine that, besides Jiang Chen's Enlightenment Tea Tree, there must be many other mythical items left behind for his own use, and even mythical hero tokens. Moreover, the handling fee is dozens of times the price of goods. I wonder how far away the seller is from the Blue Star region. Because of the high transaction fees, a strange phenomenon often appears in the Multiverse Mall. That is, for the same item, one lord might sell it for 10,000 spirit stones and keep it listed for 10 years, while another lord might list it for 100,000 spirit stones and have it instantly sold out. After admiring the many mythical treasures for a while, Jiang Chen had a sudden thought. Consigning 1 moon soul fruit for 500,000 spirit stones. Hint: you have consigned 1 moon soul fruit legendary in the Multiverse Mall. For Jiang Chen, this was a regular commodity, so he did not choose to auction it. This is a trial price. The result was 1 second later. Notification: the moon soul fruit you consigned in the Multiverse Mall has been successfully sold. You have received 500,000 spirit stones. Note: you have contributed to the economy of the battlefield of all races and have earned 1 mall point. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Is it that popular? As a top student, Jiang Chen not only had an intimate knowledge of the prices of goods at each stage of the battlefield of 10,000 races, but he was also quite familiar with them. 500,000 is basically a high market price, and Jiang Chen has already verified this by checking the prices of other moon soul fruits. Moreover, buyers must pay at least 50% of the transaction fee. Jiang Chen rubbed his hands together. There are so many brainless rich players in the battle of 10,000 races. The better the market, the happier Jiang Chen is. Jiang Chen immediately raised the price to 700,000 spirit stones and consigned another moon soul fruit. 1 second later. Notification: the moon soul fruit you consigned in the Multiverse Mall has been successfully sold. You have received 700,000 spirit stones. Note: you have contributed to the economy of the battlefield of all races and have earned 1 mall point. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. In any case, you can't use your real name, leave messages, or bargain in the Myriad Realms Mall. Jiang Chen, a black man, felt perfectly justified. 1 million spirit stones. This time, Jiang Chen waited for several minutes, but nothing happened. Jiang Chen felt a little regretful, then took out a pen and paper and started calculating quickly. Condition 1. I am known to possess the moon soul fruit. Condition 2. Average daily output. Condition 3. Price: 1.6 million spirit stones, sold within 15 minutes. Condition 4. The latest super rich constant is 3.1415. He probed for prices while incorporating hundreds of known conditions into a complex formula. Half an hour later, the optimal price was finally calculated. 632,500 spirit stones, more than I expected. Luckily, I'm a top student. If I were a poor student, I would just have to guess. Either the product would not sell well, or the profit would be lost. Next up are the amethyst grapes. Jiang Chen used time reused to quickly calculate the optimal price for dozens of spiritual items, excluding dragon tooth rice and azure nether fruit. The reason for keeping these two is to avoid acquaintances associating him with the top spot on the agricultural list. Although the possibility is very, very small, it's better to be cautious. After all, Jiang Chen had either sold or traded the 3 spiritual fruits, dragon tooth rice, azure nether fruit, and moon soul fruit. Jiang Chen excluded 2 types and only sold moon soul fruit because he wanted to avoid being too deliberate and going too far. Sudden. Beep beep beep. A notification came from the Longyuan County Management Group. Jiang Chen glanced at it. It was a message from Yin Man. I just snapped up some legendary spirit fruits. They're less than 1 million each, and with only a 50% transaction fee. It's such a steal. A powerful farming lord has definitely appeared near the Blue Star domain, even stronger than Jiang Chen. I guess he's probably from the Elven royal family of Florence. Jiang Chen remained silent. Chapter 197, Power Surges. 12 books. The nearby, that Yin Man mentioned naturally refers to the domain, where hundreds of life-bearing planets are located, centered on Blue Star. Florence is the territory of the Elven race, and it is less than 100 light-years away from Earth, even closer than the planet Tianhu. Let everyone have a taste. Yin Man had barely finished speaking. Jiang Chen then received a notification. Hint. Yin Man has mailed you Moon Soul Fruit Legendary, Amethyst Grapes Legendary 10 via the exchange. Okay. These fruits made a round in the Multiverse Mall and then came back. It's obvious. He wasn't the only one to receive the gift. The little fox, typical of those who fawn over those who offer comfort, sweetly said, "Thank you, Sister Ing. Sister Ing is the best." Yin Man teased her deliberately. The best? Then compared to your brother Jiang Chen, who is better? As a result, the little fox immediately pledged its loyalty. Sister Ing is the best, and brother Jiang Chen is the very best. Ha ha ha. Yin Man laughed loudly, not angry at all. Zhu Yeqing. What are you doing, Sister Ing? We can just buy whatever we want to eat ourselves. Although Zhu Yeqing is not as good as Yin Man, she is still a direct descendant of the Ming Emperor and is not short of a few million spirit stones. Others are different. Wei Ming. Wah, I kneel down to thank Sister Ing. Huang Xian, delicious. So delicious. Although Enchuxia had no money, she had resources. An excellent grade corundum mine has just been discovered near my territory. If Sister Ing needs it, she can come and mine it any time. Yin Man laughed loudly. Ha. Everyone, don't be so polite. Jiang Chen often treats you all to dragon tooth rice. I may not have much else, but I do have a few bucks. Hee, this girl, Jiang Chen chuckled, then commented softly. To put it nicely, she's public-spirited. To put it bluntly, she's a spendthrift. But with the first emperor's wealth, we're not afraid of her squandering it. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Note, you have mailed 2 pieces of dragon tooth rice to Yin Man through the exchange. Hint, you are trading through an exchange. Immediately, another round of cheers erupted. And Enchuxia immediately said, everyone, don't be shy. They're both rich dogs anyway. What we need to do is work hard to improve our strength, protect Longyuan County, and protect our compatriots in the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chen realized for the first time that Enchuxia also had the potential to be a political commissar. After the brief interlude, Jiang Chen closed the chat channel. Then, I listed the spiritual item in the Multiverse Mall for about a day's sales. I currently own 40 sacred grade spirit fields and 10 superior grade spirit fields. After deducting costs and the spirit fruits used in my territory, I can earn 500 million spirit stones every day. Of course, there are only so many super rich people who can afford legendary and epic spirit items, and the effects will decrease if consumed over a long period of time. Therefore, the market will gradually shrink soon, but 200-300 million spirit stones per day should be no problem. With over 3 billion spirit stones in hand, and now having completed the open source of spirit stones, Jiang Chen has instantly become incredibly wealthy. Time acceleration. As countless spirit stones burned, The space where Tianyin Pavilion was located instantly accelerated from 10 times to 25 times. Although it is far from reaching the current limit of 50 times that of a blessed land, Tianyin Pavilion has been upgraded to level 11, becoming a behemoth covering tens of thousands of square meters. Maintaining such a large space requires an enormous amount of energy consumption every day. Jiang Chen did the calculations. Including the enlightenment space and the planting space, the space acceleration alone now consumes 70 million spirit stones every day. Certainly, it's worth it no matter how much it costs. The reason why the heroic troops in the old revolutionary base area are so powerful is partly due to their techniques and skills. At the current pace, even relying solely on cultivation, in a year, the skill proficiency of Jiang Chen's troops will be comparable to, or even surpass, that of a lord from a 20-year-old region. Not to mention the powerful weapon of sect luck. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen stepped into the Tianyin Pavilion. The Tianyin Pavilion now has 300 functional rooms. But it's simply not enough. Not only do heroes like Jaina and Li Hani frequently spend time in the Enlightenment Room of Tianyin Pavilion, but some female angels also shamelessly go to Tianyin Pavilion to use its function rooms to hone their angel combat skills. As a result, many true disciples of Tianyin have to queue up and make appointments. Now, in the vast hall, which spans thousands of square meters, ordinary level 1 Tianyin disciples can be seen everywhere. They are either sitting on the ground practicing their cultivation techniques or honing their sword skills. Although I can't get a spot in the functional rooms, I can still speed up my time here. After reaching level 12, all buildings will experience another qualitative leap. I wonder what new functions the Heavenly Sound Pavilion will have this time. Most of the disciples of Tianyin were beautiful young women in their late teens or early 20s. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, they immediately stopped their cultivation, stood up, and greeted him. "Greetings, your lordship." Then, one by one, they secretly began to observe Jiang Chen in what they thought were discreet ways. Jiang Chen waved his hand and said, "Everyone, just go about your business and don't worry about me." Swoosh. The Empress appeared beside Jiang Chen and smiled. "My lord, you are so busy with affairs of state. How come you have time to come to Tianyin Pavilion to offer your guidance?" Snap. Jiang Chen slapped the Empress's butt. "You think you're all grown up now? Daring to joke with me?" The Empress blushed and said, "So many people are watching." Of course, the Empress had every reason to be proud. Jiang Chen suffered another complete defeat last night when facing the legendary 9-star Empress. Did you notice anything unusual? The Empress was taken aback when Jiang Chen asked her question. Her spiritual power had already exceeded 10,000, so her senses were naturally very strong. With conscious awareness, a look of surprise quickly appeared on their faces. Time is flowing faster again. Soon, the disciples of Tianyin burst into cheers. "Great! Time speed up 25 times. In another month, my ethereal technique will definitely advance to the proficient level." "Haha, me too. Let's team up and go to the level 40 monster zone." A level 1 troop, yet clamoring to hunt level 40 monsters. If other lords heard this, they would be absolutely astonished. Soon, the reclusive Li Hani also appeared, touching the sword in her bosom. Time is accelerated by 25 times. My sword raising speed has also increased by 25 times. Jiang Chen greeted Li Hani, then asked the Empress, "How effective is Grain God?" After much deliberation, Jiang Chen decided to give the Valley God skill to the Empress, converting it into a sect skill of the Heavenly Sound Pavilion. The number of level 1 Tianyin disciples has reached 20,000. With the Valley God, the Empress, the 9 Heaven Saintess, the 700 Heavenly Sound True Disciples, and the 20,000 level 1 Heavenly Sound Disciples will inevitably experience another surge in strength. This is much more cost-effective than any improvement he could make on his own. Anyway, the Multiverse Mall also sells absorption stones. I can just find a cheap one and then absorb a skill book. The effects of the Grain God did not disappoint Jiang Chen. In fact, they exceeded his expectations. Upon hearing the name of the god of grain, the Empress, who had just calmed down, laughed again. This Valley God skill is truly divine. The dragon tooth rice and other insights that were previously ineffective for us can actually increase our attributes again. In just one day, even I gained dozens of attribute points. That is, at this point, the Empress became somewhat embarrassed. All the disciples have become gluttons, and the consumption of spiritual items has increased several times over. Jiang Chen's smile froze on his face. How could I forget that? The increased consumption of spiritual items means a decrease in the number of spiritual items that can be sold, and consequently, a decrease in income. Furthermore, a 25x time acceleration also exacerbates food consumption. If this vicious cycle continues, he will soon go bankrupt. You all continue your cultivation. I'm going to get busy. Jiang Chen threw down a sentence, and then stepped out of Tianyin Pavilion. Using the 50x time acceleration of the martial arts space, Jiang Chen quickly strengthened another 40 sacred grade spirit fields. As a result, the spirit stones ran out again, leaving only 500 million in reserve. That should be enough. In fact, Jiang Chen still has a heavenly grade agricultural development technique that he hasn't learned yet, which can also greatly increase production. However, the land reclamation technique is an active skill, and if he learns it himself, he will be bound to the land in the future. The heroes under his command were all violent war heroes or heroes of military merit. Therefore, Jiang Chen plans to unlock the new hero slot at Town Hall level 12 and then see how the new hero performs. 10 days passed quickly. Jiang Chen worked hard to extract resources and finally met the requirements to upgrade to Town Hall level 12. Chapter 198 Powerful New Feature. The Tower of Babel. Note: you have reached Lord's Mansion level 12. Unlocking the building Tower of Babel, rename it, and your territory area has increased to 1 million square meters. You have unlocked a new hero slot, bringing your current hero count to 4 out of 5. Rumble. With a notification from heaven, the territory expanded once again. Town Hall level 12 is a watershed moment, with the territory area increasing dramatically from 700,000 square meters at Town Hall level 11 to 1 million square meters. Its diameter has finally exceeded 1 kilometer. Since Jiang Chen is about to explore Swordheart Town, and entering Swordheart Town will cause him to lose his authority as the mayor of Dragon Abyss Town, which means he will lose a hero slot. Jiang Chen is not in a hurry to recruit new heroes. He first used his lord privileges to adjust the building's location, then whispered. The Fountain of Life upgraded. Angel Reincarnation Pool upgraded. Tianyin Pavilion upgraded. Complete it immediately. Boom boom boom. Countless epic and legendary resources have disappeared. 2 legendary buildings and 1 epic building have all been upgraded to level 12. The most outrageous is Tianyin Pavilion, which has rapidly expanded to cover an area of 20,000 square meters. Legend has it that the materials required for building upgrades are enormous. Although Tianyin Pavilion only has epic quality materials, it consumes dozens of times more epic materials than Fountain of Life. To upgrade these 3 buildings, even with his enhanced cheat ability, Jiang Chen almost exhausted the profits of the Myriad Realms Mall over the past 10 days. Besides the 3 upgraded buildings, Jiang Chen's territory also contains 4 other special buildings: Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Lighthouse, Mind Control Tower, and Dark Dock. As for the Tower of Heavenly Wrath and the Mysterious Hut, Jiang Chen has already demolished them to save space for building residences and increasing the population. Jiang Chen looked at the new attributes that several buildings had unlocked. The level 12 Natural Rebirth Pool did not unlock any new unit skills, but instead added a new building trait, Holy Light, which is also the 4th building trait. Holy Light. Within a 100-kilometer radius of the Angel Rebirth Pool, all recruited angels gain plus 10% to all attributes and plus 1 to their skill level. Not bad, not bad. This is a Halo-type building feature, somewhat similar to the functions of buildings such as wonders and statues. Although the effective range is only 100 kilometers, within that range, all angels are effectively boosted by 1-star level in combat power. Legendary 2-star combat power. And it doesn't consume any energy. This raises the level of security for the territory to another level. The only regret is that the Divine Light is ineffective against Yin, this foreign technological angel. Next is the Fountain of Life. Fountain of Life, Level 12. 1 units within 50 meters of the Fountain of Life can quickly recover from injuries, replenish spiritual power, and repair their souls. 2 Level 12 Fountain of Life. Each unit can be resurrected 15 times per day. 3 Without damaging the foundation of the Fountain of Life. It can produce 3 bottles of life essence and 100 bottles of life water every day. 100 bottles of the water of life. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The production of life essence has increased to 3 bottles per day, which was within Jiang Chen's expectations. However, the yield of the water of life gave Jiang Chen a pleasant surprise. During the previous 2 weeks of battle, Jiang Chen was unable to return to his territory to resupply due to the spatial restriction, which caused him to exhaust the 2 months' worth of life water and the counterfeit snow moon eyes he had accumulated. The Fountain of Life is now producing a large quantity of fertilizer, which is a real lifesaver. Someone brings me a pillow when I'm sleepy. Perhaps I really am the Father of Heaven's will. Jiang Chen sighed. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was still the epic building, Tianyin Pavilion. Tianyin Pavilion. Quality, epic. Continued. Sect skills. Misty Technique Rank A, Heavenly Sound Technique Rank C. Sect skills. Great Sumeru Sword Style Rank A, Wind God's Wings Rank A, Valley God Rank A, Heavenly Sound 9 Kills Rank C. Sect buildings. Enlightenment Room 180, Spirit Gathering Room 180, Energy Gathering Room 180, Trial Tower 1, Tianyin Branch 38. Sect luck, 2.34 million. The number and effectiveness of the Enlightenment Room, Spirit Gathering Room, and Energy Gathering Room have nearly doubled. During this period, Jiang Chen has either given away or sold more than 40 blueprints of the Tianyin branch. The target customers are mainly powerful female lords in the military region and Jiaoyou Prefecture. The disciples of Tianyin have received unanimous praise from all their clients for their skills, and their reputation is growing stronger. Unfortunately, the Tianyin branch could only be built by female lords, making Zhu Yeqing and his fellow men green with envy. Certainly, the newly acquired Grain God skill is too overpowered. Jiang Chen only recommended it to Enchuxia, Little Fox, and Ing Inman's Tianyin branch. After reaching level 12, the functions of the Tianyin branch were further enhanced. Using sect luck can improve the quality up to epic and skill proficiency of heroes and disciples in the Tianyin branch. In the past month, Jiang Chen's sect luck has accumulated to 2.34 million. This feature is useless to him, but it can greatly enhance the combat power of his teammates. Without much thought, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Consuming 20,000 points of luck, the heroes of Tianyin Branch No. 1 and No. 2 have advanced. Enchuxia and Little Fox's branch leader instantly advanced to Epic Hero, and their command over the Tianyin disciples also reached B level, greatly increasing their strength. As for Ing Inman, she has so many Epic Hero tokens that she can't use them all, so she didn't even bother recruiting the Tianyin Branch Pavilion Master. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was the Trial Tower. The Trial Tower now has its 2nd floor. After completing the trials on the 2nd floor, the Heavenly Sound True Disciple can be promoted to Epic 2-star. That's incredible. Although Jiang Chen can enhance the soul of a unit, that still costs money. The 700 True Disciples of Tianyin are not so bad. However, as time goes by and the town's fortune increases, the level and quality of the monsters in the town will inevitably rise as well, and the 20,000 Tianyin disciples in the territory will have to upgrade and advance sooner or later. That's an astronomical sum. Having the Trial Tower is like getting a free advancement. All you need to do is consume energy. Moreover, if the Trial Tower has a 2nd level, it will naturally have a 3rd level as well. Jiang Chen was extremely satisfied with the increase in the 3 existing buildings. Next, Jiang Chen looked at the newly unlocked Tower of Babel, a building with no level or grade. Put up. Suddenly, the phantom of a tall tower appeared and quickly solidified, standing on the open space that Jiang Chen had planned in advance. The Tower of Babel has an ancient bronze color, and the visible part of the tower is only a few dozen meters high. Above that, it gradually blurs and disappears into the void. The Tower of Babel is one of the few buildings that does not require resources. Or rather than building, it's more accurate to call it summoning. Finally, I can climb the tower. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Tower of Babel will be a special building that accompanies the Lord throughout his life. It is one of the main sources of income for energy, spirit stones, and resources, and it is also one of the few ways for ordinary lords to reliably obtain high-level items and troops in the early stages. Most importantly, if the rules remain unchanged this year, the rankings in the Tower of Babel will be the ticket to the upcoming Battle of the Prodigies of all races. As soon as Jiang Chen arrived in front of the tower, a thought entered his mind. Welcome, human Lord Jiang Chen, to the Tower of Babel. The total number of heroes and units you bring into the Tower of Babel cannot exceed your Lord level. Note, the Tower of Babel can be entered once per day, resetting at midnight. Casualties within the tower are actual casualties. The entry rules are the same as those for the Glory battlefield. Soon, the Empress stepped out of the deep space, followed by Zizishan and Fanyinshan. Sir, you were looking for us? The Empress gazed at the Tower of Babel, her eyes filled with curiosity. What an amazing building. Jiang Chen nodded, and then said, Come on, follow me up the tower. Most of the powerful figures in a territory are out hunting monsters. Today was just to familiarize himself with the environment inside the tower, so Jiang Chen didn't specifically deploy any troops. Although the women had their doubts, they knew that listening to their husband was always the right thing to do. Jiang Chen took a few steps forward, and the bronze tower gate rippled like water, engulfing the figures of the group. Chapter 199, The Heavenly Ranking, is now open. After the dizziness from the teleportation subsided, Jiang Chen found himself back on solid ground, now in a building space about 100 meters in diameter. It felt as if he were truly on a floor of a giant tower. Although from the outside the Tower of Babel only occupies a few hundred square meters, the interior is boundless, and no one knows how many floors it has. To date, even among the invincible powers of the first heaven, no lord has ever been known to have climbed to the top of the Tower of Babel. There are hundreds of monsters on the first floor, all of which are above level 60. Among them are more than a dozen orc chieftains of excellent quality, and the rest are all orc warriors of rare quality. With only a few dozen troops allowed, the first floor of the Tower of Babel is enough to stop 80% of the current lords. After all, death in the Tower of Babel is considered real death, so no one will fight head-on. But for Jiang Chen, these few enemies were not worth mentioning. Let me stretch my muscles first. Swish. Instead of using the Origin God Fist, he moved swiftly through the monsters. No orc could land intact under the sharp 7-star sword. Jiang Chen loves this kind of battle where he crushes the enemy. Unlike the monsters outside, the monsters killed by Jiang Chen quickly faded away. Furthermore, there is no increase in energy or item gains. 1 minute later, all the monsters were wiped out. Hint: you have passed the first test and have received 1 million energy and 30,000 spirit stones. Hint: good fortune is on your side. You have obtained an excellent treasure chest 1. Haha. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. Although he no longer cared about an excellent treasure chest, it confirmed one of his guesses. As expected, the amplification from the dragon vein also has a bonus effect on the rewards from climbing the tower. Normally, only integer levels like 10 or 20 will guarantee an item reward. At the same time, a beam of light shone down from the center of the dome, marking the entrance to the second floor. The group quickly arrived at the second floor. The monsters on the second floor are undead. Their quality remains the same, but their level is generally increased by about 1-2 levels. Jiang Chen solved it with ease as always. The average level of the monsters on the 3rd, 4th, and even 9th floors has reached 75, and the combat power of the dozen or so leaders is close to 5,000 stars. Jiang Chen tried it out, but found that he couldn't kill the enemy in one hit, and he immediately felt bored. So they had the Empress take action. As a result, the Empress unleashed a sword strike, taking away all the monsters from the 9 levels. This is entirely due to attribute suppression. Brush. The 10th floor. The space on the 10th floor had reached a radius of 1,000 meters, and Jiang Chen finally met the boss. This is an 80-level Destruction Knight, an epic hero with a combat power of 12,000 stars. Human Lord, to die at the hands of the Great Baruta is your The boss always likes to say a few opening words, but before he can finish speaking, the Empress has already made her move. Boom boom boom. With a combat power of 12,000 stars, it is even stronger than the original God Generation boar in its flesh mountain form. Even though more than 20 days have passed since the last great battle and all the lords have greatly increased their strength, their combat power is still enough to make people hesitate. But, in the Empress's hands, this destruction knight couldn't even last 10 seconds. Hint, you have passed the 10th level of the test and have received 20 million energy and 400,000 spirit stones. Hint, good fortune is on your side. You have obtained 1 epic treasure chest and 1 epic soldier token destruction knight. In just over 10 minutes, tens of millions of energy, nearly 1 million spirit stones, and a number of items were collected. It's far less profitable than the slaughter of the Sakura Lord that day, but it's a steady stream of income, and you can enter once a day. Having gained a general understanding of the Tower of Babel, Jiang Chen said to the girls, "That's enough for today." The Empress, still somewhat unsatisfied after warming up, said, "My lord, how many more levels can I climb?" Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "You took 10 seconds to kill that boss, didn't you? We're just getting familiar with the environment today. We didn't bring a tank or a healer, so there's no need to continue taking risks." The Empress wanted to say, "You call this an adventure?" But considering Jiang Chen's repeated defeats in bed these days, she decided not to provoke him and refrained from doing so. Jiang Chen decided to withdraw. Prudence is only one aspect. On the other hand, he had just received news that Ng Man had also been promoted to level 12. The first lord to complete the tower climb will receive a reward. Sure enough, they had just exited the Tower of Babel. A series of notifications then appeared. Hint, you have cleared the 10th floor of the tower in this challenge, earning 10 Sky Tower points and unlocking the Sky Tower points exchange list. You have unlocked the Sky Reaching ranking at Diaoyao Island, rewarding you with 1,000 Sky Reaching points. Your score is at level 10, currently ranking first on the Diaoyao Island Sky Reaching list. The top 1,000 lords on the Jiaoyao Prefecture's heavenly ranking will receive daily rewards, distributed at midnight. Click to view rules. Jiang Chen opened the heavenly ranking and found that his name was the only one on it. The reward rules are exactly the same as those recorded in high school textbooks. First place reward, 100 reputation points, 10 sky points, and 1 sky token. Heavenly points are a valuable resource. Accumulating a certain number of points unlocks a higher level exchange list, with the highest being divine items. It can be considered a permanent hall of reputation. Heavenly Talisman Bound. After use, you can instantly obtain the reward for a level below your highest historical level /2. It's easy to understand. Jiang Chen's current record is 10 floors. If he uses the Heavenly Talisman tomorrow, he can instantly claim the rewards for floors 1-5 and start climbing from floor 6. It may not seem very useful now, but once you climb to the 100th floor, a Heavenly Talisman can save you half a day or even a whole day. It is also known as one-click tower sweep. With a new source of energy, Jiang Chen was in a great mood. He sent a message through the Lord's heart. All main combat units must return to their territories before tonight. Territory relocation will begin at 8 a.m. tomorrow. In fact, with Jiang Chen's cheat-like abilities, as long as he could obtain any weapon blueprint of excellent quality, he could upgrade it to legendary. However, after spending more than 10 days in the Myriad Realms Mall, he only saw one item priced at 1 billion spirit stones with a handling fee of 880 billion, more than 800 times the original price. Jiang Chen estimated that the seller was likely a lord from another universe. Jiang Chen didn't want to wait any longer. The sooner you obtain the Sword Tomb, the sooner you can mass-produce legendary equipment. With his strength, venturing into the abandoned Sword Heart town, which has been deserted for 100 years, shouldn't be a problem. He's expected to return in 3 to 5 days at the earliest, and 7 or 8 days at the latest, without delaying the upcoming Battle for the Lord of the Prefecture and Battle of the Prodigies of 10,000 races. But, before entering Jinshin town, we still need to make some arrangements in Jiaoyao Prefecture, just in case. Especially Ng Man, Zhu Yeqing, and in Chuxia. Although they are already very strong, Jiang Chen believes they still have a lot of room for improvement. Old Qin Town. The ninth floor of the Tower of Babel. Yin Yang Harmony Hand Seal. A massive spiritual energy handprint was unleashed, sending the last shield bearer on the opposing side, who had reached a combat power of 5,200 stars, flying hundreds of meters backward, clearly beyond saving. After upgrading to Town Hall 12, Yin Man immediately overdrawn all the energy in her territory to upgrade Meng Tian to the maximum level of 65. Meng Tian has advanced to Legendary 1-star, and with the addition of the epic set, her combat power instantly soared to 9,000 stars. With this level of combat power, clearing the 9th floor of the Tower of Babel would be quite easy. Sister Meng, there's only one more floor until we reach the integer level. Do you think we can continue? Your Highness, please wait a moment. The yin and yang energies intertwined between Meng Tian's fingers for a full minute before she continued. Your Highness, we are certain to win against the boss on the 10th floor, but the 100 battles armored army will likely suffer some casualties. Oh, I see. Yin Man was not discouraged. Then we'll withdraw. We can't let our soldiers sacrifice themselves in vain. Then, she happily said, I remember that the first lord in the state capital to complete the tower challenge received a reward of 1,000 heavenly points. Chapter 200, 10 billion in pocket money. A flash of light. Yin Man led the heroes and troops away from the Tower of Babel. When she looked expectantly at the heavenly Tao's prompt, her smile froze. Damn, Jiang Chen beat me to it again. Meng Tian was also taken aback, and then instantly understood what was going on. She sighed inwardly, then looked at Yin Man with anticipation. Evolution. Such a great opportunity, Your Highness, hurry up and evolve. Unfortunately, Yin Man seemed to have gotten used to the feeling of being pinned down by Jiang Chen, and simply pouted in annoyance. Beep beep beep. Just as Meng Tian was lost in thought, Yin Man received a video request. After the call connected, Jiang Chen appeared very friendly in the video. Bossing Yin Man, I have something good here that I'm sure you'll be interested in. Immediately afterwards, she received a notification from the exchange. Holy crap. Yin Man glanced at it once, and then swore. This gave Meng Tian a headache, and she said, Your Highness, please pay attention to your personal image. As Yin Man's first hero, her duty is not only to protect Yin Man, but also to guide her. But now His Highness's words and actions are becoming increasingly unrestrained. If things continue like this, it's hard to imagine whether Your Highness will become a delinquent when she returns to His Majesty the First Emperor as a lord 100 years from now. Sister Meng, see for yourself. Yin Man excitedly took out an ancient talisman that gleamed with golden light from the exchange and tossed it to Meng Tian. Meng Tian almost followed in Yin Man's footsteps, but thankfully she swallowed the second word at the crucial moment. A grade territory advancement scroll. It's only been a few months since the server opened, and we've already got an A-grade territory advancement rune. Seeing that the two had almost finished digesting the information, Jiang Chen on the other end of the video call smiled and said, Just name your price, sir. Just like with the soul of a hero, taking out an A-grade territory advancement talisman means that Jiang Chen's Lord Talent has also reached a grade, which is legendary. Otherwise, no one would put such a treasure up for sale. But with Jiang Chen's current strength, he is no longer afraid of exposing his trump cards to this extent. Moreover, although Yin Man is sometimes domineering, she is still very reliable when it comes to important matters. Are you and Chuxia both chosen ones? Chuxia always encounters all sorts of high-level monsters and high-level resources, while you actually manage to get 2 A-grade territory advancement scrolls within just a few months of the server opening. Yin Man clearly realized that Jiang Chen must already possess a level Lord Talent. Suppressing her excitement, she tentatively asked, How about 10 billion? Although a grade territory advancement scrolls are priceless at this stage, I only have a little over 10 billion in pocket money right now. If that's not enough, just name your amount, and I'll make it up to you when I come back from Earth next time. Jiang Chen's smile froze. 10 billion pocket money? Do people say that? Before entering the battlefield of myriad races, Jiang Chen sold his property and took out student loans, but he only managed to scrape together tens of thousands of spirit stones. After purchasing Lord's heart and various supplies, he was left with only a few hundred. Oh right, I haven't paid off my student loan yet, and I have no idea how much interest has accumulated. Let's make it 10 billion. Jiang Chen banished the strange thoughts from his mind and smiled. I've produced another batch of longya rice, so I'll send a few hundred to the boss to try. Just like selling items in the multiverse mall, you never know how much your item can sell for. In Ng Inman's eyes, 10 billion was well worth it for an A-level territory advancement token. However, if it weren't for a super rich person like Ng Inman, in the eyes of other lords, or even ordinary royal descendants like Zhu Yeqing, even 1 billion would be a lot of consideration. Because if you had 1 billion spirit stones, there were so many areas where you could improve. Even a legendary military talisman only costs between 100 million and several hundred million. In short, based on general social experience, the market price of an A-grade territory advancement talisman is definitely not worth 10 billion spirit stones. Therefore, Jiang Chen reciprocated. Atmosphere. Ng Inman gave a thumbs up, then frowned and frantically hinted. We're pretty familiar with each other, aren't we? Can't you use a different form of address when you're addressing a tycoon like me? All right, Jiang Chen said with relief now that he had the money. From now on, I'll call you Xiaoman. Ng Inman was initially looking forward to Jiang Chen's agreement, but upon hearing the second half of his sentence, she immediately exclaimed, No, you have to call me sister. Well, Xiaoman, I have something to do, so I'll hang up now. Under Ng Inman's angry gaze, Jiang Chen hung up the video call directly. I shouldn't have paid so readily. Ng Inman shouted angrily. Next time I do business with this guy, I must remember to deduct the balance until he calls me sister. Meng Tian was also helpless about her daughter's quirk of liking to be the big sister. Your Highness, Jiang Chen is so presumptuous because he is unaware of your Highness's noble status. If Jiang Chen can maintain this good luck and remain vigorous, he has a great chance of following in his Highness's footsteps and reaching the third heaven. Once Jiang Chen learns of your Highness's identity, he will definitely repent and beg your Highness to be his older sister. Ng Inman said dejectedly, But I just want to get along with my younger siblings as an ordinary person. An ordinary person who can scatter billions of spirit stones with a wave of their hand? Meng Tian mentally complained, then looked worried. The lord who arrived this time, Meng Sheng, is also a genius in the Meng family, and a genius who has grown up. His status is even higher than that of ordinary members of the Ying family. Many powerful forces have already set their sights on Ng Inman, speculating about her identity. This is not a good sign. A wave of the hand and billions are thrown around like that. This is the first time I've ever seen anyone spend money like this. Jiang Chen sighed. Now, I'm even more confident about our trip to Kenshin Town. As the town's fortune continues to increase, Jiang Chen's territory expanded, and the monsters he encountered became increasingly of higher quality. His 20,000 ordinary Tianyin disciples can provide him with at least 500 million units of energy every day. Excluding necessary consumption, Jiang Chen's accumulated energy during this period has once again reached 6 billion. Now I have money again. If the enemies in Kenshin Town are really strong, he'll just upgrade all his heroes to legendary 9-star. Next, Jiang Chen promoted the others. And Chuxia, B-grade territory advancement token. Little Fox, B-grade territory advancement token. 2 Destruction Knight tokens legendary, enhanced from the Slaughter Knight token. Once Little Fox reaches level 12, recruit another knight hero to lead the army. Zhu Yeqing, life source essence sufficient to be upgraded to be level qualification. Wei Ming and others. Each of them has a legendary military token. What they can recruit depends on their luck. The group's strength has increased significantly once again. Even if the old district descends again, they will still have a fighting chance if the same lineup is used as before. Moreover, the 3 lords of Xianqin actually abandoned their own development and stayed in Yinjiamin's territory. The next morning, the positions of County Magistrate of Longyuan County and Mayor of Longyuan Town will be transferred to Chuxia. Hint: you are transferring the position of Town Mayor to Lord Chuxia and awaiting her acceptance. Jiang Chen had already informed Chuxia. Soon, Lord Chuxia accepts the position of County Magistrate. Lord Chuxia accepts the position of Town Mayor. You have lost your position as mayor. Your hero slots have decreased by 1, and your current hero count is 4 to 4. You have lost your position as mayor. A series of prompts. Fortunately, apart from the hero position, the other factors did not have a significant impact on Jiang Chen. And Xuxia quickly sent a video, saying worriedly, although Jinxing Town has declined over the past century, the monsters there are still at least level 80 or higher. You must be careful. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Jiang Chen smiled and said, my Tianyin disciples will stay in the town. Please take good care of them, especially their food. After saying that, he immediately transferred 100 million spirit stones to Xuxia. Xuxia nodded emphatically and then said, it won't cost that much money. At this moment, she had no idea what it meant to take care of the food for the Tianyin disciples. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't explain. He simply took out the household registration book of Jinxing Town. Migration, Qinshin Town. You are using a household registration certificate and will soon be relocated to a random map in Qinshin Town. A thick golden beam of light shot into the sky. After the light faded, Jiang Chen's territory disappeared from the map of Longyuan Town. Chapter 201 Mid-Grade Dragonfang. Elf Queen. Swordheart Town. Lord Jiang Chen steps down as town mayor. Lord Xuxia becomes the mayor of Longyuan Town. Lord Jiang Chen has stepped down from his position as county magistrate. Lord Jiang Chen has moved away from Longyuan Town. A series of notification sounds left all the lords bewildered, especially the Lord of Dragon Abyss Town. Holy crap, what's going on? Why did the boss leave? Boss, you won't abandon us, will you? Although Jiang Chen has always presented himself as a hardliner, his departure at this critical juncture has inevitably led many to have negative associations. Xuxia immediately said calmly, everyone, don't panic. Mayor Jiang Chen is going on a mission and will be back in a few days. I will temporarily take over his position. Everyone, just continue with what you were doing. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the news of Jiang Chen's departure became the biggest news in Jiao Prefecture. The reactions of the Cherry Blossom Lords were surprisingly polarized. Ha ha ha, great. We've finally scared Jiang Chen away. Baka, what's so good about it? Jiang Chen killed so many lords of our great Sakura Empire, yet he managed to escape before the battle for the title of Lord of the Prefecture. I'm not reconciled. That's right. Why don't the higher-ups put pressure on China to hand over Jiang Chen? This were criminal, so we can deal with him as we see fit. Yeah, so what about doing a mission? I bet it's just an excuse to escape Jiao Prefecture, leaving yourself with one last fig leaf. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen may be very strong, but he lacks character. He's a complete coward. Seeing this, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were naturally unwilling to be outdone. When our boss Jiang Chen was around, why didn't anyone dare to step forward? Humph, they're just afraid of angering the boss and getting wiped out by him. That's why the Japanese are bullies who prey on the weak and fear the strong. In the Longyuan County Management Group, the senior executives had already been informed, so they weren't too surprised. Huang Xin sighed. Suddenly losing our boss. I feel so empty inside. The little fox said, Yeah, Mrs. Brother Jiang Chen. Wei Ming. The boss has only been gone for a minute and you're already thinking about it? Ing man. So Yaya is just a little flatterer. Xuxia said, Haha, it's hard not to agree with that. Jiang Chen had just moved out a dozen minutes ago. Dozens of figures appeared at the original location of the territory. The large cloaks concealed their slender figures, and the hoods covered half of their faces, revealing only their delicate chins. One of them took off his hood. It was none other than Orlando, the elf hero who had previously refused to leave Jiang Chen's territory. At this moment, he said with a look of anxiety, He's moved away? Your Majesty, I informed you immediately after learning that Lord Jiang Chen had unlocked a new hero slot at Town Hall level 12. He was still here yesterday. A pleasant voice came. Orlando, are you sure you sense the presence of the Fountain of Life? Although Orlando usually acts carefree and irresponsible, he dares not be disrespectful in front of the Queen. I can't be wrong about the scent of fresh water of life. I can't think of any other possibility but the Fountain of Life. The Queen lifted her hood, revealing a face that could captivate all. She gazed at the ruins of the territory before her and murmured softly, I'm willing to pay any price to save the world tree, even give up my status as lord. Notification: you have become a resident of Qinshan Town. What left Jiang Chen speechless was the next prompt. Note: the town's fortune in Qinshan is 283 points. Notification: the town's fortune has improved, and the Dragon Vein's evolution level has reached 100%, advancing to a mid-grade spiritual vein. The Dragon Vein's effects have been enhanced, and new special effects have been unlocked. Note: the town's fortune has improved, and the evolution level of the mid-grade Dragon Vein has reached 28.3%. The Dragon Vein's effect has been enhanced. A town abandoned for 100 years still has 283 points of luck. Jiang Chen gasped. As a well-known town 100 years ago, the monster level in Qinshan Town must have reached level 200 at its peak, and although the exact value of the town's fortune is unknown, it is certain to have exceeded 1,000. Unexpectedly, even after a century, the fortune of Jinshin Town still has more than 200 points. Jiang Chen immediately opened the Dragon Vein's panel attributes. Mid-grade Dragon Vein. Effect: gathers spiritual energy, producing 2.83 million spirit stones daily. Effect 2. High-quality resources are more likely to be produced near your territory. Effect 3. The land is blessed with outstanding people, making it easier for you to recruit high-quality farmers and soldiers. Effect 4. Increases the drop rate of town lords, heroes, and troop units by 566%. When opening a treasure chest, the chance of triggering good fortune is increased by 10 times. Effect 5. The growth cycle of animals and plants within the territory is reduced to 30%, with an 18% chance of mutation, resulting in a 1-tier quality improvement, not exceeding legendary quality. Effect 6. Weapons and armor produced in the territory have a 10% chance to trigger the Divine Blessing effect, increasing their attributes by 20%. Looking at the terrifying amplification effect of the spiritual vein, Jiang Chen said speechlessly. Is this considered a mid-grade spiritual vein trial card? What satisfied Jiang Chen the most was the 5th special effect. This means that the growth cycle of the Wudao Tea tree has been shortened again. As for the newly emerged 6th skill, it has little effect on Jiang Chen at present, but it will become a divine skill when he obtains the Sword Tomb. Just then, the Tianyin disciple guarding the lighthouse shouted, "My lord, a monster has been discovered outside the territory." Jiang Chen's expression hardened. He dared not delay, soared into the air, and landed on the city wall a moment later. The Empress said solemnly, "Sir, all the monsters are level 80 or higher." Jiang Chen nodded. This was exactly what he expected. Iron Bone Serpent Elite. Race: Demon. Level: 82. Combat Power: 3250 star. When you move into a town using your household registration booklet, your location is random. At this moment, outside Jiang Chen's territory was a forest of dead trees. The sudden appearance of the territory drove all the monsters in the forest, who hadn't smelled human presence for centuries, into a frenzy. There were hundreds of them, densely packed together. Without Jiang Chen giving any instructions, the Empress, the head steward of the territory, shouted, "Kill! No heroes are needed, not even the Angel Legion." With the bonuses from command and battle name, a level 60 Tianyin True Inheritor's strength is nearly 4,000 stars, more than enough to deal with these level 80+ ordinary monsters. The battle erupted suddenly. Chapter 202 Terrifying Drop Rate. Yan's favorability reached perfection. Hiss hiss hiss. The Iron Bone Demon Serpent was grayish-white all over, with a row of ferocious bone spurs growing on its back. Even the smallest of them are tens of meters long, yet their bodies are not bulky at all, and they swim quickly towards their territory, flicking their tongues. One by one, the disciples of Tianyin spread their wings of the Wind God and shot towards the Iron Bone Demon Serpent outside their territory. After all, a Town Hall 12 wall is still not enough to deal with monsters of level 80 and above. 9 Swords Technique. Chief Disciple Li Yan was the first to be attacked, and she unleashed a terrifying sword aura with a wave of her hand. With time flowing at more than 10 times the speed in the Enlightenment Chamber, the 9 Swords Technique, a D-level sword energy skill perfectly suited to the disciples of Tianyin, has been upgraded to minor mastery by most of the true disciples of Tianyin. A minor D-level skill is no less powerful than a beginner B-level skill, but consumes less than 1/10 of the spiritual energy required for a B-level skill, making it extremely cost-effective. Sizzle. The head of an iron-boned serpent fell to the ground with a thud. Its massive body, now headless, writhed wildly, slamming its fists into the ground with a loud thud. Grayish-white blood splattered onto the ground, hissing and corroding. Your unit Li Yin has killed the iron-bone demon serpent, gaining 1630 energy, 100 spirit stones, 3 treasure chests fine, 1 white bone sword fine, 1 unit soul elite, and 1 beginner's book of physique. This drop rate. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. That's a little scary. Killing monsters above one's level already grants bonuses to energy and drop rates. And with the addition of a mid-grade dragon vein, Jiang Chen's drop rate in Swordheart Town is likely nearly 10 times higher. An ordinary elite monster dropped 6 items. Although they are all low-tier items, the treasure chests can yield resources, and the attribute books can be used by ordinary troops. At this level, Jiang Chen's territory has thousands of buildings, including residences, and the prerequisite buildings required for each level of the territory consume tens of millions of resources. With so many resources, Jiang Chen naturally didn't have the energy to strengthen them, so he could only mine them. The fact that tens of thousands of farmers in his territory were constantly mining, including some legendary farmers, is what allowed him to upgrade to Town Hall 12 so quickly. If Jiang Chen can quickly obtain treasure chests, he can advance to Town Hall level 13 even faster, and after reaching Town Hall level 13, he can choose the direction for his territory's development. A dozen minutes later, after Jiang Chen cleared out thousands of iron-bone snake demons of various grades, a huge figure emerged from the withered forest. Iron-bone King Serpent Epic. Race, Demon. Level, 85. Combat Power, 14385 star. Skill. At this time, Jingxi also surveyed the terrain and landforms within a radius of thousands of miles, as well as the basic information about the monsters. This monster density, this boss ratio. Swordheart Town with hundreds of points of luck is truly a holy land for leveling up. Looking at the description provided by the Crystal Maiden, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the upcoming Jiao prefecture selection for the prefect and the battle of the myriad races prodigies, I could have spent months grinding in Swordheart Town. At this moment, the Iron-Bone King Serpent had already slowly swam to the front of its territory. The King Serpent is over 100 meters long, which is only considered medium size among level 80 epic demon races. At this moment, it was looking down at Jiang Chen's territory, a human-like doubt flashing in its eyes. Why is a human lord of 12 so powerful that he was able to slaughter all his minions so quickly? Certainly, it was just curiosity. The strength of the heavenly sound true disciple is not a significant threat to it. The last time it devoured a human lord must have been about 10 years ago. The Iron-Bone King Serpent flicked its tongue, a hint of nostalgia flashing in its eyes. Jiang Chen had a basic grasp of the situation and didn't want to waste any more time. Goddess Warrior, make your move and finish this quickly. Cynthia replied. Yes, my lord. Thunder Battle Body. Leibu. A series of explosions echoed in the void. Cynthia used Thunder Step to appear in front of the Iron-Bone King Serpent in an instant. Boom. The Iron-Bone King Serpent's vertical pupils contracted, but it didn't have time to dodge before Cynthia struck it in the chin with a spear. Although the level 60 Goddess Warrior only has a combat power of 7,400 stars, her physique exceeds 14,000 stars, making her no weaker than the Iron-Bone King Serpent. Under the terrifying force, the Iron-Bone King Serpent's head, which was over 10 meters long, tilted back uncontrollably, causing its massive body to lift off the ground. Cynthia, who is of average human size, actually sent a behemoth over 100 meters long flying with a single spear thrust. The visual impact of this is something that can only be truly appreciated by seeing it in person. As the level increases, the attribute bonus from the cultivation technique decreases again, and the Goddess Warrior's strength once again leaves the 9 Heaven Saints behind. Boom. The Iron-Bone King Serpent crashed to the ground, feeling dizzy and disoriented. The contempt in its eyes had vanished, replaced by deep apprehension. That's terrifying. How come this foreign lord is so strong? Then, to its horror, it discovered that there was more than one human expert before it, whose strength was no less than its own. The iron-bone king serpent turned and fled, but Giselle, with her thunder step, had already blocked its path. Thunderbolt. A raging dragon of lightning struck the iron-bone king serpent's body precisely. Boom. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. Iron-bone king serpent lived up to its name, holding out for a full minute against the combined attack of 12 goddess warriors of the same level before finally succumbing to its injuries and collapsing to the ground. Although I was used as a punching bag and beaten around, I still had reason to be proud. Your unit Amanda has killed the sea ironbone king serpent, gaining 1.74 million energy, 80,000 spirit stones, and 1 legendary chest fine. Legend. Jiang Chen was taken aback, then burst into laughter. An epic monster actually dropped a legendary item, far exceeding its own level. Although Jiang Chen no longer cared about a legendary treasure chest. But this is for daily tasks. What does it mean to get a legendary treasure chest from daily monster hunting? The drop rate is insane. The treasure chest was given to the Empress, and it turned out to contain a level 80 legendary item, which was decent. After the battle ended, without Jiang Chen's instructions, hundreds of legendary farmers immediately rushed out of the town, skillfully casting gathering spells. Disassemble to obtain ironbone snake meat. Shinong's effects are activated, increasing production by 5 times. Obtain ironbone snake meat epic 5. Decompose to obtain ironbone serpent gallbladder. Shinong effect activated. Yield increased by 5 times. Quality improved by 1 tier. Obtain ironbone serpent gallbladder legendary 5. Disassemble to obtain ironbone snake skin. A series of prompts rang in Jiang Chen's ears. Jiang Chen listed all the legendary materials that he didn't need for the time being in the Myriad Realms Mall, which was both a source of income and a way to clear out his inventory. As for the essence blood of superior quality or above, it was naturally fed to the blood holy grail. While the disassembly was underway, Jiang Chen began to consider the next direction for exploration. What made Jiang Chen frown was that, as a legal citizen of Sword Heart Town, he didn't have access to the town map, let alone the anywhere door. It seems that Li Jinglin must have restricted access before his death. The sheer size of Qinshin Town also exceeded his expectations. They searched for thousands of kilometers, but found neither Li Jinglin's territory nor the boundaries of the town. If an ordinary lord wanted to find Li Jinglin's territory in such a large town, who knows how long it would take? Jiang Chen ultimately decided. 2 teams of angels will accompany a legendary 9-star crystal maiden to explore in the east, west, and south respectively. Your main task is to explore the map. If you encounter a powerful enemy, do not linger in battle. Yes, my lord. Archangel Hathaway and Crystal 7 accepted the order and left. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Using the legendary hero soul, Yen has advanced to legendary 3 stars. Using the legendary hero's soul, Yen advances to legendary 4-star. Yen, Gianna, and Li Hani all simultaneously gained an advancement halo. Soon, Jiang Chen's 4 heroes have all advanced to legendary 9 stars. A total of 1.6 billion spirit stones and 2.7 billion energy were consumed. Luckily, I won against Ian Minying yesterday, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to afford it. Although the battle was easy, perhaps due to luck, the monsters in Sword Heart Town were of a much higher grade than Jiang Chen had expected. If you encounter a legendary monster with a level of 80 or higher, currently no one can rival it except for the Empress. Therefore, Jiang Chen no longer cared about the extremely low cost effectiveness of advancing heroes. Slay the gods. Just to be on the safe side, Jiang Chen activated his battle name again before saying, divide into 3 teams based on the same lineup used to eliminate the Sakura Lord that day. The heroes' strength increased dramatically, and they were overjoyed, their morale soaring. Yes, my lord. Boost. Your gift increases Yan's favorability by 1, currently at 100 points. Hint. Yan's favorability has reached 100, unlocking new features click to view. Jiang Chen was taken aback when he saw the notification. Unexpectedly, Yin achieved perfect favorability at this crucial juncture. Chapter 203 What wicked thoughts could I possibly have? Fairy Dragon's Nest. Jiang Chen already had a very deep experience with the concept of having 100 points of hero favorability. Although he knew it was inappropriate to let his mind wander at this time, Jiang Chen still subconsciously glanced at Yan's perfect figure. As a result, Yan Xiao blushed, turned around, and left Jiang Chen with only a beautiful back view. Jiang Chen was incredibly thick-skinned and said calmly, "This time, I'll go with Yin and give the Angel Legion some guidance." "Do the Angel Sisters need your guidance on combat techniques?" The Empress was taken aback, then glanced at Yin suspiciously. "My lord, you wouldn't happen to have some bad intentions, would you?" Jiang Chen said unhappily, "I am your lord. What bad intentions could I possibly have?" The Empress said meaningfully, "Yin is a martial arts hero. After advancing to the 9th star of the legendary realm, his physique is probably even stronger than mine." Jiang Chen's face stiffened. "How could I forget about that? I can no longer be a slacker in my cultivation, especially in the 8-9 arcane technique which focuses on physical training. Otherwise, if he were to be suppressed by these violent women for a long time, Jiang Chen feared he would gradually lose his ability to hold his head high. The sisters, Brahma and Zizai, are still the softest and most fragrant." Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. Besides Yin, Li Hani and Jiana also saw a significant increase in favorability, with Li Hani reaching 98 points and Jiana reaching 97 points. Half a day later, Jiang Chen led his team to clear out dozens of large monster gathering points around the territory. A total of 18 epic bosses were killed. A total of 630 million units of energy were obtained. This energy acquisition efficiency is more than twice as high as that of 20,000 Tianyin disciples. Sudden, just after Jiang Chen cleared out a troll camp. Upgrade. Your unit modesty has been defeated. Note, your unit modesty has been revived at the Fountain of Life, consuming 78 million energy. Notification. Your unit Eve has been defeated. Upgrade. Your unit Eve is already. The 4 consecutive death notifications made Jiang Chen's expression change. "My lord, what's wrong?" For the past half-day, Yin had been somewhat absent-minded. Seeing that Jiang Chen's expression was not good, he disregarded his awkwardness and quickly asked. Jiang Chen's face darkened, and he immediately contacted Jingqi. But it wasn't until several minutes later that Jingqi replied, "My lord, we have been ambushed by the enemy, who can block my detection." During this period, another angel fell, causing Jiang Chen to lose hundreds of millions of energy. Jiang Chen immediately said, "Your spiritual power is already close to 20,000 points, right? The enemy was able to ambush you. Could it be that they possess spatial abilities?" Jingqi said, "The opponent does indeed possess powerful spatial teleportation abilities and can also suppress magic and control a wide area, which can be said to completely counter my abilities. Fortunately, after we left their territory, the enemy gave up the pursuit. Otherwise our losses would have been even more severe." Space travel ability. Forbidden magic. It can still be controlled. Listening to Jingqi's description, Jiang Chen had a flash of inspiration and blurted out, "You didn't encounter a fairy dragon, did you?" As a member of the Crystal clan known for their detached emotions, Crystal 7's tone revealed a rare hint of admiration. "Lord, you are truly knowledgeable. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, it was most likely a fairy dragon. And not just one, but 3. I suspect we've just stumbled upon a fairy dragon's lair." Fairy dragon's nest? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Chen's previous frustration vanished instantly. Ha ha! He laughed loudly and immediately issued an order in the territory channel. "Everyone, return to the territory immediately and assemble." If we don't consider the leadership, among all the troop types, the most precious are the ultimate troop types, such as goddess warriors and crystal maidens. Even though the heavenly sound true instruction has such a high cost-performance ratio, Jiang Chen still trades a team of crystal maidens with the crystal mother every half-month. Second only to the extreme-level units are the control-type units, such as the potential energy mech that Xiao Wushang luckily obtained. Its gravity gun can greatly restrict the legendary unit Tyrant. Compared to physical units, magical units are generally considered to be more valuable. The fairy dragon, however, combines the characteristics of an extreme unit, a control unit, and a magic unit, and its quality is as high as legendary. According to the Legendary Units Encyclopedia, published by People's Education Press, there are only 38 units that meet this standard. If we take into account the bonus of good looks, Fairy Dragon can definitely be ranked in the top 10. Even among the dragon race, fairy dragons are extremely rare. Now, Jingxi has apparently discovered a fairy dragon's nest. Even if there's only the slightest possibility, Jiang Chen has to find out the truth. Less than half an hour. All the powerful warriors returned to their territories. Jiang Chen quickly described what had happened, then spoke swiftly and decisively. Crystal 7 has sent the coordinates. Let's set off now. The Empress suddenly said, Master, these coordinates are thousands of kilometers away from the territory, and according to Jingxi's description, those are legendary units of level 80 or above, and we don't know how many there are. It's too dangerous for you to go with them. Why don't you stay in the territory? Let the goddess warrior sisters stay and protect you. Yin, Jaina, Li Hani, and even the goddess warriors all nodded in agreement. Yin even suggested directly, if you're bored, Lord, why not build another Huaqing pool? Anyway, the territory has just been upgraded, so there's plenty of space. As long as you don't go out and have fun, we'll grant you whatever you want to do. Good idea, the Empress said through gritted teeth. Let Brahma Heaven and Free Heaven stay and keep you company. The women used every means at their disposal, with the Empress emphasizing the word accompany. It seems they would rather raise Jiang Chen into a tyrannical ruler indulging in wine and women than let him take any risks. Long Jiao also chimed in. Little Jiao can accompany the Lord too. The conditions are very tempting. Jiang Chen then smiled and said, I never intended to leave the territory. Just as the women began to smile, Jiang Chen took out a token with a large Qian character on it. The Empress was taken aback. This is a high-level city relocation order? That's right. If you have the holy light buff from the Fountain of Life and the angelic rebirth pool, why not use it? Are you saving it for the new year? After saying that, Jiang Chen shot out the advanced city relocation order in his hand. Select coordinates 678, 52, 31, migrate. Chapter 204 Fairy Dragon. The Power of Role Models. Boom. A golden pillar of light enveloped the territory and soared into the sky. As a resident of Kenshin Town, one can naturally use an advanced relocation order to teleport to a fixed point within the town. However, given the rarity of high-level relocation orders, no lord would be so extravagant as to use them for travel. For Jiang Chen, strengthening a high-level city relocation order only requires 1 million spirit stones. After the golden light dissipated, Jiang Chen appeared in a lush forest map. Jaina exclaimed in admiration, the spiritual energy here is so rich. Buzzing. Facing a legendary unit exceeding level 20, Jiang Chen dared not be careless. He first mobilized the power of his grotto heaven to envelop the entire territory before saying, Jaina, find the enemy's trail. Jaina said confidently, rest assured, my lord. After speaking, he soared into the air, and spatial array patterns shot into the void. After suffering a loss from the mirage last time, Jiang Chen specially created several detection spells for Jaina, including spatial detection. Given Jaina's powerful divine soul among the 9 stars of the legend, it shouldn't be difficult for her to discover the fairy dragon hidden in the phase dimension. Soon, the 3 exploration teams landed in the territory one after another. Archangel Hathaway greeted Eve and the others who had just been resurrected, then said with self-reproach, My lord, this time it was my poor command that caused the territory to suffer such great losses. Jiang Chen immediately said, You've done very well against level 80 legendary units, and not just one. Hathaway was relieved and quietly stepped aside. Just then, Jaina shouted, My lord, I found it. She pointed her blue staff forward, and a void 10 kilometers directly in front of her territory rippled like water, revealing its true form. It really is the fairy dragon's nest. Jiang Chen clapped his hands. A huge nest appeared before them. The nest is predominantly pink and white, crystal clear, and resembles a fine work of art. However, This artwork is a bit too big, so big that it's causing Jiang Chen some concern. Judging from this, the diameter of this fairy dragon's nest must be a kilometer. It is said that dragon buildings are generally huge, and it is indeed true. Even with my own grotto heaven and doubled territory, building such a large nest would still be quite a challenge. Before the battle even began, Jiang Chen had already started thinking about the construction. Well, suddenly, a pleasant voice came from the void. Powerful angel lord, I am Paris, the leader of the fairy dragon clan. My people just mistook you for an intruder and launched an attack rashly. I am deeply sorry for this. I believe that we are all legendary beings, and there is no need for us to fight each other. Therefore, I am willing to give up some of my treasures in exchange for your understanding. Immediately afterwards, as the space fluctuated, 18 slender and elegant dragon-like creatures suddenly appeared above the nest. It is Fairy Dragon's signature skill, Phase Walk, which is somewhat similar to the Great Demon's spatial travel, except that the power of Phase can also form a spatial barrier to block a certain amount of damage. These fairy dragons are generally only 20 meters long, which is considered small for a legendary creature of level 80 or above. The fairy dragon leader, Paris, looked at Jiang Chen's territory and exclaimed, "You are indeed a powerful lord. I can sense that your territory is surrounded by powerful spatial energy." 2 points need to be corrected. Looking at the 18 fairy dragons, Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then opened his cave and led thousands of powerful figures behind him into the sky. First, your people have not misunderstood. I am the invader. Secondly, what you see before you is a genuine human territory. Paris was stunned. She never expected that this territory, guarded by hundreds of angels, would belong to a human. On the list of all races, humans were not a powerful race. Jiang Chen had already activated his battle name, and the Empress and the others did not restrain their aura. So it's very fast. Paris's gaze fell upon the many powerful figures in the territory, her sapphire-like eyes flashing with disbelief. Because she suddenly realized that the Angel Legion she thought was powerful was actually only the second-tier fighting force of this territory. Jiang Chen didn't waste any words, but pointed a finger and said calmly, "My target is your lair. Being merciful as I am, I will forgive your past offenses and allow you to join my territory, where you may continue to live in the dragon's nest. Otherwise, with the nest destroyed, there will be no more intact dragon eggs." Jiang Chen's calculations were very clear. The fairy dragon's combat power is beyond doubt, and their numbers far exceed Jiang Chen's expectations, totaling as many as 18. Moreover, the leader Paris is not only level 89, but also a legendary 4-star quality, so it would probably take 2 heroes working together to defeat her. If war breaks out, I will definitely win, but the losses will be substantial. It's a losing proposition no matter how you look at it. So Jiang Chen decided to try his oral skills first. Certainly, he was determined to obtain this fairy dragon's nest. If verbal persuasion failed, Jiang Chen would have no choice but to strike at its heart. A smaller fairy dragon behind Paris suddenly spoke in a crisp voice. "How dare a weak human dare to presume to become our master?" Paris immediately turned her head and said sternly, "Susie, don't talk nonsense." Fairy dragon Susie shouted, "Sister Paris, Susie is a warrior. There are only fairy dragons who die in battle, not fairy dragons who surrender." At this time, the Archangel Eve immediately added, "My lord, she's the one who just killed us." Jiang Chen nodded without changing his expression. It turns out to be a rebellious, immature dragon in its teens. Upon seeing Eve, the fairy dragon Susie was equally shocked. "Angel, how are you still alive?" "I just killed you," Eve sneered. "As long as the Lord is here, we are immortal. Besides, you were just relying on your level. Once I reach level 85, we'll fight again, provided you can survive until then." At this moment, Long Jiu suddenly transformed into his true form, flying towards the fairy dragon while shouting, "Dragon sisters, don't attack. I am a dragon myself. Sisters, listen to my advice. The Lord is an exceptionally good person. Following him will not only ensure your immortality, but also guarantee you a life of luxury. Believe me, dragons do not lie to dragons. It seems to be in order to increase their persuasiveness. Long Jiao conjured 2 legendary dragon tooth rice grains from who knows where and began to crunch them in front of the 2 armies, looking quite pleased with himself. Susie's mouth instantly watered, and she exclaimed, "I don't believe dragon tooth rice is that delicious. Unless you let me try some too." Even Paris exclaimed in shock. It really is dragon tooth rice with a hint of dragon's aura, and it's legendary quality dragon tooth rice. Jiang Chen immediately praised Long Jiao in the territory channel. Xiao Jiao is truly brave, clever, obedient, and loyal. She deserves a reward. This made Long Jiao extremely proud, and his short, thick tail started wagging rapidly. Perhaps he had learned it from the little fox. Jiang Chen stepped forward and asked what seemed like an unrelated question. "Paris, how long did it take you to advance to legendary 4-star? Paris exclaimed proudly, 100 years. I only spent 100 years to advance to 4 stars. 100 years, huh? Jiang Chen chuckled, then waved his hand and unleashed a series of golden rays that entered Long Jiao's body. Today, I, the Lord, will show you what the power of an example truly is. Chapter 205 Subjugation. Powerful Attributes. Another legendary blueprint obtained. Chant. Long Jiao let out an excited dragon roar. Her size increased dramatically, instantly reaching 100 meters in height, and her aura more than doubled. Legend 9 stars. Paris gasped. So many legendary unit souls. Are you a businessman? Paris finally got to use the honorific "you" formal. Jiang Chen waved his hand upon seeing this. All the strong men advanced several kilometers forward. Yin held the thunder sword upright in front of his chest, and a giant energy sword hundreds of meters long slowly took shape in the void, condensing world-destroying power on it. The oppressive force emanating from the heavenly blade strike not only made the eyes of the fairy dragons solemn, but even the Empress and the others turned their heads to look. Yin calmly said, "I admit that this sword might not be able to hit you, but you can escape the dragon but not its lair. I wonder how many swords your dragon lair can withstand." Paris's expression changed drastically. They are all magic-type dragons, and even with her legendary 4-star strength, she absolutely cannot withstand this sword strike. And the human girl holding the long sword not far away exuded an even more deadly aura. Oh, and there was also the human mage who saw through their spatial disguise. Paris finally wavered. Jiang Chen then played his final trump card. By offering up the dragon nest, you will not only have access to an endless supply of spiritual treasures, but each dragon will also receive a legendary unit soul, directly advancing to legendary level 2. Jiang Chen spared no expense. Although the soul of a soldier is not as precious as the soul of a hero, it is still quite valuable. Paris suddenly realized something and shook her head, saying, "Even if you destroy our nest, there's only a very small chance you'll get the blueprints. I can't just stand by and watch our home." Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Chen immediately took out a legendary heavenly crafting diagram. "Feel free to raise any concerns you may have. As your future boss, I, the Lord, am most eager to help you resolve any problems you may have." Paris was speechless. Where did this human lord come from? They're so well prepared. They even have the legendary heavenly crafting diagram? Paris said helplessly. "Please give us 10 minutes. Jiang Chen nodded and said, "I believe that with the fairy dragon's wisdom, she will definitely make the right choice." 5 minutes later, Paris transformed into human form and flew alone to Jiang Chen. The human form of Paris is a pure and mature woman, whose appearance is comparable to that of the goddess warrior. "My last request is that you forgive and forget Susie's previous offenses." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Of course. Soon." Hint: 18 fairy dragons, under your oppressive power, have chosen to join your territory. Accept/reject? I. Upon seeing the prompt, Jiang Chen almost choked. "What do you mean by being forced by my tyranny? There's nothing we can do. The world is vast, but the will of heaven is the greatest." Jiang Chen could only endure it. Accept. The moment of choosing to accept. The 18-headed fairy dragon was like a deflated balloon, its size rapidly shrinking until it quickly became level 0. Unlike physical dragons like the black dragon, the level 0 fairy dragon has no hard scales, and is only about the height of a person when standing up. Its whole body is pink and tender, and it looks at the girls with stars in its eyes. So cute. Jaina cheered. My lord, may I adopt one? With the dust settled, Jiang Chen was in high spirits. He gently rubbed Paris's soft little head, finding it incredibly pleasant to the touch. Paris, Jaina is a legendary 9-star mage, and she is proficient in the power of order. From now on, the Fairy Dragon clan will be led by Jaina, and you can also verify each other's magic. Then, turning to Jaina with a serious expression, he said, It's not adoption, it's partnership. Gianna stepped forward and hugged Paris's neck, quickly apologizing. Yes, I spoke without thinking. I'm sorry, Paris. Although the Lord's actions were somewhat improper and seemed rather unseemly, Paris still sensed respect from the conversation and finally breathed a sigh of relief. My lord, could you give us a few levels up? We're in a really awkward situation right now. Upgrading is certainly possible. Jiang Chen laughed, but we'll have to wait. Upgrading now would be a waste of energy. What does wasting energy mean? Paris looked bewildered. Jiang Chen had already said to Eve, Eve, I'll give you a chance for revenge. Eve was taken aback. She was both touched and surprised, and quickly said, No need. Now that we are all dragons, we've become friends through this fight. Anyway, I can be resurrected. That's what we were just talking about. Eve suddenly realized. A sinister smile appeared on her face as she drew her angel sword and slashed down. Sizzle. Susie was cleaved in two by a single sword strike. A sudden change. Even the slow-reacting local strongmen were stunned. Paris was furious, thinking that her decision had ruined the entire tribe. You? But before she could angrily rebuke Jiang Chen, what happened next made her eyes widen in surprise. Susie had just been struck dead, and her body instantly turned into specks of light and vanished. A few seconds later, a completely unharmed Susie flew out of the space where the fountain of life was located. While flapping its short wings vigorously, it cried out, I'm still alive. That scared me to death. Paris murmured, So it really is possible to be immortal. Note, your unit Paris's loyalty has increased by 12, currently at 76 points. Hint, your unit type. In an instant, all the fairy dragon's loyalty increased by more than 10 points. Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at the series of heavenly Dao prompts. Next, Jiang Chen used both kindness and force, quickly calculated his energy, and then waved his hand to unleash 18 golden soldier souls. Level up. Level 60. Advanced Legendary 2-star. Consuming 1.2 billion energy, all fairy dragons advanced to Legendary 2-star and instantly reached level 60, forming a considerable combat force. This is the second benefit Jiang Chen gained from recruiting this group of fairy dragons. Because building the fairy dragon's nest requires not only massive resources, but also a huge space, Jiang Chen couldn't guarantee that it would be completed quickly. Jiang Chen opened the attribute panel of an ordinary fairy dragon. Susie. Race, dragon. Level, 60. Quality, Golden Legend 2-star. Attributes, Physique 3282, Spiritual Power 7946, Divine Soul 12850, Capacity 0. Combat Power, 60-20-star. Skills, Void Coil, Phase Walk, Illusion Orb, Crescent Slash, Spirit Vacuum. Legend has it that the average combat power of a 2-star unit is around 5,500. As a dragon, the fairy dragon is even stronger in combat. As a top-tier magic-based unit, the fairy dragon's main attribute, Divine Soul, exceeds 12,000 points. In terms of skills, besides the signature spatial, silent, and control spells, there are dozens of other spells of various types, leaving Jiang Chen dazzled. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen arrived outside the fairy dragon's nest. Warning, an unclaimed wild troop building, Fairy Dragon's Nest, has been detected. Ignore Occupy Destroy. Jiang Chen ignored the Heavenly Dao's prompt, and instead threw out the Heavenly Crafting Diagram in his hand. The Heavenly Craftsmanship map rose with the wind, completely enveloping the Fairy Dragon's Nest. Countless fine runes flickered, and the enormous Fairy Dragon's Nest shrank at a visible speed, eventually transforming into a golden blueprint that fell into Jiang Chen's hands. Hint: you used the legendary crafting map and obtained one fairy dragon's nest blueprint. The group of fairy dragons cheered as they looked at the blueprints in Jiang Chen's hand. After all, it was their home. Although they didn't know when their lord would finish building it, at least they had something to look forward to. Even if we can't find the Sword Tomb, the gains from this trip to Sword Heart Town have already far exceeded our expectations. Jiang Chen sighed. Thinking of the Sword Tomb, Jiang Chen's mind stirred, and he looked at Paris. These natives of Qinshin Town probably already know where their target is. But when faced with Jiang Chen's question, a hint of hesitation flashed in Paris's eyes. My lord, the city I know is very likely your target, but in my sense, it is extremely dangerous. Chapter 206 Void Entanglement. Better safe than sorry. Paris had barely finished speaking. Buzzing. Accompanied by melodious fairy music, golden rays of light rose from the eastern horizon, seemingly dyeing the entire town in gold. Paris shouted, My lord, the city you are looking for is right there. Jiang Chen looked up. Is this meant to be a guide for outsiders? Perhaps the trigger mechanism of the guidance is that the foreign lord survives in Sword Heart Town for a certain period of time to prove his strength. Wrong. Jiang Chen suddenly frowned. This unusual phenomenon perfectly matches the criteria for the emergence of a treasure. There's nothing wrong with that. Entering a secret town like this is all about treasure hunting. But the strange phenomenon before them was too standard, and combined with what Paris had said, it easily led one to think of a trap or even a possession scenario. The celestial music and otherworldly phenomena lasted for a full minute before gradually dissipating. The culture of the Blue Star Lords has developed for countless millennia, and countless ancestors have summarized advanced experiences. This includes the training of military personnel. Most lords will choose to upgrade their base as soon as possible, and then use a large number of low-tier troops to obtain energy to supply the upgrade of a small number of main combat troops, so as to ensure the combat strength of their elite troops. The main combat units mostly consist of around several hundred soldiers. People like Jiang Chen, who have over 1,000 main combat troops in just 12 books, are extremely rare. Naturally, the more powerful a lord is, the longer it will take to recover after suffering a major blow. For example, there are the 3 powerful lords of the immortal Qin who are currently protecting Inman's territory. After their arrival, the suppression of their troop levels is irreversible. Even if they return to District 642 in the future, it will take them several years to recover their peak combat power. Although Jiang Chen only has 12 books, given the quantity, quality, and level of his main combat troops, a complete wipeout would result in a loss of 70 to 80 billion energy. Even with his many advantages such as the blessing of the cave, the dragon vein, and the fortune of the town, it would normally take at least 2 months to recover. Jiang Chen dared not be careless in a place that could make an 89-level fairy dragon feel dangerous. It is estimated that in about 10 days, there will be 10,000 lords in Jiaoyou Prefecture who will reach level 12 and begin the battle for the title of Prefecture Lord. Since Jinshin Town was banished to the void by Li Jinglin, Jiang Chen, and Chu Xia, and the others were cut off from information and could only roughly estimate the time. In this auspicious place of Sword Heart Town, I can gain at least another 10 billion energy in 10 days. I can easily upgrade my hero units to the current maximum level of 65, and even advance another batch of legendary 9-star units. Therefore, we should try to return to Longyuan Town within 10 days. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately said. The fairy dragons were divided into 3 groups and incorporated into 3 upgrade teams. A few strong crowd control abilities from the fairy dragon can definitely increase the efficiency of killing monsters. It also prevents these newcomers from gathering together and causing trouble. Paris didn't complain at all and shouted, Yes, my lord. In just a short while, thanks to Long Jio's extensive education, the fairy dragons already knew just how monstrous their new master was. Compared to other natural wonders like the Blessed Caves, the Pool of Angelic Rebirth, and the Fountain of Life, even rarer treasures like Dragon Tooth Rice seem less important. The loyalty of these fairy dragons is increasing at a visible rate. This shows that Long Jio was sensible and did not reveal the existence of the mythical sapling. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen arrived above a swamp. This is the territory of an ancient giant crocodile. Seemingly sensing the arrival of the enemy, the swamp churned violently like boiling water, and countless enormous figures appeared and disappeared. Jiang Chen had just subdued a group of fairy dragons with just his words, and had not yet witnessed their true strength. Looking at the horde of monsters, Jiang Chen said softly, "Void entanglement. Unleash your full power." Paris and the other 6 fairy dragons understood, and with a gentle flap of their wings, they spoke in ancient dragon language. The entire space began to ripple with countless wrinkles. The giant crocodiles below seemed to sense the danger as well, and one by one they surfaced and unleashed various skills such as water arrow technique and venom technique into the sky. Unfortunately, all of them were blocked by the great Sumru sword style of the Tianyin disciples. Because Jiang Chen ordered her to go all out, Paris deliberately prolonged her casting speed to maximize the effect. 10 seconds later, skills are developed. Countless transparent chains condensed from the folds of space, one end of which coiled around the nearby ancient crocodile like a serpent, while the other end extended into the depths of the void. It's somewhat similar to dimensional lock, but dimensional lock anchors 2 units, while void entanglement anchors an entire space. Jiang Chen made a few comments. The control effect is similar to that of a black hole, but the range is much larger. Moreover, void entanglement is not impossible to cast instantly. Its range and power can be adjusted according to needs. No, the epic crocodile boss that just appeared below was specifically targeted by the 2 fairy dragons and is now immobilized like a dumpling, at their mercy. This made Jiang Chen somewhat relieved that a war hadn't broken out just now. Next, Jiang Chen continued testing several powerful skills, including phase walk, illusion orb, and crescent moon mark. The results satisfied Jiang Chen immensely. "Everyone, keep killing monsters." After easily eliminating the ancient giant crocodile horde, Jiang Chen gave an order, then said to Li Hani, "Hani, come back to the territory with me." Before Li Hani could speak, the Empress asked curiously, "My lord, the one with 100 points of favorability, is it Yin?" It seems Yin and the Empress had discussed something in private. Snap. Jiang Chen slapped the fleshiest part of the Empress's body hard. "Your thoughts are too filthy. Master is only concerned with serious matters." This opened the eyes of the fairy dragons, who had already sensed the Empress's power once again. "Lord, you are truly amazing." Soon, Jiang Chen, with a look of curiosity, returned to Li Hani. He waved his hand to open the entrance to a deep space, then pulled Li Hani along, took a step out, and disappeared from the spot. This is... Li Hani was stunned by the scene before her. She had never known that there was such a space in the territory. In the space of over 100 square meters, there was only one spiritual field. In the center of the spiritual field, there was a black dwarf tree that was only 2 meters tall. The tree trunk had a metallic texture and spiritual light. But almost instantly, a look of realization flashed in her eyes. "This must be the mythical sapling we obtained in the Battle of Glory." "Good." Jiang Chen nodded and said, "These trees are called enlightenment tea trees, and their function is self-explanatory. Although they have not yet produced enlightenment tea, the speed at which one can comprehend skills and techniques under these tea trees is more than twice that of the enlightenment chamber. Time flows at 50 times the normal speed here. For the next 10 days, besides honing your swordsmanship and willpower, you should focus all your energy on nurturing your sword. Your lordship is worried about the formidable enemies ahead." Li Hani said solemnly, "I will do my utmost to nurture my sword and clear away any obstacles for your lordship." Jiang Chen nodded. He was just being prepared. At 50 times the time flow rate, 10 days is almost a year and a half. Thank you for your hard work. However, before leaving, Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then added a word of caution, still feeling uneasy. "Honey, if you're under too much pressure from your cultivation, go outside for a walk. Just don't cut down my tea trees." Li Hani blushed. Even when a powerful individual is merely practicing their skills, their destructive power is considerable, which means that Jiang Chen has to spend a lot of resources every day to repair the Tianyin pavilion. Just by looking at Li Hani's expression, You can tell that she must have done this. This is why, despite the unique advantages of the martial arts space, Jiang Chen has never invited anyone to cultivate there. Over the next few days, to quickly gain energy, Jiang Chen personally fought monsters or entered the enlightenment space to cultivate his techniques and skills. He didn't even have time for in-depth discussions with Yin. Because he didn't have the anywhere door access, Jiang Chen would immediately use an advanced city relocation order to relocate to the advanced monster zone after clearing out all the monsters within 100 miles. And as the map is continuously explored, monster groups exceeding level 90 have also begun to appear. The level 90 elite monster's combat power was close to 6,000 stars, exceeding that of the heavenly sound true disciple under the blessing of battle name. To avoid casualties, Jiang Chen chose to temporarily avoid it. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's calculations were correct. So far, no monsters exceeding level 100 have appeared. The effect of relentlessly grinding monsters is obvious. Including the output of the Tianyin disciples in Lonyuan town, Jiang Chen can generate over 1 billion energy points every day, and the number of items is countless. Unfortunately, although legendary monsters occasionally spawn, there are no more top-tier buildings like the Fairy Dragon's Nest. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 days passed. Chapter 207 The Battle for the Lordship. The Will to Fight. Lonyuan Town. Ring ring. Huh. The alarm clock rang, and the little fox stretched. The blanket slipped off, revealing her petite, yet voluptuous figure. She rubbed her eyes and jumped off the large bed in the Lord's mansion. The first hero, Shinrue, immediately brought over the toiletries. Thank you, Shinrue. The little fox thanked him, then muttered to himself as he washed and groomed himself. Sigh. Another day of missing Brother Jiang Chen. I've already read 12 books. Why isn't Brother Jiang Chen back yet? He clearly said it would take at most 7 or 8 days. But it's already been 9 days. Doesn't Brother Jiang Chen know that 9 is greater than 7 and 8? I wonder how things are in Sword Heart Town. Is Brother Jiang Chen in any danger over there? Shinrue's clan, the 100 Flowers clan, is an even weaker race than the Heavenly Fox clan. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's sponsorship of the hero's soul, he probably would never have been able to advance to the epic rank in his lifetime. Hearing her lord's grumbling, she immediately comforted him. Don't worry, Lady Yeya. With Lord Jiang Chen's strength, there is absolutely no danger. Of course, although Shinrue's words of comfort were clumsy, the little fox still said with pride, Brother Jiang Chen is invincible. After the battle for the title of Lord of the Prefecture begins, I'm going to follow Brother Jiang Chen to bet on Lonyuan Town and make a fortune. Shinrue smiled, but before she could speak, the little fox let out a gasp. The battle for the title of Lord has begun. Tens of thousands of lords have already reached level 12 so quickly. Damn it, Brother Jiang Chen hasn't come back, yet let me see. Sure enough, these Japanese devils are starting to shout again. At the same time, all the lords of Jiao Prefecture saw the announcement that was pinned to the top of the prefectural channel. Announcement. With 10,000 lords in Jiao Prefecture's 12 town halls now participating, a battle for the title of Prefecture Lord has begun. The rules are as follows. The next 15 days will be the qualification battle for the competition to win the title of Lord of the Underworld. During the qualifying battle, slaying monsters in Jiao Prefecture and maintaining its security will grant you stacks of battle spirit. The final battle for the title of Prefectural Lord will begin in 15 days, and the Prefectural Capital map will be available. Lords who have reached level 12 and have over 100 battle spirit points can be randomly teleported to the capital map. Their original town rank will be retained. Candidates for Prefectural Magistrate, 32. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The Cherry Blossom Lords cheered with joy. Those with a voice on the state government's channel are exceptionally active. Yash, the battle for the prefecture capital has finally begun, even faster than I expected. The map of the capital. All the territory slots inside have special bonuses, especially the combat power slots, which can increase combat power by up to 20%. Haha, I'm a farming lord, just give me a resource pit. An energy pit would be even better. Jiao Prefecture is the sacred territory of our great Sakura Empire. Once we obtain the position of Prefecture Lord, We can drive out all these Dragon Kingdom invaders. Ha ha ha, where are the Chinese? Why are they all so listless? Although the Sakura lords are extremely arrogant and seem to have already secured the position of Lord of the Prefecture, most of the Dragon Kingdom lords, including Chao Ziqing and Zhao Lingshan, remain silent. Because the Dragon Kingdom's lords in Jiao Prefecture only have more than 200,000 people left, Longyuan County has become one of the most populous counties in the Dragon Kingdom. Huang Xian couldn't stand it and sneered. You Japanese people really forget the pain once the wound heals. Have you forgotten how our boss Jiang Chen slapped you in the face before? However, this statement immediately drew ridicule from the Lord of the Sakura Kingdom. Slap in the face? Where's Jiang Chen? Why don't you let him come out and slap me in the face? I bet Jiang Chen has already fled Jiao Prefecture with his tail between his legs. The little fox angrily retorted. You bunch of little bastards, you're talking nonsense. I already told you that brother Jiang Chen is on a mission and will be back soon. However, these words posed no threat whatsoever, and instead drew further ridicule from the Sakura Lord. The little fox was so angry that her face turned red, but there were just too many cherry blossom lords. Unable to win the argument, the little fox could only shut down the chat channel and sulk alone. Just then, Borneo County Chief AP suddenly announced, on behalf of Borneo County, I hereby formally declare that all lords of Borneo County unconditionally support the Sakura Kingdom in becoming the ruler of Jiao State. Toyotomi Hidaichi said reservedly, it is commendable that Lord Apu has come to his senses. As long as India pays a monthly rent of 1 billion spirit stones, I will approve your continued development in Borneo. AP was frustrated, but compared to the losses caused by the relocation of his territory, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. Fortunately, 1 billion spirit stones is not too much if divided among all the lords. So he quickly smiled apologetically and said, Thank you for your magnanimity, Your Excellency Toyotomi. From today onwards, India will support all your decisions. Toyotomi Hidaichi said with satisfaction. Easy. Lee Jung-ae from South Korea and Alexei from North Korea remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. With the lords of the Dragon Kingdom remaining silent, the lords of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom gradually grew bored. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to the new rules. Who knows what battle spirit is? This is a completely new rule that has never been seen before. I guess you can probably use battle spirit to exchange for various items in the capital city map, or even get a direct boost to your combat power. Previous maps of the capital city had 10,000 territory slots. I wonder if this one has changed. The more slots the better. Our great Sakura Empire has so many lords, and Cuxia's territory. The Longyuan County authorities urgently gathered together. Yi Iran asked anxiously, Why isn't boss back yet? Could something have happened to him? And Chu Xiao said, I just spoke with the Tianyin disciples Jiang Chen left in the town. Although I don't know what delayed him, at least he's all right. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If the Lord dies, the troops will naturally receive the news. But, Wei Ming said worriedly, although I don't know what battle spirit is, according to the rules, you can only gain battle spirit by slaying monsters in Jiao Prefecture. Can our leader gain access to the capital city map simply by remaining in the town as a Tianyin disciple? The little fox exclaimed, Absolutely. Only in Chuxia and the little fox know just how strong the Tianyin disciples are now. Especially in Chuxia. Jiang Chen asked in Chuxia to help take care of the meals for the Tianyin disciples, and she has been very busy these days. Although she guessed that Jiang Chen would have many disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect, she did not expect there to be so many. More than 20,000. She even suspected that Jiang Chen had used all the space to build residential houses. Moreover, these Tianyin disciples were even pickier eaters than I was, showing disgust even towards top-grade delicacies. No wonder Jiang Chen left behind 100 million spirit stones for food expenses before he left. At this moment, Ng Man suddenly asked, Is it possible to contact Jiang Chen through the main world? And Chu Xia said helplessly, Jiang Chen probably has no plans to return to Blue Star for the next few years. Well, then we'll just have to prepare for the worst. Ng Man sighed and said seriously, Everyone has probably digested most of the treasures Jiang Chen left behind before he left. Even if Jiang Chen can't make it back in time, with our current strength, we're not without a fighting chance. Although I don't know what battle intent is, judging from the nature of the heavenly Tao, it must be extremely important, so everyone must. Everyone expressed their opinions and pooled their wisdom and efforts. 10 minutes later, they dispersed and went their separate ways. It should be about time. Jiang Chen looked at his army with great satisfaction. In less than 10 days, he had already achieved his goal. Next, this was the last stop on the trip, Li Jinglin's territory. Even if there were any shady dealings, Jiang Chen could expose them with force. At this moment, an otherwise unremarkable battle report caught his attention. Your troop type, 100 spirits, a disciple of the heavenly sound sect, slays the spirit of earth fire, gaining 90 energy, 5 spirit stones, 3 treasure chests, and 1 longbow. You have contributed to the security of Gaoao Prefecture, gaining 1 battle spirit. Battle intent. Jiang Chen was taken aback. What is that? Chapter 208 Insane Improvement. Reaching the Transcendent Realm. Jiang Chen immediately opened the Lord's Attribute panel. Soon, below the Legendary Points section, the Battle Spirit attribute was found. His fighting spirit has reached 72 points, but there is no description of it. Jiang Chen's mind raced, and almost instantly he thought of the most likely possibility. It seems this is a new trick that heaven has come up with for this battle to determine the Lord of the Prefecture. The battle for the title of Lord of the Prefecture is starting a few days earlier than I expected. Jiang Chen searched for the keyword battle will in the battle log and found that the earliest battle will appeared 8 hours ago. 8 hours, 72 points of fighting spirit. Tianyin disciples take turns resting when farming monsters. So, based on that, I can only gain 3,240 battle spirit points in 15 days with Tianyin disciples. I don't know if that's enough. I need to resolve the issues in Swordheart Town as soon as possible, and then return to Dragon Abyss. Once you become the prefect, you will have control over the map of the prefectural capital. The territory slot bonus in the capital city map can be stacked with the official rank bonus in towns and counties. It can be said that only by controlling the capital can one truly become a powerful regional official. Previously, the leaders of Taiping Prefecture and Tianghua Prefecture only dared to openly challenge Qingyu after becoming prefectural rulers. Therefore, Jiang Chen was determined to win. He looked at his own fighting strength. Angel Legion, Celestial Legion, Goddess Warrior, Crystal Maiden, Fairy Dragon, Black Dragon, etc. All main combat units have been upgraded to level 65. Not only that, Jiang Chen spent a huge sum of money and all his remaining energy to advance the 9 Heaven Saints, 3 Power Angels, 3 Physical Crystal Maidens, and 3 Fairy Dragons to Legendary 9-star. However, the Goddess Warrior can only be advanced to Legendary 4-star due to attribute deviation issues. Jiang Chen himself also saw a significant increase in combat power. Jiang Chen. Level, 65. Attributes, Physique 15358 plus 2700, Spiritual Power 15170, Divine Soul 12012 plus 900, Capacity 7852. Technique, 8-9 Arcane Arts Mastery Level A. Skills, Origin Divine Fist Proficient Rank A, Cloud Riding Beginner Rank A, Cup of Wine Beginner Rank A. Qualification, A. Equipment, 7-star set. Combat Power Rating, 13489 star. Physical Fitness reaches 18,000. This is still before the battle name attribute is activated. With the life essence consumed like water and the martial arts space accelerating time by 50 times, the 8-9 arcane arts finally broke through again, reaching the mastery level. The additional attributes after the breakthrough are Physique plus 2,700, Divine Soul plus 900. The Origin God Fist has also advanced to Proficient, greatly increasing its power. After confirming that there were no omissions, Jiang Chen issued a high-level city relocation order. Migration, coordinates 13, 12. The entire territory was enveloped in golden light, which soared into the sky. When the golden light faded, the territory had appeared in a Gobi desert tens of thousands of kilometers away. A magnificent city sits 10 kilometers away. The scene before me is exactly the same as the Sword Heart secret realm from back then. It seems that Li Jinglin chose city instead of fortress when he reached Town Hall level 13 in his territory. Rumble. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt a rumbling sound coming from the other side of the giant city. Jingqi immediately reported, "Lord, a battle is taking place not far away. One side is the guards of Sword Heart City, while the other side seems to be outsiders like us." Outsiders. Only lords with 12 or fewer household registration books in Qinshin Town can use them. In other words, a new lord from another district, 666, has entered Sword Heart Town. Jiang Chen frowned. Go take a look. Logically speaking, as a resident of Jinshin Town, Jiang Chen should have been able to see the notification if a lord moved into the town after him. Jiang Chen had preconceived notions that Jinshin Town was a dead town and hadn't paid attention to the town channel for a long time. Jaina cast an invisibility spell, and Jiang Chen stepped on the clouds and soared into the air, quickly arriving above the other side of the giant city. Here, hundreds of troops are engaged in a fierce battle with the guards of Sword Heart City. The leader was a young man wearing silver armor. The young man's forces consisted mostly of well-known epic units, and even included a legendary squad of Doomsday Knights. Doomsday Knights were undead units, offering better value than the human National Guardian Knights. The strongest one was not the Doomsday Knight, but the young lord himself. He threw a punch, seemingly light and effortless, but the body of an elite level 86 swordsman was instantly shaken, and then he collapsed to the ground like a limp rag doll, never to be heard again. Could this be the secret warrior's application of tremor? Jiang Chen took a deep breath. This person is not only a military lord, but also has mastered the control of power to a level that is even comparable to that of the goddess warrior. Compared to him, Xiao Zhu is practically a child. There's such a genius on Earth? Or perhaps he's not even from Earth. Jiang Chen silently activated the recording function, intending to investigate this guy's background through the Xian Qining family after returning to Longyuan Town. Sudden. In Sword Heart City, a figure flashed like a fleeting shadow, or like a sharp blade being drawn from its sheath, instantly sweeping across half the city and heading towards the youth. Li Hani said softly, "A level 84 sword spirit. I sense the aura of sword intent from him." Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Blade Soul is an epic unit. A level 84 sword spirit, when combined with sword will, can even instantly kill units below 10,000 stars. However, since they had only met by chance, Jiang Chen had no intention of offering any assistance. Moreover, judging from the boy's calm and composed demeanor, it's clear he has a backup plan. Sure enough, the young lord took a deep breath and adopted the simplest starting stance for his fist technique. Rumble. The void roared. A bright moon rose slowly behind him, hanging high in the sky, followed by the vast rivers and mountains below. Jiang Chen was stunned. Mountains and rivers under the bright moon. The Ming Dynasty royal family. Jiang Chen was very familiar with this move, as Zhu Yeqing had used it many times. However, Zhu Yeqing could only manifest strange phenomena on the fist imprint, while the strange phenomena of the boy in front of her were as real as physical objects, a difference of more than 108,000 miles. While he was still in a daze, the sword spirit of Sword Heart City had already shot out a 100-meter-long mighty sword aura, causing the space to distort. Bang! Sword energy and fist imprints intersected in the void. As a result, the sword energy quickly gave way and shattered into pieces. Then, the enormous fist imprint, like a bulldozer, was directly imprinted on the sword spirit. Bang! A powerful sword spirit's body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The Empress suddenly asked with doubt, "The transcendent realm?" Jiang Chen suddenly turned his head. "What did you say?" "This is a transcendent realm skill." "It should be." The Empress nodded. "My 9 kills of heavenly sound also reached the transcendent realm, so that trace of transcendent perfection cannot be wrong." Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his heart filled with extreme curiosity about the boy's identity. Based on general experience, even if one's aptitude reaches level A, which is legendary, it would probably take hundreds of years to cultivate an epic skill to its highest level. Could the young man before us be a once-in-a-millennium S-level talent? Or have he encountered some extraordinary adventure? Or perhaps he is some ancient monster from hundreds of years ago who is conquering a new server for a perfect start? As Jiang Chen pondered, the boy below took a deep breath to calm his slightly disordered breathing, then spoke loudly in Jiang Chen's direction. My friend has been watching for a long time, so why don't we show ourselves? Chapter 209 The Birth of the Sword Infant. You say I have a weak physique? Jiang Chen was not surprised. After all, the commotion caused by the recent migration of their own territory was so great that anyone with eyes could see it. After confirming that Yin was able to withstand the transcendent realm level of mountain and river bright moon, Jiang Chen had Jaina remove her invisibility. Brother, you're awesome. Jiang Chen landed in front of the boy, gave him a thumbs up, and then introduced himself. My name is Jiang Chen, the Lord of Jiao Prefecture. May I ask how I should address you, brother? As he spoke, Jiang Chen sized up the boy. He found that after the boy calmed down, his eyes were as clear as jade, his temperament was gentle and refined, more like a scholar, and even his speech had a scholarly air about it. Judging by looks alone, the boy is only 1 in a million. He's not even worthy of carrying my shoes. However, in terms of demeanor, he was slightly inferior. Jiang Chen of Jiao Prefecture? The boy was also sizing up Jiang Chen. Seeing that Jiang Chen actually had the courage to come to him with more than a dozen people, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. So you are Jiang Chen, the one who created the unique troop type. No wonder you were able to break into Jinshin Town. My name is Zumulangma, from Linyuan Prefecture. My apologies for not recognizing me. Little did he know that the dozen or so people Jiang Chen brought were all legendary 9-star experts. If Li Hani were to use her sword nurturing technique, half a sword strike would be enough to wipe them all out. Jiang Chen thought to himself that the surname was indeed Zhu, but the name, Zumulangma, sounded quite sophisticated. Linyuan Prefecture is one of the prefectures in the heartland of the Blue Star Domain Dragon Kingdom. Brother, you really are a descendant of the Ming Dynasty. Your move mountains and rivers bright moon almost blinded me. Mingyu. Upon hearing those 2 words, a hint of nostalgia flashed in Zumulangma's eyes, and then she smiled. I suppose so. Brother Jiang Chen, you also know people from Mingyu. Jiang Chen nodded. You should know Zhu Yeqing, right? He's my little brother. This, Zumulangma showed a hint of embarrassment on his face. Please forgive my ignorance. Jiang Chen despised Zhu Yeqing 1,000 times over in his heart. This guy always claims to be one of the top 10 geniuses in the Zhu family this generation, but nobody has ever heard of him. Zumulangma seemed afraid that Jiang Chen would ask some strange questions, so she quickly changed the subject and said, Young brother Jiang Chen, you've also come for that sword tomb, haven't you? Little brother? Jiang Chen keenly noticed the way Zumulangma addressed him in her haste. Could this guy really be an old monster pretending to be weak while actually being strong in the new server? Of course, it's also possible that this guy deliberately used this to mislead himself. Jiang Chen's mind raced, and he said frankly, there is only one sword tomb. It's up to us two to rely on our own abilities. No need, Zumulangma said directly. I'm withdrawing. Jiang Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. Zumulangma then whispered in his ear. Brother Jiang Chen, I advise you to leave Jinshin Town as soon as possible. I have a perception skill. Just now, when I used the mountain and river moon skill, I clearly felt the vast aura in Jinshin Town disappear in an instant. I'm afraid it's something that we level 12 lords can't match. Although Jiang Chen had been on guard against this, he still said, You're not planning to trick me into leaving so you can have all the food yourself, are you? Zumulangma has a really good temper. She didn't get angry, but just said helplessly, I'll move first. You'll believe me once you see the town's sign. As he spoke, he took out a high-level city relocation order. Jiang Chen readily agreed. All right, please. It would be better if Zumulangma withdrew on his own. After all, he was a powerful figure in the Dragon Kingdom and a close relative of Zhu Yeqing. Even if Jiang Chen was extremely selfish, he couldn't kill this guy just to conceal his own strength. As for the majestic and grand that Zumulangma mentioned, Any one of the dozen or so people around Jiang Chen would appear majestic and awe-inspiring in Zhu Mulangma's eyes if they unleashed their full power. Zhu Mulangma hesitated for a moment, then continued. If we meet again someday, I hope Brother Jiang Chen can keep my move mountains and rivers bright moon a secret. Keep it a secret? Did this guy learn it by stealing it? Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, but readily agreed. Okay. Zhu Mulangma nodded. Young man, you're straightforward. My kind reminder to you wasn't in vain. He could have simply walked away. He considered that the one hiding in the shadows might be the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, and then he spoke. In his view, it was fortunate that he was cautious, which saved Jiang Chen, a genius of the Dragon Kingdom. Just as Zhu Mulangma was about to leave, an unexpected event occurred. A deep sigh echoed from Kenshin Town. Alas, it's all my fault for being too excited just now, which allowed you to sense my presence. But you can't blame me for that. I've waited 100 years for a strong body. Immediately afterwards, a miniature flying sword, about a foot long, shot into the sky from the direction of the city lord's mansion and quickly came to rest in the void in front of the two. The flying sword was made entirely of energy, shimmering with light and shining brightly. A talking sword? Zaishan asked curiously. Could it be a sword spirit? It's a sword infant. Jiang Chen corrected him, then couldn't help but feel speechless. After witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon of the treasure's emergence, he made several guesses, and to his surprise, he was right. And this sword infant, without a doubt, is Li Jinglin. During that great battle 100 years ago, everyone thought Li Jinglin was dead, but they never expected that his sword infant had escaped and was hiding here, waiting for an opportunity to change his appearance and become the Lord again. Although the territory is doubly bound to the Lord's soul and body, there are still some secret techniques that can fuse the soul, such as the infamous demon embryo rebirth technique, the secret technique of transferring free will, and so on. Seeing Li Jinglin in his sword infant form, Jiang Chen felt incredibly relieved and laughed. You want to be reborn using my body? That might be a bit difficult. The reason why Li Jinglin made Paris wary was probably due to the terrifying lethality amplified by his swordsmanship and willpower, or even his sword-nurturing techniques. If Li Jinglin really uses his ultimate move, we can just let Yin go up and sell him out. You? A disdainful voice came from within the sword infant. You dawdled for 10 days before daring to come to Swordheart Town. Your strength must be nothing special. Do you even deserve to become my vessel? Cough, cough, cough. Zhu Mulangma coughed lightly. The strong body he mentioned must be referring to me. Seemingly to avoid embarrassing Jiang Chen, he quickly said, Brother Jiang Chen, you must possess a high-level city relocation order. I'll hold him off for you, and you can immediately flee Swordheart Town. You're so young, yet you've already created your own troops. You're destined to revitalize our Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chen was speechless again. I was actually looked down upon, and by my strongest physique no less. Generally speaking, people care the most about things when they don't have anything, so Jiang Chen shrugged indifferently. Ha ha. Li Jinglin suddenly burst into wild laughter. Leave? You know my secret, and you still want to leave. However, you little brat are quite strong. That punch just now would have been a bit troublesome for me in my current state. I'll first cut off your retreat, then I'll slowly deal with you. As he spoke, a golden rune shot into the sky. Zhu Mulangma's face turned grim. A spatial sealing scroll? And a legendary one at that. This is troublesome. Hee hee. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. Legend has it that the sword immortal Li Jinglin acted in ways that were both righteous and wicked. Jiang Chen now seriously suspects that Li Jinglin may have Japanese blood, and they both like to trap themselves in their own traps. With Kenshin Town sealed off, he won't be able to escape even if he wanted to. He'll only be able to, etc. Space sealing scroll. 15-day space ban. Jiang Chen suddenly realized something and let out a scream. Li Jinglin, I'll curse your ancestors. If you delay my battle for the title of Lord of the Palace, I will grind you to dust. More than 3 months after the server opened, this was the first time Jiang Chen had been so angry. You just said that Xiao Zhu is physically strong, and I am physically weak, right? Zhu Mulangma was both amused and exasperated. Does this little guy mean me when he says little Zhu? But he soon stopped laughing. because a terrifying aura was already emanating from Jiang Chen. Immediately afterwards, a thunderous sound echoed for miles. Then try taking one of my punches first. Chapter 2:10 Powerful Slaying. Spatial sword hit the mark every time. Origin God Fist is a physical skill powered by physical strength. The stronger the physique, the greater the power. Spiritual power is merely fuel. After activating his battle name, Jiang Chen's physique had exceeded 20,000 stars. This attack, fueled by rage, was 10 times more powerful than the one in the glory battlefield. Logically speaking, Zhu Mulangma's epic level skill should be more powerful than a proficient level legendary skill, even if Origin God Fist is the top-tier legendary skill. However, the difference in their attributes is quite significant. The strange phenomenon of Zhu Mulangma Mountain and River Bright Moon was terrifying enough, but compared with Jiang Chen's Origin God Fist, it was nothing. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone on both sides. After being shocked, Zhu Mulangma felt a burning sensation on her face. I was just looking down on his physique, and now I'm really embarrassed. But this power, just where did Jiang Chen come from? This monstrous talent. Rumor has it that he almost single-handedly fought against the Cherry Blossom Lord of a prefecture. I thought it was just another publicity stunt. But now it seems that as long as the old district lord doesn't arrive, Jiang Chen is practically invincible among the newcomers. Some people actually call him the Lord of Entertainment. This is practically the pinnacle of military merit. Sudden, Zhu Mulangma's gaze sharpened. Could it be that Jiang Chen is also a reincarnation of a powerful being? Or perhaps even in existence from before I was born? That must be it. Otherwise, how could they have created their own superior unit so quickly? Origin Divine Fist. Let me think. This seems to be the ultimate martial art of the 9 pure supreme heaven, a human sect from another world. So, it's not wrong for him to call me Little Zhu. He had never seen Jiang Chen when he was poor, but in Ing Inman's words, he was a country bumpkin whose eyes would light up at the sight of a few million spirit stones. So the more he thought about it, the more reasonable his guess seemed. He, Li Jinglin, this junior, has waited 100 years in the form of a sword infant, which shows his strong will and extraordinary talent. However, he was unlucky to run into the two of us because of his unrealistic ambitions. Li Jinglin was equally bewildered. What kind of skill is this? Li Jinglin sensed the terrifying power, but he had no time to think too much and only wanted to avoid the fatal blow before him. He screamed wildly as he retreated with all his might. At this moment, a golden fist imprint, hundreds of meters in size, had already formed and was following closely behind. Jiang Chen enlarged his fist imprint to 100 meters for area of effect damage. If it were a fist imprint 10 meters in size, Li Jinglin might be able to dodge it instantly before it hits him, thanks to his agile movements. Just like how Air Force units dodge missiles, Li Jinglin could only withstand the indiscriminate attacks from a range of 100 meters. Boom. After all, he was a sword immortal from 100 years ago. Although Li Jinglin has lost his physical body and has been weakened over the past century, he still employs a variety of methods. Sword interception technique, cloud sword technique, Tai Chi sword technique. One after another, sword skills at least at the minor perfection level were condensed. Although most of these sword techniques ranged from E to C level, their sheer number and high proficiency meant that they crumbled layer by layer, yet none managed to harm Li Jinglin's sword infant body. Furthermore, Li Jinglin retreated rapidly, and it seemed he was about to escape the attack range of the Origin God Fist. Ha! Having survived the ordeal, Li Jinglin laughed wildly. Young man, you must be a martial lord. This attack has probably exhausted all your spiritual power. You'll have to take one of my swords later. But don't worry, I won't use my strongest swordsmanship, because I like your body. Jiang Chen felt nauseous at the thought of being sexually aroused by an older man. Already enraged, Jiang Chen instantly issued a command. The 3-headed fairy dragon, which had been lying in wait in the phase wander state, activated instantly. Entwined with void. The crescent moon's mark. Spiritual energy vacuum. A level 65 legendary 9-star fairy dragon, with various buffs, has combat power second only to Paris in her strongest state. Countless void chains lashed out at the sword infant. What the hell is this? Li Jinglin felt an immense constraint binding his body, and he was going crazy. Immediately afterwards, Li Jinglin felt as if a strange energy was causing his skills to crumble layer by layer. He was taken aback and tried to mobilize his spiritual power again, only to find it several times more difficult. In his dying moments, he finally came to his senses. Fairy dragon. You actually subdued that group of fairy dragons east of the town. How is that possible? Even I have to be wary of those fairy dragons. I'm not reconciled. If I were inside the city, and I activated the sword formation, how could you be allowed to act so presumptuously? Why did I leave the city? I hate fairy dragons. Bang! With a cry of defiance, the sword infant shattered, transforming into an invisible storm that scattered in all directions. The sword infant is the embodiment of a sword immortal's entire soul. Although it possesses powerful destructive force, it lacks a strong physique to support it, making it extremely fragile and lacking sufficient spiritual power to sustain itself. Li Jinglin is beyond dead. Hint: you have killed the sword infant Li Jinglin and gained 15 million energy, 1 skill book spatial sword, and 1 skill book Tai Chi sword. The name Sword of Space sounds familiar. Holy crap. It's an A-rank skill called Sword of Space. Jiang Chen gasped. This guy actually has such amazing skills. Luckily, I didn't let him use them. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to defend against them. Sword of Space rank A. Unleashes a sword aura that ignores spatial distance. Within sight, the sword strikes and hits its target instantly. Note: the power of sword energy is inversely proportional to the distance. Looking at the skill description, Jiang Chen felt a lingering fear. As far as the eye can see, the sword strikes with deadly accuracy. The value of spaces lies in their unpredictable nature, not their power. But with Li Jinglin's strength, if he were to suddenly unleash a sword aura at me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be in good shape either. As expected, relying on strong individuals for protection is not a solution. I'll go into seclusion immediately upon returning and raise my 8-9 arcane arts to a higher level. As long as I'm tough enough, no sword can cut me. However, after the initial fear came a pleasant surprise, which even lessened the frustration of being trapped in Kenshin Town. Sword of Space is a rare skill book, let alone buying it. Even Jiang Chen, who is overpowered, has never seen this option in the list of enhancements for various basic sword techniques. Just like with the ethereal technique back then, Jiang Chen has been searching for a legendary killing sword technique for the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, but has not yet found one that is completely suitable. If we forcefully push forward a method that doesn't fit the fighting style of the Tianyin disciples, we'll end up biting off more than we can chew. And the characteristics of this Sword of Space are a perfect match. First came the Fairy Dragon's Nest, then the Space Sword. This trip to Swordheart Town has truly been full of surprises. But, although Li Jinglin is dead, the battle is not over yet. There is also a mysterious Zhumulangma. Jiang Chen patiently put away the skill book. Chapter 2:11 Whale Fall brings life to all things. Finally, the sword tomb is obtained. This battle seemed easy, but Jiang Chen felt incredibly fortunate. Not just because of the Sword of Space. It seems that a sword formation has been set up in Swordheart City, according to Li Jinglin's words. Speaking of which, it was thanks to Zhumulangma's discovery of Li Jinglin's presence that he was drawn outside the city, and the problem was easily solved. If Jiang Chen were to face a sword formation of unknown strength directly, he would likely suffer significant casualties. Li Hani suddenly said with doubt. It seems that the Sword Immortal's insights into swordsmanship still remain in this world, which can help me to further understand swordsmanship. Jiang Chen explained with a smile. When a whale falls, all things come to life. Regardless of race, strong individuals are essentially aggregates of energy, insights, and even rules. It is normal for them to give back to the world after death. In ancient times, the fall of powerful beings could even cause great changes in the world and the revival of spiritual energy. Comparatively speaking, Li Jinglin is still far behind. Since he had read it all in extracurricular books, Jiang Chen spoke about it with great confidence. Li Hani exclaimed with admiration, Lord, you are truly knowledgeable and have a remarkable memory. Brother Jiang is right. At this moment, Zhumulangma stepped forward and said, Brother Jiang's strength is amazing, and he has even subdued a legendary unit like the Fairy Dragon, which is truly admirable. Jiang Chen readily accepted the compliments from this mysterious Mingyu expert. Brother Zhu, what are your plans for the future? Another advantage of instantly killing Li Jinglin is that all of Jiang Chen's trump cards were preserved, only revealing his own strength and the Fairy Dragon. Zhu Mulema quickly replied, Brother Jiang, you can call me Xiao Zhu if you like. Those who achieve success come first. Now that she had decided that Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of a powerful senior and that he was stronger than her, Zhu Mulema naturally had to show the proper attitude. However, he wouldn't make a fool of himself by exposing Jiang Chen's identity. Jiang Chen instantly guessed most of Zhu Mulema's thoughts and chuckled inwardly. All right, so what are your plans next, little Zhu? Zhu Mulema said solemnly. Brother Jiang destroyed the Sword Immortal with one punch, so this Sword Heart City naturally belongs to you. I believe that with your strength, it will not be difficult for you to wipe out the remaining forces of Sword Heart City. I will not participate. However, the town will be under lockdown for 15 days, so I can only level up in this Sword Heart town. I hope Brother Jiang won't mind. The issue of space restrictions has been raised. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel irritated. There are ways to break through spatial restrictions, such as using the boundary-breaking talisman, but those are mostly mythical quality items, which are not things that can be obtained at this stage. Now things have come to this. We can only make the best of it since we're already here. Fortunately, Jiang Chen estimated the time. In the final battle, he would be like justice itself. He might be late, but he wouldn't be absent. In that case, Xiao Zhu, please go ahead. The monsters in Sword Heart Town are all of high quality, so they're good for leveling up. Farewell. No need to see me out. After Zhu Mulema left, Jiang Chen instructed Jing Qi and Jiana to constantly survey the surrounding area within 100 miles. Only after confirming that Zhu Mulema had no other ill intentions did he nod. This guy is quite the gentleman. Go back and have Zhu Yeqing check the family genealogy to see if there is such a person in the Zhu family. Next, Jiang Chen first handed the Sword of Space to the Empress. The Empress's eyes lit up. She too realized the value of this sword technique. Your heroine has successfully mastered the Sword of Space. The passing on knowledge and instruction skill has taken effect, granting the Tianyin Pavilion the sect skill Sword of Space, which can be learned by all Tianyin Pavilion troop types without any cost. Learn everything. Moment. Whether it's the Tianyin true disciple who is right next to you, or the 20,000 Tianyin disciples in Longyuan town who are separated by countless layers of void, they all instantly grasped this powerful skill. Without much hesitation, Jiang Chen continued. Promote the space sword to the top 3 Tianyin branches. The battle for the title of prefect is imminent, and it may even involve the 3rd county-level ranking competition. At this time, one cannot be stingy. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen gave an order. All troops attack. The territory was wide open. The Angel Legion and the Heavenly Sound Legion all took to the air and launched a general attack on the Sword Heart Giant City before them. Heroic Command, Divine Light, Golden Battle Name. With multiple enhancements, the territory's troops are now incredibly powerful and efficient. The resistance in Sword Heart City was somewhat unexpected for Jiang Chen. Dozens of sword spirits, hundreds of sword dancers, thousands of great swordsmen, tens of thousands of swordsmen. If Zhu Mulema hadn't left, seeing this lineup would have been a huge shock. But Jiang Chen smiled. This is all energy. Without outside interference, Jiang Chen ordered full firepower to be unleashed. Snowstorm, Skyblade Strike, Moonlit Evenings and Flowery Mornings, Sword of Space, Crystal Storm, Thunder Battle Body, Entwined with Void. With countless skills unleashed, Sword Heart City's defenses collapsed instantly. And the Sword of Space did not disappoint Jiang Chen. As Zizai swung his sword, the sword energy vanished instantly. Almost simultaneously, the same sword energy reappeared in front of a sword dancer 300 meters away. The sword dancer had no time to react before being beheaded with a single sword strike. Hitting the target instantly is an exaggeration, but it's definitely a deadly weapon. Moreover, it can not only be used as a ranged attack method, but also to suddenly unleash a few sword energies in close combat. which can also catch the enemy off guard. At this moment, Jiang Chen noticed Li Hani's envious expression and thought to himself, I need to find a way to get some absorption stones. Space Sword is such a powerful skill. Everyone needs a skill book for it, and also Valley God. The battle ended 20 minutes later. Jiang Chen gained nearly 200 million energy points, a truly bountiful harvest. Soon, Jiang Chen found his destination, the Sword Tomb. It's even outdoors. The Sword Tomb is a building that resembles an altar. However, unlike the delicate style of ordinary altars, the Sword Tomb is generally more rugged. A giant sword statue, tens of meters high, stands in the center of the altar. There are 9 iron furnaces in front of the statue, but the fires have gone out, and there is no blacksmith in sight. Countless swords were stuck haphazardly into the ground of the altar. Jiang Chen casually drew out a giant sword. Rhythm of Steel Epic. Level, 110. Sharpness, 238. Durability, 520. Attributes, Physique plus 3,500, Spiritual Power plus 2,800, Divine Soul plus 2,000, Capacity 2,300. Skills, Devil May Cry, Armor-Piercing Sorrow, Echo Slash. A level 110 epic weapon, and it's not even just for decoration. Out of curiosity, Jiang Chen drew out a few more. They discovered that most of the swords were of excellent quality, with a small number being of epic quality. Is it to elevate one's social status? Unfortunately, as an intruder, Jiang Chen had no way of seeing the attributes of this sword tomb. After admiring it for a while, Jiang Chen took out an epic-level divine craftsmanship map. A flash of orange light, and the sword tomb was quickly restored to blueprints and fell into Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at the plus sign on the sword tomb blueprints. However, upon seeing the spirit stones required to upgrade to legendary quality, Jiang Chen said helplessly, as expected of weapon blueprints whose value far surpasses that of military buildings. Luckily, I have money. I spent 1 billion spirit stones to upgrade the sword tomb to a legendary level. That's right, a full 1 billion spirit stones. It should be noted that the enhancement price of the angel reincarnation pool was only 200 million spirit stones back then. Soon, the golden light dissipated. Sword testing stone, mysterious heaven iron, earth core flame, thunder pulsed wood. Looking at the dozen or so legendary materials needed to build the legendary sword tomb, Jiang Chen did some calculations. The earth core flame might need some low-grade flames to be found, but the rest are readily available. Next, Jiang Chen swept through Sword Heart City like a locust swarm, destroying all the buildings and gaining a massive amount of resources. That concludes the discussion. Everything that the legendary swordsman Li Jinglin possessed in the world was erased by Jiang Chen. Looking at the vanished megacity, Jiang Chen felt a pang of emotion. No matter how glorious you were in life, after death you will all become fleeting clouds. Looking at the sword mound in his hand, Jiang Chen spoke with a firm tone. I don't want to die, so I must become stronger, stronger, and stronger. Half a day later, Jiang Chen used spatial acceleration to finally enhance all the resources in the sword tomb. For the sake of the sword tomb, he carved out a separate deep space. Build a sword mound. Completed instantly. A slightly different sword mound appeared in the space. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to open its panel. Chapter 2:12 The Powerful Sword Tomb. Mass-produced legends. The Spirit Rhinoceros Sword. Sword Tomb. Quality, legendary. Type, weapon shop. Level 0. Area, 1,000 square meters. Forging furnace, 9. Swordsmith, 18. Forgeable equipment, none. Architectural feature 1, technology sharing. Any blueprint learned by any swordsmith can be simultaneously mastered by all swordsmiths within the sword tomb. Building trait 2, enhanced crafting. Increases the base attributes of sword-type weapons by 20%. Building trait 3, enchantment. Has a 20% chance to trigger the enchantment effect, granting sword-type weapons an additional attribute. Building feature 4, sword soul. Inserting swords into the sword tomb will condense sword souls. The more types and quantities of swords, and the higher their grade, the faster the sword souls will condense. Infusing sword souls during sword forging can significantly enhance the attributes of the swords. Current sword souls, 0. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen suddenly realized what was going on. No wonder they made the sword tomb look like a hedgehog. Jiang Chen continued reading. Building Feature 5, Equipment Disassembly. The materials obtained from disassembly can only be used for forging swords in the sword tomb. Building Feature 6, Material Refinement. After refinement, higher quality materials can be obtained, which can only be used for forging swords in the sword tomb. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he read the detailed descriptions of these two characteristics. Both decomposition and refining are very useful abilities. First of all, the junk equipment finally has a place to go. Jiang Chen still vividly remembers the time when he obtained hundreds of millions of junk equipment after wiping out 100,000 lords of Sakura. Refining can consume a large amount of low-grade materials to obtain high-grade materials, and when combined with decomposition, they complement each other perfectly. Architectural Feature 7, Origin Tracing, restores a sword-type weapon to its forging blueprint, and the restored blueprint is bound to the sword tomb. Hiss. When Jiang Chen saw the last feature, he couldn't help but gasp. This trip was definitely worthwhile. It was truly worthwhile. The price of forging blueprints is much higher than that of weapons. In other words, as long as he has a sword-type weapon, he can start mass production. Unfortunately, the blueprints are bound to the sword tomb. Otherwise, I could endlessly sell the blueprints in a nested fashion, which would be another way to make money. The powerful attributes of the sword tomb dispelled the frustration of being trapped in Diaoyou Prefecture. Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then secretly sent a message to the Empress. Come here for a moment. Then he looked at the 18 swordsmiths who came with the sword tomb. Seeing this, the leading middle-aged swordsmith tactfully stepped forward and respectfully said, Greetings, my lord. I am the chief swordsmith of the sword tomb. May I ask how I may assist you? Jiang Chen nodded and said calmly, Do you have names? Having not named anyone in a long time, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a surge of interest. The chief swordsmith seemed to have a premonition of something, and said excitedly, Our names are Sword 1 to Sword 18, but to be honest, these names are terrible. If your lordship would be willing to bestow names upon us, we would be extremely grateful. Jiang Chen's mouth was slightly open. Fortunately, the Empress arrived at that moment. Jiang Chen immediately changed the subject, introducing, This is the Empress, the chief hero of the territory. Jian Yi immediately said respectfully, Your subordinate Jian Yi greets your majesty the Empress. Sword 1. The Empress was taken aback, then rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and said, This name sounds like it was given to you by the master, doesn't it? Jian Yi was bewildered for a moment, then said seriously, This name is appreciated by all, both refined and popular, and its meaning is profound. While it may not be the last of its kind, it has certainly never been before. That's enough. Jiang Chen waved his hand to interrupt Jian Yi's will to live, then said to the Empress, Give me your weapon. Despite her doubts, the Empress handed over the long sword in her hand. Lingxi Sword Legend. Level, 65. Sharpness, 320. Durability, 280. Attributes, Physique plus 1,200, Spiritual Power plus 800, Divine Soul plus 800, Capacity 900. Skills, Spiritual Finger, Flying Slash, Dance of the Pure Spirit. This was a special enhancement Jiang Chen made for the Empress before attacking Sword Heart City, in order to maximize her combat power. Although such attributes are only icing on the cake for a legendary 9-star Empress, her skills are quite good. Lingxi Finger is an A-rank skill whose power is no less than lifeless sword chi. The power of the Flying Slash is roughly equivalent to the 9 Swords technique. Dance of the Spirit is a passive skill that can increase movement speed. It's considered a high-grade legendary equipment. Tracing the source, Jiang Chen gave a soft shout, then threw the Lingxi sword directly into a blazing forging furnace. My sword. The Empress looked annoyed. She had only had the sword for less than a day, and before the novelty had even worn off, Jiang Chen had already put it back in its forge. It can happen very quickly. She then widened her eyes. A bright light shone from the forging furnace, and then a golden forging blueprint flew out, and landed in Jiang Chen's hand. Looking at the description in the blueprints, Jiang Chen smiled with satisfaction. Of course, Jiang Chen would have been even happier if it weren't for the binding part later on. Soon, after the sword tomb has the forgeable equipment item, the spirit rhinoceros sword will be added. Jiang Chen spent 12 million spirit stones to enhance the Lingxi sword. If all 700 disciples of Tianyin were to equip it, Jiang Chen would immediately go bankrupt. However, if you forge it yourself, you only need 40 units of legendary materials, which costs less than 500,000 spirit stones. The cost difference is more than 20 times. Money is only one aspect. Most importantly, using the sword tomb to forge swords can increase attributes by at least 20%. It's at least. Level 0 sword tomb can only forge level 5 equipment. Therefore, Jiang Chen spent over 1 billion spirit stones to strengthen the resources and upgrade the sword tomb to level 12. Forge a spirit rhinoceros sword. At Jiang Chen's command, the two swordsmiths immediately got to work, and the clanging sounds of hammering echoed around the forge. After patiently waiting for half an hour, the first Lingxi sword was finally completed. Jiang Chen, who was constantly monitoring the information about the sword tomb, also saw the notification. Tip: enhancement will increase all attributes of the Lingxi sword by 20%. Hint: good fortune is upon you. The enchantment effect has been triggered, granting the spirit sword an additional attribute. Hint: great fortune is upon you. The divine blessing effect has been triggered, increasing the spirit rhinoceros sword's attributes by 10%. Jiang Chen chuckled. Even the divine blessing effect of the dragon vein has been triggered? My luck is too good. Could it be a bonus from forging the first sword? He immediately checked the attributes of the first self-produced weapon in his hand. Lingxi Sword Legend. Level, 65. Sharpness, 384. Durability, 336. Attributes: Physique plus 1,560, Spiritual Power plus 1,040, Divine Soul plus 1,040, Capacity 900. Skills: Spiritual Finger, Flying Slash, Dance of the Pure Spirit. Additional attribute: Physique plus 500. That's incredible. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Although no additional skills were added, the most important basic attributes increased by 30%, plus 500 points of physique. The Lingxi sword is a top-grade legendary equipment. After being further enhanced by the sword tomb and the spirit vein, it is simply the best of the best. This is still the state before the sword soul is injected. If each member of the Heavenly Sound True Disciple, who has already reached Epic 2-star, were to wield a spirit rhinoceros sword, their strength could definitely increase by another 30–40%. Jiang Chen tossed the enhanced Lingxi sword back to the Empress. Then he commanded, Sword 1. From this moment on, Sword Tomb's production capacity is at full capacity. The more rhinoceros swords the better. After Jiang Chen leaves Jinshin Town, the dragon vein will immediately revert to its original form. He wanted to use this time to farm more top-tier legendary equipment, and even went so far as to accelerate time in the sword tomb space. As for the materials, Jiang Chen doesn't even need to strengthen them in the short term. Jiang Chen dismantled all the unused non-sword equipment he had accumulated in the warehouse over this period, including epic and legendary items, into materials, which he then refined. He estimated there would be enough to forge hundreds of spirit rhinoceros swords. The other hundreds of swords were planted by Jiang Chen on the sword mound to condense sword spirits. After finishing all this, Jiang Chen instructed the Empress to oversee the affairs of the territory, and then plunged into the Enlightenment space. The appearance of the Sword of Space greatly affected Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen estimated that he could motivate himself to cultivate diligently for at least 10 days. Time flies. 14 days pass quickly. The day of the decisive battle for the position of Lord of the Underworld arrived as scheduled. Chapter 213, the final battle begins. A lucky accident. During these 14 days, Jiang Chen did not continue recruiting troops, but instead accumulated nearly 20 billion units of energy. The decisive battle is about to begin at noon. With Longyuan County's current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to hold out until I get back. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Hee hee, if I don't go back for so long, the lords of Jiao Prefecture will probably think I'm a deserter. Especially those Japanese traders, who knows how much they'll rant. And India and South Korea have probably already sided with the Japanese. I bet Yaya is going to be furious again. The image of the little fox's expression flashed through Jiang Chen's mind, and a smile appeared on his face. Since we're already late, then this time when I go back, I will crush everything with my absolute strength. It was almost noon. The Jiao Prefecture government channel was already buzzing with excitement. Certainly, this lively atmosphere mainly refers to the Sakura lords. Hey, I said a month ago that Jiang Chen deserted. But these stubborn Dragon Kingdom lords just won't admit it. He ran away, but he had to use the excuse of doing a mission. Jiang Chen dares to do it, but doesn't dare to admit it. He's really despicable. If he doesn't run away, I will personally kill him in this battle for the title of Lord of the Prefecture. I can do it too. Where's the fox? Why has it gone silent? Haha. Once Lord Toyotomi obtains the title of Prefect, I will skin that venomous fox alive and keep it as my collection. We will destroy the Dragon Kingdom within 3 hours. Using Jiao Island as a springboard, we will invade the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. The Cherry Blossom Lords were shouting and making a ruckus. The little fox knew it would make them angry, but it couldn't help opening the state government channel. She had just exchanged a few words, but there were simply too many Sakura Lords, and she instantly became the target of everyone's attacks, only able to grumble and swear as she was defeated. He's typically bad at games, but loves to play. In Ancuxia's territory, they talked about brother Jiang Chen like that, and you didn't even help me. The little fox muttered softly, its eyes slightly red. Ing Man put her arm around the little fox's shoulder. Sakura Go has too many mouths and too many people. Let's not stoop to their level. Anyway, the decisive battle is imminent. Let's let our strength speak for itself. And Xu Xiao suddenly sighed and said, Chao Ziqing and Zhao Lingshan just contacted me again to inquire about Jiang Chen's situation. Zhu Yeqing said, it seems that the eldest brother is really going to miss this battle for the title of Lord of the Prefecture. The little fox said stubbornly, even if brother Jiang Chen doesn't come back, I'm still going to gamble on him becoming the Lord of the Prefecture. And Xu Xiao was both amused and exasperated. Jiang Chen isn't even on the candidate list right now. Why are you betting on him? But the little fox said with a serious expression, I don't care about any of that. All I know is that ever since the first hero ranking list opened, brother Jiang Chen has been famous. Even if brother Jiang Chen isn't a candidate this time, we can't just stay out of the spotlight. And Xu Xiao was taken aback, then said gently, okay, count me in then. After a moment of silence, everyone responded. Haha, Xiao Wushang laughed loudly. I have to say, it feels really good to act impulsively with Yaya. I'll bet 100,000. 100,000 isn't enough. Ing Man said generously. County Magistrate Jiang Chen must have some influence. I'll bet 100 million. Before the betting pool was locked, Ing Man used her financial power to push Jiang Chen's bet to second place. The first place naturally belongs to Toyotomi Hidaichi. The United States, India, South Korea, and North Korea each have only one county. Although their populations are now larger than those of China, they have already relinquished their positions as rulers and are now only allowed to choose sides. Unexpectedly, Ing Man's 100 million spirit stones instantly threw the Sakura lords into a panic. Baka, who bet 100 million spirit stones on Jiang Chen? This gives me a bad feeling. Me too. Jiang Chen is cunning and treacherous. He always likes to suppress me at the last minute. Could it be that Jiang Chen has some hidden trump card and is currently hiding in the shadows, planning to replace the county magistrate after entering the prefectural map? Oh my god, Jiang Chen is coming back. Didn't Ono-kun just say he was going to kill Jiang Chen himself? Upon seeing the Sakura lords in such a disheveled state, Toyotomi Hideaki was furious. Baka, what's the panic? Even if Jiang Chen really comes back, what kind of trouble can he cause by himself? The reactions of the Dragon Kingdom lords were completely different. Could it be that Boss Jiang Chen really has a plan A? It must be. Otherwise, why would Boss Jiang Chen bet 100 million spirit stones on me? Wah, thank goodness I didn't move. Especially the lords of Lonyuan County. They all shouted, "Long live the boss." Because of this unconventional approach, they were just so endearing. Chao Ziqing and others even immediately sent private messages, excitedly inquiring about the situation. "Yes, right, ha ha ha, let's cheer each other on." After responding to Chao Ziqing with a few words, and Chu Xiao looked at him with a strange expression. Ha ha. The little fox suddenly burst into laughter. Just seeing Jiang Chen's name is enough to scare these guys so much they'll wet themselves. The others exchanged glances and saw the joy in each other's eyes. These guys thought Jiang Chen was really coming back. Now the Chinese people are riding high. It's a lucky break. I should have just bet 1 billion. Ying Man pinched the little fox's cheek and laughed. "Yeah, really, is our deputy general," Zhu Yeqing said. "Moreover, our Longyuan County is blessed with unique advantages. Although we are small in number, we have many strong individuals. Coupled with our strength, we are not without the ability to fight back." Everyone nodded in agreement. Thanks to the blessing of good fortune, less than half of the 36,000 lords in Longyuan County reached level 12, and of them, another half qualified for the final battle. Furthermore, with the Sword Heart Secret Realm providing a continuous stream of excellent and even epic units, the strength of the lords in Longyuan County far exceeds the average level of Diaoyou Prefecture. The group was in high spirits and returned to their territory. Half an hour later, all the lords of Diaoyou Prefecture heard the grand voice of heaven. The final battle for the title of Prefect of Diaoyou Prefecture has begun. Lords whose territories have reached level 12 and whose battle spirit exceeds 100 points are eligible to participate. 10,000 lords who meet the participation criteria will be randomly selected and relocated to the capital. Lords who move to the capital city map can choose a candidate for the position of prefect. Each time the prefect holds a position for a certain period, the lord will receive a buff. Other lords can choose targets to challenge, with each challenge consuming 1 point of battle spirit. Death in combat is a real death. Battle spirit exchange list now available. A series of prompts followed. Tens of thousands of chosen lords, along with their territories, were teleported to the capital city map. More than a dozen golden pillars of light also rose in Longyuan town. After waiting for a while, and Chu Xiao discovered that she had not been selected in the first batch. "Brothers, the war has begun." She posted a message on the Longyuan County channel. Then, I opened the newly unlocked map of the capital city and quickly selected a powerful warlord from Deshan County. "You're the one." Chapter 2:14 Betrayal. Technological Fortress. The final ranked match. You have challenged the territory of Lord Matsushita no Gai, whose current candidate of support is Toyotomi Hidaichi, accompanied by a prompt from heaven. And Chu Xiao, along with 480 main combat troops from her territory, instantly appeared outside a cherry blossom territory. Before Chu Xiao could even assess the situation of the territory before her. In the state government channel, nearly 10 golden announcements instantly appeared and were pinned to the top. This was the third county-level ranking competition that everyone had been eagerly anticipating. As expected, the final county-level ranking competition and the battle for the prefectural governor have been combined. And Chu Xiao quickly glanced at the rules. Announcement: the third county-level ranking competition is now open. The rules are as follows. Ranking content: Battle for the Lord of the Underworld. The county where the elected prefectural magistrate resides is ranked first. Other counties are ranked based on a comprehensive assessment of the battle records of all their lords within the prefectural capital. The top-ranked county grants the county magistrate plus 100 to all attributes, all residents plus 40 to all attributes, the county magistrate's town plus 10 to its fortune, and all other towns plus 2 to their fortune. The second-ranked county grants the county magistrate plus 50 to all attributes, all residents plus 20 to all attributes, the county magistrate's town plus 5 to its fortune, and all other towns plus 1 to their fortune. The third-ranked county town grants the county magistrate a plus 30 bonus to all attributes, all residents a plus 10 bonus to all attributes, and the town where the magistrate resides a plus 3 luck bonus. Counties ranked 4th 10th. County magistrates all attributes plus 20, county residents all attributes plus 5, county magistrates town's fortune plus 2. Settlement time: the moment the lord is born. although the third county-level ranking competition was expected by everyone. However, it still caused a stir, especially among the Sakura lords. Ha ha ha, just as I thought. If Lord Toyotomi can obtain the lord, all the towns in our Tokiyama prefecture will also have 2 points of luck. Idiot. If Lord Toyotomi becomes the prefect and gains household registration authority, we can all move to Longyuan County. Longyuan County has an average of 4 points of luck value. That's right. Longyuan County has always belonged to our great Sakura Empire. However, it will inevitably have to be renamed. I think Toyotomi County is a good name. What do you all think? Although everyone secretly cursed the Lord's integrity, they all rushed to agree with him on the surface. In response to this, the Lords of the Dragon Kingdom have become too lazy to engage in verbal battles. However, in the Longyuan County channel, Ng Man also loudly encouraged everyone. Brothers, keep it up. If we can win the position of prefect again this time, all the towns in our county will have 6 points of luck. When the luck converges, everyone will be able to enjoy a town blessed with at least 100 points of luck. Our Longyuan County may not be the #1 county in all of history, but it is at least a once-in-a-millennium county. The temptation is too great. All 36,000 lords in Longyuan County seem to have been injected with chicken blood. Fight to the death. Fight to the death. Haha, I'm lucky. I randomly got a low-level combat power character this time. I'll try to withstand a few more waves of Sakura lords. Although I was not strong enough to get 100 points of battle spirit, I have donated all the one-time use items, equipment of superior quality or above, military tokens, spiritual items, and potions I had. Keep going, brothers on the front line. The momentum reached its peak. Sudden. A military lord from the Dragon Kingdom suddenly exclaimed in shock and anger. I was challenged by a South Korean lord. These guys really are treacherous. Colonel Li Feng angrily asked. Miss Li Jeanette, what do you mean by this? Li Yung-e, he said regretfully. I'm sorry, my fellow countrymen from the Dragon Kingdom. Although the Dragon Kingdom is descended from our South Korean nation, you should have heard the old saying in South Korea. A good bird chooses a good tree to perch on. I advise you to give up your futile resistance as soon as possible. These words instantly aroused the hatred of the Dragon Kingdom Lord to the maximum. Damn it, who are your compatriots? Is that your old saying? Well, that makes sense. It's like the whole universe belongs to your South Korean country. Hello, you good bird. You may not know what bird means, but you must know what beast means. Although South Korea's attitude was ambiguous, it hadn't actually taken any action, so the lords of China didn't want to make another enemy and continued to tolerate these guys. Things are different now. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom stopped being polite and spoke more and more pleasingly than the last. Li Jian'ai said unhappily. If you don't want to acknowledge history, fine, but why resort to insults? You have no manners. Zhao Lingshan sarcastically remarked. Don't bother arguing with this woman. Just like the Japanese, all their history books are written by online novelists who write whatever makes them feel good. What do you mean by made up? Li Yung-e seemed to be angry as well, and said proudly. When our South Korean nation unified the entire universe 4.5 billion years ago, you Chinese were still just proteins. It was only 2 billion years ago, due to the influence of dark matter, that you retreated to the Milky Way. 500 million years ago, affected by the black hole, it had to retreat to the solar system again and wiped out the dinosaurs in the process. Thousands of years ago, we were defeated by Alexander the Great of the Third Heaven, and that's why we retreated to Longzhou. You know the Li family of the Tang dynasty, right? They were a branch of my South Korean Li family that had been scattered and exiled back then. These things are clearly recorded. Listening to Li Yung-ae's eloquent explanation of South Korean history, the Dragon Kingdom lords all lost their temper. There was simply no way to refute it. I'm also afraid of getting so angry that I'll die. Toyotomi Hidaichi laughed loudly. Haha, Miss Li Jian'ai is indeed very knowledgeable. Please rest assured, as long as South Korea can eliminate 1,000 Dragon Kingdom lords, they can continue to develop freely in Jiaoao Prefecture. It seems the two had already secretly agreed on the terms. Seeing that Toyotomi Hidaichi had brought it up directly, Li Yung-ai decided to stop hiding it altogether. Rest assured, Your Excellency Toyotomi, we will certainly complete the mission as agreed. Austin, who had been lurking for a long time, suddenly resurfaced. Now that Lord Toyotomi has obtained the title of prefect, I hope he will not break his promise again. Toyotomi Hidaichi immediately replied, Please rest assured, Lord Austin, Tokuyama Prefecture will be handed over to Free Will immediately. I wonder what price Japan paid to force Free Will to compromise. Certainly. This can be considered as achieving the initial goal of Free Will obtaining a county with 2 points of luck value for all towns. Japan, South Korea, and India have openly divided up the interests of Gyalyu Islands in advance, seemingly already holding them firmly in their grasp. Even the Northern Bear Kingdom, an ally of the Dragon Kingdom, could only reluctantly declare neutrality under the pressure from the cherry blossoms. Seeing this, Enchuxia calmly closed the chat channel. Then he looked around at the cherry blossom territory in front of him. Soon, a strange light flashed in her eyes. It's actually a fortress pit, and a tech-themed one at that. If it were any of the other warlords from Lonyuan County, they would probably have had to retreat in defeat. As the name suggests, fortress pits can increase the defensive strength of a territory and even enhance the attributes of territory units in defensive battles. The territory wall in front of us is over 20 meters high and is covered with defensive structures such as laser towers, sniper towers, and missile towers, which are obviously bonuses given by the slots. It can be understood as a territory skin with attributes. You are Enchuxia, the current county head of Lonyuan County. Matsushita no Gai, atop the fortress, looked at his challenger, his eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. Yash! Amaterasu is so kind of me to have let me meet such a big fish like you. I hope you don't run away with your tail between your legs like Jiang Chen did. Hearing the cherry blossoms in front of her mocking Jiang Chen, Enchuxia's gaze turned cold. She didn't even bother with the opening words. A flash of bronze light appeared between her brows, activating her bronze battle name, and then she gave the order. All troops, launch an attack and seize this territory. The dwarf King O, now he should be called the Hill King, Greeny, took the lead and roared. For Lord Jiang Chen, charge! Enchuxia almost stumbled. Fortunately, she and Jiang Chen were the closest of partners, otherwise Greeny would have betrayed them long ago. Moreover, the disciples of Tianyin are also under Jiang Chen's control. She suddenly realized that although she hadn't sold the vast majority of her territory to Jiang Chen like the little fox, there wasn't much difference in reality. Thinking of Jiang Chen, Enchuxia sighed again. I wonder what difficulties Jiang Chen has encountered. Boom, boom, boom. A roaring sound pulled Enchuxia back to reality. The defense system on the technological fortress was activated, and countless light prisms and missiles rained down, unleashing a barrage of fire. You're nothing more than the daughter of a level 3 city lord who, through sheer luck, managed to occupy a dwarf palace. Now I'll show you what it means to be outmatched. Although Matsushita no Gai does not have any legendary units, as a powerful second-generation leader, he does have several epic units, and the rest are all excellent units. If it weren't for the limited number of players in the Glory battlefield back then, he believed he could have earned a battle name as well. But soon, Matsushita Yoko's smile vanished. Chapter 2:15 Arrogance at first, obsequiousness later. The rules of war. A war of attrition. So many kings of the hills. Matsushita no Gai was taken aback at first, then immediately reassured himself softly. But it's okay, I have the various advantages of slots and territories. And at this time, the 10 mountain kings have activated divine descent, riding the storm and soaring into the sky. One of them reached out and grabbed. Puff! A small missile exploded, and then a wisp of smoke emerged from the gap in his fist. The powerful beams of light that struck him only left black dots. It hurts a little. The Mountain King muttered something simple and honest, and then a storm hammer several meters in size instantly materialized in front of him, which he pointed downwards. Go! The storm hammer roared forth. Boom! Rocks flew into the sky as a section of the city wall, several tens of meters long, collapsed with a deafening roar. Both the defensive structures and the Tokyo archers on them were completely wiped out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, several storm guardians poured into the territory through the breach, followed closely by dozens of Tianyin disciples. How could it be so strong? Matsushita no Gai said incredulously. This technology fortress pit can increase the city wall's sturdiness by 30% and the city defense unit attributes by 10%. Furthermore, I possess the C-level war talent source of power and the C-level command of an outstanding hero. Even legendary units couldn't be this strong. Little did he know. Enchuxia is a B-rank source of power, a legendary hero with an A-rank command, a bronze battle name, and various top-tier equipment. Although Matsushita no Gai was also a formidable Lord-level expert, the gap between him and Enchuxia at this moment was indeed quite large. Seeing his territory fall, Matsushita no Gai shouted, "I am the most outstanding genius in the Matsushita family. I cannot be defeated by you. Burn, battle spirit." This is one of the uses of battle spirit, which can provide a powerful temporary buff. It's unclear how much fighting spirit Matsushita no Gai had ignited, but all the troops within his territory were shrouded in a layer of blood. The Swordmaster's attack power increased greatly, and he actually left a deep wound on the King of the Hill's divine body. Judging from the appearance, the attributes have increased by at least 40%. Seeing this, Enchuxia couldn't help but frown. However, after only a moment's hesitation, she immediately gave up using her battle intent, because she has many enemies. But the will to fight diminishes with each use. At her command, she quickened the pace of the attack and had the Mountain King draw enemy fire. Boom! King Grainier the dwarf stormed into the city, braving the attacks of a group of sword masters, and smashed one of them into a bloody pulp. With the help of two other hill kings, he eventually defeated a group of sword masters, but he himself was also badly injured. After several minutes of fierce fighting, the battle situation became clear. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Matsushita no Gai, hiding in the city lord's mansion, could only reluctantly order with red eyes, "Withdraw from the capital. Withdraw from the capital map immediately." Then he pointed at Enchuxia and shouted, "You lowly Chinese woman. You've caused me so much loss today, you deserve to die? You're from Donghai City, are you? Just wait for the Matsushita family's revenge." There's a saying in China, where there's life, there's hope. Although the main combat forces suffered heavy losses this time, they were still as good as new a month later. Matsushita was cursing and thinking at the same time, but the prompt from the heavenly Tao immediately poured cold water on him, and it was even ice cold. Note, your fighting spirit is insufficient. You cannot force quit. Unable to exit. Matsushita no Gai then recalled the rules for using the battle intent on the photo map that he had just glanced at. You can leave the capital at any time when you are not in combat. During combat, you can consume a certain amount of battle spirit and 30 seconds of preparation time to exit the capital. Regardless of the circumstances, lords who leave the capital map will be placed in a white flag state for 1 hour. While in a white flag state, they cannot challenge other lords. Upon realizing his predicament, Matsushita no Gai felt a wave of dizziness, then instantly changed his demeanor, speaking in the most respectful voice. "Honorable Miss Enchuxia, I am willing to become your captive. I hope you will abide by the Moonlight Covenant. From now on, the family will be the most honored guests of my Matsushita family." But Enchuxia's gaze was icy. Matsushita no Gai was now completely panicked. "I can't die. I still have a wonderful life ahead of me to enjoy, and a small group of geishas waiting to be favored. We must also venture into the heart of the Dragon Kingdom and achieve great deeds." No matter how he threatened, bribed, or begged, Enchuxia remained unmoved. Boom. A few minutes later, amidst Matsushita's desperate screams, the Lord's mansion collapsed with a deafening roar. Before he died, he also posted a message on the state government channel. Enchuxia has 10 mountain kings, whose combat power far surpasses Xiang's. Her strength is definitely no less than Jiang Chen's. Avenge me. Also you must study hard. He's right. Enchuxia's current strength is indeed no less than Jiang Chen's already revealed strength, which was a month ago. Matsushita no Gai's death shocked the Sakura lords. After all, Matsushita no Gai comes from the Matsushita family, and his strength is definitely among the top 1,000 of the millions of cherry blossom lords in Diaoyou Prefecture. He's actually dying at Enchuxia's hands so quickly. Toyotomi Hidaichi quickly said, Even if she defeats Matsushita Koen, she must have expended a great deal of energy. How much spiritual power does her hero unit have? Our lords outnumber the Dragon Kingdom by dozens of times. We can wear them down. Matsushita was careless and did not leave behind the fighting spirit to retreat, which is why he died. The Sakura Lord finally settled down. In fact, Enshushia's life was indeed not so easy. You have defeated Lord Matsushita, increasing your conquest progress by 1. Do you wish to relocate your territory to the current map? You have 10 seconds to choose. After 10 seconds, all lords can choose to move in. With the prompting of the heavenly Tao, Matsushita Noga's territory quickly blurred and disappeared, leaving only a territory pit filled with shimmering light. No. Enshusha immediately refused and then contacted a war lord in Lonyuan town. Pay attention to the countdown. 8, 7, 6. Soon, a territory fell from the sky. Seeing this, Enshusha breathed a sigh of relief and gave a distant instruction. Just hold this position. Be sure to save your fighting spirit for a forced retreat. If you encounter a strong opponent like Toyotomi Hidaichi, use the city's defenses to wear him down, then run away as soon as possible. The Lord of Lonyuan town solemnly replied, Don't worry, Master Chuxia. And Chuxia nodded and began to take stock of her losses. Although the two are vastly different in combat strength, Matsushita no Gai defends the castle, possesses a defensive system inherent in the pit, and recklessly consumes and burns his fighting spirit to enhance his strength. Therefore, even with the Mountain King as a meat shield, 3 Tianyin disciples were killed and 2 Mountain Kings were injured. The biggest drain is spiritual energy, because potions that restore spiritual energy are extremely precious. She took out more than a dozen bottles of her treasured snow moon eyes and gave them to the king of the hill to help him recover. A few minutes later, Enshusha opened the map of the capital and selected another powerful cherry blossom lord. Not just Enshusha. The combat prowess displayed by the many powerful figures in Lonyuan County surprised all the Sakura lords, especially the little fox. It has 1 squad of National Guardian Knights and 2 squads of Destruction Knights. 36 legendary units, practically unstoppable. However, there are far too many Sakura lords, while there are as many as 10,000 slots in the capital. After the Dragon Kingdom raised dozens of powerful territories, the Sakura lords learned their lesson. As soon as he saw a few people appear, he would immediately burn his fighting spirit and then withdraw from the Futu battlefield. Ha, let's do it. Toyotomi Hideaki laughed loudly. Gentlemen, don't be afraid of surrendering, and don't be afraid of losing morale. Anyway, we outnumber you. Ultimately, the battle for the position of prefect is still a war of attrition. The two sides fought back and forth, and 3 hours passed quickly. The Heavenly Tao has finally announced the long-awaited progress of the occupation. Announcement of the current occupation progress of each candidate. Chapter 216, Conquest Progress. A myriad of bizarre items. The current progress of candidate occupation will be announced. 1. Toyotomi Hidaichi, 18%. 2. Enshusha, 17%. Lonyuan County is already the top county in Jiao Prefecture of the Dragon Kingdom, and this time nearly 10,000 lords have qualified for the finals. Therefore, without any doubt, Enshusha, the acting county head, became a joint candidate for the Long Kingdom. Upon seeing the data released by the Heavenly Tao, the chat channel fell silent. Immediately afterwards, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom erupted in thunderous cheers. Evenly matched. They're actually evenly matched. Ha. You guys are really amazing. Victory is in sight. Let's give it our all, brothers. The occupation progress is calculated based on the occupation time of each candidate's supporters and the outcome of battles. Whoever reaches 100% first will become the prefect of Jiao Prefecture. Seeing that Enshusha was only 1 percentage point behind Toyotomi Hidaichi, most of the lords of the Dragon Kingdom cheered and their confidence soared. However, the members of the Dragon Alliance were not so optimistic. In front of a combat power slot, your enemy, Lord Claire, has forcibly withdrawn. Do you wish to relocate your territory to your current location? Ng Man looked at the gradually blurring territory of the lighthouse nation before her, her expression somewhat unpleasant. They ran away again. Damn fighting spirit. Damn the forced quit rule. Meng Tian was equally helpless. Your Highness, if we go all out, we might be able to break through the enemy's lord's manor before the countdown to the forced retreat ends. But in that case, our losses and consumption will also be very high. Ng Yiman nodded. I know, but if we can't kill the enemy, we'll be worn down sooner or later. She glanced at the newly announced conquest progress and then said in the Dragon Alliance channel, in these 3 hours, I have attacked 53 enemy lords, but only killed one of them, and that was after exchanging for the space lock. My battle losses have reached 10%, and my battle spirit has been almost completely depleted. Space lock seals off the current territory, preventing it from leaving the capital, including forced exit. Price, battle spirit 1000. Zhu Yeqing sighed. Winning Sisters' 51-game winning streak, including against a tough opponent like Austin, is already quite impressive. But there are just too many Japanese soldiers, and the white flag only lasts for 1 hour. The Japanese warlords can use the city defenses to deplete our troops and resources such as medicine. Mentioning potions, the little fox looked worried. My legendary knights were unharmed, but we're running low on potions to restore their spiritual power. Zhu Yeqing hit the nail on the head. Even the strongest lords of the Sakura Kingdom, such as Toyotomi Hidaichi, were no match for the few powerful figures in Longyuan Town. Even Austin, who possessed a legendary unit, was defeated by Ng Yiman. However, the Sakura Kingdom has a lord base of nearly 20 million, and there are too many powerful warlords. With the city's defenses, they could unleash all their killing moves instantly, then retreat, rest for a few hours, and regroup before fighting again. In fact, apart from Matsushita no Gai, who was killed by Enchuxia at the beginning, neither the Sakura Lord nor the Dragon Kingdom Lord has fallen. Enchuxia said, only by breaking through the Lord's mansion within the countdown to the forced retreat can we deter the Sakura experts, but that's too difficult. The little fox said, if Brother Jiang Chen were here, he would definitely be able to help. Jiang Chen is indeed very strong. Ng Yiman shook her head. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but even if he can break through one Lord's mansion, can he break through 100? Although everyone recognized their disadvantages, they had no good solutions. In the Sakura County Mayor's group chat, no wonder Matsushita died in battle. I didn't expect these Chinese experts to be so powerful. The Dragon Kingdom is indeed a land of outstanding people and resources. Even without the support of the Qingyu government, it is still so powerful. The most despicable ones are those 3 women, Hojo Mai and her companion, who dared to openly join the war and turn their spearhead against us. They deserve to die. Toyotomi Hidaichi smiled confidently and said, the situation is excellent now. What do we have to fear? Lord Tsukahara is right. Magistrate Tsukahara said, when Jiang Chen obtained the Golden Battle name, I said there was nothing to be afraid of. What can he do if he is strong alone? We can use a series of attacks. Even if we can't kill him, we can at least hold him off. Fukuoka Prefecture Mayor Jiro Ono said, haha, even if Jiang Chen appears now, I can just hide in the Lord's manor and not come out. I don't believe he can break through my Lord's manor. Onojiro succeeded Muto Kiku, who had been killed by Jiang Chen, as the prefectural magistrate. Toyotomi Hidaichi immediately offered a friendly reminder. Ono-kun, your territory is still on the Fuda map, so it's best not to make any rash promises. Jiro Ono is very frivolous. Other county magistrates were afraid of the powerful figures in Longyuan County, so they simply stopped moving their territories onto the map of the capital and instead focused on eliminating the relatively weaker lords of the Dragon Kingdom. But Jiro Ono kept jumping around. Haha, what's there to be afraid of? Onojiro said smugly. If Jiang Chen really appears, I will mobilize all the warlords of Fukuoka Prefecture to defend me. Toyotomi Hideyoshi was speechless. Cooperative defense. Lords supporting the same candidate can cooperate in defense. Cost: 1 point of battle spirit per troop type. Minimum cost 100 points of battle spirit. Soon, both sides resumed their fierce competition. The disadvantage of China's small population has finally become apparent. To avoid having to divide their forces to protect their territories, powerful figures like Ng Yiman never moved their territories to the capital. Instead, they conquered one pit after another, and then allowed the Dragon Kingdom lords to move in. They even chose fortress pits and combat pits, positions that are easy to defend and difficult to attack. The goal was to allow the lords of Lonyuan County who occupied the pit positions to hold their positions for a longer period of time, thereby expanding their strategic advantage. It can change over time. The many powerful figures in Lonyuan County were increasingly exhausted, and the casualties of the main combat troops had generally reached more than 30%, finally showing signs of decline. The little fox painstakingly cleared another pit, then immediately asked in the Lonyuan County channel, "Pit 7782 is a combat power pit. Anyone want to come?" Several seconds passed before anyone spoke. "Boss, yeah, I'm in white flag mode. 3 minutes left. I just surrendered. I can, but I only have 1/3 of my troops left. I'm afraid I can't even hold on to a single wave after capturing it." The little fox's face fell. "Now that we've taken the pit, are there no lords left to defend it?" The priority expired quickly within 10 seconds. A few more seconds passed. A territory was acquired. "He is a lord of the Beacon Nation." The little fox roared, "This is my spot. Get out of here before I make a move." The lighthouse lord was startled when he saw the little fox. He quickly shouted, "Exit the capital's city map." A flash of golden light. The lord moved away, and the pit returned to its initial state. The decisive battle has been going on for 5 or 6 hours, and Little Fox's 3 legendary units have already made a name for themselves. In any case, the Lord of Kalang County was just putting on a show, and he had no intention of risking his life for the cause. "Move in." The Little Fox had no choice but to move its territory in. Then, within the Dragon Alliance, they asked, "What do we do now?" Just then, 3 hours later, the Heavenly Tao updated the occupation progress. The current progress of candidate occupation will be announced. 1. Toyotomi Hidaichi, 44%. 2. Enchuxia, 32%. Moment. The Dragon Alliance members felt a chill in their hearts. Ordinary Dragon Kingdom lords also felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Adding to the fact that the little fox had just cleared a spot, but no one was willing to take it over, their morale plummeted instantly. The Sakura lords, naturally, were all fired up and started shouting wildly in the state channel. Onojiro laughed loudly. "Where are the Chinese? I've entered the Futa map again. Come and kill me. Ha ha ha. After such a long battle, your troops and combat resources must be almost exhausted." Enraged, Ing Man gritted her teeth. "I really want to kill this guy." And Chuxia quickly said, "Sister Ing, don't be impulsive. His territory is currently showing signs of reinforcements, and we don't know how many types of troops he has." Ing Man urged. "Anyway, there's no hope in the battle for the Lord of the Prefecture. I can still exchange for a Legion token, and you can exchange for a spatial lock. Let's call Yaya, and the 3 of us sisters can join forces to destroy him. Legion order allows up to 3 lords to unite and attack a territory together. Price, 800 battle spirit." And Chuxia said helplessly, "But he can also exchange for a truce token. I suspect that the Japanese are trying to provoke me into wasting my fighting spirit by constantly changing their tactics." In the final battle for the title of Prefect of Jiao Prefecture, the Dragon Kingdom found itself at a significant disadvantage. Kenshin Town. Within 2 hours, all units must return to their territories to prepare for the territorial relocation. Jiang Chen gave an order in the territory channel. Soon, the Tianjin Legion, which was grinding monsters near their territory, returned to their territory under the Empress's leadership. "Finally, I'm going home," the Empress exclaimed. "Although Swordheart Town is nice, home is still the best." Chapter 217 Sword Soul. Return, instant kill. 2 hours later. Angel legions, goddess warriors, crystal maidens, fairy dragons, the powerful figures of the territory, returned one after another. There were only a few minutes left before the space was unsealed. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and decided to say goodbye to Zhu Mulangma, this powerful figure from the Dragon Kingdom. But to everyone's surprise, the other party beat them to it. "I wish Brother Jiang success in obtaining the position of prefect." Jiang Chen thought for a moment and replied with a few words, "See you on the Myriad Races Prodigy ranking." The moment the space was unsealed, Jiang Chen immediately issued a high-level city relocation order. Migration, District 666, Blue Star Domain. Jiao Prefecture, Longyuan County, Longyuan Town, coordinates 10:10. In the golden light, Jiang Chen stroked the Lingxi sword in his hand. Lingxi sword legend. Level, 65. Sharpness, 384. Durability, 336. Attributes, physique plus 1,560, spiritual power plus 1,040, divine soul plus 1,040, capacity 900. Skills, spiritual finger, flying slash, dance of the pure spirit. Enchantment, constitution plus 500. Sword soul 1, all attributes plus 300. Sword soul 2, sword skill proficiency plus 1 maximum great perfection. During this period of time, a total of 1,578 Lingxi swords were forged in the sword tomb. Of these, 163 were blessed with the divine protection effect by the luck of Qinshan Town. 343 triggers the enchanted effect. There are 23 instances where both are combined. Jiang Chen finally figured out how to use this sword soul. A level 65 legendary sword, with the first added sword soul attribute costing 1 point, the second costing 10 points, the third costing 100 points. The weapon in Jiang Chen's hand has 2 sword spirit attributes attached to it. The special skill proficiency plus 1 effect also applies to its built-in spiritual finger. Li Hani and the Empress each possess one of the same top-grade Lingxi sword, while the one in the hands of the 9 Heaven Saintess only has 1 additional sword soul attribute. For almost a month, I wonder if Jiao Prefecture still remembers the name Jiang Chen. The light faded. Jiang Chen's territory has disappeared from the Jinshin town map. Although the Heavenly Tao has not yet announced the progress of the occupation for the 3rd time, discerning people have already seen the outcome. We've come this far over the past few months, only to fall short at this final step. All our efforts have been in vain. The town's fortune, the territory's resources, the bonuses from official rank, all gone now. I'm not reconciled. Where's Boss Jiang Chen? Wasn't he supposed to be coming back? That's strange. Who placed that bet of 100 million spirit stones? The Longyuan County channel was filled with a strong sense of resentment, regret, and anxiety. Brothers, we've done enough. This battle was lost not because of our own shortcomings, but because this new battle spirit setting is just too disgusting. Ying Man offered words of comfort. Even if Jiang Chen were here, it wouldn't make a difference. After all, he can't fight against 10,000 men alone. And Xu Xiao was equally heartbroken. Jiang Chen entrusted the county to her, but she lost it. But at this time, as the acting county head, she could only muster her spirits. Sister Ying is right. Once the occupation progress refreshes, everyone should prepare to relocate as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Toyotomi Hidaichi uses his authority to blockade the entire prefecture and everyone is forced to relocate, the buildings in the territory will inevitably be damaged. The military in the other counties is also preparing to evacuate. Hearing these words, everyone felt an indescribable pain in their hearts. Longyuan County has become their home on the battlefield of 10,000 races, and the people in the county are their family. Most of their lords did not have advanced relocation orders, and the relocation location of ordinary relocation orders was random. After today, they probably would never have the chance to fight side by side again in their lives. Some of the more sentimental female lords already had tears in their eyes. But since things have come to this, we can't just stay and sacrifice ourselves in vain. The little fox suddenly said angrily, "For the sake of profit, Free Will has truly abandoned all sense of shame. Last time we were betrayed by the Sakura Kingdom, but now they act as if nothing happened and come here to mock us." Everyone turned on the state government channel. Sure enough, Claire from Corling County was making sarcastic remarks. If Jiang Chen had been willing to give up his position as the county magistrate of Longyuan back then, you could have taken the money and left. You wouldn't be in such a sorry state today. Jiang Chen couldn't let go of the power he held as county magistrate. Now look what happened. Not only did you get nothing, you also suffered heavy losses. If you ask me, Jiang Chen is selfish and self-serving, and you are just a bunch of idiots that Jiang Chen is using. Claire has a really sharp tongue. Not only the little fox, but everyone else was furious. Sudden, a golden message appeared on the state government channel. Who are you calling selfish? Who are you calling an idiot? Ordinary lords, apart from county officials, do not have normal speaking privileges in the state government channel unless they spend spirit stones. A message costs 10,000 spirit stones and is marked in gold, which the lords aptly call pay-to-win messages. Although news of spending money on in-game purchases is relatively rare, nobody cared at this time. When everyone saw who sent the message, they were stunned. The little fox wept with joy. It's Brother Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen is back. Everyone immediately turned on the town's channel. Sure enough, the migration message from a dozen seconds ago was found. Jiang Chen has just returned to Lonyuan County and has no official position, so he can only send messages about spending money. So this is the purpose of Battle Spirit, huh? 1 point of Battle Spirit for 1 challenge. I just got back and don't know anything about the final battle. Claire, right? Since you're the one who's going to step up, then I'll use you as the guinea pig. Austin suddenly shouted. Claire, get out of the capital quickly. Jiang Chen is about to attack you. The owner of the Golden Battle name is launching a full-scale attack. Your lord's manor might not be able to withstand it. Immediately afterward, he said sternly to Jiang Chen, Lord Jiang Chen, please don't make a mistake. Claire's status is noble and not someone you can offend. But Jiang Chen had long since disappeared without a trace. On the contrary, news about Claire kept coming in. Don't worry, Austin, I know my limitations. I know I'm no match for Jiang Chen. But to say that I can't even hold out for 30 seconds is an insult to me, an insult to the Ross family. With my strength in the fortress pit, I can easily hold off Jiang Chen for at least 10 minutes, if not half an hour. Jiang Chen is here. Haha, he's too arrogant. He only brought less than 100 soldiers. Watch me kill him. God, what kind of troops are these, damn it, my nanobots? Few, thankfully. I've already taken refuge in the Lord's Manor. A level 12 Lord's Manor can definitely hold out. Oh my God, how could the Lord's Manor's durability drop so quickly? Hurry. Austin, save me. No. Nearly 10 messages were sent within a short span of just over 10 seconds. One has to admire the speed at which a woman can send a message in a moment of urgency. Claire remained silent. Everyone felt a chill run from their tailbones straight up to the top of their head. According to Claire, they instantly imagined what those 10-odd seconds would look like. A thought simultaneously popped into my mind. Besides the dragon, what other unknown types of troops does Jiang Chen have? Chapter 2:18 Wholesale Legendary Equipment. Creating a death list. Jiangnan Provincial Military Region. Let the lords of Jiao Prefecture prepare to evacuate. I will report to the General Military Region immediately. All the hundreds of thousands of Dragon Kingdom lords who are still holding out in Jiao Prefecture must be given the treatment of veterans in the future. The Celestial Fox clan is also excellent. General Li Chengfeng from the southern frontier was a fellow recruit with me. I'll give him a heads up and ask him to take good care of this Celestial Fox clan. Watching the orders being issued one after another, Xia Jie sighed. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war. Given the constraints imposed by the authorities, it is truly remarkable that these children have been able to achieve this level. Even so, a hint of resentment still flashed in old Su's eyes. Just a hair's breadth away, Jiao Prefecture could have created a miracle in the history of Lord Wars, and Lonyuan County could have become the #1 county in the history of Blue Star. Speaking of which, old Su said worriedly, given Jiang Chen's personality, there's absolutely no way he'd desert. The fact that he hasn't returned for so long means he's probably truly in dire straits. Mentioning this, Xia Jie frowned. Li Jinglin was a genius from 100 years ago. It's said that he was both righteous and evil, with a strong sense of malice. It's not impossible that he released the household registration book to lure and kill a genius in order to take revenge on society. Fortunately, judging from the troops left behind by Jiang Chen, at least he's still alive for now. The two old men were preoccupied and chatted idly. Suddenly, a messenger rushed into the command post, taking 3 steps at a time, and shouted excitedly. He's back. Jiang Chen is back. He was so excited that he even forgot to say report. At this point, the two leaders would hardly care about such details. Old Su jumped to his feet, excitedly saying, Good, good. That's great. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're alive. Quickly, Arrange for him to leave Jiao Prefecture immediately. Give him a high-level relocation order, preferably to move him directly to the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't let him risk his life again. Reporting to the commander, the messenger hesitated for a moment before saying, Jiang Chen has just returned and has already decisively killed a genius lord of the Ross family from the Free Will faction. Then he directly moved his territory to the map of the capital. The map of the capital has been moved in. Old Su was stunned, then slapped his thigh. What a fool. The battle for the position of prefect is already a foregone conclusion. Besides, even if he hadn't been absent, one person's strength couldn't possibly affect the overall situation. Xia Jia also considered a crucial question. Does he have the will to fight for a forced retreat? After all, Jiang Chen's main force has been exploring Jinxin Town. How much fighting spirit can they gain by relying solely on the troops left in Longyuan Town? If the Sakura Kingdom uses tactical arrangements to keep Jiang Chen's territory in a constant state of combat, wouldn't that be equivalent to Jiang Chen being trapped in the Futa map? Old Su shouted, quickly. Have all the military district lords who still have the will to fight join the defense of Jiang Chen's territory. Even if it costs them their lives, they must ensure Jiang Chen's safety. Cynthia, accompanied by the goddess warrior, stepped onto the lighthouse territory with a thunderous crash, leaving a trail of afterimages as she headed straight for the Lord's mansion. Several unlucky teams of superior-class nano-warriors happened to block the goddess warrior's path. But the goddess warriors didn't even blink and charged straight at her. Bang, bang, bang. These teams of nanobots were instantly pulverized. Boom. The 12 lightning spears struck the light membrane of the Lord's mansion with great force. The entire Lord's mansion shook violently, and the walls cracked inch by inch. Through the light membrane, Claire's terrified face could be vaguely seen. This is what happened in Claire's territory in just over 10 seconds. You have defeated Lord Claire. Do you wish to relocate your territory to its current location? You have 10 seconds to make your choice. After 10 seconds, all lords can choose to migrate. Seeing the prompt, Jiang Chen replied without hesitation. Migration. Boom. A massive golden pillar of light descended, and the territory, which had just returned to Longyuan Town a few seconds earlier, was moved back into the map of the capital city. Note, when your territory is moved to the capital city, the map bonuses from the capital city and the town bonuses will stack. Jiang Chen then began to examine the environment of the prefecture map. During the battle for the Lord of the Underworld, each pit was relatively independent, surrounded by a blue spatial barrier, leaving only enough space for the battle. He occupied the fortress pit, so the territory instantly becomes a fortress skin, and it's even elemental. Storm towers, frost towers, lightning towers, countless menacing defensive structures appeared on his city walls. Although it's not very useful to Jiang Chen, it's worth 648 just for its looks. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was a notification he hadn't paid much attention to earlier. Warning, the town's fortune has decreased to 77 points. Your dragon vein has degenerated and solidified to 0% of its mid-grade level. If the town's fortune fails to reach 100 points after 30 days, the dragon vein will continue to degenerate to a lower grade. Haha, the dragon vein can actually be solidified at the mid-grade level. He originally thought that after leaving the unique environment of Jinxin Town, the dragon vein would be reduced to its original state. But there was an unexpected surprise. In this way, he can continue to farm for the top-grade spirit rhinoceros sword. Jiang Chen was absolutely confident that he could raise the town's fortune to 100 points within a month. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, message notifications from various channels went off in a frenzy. Jiang Chen immediately opened the state chat interface. Wah, brother Jiang Chen is finally back. Yaya missed you so much. The little fox was the first to pledge its loyalty. This was followed by various expressions of concern and greetings. And Xuxia seemed to have found her pillar of support and said guiltily, I'm sorry, Jiang Chen, I couldn't protect our county. The boss of early summer has done a great job. If anyone is to blame, it's us for being so incompetent. Boss, you've been in Swordheart Town for so long, are you alright? Damn it. Boss, how did you get into the capital city map? Get out of here. If someone challenges you, you'll have to force quit. Yes, boss, The battle for the title of prefect is hopeless now. Come out quickly. Let's leave Jiao Prefecture and develop properly. 18 years later, you can lead us to make a comeback. Jiang Chen, you must have used up a lot of energy just now killing that Claire. I was planning with Chu Xia to use all our fighting spirit to kill a few heavyweight Sakura lords before abandoning the county town. Now that you're back, we're even more confident. Let's try to finish off that arrogant Ono Jiro in one fell swoop. With everyone talking at once, Jiang Chen quickly understood the current situation. Even though he arrived late, no one, including Ying Man, with her spoiled young lady temper, showed the slightest bit of resentment. Instead, they only showed concern. This touched even Jiang Chen, who had lived 2 lives and was meticulously self-interested. Sorry, brothers, there's been a bit of trouble in Kenshin Town. Leave the rest to me. And at that very moment, the Heavenly Path updates the occupation progress for the 3rd time. The current progress of candidate occupation will be announced. 1. Toyotomi Hidaichi, 68%. 2. In Chuxia, 35%. The cherry blossoms are covering the area at an increasingly rapid pace. It's estimated that they will reach 100% in at least 1 or 2 visits. In Longyuan County, the progress bar only increased by 3 percentage points in those 3 hours. Jiang Chen secretly calculated for a moment, then smiled and said, "In early summer, give me the position of county magistrate." And Chu Xiao was startled and reminded her, changing the county magistrate now is tantamount to giving up the previous 35% occupation. Ying Man was quite open-minded. Since there's no hope anyway, let Jiang Chen have his fun as a candidate before we leave. After all, he'll never have another chance like this in his life. By the way, Jiang Chen, I have a high-level city relocation order here. Come with me to Chiyun Prefecture to develop. It's the heart of the Dragon Kingdom. My dad bought a county town for me. We'll develop it for a few years, then come back and take back Longyuan County to wipe away today's humiliation. Did your dad buy you a county town? What a gluttonous bastard. Let's finish this battle first. Jiang Chen didn't explain much. Actually, it would be much easier to choose to fully support in Chuxia in becoming the prefect and then abdicate in his favor. However, in that case, he would not receive the attribute bonus. Having 100 points in all attributes is secondary. The main point is that, as Ying Man just said, he will never enter the new district again in his life. He's been at the top all along. If he misses this chance, when he treads upon the myriad races of the starry sky, 10,000 years from now, he'll inevitably have some regrets. After regaining his authority as county magistrate, Jiang Chen immediately began making tactical deployments. These are the snow moon eyes I've accumulated over this period of time. Please feel free to use them. As he spoke, he mailed 10,000 bottles to each of the many powerful figures in Longyuan County. 1 bottle of Fountain of Life can be mixed into thousands of bottles of snow moon eyes, which Li Hani uses to treat dark circles. Everyone was overjoyed. Xiaoman, Xiaozhu, Chuxia, Iya, Xianxian, I have a batch of equipment here that should improve your strength. Exchange alerts sounded one after another. At this point, everyone could no longer contain themselves and exclaimed in surprise. The Spirit Rhinoceros Sword, a standard legendary weapon. Boss, you really found the sword tomb. My god, Li Jinglin's sword tomb isn't just epic level, it's legendary level. A legendary blacksmith shop. How did Brother Jiang Chen build it? And where did he get so many legendary materials? Haha, I know. It must be Kenshin Town. Perhaps the fortune of Kenshin Town back then hasn't completely dissipated, and it just so happens to have the resource points to build the legendary sword tomb. I can never repay the boss's kindness. I'm afraid the only way to repay him is with my body, but unfortunately I'm a man. Huh? Are you implying that I should repay you with my body? But Jiang Chen doesn't seem to like flat-chested women. As 30 standard legendary swords rained down, even Ying Man, like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world, exclaimed excitedly. The attributes of Jiang Chen's batch of Lingxi swords are far superior to ordinary legendary weapons. They're top grade. They naturally didn't know. Jiang Chen had the sword tomb focus on forging equipment to use the massive number of resources to farm top-tier items. All the items brought out this time were inferior products that had not triggered enchantment and divine blessing. Even though Jiang Chen looked down on them, in the eyes of Yin Man, the second-generation leader of the Dragon Kingdom, they were the best of the best. At last, Jiang Chen said to Yiren, "Yiren, could you please compile a list of the 10 most threatening enemy lords on the map of the capital and then post it directly in the state channel?" Jiang Chen wants to create a death list. Chapter 219 Instant Kills. One man against an entire county. Yes, boss. Yiren seemed to have guessed Jiang Chen's plan, and her face flushed with excitement. I will find a few meticulous lords to set up a special staff to keep the boss updated with information in real time. Soon, Yiren posted a list of 10 people on the state government channel. 1. Jiro Ono with support defense, the prefect of Fukuyama Prefecture, pit number 335, Fortress Pit. 2. Austin with support defense, the county magistrate of Corling County, slot 4419, combat power slot. 3. Li Yung Ae. Yin Man understood Jiang Chen's plan and said worriedly, "I don't know how much support Ono Jiro will provide. Let's play it safe. I can still exchange my battle spirit for a legion token. Why don't we go together?" "Need not," Jiang Chen said softly. "I am enough." After saying that, a flash of light appeared, and Jiang Chen led hundreds of troops to appear in combat space 335 on the state government channel. While everyone was still reeling from the shock of the sudden turn of events, Yiren had already released the list. Upon seeing the list, they were taken aback, wondering what Yiren was up to. But then, news of Jiro Ono's panic came through the state government's communication channel. Jiang Chen is attacking my territory. Jiang Chen intends to challenge the territories one by one according to the list, but why am I put first? I'm just a little Karami. All units, stop them. Force quit. Force quit immediately. Jiro Ono's performance was so poor that even the Sakura lords felt their faces burning with embarrassment. Even before the war began, Ono Jiro had been clamoring on the state government channel that he would slay Jiang Chen single-handedly. But Jiang Chen had just arrived outside the territory when he was so frightened that he ran away in a panic and retreated immediately. They took the concept of bullying the weak and fearing the strong to its extreme. "Baka," Toyotomi Hidaichi shouted. "Ono-kun, didn't you have a backup defense? Even if you can't win, you should at least wear down Jiang Chen's strength as much as possible. How can you retreat without a fight? You're going to ruin the Empire's honor." "Bullshit," Ono Jiro shouted. "Whether the defense is triggered or not, it will consume battle spirit. Why would I be so extravagant? I only found a vassal lord to defend 100 of my troops. That's called psychological warfare. How fast? Jiang Chen has already invaded the territory." Everyone was speechless. This guy was arrogant for hours, but it turned out he was just bluffing. Yin Man was furious, but there was nothing she could do. After all, as long as there is reinforcement, the name of the pit will turn green, and apart from the lord in the pit, no one knows exactly how many units are providing reinforcement. Especially his arrogant demeanor, he acted so convincingly. Jiang Chen was equally speechless. To be on the safe side, in addition to the goddess warriors, he also brought half of the Heavenly Sound Legion and had 3 legendary 9-star fairy dragons, including Paris, transform into human form to accompany the army. They originally intended to kill a powerful figure to establish their authority, but unexpectedly encountered a paper tiger. 3029. A huge red countdown has appeared in the sky above Ono Jiro's territory, indicating that the target lord is forcibly retreating. Goddess warriors, Heavenly Sound Legion, finish this quickly. Such an enemy requires no intervention from the Empress and the fairy dragon. Ono Jiro's epic units were no match for the legendary 4-star goddess warriors. The spiritual finger. Thunderbolt. A few seconds later, the territory's defensive troops collapsed, and the goddess warriors, already adept at destroying bases, headed straight for the Lord's mansion. Watching the brief but brutal battle, I couldn't help but sigh. She's even worse than Claire from before. Seeing the Lord's mansion crumbling, Ono Jiro, who was hiding inside, was no longer arrogant as before, and knelt down with a thud. "Master Jiang Chen, I am willing to serve you like the 3 ladies, Hojo Mai and the others. Please give me a chance. Jiang Chen felt nauseous and shouted, "Disgusting thing, kill him." Jiang Chen could ruthlessly destroy a beautiful and charming woman like Claire, let alone a short, chubby, dark-skinned man like Cherry Blossom Dog. Boom. The city lord's mansion collapsed with a crash. Onojiro's death deeply shook the hearts and minds of the Sakura, the lighthouse, and the South Korean lords. Claire could also be said to have underestimated her opponent, which caught Jiang Chen off guard. But even though Onojiro had already cowered in fear, he still couldn't escape Jiang Chen's clutches. Just how strong is Jiang Chen? The lords of the Dragon Kingdom regained their confidence one by one. They all saw through Jiang Chen's tactics. As long as Jiang Chen remains so energetic and vigorous, he can continue to kill according to the list. Soon, Wu Jiangchen will not need to make a move. As long as Yi Iren's death list is updated, the enemy powerhouses on the list will naturally flee in panic, gaining a 1-hour white flag status. No matter how many strong individuals Sakura has, she can't withstand this kind of torment. Certainly, only the strong know how difficult it is to keep killing like this. And Chu Xia said worriedly, Jiang Chen's attack is so fierce, I'm afraid it can't last. Ng Man stormed into the capital again, scaring away a powerful Sakura expert, and chimed in. Chu Xia is right, Jiang Chen. Take it easy, don't be so impatient. The little fox proudly declared, although brother Jiang Chen is fast, he recovers even faster, so there's no need to worry about endurance at all. Zhu Yeshuan suddenly screamed, my face. Jiang Chen, however, did not care at all about the reactions of the crowd. The battle that just took place was merely a warm-up for the goddess warrior. After ensuring Jiro Ono's death, he immediately looked to his next target, Kling County, Austin. Including the powerful figures of the Dragon Kingdom, among the tens of millions of lords in Jiao Prefecture, only a dozen or so possess legendary military units. Austin is one of them. It was precisely because of Austin's legendary unit that he was assigned by the Free Will headquarters to Jiao State to restrain his dragons. Instead of backing down, Austin made provocative remarks. Jiang Chen, I'm your next target, aren't I? Originally, this was a war between you and the Sakura Kingdom. Our Kailane County just wanted to get a reward from the county ranking competition. There was no need for us to fight to the death with you. But you shouldn't have killed Claire. You have no idea how big a mess you've made. I admit you are really strong, even stronger than a month ago, even beyond all of our imagination. So I'll be frank, I'm not that idiot Onojiro. The number of garrison lords in my territory is far beyond your imagination. So I'm curious, will you continue killing people according to the so-called death list, or will you wisely choose to back down and become a laughingstock? At this moment, Li Yung-ae, who was third on the death list, also spoke up. Your Excellency Austin is right. The most basic qualities to become a distinguished South Korean are humility and self-awareness. Jiang Chen is both incompetent and a playboy. He doesn't deserve recognition at all. Therefore, I hereby declare that from this moment on, Jiang Chen's identity as a descendant of South Koreans is no longer acknowledged. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom no longer had time to pay attention to Li Jinai, this brain-dead woman. And Chu Xia immediately said, we'll listen to Sister Ng in exchange for the Legion token. The three of us working together won't be considered violating the death list. Although Jiang Chen had a terrifying record of single-handedly annihilating more than 90,000 warlords in Yagyu and Kita prefectures. But things are different now. However, the battle lasted for more than 10 days, and the two county lords were of different strengths and had divided their troops into multiple routes. However, those defending Austin were all powerful lords from Korling County who had qualified for the finals. To exaggerate a bit, Jiang Chen's actions were tantamount to one man taking on an entire county. I have too many units to train, so don't try to steal my energy, Chu Xia. Jiang Chen smiled and replied to Chu Xia, then said in the state government channel, Austin, ignorance is not your fault, so I've decided to broaden your horizons a bit. I just hope you'll still be as unruly as you are now. After saying that, they launched a direct challenge to the Austin territory with their current lineup. Chapter 220 Live Broadcast. The Shock of the Sword of Space. A flash of light. Jiang Chen appeared in front of pit number 4419. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the state of the territory before him. This is all energy. Nano-warriors, arbiter mechs, templars, phantom archers, troll chieftains, countless familiar and outstanding units, even epic units, are scattered throughout the territory. The number is estimated to be in the hundreds of thousands. These are not low-quality units. At the very least, they are of excellent quality. Compared to Claire and Jiro Ono's strength, it's hundreds of times greater. No wonder Austin is so confident. Ha ha. Austin's loud laughter immediately echoed throughout the territory. Jiang Chen, I'm really worried you won't dare to take the challenge. So, what do you think of the defensive lineup in my territory? Surprised? Unexpected? I'll return that line to you now. I also like your rebellious side just now, and I hope you can keep it up, haha. Jiang Chen was extremely satisfied with Austin and said, that was a pleasant surprise. To Jiang Chen's surprise, a message suddenly appeared on the state government channel. Lord Austin has set up a live stream. Jiang Chen frowned. What a hassle. Although he was destined to reveal part of his strength this time, seeing is believing, and hearing is deceiving. While the battle for the title of prefect is important, Jiang Chen also wants to take this opportunity to eliminate as many of the Sakura Kingdom's forces as possible and gain more energy. What if I'm too strong during the live stream, and no one dares to fight back? That would be terrible. That's right, I've started a live stream. A hint of pleasure flashed in Austin's eyes. I will let all the lords of Jiao Prefecture see your pathetic, stray dog-like appearance. Really, the live stream had just started when tens of millions of lords flooded in, including all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom. The fierce battle for the position of Lord of the Palace seemed to freeze for a moment. Yash, Mr. Austin is such a good man. May good people have a long and peaceful life. Ms. Claire and Ono Cohen just perished too quickly. They didn't send back any valuable information. Now we can finally find out what other trump cards Jiang Chen has besides the dragon. Knowing Jiang Chen's methods, we can make targeted arrangements. What's next? This time, there are probably hundreds of thousands of troops assisting Lord Austin. If Jiang Chen's fighting spirit isn't strong enough, he'll surely die this time. What's next? That's right. As the one who initiated the challenge, forcibly withdrawing consumes even more battle spirit. He hasn't been in Jiao Prefecture for the past 2 weeks, so it's impossible for him to have gained that much battle spirit. Ha ha, Toyotomi Hideaki laughed. Lord Austin, as long as you can kill Jiang Chen, you will be the closest friend of my great Sakura Empire. In the future, I can grant you 100 lord positions in Longyuan County. Austin said with satisfaction. Lord Toyotomi has shown great sincerity this time. Jiang Chen quickly glanced at the information in the live stream. Then, too lazy to waste any more words, he quietly instructed. Use the heavenly sound true technique first to force the enemy out of the city, then the dragon and the goddess warrior can make their move. Also, make sure the battle gets intense later. Since he was being broadcast live, Jiang Chen decided to use some tactics. Yes. All the soldiers responded loudly in agreement. However, upon hearing the word anxious again, the goddess warriors, including their leader Cynthia, all curled their lip in disapproval. Boom. The dragons, who had been holding back until now, suddenly revealed their true forms. The 12 enormous bodies were extremely imposing. The dragon has finally appeared. Judging by its size, it's definitely at the current maximum level of 65. Look, why is the one in the middle so big? It's been upgraded, and it's definitely not just the legendary 2 or 3 stars. The appearance of the dragon gave all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom a jolt of excitement. In particular, Long Jio's enormous body, which is hundreds of meters long, is awe-inspiring. Within the Dragon Alliance, and Chu Xiao exclaimed with delight, it's Xiao Jiao. It seems Jiang Chen had quite a fortuitous encounter in Swordheart Town. Xiao Jiao's size is probably at least legendary 5-star. Not only that, Ying Man zoomed in on the camera and gasped. Just look at the weapons those Tianyin disciples are holding. After everyone saw it clearly, they all gasped in shock. Holy crap, everyone's got a legendary weapon? When did legendary weapons become as common as cabbages? Haha, this is the power of a high-quality weapons shop. The most excited were in Chu Xia and Little Fox. because only they know just how powerful the new skills of the Tianyin disciples are. However, they were mentally prepared. However, the strength of the true disciple of Tianyin exceeded their expectations. Sword of Space. Hundreds of Tianyin disciples simultaneously swung their swords, unleashing countless sword energies that pierced through the void and instantly appeared hundreds of meters away. Puff, puff, puff. Under the astonished gazes of millions of lords. On the city wall, hundreds of elven elite units, the phantom archers, froze, then their heads rolled to the ground. Even the several human epic units, the elemental mages, who were hiding in the rear, could not escape being killed. The description of the space sword is, as far as the eye can see, the sword will hit its target, but in reality, it is a form of mental lock-on. With the powerful divine soul of the nine heavens Saintus, locking onto the mage hiding behind the tank is not difficult. The live stream room was silent for a moment, then the chat was flooded with comments. What kind of skill is this? Isn't that the heavenly sound disciple, an outstanding soldier class created by Jiang Chen himself? I can feel a chill down my neck even through the screen. At that moment, someone had an idea. I remember now, when I was fighting that fox just now, her Tianyin disciples seemed to have used a similar skill. However, its range and power were far inferior to Jiang Chen's troops. The power of the spatial sword is inversely proportional to the distance. Little Fox, and Xuxia, and other ordinary Tianyin disciples are only of the elite rank. The spatial sword can be used unexpectedly in close combat, and its effect is greater. Jiang Chen's epic 2-star Heavenly Sound True Instruction can easily kill excellent troops from hundreds of meters away. With tens of millions of lords in Jiaoao Prefecture, there are naturally discerning individuals among them. Sword of Space. This is the rare skill, Sword of Space. Alexei of the Northern Bear Kingdom cried out in alarm. My God! An exceptional unit type born with the ability to wield the spatial sword? When the Heavenly Mystery Hall updates its rankings of exceptional units next time, will the Heavenly Sound disciple jump straight to first place? Colonel Li Feng, who had just received orders from the military region to protect Jiang Chen, stared wide-eyed. This disciple of Tianyin is simply divine. First, he mastered the great Sumru sword style and the ethereal technique, then the wings of the wind god, and now he has mastered the spatial sword, all of which are great techniques and skills. Just what kind of monster is Brother Jiang Chen, that he can continuously evolve his troop type in such a short period of time? Zhao Lingshan exclaimed excitedly. Moreover, judging from their strength, Jiang Chen's troop type is definitely not just a simple excellent 1-star. It's at least excellent 4-star or 5-star, or even epic. She also bought a branch of Tianyin, thinking that she might be able to get Jiang Chen to help her upgrade it later. Chao Ziqing was moved and said, if it really is a self-created epic troop type, then doesn't that mean that Brother Jiang Chen is already qualified to become a domain lord? The others also thought of this, and their gazes toward Jiang Chen were filled with shock, surprise, or eagerness. Of course, some people also felt fear and regret. AP felt a chill in his body. That's terrifying. Strength is secondary. Jiang Chen's ability in Lord-level scientific research surpasses that of a top-notch research team all by himself. Why wasn't such a genius born in our India? Li Zhenai's eyes were filled with greed as she looked at the Tianyin disciples, followed by boundless regret that engulfed her heart. If I persist for a few more hours and continue to support the Dragon Kingdom, will I gain Jiang Chen's approval and obtain the blueprints for the Tianyin branch? But who knows if he will return at this critical juncture? Austin looked grim on the battlefield. In order to deal with Jiang Chen, Free will even allocated special funds for him to purchase the special item anti-gravity equation to restrain the black hole. But who knew that Jiang Chen had so many trump cards up his sleeve? Don't be afraid, everyone. He took a deep breath. Jiang Chen's heavenly sound disciples are merely elite soldiers. Such a powerful skill can only be used once at most. But he hadn't finished speaking. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Hundreds more spatial swords shot out, killing hundreds more ranged soldiers. Austin froze, then finally couldn't take it anymore and roared. All troops attack. Kill Jiang Chen. We can't wait any longer. Although he also has ranged units, arrows and magic have a projectile time, and their power is greatly reduced over a distance of hundreds of meters. How can they compare to the space sword? Rumble. At Austin's command, hundreds of thousands of elite and epic units launched a general offensive. The 12 enormous figures in the army, each over 10 meters tall and tens of meters long, were the legendary troop type from Austin the Kodo Beasts. Chapter 221 The Supreme Path is born, instant kill, shocking the prefecture. The Kodo Beast's powerful aura made many people gasp for breath. Black hole. Suddenly, 6 black holes appeared in front of the two armies. Although they posed little threat to the Kodo Beasts, countless elite units were pulled away and torn apart. Before the lords of the Dragon Kingdom could cheer, Austin threw out a golden scroll. The gravity of the entire space instantly returned to calm, and although the black hole still existed, it was no longer as powerful as before. The leader of the Beacon of Light immediately erupted in cheers. I've also seen this anti-gravity equation on the Multiverse Mall. It's priced at 2 billion spirit stones, which is obviously ridiculously overpriced. Free will is indeed rich. Toyotomi Hidaichi exclaimed in admiration. Now that the black hole is restricted, the black dragon is like a clawless lizard. You can overwhelm it with sheer numbers. Not to mention Lord Austin also has the Kodo War Beasts. Even if the disciples of Tianyin are strong, they cannot stop an army of 100,000 of the same level. But he had barely finished speaking. The live stream was filled with frantic shouts. Holy crap! What kind of unit is that? They're too strong. How come epic units seem like children in front of them? A legendary unit. Another legendary unit. And a female legendary unit at that. Baka, why isn't such a perfect unit mine? The people of Sakura are already monstrous out of 10, and now that they see such a perfect unit as the goddess warrior, they are practically driven mad with jealousy. Look, they're charging towards the Kodo Beast. A clash of legends. This is a clash of legends. Only Wei Ming said with a proud expression. This unit is the boss's goddess warrior. I never expected it to be a legendary unit. Haha, I was even captured by them before. On the battlefield of the live streaming room, the 12 goddess warriors had activated their thunder battle forms, charging wildly and sending blood and flesh flying in their wake as they each charged straight at a Kodo Beast. Leibu. When they were only tens of meters away from the Kodo Beast, Cynthia took off with a thunderous step, then calmly put her 2 short guns into the holster on her back. With her spine like a dragon, she landed a punch on the head of the Kodo behemoth. Boom. A muffled thud. Amidst the massive shockwave, the area where the Kodo behemoth was struck was vaguely visible, instantly revealing a dent a meter deep and several meters in size. Immediately afterwards, centered on the depression, a terrifying wave, like that of a Shar-Pei, instantly spread throughout the entire body. Haha. The Kodo behemoth let out a dying groan, and then red and white liquid gushed out of its mouth and nose as if it were free. The goddess warrior had reached the pinnacle of her power, and all the force of that punch was absorbed by the Kodo Beast. The kind of punch that sends an enemy flying hundreds of meters away may seem impressive, but in reality, most of its power is lost. Almost the same scene is playing out everywhere. Thump thump. The sound of giant beasts crashing to the ground echoed across the battlefield. They twitched a few times and then fell still. The Kodo Beast is also a decent legendary unit. Not only is it physically strong, but it can also spew out thunderous acid mist. As a result, it was easily killed before it even had a chance to fight. Jiang Chen said helplessly, I already told you to make the battle more intense. Cynthia turned to look at Jiang Chen, somewhat aggrieved, and said, Sisters, we're only using half our strength, and if we don't kill these giant beasts, they'll soon collide with the Lord. How about we make the rest of the battle a bit more intense? Jiang Chen remained silent. Is it okay for you to instantly kill a legendary unit with one punch and then fight a group of epic and excellent units to a standstill? The 12 formidable Kodo beasts were instantly killed. Not only was Austin's gaze blank, but even his troops stared in horror at the corpses of the 12 Kodo beasts. The live stream even froze instantly, as if everyone had been frozen in place by a spell. The goddess warrior's first display of power shocked the entire state. A full 10 seconds passed. The scene gradually returned to normal. Austin trembled as he said, Yakuza legendary unit. These words were spoken. All the lords watching the live stream were startled. Extreme Forces, a name that can drive everyone mad and terrified. I desperately want to own it. And fear becomes the enemy. Although this conjecture is quite shocking, it seems to be the only explanation available at present. Only legendary ultimate units can instantly kill a Kodo beast of the same level. Golden Behemoth, King of the Century, Grand Arcane Master, Fairy Dragon, any one of them would be enough to drive lords mad. Unexpectedly, just over 3 months after the server opened, Jiang Chen was able to possess a team of elite troops, which were never recorded by the Blue Star Lord civilization. Now, all the previous doubts have been resolved. Ing Man shouted loudly. No wonder this guy can move so easily through all the rankings, and he held his ground for countless waves in the battle of breaking domains. No wonder he was able to single-handedly kill more than 90,000 lords in 2 county towns. It turns out he obtained the legendary ultimate unit all along, and the dragon was just a shield he used to confuse the public. And Xu Xiao laughed loudly. Xiao Jiao has really worked hard. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom cheered with joy, while the Cherry Blossoms, the Lighthouse, South Korea, and India were as if they had lost their parents. Just then, 3029. A red countdown suddenly appeared in the sky over Austin territory. He recalled the fates of Claire and Ono Jiro, and disregarding the 100,000 of his own troops who had already crossed the border, he chose to retreat forcefully. As for Face, please, what's more important than life? Face. Chapter 222. The Japanese devils ran too fast. This immediately drew a burst of laughter from the lords of the Dragon Kingdom. Haha, Austin, where's your rebellious side? It's not surprising that people from the lighthouse have always valued profit over righteousness and were afraid of death. Lord Austin, stop immediately. Toyotomi Hidaichi shouted. You still have 100,000 excellent and epic units. How many can Jiang Chen's dragons and ultimate units stop? You can completely overwhelm Jiang Chen with your army. Magistrate Sakahara also said with great distress. If you could kill Jiang Chen, you might even be able to recruit this elite force. Now that you've withdrawn, the auxiliary troops you've worked so hard to recruit will become a disorganized mess. Note, Lord Austin's livestream has been closed. Toyotomi Hidaichi was stunned for a moment, then burst into a tirade of curses. Damn coward. 30 seconds later, Austin has successfully exited the capital city map. The Empress said with doubt, My lord, although they have 100,000 troops, as long as the 9 Heavens Holy Maiden and I take action, we can still hold off this lighthouse lord. Jiang Chen explained with a smile. Austin is nothing but an ant, insignificant compared to a massive amount of energy. If I kill Austin under these circumstances, no one in the Sakura Kingdom will dare to come and offer their head. At this moment, a lord from Keilang Town exclaimed in surprise. Lord Austin has actually moved out of Diaoyou Prefecture. Jiang Chen chuckled. This guy is really a weirdo. Ing Man teased. The precious legendary unit was instantly killed. It's probably heartbroken and went home to find its mother. This isn't the end of the story. Haha. That little bitch Li Jinai has also voluntarily withdrawn from the Fuda map. The situation took a dramatic turn for the better, making the little fox beam with joy. Everyone else's eyes lit up as well. Exiting the map means surrendering after 1 hour. Jiang Chen's tactics worked. Haha, Sakura, who came in 4th place, has retreated. She was scared out of her wits by the boss. The Indian player in 5th place, not wanting to fall behind, also dropped out. The boss is the boss. How come we didn't think of this method? Even if you figured it out, do you have the ability to do it? I misspoke earlier. Boss, you're not fighting a county by yourself, you're fighting an entire prefecture by yourself. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was happily reaping the hundreds of thousands of heroic troops left behind by Austin on the battlefield. Without Austin's command, these hundreds of thousands of troops were in disarray and posed no threat to Jiang Chen whatsoever. A dozen minutes later, 1.2 billion units of energy. Looking at his harvest, Jiang Chen silently offered his blessings. Austin is such a good person. May good people live long and prosper. The energy and equipment gained in those 10-odd minutes were comparable to the harvest of a whole day in Swordheart Town. No way. Even in the exceptionally beautiful Kenshin town, monsters of superior quality are still considered mini-bosses. This is equivalent to Austin gathering 100,000 bosses together for Jiang Chen to kill. Migration. Before him lay a battle pit, and Jiang Chen directly moved his territory into it, greatly increasing his combat power once again. Then look at the death list to find the next target. To his dismay, all the lords on the first death list had withdrawn. As if telepathically connected, Yi Irin immediately sent out a second list of deaths. 1. Kaori Kimui, captain of the Yagyu Prefecture security team, slot number 3113, combat power pit. 2. Shenwu, another descendant of Su Fu. Before the cherry blossom lord named Kaori Kimui could react, Jiang Chen immediately issued a challenge. I'm just a weak woman. Yi Irin, why did you put me in first place? I'll haunt you even in my ghostly form. Yi Irin quickly said, Boss, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. She's a well-known radical in the Shenwu family. The little fox said confidently, Don't worry, Sister Irin. Brother Jiang Chen only has eyes for enemy and ally troops, not men and women. Actually, there are. Jiang Chen took a moment to explain, and then, amidst Shenwu Xiangji's angry curses and pleas for mercy, he breached the Lord's mansion within a dozen seconds and killed her directly. As expected, when Jiang Chen looked at the list again, all the rival lords above, including those ranked 9th and 10th, are gone. Yi Irin immediately said, The Japanese devils ran too fast. The third list hasn't been compiled yet. Jiang Chen said, This time, send out 100 people. Their strength just needs to be about the same. There's no need to be too precise. That makes things much easier, Yi Irin said loudly. Yes, boss. Baka. Toyotomi Hidaichi was so angry that he started cursing. You bunch of deserters. You've completely disgraced the great Sakura Empire. Our occupation rate has reached 68%, while the Dragon Kingdom has just changed its county magistrate, which is equivalent to starting from scratch. Jiang Chen's main force has never been in Diaoyou Prefecture. His battle spirit is at most a few hundred points. How many people can he kill? If we can hold on for just a few more hours, victory will be ours. It must be said that, theoretically speaking, Toyotomi Hidaichi was absolutely right. But he overlooked human nature. Who would be willing to risk their own life for a little bit of Jiang Chen's fighting spirit? A lord who had just withdrawn from the Sakura Wars, feeling resentful, retorted. Lord Toyotomi, it seems you never even entered the Futa map to fight, so it wasn't you who died. Baka, of course I'm not afraid of death. Toyotomi Hidaichi said solemnly. But if I die, who will lead everyone to seize the position of lord? The prefectural governor of Tsukahara couldn't resist. Toyotomi Koen, why don't you let me give it a try? And at this time, Yi Irin's new list of 100 people has been released. In an instant, nearly 200 Sakura lords withdrew. Toyotomi Hideyoshi was stunned for a moment, then roared in fury again. Baka, why are you leaving the list if you're not even on it? One of the more honest lords of Sakura said somewhat awkwardly. I'm sorry, Lord Toyotomi, I must have misread it. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom were overjoyed. Ha ha ha, those Japanese devils, they're really making me jealous. Colonel Li Feng trembled with excitement. Victory is in sight. Victory is in sight. That's all. The originally fierce battle for the position of prefectural lord took a bizarre turn. Every time Yi Irin sends out a list of 100 people, the lords on it will run away within 3 seconds, and she can even take dozens more with her. They seemed afraid of being too late and becoming Jiang Chen's target. Certainly, currently, most of the warlords in the Dragon Kingdom are in a state of surrender. Therefore, blank slots appeared for the first time in the map of the capital city. But Jiang Chen frowned. If things continue like this, winning the battle for the capital will not be difficult, but his grand plan to farm energy will be ruined. 10 minutes passed quickly. During this period, the military and Ing Man and others proposed to assist in the defense of Jiang Chen's territory on the map of the capital. But Jiang Chen rejected her. Toyotomi Hidaichi also fell silent, seemingly discussing countermeasures. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up when he looked at the new list. 44. Takahashi Yasuo with support defense, Sakura Army Lord, slot number 7778, combat power slot. 10 seconds have passed, and it's still on the list. Great, it's finally organized. A flash of light. Jiang Chen led his newly formed group to the front of Takahashi Yasuo's territory and then smiled. While it's not as good as Austin's, it's still pretty good. The number of troops is still over 100,000, but the quality is somewhat worse, and there are even many rare troops. Jiang Chen suddenly received a notification from the Heavenly Tao. Notification: your territory is being challenged by other lords. Excellent. I finally came up with this tactic. My efforts have not been in vain. Jiang Chen smiled. They've sent people to their deaths on both sides. We must send a banner to the Sakura Army headquarters afterwards to express our gratitude. Chapter 223. You say my territory is empty? Crazy energy. From the perspective of the Sakura Lord, there are two purposes for doing this. First, assemble a massive number of troops to both deplete Jiang Chen's strength and buy time. Second, attacking Jiang Chen's territory might force him to retreat due to exhaustion of his fighting spirit. This is also why, despite their constant challenges, Man and Chuxia and others have never moved their territories to the capital. Because their main combat force consists of only a few hundred soldiers, if they want to take on challenges, they cannot take care of their families. Jiang Chen, your strength is too great, so great that it terrifies me. But Takahashi-kun is not only a powerful Shikigami lord, but also the most valiant warrior of my great Sakura Empire, willing to give his life for the empire. He is incomparable to a coward like Austin. As long as we keep wearing down your troops and morale, victory will be ours sooner or later. At this point, Toyotomi Hidaichi sneered. Besides, your territory must be empty by now. Although the Sakura lords are generally incompetent, it is still quite easy to find some fearless and ruthless warriors in the military. To let more people see Jiang Chen's true colors, the Sakura Kingdom started live streaming from both battlefields. Hee. Jiang Chen chuckled softly. You're saying my territory is empty? However, Jiang Chen was too lazy to explain and decided to let the facts speak for themselves. Kill. Jiang Chen began his journey of gaining energy. Outside Jiang Chen's territory, 3 resolute-looking Sakura Wars lords, each leading all their troops, launched a frenzied attack. In the live broadcast room, the hearts of hundreds of thousands of Dragon Kingdom lords tightened once again. They did indeed exchange for the Legion Order and launched an attack on the leader's territory with the strength of the 3 of them. Jiang Chen's main combat troops are all out there challenging others. I wonder if the territory can hold out. Given the boss's meticulousness, he couldn't possibly have overlooked this point. Perhaps the boss's main combat force is more than a few hundred. No way. Hundreds of high-level troops at max level require more than 10 times the energy of us ordinary lords. Where did Jiang Chen get so much energy? Only the little fox remained confident in Jiang Chen. While directing the legendary knights to attack the cherry blossom territory in front of them, she said, since brother Jiang Chen declined to assist in the defense, he must be absolutely certain of success. Haha, everyone look. Man suddenly burst into laughter. I knew Jiang Chen wouldn't fight a battle he wasn't sure of winning. But where did this guy get so much energy? He even has hundreds of Tianyin disciples. I wonder what their levels are. Looking over, everyone saw that hundreds of Tianyin disciples had somehow appeared and were now standing proudly on the city wall, with the chief disciple, Li Yin, at the head. A lord from the territory shouted, bringing in some low-level troops to bluff. I don't believe you have that many main combat troops. Sizzle sizzle. But what responded to him were hundreds of spatial swords. In an instant, hundreds of elite and rare soldiers were cut in two. This scene elicited thunderous cheers from the lords of the Dragon Kingdom. That's awesome. Chao Zicheng sighed. Nearly 1,000 main combat troops with epic-level strength. Brother Jiang Chen, no. I should call him Boss Jiang Chen. He's absolutely awesome. Dian Kong, standing beside him, exclaimed with admiration. Master Jiang Chen single-handedly turned the tide of the battle for the title of Lord of the Prefecture. Zicheng, shall we still move? Move away, my ass. Chao Zicheng shouted. Old Dian, let's go back to the battlefield. We can't let our brothers in Lonyuan County suffer. Before Jiang Chen returned, they had already packed their bags and were preparing to move away. Conversely, The cherry blossom lords were filled with lamentations. After their initial shock and anger, a hint of madness flashed in the eyes of the three Sakura lords outside Jiang Chen's territory. Kill. Even if we can't kill Jiang Chen, we should at least weaken his fighting strength. For the Empire. Because the challenger consumes 1 point of battle spirit at a fixed cost, they brought all types of troops from their territory this time, including level 20 and 30 troops guarding resource points. It was obvious that they were prepared to die. But these low-level troops are nothing more than chickens and dogs in the eyes of the true disciples of Tianyin. With multiple bonuses from Empress's rule, golden battle name, legendary technique, top-grade spirit rhinoceros sword, and combat power slots, the epic 2-star Heavenly Sound True Inheritance has undergone a qualitative change in combat power, even comparable to wild legendary monsters. Dealing with these rare, epic-level enemies didn't even require using skills. The clearing was completed in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Jiang Chen finally suffered casualties. Sakura knew she couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, so she adopted a strategy of attrition, aiming to destroy him with her. In order to kill Jiang Chen's powerful troops, the entire army of 100,000 abandoned their defenses. As soon as Long Yi, the target, released the black hole, he was instantly hit by thousands of control skills, and his body crashed to the ground, unable to move. Legend has it that even the most powerful dragon cannot withstand so many skills. Immediately afterwards, tens of thousands of ranged attacks were fired at Long Yi, while thousands of melee soldiers frantically slashed and killed him. Although the other dragons, goddess warriors, and Tianyin disciples took the opportunity to quickly eliminate the enemies and tried their best to take the damage for Long Yi. Despite its enormous size, the dragon was quickly torn to pieces. A few minutes later, Sakura paid the price of tens of thousands of troops to finally kill Ryuichi. The remaining tens of thousands of soldiers, including Takahashi Yasuo, were quickly slaughtered by Jiang Chen. However, this result fell far short of Toyotomi Hidaichi's expectations. With 100,000 troops, they only managed to defeat one giant dragon and a few disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect. Toyotomi Hidaichi's heart was bleeding. The main reason was that the strength displayed by the Tianyin disciples in close combat once again refreshed his understanding. He even suspected that Jiang Chen might have already created an epic unit, but hadn't released a global announcement about it. As you all see, we've slain one of Jiang Chen's giant dragons. This is our victory. Jiang Chen is not invincible. He'll be worn down by us sooner or later. No matter how pessimistic he felt, all he could do at that moment was to encourage others. When the powerful figures of the Dragon Kingdom saw that Jiang Chen's dragon had fallen, they were immediately filled with righteous indignation and their morale soared. What they didn't know was, inside a space within Jiang Chen's territory, Yin waved gently. Long Yi's figure quickly took shape in the void. It is the Resurrection Skill Dark Dimension imprint. The Dark Dimension imprint has significant limitations. It requires imprinting a unit's life mark onto Yan's Dark Dimension beforehand, and the number of units it can affect is also limited, with each unit only able to revive once per day. The advantage is that it does not require energy consumption, only Yan's spiritual power. Jiang Chen had anticipated that the giant dragon would become the enemy's target, so he made preparations in advance. They even deliberately made the dragons reveal their enormous forms and intentionally or unintentionally placed them in the front to sell them. After all, if you want to farm energy, you have to give the Sakura people some hope. In this wave, Jiang Chen once again reaped 500 million energy. This energy farming is so satisfying. It's even better than the last time the old server was released. I will soon be able to upgrade to Town Hall level 13. At this rate, once I reach Town Hall level 13, I can immediately upgrade all my main battle troops to level 70. Just in time to participate in the upcoming battle of the myriad races prodigies at our strongest, a seamless transition. The best ranking the Blue Star Lord achieved in the newcomer myriad races prodigy battle was over 10,000. Judging from this, I have a very good chance of breaking the Blue Star record. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen was also somewhat excited. He took a deep breath and began the next challenge. It must be said that Japan has a large population, Although less than 1/10 of them qualified for the finals, there were still hundreds of thousands. And there are even more types of troops. For the next 3 hours, Jiang Chen was extremely busy, clearing 12 Sakura territories with auxiliary defenses, killing millions of Sakura troops, and gaining a total of 7.8 billion energy. The highest wave numbered nearly 200,000 enemies. This is an experiment by the country of cherry blossoms. But as it turned out, deploying so many troops in such a confined space was simply suicide. Not only has the destructive power of the space sword and thunder projection increased dramatically, Jiang Chen then leaped into the air and unleashed a Origin God Fist, annihilating tens of thousands of cherry blossom soldiers. It's really a problem that 200,000 troops are concentrated in a small battle space, and their positions are too close together. Although Jiang Chen did not use his full strength, he once again shocked everyone. No wonder back in the glory battlefield, when Hojo Kuin gathered dozens of lords, including more than a dozen Shikigami lords, to use dimensional lock on Jiang Chen, they were still wiped out by Jiang Chen. It turns out that Jiang Chen's individual combat strength is so strong. He really is an A-level talent, a genius secretly cultivated by the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chen's Origin Divine Fist had been demonstrated to everyone in Lonyuan County and Zhumulangma, so it was no longer a secret. Therefore, Jiang Chen classified it as one of the trump cards that could be exposed this time. With Jiang Chen's strong leadership and the united efforts of the Dragon Kingdom's powerful figures, the situation was under control. The scales of war on the map of the capital city are gradually tilting in favor of the Dragon Kingdom. However, Jiang Chen's dragons, including Long Jiao, all fell, which finally brought some balance to the hearts of the Sakura lords. Toyotomi Hidaichi breathed a sigh of relief, suppressing his heartache, and loudly encouraged everyone. Jiang Chen's giant dragon has been completely destroyed, and the Tianyin disciples have also lost over 100. The victory of our great Sakura Empire is just around the corner. Although the goddess warrior is invincible and can even slay dragons, her area of effect damage is far less than that of a dragon. Just then, the Heavenly Way also announced the progress of the occupation for the 4th time. The current progress of candidate occupation will be announced. 1. Toyotomi Hidaichi, 79%. 2. Jiang Chen, 22%. Looking at the progress of the occupation, Jiang Chen said regretfully, "That's enough. Any more, and we might mess things up. It's time to let those little devils experience despair." Xiao Jiao, lead the dragon back to the battlefield. Long Jiao, yes, my lord. Jiang Chen's lips curled up. He really wanted to know. The expressions on the faces of the cherry blossom lords after suffering such heavy casualties, only to find it all in vain, will be quite something. Chapter 224 The Dragon Resurrects. The cherry blossoms collapse. At this point, Sakura's management was already in a difficult situation. Desan County. Colonel Masaki Koizumi of the Sakura Army said in a deep voice, "Toyotomi Kuin, we have already lost more than 200 fearless warriors and at least 1 million elite troops to Jiang Chen. I think Jiang Chen is simply taking advantage of the special environment of the capital city map and using the lives of the soldiers and troops of my great Sakura Empire to farm energy." Masaki Koizumi also comes from the Koizumi family, a family of military officers in Japan, and is the grandson of General Takeo Koizumi of the 632nd War Zone. The Koizumi Shiro who was killed by Jiang Chen earlier was his younger brother. To ensure the success of this battle for the title of prefect, Koizumi Masaki specially used a high-level city relocation order to come to Jiaoyou Prefecture and take command of the military lords. We absolutely cannot afford to fail now. Lord Koizumi, look at the progress of the occupation announced this time. We are already on the verge of victory. Toyotomi Hidaichi quickly said, "Jiang Chen's dragons have all been killed by us. Although those extreme-level troops are terrifying, they are physical-type troops. Let them kill as many as they can. The other heroes and troops are already showing signs of fatigue. If we can hold on for a few more rounds, we can easily obtain the lords." Ichiro Koizumi glanced at the sky. It was already midnight. How could he not understand Toyotomi Hidaichi's reasoning? But the difficulty of this war far exceeded everyone's expectations. Their original plan was to destroy the Dragon Kingdom within 3 hours. But now, starting from noon, they have been fighting for 12 hours. Even if they win, they will be severely weakened. Seeing that Koizumi Maken remained silent, Toyotomi Hidaichi continued to add fuel to the fire. Lord Koizumi, please consider the strategic importance of Jiaoao Island. Moreover, in the unlikely event that we are able to kill Jiang Chen, this formidable enemy, you will be the greatest contributor to our great Sakura Empire. Upon hearing the words greatest contributor, Koizumi Masaki's eyes lit up, and he feigned a sigh, saying, I don't seek merit. I only wish to secure the position of prefect. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to commit seppuku. Then he immediately gave the order. Let's begin the next battle. Soon, another Sakura army soldier was ready to provide support and started a live stream, waiting for Jiang Chen's attack. Now, they were genuinely worried that Jiang Chen might suddenly change tactics, abandon farming energy, and turn around to slaughter other Sakura lords. But as it turns out, they were overthinking it. In the new live stream room, a flash of light appeared, and Jiang Chen appeared outside the territory. Call. Masaki Koizumi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Luckily, Jiang Chen is a stubborn person. But before he could finish speaking, Toyotomi Hidaichi suddenly stood up and screamed. Impossible. We have killed all the dragons. An illusion. This must be an illusion cast by Jiang Chen. Masaki Koizumi immediately looked closely and was stunned. The giant dragon, which they had fought to the death with 1,000,000 troops, was now stretching its body and soaring in the air once again. Especially the largest one, Long Jiao. In order to fight Long Jiao to the death, they specially prepared dozens of precious epic magic scrolls. They desperately hoped it was an illusion. But when the black hole appeared on the battlefield, they finally realized the reality. It's over. Koizumi Maken instantly broke out in a cold sweat and slumped onto the table. Jiang Chen deliberately made the dragon transform into its enormous form in order to draw fire and allow us to achieve our goals. He's really using the lives of our great Sakura Empire's warriors to farm energy. Could it be a precious life imprint skill? We've all been tricked by Jiang Chen. Toyotomi Hidaichi shouted, Lord Koizumi, our conquest is far ahead. If we hold out for just a few more hours, we will obtain the title of prefect. Then, by joining forces with the newly arrived lords of the old district, we can kill Jiang Chen in one fell swoop. It wasn't that Toyotomi Hidaichi had such a strong fighting spirit, but the thought of losing the throne he was about to obtain made his heart ache. Anyway, it wasn't him who died. It's no use. Koizumi Masaki murmured. The battlefield has already tilted in the favor of the Dragon Kingdom, and the resurrection of the dragon is too late to reverse the situation. His prediction was correct. Although it is unknown what methods Jiang Chen used, the resurrection of the dragon was a devastating blow to the morale of the lords of the Sakura Kingdom. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom erupted in thunderous cheers once again, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. Even powerful figures from the Dragon Kingdom like Li Feng, Chao Ziqing, and Zhao Lingshan lost their composure. Awesome. Jiang Chen is actually boosting his energy in the battle for the title of Lord of the Underworld. That's incredible. Haha. Otherwise, why would Boss Jiang Chen have over 1,000 main combat units, while we only have 300 or 400? It's because he doesn't miss any opportunity to farm energy. This is absolutely a fatal blow to the morale of the Japanese nation. We won. We won the battle for the title of Lord of the Prefecture against all odds. One man fights a whole state. His surname is Jiang, his given name is Chun, and his courtesy name is Zhanzhou. Haha, you're giving the boss a random nickname. Be careful, he might make things difficult for you if he finds out, but I must say, Jiang Zhanzhou is a pretty good name. The dragon is Jiang Chen's most popular unit, and also his signature unit. In the battle at the Temple of Destiny, the dragons saved the powerful warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. In the battle that descended upon the old district, the dragons fought alongside the Lord of Longyuan County. The lords in Longyuan Town often see giant dragons soaring gracefully over their territory. Many lords clamored daily to create medals for the adorable dragons, and even called for the dragons to be granted citizenship in the Dragon Kingdom. They saw the dragon die, and then come back to life. Many of the sentimental female lords of Longyuan County were already weeping with joy, especially in Chuxia. Long Jiao had followed in Chuxia for a long time, and the two had long been close partners. After that, Long Jiao would often visit in Chuxia's territory in his spare time, freeloading off her food and drinks. Not to mention in Chuxia, he had already become familiar with Luoxi as well. Xiao Jiao is alive. That's wonderful. Seeing that Long Jiao was still alive, and Chuxia finally couldn't hold back her tears and smiled as she spoke. Jiang Chen, that scoundrel, made me heartbroken for nothing. The dragon reappears, and one rises while the other falls. The goddess warriors, this elite unit, are terrifyingly lethal. They can kill whomever they want. The Sakura Lord finally broke down. 3 more hours passed. The current progress of candidate occupation will be announced. 1. Toyotomi Hidaichi, 83%. 2. Jiang Chen, 63%. Although China is still lagging behind. But anyone with eyes can see that Japan's fortunes have turned against them. Because in a full 3 hours, Toyotomi Hidaichi's occupation rate only increased by 4 percentage points. Ha ha! Ing Man burst into laughter. Jiang Chen, this time I'm truly impressed by you. Meng Tian, who was standing to the side, opened her mouth, intending to remind her little prince to be careful with his words. But then he chuckled and said, well, such a miracle. Let your highness vent your emotions. After all, even my heart, which has been through thousands of years of experience, is a little excited. Bai Tsong, who had been silent all along, suddenly said, there aren't many people I can admire. Besides His Majesty and my uncle, I can now add Jiang Chen to the list. I hope he won't perish along the way. Meng Tian was somewhat surprised. She knew that the clan uncle Bai Tsong mentioned was none other than Lord Wuan, who had advanced to the mythical lord level through the path of slaughter. At this moment, Li Zhenai suddenly chimed in. Lord Jiang Chen, I'm sure you won't mind the joke I made with you not long ago. After all, the people of China and us South Koreans share the same lineage and both possess the virtue of magnanimity. His words, initially arrogant but later obsequious, still managed to pat himself on the back, instantly drawing a chorus of boos. The little fox, who had always disliked Li Yung-yi, immediately mocked, wanting to be tough, but not daring to, wanting to be soft, but unable to swallow your pride, so you can only resort to moral blackmail. What an arrogant yet insecure people. This assessment hit the nail on the head, infuriating Li Yung-yi to the point that she nearly suffered a brain hemorrhage. AP also softened his stance. The battlefield of 10,000 races is a shared treasure of all lords. I implore Lord Jiang Chen to consider that we are all of the same race as humans on Blue Star and allow us to continue our development in Jiao Prefecture. After Austin left, the newly elected leader of Keilang County said, the United States and China have always been allies. Surely Mr. Jiang Chen can't let his allies feel disheartened. Alexei, on the other hand, showed some sincerity. Friends from the Dragon Kingdom, I am truly sorry. After all, my decision concerns the future of all the lords in the entire county, which is why I had no choice but to agree to the Sakura Kingdom's policy of not helping either side. This was all my decision, and I am willing to accept the punishment. But please allow the other lords of the Northern Bear Kingdom to continue to develop in Jiao Prefecture. We are willing to pay rent at market price and stand with the Dragon Kingdom from now on. As Toyotomi Hidaichi watched his allies betray him one by one, he had no choice but to accept the reality of defeat, gritting his teeth as he said, damn Jiang Chen, why is he so strong? Why can't we come back after the final battle? Sudden, he was jolted awake and shouted, Lord Koizumi, if there is nothing else, I will move out of Jiao Prefecture first. Since there was no hope of winning the magistrate's favor, they naturally had to make a hasty retreat. Although the second batch of strong veterans from the old districts of Sakura have already arrived. However, they severely underestimated the strength of Jiang Chen and the experts from Longyuan County. With the addition of several immortal Qin lords, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything to Jiang Chen. By the time the third batch of powerful figures from the old districts arrive, his grave will probably be overgrown with weeds. At this moment, Maken Koizumi had already regained his composure. Walk, He glanced at Toyotomi Hidaichi and said, "No one is allowed to leave without orders from the military headquarters. Otherwise, they will be treated as deserters and handed over to a military court." Toyotomi Hideyoshi's expression changed. "What does Lord Koizumi mean by this? You're calling me a deserter? You just said you were going to commit seppuku. Should I be your second?" Koizumi Maken's expression froze. That little idiot. He really knows how to bring up the most sensitive topics. He suppressed his anger and said in a low voice, "I just received a secret order from the military region. Our next mission is to stay in Jiao Prefecture and do everything we can to stop Jiang Chen from participating in the Battle of 10,000 Races." Stop Jiang Chen from participating in the Battle of the 10,000 Races prodigies. Toyotomi Hidaichi was stunned. Although he was flustered, he wasn't stupid and blurted out, "You mean the Tower of Babel? The Tower of Babel points." Chapter 2:25 Turning the Tide. The entire state is in an uproar. The prefect is made. Indeed, Lord Toyotomi is indeed quick-witted, Koizumi Maken said with satisfaction. After Jiang Chen activated the Tower of Babel, he left Jiao Prefecture. Jiao Prefecture doesn't have many Tower of Babel points. As long as we stay and don't relocate, we can push Jiang Chen down in the rankings and prevent him from participating in the Battle of the 10,000 Races prodigies. Toyotomi Hidaichi slowly sat down. And then? Does the military have another plan? Masaki Koizumi nodded and laid out the general staff's plan in detail. Our original plan was to kill Jiang Chen immediately after seizing the position of prefect. As a result, many powerful figures have already descended upon the old district. But now it seems that, given the strength of Jiang Chen and the experts from Lonyuan County, plus the several Immortal Qin experts who have already arrived, we are not entirely confident. I have just reported the current situation. The 632nd War Zone is secretly preparing for the arrival of a large number of powerful individuals, estimated to be no less than 1,000. And their only objective is to completely eliminate Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen obtains the title of Blue Star Domain Prodigy during this period, and we then take action against him, we will probably become the target of public criticism. Therefore, we must organize Jiang Chen to participate in the Battle of the 10,000 Races prodigies. 1,000 men, or 1,000 men in the war zone, Toyotomi Hidaichi gasped, then hesitated. I'm afraid Jiang Chen will attack our territory during this time. Don't even mention that we have the protection of the old district lords. Koizumi Masaki suddenly took out a scroll and laughed. He probably won't have the energy to cause us any trouble next. Toyotomi Hidaichi's eyes widened. The gate to the abyss. It's the gate to the abyss in the multiverse mall. Another 1,000 troops descended from the war zone. Another gate to the abyss this time. The military really went all out. However, considering the combat power and potential that Jiang Chen just demonstrated, it all makes sense. That's right. Koizumi Masaki nodded. A single abyss gate is enough to tie down all of the Dragon Kingdom's fighting force for a short time, if they don't want their capital to be destroyed. Toyotomi Hidaichi quickly considered the feasibility of the plan, then said seriously, I am a descendant of Toyotomi Hideyoshi. How could I possibly desert? I will completely obey the orders of the military. In the time that follows, Japan has completely given up. 2 hours later, that is, around 5 a.m., the lords of the Dragon Kingdom finally heard the long-awaited message from heaven. The battle for the title of Prefect of Jiao Prefecture has ended. Candidate Jiang Chen has achieved 100% approval for County Magistrate and is poised to become the Prefect of Jiao Prefecture. With the birth of the Jiao Prefecture Lord, the travel time to and from Earth is extended from 3 days to 7 days, effective immediately. Open the Blue Star Domain channel. Interstate teleportation permission activated. Immediately afterwards, it was a ranking competition in the county. Announcement. The rankings for the 3rd county-level qualifying competition in Jiao Prefecture are now being released. First place in the county-level ranking competition, Lonyuan County, will be rewarded with County Chief Jiang Chen plus 100 to all attributes, all county residents plus 40 to all attributes, Lonyuan Town's fortune plus 10, and all other towns in Lonyuan County plus 2 to their fortune. Second place in the county-level ranking competition. This moment, The entire province was in an uproar. Even though victory was already in sight, the hundreds of thousands of Dragon Kingdom lords still felt a sense of unreality. We won. We won. It's a miracle. Roar. Another plus 40 points to all attributes. Our town's luck value has reached 6 points. Long live Jiang Chen. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Chen immediately used his newly acquired authority as the prefect to issue a statewide announcement. This is indeed a miracle, but it wasn't created by me alone. To all the 178,642 compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom who are steadfastly holding their posts in Jiao Prefecture. Whether you are a war lord who enters the final battle, or a farming lord, or an entertainment lord who silently dedicates yourself, this glory belongs to all of you. Instantly, many grown men were moved to tears. As Jiang Chen said, they not only witnessed the miracle, but were also participants and creators of it. Jiang Chen is really riding high right now. Yin Man said with envy, then curled her lip and added, this guy is pretty good at winning people over. If the timing weren't so bad, she really wanted to say, 100 million, delete it, and let me post it. Immediately afterwards, she cheered. 4.2 billion, we're rich. Yin Man, a big spender, was encouraged by the little fox to bet 100 million on Jiang Chen, accounting for 98% of the bet. I just made billions of spirit stones in an instant. Although I don't need these few dollars, it feels so good to earn money with my own skills. Yin Man sighed, then stroked her chin and fell into deep thought. Yaya is so insistent on taking Jiang Chen as hostage. Could it be that she already knew Jiang Chen was coming back? That's very suspicious. Not only the Lord of Jiao Prefecture. Countless influential figures concerned about the ownership of Jiao Island stayed up all night until the result was announced. The main world's Jiangnan Province Military Command. Several old men danced and gesticulated excitedly like children. This kid is really something. A legendary ultimate unit. The life imprint skill. A terrifying fist technique that can annihilate 10,000 enemies with a single punch. Who would have thought that this kid could have quietly accumulated so many trump cards? However, after this battle, Jiang Chen's trump cards have probably all been exposed, and Japan will definitely deploy targeted tactics in the future. Honorary General. Immediately confer the title of Honorary General upon Jiang Chen. Although it's not very useful, it's a small token of our military region's appreciation. After all, we're poor. Also, immediately inform Commander Feng of this news. Feng Shui originally planned to return to the main world soon, but who knew that District 632, mythical ancient road, would suddenly experience strange activity, which caused the delay. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office of Donghai City, and Luoshi also waited until the early hours of the morning. Snap! Upon receiving the results, she excitedly slapped her desk until it shattered. It took several deep breaths for the city lord to finally calm himself down. Calm down, calm down. You're 40 years old. Why are you still so easily startled? However, you can't blame me for this. Dominating the tide all by myself is just too damn satisfying. I want to do it every time. And Luoshi blurted out a sentence, then muttered with a doubtful look. Speaking of which, could Jiang Chen have done this on purpose? Did he deliberately appear at a critical moment to play the savior, just to make a name for himself and boost his fame? It's no wonder that Luoshi had such a question. If Jiang Chen had joined the battle from the beginning, it wouldn't have caused such a huge shock. Because Yin Man and Chu Xiao, Little Fox, Zhu Yeqing, each of them is very strong. But Jiang Chen's return was too coincidental. Just when everyone in the Dragon Kingdom was in despair, divine soldiers descended from the sky. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it turning the tide. And Luoshi is not the only one who has this speculation. Especially the people of Longyuan County who had come to their senses. In Cuxia's territory, the little fox was surrounded by the crowd and being questioned. Yeah, just be honest. Did Jiang Chen already tell you about it? It must be. Otherwise, why would Yaya be so determined to gamble on the boss? I never expected that there would be a little spy among us. The little fox was only a little over 1.5 meters tall, and being surrounded by more than a dozen people, it was at a disadvantage in terms of presence. I'm not a spy. She looked up and glared angrily at this group of unreliable people. If you bully me again, I'll tell brother Jiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Wei Ming, Huang Xian, and the others immediately backed down. Who knows how far things have progressed between the boss and the little fox? If the little fox whispers something in their ear, they'll be in for a world of trouble. But some people are not afraid of Jiang Chen. Ouch! Ying Man chuckled, and taking advantage of the little fox's unpreparedness, she pinched her armpit and lifted her up. Lord Fu is Yaya's backer, and Yaya, this little flatterer, has not been wasting her time. The little fox's face turned bright red with anger. Ying Man, I'm warning you one more time. Don't hug me like you're holding a child. And you heartless bastard. Could you have made so much money without me? Give me 1/10 of the money you earned this time, and I'll forgive your rudeness. Unfortunately, her arms were short, and despite her desperate waving, she could only reach Ying Man's upper arm. And Chu Xia covered her mouth and chuckled for a long time before trying to smooth things over. All right, Sister Ying, stop bullying Yaya. Even if Yaya is a little spy, she won't dare to admit it unless Jiang Chen speaks up. The little fox initially thought Chu Xia was going to speak up for it, but the more it listened, the more something seemed off. It immediately looked annoyed, and its ears and tail drooped down at the same time. Even at this moment, Wei Ming suddenly shouted, "Look everyone, the battle of the prodigies of all races has begun." Following the battle for the title of prefect and the 3rd county level ranking competition, a golden announcement appeared again on the state government channel. Chapter 226 Battle of the Prodigies of All Races. Lord's Authority. Announcement. The Battle of the Myriad Races Prodigies has officially begun. Phase 1. Blue Star Qualifiers. The top 100 lords in Jiao Prefecture's Tongtian points will receive the title of Blue Star Prodigy and will be qualified to represent Blue Star in battles against all races. Settlement time. 12 o'clock noon, 5 days from now. Note: lords who relocate from Jiao Prefecture or die during this period will lose their eligibility for promotion. It seems that the rules of the Battle of the Prodigies of all races have not changed much compared to previous years. Looking at the rules of the Battle of the Prodigies of all races, Wei Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I'm really afraid that heaven will pull some other tricks. Haha, Huang Xian laughed loudly. With my strength, passing the preliminary rounds is still quite easy. Although advancing will only make me a denominator, it's not bad to get a participation award. Oh no! And Chu Xia suddenly exclaimed. Jiang Chen left Jiao Prefecture after completing level 12. He doesn't have many Jiao Prefecture heavenly points at all. Upon hearing this, everyone realized what was happening, and they instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Before today, their minds were entirely focused on the battle for the title of Lord of the Prefecture, so they had no energy to think about the battle of the prodigies of all races. According to Jiang Chen's original plan, he could return in 7 or 8 days at most, so the impact wouldn't be significant. However, in reality, it took a whole month. If Brother Jiang Chen is unable to participate in the battle of the prodigies of all races, it will not only be a loss for Blue Star, but also a loss for the human race. The little fox said with great anxiety. The heavenly Tao is really something else. Why does something like points have to be calculated by state? Why not just use the heavenly ranking and see who can clear more levels? This has been the rule for years. Yi Iren explained helplessly. It's also to ensure that each state receives the benefits equally. To be honest, if it weren't for the special circumstances like our bosses, this rule would be entirely beneficial to us at Jiaozhou. Zhu Yeqing sighed and added, after all, our Jiao Prefecture has suffered a severe loss of powerful individuals. Without this rule, powerful individuals from other prefectures could easily come and snatch up the spots. Upon hearing this, the little fox was so anxious that it almost cried. It said to Ying Man, Sister, why are you still holding me at a time like this? Oh. Ying Man then realized she was still holding the little fox. She quickly put it on the ground, her voice filled with relief. Thank goodness. Jiang Chen was the first to complete the tower challenge and unlock the heavenly ranking, so he should have received a reward of 1,000 heavenly points. Thank goodness I didn't beat him to it back then. This was good news, and everyone's faces lit up with joy. And Xuxia immediately opened the Tower of Babel interface to check, and after quickly calculating for a moment, she said in a deep voice, 1,000 points probably still won't be enough. In the past month, including daily tower climbing rewards, event rewards, and ranking rewards, the person currently ranked 100th has 1532 points. Even if Jiang Chen puts in extra effort these past few days and manages to reach level 25 or higher, he still won't be able to break into the top 100. He'll only have a chance if he clears level 30, and he has to do that every single day. Impossible. Zhu Yeqing immediately shook his head. The boss on the 30th floor must be an epic hero of level 100 or above, with a combat power of about 50,000 stars. Hee, you seem to have forgotten something. Ying Man suddenly chuckled, narrowed her eyes, and said with murderous intent, right now, most of the players on our Jiao Prefecture leaderboard are Sakura Lords. Zhu Yeqing slapped his forehead and laughed loudly. Let's use the Lord's authority to try to expel or kill all the top-ranked experts on the Sakura list within 5 days. By then, our leader can also enter the top 100 with 1,000 points. Let's do it. But we can't let our guard down. And Xuxia said, after all, we don't know how many powerful veterans from the old districts have descended upon Japan. Xuxia's concerns are not unfounded. Ying Man nodded. Fortunately, the 3 old district lords that my father invited are still here. They can't help in the battle for the title of prefect, but they are indispensable in fighting against the strong men of the old district of Sakura. Speaking of these 3 old district lords, and Xuxia asked curiously, by the way, Sister Ying, who exactly are you? I asked my mom, and those 3 lords are also well-known strongmen in District 642. Senior Meng Sheng is even stronger than my mom. Now they've actually given up their territory, which they've developed for over 20 years, to stay in the new district and protect you. And Luoshi is also a well-known powerhouse in District 642, and has cooperated with Meng Sheng many times. Aha, well. Ying Man's mind raced, unsure how to explain. Fortunately, just then, something's wrong. Yi Yiren suddenly exclaimed, there's a situation in the capital. What's wrong? Yi Yiren said in a deep voice. A farming pit was suddenly attacked by a large group of high-level demons. Fortunately, the boss arrived in time and saved the farming lord who had just moved into the pit. A demon? And Xuxia asked curiously, how could there be a demonic creature in the capital? Relieved that the topic had been changed, Ying Man quickly shouted, we can't just stand by and do nothing. Yiren, give me the coordinates, I'll go check it out. I'll go too. Battle of the Prodigies of All Races. Looking at the rules of the Battle of the Prodigies of All Races, Jiang Chen felt somewhat fortunate, thankful that the Heavenly Tao hadn't pulled any tricks this time. After opening the Tower of Babel interface, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I exited the Tower of Babel on the 10th floor and snatched the Heavenly Tao reward for unlocking the Fishing AO Prefecture Tower of Babel. The Tower of Babel refreshes at midnight every day, and it was only 5 a.m. at this moment, so Jiang Chen was not in a hurry. Instead, he looked at the Heavenly Tao prompt that had just appeared. You have become the prefect of Jiao Prefecture, and your privileges have been upgraded. Click to view. The new permissions granted this time are numerous. Besides general permissions such as naming the state capital, data collection speed, construction speed, appointment and removal of officials, and state capital announcements, Jiang Chen is particularly concerned about 6 permissions. 1. The Anywhere Door authority has been expanded to the entire state capital area and 10,000 kilometers outside the state capital and can be authorized to officials at the town mayor level. 2. Household Registration Management. Unlock the Household Registration Book permission, which allows you to create blank household registration books for any town within your jurisdiction. Blank household registration books are tradable. 3. Targeted relocation of all territories within the state capital is permitted, subject to the consent of the other party. 4. Deprivation of rights. Using the position of prefect, the county magistrate under his jurisdiction was deprived of his rights. 5. Unlock the Lord's exclusive Building Expedition Division. 6. Administration of the Prefecture. Jiang Chen opened the map through the Anywhere Door and was finally able to see the entire Jiao Prefecture. Jiao Island stretches for 180,000 kilometers and is surrounded by the sea on all sides. The map of the Anywhere Door has extended to 10,000 kilometers into the depths of the sea. Jiang Chen even saw the Temple of Destiny, where the great battle once took place. In other words, if you want to go to the Temple of Destiny again, you don't need to endure a grueling journey of several hours. You can simply open the Anywhere Door. Certainly, the cost of using the Anywhere Door is still proportional to the distance. Traveling to the farthest outer sea costs hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. The second is household registration management. Li Jinglin used this authority to issue household registration certificates, luring geniuses for him to choose from. But Jiang Chen doesn't need it yet. Fourth, depriving him of his privileges is what Jiang Chen needs most right now. Jiang Chen quickly selected his target and then said softly, "Deprivation." In an instant, the authority of all non-Dragon Kingdom county magistrates, including Toyotomi Hidaichi, Tsukahara Koji, Hayata Yumi, Ip, Liung-e, Alexei, and others, including those from Kitakoma Kingdom, was stripped away. Apart from the Northern Bear Kingdom, all these non-Dragon Kingdom lords must be eliminated, no matter how much time or effort it takes. The fact that the Northern Bear Kingdom did not attack the Dragon Kingdom is negotiable, but it depends on how much sincerity Alexei shows. They ignored the reactions of the Cherry Blossom Lords. Jiang Chen continued to look at the Expeditionary Command, the official building exclusively for the prefect. This is also one of the most important buildings for the Lord of the Palace. Chapter 2, 27 Expedition Order. The gates of the abyss open. The Expeditionary Bureau has only one function: to produce expedition orders. Expedition Order. Using an expedition order allows you to relocate your territory to a specified coordinate outside the town, while retaining the original town's residence bonuses. Expedition orders are one of the essential items for conquering battlefields beyond the borders. Regardless of whether it's a relocation order or a high-level relocation order, the territory can only be moved into a specific small town space. However, the expedition order can move the territory to the wilderness map while retaining the town's fortune, official rank, and slot bonuses. Imagine, if a territory can fight alongside its lord in the outer realms, its offensive and defensive capabilities will be significantly enhanced. Certainly, the downside is poor mobility. There's a saying in the Outer Realms battlefield: you can run away from the Lord, but you can't run away from the territory, which refers to lords who use expedition orders. Jiang Chen glanced at the resources needed to build the expeditionary force and confirmed that he had more than enough. Construction, Expeditionary Command. Complete immediately. Level up to 12. A level 12 Expeditionary Command can produce 12,000 expeditionary orders per day. It seems like a lot. Normally, a state has tens of millions of lords, making it a case of too many wolves and too little meat. Therefore, many prefects would auction off expedition orders to cover the daily expenses of their prefectures. Fortunately, after many tests, only a few 100,000 people remained of the Dragon Kingdom lords in Jiao Prefecture. And if we say that the Expeditionary Commandery is the core building of the Lord, therefore, whoever controls the capital city controls the lifeline of all lords' development. In the map of the capital city, the moment Jiang Chen became the lord of the prefecture, the spatial barriers that separated the various pits instantly disappeared, connecting the map of the capital city into a single whole. Using his authority, Jiang Chen instantly gained a complete understanding of the situation in the capital. Combat power slots, fortress slots, resource slots, planting slots, environment slots, animal husbandry slots, forging slots, archer slots, attribute slots. There are tens of thousands of pits of all kinds, and even the types are hundreds. There are 4,426 war-themed pits, which is a pretty good ratio. I'll have Aaron draft some rules later. As the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Whether it's expedition orders or pit positions, there needs to be a set of management regulations. We can't just occupy them arbitrarily like we are now. Furthermore, in addition to county magistrates and town mayors, we also need to recruit a group of civil servants to manage various affairs of the prefecture government. As Jiang Chen was thinking, his gaze suddenly sharpened. A demon? Soon, a flash of light appeared. Jiang Chen and a portion of his troops disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already outside a territory. Countless demons were besieging a lord who had just occupied a planting spot. The farming lord huddled in his manor, trembling with fear. Jiang Chen shouted, "Save them!" The goddess warrior, 9 Heavens Holy Maiden, rushed out instantly. This batch of demons appears to include 6 armed serpent demons, berserker demons, Baylor fire demons, and great demons, all at level 65, with the highest quality being epic and the lowest being rare. All level 65, could it be level suppression? After looking at the types and levels of the monsters, Jiang Chen instantly thought of several possibilities. After ensuring the survival of the farming lord, Jiang Chen soared into the air and, following the direction from which the demon originated, quickly spotted his target, a kilometer away. On the ground, a giant crater with a diameter of 100 meters appeared out of nowhere and is still rotating and expanding. Jiang Chen flew to the top of the pit and saw that the giant pit was bottomless and seemed to be connected to another dimension. In just a short while, dozens of superior-level great demons seemed to be drawn by an unknown force and thrown out of the deep pit. After stabilizing themselves in the air, they immediately turned blood red in their eyes, uttered demonic words, and frantically attacked Jiang Chen. As a result, he was naturally killed by the Empress with a few sword strikes. "This is the gate of the abyss," Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise, his voice filled with delight. "I remember there was a gate of the abyss in the Myriad Realms Mall, priced at 4 billion spirit stones, which was outrageously expensive, but the handling fee was as low as 50%. I heard that Ng Man made a lot of money this time. Could it be that because of my heroic efforts, she specially bought this gate of the abyss as a gift for me? This is truly invaluable." Aside from this possibility, Jiang Chen really couldn't think of anyone else who would be so generous. That girl is really something. She should have told me beforehand. She almost accidentally hurt one of our own. Something's not right. Although Ng Man is impulsive, she wouldn't be so reckless as to place such a dangerous thing on her own map. Could it be? Jiang Chen thought of a possibility. It's not his fault. To others, the gates of the abyss are something to be avoided at all costs. In his opinion, the gate of the abyss is an excellent leveling spot. Just then, the light flickered and contracted repeatedly. Ng Man and Chu Xia and others appeared outside the territory. "The gate to the abyss." Ng Man exclaimed in surprise, her face grim as she looked at the deep pit from which demons were being thrown out. "That damned bastard actually placed the abyss gate on the map of the capital. I'm going to kill him." Ng Man's reaction, seeing Jiang Chen's suspicions, left her both amused and exasperated. Although there are still level 20 Tianyin disciples grinding monsters day and night in Crystal Valley, the tens of millions of energy they generate each day are no longer enough to meet Jiang Chen's ever-increasing needs. He had his eye on this abyss gate in the Myriad Realms Mall for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that I was reluctant to part with those 6 billion spirit stones, I would have bought it long ago and placed it next to my territory as a fixed leveling spot. Now the goal has been achieved, and the money has been saved. And it turned out that the one who helped was the enemy. I just don't know if it's the land of cherry blossoms or the land of lights. If it were Japan, then I would definitely send this banner. Others also thought of the legends about the gates of the abyss. They all looked very unwell. Gate to the abyss. Opens a 2-way gate leading to a bottomless abyss. The number of levels and location are random. Units passing through the gate to the abyss are subject to the level suppression rule. The positions of the opposite ends of the 2-way gate change randomly. Zhu Yeqing happened to have some knowledge of the relevant information and explained with a serious face. The most terrifying thing about the abyss gate is its random nature. It may be opening on a lava lake where demon worms are hatching right now, but it may be opening in a demon lord's palace the next moment. Although we have to abide by the level suppression rule, what can we do to resist if a few legendary 9-star quasi-mythical creatures or even a mythical reputation at the Abyss Lord level actually come? But in any case, we must always keep a large number of troops on guard. Otherwise, if a high-level demon escapes, it will be a disaster for the lords of the surrounding pits. This is also why Jiang Chen coveted the gate of the abyss. If a mythical creature were to appear, and he were incredibly lucky enough to obtain a mythical hero's soul or a unit's soul, he could then possess his first mythical unit. Yi Yiren checked the ledger information she had just recorded, her eyes flashing with anger as she said. The last person to occupy this pit was a lord from Hayata Prefecture, as expected of someone from the Sakura Kingdom. While everyone was talking, the gates of the abyss have ceased their expansion. The Empress beside Jiang Chen suddenly said, "Sir, a legendary creature has appeared." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The Empress did not lower her voice, and everyone heard the warning, immediately becoming alert. Only Meng Tian glanced at the Empress with a solemn expression. She has advanced to the legendary level, and her mastery of yin-yang techniques makes her most adept at deduction and perception of danger. But now that the Empress has discovered the enemy, she still feels nothing. This shocked her and left her feeling utterly defeated. Not long after, swoosh swoosh, all the people saw were several afterimages. Immediately afterwards, 3 great demons with wings on their backs stood in mid-air, exuding a vast, noble, and eerie aura. Behind them was a densely packed army of demons. A legendary great demon who has completely mastered the power of space. Meng Tian, being knowledgeable and experienced, immediately discerned the enemy's strength and was on high alert. "Beautiful human lady, you have excellent eyesight." The leading demon surveyed the room, then gave a graceful bow and said arrogantly, "However, I want to correct one point. It's not spatial power, but the will of space." Upon hearing the words spatial will, Meng Tian's expression changed drastically. Even Jiang Chen felt a sense of seriousness. Similar to Li Hani's sword will and Jaina's will of fire and will of ice, will of space can also multiply the power of space-based skills. However, after a brief conversation with the 3 fairy dragons hidden in the phase space, Jiang Chen immediately felt relieved. "Let's find a secluded spot later and take care of each of them, one head at a time." "Paris." "Yes, please rest assured, my lord." At the same time, in Deshan town, Koizumi Maken glanced at the time and said calmly, "The Abyss Gate should be complete by now." Toyotomi Hidaichi looked on with anticipation. Ideally, a few legendary high-star great demons would appear. The great demon is extremely cunning and adept at ambushes and escaping. He can definitely turn the capital upside down and make Jiang Chen's life miserable. At that time, he will naturally not have the energy to deal with us, or even to break into the Tower of Babel. Chapter 228, Easily Slain. Spatial Will. The great demons were cunning and cautious by nature, and the leader of the great demons continued to smile elegantly. "You are very strong, but the flesh and blood of human lords fascinate us, so..." Swoosh. The 3 great demons vanished instantly. "Humans, once we've eaten and drunk our fill, will naturally leave. But if you try to surround and annihilate us, we will be very angry, and the consequences will be severe, huh?" Hearing the voice coming from the void, Ing Man shouted, "Stop them." With their spatial teleportation ability, even the spatial barrier of the capital map probably can't stop them. If we let them ambush the Lord, we will definitely suffer heavy losses. Meng Tian tried her best to activate her Qi observation technique, but she could only see a blurry image. East, south, and northwest. The great demon, capable of controlling the will of space, increased its speed exponentially and quickly exceeded Meng Tian's detection range. Yi Yiren, who had just been granted management authority by Jiang Chen, immediately issued a warning on the state government channel, and then anxiously said, "Boss, I suggest we organize a team of strong hunters. We absolutely cannot let these great demons wreak havoc." "Damn it," Ing Man suddenly roared. "Now I finally understand why those Sakura traders are willing to go to such great lengths to build a gate to the abyss." And Chu Xiao also realized what was happening, and her face turned ugly as she said, "By restraining our high-end combat forces, we will be unable to eliminate them in a short period of time. Even Jiang Chen will not be able to safely break through the tower. Their ultimate goal is to prevent Jiang Chen from obtaining the qualification for the Blue Star Prodigy ranking." Everyone suddenly realized. The little fox patted its chest, which Zhu Yeshuan envied, and said, "Brother Jiang Chen, you go ahead and challenge the Tower of Babel. We'll take care of these demons." That being said, But everyone knows that the little fox's legendary knight is no match for a great demon of the same level. Huang Xian immediately said, "If the situation does not improve after 5 days, I will move out of Jiao Prefecture immediately, which will at least allow the boss to move up one place." Everyone's eyes lit up. Sacrifice the pawn to save the king. This is a last resort. The little fox shouted, "Count me in." Ing Man said magnanimously, "I'll issue the high-level relocation order that you've brought back." Seeing Jiang Chen remain silent, and Chu Xiao assumed he was also troubled by this matter and earnestly comforted him. "Jiang Chen, don't worry. No matter what the cost, we will ensure you qualify as a prodigy of Blue Star. Hint: your unit Paris killed Rayleigh Beelzebub, gaining 7.2 million energy, 1 skill book Spatial Will, and 1 advanced book of Bearing. Hint." Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at the 3 battle reports that appeared one after another. The great demon who wields the will of space is indeed very strong, but it cannot bridge the huge gap between a legendary 1-star and a legendary 9-star, not to mention that the fairy dragon is a magic-type unit and an extreme unit. Paris triple dragons used Phase Wander to sneak up and then suddenly unleash their power. As a result, the 3 noble-born demons were instantly killed as soon as they finished making their threats. What surprised Jiang Chen the most was the descendant of the demon god Beelzebub, who was leading the group, actually dropped the skill book for Spatial Will. This is a passive ability. Without a doubt, Tianyin Pavilion was the first to be upgraded. The disciples of Tianyin who have mastered the will of space instantly double the defensive power of the great Sumru sword style, while the consumption of spiritual energy remains unchanged. And at this time, the Sakura lords also saw Yi Irin's warning on the state channel. "Ha ha, a great demon has actually appeared." Toyotomi Hidaichi laughed wildly. "Yoshi, Amaterasu has finally begun to favor our Sakura country. People of the Dragon Country, I hope this great gift of mine will satisfy you." In a great mood, Jiang Chen didn't bother with this idiot and smiled at everyone. "Let's do it the way everyone wants. Fairy dragons are a unit even more powerful than angels, and must never be exposed easily." Seeing Jiang Chen nod, Ing Man immediately volunteered and began organizing things in a flurry of activity. They quickly formed 3 hunting teams with the strong individuals other than Jiang Chen. As the prefect of Jiao Prefecture, I naturally cannot sit idly by and ignore this matter. Jiang Chen suddenly said with a solemn expression, "Therefore, I will personally guard this gate to the abyss from now on." As he spoke, he waved his hand lightly, and before anyone could react, he moved the territory to the planting pit behind him. Everyone was taken aback, and then they all tried to persuade him. But Jiang Chen seemed determined, stating that it was his duty and responsibility to do so, blah blah blah. This left everyone deeply moved. And Chu Xia said helplessly, "You need to focus all your efforts on conquering the Tower of Babel, so you should occupy a battle power slot." Jiang Chen laughed and said, "I'm not a warlord, and I've recently become obsessed with farming, so this spot is perfect for me." Everyone fell silent. "You're fighting a whole state all by yourself, and you still say you're not a warlord?" They naturally didn't know. Jiang Chen said he was obsessed with farming, referring to the Enlightenment tea tree. Planting pits can further increase the growth rate of the Enlightenment tea tree by 20%. The combat strength of his troops is already severely excessive. Therefore, even without the Abyss Gate, Jiang Chen would still choose a farming spot. Finally, Jiang Chen said to Enchuxia, "Please contact Lorden for me. I'd like to ask him for a favor. Just tell me if you need anything." Enchuxia was instantly energized. She had received too much kindness from Jiang Chen, and at first she insisted on paying, but now she really couldn't afford it anymore. She was naturally happy to be able to help Jiang Chen. Could it be something that happens in the main world? Jiang Chen nodded. "Help me mail something to the Sakura military headquarters through official channels." And Chuxiao was taken aback. "Sakura military headquarters? What's that?" Ing Man and the others also looked on with curiosity. "A silk banner. Please send it by express courier." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "It says above." Everyone listened to Jiang Chen's words with increasingly strange expressions. "Jiang Chen, you really know how to play the game," Ing Man said with shining eyes. "Can you add my name to this banner?" Please, I'll give you 100 million spirit stones. Do you know why I didn't ask you for help? Jiang Chen chuckled. I was afraid you'd secretly change the signature. And Chuxia, Yi Man. The time that follows. Koizumi Maken, Toyotomi Hidaichi, and other high-ranking officials at Sakura were all eagerly anticipating the scene of chaos in Fudu. What puzzled them was, half an hour passed, and nothing happened. An hour later, everything was still calm. This made them feel somewhat uneasy. The main world. Island Nation. Sakura Military Headquarters. These useless fools. Now, all the county magistrates in Jiao Prefecture have lost their access to the Anywhere door. Our new district lords can only cower within 1,000 miles of the map. Fortunately, news came from Koizumi Maken that a legendary great demon appeared just as the Abyss Gate was taking shape. God bless the cherry blossoms. Now those little brats from the Dragon Kingdom are too busy taking care of themselves to bother cleaning up the prefecture. A giant dragon. A self-created unit that is almost epic quality. An ultimate unit. An incredibly powerful personal combat strength. We must do everything we can to eliminate this genius, Jiang Chen. Fortunately, Qingyu helped us a lot. Also, be sure to bring enough space sealing scrolls. A group of high-ranking officers from the Sakura Military Command also stayed up all night, closely monitoring the Jiaoyu Islands war, and were currently engaged in heated discussions. Report. A lieutenant suddenly approached Okamura Jiro, the commander of the 100 districts, and respectfully said, Lord Okamura, there is a gift from the official authorities of Donghai City, Jiangnan Province, China. It has been tested and is not a dangerous item. The defeat at Jiaozhou was completely unexpected. Even Okamura Jiro, who had just returned to the main world, was alarmed. Also participating was Takeo Koizumi, the commander of the 632nd district. Jiang Chen's strength in this battle shocked everyone. Gift. Looking at the box in front of him, Jiro Okamura stroked his small mustache. Humph, the Dragon Kingdom. They have no manners whatsoever. But he still ordered his men to open it carefully. This is a banner? Jiro Okamura was taken aback. But when he saw the contents of the banner, his eyes blazed with fury, and he couldn't help but gasp for breath. Bakayuru. Bang. Okamura Jiro slammed his fist on the table and stood up, startling everyone. Chapter 229 Ingzheng. Can I get my money back? Shinjo. Everyone stood up. Lord Okamura, we apologize for our shortcomings and ask that you forgive us. Sit down. Jiro Okamura waved his hand emphatically, then handed the banner to Takeo Koizumi, who was standing to the side, and said through gritted teeth, Please take a look, Mr. Koizumi. Takeo Koizumi looked like a middle-aged man with big, double-lidded eyes, a fair complexion, and a kind face. Who would have thought that this seemingly harmless fat man ordered the closure of an entire county in the Dragon Kingdom decades ago, causing a tragedy that shocked the Blue Star United Parliament? But at this moment, his face turned red and then white. Baka, what a rude brat. Koizumi Takeo suddenly felt a rush of blood to his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was shocked. Lord Koizumi, you are injured. Koizumi Takeo waved his hand. The mythical ancient road suddenly stirred up some strange phenomena. In my haste, I fell into Yu Fengwu's trap. That's right, Koizumi Kuin's return to Earth this time is also to treat his injuries. Jiro Okamura took a deep breath, trying to calm his anger. This is a provocation from Jiao Prefecture against our entire Sakura army. As he spoke, he ordered his men to unfurl the brocade banner. There were several lines of large, flowing characters written on it. Teaming up to feed kills, day and night. Willing to be stepping stones. A selfless spirit respectfully presented by Jiang Chen and all the Dragon Kingdom lords of Jiao Prefecture. Moment. The entire Sakura military headquarters was like a powder keg that had been ignited, with everyone clamoring to slaughter all the Dragon Kingdom lords in Jiao Prefecture. Jiro Okamura clapped his hands and commanded, When Jiang Chen returns to Blue Star, immediately dispatch the Heavenly Division to kill him without worrying about that damned public opinion. The Blue Star United Council's regulations on Lord Wars stipulate that Lord Wars are not allowed to involve the main world. Now, Okamura Jiro is willing to bear the pressure of breaking the rules in order to kill Jiang Chen, which shows how angry he is. A major general in charge of intelligence on Jiang Chen said helplessly, Jiang Chen hasn't left the new area since he entered. According to our intelligence, he's been on guard against the enemy attacking him in the main world from the very beginning. Jiro Okamura frowned and said, does he have any family in real life? They kidnapped his family to blackmail him. People from China value such trivial things as family ties the most. The major general hesitated for a moment, then softly uttered 8 words. Both parents deceased, no sister, no house. Okamura Jiro instantly felt like a dog biting a hedgehog and gritted his teeth, saying, then expedite the progress of this old district's arrival. Expedite it even more. The third heaven. Inside the Jade View Immortal Palace. Teaming up to feed kills, day and night. Willing to be stepping stones, a selfless spirit. Zheng repeated it softly. This kid really always surprises people. Now, Zheng's face showed surprise, relief, and a hint of frustration. His many thoughts ultimately coalesced into 4 words. Can I get my money back? To prepare a way out for his beloved daughter, he spent a huge sum of money to buy a county town in Qian Prefecture. Although it was only the position of county magistrate, it still cost a considerable amount of money. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen suddenly returned at the critical moment, turning the tide in an almost impossible situation. Zhao Gao immediately said, the seller is the Chu family of Lingnan. Although the Chu family is not weak, as long as they mention the name of my immortal Qin, I believe they will obediently return the money. Zheng frowned and said, are you going to use your power to oppress people? Zhao Gao was frustrated, but quickly said, Your Majesty, rest assured, this servant will handle things perfectly and not let anyone gossip about my Xianqin. Zheng nodded in satisfaction. In his heart, Zhao Gao was already cursing Jiang Chen to the core. He didn't care at all about the ownership of Jiaoyou Prefecture. All he knew was that Jiang Chen had caused him trouble again. Meanwhile, on Jiang Chen's side, after confirming that Chuxia had presented the banner, he completely handed over the management of the prefecture to Yi Yiren. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen did a few things. First, Jiang Chen found Zhu Yeqing and asked about the background of Zhu Mulangma. Of course, because he had made a promise, Jiang Chen did not mention the transcendent realm mountains and river's bright moon. Zhu Yeqing looked blank and said she had never heard of such a person in the Zhu family. It really was an alias. Jiang Chen had no choice but to give up for the time being. Second, Jiang Chen spent 600 million spirit stones to acquire all 4 absorption stones in the Myriad Realms Mall that were reasonably priced. That's fucking expensive. Absorption stones are rare items, and they are very useful for lords at any stage. Therefore, any lord who puts something up for sale must be plotting to fleece people. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was lucky. With 4 absorption stones, I obtained another skill book, Valley God, and another skill book, Spatial Will, from the Tianyin disciple. The Valley God skill was something Jiang Chen learned on his own. With the Valley God skill, Jiang Chen's personal strength would undoubtedly experience another rapid increase. For the second book, Space Will, Jiang Chen had 2 choices, Angel Yin and Fairy Dragon. After thinking it over, Jiang Chen ultimately chose Yin. Third, after discussions, Jiaoyou Island was officially renamed Shenzhou. This name was suggested by Jiang Chen. Yin Man, who was fearless, was naturally the first to respond. Those who are more conservative, such as in Chuxia, believe that the name God is too high profile and could easily attract the attention of the gods. However, under the insistence of the others, Chuxia could only helplessly say, Shenzhou it is. But if we really manage to establish a domain in the future, the domain name absolutely cannot be called Divine Domain. That domain name is too heavy. We can't afford it. Unlike state names, domain names need to be applied for from Tiandao. The more powerful the domain name, the more rigorous the heavenly Dao's assessment. In the common language of the battlefield of all races, words like God, Spirit, Immortal, and Demon are all very powerful syllables. For example, if Jiang Chen's Origin God Fist were renamed Origin Fist or Origin Fist, its power would definitely be greatly reduced. The fact that the Protoss can be named God speaks volumes about their power. Even so, the gods have been unable to obtain the domain name, God's Domain, for many years. Jiang Chen simply smiled at Enchuxia's complaints. Don't worry. As for what he's relieved about, only he knows. Fourth, Longyuan County has finally begun the process of gathering of fortune. The betting order was naturally provided by Yin Man. It's very easy to use. 500 towns, including Longyuan Town, Laoqing Town, and Yinming Town, formed an alliance and placed bets against another 500 towns in the county seat. You can choose any subject. Just 3 days later, the 500 victorious towns will each have at least 12 points of town luck. Exceeding 10 points of luck will trigger a series of qualitative changes, such as spatial expansion. Therefore, the initiation of the luck betting event caused jubilation among all the lords in Longyuan County, who shouted, "Long live the king!" Call. After dealing with all of this, Jiang Chen let out a soft breath before taking out a legendary hero token. The fifth hero, hopefully he'll pull it off. Chapter 230, Aurora. The second mythical ancient tree. But just as Jiang Chen was about to recruit his fifth hero. Hint, a new recruitable hero has appeared in your tavern, reaching the legendary rank. Jiang Chen paused upon seeing the sudden notification from the heavenly Tao. Although my reputation has exceeded 30,000 points, this is the first time a legendary native hero has visited me. However, when Jiang Chen saw one of the two heroes in the tavern through his lord privileges, he suddenly realized what was going on. It's that Orlando elf hero again. If Orlando's behavior when he left last time only made Jiang Chen suspicious, now Jiang Chen is certain of the other party's purpose, the Fountain of Life. If this problem isn't solved, it will become a problem sooner or later. With the tavern's rules in place, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of the other party taking action. So Jiang Chen thought for a moment, and then waved his hand to break the tavern's restrictions. Soon, Orlando followed a slender figure wearing a hood to Jiang Chen. The slender figure quickly surveyed Jiang Chen's territory, then lifted her hood, revealing a face that could captivate all. "Greetings, Your Excellency. I am Aurora, the Elven Lord from Pandora." Just then, several patrolling Tianyin disciples passed by. Aurora took a deep breath, a dreamy expression on her face. "I sense the aura of fresh life from your troops, but why does it feel somewhat weak?" Upon hearing the name Aurora, Jiang Chen instantly recalled the phrase, "Love is a light," and subconsciously touched the top of his head. Since they came prepared, Jiang Chen no longer concealed his intentions. After diluting it with water, we can obtain 1,000 times the quality of the rare potion, thus increasing its utilization rate. Aurora paused for a moment. "I've only ever heard of trying every possible way to purify medicines, but this is the first time I've seen it adulterated with water. It's even more outrageous than mixing red wine with Sprite. But this also proves their previous guesses." Aurora said, slightly excited. "Are you willing to dilute the water of life? Have you truly discovered a fountain of life? If you agree to share the fountain of life, I am willing to pay any price, even to become a hero and serve you. With my strength, I can at least become a legendary 3-star hero." Whether the elven lord before him was too eager or inexperienced, he immediately revealed his bottom line in negotiations. An elf legendary hero is quite impressive, not to mention a stunningly beautiful Gundam legendary 3-star hero. Any new lord, even Yin Man, would have agreed immediately. But in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was nothing more than 100 million spirit stones. Do not say that the Fountain of Life is in your own territory. Even if it were truly an outdoor structure, Jiang Chen would never share it. However, Jiang Chen still asked curiously, "Lord Aurora, the Fountain of Life is precious, but surely it shouldn't be worth such a high price." Well, Aurora needed a favor, so after hesitating for a moment, she carefully presented a lush green sapling and shared its attributes. Jiang Chen gasped, "The ancient tree of life?" At the same time, I sighed inwardly. First there was the enlightenment tea tree, and now there's the ancient tree of life delivered right to my door. Am I really destined to become a farming lord with no turning back? Aurora nodded, her voice sorrowful. "You should know that the ancient tree of life is a prerequisite for establishing the elven royal court. The ancient tree of life possesses the genes of the Jinmu tree, which can restrain the gods to a certain extent. That's why, 100 years ago, my royal court was invaded by the gods, and the fountain of life and the ancient tree of life were destroyed, leaving only this sapling. Over the years, I have been keeping this seedling alive with the remaining water of life. But even so, if we cannot find the fountain of life, it will wither completely in 10 years. As Jiang Chen listened to Aurora's background introduction, his eyes lit up with curiosity. Elven royal court can be understood as the domain of the elven race. In other words, the Aurora in front of us is a former domain lord. Legend has it that in ancient times, the ancestors of the elf race used a main branch of the Jinmu tree to cultivate the ancient tree of life, which evolved into the elf race as we know it today and made it onto the list of all races. Because the ancient tree of life not only has many functions, but is also the strongest unit building of the elven race, it is called the world tree by the elven race. Jiang Chen's mind raced, and he flipped his hand to take out several legendary hero souls, tossing them lightly. Lord Aurora, do I look like someone who lacks legendary heroes? Aurora was stunned. Orlando, standing behind her, stared wide-eyed. Legendary heroes were rare, even in the former Elven Kingdom. The human lord before us has only been on the battlefield of all races for a few months. Aurora said somewhat discouragedly. This is the greatest sincerity I can offer. No, you have an even bigger bargaining chip. Jiang Chen kindly suggested. How about we transplant this ancient tree of life to my territory? I can guarantee that I will help you rebuild your royal court in the future. Impossible. Orlando finally couldn't help but speak up, angrily saying, Lord Jiang Chen, don't you know the growing conditions of ancient trees? Orlando, don't be rude. Aurora interrupted Orlando, then took a deep breath and said, Lord Jiang Chen, I think I've already explained it very clearly. Only the fountain of life can help the ancient tree of life grow. Could it be that you? Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Since Aurora has openly and honestly presented the mythical quality saplings, so Jiang Chen decided to take a risk. He waved his hand gently, and the cave opened up completely. Moment. Bathed in golden light, a rich life force enveloped the space within a radius of several tens of meters. This the fountain of life. Thump. Orlando immediately knelt down, tears welling in his eyes. Even Aurora was trembling with excitement. She had initially thought that the human lord before her had simply been lucky enough to discover a spring of life in the wild. Unexpectedly, the fountain of life was actually located in Jiang Chen's territory. Territory buildings, whether military or production buildings, produce far more output than buildings in the wild. To convert wild buildings into territory buildings without any risk, in addition to a large amount of high-level resources, you also need crafting maps of the same quality. Aurora could hardly imagine how a human lord who had just reached level 12 could build a level 12 fountain of life. If she possessed this fountain of life, coupled with her own abilities, she was confident that she could restore the ancient tree of life to its peak within 1,000 years. After the initial excitement, various thoughts flashed through her mind. Your Excellency, Aurora? At that moment, Jiang Chen's voice came again. I can guarantee that once the tree of life matures, I will allow you to rebuild the royal court and will not interfere with your administration in any way. If you have any other conditions, you can bring them up. We can discuss everything. While the ancient tree of life can recruit legendary units, its cost-effectiveness is slightly inferior to that of the angels. Jiang Chen valued more its various supernatural abilities and the ability to suppress the gods, which came from the Jinmu gene. Lord Jiang Chen, I am truly ashamed. Aurora tried to calm herself down and said with a wry smile, I just had the idea of using force to force you to hand over your shares in the territory. I understand. We judge by actions, not intentions. Jiang Chen laughed. But Pandora should be outside the Blue Star region, right? I believe you wouldn't do something so unwise. Aurora paused for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, I agree, and I hope you will keep your promise. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. This is truly like sitting at home and having a myth fall from the sky. But the next prompt surprised Jiang Chen. Hint, the elf lord Aurora requests to become your hero. After confirming the recruitment, Aurora's rank will be reduced to legendary 3-star. Jiang Chen quickly replied politely. No need. The Tree of Life is fine with me. Lord Aurora, there's no need for you to condescend. Jiang Chen's respect made Aurora feel much better, but she still said, My lord, there's no need to be so polite. I am completely willing to become your hero. But Jiang Chen didn't want to be too hurtful, so he said tactfully, An elven hero doesn't seem to be of much use to me. How about I add another 100 million spirit stones, and then you can do as you please. Chapter 231 The Fifth Hero. An unexpected joy. Continuous shocks. Orlando's eyes widened. It's one thing if you look down on me, an outstanding hero, but you also despise me, your majesty? My lord is truly straightforward. Aurora never expected to be disliked, and this guy was even willing to pay an extra 100 million spirit stones just to get rid of her. But she could only suppress her frustration and force a smile, saying, In any case, as the former king of Pandora, I must guard the Tree of Life for eternity. Moreover, I not only possess multiple plant-based skills, but I have also comprehended the will of nature, which can accelerate the growth of the ancient Tree of Life. Upon hearing the second reason, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. You should have said so earlier. Make a deal. After Jiang Chen accepted the request, Aurora's momentum plummeted, and she returned to level 1. Aurora Legendary 3-star. Level 1. Favorability, 88. Attributes, Physique 15, Spiritual Power 54 plus 540, Divine Soul 58 plus 540, Capacity 19. Technique, Natural Power Proficient Rank A. Skills, Natural Will Proficient Rank A. All Things Grow Mastery Rank B. Thorns Overgrown Minor Perfection Rank B. Rejuvenation Minor Perfection Rank B. Hero Command, Elf Mage A rank, Elf Hunter A rank, Elf Ranger A rank. Combat Strength, 306 star. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Aurora's attributes are pretty good. After all, she was once the Elf Queen, and her attributes were no less than Jaina's at the same rank. In addition to dozens of attack spells, there are also several powerful farming skills. Most importantly, her command covers almost all elven units, and all of them are a rank. This made Jiang Chen consider whether to recruit a group of elf soldiers after the Tree of Life has grown up. At this moment, Orlando composed himself, stepped forward, and respectfully said, My lord, I have been promoted to epic rank. Would you be willing to accept me as a hero in the future? Jiang Chen politely declined, saying, No, I'm too weak. Orlando didn't seem discouraged, but sighed. So, it seems I can only serve as an ordinary soldier in your territory. Jiang Chen tried his best not to hurt Orlando's pride. I'm really sorry, being a regular soldier is too weak. Orlando, Aurora said. Orlando, you take your people back to Pandora first. Yes, your majesty. After Orlando left, Aurora carefully planted the Tree of Life next to the Fountain of Life and used all her farming skills. Note, due to the influence of the ancient Tree of Life, all attributes of your Fountain of Life have been increased by 30%. Seeing the prompt, Jiang Chen was taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise. It actually has an amplifying effect on the Fountain of Life? Jiang Chen opened the interface of the Fountain of Life and found that the production of life essence had become 4 bottles per day, while the production of life water had reached 130 bottles per day. This is truly an unexpected surprise. The Tree of Life and the Fountain of Life are complementary, Aurora said in surprise. My lord, you insist on having the Tree of Life. I thought you knew this. I really didn't know before, Jiang Chen said frankly, then added. Also, don't be too reserved in the future, just be more casual. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen consumed 380 million energy points to upgrade Aurora to level 65. Then he took out the heavenly grade land reclamation technique that had been stored in the warehouse for a long time. Looking at the description in the skill book, a strange and delighted look flashed in Aurora's eyes. What a powerful farming skill. It's even stronger than my all things grow skill. If used frequently, it can shorten the growth cycle of the ancient Tree of Life by at least 50%. Jiang Chen smiled and said, By the way, Aurora, Whether you graze one sheep or two, it's all the same. There are also some spiritual creatures in the territory. You should take care of them when you have time, especially that sapling. Aurora had a high initial favorability rating and possessed the Tree of Life, so Jiang Chen wasn't worried about her having ulterior motives. Aurora naturally had no objection to this. Soon, Aurora's continuous exclamations echoed from various planting spaces. This is dragon tooth rice. My God, a legendary quality moon soul fruit. Legendary farmers. How can there be so many legendary quality farmers in this territory? Hiss, another mythical sapling. In the Enlightenment space, Aurora had just recovered from the shock of the Enlightenment tea tree when she keenly sensed something and said blankly, "It's not just spatial division, it's also time acceleration." In just 10 minutes, Aurora's favorability rating rose to 94 points. She looked at Jiang Chen with a strange gaze. "My lord, I am very glad I made that choice." Jiang Chen smiled. There are far too many things in the territory that could shock Aurora. This is just the tip of the iceberg. With the multiple boosts from farming plots, Aurora, and the heavenly grade farming technique, the growth cycle of the Enlightenment tea tree can be reduced by at least half again. This put Jiang Chen in a great mood. As for the ancient Tree of Life, Jiang Chen currently possesses 3 major troop-type buildings: the Fairy Dragon's Nest, the Angel Rebirth Pool, and the Heavenly Sound Pavilion, so he's not in a hurry. But don't underestimate the ancient Tree of Life just because it's a sapling now. According to records, once it grows to its full size, its area will be no smaller than that of the Dragon's Nest. This made Jiang Chen's territory space tense again. Jiang Chen yawned. Because of the battle for the position of Lord of the Underworld, Jiang Chen had been working non-stop for 24 hours and was feeling quite tired. But instead of resting, he quickly went to the Tower of Babel. Currently, the Tower of Babel rankings are based on state. Therefore, Jiang Chen's record in Jiao Zhou is still at level 10, with 1,010 points. Now both rankings have fallen to outside the top 100. The heavenly ranking. 1 Ing Man, 19th floor. 2. In Chuxia, 18th floor. 3. Leaderboard. 1 Win Man, 2,806 points. 2. In Chuxia, 2,418 points. 3. In the annual battle of the prodigies of all races, the Heavenly Tao has always used the points ranking to prevent powerful individuals from parachuting into other states to snatch up spots. This has led to the current unfavorable situation for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had calculated it. If he can clear the 30th floor in the next few days, he can enter the top 100 of the points ranking even without expelling the Sakura powerhouse. Jiang Chen's actual tower climbing record in Jinshin Town these past few days is 35 floors. It's not impossible for it to go any higher, but there's a possibility of casualties. With a flash of light, Jiang Chen, along with some of the hero units, disappeared in front of the Tower of Babel. Didn't the Japanese devils want to disqualify me from the battle of the 10,000 races? Then I'll climb to the 30th floor first and put an end to their hopes. Chapter 232, 30th floor. Terrifying. Big business. Miss Lee Young-e, Mr. AP, Mr. Jeff, I'd like to propose a toast to you all. Desan County. Apart from Alexei from the Northern Bear Kingdom, the other county magistrates actually gathered together again. Toyotomi Hidaichi seemed to have forgotten the others' previous attempts to curry favor with him, and with a friendly expression, he frequently raised his glass. Lee Young-ae and the others all looked natural, without the slightest embarrassment. Well, Toyotomi Hidaichi feigned a sigh and said, I never expected Jiang Chen to be so ruthless, stripping you all of your county magistrate authority. You must know you are allies of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Zhenai said angrily. Lord Toyotomi is right. Although Jiang Chen is capable, he is extremely narrow-minded. Although I attacked the Dragon Kingdom Lord before, the Dragon Kingdom did not suffer any losses. Those who act justly gain many supporters, while those who act unjustly find few. Apu echoed. Jiang Chen will never achieve great things if he treats his allies this way. I overestimated him before. Jeff, the new head of Keilang County, frowned and said, We are also the lords of Jiao Prefecture. Jiang Chen actually renamed Jiao Prefecture to Xinzhou without our consent. He is really arrogant. After the Dragon Kingdom secured its victory, these individuals began contacting Jiang Chen, fawningly requesting a reconciliation. But Jiang Chen had no time to deal with these opportunists. He simply blocked them. Just as the group was considering whether to make a quiet exit, Toyotomi Hidachi came to their door and revealed the Sakura military headquarters plans in detail. They felt as if they had grasped at the last straw. Toyotomi Hidachi, no longer displaying his previous arrogance, spoke with a gentle expression. Don't worry, everyone. With the Abyss Gate in place, Jiang Chen is too busy taking care of himself to attack us. For now, all we need to do is hold back and prevent Jiang Chen from becoming a prodigy on Blue Star. Li Jinai solemnly said. Mr. Toyotomi, rest assured, we will definitely hold our position in the top 100 of the Tongtian points ranking. Toyotomi Hidachi nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. His purpose in approaching these individuals was to temporarily retain the lords of these 3 counties in Shinjo, especially the top 100 experts from each county. As long as we prevent Jiang Chen from becoming a prodigy of Blue Star, we can kill him without any qualms within 20 days. As for the others in the Dragon Kingdom, they are not a concern. When the position of prefect is released, Jiaoao Prefecture will still belong to all of us. To enhance his persuasiveness, Toyotomi Hideaki opened the Tower of Babel interface as he spoke, showing it to everyone. Based on my careful calculations, given the current situation, if Jiang Chen wants to break into the top 100 within 5 days, he must pass the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel. But that's completely impossible, even if he has an ultimate weapon. As you all see, Jiang Chen has only cleared 10 levels so far. Sudden, Li Jinai screamed, 30th floor. Someone has made it past the 30th floor. Toyotomi Hidachi's expression froze, a bad premonition welling up in his heart, and he quickly turned to look at the Tongtian ranking. 1 Anonymous, 30th floor. 2 Ing Man, 19th floor. 3. Apton stood up abruptly and shouted, It must be Jiang Chen. Anonymous. Does Jiang Chen think we're fools? Jeff was first angry, then horrified. The boss on the 30th floor must have a combat power of 50,000 stars. Could it be that Jiang Chen's ultimate weapon didn't show its full combat power in the battle just now? Toyotomi Hidachi was instantly covered in sweat. Things once again went beyond his expectations. He tried to remain calm and explained. Jiang Chen possesses a life imprint type skill, coupled with his combat power, which is why he can climb the tower with impunity. If I had that kind of skill, I could easily clear level 20. Even so, Jiang Chen's losses must be considerable, and he certainly wouldn't dare to try a second time. His willingness to climb to the 30th floor at all costs was purely a psychological tactic to instill fear in us. Although the explanation was reasonable, everyone was still uneasy. AP's expression was uncertain, but he seemed to have finally made up his mind. He stood up and said, Lord Toyotomi, I still have some matters to attend to in Borneo, so I won't disturb you any longer. Li Yungae and Jeff exchanged a glance, and then got up to say goodbye. Splash. As Toyotomi Hidachi watched the figures disappear into the teleportation array, he was instantly enraged and overturned the table. A bunch of cowards who were scared out of their wits by Jiang Chen. You're really just wasting your time being anonymous. In the video, Ing Man looked speechless. A powerful expert suddenly appeared and broke into the 30th floor. Anyone with a normal IQ can guess it's you. Jiang Chen shrugged. We'll have to stay anonymous sooner or later, so let's get into a good habit first. Ing Man thought about it and agreed. The heavenly ranking best illustrates a lord's top combat strength. The current ranking within the state capital is not too bad. However, once the rankings of the Blue Star domain and even the rankings of all races are unlocked in the future, many powerful lords will choose to remain anonymous to avoid their enemies finding out their strength. Unless they are those who desperately need to make a name for themselves. Thinking of this, Ing Man chose to remain anonymous regarding her ranking on the Tongtian ranking. However, your strength has truly impressed everyone once again. Ing Man asked curiously, wouldn't the losses be significant if we forced our way to the 30th floor? Jiang Chen answered honestly, there are some, but they're still acceptable. Losing some spiritual power and time is also a loss. 2. Ing Man said enviously. After all, you have a life imprint skill, so you don't have to worry about casualties. I'm just afraid of losses, which is why I haven't set foot on the 20th floor yet. However, now that we have a combat power pit, we can finally give it a try. Let's try to get to the 24th floor in one go. Sudden, Ng Man exclaimed in surprise. Haha, the Indians have fled. The lords of Borneo County have begun to relocate from China one after another. It seems they were scared out of their wits by you just passing through the 30th floor. With one less strong player from a county, your ranking on the leaderboard will definitely improve by a few places. Jiang Chen simply nodded. It's good that they moved away. It saves us a lot of trouble. There was neither much joy nor much frustration. Although the Indian lord's repeated changes of mind are disgusting. But for Jiang Chen, at most he would just casually eliminate them if he encountered them in the future, rather than wasting time and energy to clean them up one by one. That was impossible. With your strength at the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel, we can rest assured that you are guarding the gate of the abyss. Ng Man nodded, then said with a slightly solemn expression. Those three great demons seem to have vanished into thin air. No wonder they are great demons who have comprehended the spatial well. No matter how Sister Meng tries to deduce them, she just can't find their presence. I'm hanging up now. I won't feel at ease until these three great demons are eliminated. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Chen earnestly instructed. Please be careful. 10 minutes later, the little fox appeared from the teleportation array and hopped over to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen asked curiously, Yeah? Is there something you have to say in person? Shortly after hanging up with Ng Man, the little fox asked if she could meet with Jiang Chen in person. He looked very formal, which piqued Jiang Chen's curiosity. Sure enough, the little fox said with a serious expression, Brother Jiang Chen, Yia has a big business deal to do with you. Chapter 2:33 Win-Win. Yan's Fighting Power. Advancement to Book 13. Puff. Jiang Chen was amused and patted the little fox's head. Yeah, don't be so serious. I'm not used to it. The little fox struggled to break free from Jiang Chen's clutches. Brother Jiang Chen, Yia is now the ambassador of the Heavenly Fox clan. Can't you show some respect? Very well, very well. Jiang Chen didn't care at all about the identity of this Heavenly Fox clan ambassador, and suppressed a smile as he said, Your Excellency, may I ask what brings you here? Suddenly, the exchange sent a notification. Note, Tushan Yaya has mailed you 1 billion spirit stones through the exchange. The little fox said generously, Give me 50 blueprints for the Tianyin branch. Jiang Chen was genuinely surprised. Where did you get so much money? Jiang Chen roughly knew the little fox's wealth. In the beginning, we had to carefully calculate every tens of thousands of spirit stones. Even if she continued to rely on him for money, her net worth would only be in the tens of millions. Could it be funding from the Celestial Fox clan? Seeing Jiang Chen's surprised expression, the little fox, like a child whose vanity had been satisfied, revealed a bright smile. But she couldn't keep up the act any longer and proudly grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, saying, At my strong suggestion, my older brothers and sisters all bet on you to become the lord of the prefecture, and they made a fortune as a result. But these heartless people actually said I was a spy and had been in cahoots with you all along. Fortunately, Sister Ng had a change of heart in the end and gave me a 1 billion yuan bonus. Jiang Chen felt the touch on his arm, trying to suppress the restlessness in his heart, and asked curiously, Are all these blueprints for your girlfriends? The little fox nodded, then said shyly, The state capital's teleportation array has been opened, and I want to go back to Nanli State to see my sisters. I can't very well go back empty-handed. Jiang Chen immediately recalled the scene he had seen in the video. A group of celestial fox girls wagging their tails in unison. The little fox has become successful and wants to help its own kind. That shows thoughtfulness. Seeing Jiang Chen deep in thought, the little fox shook his arm. Brother Jiang Chen, please sell it to me, okay? It doesn't have to be the complete version. Just the abridged versions without God of Grain and Sword of Space will do. She is very sensible. Knowing the power of the skills Space, Sword, and Grain God, Jiang Chen was a little overwhelmed and immediately said, Stop shaking. The more Tianyin branches there are, the greater the benefit to him. He now possesses 5.6 million insect fortune, and in less than a month, he can upgrade the Empress's ethereal technique to the lesser perfection. Moreover, the little fox's business deal opened up new avenues for Jiang Chen's thinking. The Celestial Fox clan has always been a weak race, unable to even make it onto the list of all races. The Little Fox clan, in particular, has been dependent on the Dragon Kingdom for hundreds of years. Perhaps we can cultivate this branch of the Celestial Fox clan and use it as a trump card. In any case, the Tianyin branch is subject to the control of the headquarters, which is entirely beneficial to him. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen said, Yeah, since you represent the Celestial Fox clan, let's handle this officially. Seeing the little fox's wary expression, Jiang Chen smiled and said, I can sell you the complete Tianyin branch, and even upgrade the branch's heroes to epic quality. But, as Jiang Chen rattled off various unreasonable terms, the little fox's face showed a relieved expression. Ugh, that's it. I thought brother Jiang Chen was going to take advantage of one of my girlfriends. Jiang Chen was immediately speechless. In the end, Jiang Chen was satisfied and signed many unequal treaties with the little fox, including the Heavenly Fox Lord who builds the Tianyin branch must hand over 51% of the territory shares, and then took out 50 blueprints for the Tianyin branch. The little fox was extremely satisfied with these terms. In her view, the deeper the bond with Jiang Chen, the greater the benefit to the sisters. So he patted his chest and sold all his sisters. Anyway, this path has definitely become much wider. Thank you, brother Jiang Chen. Smack. The little fox tiptoed and gently kissed Jiang Chen on the cheek. Then they left happily. Jiang Chen touched the spot where he had been kissed, his heart pounding with shock. Wow, that's amazing. Yaya only has 3 tails. No wonder the only mythical 9-tailed celestial fox of the Celestial Fox clan could bewitch the lord of the second heaven commerce domain. You know, that's a mythical overlord who dared to tell dirty jokes to a saint of the first heaven. After level 12, the lord's manor has become a luxurious 7-story building. It occupies several thousand square meters. Night. Outside Jiang Chen's luxurious bedroom on the top floor of the lord's mansion, several furtive figures were peering out the door, their ears perked up. Strange noises could be heard coming from the bedroom. Bang. Boom. Click. Thump. Ouch. Lihani asked curiously. Empress, why do I feel a little different from you? Apart from Aurora, who had just arrived, the other girls were already quite familiar with each other. Once you get to know this woman, she talks about private matters in a way that's far more explicit than what men would say. The kind that could be censored if you're not careful. Giggle. Before the Empress could answer, Jaina, dressed in a silk nightgown, was already laughing uncontrollably. It seems that the Lord has truly hit the nail this time. After a long time, things calmed down. Squeak. The door opened. Yin walked out with a radiant smile, and his head held high. The thin veil she wore could not conceal her perfect figure at all. Yin glanced indifferently at her unreliable sisters, then strode towards her bedroom like a triumphant warrior. The Empress exclaimed admiringly, Yin is a true warrior, taking every battle seriously. Lihani asked curiously, is Sister Yin injured? Why does she seem to be walking a little strangely? Click. Yin left a deep footprint on the floor. The next morning, thump thump thump. The Empress knocked on the door a few times, but Jiang Chen did not respond. Where is the master? Aurora, who was used to getting up early, said calmly. I saw the Lord enter the martial arts space early this morning. It seems he went to cultivate. The Empress was taken aback. Then they burst into cheerful laughter. Another day has passed. The map of the capital city shows that everything remains calm and peaceful. This caused great anxiety not only for Toyotomi Hidaichi and his men, but also for others. Even the members of the hunting squad that the Dragon Kingdom specially formed for this purpose had an absurd idea in their minds. Finally, the outspoken Ing man revealed everyone's suspicions. Those 3 great demons, could they have already been secretly killed by Jiang Chen? Ahem. And Chu Xia, the head of the Strategic Deception Bureau, coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention, and then said apologetically, I just remembered, I took care of one this morning. The little fox immediately responded, me too. I'll take care of one later. No, I mean, I've already taken care of one. After speaking, everyone looked at Ing man, the strongest among them, and the meaning in their eyes was all too clear. "You Ing Man," said angrily. "This is fraud." Seeing that Ing Man was unwilling to cooperate, Wei Ming hesitated for a moment and said, "My strength is too weak, but if no one claims the remaining one, then I can take care of it." Zhu Yeqing sighed. "I'll do it. Soon." News then spread that the three great demons had been dealt with by the three powerful figures, and Chuxia, Tu Shanyaya, and Zhu Yeqing. This caused an uproar among the lords of the Dragon Kingdom. In addition to the Indian lords, South Korean lords, lighthouse lords, and even some cherry blossom lords also began to migrate. The experts of the Dragon Kingdom are truly terrifying. They can even deal with the great demon who controls the will of space. And Jiang Chen is not the only one who is terrifying. This left Toyotomi Hidaichi, Koizumi Maken, and others feeling angry, anxious, and helpless. During this period, in addition to the constant stream of mid to high-level monsters, two more legendary flame demons have appeared at the Abyss Gate. Unfortunately, he was easily defeated by Paris, who was always lying in wait, as soon as he left. Jiang Chen chuckled lightly at the other's subtle actions, but paid them no heed. Because he finally reached level 13. Hint: you have reached Lord's Mansion level 13. Please select your territory type, city/fortress. City direction, you will gain a larger territory. Fortress direction, you will gain a more powerful territory defense system. Once a choice is made, it cannot be changed. Please choose carefully. Chapter 234 Further Expansion. Qingyu's Conditions. Select City Direction. Seeing the prompt, Jiang Chen did not hesitate at all. Then, before the "please confirm again" prompt appeared, he quickly answered. "Confirm. You have confirmed your choice of city. Your territory area has increased to 1.5 million square meters." Rumble. Looking at the territory that had expanded once again, Jiang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Chen had already given careful consideration to the direction of the territory for Town Hall 13. Once you have the expedition order, your territory can embark on expeditions to other realms together. The fortress direction is the first choice for many lords who are destined to wage wars in foreign lands in the future. This is because it not only provides stronger city walls, but also greatly increases the power of defensive buildings such as arrow towers. It can even double the strength of the protective shield of 14 buildings. Pity. Jiang Chen's foundation still rests on the various legendary buildings and the speed of energy accumulation brought about by the large-scale production of troops. As long as he has enough and strong main combat units, Jiang Chen doesn't care about the defensive bonuses that the fortress provides. After gaining another 1 million square meters of space with the bonus from the cave, Jiang Chen did not rush to upgrade a few advanced buildings, but instead continued to mass-produce troops. Build 2,000 houses. Recruiting 20,000 Tianyin disciples. Thanks to the massive resources gained from destroying Kenshin Castle, Jiang Chen soared into the air, surveying the landscape. 2,000 houses were put under construction, and 20,000 Tianyin disciples also joined the construction team. Beep. Suddenly, a long notification sound came from the chat channel. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The notification sound was from the Blue Star Domain channel, and it was tagged at him. The leading civilizations of the Blue Star Domain have been developing for countless millennia. The lords continuously brought out various resources, technologies, and cultivation techniques from the battlefield of all races. After countless years of transformation, the size of Earth is far beyond what Jiang Chen's previous life's Earth could compare to. The main star alone has a diameter of 210,000 kilometers and an area hundreds of times larger than Earth in its previous life, not to mention the countless satellite cities. A vast living space naturally leads to a large population base. Therefore, the number of lords entering the new server each year exceeds 10 billion. Of course, among them are lords from old servers who, after improving their strength and experience, re-enter the new server in pursuit of a perfect start. According to accurate statistics, the Blue Star domain of District 666 has a total of 365 prefectures, which is exactly the number of the heavens. The number of lords exceeds 12 billion, of which there are approximately 65-70 state capitals within the Dragon Kingdom. The reason for this uncertainty is that some states, like the Divine Kingdom, are currently being contested by 2 or even more countries. The subsequent establishment of nations, and even the creation of domains, will all take place within the vast map of the Blue Star domain. After the birth of the Divine Continent Lord, all lords automatically joined the Blue Star domain channel. Certainly, similar to the state government channel, only county magistrates and state government officials have the right to speak for free. Because of the resource-rich town of Lonyuan County, Xinzhou was one of the first prefectures to begin the battle for the title of prefect. When it first joined the Blue Star domain, it only had 12 state capitals. Jiang Chen didn't know anyone there, and he had been quite busy these past 2 days, so he hadn't been active in the Blue Star domain channel. Could it be that guy Zimulangma? As Jiang Chen pondered this, he opened the chat channel. Yera Kesu Zheng Huangzhou. Congratulations to Brother Jiang Chen on winning the position of prefect. Brother Jiang Chen's private chat is blocked, so you can only contact Brother Jiang Chen in the group chat. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes upon seeing the name and the state. He cut to the chase. So you're a member of the Qing dynasty's royal family. Do you have something to discuss with me? Brother Jiang Chen has a good eye. Seeing that Jiang Chen was straightforward, Yera Kesu didn't waste any words. He first offered a compliment, then said, Brother Jiang Chen had some misunderstandings with my Qingyu before. If Brother Jiang Chen is willing to put aside past grievances, my Qingyu will also grant you the position of third-class armed guard. You should know that this is a high-ranking official of the 5th rank, and an official position that martial merit lords dream of. Jiang Chen smiled. Is this considered a surrender? After the founding of the nation, in addition to fixed official positions such as prefect, one can also customize the names and bonuses of official positions within the rules of heaven. Certainly, any boost to an official position requires the support of the nation's fortune. For example, the special official position of General of the Cavalry in the powerful Han Dynasty, while offering terrifying bonuses, also consumes a terrifying amount of national fortune. It is only established when conquering foreign tribes and is immediately cancelled during peacetime. Jiang Chen is now facing the formidable enemy of the Sakura Kingdom, and naturally doesn't want to provoke the behemoth that is the Qing region, so he smiled and said, I am not an unreasonable person. Since Qingyu is so sincere, I will accept this official position. Of course, let's get this straight. I want the official position, but Qingyu cannot have any strings attached. For example, asking me to give up Xinzhou, or don't blame me for turning against you. If Your Excellency has nothing else to say, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take care of them now. Yurakosu's smile froze. If Jiang Chen's talent and strength weren't so terrifying, he would have turned hostile long ago. Brother Jiang Chen, please wait a moment. You should know the principle that all land under heaven belongs to the emperor, right? Even if you do manage to establish a kingdom and become king in the future, with my Qingyu here, it will be impossible for you to establish a domain and become emperor. As the saying goes, he who listens to advice will eat his fill, so I hope Brother Jiang Chen will listen to my terms. Jiang Chen sighed inwardly. You'd better not say it, lest it make things awkward for everyone. Kusu suppressed her anger and said to herself, First of all, such a powerful military force as the Tianyin disciples cannot be allowed to leave the country at will. For the sake of national stability, Tianyin disciples will henceforth be reserved for the Qingyu royal family. Only princesses and noble women of our royal family will have the right to build them. The Tianyin disciples rose to fame in the battle for the title of Lord, and were hailed as the most epic-level outstanding unit. The Heavenly Mystery Hall immediately updated its rankings, listing the disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect as the #1 outstanding military unit in the Blue Star domain. It's not surprising that Qingyu has set its sights on the disciples of Tianyin. Jiang Chen replied calmly. Anything else? Secondly, Brother Jiang Chen wants to give up Diao Zhou right. It should be called Shunzhou now. What a good name. Of course, the old Taoist priest's decision to cede China to Japan was entirely due to being misled by slander. Therefore, the 8 Banners Army will take over Lonyuan County and will absolutely not let the #1 county on Blue Star fall into the hands of the Sakura Kingdom. Please rest assured, Jiang Chen and all the brothers of Xinzhou. In return, Brother Jiang Chen will not only enjoy the bonus of a 5th-rank official position, but also the honor of not having to bow when entering the court. Of course, he will still have to kneel. At this point, Kasu seemed a little carried away and said proudly, "The achievements of Balian Prefecture, Taipingzhou, and Tianhua Prefecture far surpass those of Diaoyou Prefecture today, especially the latter two, which have even established their own kingdoms and swept through more than a dozen prefectures in the new district back then. But what was the result? As long as my Qingyu makes a move, they crumble instantly. To put it bluntly, even if the celestial Qin, the mighty Han, the prosperous Tang, and the great Ming came to the 7th heaven, they would still be like tigers crouching and dragons coiling. Therefore, I still hope that Brother Jiang Chen can submit to heaven's will and avoid making a mistake." Although Kasu was arrogant, Jiang Chen had to admit that what he said was not too much of an exaggeration. The rules of heaven are not so easily broken, especially the Qingyu domain, whose domain lords are recognized by the heavenly Tao, has been developing in the 7th heaven for hundreds of years and is deeply rooted. There is a widely accepted view. The combined forces of the 2nd heaven Immortal Qin and the 6th heaven Great Ming could definitely destroy the Qing domain. But if such a civil war were to break out, the Dragon Kingdom would also suffer a great loss of strength. At the very least, the heroes and troops that descended to fight will not recover for several hundred years. This is really troublesome. Jiang Chen muttered something. Chapter 235 The Gathering of Fortune. Another powerful general acquired. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Ing Man objected. "You dare mention Immortal Qin? If it weren't for the protection of the heavenly Tao rules, your Qing domain would have been wiped out countless times already. Look at what you're saying. If it weren't for the protection of heaven, Longyuan County would have been wiped out countless times." Kusu, however, was not angry at all. Instead, she looked excited and said, "I have long admired Miss Ying's name. May I have the honor of inviting you to dinner?" Ing Iman's reputation is now no less than Jiang Chen's. The main reason is that Ing Man has mobilized too much energy in the past few months, far beyond what ordinary members of the Ing family can compare to. Some bolder individuals even speculated that Ing Man might be a descendant of Ing Huai, the youngest son of the first emperor, left behind in the main world 1,000 years ago. However, this speculation was so outrageous that it was quickly rejected. Xianxin also issued a statement saying that it would pursue legal action against those who spread rumors. This barely managed to suppress the hype surrounding Ing Man. But in any case, if he could win over the noblewoman Ing Man, his status within the Yahila clan would undoubtedly rise significantly. A tree without bark will surely die. A person without bark is invincible. Ing Man was instantly convinced. "Jiang Chen, you'd better deal with this shameless guy yourself. After all, Qingyu is the official government, and apart from members of the royal family like Ing Man and Zhu Yeqing, there are very few who would dare to say such things in front of Kasu. For example, Huang Xian can argue with the Sakura Lord all day long, but if you asked him to come out and argue with Kasu, a royal relative, he wouldn't dare." Jiang Chen's mind raced. Qingyu's demands were nothing but wishful thinking. But now that Qingyu has taken the initiative to show goodwill, he doesn't want to be the crooked-mouthed Dragon King anymore, making enemies for no reason, so he said, "How about this? I can provide the princesses of the Qingyu royal family with 10 blueprints of the Tianyin branch every year at market price." Other requests? I know Mr. Kaso likes to joke. "I have something to do. Talk to you later, alright? Don't forget the official position you promised me." After saying that, he immediately closed the chat channel. In the Dragon Alliance channel, Ing Man joked, "I never expected that even the Lord Prefect would have a time to compromise." "My lord," the little fox exclaimed in surprise, "you two aren't carrying each other anymore?" Ing Man was instantly both ashamed and angry. "Yeah, are you asking for a beating?" The others tried to suppress their laughter. Qingyu's appetite is definitely not satisfied with this. Fortunately, Zhu Yeqing changed the subject in time and sighed. "We are truly caught between a rock and a hard place. If Qingyu joins forces with the Sakura Kingdom, our situation will be even more difficult." But after saying that, he rubbed his hands together and added, "Of course, it's even more exciting." and Chu Xiao remained relatively rational. At the moment, that possibility seems unlikely. After all, we are heroes of the Dragon Kingdom now, unless we establish a nation in Shenzhou, or even attempt to challenge the position of Domain Lord and threaten the rule of Qing Domain, Jiang Chen continued. But that day will come sooner or later. Jiang Chen's words filled everyone with both excitement and worry. Haha, the first Qi aggregation will be completed in 2 more days. To ease her embarrassment, Ying Man laughed loudly. In half a month, everyone will be able to enjoy the town of 100 points of luck. The mention of Gathering of Destiny invigorated everyone, including Jiang Chen. This instantly alleviated the pressure suddenly brought by Qingyu. 2 days later, in the early morning. It was an ordinary day, but all the lords in Lonyuan County, including Jiang Chen, got up early. Sudden, a dazzling golden light erupted over Lonyuan County, forcing people to squint. At the same time, all lords also received a notification. The luck bet has ended. Your town's Dragon Alliance has won. Your town's luck increases by 6, bringing its current luck to 12 points. Lonyuan County has a total of 500 small towns, and its fortune value is at least 12 points. All the lords were in an uproar, and a very few sentimental female lords even had tears in their eyes. Wah, my resources have mutated again. Hey girl upstairs, don't cry, I thought you'd mutated. The space has expanded. I never thought that I, Yang Wei, a commoner, would be qualified to live in a town with expanded space. In the old district, you can forget about settling down in a town like this without 1,000,000 spirit stones. I'm not worthy. Ha ha. That's why hard work is important. But making the right choices is even more important. Sigh, what a pity for the brothers who didn't make it to the end. Yes, several brothers even participated in the Battle of Fudu, but they didn't live to see the leader return. They are heroes too. Ying Man, who was in charge of the work of gathering Qi Yun, did not delay. After reorganizing the Dragon Alliance into 250 towns, she fired another luck betting order. The Dragon Alliance has initiated a gamble on destiny, with the target being. All the lords erupted in cheers once again. But the one she longed for most was Jiang Chen. Because his lordly talent, blessed land, comes with its own dragon vein. Including the original 77 points, Lonyuan Town's luck value has reached 83 points. It may not seem like much, but if we do it twice more, we can break 100 and preserve the mid-grade dragon vein. In another 20-odd days, it will break 1,000. With the town's fortune at 1,000 points, according to the currently known rules, the dragon vein should be able to advance to a superior grade. I wonder what new characteristics it will gain. Furthermore, could the 1,000 points luck town possibly generate legendary resources? Speaking of legendary resources, Jiang Chen thought of the legendary troop building Dragon Graveyard in his backpack. Although the Bone Dragon is considered to be in the lower middle range among legendary units. Even if it's inferior, it's still a legendary unit. Soon, most of the lords calmed down after their initial excitement. Jiang Chen immediately issued a notice in Lonyuan County. To my brothers and sisters in Lonyuan County, this is only the first gathering of fortune. I guarantee that in half a month, everyone will be able to enjoy a town with 100 points of fortune. It won't be long before all the prefectures in the Blue Star region join the Blue Star region, and then the prefecture ranking competition will begin as scheduled. The state capital ranking competition not only offers rewards such as luck and attributes, but top-ranking players also receive national fortune rewards. I don't need to elaborate on the importance of national fortune. And their opponents are not just the small island nation of Japan, but all the countries and 365 states of the entire Blue Star region. This is truly an era of great competition, so I urge everyone to develop their strength as quickly as possible. Although we are few in number, our ambitions must not be small. The announcement has just been released. The Lonyuan County channel was instantly flooded with posts. I will obey the boss's decree, ha. With such favorable conditions, if we don't work hard, we might as well just smash our heads against a block of tofu and die. That's right, starting today, I'll only sleep 5 hours a day. Let's work together to help our leader establish a divine kingdom on earth. The news of the convergence of fortunes in Longyuan County quickly spread throughout the land. Chao Zicheng murmured, I feel like my treatment as the head of a county is not as good as that of an ordinary lord in Longyuan County. Jian Kong said in a deep voice, Zicheng, why don't you go to Longyuan County and become an ordinary lord, and I'll help you become the county magistrate. Chao Zicheng rolled her eyes. Who says the Jian family are all blockheads? But Chao Zicheng hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, Old Dian, I'm thinking of sending you to work under Jiang Chen. What do you think? Zicheng, why are you making such a big deal out of this? I was just joking. Dian Kong lightly punched Chao Zicheng. Our family's ancestral motto is to protect you Chao bastards for generations. Hee hee, Chao Zicheng chuckled. What era is this? Dian Kong shook his head and said, no matter what era it is, even if thousands of years have passed, ancestral teachings are still ancestral teachings. A hint of tenderness flashed in Chao Zicheng's eyes. Then he said frankly, it's said that even a pig under Jiang Chen's command eats better than us. If you follow Jiang Chen, your development will definitely surpass that of following me. Seeing that Dian Kong still looked confused, Chao Zicheng continued, I'm waiting for you to develop well so you can protect me in the future. If you tell me to go, I'll go. Dian Kong hesitated for a moment, but was finally persuaded. Then he said seriously, but let me make this clear beforehand. Boss Jiang Chen is a hero of our Dragon Kingdom. I won't do anything like being a spy, and I'm not capable of doing it. Ha ha ha, Chao Zicheng laughed loudly. Who told you to become a spy? Just follow Boss Jiang wholeheartedly. Jiang Chen was surprised by Chao Zicheng's suggestion. When the old district lords launched their attack, Chao Zicheng sent Dian Kong, a military lord even stronger than Zhu Yeqing, to provide support. Now he's actually letting Dian Kong follow him? After using the mind control tower to conduct a lie detector test and confirming that Dian Kong was not trying to infiltrate Longyuan County to obtain intelligence, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This Chao Zicheng is much more magnanimous than his ancestor. In return, Jiang Chen reassured Chao Zicheng. Please rest assured, Brother Chao, Brother Jian Kong will stay in my Longyuan town and will definitely eat well, drink well, and sleep well. Chao Zicheng laughed and said, then thank you very much, Boss Jiang. 2 more days passed. The day has finally arrived for the announcement of the first phase of the battle of the 10,000 races prodigies. Naturally, some are happy while others are sad. Chapter 236, 1,000 Points of Luck. A superior dragon vein. A legendary resource point. The preliminary rounds of the Divine Continent Myriad Races Tournament of Prodigies have concluded, and the following lords have advanced. Ying Yinman and Chuxia, Tushanyaya. The above lords have been awarded the title of Blue Star Prodigy. Baka. Looking at the list, Koizumi Masaki's face flushed red and then turned pale. We spared no expense in setting up the Abyss Gate and desperately tried to win over those useless South Koreans and Indians. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen still managed to obtain the title of Blue Star's Prodigy. Under Jiang Chen's lead, many lords on the heavenly ranking and points ranking chose to remain anonymous. Therefore, they can only finalize the results when the final announcement is made. Although the title Blue Star Prodigy doesn't add any attributes, it's an aura that no one can ignore. Toyotomi Hidaichi paused for a moment and then said, the Prodigy of Blue Star will represent Blue Star in the battle against all races. On a grand scale, this is related to the status of Blue Star civilization among humans, and even its ranking on the list of all races. Before the rankings are determined in the next stage of the Prodigy battle, we probably shouldn't kill him, otherwise it could easily provoke international condemnation. The next stage of the Prodigy battle? Koizumi Shinken's eyes were red. With Jiang Chen's strength, if he were to fight against all races, he would surely soar to the top. At that time, the price to pay for killing him would be even greater. So what does Lord Koizumi mean? A short, sharp pain is worse than a long, drawn-out one. At worst, the military can spend money to avoid further trouble and shut those bloodsuckers in the Blue Star United Council. I'll request permission from the military right away. Time flies. By manipulating the betting points, Ying Yinman ultimately left behind 20 towns with 100 points of luck. When the town's fortune reaches 10, 100, or 1,000 points, it will trigger a qualitative change in the town's environment. At 100 o'clock, the town's diameter instantly increased to 5,000 kilometers. Based on a capacity of 1,800 people per town, this would be just enough to accommodate the 36,000 lords of Lonyuan County, with plenty of room to spare. After 7 cycles of luck convergence, the luck value of Lonyuan Town finally broke through 1,000 points. In the instant when one's luck surpasses 1,000. Note, the town's fortune has increased, evolution progress has reached 100%, advancing to a superior grade dragon vein. The dragon vein unlocks new special effects. Note, the town's fortune has improved. The superior dragon vein's evolution progress is 16.07%, and its effects have been enhanced. Call. Jiang Chen let out a breath. Finally, a top-grade dragon vein. Boom. 100-foot-long golden dragon suddenly soared into the sky, its claws, horns, and scales appearing almost tangible, with every detail clearly visible. The powerful pressure instantly spread throughout the entire territory. Clang. Long Jiao, who had transformed into human form, was enjoying the sun in a rocking chair wearing a bikini when he saw this. He was almost startled back to his original form, but he also knocked over the table in front of him. She stuck out her tongue, grumbling angrily as she tidied up. So startling. But this guy's getting bigger and bigger. The dragon vein circled in the sky a few times, then its eyes showed affection, and it tried to rub against Jiang Chen. However, its size was even larger than that of the fully formed Long Jiao, making it look extremely strange. When the dragon vein was first born, Jiang Chen had already activated the cave heaven, which enveloped the entire territory. After all, the various pits on the map of the capital are not far apart. A colossal creature hundreds of meters long would inevitably cause trouble for any passing lord who were to see it. Seeing the dragon vein's performance, Jiang Chen soared into the air and patted the dragon vein's forehead. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Jing. The dragon vein seems to be less intelligent than even Dragon 9, and it can't even distinguish between a good name and a bad name. Upon hearing this, it let out another joyful dragon roar. Jiang Chen then focused on the attributes of the superior grade dragon vein. Superior grade dragon vein. Effect: gathers spiritual energy, producing 3.62 million spirit stones daily. Effect 2. High-quality resources are more likely to appear near your territory. Effect 3. The land is blessed with outstanding people, making it easier for you to recruit high-quality farmers and soldiers. Effect 4. Increases the drop rate of lords, heroes, and troop units by 3,214%. When opening a treasure chest, the chance of triggering good fortune is increased by 30 times. Effect 5. The growth cycle of animals and plants within the territory is reduced to 30%, with a 30% chance of mutation, resulting in a 1-tier quality improvement, not exceeding legendary quality. Effect 6. Weapons and armor produced in the territory have a 20% chance to trigger the Divine Blessing effect, increasing their attributes by 20%. Effect 7. Can serve as a guardian beast in territory defense battles. The dragon vein is immortal, but it requires spirit stones to reform. Effect: group amplification. By consuming a certain amount of spirit stones, one or more characteristics of the dragon vein can be granted to other lords. All special effects have been significantly improved. At the same time, 2 more features were added. The guardian beast formed from the dragon vein is roughly equivalent to a level 70 legendary 3-star hero. For ordinary lords, it would be their biggest trump card, but for Jiang Chen, it's somewhat useless. The last one, the group increase, is rather terrifying. However, after seeing the equally terrifying amount of spirit stones consumed, Jiang Chen felt relieved. You really do get what you pay for. After sending the dragon vein miniature back to the earth vein, Jiang Chen began to observe the changes in the town. The town has expanded rapidly, and its diameter is now over 10,000 kilometers. As expected, 1,000 points of luck for a small town 10,000 miles away. If we only consider the area, 1,000 points of luck are naturally not as cost-effective as 100 points of luck. It can happen very quickly. Various exclamations began to come from the Lonyuan town channel. An epic quality resource point has been discovered outside my territory. Haha, spiritual spring. I've discovered a spiritual spring in the wild. Now Mom won't have to worry about me running out of spiritual energy anymore. Hiss, an epic boss is passing by. Where? Do you need my help? Man immediately posted a message. I'll mention a few epic resources. If any brothers find them, contact me. I'll pay you. Zhu Yeching said enviously in the management group. Sister Ing, are you going to build an epic building? Ha ha, it's the barracks of the 100 Battles Armored Army. Man laughed loudly. Finally, I don't have to carry a backpack full of military tokens every time I return to Blue Star. Jiang Chen had expected to get epic resources with 1,000 points of luck. Therefore, Jiang Chen's expectations were not limited to these. And Chu Xiao's physique certainly did not disappoint. Just over 10 minutes later, Chu Xiao sent a video request. In the video, Chu Xiao looked excited. Jiang Chen, legendary resource. A vein of the legendary resource Tianqian gold has been discovered 200 kilometers outside my territory. That's not all. Soon, news also came from Jiang Chen's Tianyin disciples that legendary quality would have been discovered near their territory. This is the amplification effect of a superior dragon vein. Jiang Chen finally smiled. Building resources cannot be bought or sold, but the appearance of legendary resource points means that other lords have the possibility of building the dragon's tomb. Let's calculate the time. In a few days, the war will begin. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then posted a message in the Shenzhou management group. Meeting time. Meeting time. Soon. In Jiang Chen's territory. You actually chose the city direction? Man asked in surprise as soon as she stepped out of the teleportation array. You're not planning to go on an expedition to the outer battlefields in the future? The city and the fortress are very different in style and can be distinguished at a glance. The little fox, who had beaten Man to the punch, immediately said, Brother Jiang Chen can come with me. I'll protect Brother Jiang Chen. Just then, Chu Xia stepped out of the portal and laughed. Ye's wishful thinking can be heard even in my territory. Chapter 237, The Golden Behemoth. Pre-battle preparations. What are you saying? Jiang Chen protested. Can't cities launch expeditions to battlefields beyond our borders? Although Jiang Chen said that, he also knew that some attacks targeting territory were difficult to defend against using only troops and could only rely on protective shields, unless the enemy was prevented from getting close to the territory. Soon, the others also walked out of the teleportation array one after another. The table was filled with all sorts of legendary and epic quality spiritual items, which broadened the horizons of the few people who were attending the gathering for the first time. Including Chao Ziqing, Zhao Lingshan, Dian Kong, and Li Feng, Shenzhou's management team has expanded to 21 people. In particular, Colonel Li Feng. Jiang Chen was unaware of the Jiangnan provincial military region's plans, but shortly after the battle for the title of prefect, Colonel Li Feng made it clear that the current 14,000 military lords of Shenzhou would henceforth be under Jiang Chen's command permanently. This is a force that cannot be ignored. Military lords may not have the same physical attributes as second-generation lords, and many may even lack the ambition of a true lord, but their fighting spirit far surpasses that of ordinary civilian lords. The military region's decision gave Jiang Chen a vague idea. So many days have passed since Jiang Chen received the title of Blue Star Prodigy. Borneo County is practically empty, and the Koreans are almost too. However, the Sakura lords do not seem to have any intention of relocating. According to my intelligence, the Japanese are planning to defy the world and quickly resolve the conflict before the next stage of the Battle of the 10,000 Races begins. Man, holding a piece of dragon tooth rice, happily munched on it, while sharing information about the immortal Qin. War is inevitable and will come soon. Everyone, prepare for war. Moreover, this time the Sakura Kingdom is serious. At least 1,000 veteran powerhouses, all from District 632, which is a war zone. They are far stronger than District 663 last time. Despite facing a formidable enemy, everyone was eager to try. The 7 Zhu brothers and the 8 powerful martial lords of Dian Kong have recently received Jiang Chen's life source essence, resulting in a surge in their combat power. Zhu Yeching, in particular, has already transformed into an A-level qualification. With Aurora, the Elven Queen hero, the life essence and the water of life finally have a reasonable source. If the Japanese devils want war, then let's fight, Zhu Yeqing said confidently. Damn it. Last time we were cornered in a small town by the Japanese from the old district. This time we must get our revenge. Even the usually composed and Chuxia said confidently. After the luck points broke through 1,000, the dwarf palace's output increased dramatically. The Mountain King is now producing 1 every 2 days, and the Storm Guardian is producing 3 every day. Sudden, Jian Kong scratched his head and said, I just came out of the Sword Heart Secret Realm, and the final boss dropped this item. With that, he tossed out a hero's token. Epic Hero Token Sword Spirit. After use, you can recruit an epic sword spirit hero. Everyone was stunned at the sight, but then they were overjoyed. It seems that after gaining 1,000 points of luck, the Sword Heart Secret Realm has also mutated. It has started producing epic hero tokens, which are even bound to heroes. Haha, with the sword spirit heroes, the Lord Sword Dancers will surely become much stronger. As a precious troop-type secret realm, the Sword Heart Secret Realm is rich in outstanding troop-type sword dancers. Over the years, the warlords of Lonyuan County have at least 10 teams of sword dancers. Seeing that everyone had expressed their opinions, the little fox was not to be outdone and said, Our celestial fox sisters are ready to support China at any time. She turned to look at Jiang Chen and saw that his brows were furrowed into a deep frown. She reached out and gently rubbed them, saying, Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry, we will protect you. Yaya has grown up, Jiang Chen said with a smile, then shook his head and said, I just find it troublesome. The last major battle in Lonyuan County lasted for more than half a month, even with the Japanese team coming to their deaths. If the Cherry Blossom Lords of China really refused to leave, it would probably take 1.5 years to clear them out one by one from each of the dozen or so counties. Jiang Chen didn't have that kind of time. As for the strongmen in the old district, Jiang Chen didn't care. Defeat is unlikely. It's just a matter of how many of our trump cards are revealed. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's praise, the little fox's eyes narrowed into slits, and it proudly puffed out its chest. That's right. Ing Man suddenly placed the dragon tooth rice from her bosom on the table and frowned, saying, This is getting a bit troublesome. Facing the doubtful gazes of the crowd, Ing Man didn't keep them in suspense, but instead looked at Jiang Chen and said, We just received news that perhaps your strength in the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel has provoked the Sakura Kingdom. Among the Sakura lords who have descended upon the land this time is a personal guard of Koizumi Takeo, named Hasegawa Nishi, who also commands a squad of Yakuza soldiers. Everyone was surprised to hear this, and even Jiang Chen showed an interested expression. This was the first time Jiang Chen had encountered a lord who possessed an extreme-level military unit. And Chuxia quickly asked, What type of soldier is it? The ultimate physical unit Golden Behemoth. Moreover, the Lord of District 632 has been developing for over 30 years longer than us, so his units are definitely more than just legendary 1-star units. At this point, Ing Man looked at Jiang Chen. Even Xiao Jiao has been upgraded to legendary 5-star or higher by you. So your goddess warrior is probably not just legendary 1-star. The mythical ancient road in District 632 has been exhibiting frequent unusual activity. Under such circumstances, the Sakura Kingdom's decision to deploy extreme rank troops is truly impressive. Jiang Chen didn't answer directly, but simply smiled and said, All right, let's do this to share the burden with our predecessors in the Dragon Kingdom war zone. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression, everyone felt more confident. After several rounds of drinks, everyone got up to say goodbye. Jiang Chen said, Qing Shuang, wait a minute. Mu Qing Shuang was taken aback. Then a look of joy appeared on her face. Based on past experience, those who are left behind by Jiang Chen alone are bound to receive tremendous benefits. Although the others looked on with envy, they still left one after another. After thinking it over, I still think you're the most suitable. Jiang Chen took out a blueprint and handed it over. It's time for the military region to produce a strong leader. Looking at the blueprints in her hand, Mu Qing Shuang trembled instantly. Legendary unit building. Jiang Chen nodded. However, Although legendary resources have already appeared in the town, whether you can build it or not depends on your fate. Although Mu Qingshuang had always been diligent and conscientious, Jiang Chen had always been hesitant because of her military status. But now that Jiang Chen has taken over the command of tens of thousands of military lords in China, he needs a powerful representative. In addition, Jiang Chen didn't think much of the dragon's tomb. In his mind, Little Fox, Ing Man, and others deserved better. Don't worry, boss. Mu Qingshuang was also a smart woman. After managing to calm herself down, she immediately said, I will definitely lead the team well for the boss. Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Mu Qingshuang did not address him as commander, intending to show that the name Jiang Chen carried more weight than honorary general. Several more days passed. It is also outside the county seat of Deshan. A thick golden beam of light suddenly condensed hundreds of meters in the air and then crashed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged lord dressed in cherry blossom patterned armor stepped out of the pillar of light. Koizumi Masaki's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward, smiling. Uncle Chuanchi, hello? I'm so sorry to trouble you to come to the new district. Hasegawa Nishi is of medium build, rarely smiles, and occasionally a hint of gloom flashes in his eyes. Young Master Jinjin, you flatter me. It's all for the sake of the empire. That being said, if it weren't for the military's order, he wouldn't have been willing to descend even if he were given 100 million spirit stones. His troops had already reached level 200, but this time they were suppressed to level 70. It will take several years for them to recover. The two exchanged pleasantries. Thump, thump, thump. The ground suddenly began to vibrate rhythmically. Everyone looked up. A massive figure, tens of meters tall, gradually became clear within the beam of light. Its eyes were blood red, its body was pale gold, its arms were bulging with muscles, and at the ends of its arms were sharp claws several meters long, gleaming with a chilling light. To be fair, this size is only considered slightly above average among level 70 legendary monsters. But the overwhelming fierce aura caused everyone present to instinctively take a step back. Shinken Koizumi's eyes lit up. Yakuza unit, Golden Behemoth. Hasegawa Nishi smiled smugly, then urged. The other warriors will arrive soon. Please trouble young Master Jinjin to make preparations as soon as possible. After killing Jiang Chen, we still need to return to the war zone to report to General Koizumi. Chapter 238 Public Opinion. The Old Annie of Wulong Prefecture. 12 golden behemoths emerged one after another from the Pillar of Light, each with bloodshot eyes and a terrifying presence. And very soon, over 1,000 Sakura lords from various war zones have arrived one after another. Although most of these old district lords are over 50 years old, in the world of lords, being over 50 is still considered to be in one's prime. Each of them carried hundreds of soldiers, totaling hundreds of thousands. When Hasegawa Nishi casually had a lord display the attributes of his troops, the eyes of all the Sakura prefectural governors present lit up. His, a level 70 superior unit, has 6,000 star power. Even the epic monsters in our new server only have 5,000 star power. That's not surprising. After all, they've been developing for 30 years longer than us. Putting aside everything else, I'm afraid the lord talents of you seniors have already reached at least C level, not to mention other enhancements. Haha, this wave is finally in control. I was really afraid Jiang Chen would run away at the first sign of trouble. No, Jiang Chen may be an enemy, but he has the heart of a strong man and would never run away without a fight. Hasegawa suddenly said, I've heard that Longyuan town not only has a dwarf royal palace, but also a secret realm for special troops, and is famous for producing outstanding sword dancers. That's right, Hayata Yumi quickly said. Moreover, just a few days ago, Longyuan town completed the aggregation of its fortune, and its fortune exceeded 1,000. It is estimated that these wilderness buildings or secret realms will undergo another mutation. Hasegawa nodded. After we take Longyuan town, I will take a batch of sword dancer military tokens with me to make up for the losses caused by the military's arrival. Excellent units can serve as the main force in any faction. Masaki Koizumi didn't seem surprised by Hasegawa Nishi's request. Please rest assured, Uncle Chuanchi, in addition to all the military tokens, Jiang Chen's territory also has the time-space farm, as well as many spiritual items, which will all be handed over to you at that time. Hasegawa nodded in satisfaction. Let's go? Destination, Longyuan Town. Toyotomi Hidaichi also took a deep breath and said, We have gathered all the warlords from more than a dozen counties. This time, we must completely eliminate Jiang Chen, this major threat. Jiang Chen has stripped the county magistrates of Sakura County of their authority, so if they want to attack Longyuan County, they can only first teleport to the county towns of Yagyu and Kidani through the portal. As for the vast distances between counties, they could only advance step by step using precious, one-time use spatial items. At this marching speed, it would be impossible to avoid being discovered by the Dragon Kingdom. In Jiang Chen's territory, even with multiple use of disposable space items, it would probably take the Cherry Blossom Army half a day to reach the outside of Longyuan County, a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. Jiang Chen looked at the photos transmitted back from the front and chuckled softly. Good news. Alexei has agreed to join us in fighting against the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Everyone was overjoyed. Although the Northern Bear Kingdom only has one county, St. Peter, it has more than 600,000 lords, which is several times more than the Dragon Kingdom. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen said, Irun, send these photos to the Blue Star channel. Okay, soon. More than a dozen photos of the Cherry Blossom Army marching were uploaded to the Blue Star domain channel. Immediately following was Yi Irun's message. The Sakura Kingdom has provoked a civil war against the Blue Star prodigies during the War of 10,000 Races. We hope that the Blue Star United Council can step in and stop this behavior that disregards the interests of the entire Blue Star civilization. In just over 20 days, most states had already chosen their rulers and joined the Blue Star domain. The Blue Star domain has 365 states, and the story of each state could be written into a legendary epic. Therefore, although many people have heard of the name Jiang Chen, the vast majority of them have only a superficial understanding of the specific situation in Shenzhou. Yi Irun's message instantly made Blue Star Channel lively. Civil War? Of the billion-dollar lords in the Blue Star New District, only 36,500 are qualified to participate in the battle of the 10,000 Races prodigies. And now you want a civil war? Do you not want to see our Blue Star civilization prosper? My God, it's one thing for the old server to descend and attack the new server, but it's targeting the pride of Blue Star and the bottom line of the Sakura Kingdom? Shenzhou? I remember now. It's Jiaoao Prefecture, where Jiang Chen, who created the extraordinary military unit, is located. Jiang Chen is a genius that only appears once in a century. The prodigies of all races absolutely cannot be harmed before the battle. David Kyoto Blue Star United Council, stop playing dead and say something. Having been singled out and having received bribes, David, a member of the Blue Star United Council, had no choice but to step forward and explain. Regarding this war, the Sakura Kingdom has already reported it. Because Jiaoao Prefecture is the sacred territory of the Sakura Kingdom, this is a just war. And rest assured, everyone, the Sakura Kingdom has promised that as long as the Dragon Kingdom's lord does not resist, they will absolutely not harm any of Blue Star's prodigies, especially Jiang Chen. Toyotomi Hidaichi immediately stepped forward and said, Mr. David is right. As everyone should know, the ideal of our great Sakura Empire has always been coexistence and mutual prosperity. All the previous killings were caused by the resistance of the Chinese people. If they had not resisted, they would not have died. Yi Irun ignored Toyotomi Hidaichi and angrily said, Mr. David, I have to suspect that you have received benefits from the Sakura country. Zhuge Lan Wulong Prefecture. May I ask who decided that Shenzhou is the territory of the Sakura Kingdom? I remember that the rule since ancient times is that whoever seizes the position of prefecture lord belongs to him. Ing Man, the intelligence chief, immediately explained to everyone. Zhuge Lan is the eldest daughter of the Wulong group and the prefect of Wulong Prefecture. And Xuxia said admiringly, to win the position of prefect for a woman is truly remarkable. Women are just as capable as men. Ing Man curled her lips upon hearing this. I'm an old auntie at 23 years old. This is my third time entering the new district. I finally managed to get a perfect start. 23-year-old Andy. Zhu Yeqing was taken aback and asked suspiciously, I'm 22 too. So how old are you, sistering? Ying Man realized she had misspoke and glared at him, saying, You're not convinced? Zhu Yeqing immediately replied, I'm impressed. Even if the two of them were tied together, they wouldn't be a match for Ying Man. Jiang Chen, standing to the side, said with a smile, How about we have a match? If you lose, you can just call her Yaya from now on. Ying Man rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. You wish. Instantly, Zhu Yeqing's gaze towards Jiang Chen was filled with admiration. Looking across the entire land of China, only Jiang Chen can suppress Ying Man, this female demon. At this moment, after a long silence, Congressman David finally spoke up again. Miss Zhuge, your country's officials are also aware of this matter. Yera Kesu, who had been silently watching the screen, cursed under her breath, but could only grit her teeth and explain. Don't worry, everyone. Jiao Prefecture is currently occupied by a group of separatists. Our friends from the Sakura Kingdom are just helping us to reclaim our territory. And once these words were spoken, all the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were in an uproar. Jiang Chen naturally couldn't agree to any of Qingyu's conditions, so the negotiations broke down on the very first day. If it weren't for the constraints of the regulations on Lord Wars, Qingyu would have already attacked the Xinzhou lords in the main world. Even so, Qingyu directly labeled Jiang Chen and others as separatists. However, most people can only sigh in silence, daring not to speak out against their anger. Only a few prefects, represented by Zhuge Lan, lamented, Why are we fighting each other so fiercely? Is the tragedy of Iha Prefecture going to be repeated? Seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled and said, That's about it. Although it seemed like a war of words had taken place. But Jiang Chen, having lived 2 lives, naturally understood the importance of public opinion. In the long run, this war of words has had a greater impact on China than a 1,000,000-strong army of lords. Moreover, the effects are immediate. Soon, Yi Yiren then received a series of good news. Chapter 239, A multitude of forces rushes in. A secret meeting of the emperors. A county magistrate from Wulong Prefecture secretly contacted me, saying he would arrive in China within half an hour to support our fight against the Japanese. Also, the 187 Taoist lords from Longhu continent have arrived. They're so fast. Zhu Yeqing suddenly laughed and said, Haha, my friends from Huaishi Prefecture just contacted me. They're all brothers who grew up together, and they're quite capable. The little fox proudly declared, My sisters from the Celestial Fox clan are already in place, right here in my territory. To Jiang Chen's surprise, he received a message from Zhu Mulangma. Brother Jiang, I am willing to do my part and trouble you to open a portal. Hearing the continuous stream of support messages, the group exchanged glances, their faces filled with excitement. Zhu Yeshuan shouted, Although I'm not afraid of the cherry blossoms, the Dragon Kingdom is united as one, and when one place is in trouble, help comes from all sides. This feeling is so great. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Originally, they only wanted to gain the upper hand in public opinion, but they did not expect to mobilize dozens of prefectures in the Dragon Kingdom. Yiren, please take stock of the losses suffered by our compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom, who came from afar to provide support this time. Ying Man said generously, I'll pay for the compensation. Jiang Chen was unusually generous. Let's go together. Ying Man seemed very happy and lightly punched Jiang Chen in the chest. Good brother. Soon, Yi Yiren tallied the number of people. The number of other state lords who came to provide support reached 43,000. Jiang Chen had assumed that with such a commotion, Ying Zheng would surely send a powerful lord to ensure the safety of his precious daughter. To his surprise, no lord descended from Xianqin. Instead, it was the lord of the Dragon Kingdom's military region who arrived. Colonel Li Feng pointed to a heroic female lord and introduced her. Brother Jiang Chen, this is Major Bai Zhan, a trusted confidant of Commander Feng. This time, she led 300 military lords from the war zone to support Shenzhou. 300 military lords? Jiang Chen glanced at the neatly arranged troops behind Bai Zhan, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Thank you for your trouble, Senior Bai Zhan. However, With so many wars raging in the military region, won't the Qing domain hold you accountable? Hello, Brother Jiang Chen. I was originally the Lord of District 650. I only transferred to the war zone 5 years ago, so I can't be called a senior. Bai Zhen chuckled and then said, "We have already announced our departure from Qingyu." Jiang Chen suddenly realized. Major Bai Zhen was able to transfer directly from District 650 to District 632 and immediately assume an important position, which suggests that he was an extraordinary genius and strongman back then. However, another question immediately arose. This time is different from the last time. The last time the old Cherry Blossom District descended, it was too sudden and caught Xianqin off guard. This time, however, Yingzheng should have been prepared. Logically, even if he was afraid of exposing Yinman's identity, he shouldn't have ignored it. But it turned out to be the military district lord who came. Moreover, Bai Zhen's surname is Bai? Could it be that there's something fishy going on between Xianqin and Yu Fengwu? That's very possible. This way, Yinman's safety can be protected, and her identity can be prevented from being speculated about by others. Haha, the little guy did a good job. He even knows how to use public opinion. The third heaven. Yingzheng looked at the latest intelligence in his hand and said softly, "With China as the starting point, this spark may very well ignite a prairie fire." At this time, Zhao Gao had long been driven out by Yingzheng. Meanwhile, 2 other majestic phantom figures were projected into the void above the jade scenery Immortal Palace. One of them, although shrouded in a halo, still had his distinctive kidney-shaped face vaguely discernible. His Majesty the First Emperor has made a good choice of juniors this time. He created an outstanding type of soldier on his first appearance on the battlefield of all races. Moreover, judging from the records, he is both brave and resourceful. Even our group of talented juniors are impressed by him. By the way, I think your little girl named Yinman is quite nice. How about we arrange a marriage? A toad trying to eat swan meat. Your Majesty is joking. Descendants will have their own blessings. Yingzheng cursed inwardly, but smiled broadly. By the way, I just happen to have a jar of enlightenment tea. If your Majesty ever comes to this understanding and is willing to ascend to the upper realm, I'll invite you for tea. Given the lessons of the mighty Han and the Qingyu, we dare not ascend now. Emperor Ming hurriedly said. Although the Qing domain was brutal at its inception, it was still able to protect its territory and its people. But after the old emperors ascended to heaven one after another, each generation became worse than the last, and in the end, it even fell to the point where that little bitch Ci Lu was in power. We're also afraid that if we leave, those brats will turn Mingyu upside down. Yingzheng sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. The maximum level in the 7th heaven is 200. If they don't ascend to the upper realm, their lifespan will eventually run out. Emperor Ming was well aware of this principle, and sighed. If my eldest son were still alive, I could rest easy, sigh. Never mind. Please don't worry, Your Majesty. Yingzheng quickly reassured him. I have already asked the Yellow Springs clan to keep an eye out, and perhaps we can find the reincarnation of the Holy Prince of Mingyu. I've given up after all these years. Emperor Ming shook his head. The most likely outcome for a lord after death is that he becomes a heroic spirit and is summoned as a hero. How easy is it for him to be reincarnated? At this moment, another figure spoke up, changing the subject. White Lotus, Righteous Harmony, Taiping, Heavenly Kingdom, we have secretly fueled so many times, all of which ended in failure, and have already aroused the vigilance of Qingyu. The spokesperson recommended by His Majesty the First Emperor is located on the border of the Dragon Kingdom and has risen to prominence in the war against the cherry blossoms. He is protected by a golden body and can be said to have the best of both worlds. Therefore, we must act secretly this time and wait until we have accumulated enough strength before we rise up in rebellion. Yingzheng and Emperor Ming both nodded in agreement. Hee, you two can rest assured. Yingzheng chuckled and said, This time, the military forces I secretly controlled only sent down a few hundred lords, and in their personal names. Based on my understanding of Shenzhou's strength, Shenzhou should be able to barely defend themselves, and at most, they can use their home advantage to repel Sakura's attack. It's a shame that these youngsters are so full of confidence. thinking that with their meager strength they can resist more than 1,000 veteran lords who have been in the region for over 30 years. Emperor Tang nodded. That would be excellent. It would be best to fight the Sakura Kingdom for a few years to make Qingyu lower its guard. Emperor Ming also said, Your Majesty, please don't end the battle so easily as last time. That was far too high profile. Ing Zheng was somewhat annoyed. He wanted to say that the men he sent last time hadn't played much of a role before the war was over. But who would have thought that Jiang Chen actually possessed an extreme-level soldier, and even a life imprint skill? Watching the fading images of the Tang Emperor and the Ming Emperor, Ing Zheng sighed. Forget it. Although Jiang Chen is strong, he's still not enough in front of so many war zone lords. He probably won't be able to cause any trouble this time. Soon, half a day had passed. The massive cherry blossom army finally arrived outside Lonyuan County. Toyotomi Hidaichi's gaze was complex. Last time, hundreds of veteran warriors from the old districts and hundreds of thousands of warlords from the new districts all perished in Lonyuan County. But this time is different. The combat power of thousands of strong warriors from various war zones has increased more than tenfold. This time, it will be the real decisive battle between the Sakura Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom for Jiao Prefecture. Toyotomi Hidaichi bowed slightly and said, Senior Hasegawa, this is Lonyuan County. Hasegawa nodded slightly. He seemed to possess some special ability, his gaze towards Lonyuan County gradually becoming serious, even flashing with a hint of greed. Lonyuan County is truly a land where dragons rise. In the future, I urge you young masters to develop Lonyuan County well, making it the cradle of my Sakura strongmen, and continuously supplying fresh blood to the war zone and the upper realm. After saying that, he took out a golden scroll without waiting for their reply. Ban. Chapter 240 The enemy is at the gates. The Angel Legion expands. My lord, preliminary assessment indicates that the enemy possesses 3,200 legendary units, 78,000 epic units, and superior units. The enemy has assembled a large army and is heading straight for the capital. Jiang Chen frowned as he listened to Jing Qi's report. Once bitten, twice shy. The Japanese have become more cautious this time. The quantity and quality of the enemy troops were not beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. However, this time, although the forces dispatched by the Sakura Kingdom were 10 times stronger than the last time, they also abandoned their arrogance and instead joined forces to head straight for the capital, a place of vital importance. It should be understood that although the prefect has a great geographical advantage in his own prefecture, once the capital falls and is occupied by the enemy for a certain period of time, the position of prefect will change hands again. It seems that the plan to fight a guerrilla war and defeat them one by one is not going to work. If the Sakura Kingdom were to divide its forces again, even if it faced hundreds of old district lords and 5 legendary 9-star heroes at the same time, Jiang Chen was absolutely confident. In that case, there's no need to use the silencing scroll. Soon, Ing Man and the military experts also figured out the enemy's marching route and immediately understood the enemy's intentions. Bai Zhen felt somewhat troubled. The Sakura Kingdom is being very cautious this time. Their objective is also very clear, to take over the capital. They've even put the killing on a secondary note. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said in the state government channel, Brothers, the Cherry Blossom Army is pressing in. The defense of the capital is entirely under the responsibility of Lord Ing Man. I hope everyone will cooperate fully in the relocation of territories and pits. Haha, you have good taste. Ing Man was overjoyed and patted her chest, saying, Leave the defenses to me, don't worry. Bai Zhen contacted Jiang Chen privately and said in a deep voice, Brother Jiang Chen, how about I have a few brothers who are good at defensive tactics assist Sister Ing Man in setting up defenses? Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. This shows they don't trust Ing Man. So, Bai Zhen didn't know Ing Man's identity. Otherwise, he would never have made such a suggestion. Leaving aside Ing Man's abilities. Her heroes, such as Meng Tian and Bai Zong, were all peerless geniuses and legendary lords with thousands of years of war experience. Although they could not compare to the demigod Lord Meng Tian or the mythical Lord Bai Qi, they were still beyond the reach of their juniors. How about this? We can wait until Xiaoman finishes the installation, and if Major Baizhun has any suggestions for improvement, then we can bring them up. Jiang Chen didn't explain further, but after thinking for a moment, he added, a friendly reminder, never calling Man little sister in front of her. Either call her older sister or big boss. After spending so much time together, Jiang Chen had come to understanding Man a little better. She grew up in the Xianyang Palace and longed for friendship among her peers. If we're really talking about seniority, everyone below the fourth heaven is her junior. Even her nephew Xing is thousands of years old. Being called sister by everyone. What about the wise predecessors who won? So as a compromise, being an older sister isn't so bad. After all, in this era where gods, immortals, Buddhas, and demons coexist, an older sister who is thousands of years older isn't outrageous. Bai Jinxin didn't really agree. But before she arrived, the commander had earnestly instructed her to obey Jiang Chen's orders in everything, so she had no choice but to comply. However, he was thinking to himself that he must secretly observe the defenses of the capital later and point out any oversights so that they could be corrected at any time. But as time went on, Baizhun's expression gradually changed from doubt to admiration, and then from admiration to shock. As expected of Man, an outstanding member of the Ing family of Xianqin Mrs. Tactics are so brilliant. And Jiang Chen. They also began to specifically improve their strength in preparation for the upcoming great battle. After upgrading to Town Hall level 13, he had already upgraded all his main combat troops to the maximum level of 70. After accumulating for so many days, his energy has once again exceeded 20 billion. As the business of the Myriad Realms Mall gradually stabilized, it brought in 200-300 million spirit stones every day. After deducting huge expenses such as raising troops and creating cave heavens, there was still a surplus, and Jiang Chen's net worth was once again approaching 10 billion. After a quick calculation, Jiang Chen used spatial acceleration to recruit 10 more squads of angels and level them all up to level 70. Then, all the 9 heavenly saintesses were upgraded to legendary 9 stars. A total of 17.8 billion units of energy were consumed. Jiang Chen looked at the 40 teams, totaling 520 angels, floating above the angel reincarnation pool, and said softly, if the war really gets too intense, then the only option left is to expose the Angel Legion. Another day passed. Central Longyuan County. The densely packed cherry blossoms, spaced several kilometers apart, have already surrounded the capital city of Fudu in layers. Through the spatial barrier of the capital, one can clearly see countless territories intertwined within the capital, forming a series of mysterious formations. It seems that there are experts in the Dragon Kingdom who are skilled in defense. Hasegawa Nishi chuckled softly. However, in the face of absolute strength, any tactic is just a waste of effort. He used a megaphone skill to shout, Jiang Chen, my great Sakura Empire keeps its promises. As long as your Dragon Kingdom gives up resistance, there will be no killing. A promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Before Jiang Chen could answer, Baizhun then soared into the air and shouted sharply, there are gods watching over us. Hasegawa Nishi, on behalf of the hundreds of thousands of wronged souls from Qingqiu County back then, I ask you, when you uttered these words, weren't you afraid of the cycle of karma and the inevitable retribution? Hasegawa Nishi's expression changed, and he roared, Baizhun, why have you descended here too? As a soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, how dare you disobey the orders of the Qing dynasty and provide unauthorized support to Jiaoyou Prefecture? Aren't you afraid of being punished? Don't try to intimidate me with the Qing domain. Baizhun sneered. My brothers and I have long since broken away from the Qing domain. The sudden turn of events caused Hasegawa Nishi to frown slightly. So what if you come to support Dayu? But then, Hasegawa Nozomi suddenly chuckled. The Dragon Kingdom lords in the capital will be killed without mercy. This time, we will let all the Dragon Kingdom lords know the consequences of opposing our great Sakura Empire. The words had barely left his mouth. The 12 golden behemoths soared into the sky, leaping 1,000 meters in a single bound. The powerful reaction force caused the ground within 100 meters to instantly cave in and crack inch by inch. Following closely behind were hundreds of thousands of heroic troops from the old Sakura district, each exuding a powerful aura. After that, hundreds of thousands of Sakura warlords commanded armies numbering over 100 million, covering the sky and the sun. Even though the capital city covers an area of hundreds of miles, it now seems like a small boat in a raging storm. Despite its enormous size, the golden behemoth moved with incredible speed, arriving in front of the capital city in just a few leaps. Tear. With a gentle tear from their several-meter-long claws, a 10-meter-long gap instantly appeared in the spatial barrier. This is bad. The strength of these golden behemoths is definitely more than just legendary 3-star. Upon seeing this, Bai Jun exclaimed softly and said, "Our intelligence is outdated." Everyone looked at Jiang Chen, their eyes filled with both anticipation and worry. As both are top-tier units, I wonder if the goddess warrior can defeat the golden behemoth, which surpasses the legendary 3-star level. Chapter 241 Ultimate Clash. The Divine Statue. If the previous battle for the Temple of Destiny was an epic war, then the war that is about to decide the fate of tens of millions of lords in the entire state is a legendary war. Even years later, it will still be talked about with great interest and may even be written into history books for future generations to remember. Jiang Chen did not silence them, and some lords immediately opened live streaming rooms in the Blue Star domain channel. Such a massive war scene instantly attracted the attention of hundreds of millions of lords. "Sigh, this is a new server. I didn't expect a war involving hundreds of millions of legions to break out so quickly. This is the eve of the battle of the prodigies of all races. Let's hope no prodigies from Earth will perish." A lord who knew the whole story stepped forward to explain. "It's all because Japan is vying for control of Longyuan County, the #1 county in the Blue Star region, and it's said that Japan has suffered quite a few losses at the hands of China. The Sakura Kingdom has activated a spatial blockade. This is a fight to the death." "Haha, that's our great Cherry Blossom's golden behemoth. Cherry Blossoms will prevail." "Miss Shenwu, it is said that the genius named Jiang Chen also has an ultimate weapon. I wonder who can surpass him." "Look, Jiang Chen's ultimate weapon has made its move." Jiang Chen was riding the clouds and mist, standing hundreds of meters in the void, looking down at the battlefield in front of him. At this moment, he naturally wouldn't hold back anymore, and a golden light flashed between his brows. "Slay the gods. Rumble." Under the expectant gaze of everyone, Cynthia led the goddess warriors, stepping on thunderous steps, soaring into the sky and leaving a trail of explosive sounds in the air. Just then, the golden behemoth has made several moves, tearing a crack in the spatial barrier large enough for it to enter. Cynthia seized the opportunity and suddenly accelerated just as a golden behemoth had barely stepped halfway into the capital city's space. Kill. Extreme power brings terrifying speed. This golden behemoth was only slightly slower than Cynthia, and at the critical moment, it blocked Cynthia's attack route. Clang boom. The lightning spear and the sharp claws clashed. The deafening roar and the blast wave filled the air. Cynthia was thrown back 100 meters, but she remained calm and undeterred, because this was exactly the effect she wanted. Under the immense impact, the golden behemoth's body also staggered back half a step, then became stuck in the center of the rapidly recovering spatial barrier. Although spatial barriers are primarily for defense, space itself has a cutting property. The golden behemoth was trapped in the middle of the spatial barrier, its body like metal being ground by a grinding wheel, instantly bursting out golden sparks, and it roared to the sky in pain. Within 10 seconds, the other golden behemoths suffered the same fate. "It's blocked." A cheer erupted from all the Dragon Kingdom lords, including those in the live stream room. Given the 30-year age gap, they dared not hope that Jiang Chen could kill the golden behemoth. They only hoped to keep them occupied and prevent these war behemoths from wreaking havoc. Laymen watched the spectacle, experts watched the details. "This power is at least at the legendary 3-star level," Bai Tsong said in a deep voice. Moreover, the goddess warrior's control over power has reached an extremely subtle level. She is truly a born warrior. Meng Tian couldn't help but sigh. It seems that when Goddess Battlefield killed the Kodo beast with a single punch, she didn't use her full strength at all. I really wonder how many troop souls Jiang Chen obtained during his trip to Sword Heart Town. Ing Man looked on with envy. They're so cool. Why have I never heard of the legendary goddess warrior unit before? Amidst the compliments from the crowd, Jiang Chen frowned slightly. Although the goddess warrior can only be promoted to legendary 4-star at present, its attributes are far inferior to those of legendary 9-star units, such as Crystal Maiden and 9 Heaven Saintess. However, this was the first time Jiang Chen had been evenly matched in a direct confrontation with another lord. In previous battles, even when facing the sword immortal Li Jinglin, he had been instantly killed. Moreover, judging from the information Cynthia provided, in terms of physique alone, the goddess warrior is inferior to the golden behemoth. This Hayes is just one of Koizumi Takeo's personal guards, and he's only been a lord for 30 years. Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat solemn, and he silently reminded himself, if the Angel Legion is exposed this time, then I will only have 5 legendary 9-star heroes: Fairy Dragon, 9 Heaven Saintess, Crystal Maiden, Ghost Mothership, Enlightenment Tea Tree, Ancient Tree of Life, Fountain of Life, and Blessed Land left as my trump cards. That's too dangerous. If Jiang Chunsheng had developed a sense of crisis, then Koizumi Takeo was already furious. How is that possible? To ensure this arrival goes smoothly, the military has bestowed upon me 12 legendary unit souls, and my golden behemoth has already reached legendary 4-star. Did you conceal the strength of your extreme rank troops before, or have your troops advanced again in the past month? But how could so many legendary unit souls spawn in the new area? The golden behemoth was blocked, still by Jiang Chen's extreme Dao troops. The shock to Koizumi Takeo was even greater than when he first saw Shiro. He acted decisively, shouting, "Blood boils! Tear everything in sight apart!" Upon hearing this, the 12 golden behemoths shone with golden light. Within the golden light, its size gradually shrank to 20 meters tall, its entire body seemingly cast in gold, its aura refined and perfectly formed. Beast blood boiling is the ultimate skill of the golden behemoth, just like the Mountain King's divine descent. It seems that these golden behemoths have already reached the minor mastery of beast blood boiling. Seeing this, Meng Tian immediately shouted a reminder. As a physical-type ultimate soldier, their spiritual power cannot maintain a boiling state for a long time. During this period, try to deal with them as much as possible. Jiang Chen nodded. It is said that once the boiling of beast blood reaches its peak, the body can shrink to the size of an ordinary beast man, yet become as solid as divine iron, indestructible. Tear. In its boiling blood state, the golden behemoth's power and speed increased dramatically, easily tearing through the spatial barrier and officially stepping into the capital city's space. Without Jiang Chen giving any instructions, the goddess warriors' eyes turned blue, and their bodies were crackling with lightning, as if thunder gods had descended to earth. This is the sign that the thunder battle body has been activated. This isn't the end of the story. The goddess warriors each pulled out a bottle of Immortal's drink and drank it all in one gulp. No one expected that the goddess warrior also had a burst skill. I was immediately overjoyed. No nonsense. The epic battle between the goddess warrior and the golden behemoth erupted instantly. But, in their first encounter, the 2 legendary 4-star goddess warriors were already at a disadvantage in both strength and speed. This was because Jiang Chen had temporarily chosen a physical pit. That's not surprising. Although Jiang Chen has a golden battle name, it is ultimately an entertainment lord talent, which is equivalent to offsetting his B-level war talent. Jiang Chen possesses other advantages, which Hasegawa Nishi, a lord who has developed his power for 30 years, naturally also possesses, and perhaps even more of. Furthermore, the goddess warrior lacks hero command. Just as the goddess warrior was in grave danger and could only rely on thunderstep to fight, an invisible wave instantly spread across a radius of tens of kilometers. All allied lords, heroes, and troops were instantly enveloped in a layer of crimson, greatly increasing their attributes. Jiang Chen looked toward the source of the fluctuation. After reaching level 13, Ing Man chose the fortress direction. At this moment, a statue tens of meters high has been erected in the center of her territory square. The statue is dressed in the robes of the Black Bird Emperor, with its hands behind its back. Although its eyes are piercing, its face is shrouded in a layer of light. Chapter 242. Everyone is like a dragon. Each displays their unique abilities. It really is a statue of a god. The statue, like the sea lighthouse that Jiang Chen occupied back then, belongs to the halo type of building. The holy light from the angel rebirth pool also has an aura effect, but it's more limited, only amplifying angels. Ying Man has never lacked blueprints, but she lacks construction resources. After the town's luck exceeded 1,000, Ying Man was finally able to construct an epic building. In addition to this statue, there was also a barracks for the 100 Battles Armored Army. Like the Immortals' drink, these external amplification methods share the common feature that the stronger one's strength, the smaller the amplification percentage. However, the goddess warrior was finally able to go from being in grave danger to struggling to hold on. Meeting Jiang Chen's gaze, Ying Man proudly pointed to the statue in her territory and said, "My Ying family ancestor, isn't he handsome?" Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. In her excitement, the girl almost blurted out the words, "My dad." Jiang Chen didn't want to know too much, fearing he'd be silenced. Jiang Chen pretended not to notice Ying Man's slip of the tongue and gave a thumbs up to the statue whose face was completely obscured. Handsome, like every little girl who idolizes her father, Ying Man instantly smiled radiantly. And speaking skills, the Cherry Blossom Army has entered firing range. Countless spells, Taoist techniques, arrows, ballistae, and missiles rose into the air and landed on the spatial barrier of the capital, creating ripples. Directly in front of Jiang Chen's line of sight, besides the Golden Behemoth, there were hundreds of legendary units such as the Beast King, Tyrant, and Sword Saint. Although their combat power is not as great as that of the Golden Behemoth, each of their attacks can still tear a wound in the spatial barrier. Then either you yourself, or you let other low-tier units behind you pour in. Of course, many low-tier units were also slow to react, and as a result, they were cut in two by the rapidly healing spatial barriers, dying without a complete corpse. Even so, every second, countless enemies entered the capital and then rushed madly towards the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Ying Man shouted, "All defensive structures, lock onto the nearest enemy and design freely." Meng Tian and the others' formation was very clever, ensuring that every inch of the capital city was simultaneously covered by the defensive firepower of at least 3 territories. Moreover, these territories occupy fortified positions. Even Jiang Chen benefited greatly from observing it. The Empress beside her said softly, "Most of the legendary units in the Sakura Kingdom have a combat strength of around 15,000 stars." Jiang Chen nodded. This combat power is already comparable to that of legendary 6 or 7-star wild monsters without any buffs. Although the Dragon Kingdom had a tight defense, the Sakura Kingdom, by commanding a massive number of low-level troops as cannon fodder, quickly arrived in front of the Dragon Kingdom's territory. Ying Man occupied a fortress pit and then used her territory as the bridgehead of this defense zone, placing it at the forefront. Of course, the firepower of at least a dozen fortified positions could simultaneously cover areas outside Ying Man's territory. Heavy armored pheasant sword squads, Kamakura samurai, Iron Rain squads, ninjas, Tachi squads, sake swallowing children, slit-mouthed women interspersed among them are legendary units such as Onmyoji and Sword Saints. It seemed that it could engulf Ying Man's territory in the next second. With a mere wave of her hand, Ying Man summoned thousands of legendary and epic units on the fortress's parapet. Some belonged to Ying Man herself, while others belonged to the 3 immortal Qin lords. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the entire fortress seemed to be shrouded in a bloody mist. Sudden, Jiang Chen clearly sensed a violent aura rising from the chaotic battlefield below, even surpassing the level 70 legendary unit in the old Sakura server. A figure clad in countless layers of armor leaped off the parapet like a metal can, crashing into the center of the Cherry Blossom Army below. It's Jian Kong. Jian Kang's twin halberds flew up and down, leaving no intact corpse in his wake. Soon, a 4-meter-tall lion-type Beast King stood in front of Jian Kong. Clang! Without hesitation, Dian Kang's heavy halberd clashed with the Beast King's warhammer in a straightforward manner. An incredulous look appeared in the eyes of the Lion King, and then he stumbled back a few steps against the current. Dian Kang, not one to back down, brought his heavy halberd down again. Clang clang. The sound of torrential rain pattering like pear blossoms echoed continuously. Just seconds later, the Lion King's warhammer flew out of his hand. Immediately afterward, his body exploded into puffs of blood mist amidst the countless halberd shadows. Whoosh! After slaying the powerful enemy, Dian Kang's heavy breathing could be heard from within his thick armor, clearly indicating that he had expended considerable energy. But then he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, that's awesome. Seemingly sensing Jiang Chen's gaze, he looked up and waved to the sky before resuming his killing spree. The Jian family lineage is indeed full of valiant generals. That legendary heavy armor, this guy seems to be wearing it all. It is said that the Dian clan possesses a special bloodline, with attributes far exceeding those of lords of the same aptitude. Seeing it today, I can confirm that the rumors are true. With high load capacity, there are naturally more wearable devices. Jiang Chen has upgraded Lord Dian Kang's talent 1 man against all to be level, which already provides a significant boost to the Lord's attributes. His qualifications were also upgraded to grade B through the life source essence. With the added bonus of Big Eater and the several legendary armors provided by Jiang Chen, Dian Kang easily killed a legendary unit from the old Sakura region. Even if it's just a legendary 1-star, it's still astonishing. Without the 7 stars fate pointing technique, Xiao Zhu would indeed be no match for Dian Kang. Jiang Chen sighed and said, 9 heavens holy maiden, lead the heavenly sound true disciples, and divide the area to assist in the defense. Yes, sir. The Empress agreed. The 9 heavens holy maiden immediately led 700 disciples of the heavenly sound sect to the arena. The Empress herself remained by Jiang Chen's side. There are many camera positions on the battlefield, and Dian Kang's outstanding performance was naturally the focus of the live stream lord's attention. This instantly drew countless gasps of surprise. He killed a Beast King in less than 10 seconds? What a powerful martial lord. Could it be Lord Zhu Yeqing? It wasn't Zhu Yeqing. Zhu Yeqing just tore apart a legendary demon in the next live stream. Not only is she a military merit lord, but Lord Enchuxia and Lord Tushanyaya are also very powerful. I feel that they are even stronger than 30-year veteran lords of the same level. One of the lords quickly realized something was wrong. Why do I get the feeling that the strength of an ordinary lord in Shenzhou is equivalent to that of a town mayor-level expert in our state? Now that you mention it, many lords immediately took a closer look and soon discovered the anomaly. The most obvious manifestation is, most of the warlords in Shenzhou actually possess hundreds of excellent units, and some even have epic units. Moreover, these units have demonstrated combat power far exceeding what a level 65 elite unit should have. Aside from factors like leadership and equipment, the most likely reason is that many Dragon Kingdom lords have already advanced to Town Hall level 13. Upon seeing this, the Dragon Kingdom lord naturally became excited. Everyone's a dragon. Everyone's a dragon. Haha, it seems our Dragon Kingdom has a chance in this battle. Certainly, many other lords couldn't help but feel envious. When? You're dreaming. The Dragon Kingdom is at a complete disadvantage in terms of both strength and numbers. That's right. The Dragon Kingdom is merely clinging to life. Our great Sakura Empire will surely prevail. Anyway, the individual combat prowess displayed by Shenzhou deeply impressed all the new lords of this generation. Chao Ziqing, who was on the southern defense line, just witnessed this scene. He murmured, "Indeed, letting you follow Jiang Chen, Lao Dian, was the wisest decision I've ever made. The strength of Dian Kang now is more than double what it was a month ago." Sudden, a lord from Wei County standing next to him exclaimed, "Look at this live stream. My God, are those Tianyin disciples? They're actually trying to ambush a legendary figure." Chao Ziqing was startled and quickly looked towards a live broadcast room. Sure enough, a dozen or so Tianyin disciples were surrounding a 10-meter-tall tyrant in the center. 8 disciples of Tianyin stood in 8 different directions, drawing sword marks tens of meters long, forming a spatial cage. To everyone's astonishment, The tyrant's all-out attack failed to break through the heavenly sound disciples' great Sumru sword formation. How is that possible? Is this really an elite unit? There were quite a few lords watching this live stream, and it immediately caused an uproar. But what happened next was even more outrageous. The remaining Tianyin disciples assumed a strange starting sword stance, and then suddenly thrust their swords out. A multicolored sword aura, several meters long and extremely refined, shot out instantly. Sizzle sizzle. Although the tyrant sensed the danger and tried its best to avoid vital points, several fist-sized blood holes still appeared on its body in an instant, spurting blood. Holy crap, what kind of skill is that? This doesn't seem to be the sword of space that's been making such a fuss about. I must be seeing things. A dozen elite units actually managed to damage a legendary unit. And it's a legendary unit from 30 years ago. If this continues, it won't just be a matter of harm, but an encirclement and annihilation. Chapter 243 Angel Legion set off. This conclusion was quickly verified. Although this tyrant struggled desperately, frantically attacking the Sumru sword formation, and even activating its ultimate move hot-blooded battle spirit. However, the disciples of Tianyin were only pale-faced, and after drinking a bottle of Immortal's drink, they actually withstood the attack. Meanwhile, the tyrant's body was riddled with more and more bloody holes. Some even have openings in vital areas such as the chest or genitals. Legend has it that trolls are indeed incredibly resilient. Thump. Several minutes later, the tyrant finally collapsed and died, unwilling to accept his fate. The live stream room was silent. Then countless comments flooded in like a landslide or tsunami. I feel so relaxed. If this were an elite unit, I'd do a live stream of myself doing a handstand and having diarrhea. +1, it's not a skill issue. It's that the attribute gap is simply insurmountable. Could the rumors be true? After the outstanding soldiers, Jiang Chen has already advanced the Tianyin disciples to the epic quality, but he chose not to announce it in the Blue Star region in order to keep a low profile. Possibly, since Jiang Chen isn't lacking in prestige anyway. This scene naturally came into the view of everyone on the battlefield. What a powerful spiritual finger technique. Yin Man flew to Jiang Chen's side. She also possessed the spirit rhinoceros sword, so she naturally knew that this was not some kind of spatial sword. Just out of curiosity. However, why are your Tianyin disciples so strong? Even with my current A-level war talent, Tianyin disciples would not be able to withstand the attack of legendary units, even just a normal attack. Did you really create an epic unit? When will we be able to reverse engineer the unit-specific buildings? After 13 books, the Tianyin Pavilion's training tower has been upgraded again, and Jiang Chen's Tianyin True Inheritance has advanced to epic 3 stars. Only by combining this with the spatial will, and at least mastering the great Sumru sword style, can one block the troll's attack. However, Jiang Chen ignored Yin Man's inquisitive nature and quickly began analyzing the battle report compiled by Yiren. The goddess warrior and the golden behemoth are locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. Bai Zhen led the 300 old district lords who had arrived, and they were stationed in 4 directions. Every person in China is like a dragon. The combat prowess displayed by Enchuxia, Little Fox, Zhu Yeqing, and others on other fronts has drawn the attention of all the new district lords. The support from the Northern Bear Kingdom and other prefectures of the Dragon Kingdom should not be underestimated. Even so, within just 20 minutes of the start of the battle, several of their own territories had already been captured. Fortunately, everyone was commanding remotely, and the lords suffered no casualties. Fine, I won't tell you then. Seeing that Jiang Chen was ignoring her, Yin Man pouted and then asked doubtfully, "You must have spent at least 5 or 6 billion energy points during the battle for the title of Lord of the Palace. With your earnings from these past few days, haven't you recruited any new heavenly sound disciples?" "You mean those energies?" Jiang Chen finally made up his mind and smiled. "You'll find out soon enough." Yin Man's eyes lit up. "As expected, you still have hidden units." "Yes, there are. But he is not a disciple of Tianyin. Although the battlefield is ever-changing, by comparing the results of these 20 minutes, we can roughly deduce the outcome of the war. It will hover between mutual destruction and a Pyrrhic victory. Certainly. Another possibility is that the Sakura kingdom retreated temporarily because the Ryu kingdom was too powerful. And this possibility is very high. After all, the Sakura kingdom came to plunder benefits, not to perish together with the Dragon Kingdom. Neither outcome was what Jiang Chen wanted. Jiang Chen immediately made a decision and secretly gave Yan an order. Angel Legion, attack. Yes, my lord. Hearing Yan's earnest answer, Jiang Chen felt a pang of emotion. Although the two had already had in-depth conversations, Yan would only occasionally reveal a hint of her girlish side when they were alone together. Normally, he is meticulous, even more so than before. It seemed as if she was afraid of others gossiping about her relationship with her. It's kind of cute that he's so serious. Sudden exclamations came from below. The space barrier's energy is about to run out. Jiang Chen looked up and found that the spatial barrier had indeed become much thinner, and in some places it had even begun to shrink. Just as he was about to replenish his energy, Ng Man shouted loudly, "Top up! I'll do it." 50 billion spirit stones instantly burned. The spatial barrier also solidified again. Jiang Chen's lips twitched. As the ruler of the capital, he naturally knew how much this girl had gone astray. The third heaven. I don't know how they did it. Inside the Jade View Immortal Palace, several big shots actually started watching the live stream. However, the picture is a bit blurry, so it seems to be a bootleg version. In one of the live stream rooms, Zhu Yeqing had just torn apart a legendary unit with his bare hands, revealing a wanton and arrogant smile. With a single swing of her sword, Zhu Yeshuan transformed the area within 100 meters into an icy hell. Seeing this, Emperor Ming said with some doubt, "According to the information I have, our little brats are not that strong." However, anyone could hear the smugness in his tone. The Tang Emperor's gaze never left the ultimate duel between the goddess warrior and the golden behemoth. What interests me more is how this little guy managed to acquire so many legendary unit souls in just a few months since the server opened. If it's about subjugation, that's even more impossible. If he could subjugate a whole squad of legendary 4-star extreme level troops, then it proves that his strength is far more than that. Ing Zheng also sighed with emotion. Not only that, I only knew that Lonyuan County was a place of outstanding people and abundant resources, but I did not expect that these new lords have grown to such a level. Hee. Everyone in the comments says that everyone is like a dragon. As the first emperor, he has every reason to be proud. Emperor Ming offered a compliment to Ing Zheng, then withdrew his gaze from his juniors and said softly, "Is the combat power that China is currently displaying a bit too high profile?" Ing Zheng spread his hands and said, "There's no point in saying anything more now. Fortunately, given the current course of the war, the most likely outcome is that this Sakura Lord will temporarily retreat, which isn't too far off the mark. However, my backup plan won't be needed for now." Both Emperor Ming and Emperor Tang emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although they don't have all the information like Jiang Chen, they can still reconstruct the battlefield situation based on the fragments shown in various live streams. They all nodded in agreement. Tang Emperor's way. That's good. As long as we are evenly matched with the Sakura Kingdom, the Qingyu region won't take us too seriously. After this crisis is over, we will secretly fund China and help them quietly grow stronger. But he had barely finished speaking. Emperor Ming then pointed to a live streaming room and said with doubt, "I think I just saw something terrible." And at this time, a series of exclamations could be faintly heard from the various live stream rooms. The word angel could be faintly heard. Chapter 244, The Angel Legion appears. Shocking. The emperor had barely finished speaking. The live streamer then adjusted the angle, capturing the amazing thing in the frame again. She really is an angel. Looking at the group of agile 4-winged legendary angels in the camera lens, Emperor Ming exclaimed in amazement. Judging from its flight path, it clearly belongs to the China side. Just then, the angels swooped down and, in just over 10 seconds, decisively surrounded and killed 3 legendary demon soldiers. This I can understand why the angel possesses the divine scepter and works perfectly with me. But why do I feel that the attributes of this team of angels are in no way weaker than those legendary units from 30 years ago? These kids keep surprising us. If this keeps up, Won't China just win? Although angels are not as powerful as gods and do not possess the ultimate attribute, they are still a powerful race ranked within the top 1,000 of the myriad races list. As qualified domain lords, they naturally knew the angel race inside and out. Ingzheng shook his head and said, "Angels are good, but in terms of battlefield lethality, they are far inferior to the golden behemoth. A team of angels cannot change the course of the battle." But then, the Tang Emperor said quietly, "One team of angels cannot change the course of the battle, but what if there is more than one team?" The Tang Emperor, with his keener observation, pointed to the group of angels and said, "Archangel, Virtue, Power, this standard combat squad doesn't seem like the kind of troops recruited by the military token." Ingzheng and Emperor Ming also realized what was happening, and their gazes simultaneously sharpened. Could it be that besides the Dwarf King's palace, there is another epic or even legendary troop building in Longyuan town? It seems to be to verify the Tang Emperor's words. Suddenly, gasps of surprise also erupted from other live stream rooms. An angel? Where did this angel come from? Haha, they're the angels of our divine land. My God, and they're all legendary four-winged angels. Could it be another one of Boss Jiang Chen's troops? Team 1, Team 2, Team 3. Angels appeared in more than a dozen live streams. Even though they had some suspicions, the three of them still saw disbelief in each other's eyes after exchanging glances. It's not a field unit building, but a territory unit building. Building legendary unit buildings in just a few months after the server opens? Where did Jiang Chen get so many legendary quality resources? Are today's young people too abnormal, or are we just getting old? Could it be another haul from Qinshin Town? One guess after another popped into the minds of the three emperors. After calming down, Ingzheng said with a complicated expression, "Now, I can't keep a low profile anymore." A hint of frustration flashed in Emperor Ming's eyes. "Damn it. I'm afraid Qingyu will definitely think that we are secretly supporting Shenzhou, but we only have an idea. We haven't done anything yet." Northern Defense Line. 50 Heavenly Fox Clan girls, along with the Heavenly Sound disciples, fiercely defended a defensive line that stretched for over 10 kilometers. The lords, heroes, and troops are all beautiful women, forming a stunning sight. Although they are pleasing to the eye, they are not just pretty faces. With the enhancement of spatial will, the great Sumru sword style of the Tianyin disciples far surpasses ordinary A-level skills. With the help of the Little Fox's 36 legendary knights who were out putting out fires everywhere, this defensive line, stretching over 10 kilometers, was practically impregnable. Even the Taoist lords of Longhu Prefecture, who were on the adjacent defensive line, turned their attention to him. Although their Dao soldiers are also excellent types of soldiers, they are far inferior to those of the Tianyin disciples. Certainly, using A-level skills in succession also consumes a significant amount of resources. The Celestial Fox Clan's small channel. Tu Shan Honghong said, "Yeah, if we continue to consume this much, our medicine will probably only last for about an hour at most." "Sisters, hang in there," the little fox immediately promised. "If things really get critical, Brother Jiang Chen won't abandon us." Just then, Tu Shan Su Su shouted, "You, hurry and provide support." Dozens of legendary troops have suddenly appeared in front of Territory 078. The little fox's expression hardened, and it immediately replied, "Coming right away." Just as she was about to dispatch her legendary knights to provide support, another fox girl exclaimed in surprise, "Oh no! Dozens of legendary units have appeared in front of Territory 084 as well. Dozens of Shikigami lords have appeared here." The little fox suddenly realized that its defense zone had been targeted by the Sakura Kingdom. Tu Shan Honghong said, Yeah, hurry and call for help. With so many legendary level enemies, we can't hold out for long." The little fox frowned. This was the first battle for the Heavenly Fox Clan in Diaoyou Prefecture. She didn't want her race to be looked down upon, and she didn't want to cause trouble for Jiang Chen. But the situation is indeed very urgent right now. Just as she made up her mind to ask for help, Yu Guangzhong suddenly saw more than a dozen white figures rushing towards Territory 078 like shooting stars. At the same time, a cold voice came from behind. "Lord Ye, I am Hathaway, the first archangel of the Angel Legion, sent to provide support on the orders of Lord Jiang Chen. The little fox's eyes widened. Angel's Legion? Did I mishear you? Or did you slip of the tongue? If Jiang Chen had one, or even several hidden angel units, the little fox would be surprised for a moment, but would then take it for granted. Because Jiang Chen has always been resourceful and unpredictable, a legion would probably consist of at least 10 squads. Her mind went blank, and she even forgot to wag her tail. Angels. A squad of 4 winged angels. They actually held off several times their number of legendary units. That's awesome. Tushan Su's exclamation brought the little fox back to reality. Yeah, you're amazing. You called for reinforcements so quickly. Yeah really has a lot of influence. Tushan Hong was convinced, but then asked with doubt. But speaking of which, are you and Jiang Chen really just ordinary colleagues? There's no office romance going on, is there? Why did our reinforcements arrive so soon after we were in danger? The little fox opened her mouth, then said proudly, now you all know my position in Brother Jiang Chen's heart. From now on, you'll all call me sister. Just then, a loud exclamation also came from the neighboring defense zones of Longhazhao and Wulongshao. Holy crap, the Angel Legion. The little fox immediately recognized that the voice belonged to Zhang Anping, the leader of the Taoist sect in Longhazhao. Zhang Anping is no ordinary lord. He is a centenarian Taoist elder who has re-entered the new district. It is said that Zhang Anping has mastered one of the 36 heavenly techniques, namely, the scattering beams to form soldiers technique. Despite his advanced age, Zhang Anping remained fiercely opposed to evil, and this time, driven by his passion, he organized his disciples to come and support China. At this moment, however, the Taoist elder had completely lost his composure. Immediately following was a series of exclamations. Look at the live stream. There are already more than 10 teams of angels. It really is Legion. A legendary troop building. Jiang Chen possesses a legendary troop building. Could it be the angel reincarnation pool from Paradise Mountain? Mom, open the door. It's outrageous. Northwest Defense Zone. Zhu Mulangma was leisurely slaying one powerful enemy after another. Then I saw a legion of angels flying overhead, and I was almost speechless with shock. I was wondering if Brother Jiang Chen would send out those fairy dragons. I never expected he would actually have an angel legion. Even if Brother Jiang really is some senior expert, it's still too incredible. Zhu Mulangma was unaware that Jiang Chen had already built the fairy dragon's nest, and thought that Jiang Chen had only subdued a few fairy dragons. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed in his eyes, and he murmured, could it be that Brother Jiang Chen is the reincarnation of a powerful being, whose mission is to overthrow the Qingyu's rule in the 7th heaven? And the supporters behind them are none other than Father and his group. The more Zimulangma imagined it, the more reasonable it seemed. For the sake of our Dragon Kingdom's foundation in the battlefield of all races, you are willing to give up your hundreds or even thousands of years of hard work. Brother Jiang Chen's magnanimity is truly admirable. He looked in Jiang Chen's direction, his eyes filled with respect. Since I have come across this opportunity, I will naturally do my utmost to help, even if it means falling into the cycle of reincarnation again. From specific points to a broader perspective, the shock brought by the Angel Legion has only just begun. Chapter 245. You actually have another trump card? Your hidden trump card, is actually a well-organized Angel Legion. Yin Man stared in disbelief, pointing to a procession of angels streaking across the distant horizon, and stammered. But how is that possible? Our town only had 1,000 points of luck not long ago. Where did you get legendary resources from? I know, it's Sword Heart Town. 2 minutes ago, she thought Jiang Chen's hidden trump card was another true disciple of Tianyin. Even with a wilder imagination, the most I can think of are a few powerful legendary units. So this time, she was really shocked, and her mind went blank. It was even more shocking than the global announcement of Jiang Chen's self-created troop type. After all, while creating your own units is awesome, they are only of excellent quality, which is fundamentally different from recruiting legendary units without limit. Not to mention that it's an angel, a legendary unit that's above average. After the initial shock, Yin Man felt a strong sense of defeat. Why is there such a huge difference between people? Hearing Ying Inman's mutterings, Jiang Chen was speechless. Is it really appropriate for you, the second-generation leader of the Dragon Kingdom, to say such a thing? To avoid too many casualties on the Chinese mainland, I've revealed my biggest trump card this time. Jiang Chen seemed to offer a word of comfort, then said, but next time, our enemy will definitely send a stronger force. We're counting on you. Ying Inman reacted quickly, speechless. Your biggest trump card, which means you have other trump cards up your sleeve? Jiang Chen pointed to the Empress beside him, and Ying Inman immediately realized. Holy crap, could the Empress be a legendary hero of 3 or 4 stars, or higher? Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Could you please keep your voice down? Ying Inman immediately covered her mouth, first cautiously glancing around, then exclaimed in surprise. How much benefit did you actually gain in Sword Heart Town? A legendary 4-star hero means that at least 3 legendary hero souls are needed to advance 3 of her heroes to legendary status. That's incredibly extravagant. Taking advantage of Ying Inman's inattention, the Empress rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. In the battle just now, the 9 Heaven Saintess, who had reached the legendary 9-star level, only unleashed the strength of an ordinary legendary unit when the true disciple of heaven was in mortal danger. Meanwhile, Avril and several other legendary 9-star power angels mingled among the ordinary angels from beginning to end, doing nothing. Do you think I, a legendary 4-star hero, deserve to be called a trump card? Beep beep beep. The message notifications in the Dragon Alliance channel were ringing off the hook. Jiang Chen opened it and took a look. It was nothing but shock and praise. Even the usually composed Xiao Wushang was so excited that he became incoherent. That's understandable. After all, even a legendary lord like Meng Tian was almost stunned. Looking at the messages from everyone, Jiang Chen glanced at them and said, nothing new. He repeated what he had just said to Ying Inman. In short, we need to keep reinforcing this concept. He really doesn't have many cards left to play, so comrades, we need to work harder from now on. Smiley face. These guys naturally patted their chests and guaranteed it. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, the Angel Legion has already made its move, so I should stretch my muscles too. His figure rose another 100 meters, and then his clear voice resounded throughout the capital city. Origin God Fist. 10 seconds later, a fist imprint 1,000 meters in size crashed down. Tens of thousands of low-tier cherry blossom troops were wiped out. Cool. Jiang Chen let out a soft breath. At this moment, Yin sent a message. My lord, should I help the goddess warrior sisters to annihilate the golden behemoth? Need not. Jiang Chen immediately refused. As a fellow warrior, you should understand that this is their own battle. He kept his attention on the extreme duel taking place not far away. Although the goddess warrior was still at a disadvantage, after adapting to Behemoth's fighting style, she went from struggling to hold on to being able to handle it with ease, and could even go toe-to-toe with it. A hard-fought battle where the odds are evenly matched is itself an intangible gain after all. You won't die. If Yin, a legendary 9-star martial arts hero, were to make a move, he could easily take down any opponent with a single sword strike. Yin offered his suggestion simply to fulfill the responsibility of a hero, and upon hearing this, he no longer insisted. Yes, my lord, the Angel Legion's combat prowess is beyond doubt. With the blessing of the first Emperor's statue, Divine Light, Cup of Wine, Physique Slots, Golden Battle Name, Hero Command, and so on, the Angel's attributes are no less than those of legendary units from 30 years ago. Not to mention divine skills like the Holy Scepter and Resurrection. While the legendary units from the 30-year-old Cherry Blossom series have strong attributes, they are diverse, lack a coherent system, and even fight independently. After all, even in District 632, lords who possess legendary troop buildings are extremely rare. The combined strength of 520 angels is at least 3 times that of an enemy of the same level. The scales of war tipped instantly in favor of China. The moment the Angel Legion appeared, all the live stream screens were instantly filled with comments. The lords of all the states spread the news far and wide. Various sensational headlines appeared instantly. An army of angels has appeared in China. Are you crazy? You call this a new district? An angel at the start? How can I possibly lose? Me, the new district lord. It's perfectly reasonable for me to completely crush a 30-year-old warzone lord, right? Many unsuspecting lords initially cursed the clickbait title, but were instantly dumbfounded after entering the live stream. Within minutes, the number of viewers in all the live stream rooms doubled. Behind the cherry blossom army. Impossible. This must be an illusion created by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha ha. Jiang Chen is really stupid. Even if you're going to create an illusion, you have to make it realistic. In a new server that's only been around for a few months, who can field a whole army of angels? Starseer immediately cast a dispelling spell. Watching the live stream, Hasegawa Nishi's face contorted in a grimace, then burst into laughter. Where was the composure he had shown just an hour earlier? It took a full 10 minutes, and after repeated confirmation, for him to finally accept this reality. As a result, with the help of his favorite geisha, Hasegawa Nishi barely managed to stay upright from sitting on the ground. He was afraid that this visit would be too boring, so he used his precious visit slot to bring a geisha with him. After looking at the battle report that had just been compiled, his lips twitched. Within just 10 minutes of the Angel Legion's appearance, over 500 legendary units in the old server had been killed or wounded. If this continues, the Cherry Blossom army will completely collapse in less than an hour. Damn it! Hasegawa suddenly burst into a tirade. The Special Hire Police and the 4 major agencies, from top to bottom, should all be dragged out and shot. Baizhun suddenly descended. Everyone in Shenzhou is like a dragon. The legendary 4-star Extreme Dao unit. The Angel Legion, these incompetent bastards haven't dug up a single useful piece of information. With Jiang Chen's current strength, only a county magistrate or a general-level expert could possibly stand against him. Did you send us here to die? At this moment, Masaki Koizumi said in a deep voice, Uncle Hayes, your golden behemoth seems unable to maintain its transformed state. Chapter 246 The Fall of the Supreme Path. The Mother River. He looked up and saw that, as expected, the golden light that had been uniform on the golden behemoth's body had begun to flicker and was gradually losing its shape. Certainly, being able to maintain the boiling blood state for half an hour is enough to prove the strength of this team of golden behemoths. Bang! Before Hasegawa Nishi could react, the golden light on the surface of the golden behemoth shattered, and its size rapidly expanded to tens of meters high, before its speed decreased sharply. Hasegawa Nishi's expression showed struggle, but he finally shouted the order. Golden Behemoth, retreat from the battlefield. The Sakura executives were all shocked. No, if the Golden Behemoth retreats from the battlefield, it will be a fatal blow to the morale of the lords. That's right. Even if the Golden Behemoth exits its blood-boiling state, it can at least restrain the goddess warrior. Lord Hayes, if this leads to a defeat in the war, who will bear the responsibility? But Hasegawa Nishi wouldn't listen. He was able to become Koizumi Takeo's personal guard, enjoying the treatment of a major in the war zone, entirely due to sheer luck in obtaining a legendary military token and unlocking the Golden Behemoth. Gentlemen, the emergence of Jiang Chen's Angel Legion has become the last straw that will tip the scales of war. The best outcome for this war now is for both sides to suffer heavy losses. Hasegawa Nishi shouted loudly. Think about it, everyone. Jiaoao Prefecture, without the support of Qingyu, will sooner or later fall into the hands of our great Sakura Empire. We can take a long-term view and request support. There's no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. As for the defeat in this war, that was entirely the fault of the intelligence department. What does it have to do with us? The legendary 4-star extreme rank unit, the Angel Legion this time, we forced Jiang Chen to reveal all his trump cards, which can be considered a great achievement. Next time, we can take Jiaoao Island in one fell swoop. These words left the high-ranking officials in China looking at each other in bewilderment. That seems very reasonable, although the phrase, next time we'll definitely be able to take Jiaoao Island, sounds familiar. Even Maken Koizumi nodded subconsciously. They are all future rulers of Jiaoao Prefecture, above all others, and incomparably noble. There's no need to take risks in a battle that's already a sure win. What if they are gone when Jiaozhou is captured? Wouldn't that be doing all the work for someone else? Then, all the high-ranking officers began to secretly order their superior troops to slow down their offensive pace, or even retreat quietly. Before Hasegawa could even breathe a sigh of relief, Toyotomi Hidaichi kindly reminded him, "Lord Hayes, your behemoth seems to be blocked." Hasegawa looked west, and his defenses crumbled instantly. "Bakayuru, Jiang Chen, aren't all those legendary and epic units enough for you to kill? Why are you fixated on my golden behemoth?" Through the spatial barrier, 2 squads of angels could be seen blocking the golden behemoth's retreat path. What angered him the most was, these 2 squads of angels seemed to be only there to stop the golden behemoth from escaping. "Damn, Jiang Chen, you're actually using my golden behemoth to hone your ultimate weapon. I'll never forgive you." On the battlefield of the extreme path, Giselle looked somewhat tired, but the light in her eyes shone even brighter. She nodded to the archangel who had come to her aid, and then her figure transformed into a bolt of lightning once more. Puff! The golden behemoth that fought her barely managed to block the vital point on her neck, but a wound several meters long appeared on her arm, bleeding profusely. The golden behemoth is indeed incredibly resilient. The flesh at the wound site was moving rapidly, and it was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Puff! Before the wound could heal, lightning struck again, leaving another wound on its back, causing it to roar in pain. The amplification effect after the beast blood-boiling burst is greater than that of Thunder Battle Body, but the side effects are naturally also greater. Giselle's Thunder Battle form has not yet been deactivated. With this shift in power, the golden behemoth is now at a disadvantage. Although the two are vastly different in size, the continuous injuries caused the golden behemoth to move more and more slowly, and wounds began to appear on its vital areas such as its neck. The golden behemoth's eyes had long lost the contempt it had shown before the war. Instead, they were filled with deep fear. It wanted to escape, but the time it would take to tear the spatial barrier apart again was enough for the goddess warriors to make dozens of moves, not to mention there was a team of angels watching it from the sidelines. No. Finally, amidst Hasegawa Nishi's heart-wrenching roar from afar, the golden behemoth finally exhausted its life force, collapsing to the ground like a small mountain, its pupils beginning to dilate. Its death seemed to open a door to death. Thump thump. One by one, the golden behemoths lost their vitality and collapsed to the ground, dying. The clash between the most powerful figures has always been the biggest highlight of this war, and this shocking scene was faithfully broadcast live by several lords. The live stream chat, which had been closely following the battle, was instantly flooded with comments. Dead. The mighty golden behemoth is truly dead. This is an extremely rare soldier, 1 in 10,000. Has anyone noticed that the goddess warrior gets stronger and braver with each battle? Such a powerful unit, coupled with the goddess warrior's figure and looks, is simply an ultimate unit that rivals the fairy dragon. I'm so envious, no. I'm dying of jealousy. Angel Legion, goddess warriors. Zhang Zhanzhou truly lives up to his reputation. Today, the Dragon Kingdom has really stolen the show. Almost all of the 365 states in the Blue Star Domain have now entered the Blue Star Domain. Larger countries occupy dozens of states, while some smaller countries occupy only 1 or 2 states, and some don't even have any states at all, and can only look up to the big countries. Among them are allies of the Dragon Kingdom, and naturally, also enemies of the Dragon Kingdom. Are the friends from the Northern Bear Kingdom trying to kill me with laughter? A unit I've never even heard of dares to compare itself to the fairy dragon? That's right, I just saw a statue of a god, and the Angel Legion's combat power is ridiculously strong. It must be the bonus from a Halo-type building. Miss Shenwu is right. Once they leave the territory, both the goddess warriors and the Angel Legion will be reduced to their original forms. These people speak with utter contempt, but only they themselves know what they are really thinking. At this moment, the youngest goddess warrior, Amanda, had also defeated her enemy, and said to Cynthia beside her, "Sister Cynthia, I have benefited greatly from this great battle, and should be able to withstand another unit soul to advance to legendary 5-star. That's not all. A hint of excitement flashed in Cynthia's usually composed eyes. Just now, I seemed to vaguely sense the call of the Mother River. These words were spoken. All the goddess warriors were stunned for a moment, then burst into thunderous cheers. As long as they find the Mother River, their goddess warrior clan can continue to multiply. Cynthia raised her hand to stop her sister's cheers, then whispered, "Sisters, continue to fight the enemy and repay our Lord with their blood." Yes. At this time, Jiang Chen subconsciously opened the goddess warrior's battle log, only to be instantly stunned. Holy crap, this is possible. Chapter 247, The Golden Behemoth Military Talisman. I dare not kill you. Your unit Giselle has slain the Golden Behemoth Legendary 4-star, gaining 14 million energy and 1 Golden Behemoth Talisman. A military tally. Slaying enemy lord units has a high probability of dropping a piece of equipment and a very small probability of dropping the skill they possess. This was the first time Jiang Chen had ever heard of a military token being directly obtained. He immediately opened the other battle reports of killing golden behemoths. Unfortunately, there was only one military tally. Since it was an unexpected surprise, Jiang Chen was not discouraged. Instead, he searched for the keyword military talisman. Today's hundreds of thousands of kill records have instantly dwindled to just a few hundred. Blade Master, Beast Master, Scourge Knight. Jiang Chen smiled. Besides the Golden Behemoth, there were also 3 other legendary military tokens. There are a total of 28 epic military tokens. The enhancement from the Dragon Vein is terrifyingly powerful. But I've never heard of a lord so extravagantly upgrading green waters and lush mountains to a level before. Perhaps someone has tried, but they must all have chosen to keep quiet and make a fortune, just like Jiang Chen. The final aggregation of fortune is about to be completed. At that time, the town's fortune will exceed 3,000 points, and the Dragon Vein's bonus will reach a new level. 3 county-level ranking competitions brought Longyuan County's total luck points to over 6,000, and Jiang Chen unceremoniously claimed half of them for himself. 1 military token can recruit 12 troops. If the drop rate really reaches a certain extreme, can I just find someone to recruit this team of golden behemoths, then kill them, and get 2 more military tokens? As Jiang Chen was pondering the possibilities of an endless series of nested dolls, he heard Ng Inman's regretful voice beside him. What a pity. If we had a legendary sealing scroll, we could have crippled this team of golden behemoths first, and then try to seal them. Although she had been spending all her money to sweep through the Myriad Realms Mall these past few days, and had also upgraded more than a dozen hundred battle-armored soldiers to legendary quality, she was still incredibly envious when she saw the extreme Dao soldiers. Then, Ng Inman saw a golden light flying towards her and instinctively reached out to grab it. 1 second later, a cry of surprise and disbelief came from midair. Holy crap! Meng Tian looked up and felt a terrible headache. Jiang Chen is good in every way, except that ever since the little princess started following him, she has become more and more distant from being a lady. But 10 seconds later, when Ng Inman proudly presented the Golden Behemoth's military tally. Holy crap! Meng Tian couldn't help but swear, which made Bai Tsong, who was standing next to her, look at her with surprise. But Meng Tian didn't care about any of that. She immediately pulled Ng Inman aside and said nervously, "Your Highness, tell me honestly, did Jiang Chen make any unreasonable demands of you? This is an extreme level unit. Even if Jiang Chen possesses the Angel Legion, he shouldn't just give it away so easily. Could it be a betrothal gift?" Meng Tian's mind raced. No. Ng Inman was taken aback. I guess he thinks Behemoth is too ugly, but he just won't admit it. Too ugly? Meng Tian felt dizzy. Wow, what a tycoon. Looking at Ng Inman and the other woman whispering below, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Whether it was the initial preparations, the 300 powerful warriors from the war zone who were supposedly sent down secretly on the orders of Xian Qin, or the recent 5 billion spirit stones spent by Ng Inman, their value exceeds that of a single supreme military talisman. After all, he is the Lord of Shenzhou. Even so, Ng Inman, still excited about the Golden Behemoth's military token, insisted on giving him 2 billion spirit stones. I can't refuse it. Don't be fooled by Jiang Chen's current wealth of billions. Spirit stones will always be the hard currency. Even a powerful figure like Chu Xiao would find it difficult to come up with 10 million spirit stones these days. Although the Golden Behemoth is good, it has no place in Jiang Chen's territory's combat system, and Jiang Chen has no beastman hero to command it. Even disregarding the fairy dragon, whose cost-effectiveness surpasses that of the Golden Behemoth, the Crystal Maiden and Goddess Warrior are both physical-type ultimate units, no less capable than the Golden Behemoth. Wouldn't the more eye-catching Crystal Virgo be better? From this perspective, Ying Man is not wrong. Moreover, only when Jiao Prefecture as a whole becomes stronger can Jiang Chen be prevented from revealing more of his trump cards. On the battlefield, the fall of the Golden Behemoth completely liberated the Goddess Warriors. They were unleashed at full power and were invincible. Furthermore, with the Sakura leadership beginning to slack off, even the slow-witted Sakura Lord noticed something was wrong and secretly ordered his troops to slow their advance and even begin to retreat. 1 person, 10 people, 100 people, 1,000 people, the rout is contagious. When the Cherry Blossom army finally receded like the tide, the entire capital city was filled with thunderous cheers. Ha ha, the Japanese devils are retreating. We won. Our land has created a miracle once again. Long live Boss Jiang Chen. Long live China. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. Amitabha. May heaven bless the divine land. Our long journey from Dragon Tiger Continent has not been in vain. Even in the Northern Bear Defense Zone, shouts of hurrah could be heard. Angel Legion, Heavenly Sound Legion, follow me out of the city to kill the enemy. Leave no one alive. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't let it go so easily. A thunderous sound echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Immediately afterwards, another punch, the Origin God Fist, came crashing down. Although the two sides fought fiercely for nearly an hour, the lords suffered very few casualties. Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't let these Sakura lords hiding in the rear escape. You can also harvest some energy along the way. Under Jiang Chen's leadership, the Shenzhou defense perimeter reached its peak. Lord of Immortal Qin, follow me out of the city to fight the enemy. Brothers of Huaishi, follow me out of the city to fight the enemy. My heavenly fox sisters, follow me out of the city to fight the enemy. Haha, fellow Taoists of Longhu continent, our two continents are adjacent. Why don't we travel together? Hurrah! We, the Northern Bear Kingdom, cannot let our allies see this. The Sakura Kingdom naturally has no shortage of lords with strong fighting spirit. Seeing that the Dragon Kingdom had broken away from its defense system, they wanted to organize a counterattack. But defeat is swift and decisive, it's not that easy. And the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. These few Cherry Blossom lords who dared to show their faces were instantly and forcefully killed by the Angel Legion. The other Cherry Blossom lords were so frightened that they dared not show their faces again, hiding among the fleeing troops and running away in panic. Ying Man suddenly pointed to a spot 10 kilometers away and shouted loudly, Toyotomi Hidaichi. I see Toyotomi Hidaichi, he's right there. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and several squads of angels instantly charged forward. Toyotomi Hidaichi was indeed very clever. At this critical moment, he managed to seize the last glimmer of hope. He immediately started a live stream, pointed it at himself, and yelled wildly, I am a prodigy of Blue Star. I will fight for Blue Star against all races. Jiang Chen wants to kill me. Jiang Chen wants to be an enemy of the entire Blue Star. The other Cherry Blossom lords who received the title of Blue Star Prodigy also suddenly realized what was going on and followed suit, opening their live streams one by one and howling like ghosts. Jiang Chen, tell your men to stop right now. We concede defeat and are willing to pay the ransom. We ask that the Dragon Kingdom not openly violate the Moonlit Covenant. Even if we win this battle, we will not harm your lord. We now request to surrender. In the live stream room, naturally, some people spoke up in support of him. Shenwu Nizi Shenwu Prefecture. The Blue Star Prodigy battle is about to begin. Lord Jiang Chen has already won. Please do not pursue him to the bitter end, lest you bring trouble upon yourself. Tokugawa Masashige, Tokugawa Province. The Battle of the Prodigies of all races not only includes individual battles, but also team competitions. With dozens of prodigies missing from the competition, the strength of Blue Star is weakened. Even some neutral officials stepped forward. Adolf Norman state. Well, although the Sakura Kingdom was wrong to start the war for the benefit of the entire Blue Star, I hope the Dragon Kingdom can prioritize the overall situation. Having received the money, the Blue Star United Council can now finally appear in a legitimate manner. David Kyoto. Ahem. Lord Jiang Chen, there is an old saying in China, forgive and forget. Since the Sakura Kingdom has been defeated, I hope that the China Kingdom can abide by the manhwa Treaty and treat prisoners of war well. The little fox flew to Jiang Chen's side, looking indignant, and said, Brother Jiang Chen, what should we do? Ying Man licked her lips. What else can we do? Before the battle of the myriad races prodigies begins, we must kill them without mercy. Although she was fearless, after speaking, she still looked at Jiang Chen, anticipating his decision. Before Jiang Chen could speak, a series of gasps suddenly erupted from below. Quickly check the Blue Star domain channel. The battle of the prodigies of all races has begun. To open at this critical juncture? Could it be that even heaven is saving these Japanese devils? Jiang Chen immediately opened the Blue Star domain channel. Sure enough, more than a dozen golden announcements were pinned to the top. Chapter 248 Rules of the Prodigy Battle. Kill. Announcement. The second phase of the battle of the myriad races prodigies has begun. At 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, all lords who have earned the title of Blue Star Prodigy will represent the Blue Star domain in the battle against all races. The Blue Star domain is currently located in Battle Realm number 77, which includes the domains Blue Star Domain, Florence Domain, Singer Star Domain, Brahma Domain, Five Thunder Domain, etc. The second phase of the Battle of the Myriad Races is divided into individual battles and legion battles. Individual battle. This individual battle will be conducted in an arena format. Each victory will earn corresponding rewards. Those who rank in the top 1 million will receive the title of Human Prodigy and qualify for the third stage. Click to view rules. Legion Wars. All Blue Star Lords form Blue Star Legions to jointly construct world wonders. Based on construction progress rankings, the respective domains will receive bonuses in areas such as luck, territory, resources, spiritual energy, and lord attributes. Click to view rules. All combat casualties during the War of the Myriad Races were actual casualties. During the Battle of the Myriad Races, all lords in District 666 can watch the live stream by purchasing tickets. Arena battles require the consent of both lords. During the War of the Prodigies of all races, taking advantage of the Great War of the Divine Continent, almost all the lords instantly saw the announcement of the Battle of the 10,000 Races Pride. The entire Blue Star domain channel instantly erupted in noise. The many prodigies of Earth, in particular, were extremely excited. They even immediately put the ongoing war in China out of their minds, since no matter how exciting the war was, it had nothing to do with them. This individual battle is actually in arena mode. Wah, I thought it would be tower defense mode. I built dozens of defense towers for nothing. It's not hard to understand. The arena mode allows for more matches, and Tiandao can earn more money from live streaming Doge. Holy crap, everyone look. The first place in the individual battle is a mythic reward. When has the first place winner never received a mythical reward? What's the big deal? This has nothing to do with our Blue Star region. Who says it doesn't matter? Said a civil servant from Shenzhou. Everyone has witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. He might still have a chance to take first place. Ridiculous. Have you Dragon Kingdom people gone mad? Or are you just ignorant of the power of the myriad races? Why not? Arena battles depend on both strength and luck. Jiang Chen came from humble beginnings and has reached his current position. His luck is certainly not bad. Yeah. What kind of time is this to still have people who believe such nonsense as Jiang Chen is from a commoner background? To Jiang Chen's dismay, some people actually started arguing because of him. But soon, all eyes were then focused on the Legion War. Even if you rank high in individual battles, it only affects one person. What's important is the Legion battle, which concerns the fate of the entire Blue Star domain and affects the future development of the billion-dollar lords in the new district. That's right. 100 years ago, District 555, which was known as the strongest war zone in the seventh heaven of Blue Star, directly entered the top 100 in the Legion War. As a result, The resources of all domains of Blue Star increased by more than 30% instantly. The strong will always get stronger. I remember that the Legion missions for building are divided into gathering and guarding, and are closely related to the number of lords. David Jeju. I suggest that everyone conserve their strength in individual battles and minimize casualties among heroes and troops. Absolutely avoid any casualties among lords. If necessary, forfeit, because every extra person adds to the strength. Adolf Norman. Your Excellency is right. I would even give up individual combat for the sake of Legion warfare. Suddenly, Shinmu Nico said meaningfully, Mr. Adolf is a man of noble character, but I'm afraid some people don't think so. Miss Shinwu means. Adolf was taken aback, then realized what was happening and frowned as he looked at the live stream. Shinwu Nizi suddenly shouted sternly, Jiang Chen, now that everyone is united in this effort, you are attacking a prodigy of Blue Star. Do you intend to become a sinner against Blue Star? Many people then remembered that a rising star from Blue Star who was participating in the Legion War was about to fall in the live stream. Now, even many neutral lords who had remained silent about the battle couldn't hold back any longer. Mr. Jiang Chen and friends from China, it is indeed wrong for Japan to start a war at this time, but the construction of this world wonder requires everyone's concerted efforts. Why don't we have Toyotomi Hidaichi pay some ransom? That way, it'll be a win-win situation for everyone. Ha ha, seeing that most of the Blue Star was putting pressure on Jiang Chen, Toyotomi Hidaichi felt reassured and laughed loudly. Jiang Chen, accept my terms now, and I'm willing to offer 100 spirit stones as ransom. As he spoke, he arrogantly pointed the camera directly at Jiang Chen. All the lords, including Shinmu Nico, cursed Toyotomi Hidaichi in their hearts for being brainless and still trying to sow discord between Jiang Chen at this time. But at this point, we must protect him, both for public and private reasons. While everyone was discussing it, and Xu Xia, Zhu Yeqing, and the others also flew to Jiang Chen's side, looking angrily at the arrogant Toyotomi Hidaichi. Who would have thought that the rules of the Battle of the 10,000 Races would be announced at this time? And less than a day later, the war officially began. It's still a Legion war focused on construction. At this point, if they were to actually kill these prodigies of Blue Star from the Sakura Kingdom, they would inevitably be accused of disregarding the interests of Blue Star. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Evening, Inman hesitated. Jiang Chen, how about we? You dare call yourself a prodigy of Blue Star? Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Chen suddenly shouted. Based on my calculations, this Legion war among the myriad races prodigies will almost certainly be a battlefield melee mode. I alone am worth all of you. What use are you useless trash if I leave you here? Everyone was stunned. A golden fist imprint, 100 meters in size and extremely condensed, had already taken shape and instantly streaked across 10 miles of void. Toyotomi Hidaichi's eyes widened. What do according to your guess and melee mode mean? The Heavenly Tao has already announced the Legion battle mode. However, he quickly realized what was happening. Jiang Chen was pretending to be stupid, trying to kill them without them even knowing what was going on, and then pretending to know nothing when asked. Jiang Chen, you bastard. Look at the announcement. The battle of the myriad races prodigies has already. At the same time, he desperately tried to dodge. Logically speaking, Origin God Fist doesn't have the characteristics of a spatial sword. No matter how fast it is, it still has ballistic time. With their current strength, the lords still have a chance to dodge a distance of 10 kilometers. Just as all the Sakura lords, including Toyotomi Hidaichi, were about to dodge, they found themselves frozen in mid-air by an irresistible force. He could only watch as the terrifying golden fist imprint landed on his head. No, Jiang Chen, I'll become a ghost. Report it for us. Boom. If even Li Jinglin couldn't withstand the Origin God Fist, how much less could the Japanese devils? Amidst the despairing verses of the Cherry Blossom Lords, the golden fist imprint crashed to the ground, and a small mushroom cloud rose up. It's fortunate that these guys got together. Hasegawa Nishi, however, escaped using some unknown means, only to be easily killed by the Angel Legion that arrived shortly afterward. Jiang Chen let out a soft breath. It was still somewhat strenuous to condense such a refined fist imprint in such a short time. The main problem is that it's too far away. Oh, he suddenly exclaimed, then said with a look of shock. The battle of the prodigies of all races has already begun. Damn it. How could it be a world wonder construction? It should be Battle Royale mode. Chapter 249, Annihilation. A terrifying harvest. Everyone was speechless. Everyone in Shenzhou, not to mention the little fox, even in Chuxia and Zhu Yeqing instantly turned into fans, looking at Jiang Chen with adoration. Only Ying Man suppressed a smile and said, "Next time I return to Blue Star, I'll definitely use my connections to get you a golden statuette." Shenwu Nizi was so angry that he trembled all over. "Jiang Chen, you are making an enemy of all the lords of Blue Star. Do you want to betray Blue Star?" She wasn't stupid. Since Toyotomi Hidaichi was already dead, she naturally wanted to make use of him and take this opportunity to frame Jiang Chen. Ying Man sneered. This little girl is Su Fu's great-granddaughter. Relying on this identity, she vaguely considers herself the #1 person in the new district of Sakura Country. Now that she failed to save Toyotomi Hidaichi from you, she is probably furious. The #1 person to wear cherry blossoms. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Ying Man said, "That's what she thinks, but in reality, there are a few Japanese soldiers who can rival her." "That's good." Jiang Chen immediately extended an invitation. "Miss Shenwu is welcome to visit my territory." Shenwu Nizi was stunned. I wonder what Jiang Chen is up to. Could it be that she was attracted to my good looks? That's very possible. While Shinmu Naoko was lost in thought, Tokugawa Masashige reacted quickly and shouted, "Miss Shinmu, don't fall for our trap. Jiang Chen has a way of turning people into puppets." The 3 eldest daughters of the Hojo family have already committed heinous crimes under Jiang Chen's manipulation. Shinmu Nizi. Jiang Chen's actions caught everyone off guard. Adolphe from Normandy's side. Although she was dissatisfied with Jiang Chen, she also disliked Japan for starting a war at this critical juncture. Now that things have come to this, everyone should disperse. David felt ashamed. "Mr. Jiang Chen, I will report your actions today to the Blue Star United Council. I hope you will not regret it." Shenwu Nizi felt ashamed and annoyed. "Our great Sakura Empire is different from your Dragon Kingdom. We have always prioritized the interests of Blue Star. We'll settle accounts after the War of the 10,000 Races." Tokugawa Masashige said in a deep voice, "Miss Shenwu is right. Although we have lost this battle, Jiang Chen has already revealed all his trump cards. After the battle of the myriad races prodigies, it will be our time to rule Jiao Prefecture." Jiang Chen remained unfazed by the clamor, threats, or self-aggrandizement of these guys. After this battle, all the powerful figures of the Cherry Blossom sect in China perished here. After today, there's no need for powerful figures like Jiang Chen to intervene. Ordinary warlords from Lonyuan County can quickly eliminate all the remaining Sakura lords. At that time, if the Sakura Kingdom wants to attack Ryushu again, it will only be able to cross the endless seas from the Sakura mainland's prefectures such as Shinmu, Tokugawa, and Muromachi, and launch a long expedition. No, we don't need tomorrow. Jiang Chen had a sudden thought and opened the state government's household registration management interface. Lord Sakai Kotai of Tokuyama Prefecture forcibly relocated from China. Lord Kofi of Koling County. Every second, hundreds or even thousands of lords migrate out of the Central Plains. Because Jiang Chen restricted the movement of people in and out before the war began, these Sakura lords had no choice but to be forcibly relocated. The cost of forced relocation was severe, such as the downgrading of their territories. Cool. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and his voice echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Leave no invaders alive. Yes. Jiang Chen killed 8 or 9 out of 10 of the high-ranking officials of the Sakura Kingdom with a single punch, and the remaining lords fled in panic, wishing they had 2 more legs. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom, on the other hand, followed with overwhelming momentum, launching a surprise attack. Ha, this is so satisfying. Killing these Japanese devils is so exhilarating. A lord who had descended from the war zone ignored the Sakura lord kneeling and begging for mercy before him, cleaved her in two with a single stroke, and laughed loudly. Kill all the Japanese devils, or they'll all become old devils sooner or later. Old Wang is right. One of his comrades followed suit, then said solemnly, "Let's take this as revenge for our compatriots who died in Qingqiu County." Just then, Bai Zhen's figure swept past them, leaving behind a single sentence. "No, this is just interest." Similar scenes kept happening across the battlefield. Inside the Jade View Immortal Palace in the third heaven. "Ha ha." Emperor Ming laughed loudly. "This kid may be a bit reckless, but he's totally to our liking." Emperor Tang, always rational, sighed. Although the Legion War is indeed related to the future of Blue Star, and in the long run, it will even affect the source of students in our upper realm. His punch was satisfying, but if the Legion War ranking drops by 1 place because of the loss of a dozen or so geniuses, it would really be a loss. Emperor Ming was displeased. "Your Majesty, Emperor Tang, if you ask me, you are worrying too much. The Japanese have already invaded our homeland. Are you going to let them leave? That would be even more shameful than your glorious Tang dynasty's marriage alliances." "What's wrong with a marriage alliance?" the Tang Emperor exclaimed anxiously. "Isn't it all for the sake of giving our dragon kingdoms lords better opportunities for development?" All right. Ing Zheng had a bit of a headache. Because of their different backgrounds, the two emperors naturally had different ideologies. Although there's no right or wrong, they often bicker over trivial matters. Even with his fiery temper, Ing Zheng often had to step in as a peacemaker. "This matter is a fait accompli, and there's no point in you two arguing any further. Let's think about how we should clean up the mess these little guys are making." Fortunately, even if Qingyu truly believes we support Jiang Chen and sees him as a thorn in their side, they would absolutely not dare to launch another attack during the battle of the 10,000 races prodigies. We have enough time to make arrangements. Although they were both domain lords and there was no distinction between them, the two emperors still listened to their elder brother's words. "No destruction, no construction," Emperor Ming said menacingly. "Following Iha Prefecture, we have also secretly made arrangements for 100 years. At worst, we will fight to the death. If Qingyu is allowed to rule the 7th heaven for several hundred more years, our foundation may really be destroyed. This will be a war that will sweep across the entire 7th heaven of the Dragon Kingdom." Emperor Tang sighed, but unusually, he did not object. The lords of the upper realm can only ascend from the lower realm. If the Dragon Kingdom loses its foundation in the 7th heaven, then the domains they establish in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th heavens will no longer receive fresh blood. No matter how strong they become, they will eventually perish. They even know. The strategy of some countries on Blue Star is to destroy the foundation of the 7th heaven of the Dragon Kingdom, and then destroy these ancient domains. For example, the United States, which has no foundation above the 6th heaven. Ing Zheng was not one to hesitate, and a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. "Fine." A chase ensued, lasting from noon until late at night. Of the hundreds of thousands of warlords and hundreds of millions of heroic troops in Sakura, only 1 in 10,000 managed to escape. 1.4 billion units of energy. 14 legendary military tokens. 2 legendary hero tokens. 79 epic soldier tokens. 11 epic hero tokens. 454 pieces of legendary equipment. 52,350 pieces of epic equipment. Exceptional equipment. Night. Jiang Chen lay back in the rocking chair and first took stock of his haul. That's great. It has to be said that the equipment of the old server lords is luxurious, mostly epic or higher. With the added blessing of the dragon vein, Jiang Chen obtained tens of thousands of epic equipment pieces in one go. The number of superior equipment is countless. Jiang Chen gathered hundreds of Tianyin disciples, which finally allowed him to categorize the equipment. When encountering new sword-type equipment, one can directly insert it into the sword mound to condense a sword soul. Those with decent attributes will be directly assigned to the core members of Shenzhou. Everything else was recycled and turned into materials. Just as Jiang Chen finished his work, Yi Yiren also tallied up the results. Fortunately, Jiang Chen acted decisively, and the Angel Legion was able to engage in battle in time. The lords of Shenzhou generally suffered casualties of around 1 level. yet they killed 100 times more enemies. If we disregard the emotional bonds with unit types and heroes, and only consider energy, it's a huge profit. Not to mention the equipment rewards, willpower training, and so on. Just then, Cynthia led her weary goddess warriors back to their territory, and they all bowed respectfully before Jiang Chen. "My lord, I have not failed you." Jiang Chen stood up and said with a smile, "Cynthia, you all did a great job today. The goddess warrior has never been one to beat around the bush. My lord, we are now ready to advance to legendary 5-star, and also." Upon hearing Cynthia's report, Jiang Chen was initially delighted, then showed interest. Mother River, mythical troop building, the birthplace of goddess warriors. However, Cynthia only vaguely sensed the Mother River, and it was too early to say anything about it. The most important thing right now is that the goddess warrior can be upgraded again. Although Jiang Chen has no shortage of legendary high-star powerhouses, the goddess warriors are a combat force that can be revealed. Soon, Jiang Chen waved his hand and unleashed 12 golden rays of light, which entered the foreheads of the goddess warriors. The goddess warriors' auras surged, and it took them a long time to regain their composure. Cultivation technique? Amanda paused for a moment, then burst into cheers. "Ah, I have a cultivation technique too." Chapter 250 Goddesses Battle Techniques. Conspiracy. Judging from the surprised expressions on the faces of the other goddess warriors, they had clearly also obtained the cultivation technique. Jiang Chen immediately opened Amanda's panel. Amanda. Race, Goddess Warrior. Level, 70. Quality, Golden Legend 5-star. Attributes, Physique 27480 plus 350. Spiritual Power 8550 plus 150. Divine Soul 8610. Capacity 11280. Combat Power 13980 star. Cultivation Technique, Goddess Battle Technique Beginner Rank A. Skills, Thunderous Body, Gun Master, Thunderous Projection, Thunderstep. Very strong. Moreover, this is the base equipment, and it has no attribute enhancements. Goddess Battle Technique, even at the beginner level, it increases 350 points of physique and 150 points of spiritual power. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. It was 100 points higher than the boost he received when he first mastered the 8-9 arcane arts. Of course, this doesn't mean that the Goddess Battle Technique is stronger than the 8-9 arcane arts. As you can tell from the name, this technique is a perfect match for the goddess. Moreover, his 8-9 arcane arts is only the upper part. 500 points of additional attributes may not seem like much, but with each level up of an A-grade technique, the increase is geometric, and the increase becomes more and more terrifying as you progress. That concludes the discussion. Besides leveling up, the goddess warriors finally have another way to increase their strength. Cynthia suddenly said, "My lord, I have a feeling that as long as I can cultivate the goddess battle technique to the highest level, I will be able to locate the space-time coordinates of the Mother River. If I can find the Mother River, my lord may even be able to recruit heroes from my goddess warrior clan." Jiang Chen nodded. Although the goddess warrior's attributes cannot compare with the legendary 9-star Crystal Maiden due to attribute offset, her combat skills are unmatched. Even Yan, a hero of martial prowess, often seeks out the goddess warrior to spar. If Jiang Chen can really find the Mother River, this mythical troop building, he will definitely recruit a large number of them. However, the goal of reaching the perfect realm is rather distant. Soon, the Empress, Yan, and others also returned to their territories one after another. Jiang Chen glanced at the sky and said, "The arena battle for the prodigies of all races will begin tomorrow at noon. Empress Yan, come to my room tonight so we can discuss tactics." The Empress was taken aback, looking at Jiang Chen with suspicion. "Master, are you sure you want to study tactics with the two of us? Has your physique broken through?" "Ahem," Jiang Chen whispered. "Let's team up tonight." The Empress rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen, then suggested, "Should we invite Brahma Heaven and Free Heaven along?" Although Yin felt a little uncomfortable, his eyes were full of fighting spirit. As a soldier, one is naturally not afraid of any battle, so one can fight against many. Long Jio weakly raised his hand and said, "I also want to learn tactics." I'll just observe from the side and promise not to say a word. Jiang Chen glared at Long Jiao. Why are you everywhere? Long Jiao was bewildered by the scolding and looked aggrieved. The Empress was overjoyed and stepped forward to hug Long Jiao. Little Jiao, I'll show you the process one of these days. Although Long Jiao looked completely bewildered, he still happily said, Thank you, Empress. While Jiang Chen was working overtime with the Empress in Yan, District 428, on the magnificent Golden Palace. So, this Jiang Chen is a puppet that those old guys in the upper realm, with their wicked intentions, have been supporting? Yerasil's voice emanated from the deep space where the dragon throne was located. The white-bearded middle-aged man below immediately replied upon hearing this. In response to your question, sir, based on the assessment given by the inner court, it's almost certainly true. There is even a high possibility that this Jiang Chen is the reincarnation of a powerful figure. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain his formidable personal strength. I have to thank Japan and the United States. If they hadn't forced Jiang Chen to reveal his trump card and given another 10 years to develop, he might have become another peaceful country. Little Li, you be the judge. Ciela snorted coldly and said angrily. I've been managing the seventh heaven diligently for so many years. Why do these guys like Yingjing always have to make things difficult for me? They even renamed the perfectly good Diaozhou to Shenzhou. They really don't know their own limitations. Shaoli quickly replied, They are jealous of your talent and power. After all, if you were to order the Dragon Kingdom Lord of the Seventh Heaven to forbid him from ascending to the upper realm, you could easily destroy them. These words resonated deeply with Tsu Lu. Certainly, she would never dare to issue an order that prohibits ascension to the upper realms, because that would truly mean mutual destruction. Therefore, she could only secretly suppress the non-Qing domain lords to prevent them from injecting fresh blood into the Ming domain after their ascension. What did those people from the Western countries say? They were the ones who told me to give up Daizu back then. Shaoli immediately sent out a secret report. Since noon, Lord Li Zhang has been discussing with representatives from Western countries and the Sakura Kingdom. This is their proposed plan. Please take a look, sir. A moment later, a joyful and uplifting voice came from Sil. Great idea. This is a good method. It's not a good time for us to take action against Jiaoyu Island. However, they could use Jiang Chen's killing of Blue Star's prodigy as a pretext to launch a vote to kick Jiaoyu Prefecture out of the Blue Star Legion, thus preventing Jiaoyu Prefecture from receiving the Legion War reward bonuses. Seeing his master's great joy, Shaoli immediately pinched his pinky finger and said, Oh dear, old Taoist, you have no idea. After learning about your predicament, those Western countries have all expressed their willingness to unconditionally support you in suppressing Jiaoyu Island and Jiang Chen. It is evident that your status in the hearts of all nations is that, even if you are not the supreme ruler of Earth, you are still the mother of the world. Ha ha, Ciela laughed heartily. They are more pragmatic than Yingjing. Doesn't the Golden Lion Kingdom want the Nine Dragons County? Issue my imperial decree. As long as they can help me kill Jiang Chen, my Qing domain will cede the entire Nine Dragons Prefecture to them. Shaoli was stunned. Ciela said unhappily, What are you still standing there for? Ah, Little Li exclaimed, waking up with a start. Yes, old Taoist priest. In another space in Zone 428. After seeing off Li Zhang from Qingyu, Ross, one of the 12 directors of the Liberty Council, smiled faintly. Sil is our best friend. As long as Sil is here, we will never have to worry about the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, dozens of representatives from various countries smiled. Ha ha, as long as C.I. Li's rule is maintained, the Ming dynasty in the sixth heaven of the Dragon Kingdom will decline sooner or later, followed by the prosperous Tang dynasty, the powerful Qin dynasty, and even the immortal Qin dynasty. Perhaps in less than 1,000 years, the rich map of the third to sixth heavens of the Dragon Kingdom will belong to all of us. Haha, I heard that Xianying town covers an area of countless miles. How about we form a group and go check it out sometime? I didn't expect that Jiang Chen is another puppet created by those old guys from the Dragon Kingdom. We must not let them succeed. Seeing this, Ross nodded in satisfaction. Although in the seventh heaven, the Lighthouse Nation is incredibly powerful, and even has a slight tendency to dominate the blue star. However, above the sixth heaven, they had no foundation whatsoever, not even as strong as a small country. As a result, even these founders of free will who held high positions of power dared not ascend to the sixth heaven. Even if their lifespan was exhausted, they could only prolong their lives through spiritual transfer. The Dragon Kingdom was too powerful in the upper realm. From the immortal Qin to the Great Ming, they were so powerful that all other countries were wary of them. Coupled with the Qing dynasty's corruption, this led them to consider joining forces to suppress the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, the Lighthouse Nation will be able to occupy a portion of the Dragon Nation's territory in the upper realm as its base. A bigwig from the Golden Lion Kingdom remarked, "Lord Ross is truly flexible and adaptable. He was shamelessly betrayed by the Sakura Kingdom before, yet he can still cooperate with them now. Mr. William is joking." Rose remained unperturbed and said elegantly, "On this matter, our interests are aligned with those of Japan. Besides, Jiang Chen killed one of my most valued descendants. This grudge cannot go unavenged." William pursed his lips. Everyone knows that the descendants that these old guys called free will are nothing more than empty shells used to prolong life. He clearly remembered that the young girl Ross in front of him was an old woman decades ago. It's truly an experience to enjoy different kinds of happiness. William's eyes held a hint of envy. Chapter 251 Earth Elemental Plane. Digayumo. The next day, Jiang Chen felt refreshed and invigorated. He gathered all the key figures of his territory in the private room of Zuixinlu restaurant. The arena battle still has a few hours left. Let's discuss tactics. Long Jiu asked naively. Lord, you've been studying this all night yesterday. Haven't you figured it out yet? Jiang Chen frowned. He's usually a clever kid, so why does he sometimes act so foolishly? Xiaojiu, Paris took half a day off this morning. You can cover for her and be back before noon. Although Long Jiu had doubts, he still obediently said, "Oh." Then he leaped off the terrace, transforming into a 100-meter-long dragon, and roared towards the gate of the abyss. After dismissing Long Jiu, Jiang Chen continued. Advancing in the arena battles depends not only on skill, but also on factors such as the arena environment, unit-type advantages and disadvantages, and the opponent's matchup. Furthermore, based on the limited knowledge I have from high school textbooks, I cannot currently determine just how strong the enemy will be, so, just as he said, if he were leading the Angel Legion and ended up randomly on the Bottomless Abyss map, facing a powerful demon from the abyss, he would face a difficult situation. Therefore, even though Jiang Chen knew he was very strong, he still dared not be careless. In one morning, Jiang Chen finalized the starting lineup and marked it. 12 o'clock noon. Jiang Chen looked solemn and was ready to go. The individual battles of the Battle of the Myriad Races prodigies have begun. Matching opponents in progress. A full 3 seconds passed. Jiang Chen's face already showed a look of doubt. You received a bye in the first round of matchmaking. Please wait for the next round. You have advanced in the individual Battle of the Myriad Races and have received 200,000 spirit stones. This is outrageous. Do I really have some kind of special constitution? Jiang Chen stared wide-eyed at the prompt. Although you won't be matched with someone of the same race in the early stages of the arena battle, which greatly increases the chance of getting a bye, it's still rare to get a bye on the first try. Could it be? Did they detect that I was too strong and give the enemy a way out, so they gave me a bye? Am I lucky or unlucky? You know, I also get spirit stones from watching the live stream of the arena. As Jiang Chen was lost in thought. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, countless messages flooded the Blue Star domain channel, and they were all about him. Jiang Chen had set up keyword reminders for his own name. Strange, why isn't Jiang Chen's battle being shown? Damn it, Jiang Chen got a bye. What incredible luck. Many lords who were not selected as the Blue Star prodigies chose to watch the battle immediately. The target is mostly Jiang Chen, the top favorite on Blue Star. In order to earn some spirit stones, Jiang Chen also chose to broadcast the arena battles live in the previous rounds. However, when they chose Jiang Chen, they discovered that Jiang Chen had already advanced. Baka. A bye means there will be no spiritual energy consumption and no casualties among soldiers or heroes. Amaterasu. Why are you taking such good care of Jiang Chen? This is clearly God's blessing upon Jiang Chen. I hope Jiang Chen can encounter a powerful alien in the next round. Even if he is not eliminated, he should at least suffer heavy casualties. Meanwhile, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were overjoyed, especially the many outstanding talents of China. The enemy seemed easy to deal with. They even had the energy to chat. The boss is really something. He could make a living with his skills, but he insists on relying on luck. And they're good-looking too. I'm so envious. Haha, the Blue Star Domain channel is filled with this sour smell. Jiang Chen asked with a smile, what about your enemies? Everyone said they felt no pressure. Jiang Chen nodded and said, if the enemy is too strong, retreat immediately. Unlike the battle for the title of Lord of the Prefecture, the battle for the title of Heavenly Pride allows participants to withdraw at any time. Therefore, as long as you are not instantly killed or encounter a powerful mind controller, the danger is not great. 40 minutes later. Opponent matchmaking. Match successful. Opponent is Lord Diga Yumo of the Brahma realm. Your unit type has been selected. You will be teleported to the arena space shortly. This arena battle lasts for half an hour. If you fail to kill the enemy lord or force the enemy lord to forfeit within half an hour, you will be disqualified from advancing. Bang! The world before Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly froze, and then shattered like a mirror. Countless fragments flew before my eyes, and when they were reassembled, the scene before me was completely different. A yellowish-brown light, visible to the naked eye, enveloped the earth. Even everyone's bodies were covered in a layer of yellowish-brown. Your unit, Crystal Maiden, benefits from environmental bonuses, receiving a 20% increase to all attributes. Your angel unit speed is reduced by 10% due to environmental factors. Your unit type. Looking at the notification that appeared, Jiang Chen said softly, the world of earth elements. Immediately afterwards, countless notifications appeared. Blue Star Domain Lord Ogura Yashiki enters the arena for a live stream, consuming 10 spirit stones. You receive 2 spirit stones. Lord Di Luo of the Brahma realm enters the arena for a live broadcast, consuming 10 spirit stones. You receive 2 spirit stones. Tu Shanyeya, Lord of the Blue Star Domain. Looking at the steadily increasing revenue from live streaming, Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The revenue from the arena live stream is split 64/60ths between the platform and the streamer, 6/6 between the heavenly path and the Lord. Jiang Chen can divide 2 out of 10 spirit stones. Although each person's contribution is small, it adds up to a considerable number. The first buy was, in Little Fox's words, a loss of 100 million. To Jiang Chen's surprise, his opponent seemed to have quite a few fans as well. I just don't know if they're like me, haters. It's actually Lord Brahma. It seems I really have a connection with the gods. Jiang Chen sighed, then looked at his enemy. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the noble-looking young man from the divine race suddenly gleamed with a dazzling light in his eyes upon seeing Jiang Chen, and laughed loudly. Jiang Chen of the human race, I have long looked forward to fighting you. I never expected this day to come so soon. It is truly the Holy King's favor. Jiang Chen was somewhat flattered. Damn, am I that famous? Even the gods of Brahma Star have heard of me. Meanwhile, the live stream chat was filled with 666 comments. However, some people wondered, Digayumo? That name sounds familiar. Seeing Jiang Chen's blank expression, the young god race man opposite him instantly flew into a rage and said, You've actually forgotten me? Jiang Chen frowned and asked, Have we met before? Damn it. Dija seemed to have been greatly insulted. Back in the glory battlefield, you only won first place by sheer luck, and yet you dare to be so arrogant? As he spoke, Diga's body rapidly expanded into a bone-armored giant tens of meters tall, reigning supreme over the world. This is the skill of the higher gods, God's form, which is also their strongest form. Now, only your blood can wash away my shame. A look of realization flashed across Jiang Chen's eyes. He finally remembered who the gods before him were. The second-place finisher in the glory battlefield, who had been outshone by him, turned out to be a god race lord from the Brahma Star Domain. The livestream chat room was in an uproar. The rumor that Lord Dijia was defeated by a human lord in the Battle of Glory is actually true. Chill. If Lord Dijia hears you say that, he might demote you to slavery. This human doesn't seem particularly special. Wait, are those human units angels? So what if they're angels? Even the angel lords can't compare to our great divine race. Ha ha ha, my prayers have been answered. Jiang Chen has indeed encountered a powerful alien lord, and one who is on par with him. This is truly a close contest. Even if boss Jiang Chen manages to win by luck, he'll be skinned alive. Brother Jiang Chen is the strongest. While everyone was discussing, Dijia had already thrown a punch. The third form of the primordial sacred fist, eternal nirvana. In an instant, the world changed color. That punch was too powerful. The entire live stream room fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 252, The Sanctuary of Light and Darkness. Annihilation Orb. It is also the ancestral holy fist. The power of this punch was incomparable to that of the Hammer godchild that Jiang Chen had ambushed and instantly killed in the battlefield of myriad races. As soon as Dijia transformed into his divine form, the Empress wanted to step forward and block this earth-shattering attack. But Jiang Chen stopped him. I'll give it a try. Feeling the overwhelming force of the punch, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and leaped into the air. Origin Fist. Ancestor versus Origin. Both are among the world's top boxing styles. A few seconds later, the two massive torrents collided in the void. Boom. The rampant energy caused many lords watching the live stream to twitch in disbelief, finding it hard to believe that this was a clash of energies between two lords from the new server. Immediately afterwards, a figure was sent flying hundreds of meters backward. It's Jiang Chen. With the same charging time, the power of this primordial holy fist is about 50% stronger than my origin god fist. Dijia is a silver battle name, AB rank, or even a rank warlord talent. Therefore, if we take into account all the advantages, my strength and his strength should be roughly equal. Because I haven't activated the battle name Godslayer. As Jiang Chen retreated, he quickly analyzed the strength of both sides, and the conclusion he reached made him sigh. I possess countless life essences, countless spiritual objects, the Valley God, and I have cultivated the 8-9 arcane technique, obtained numerous attribute rewards and attribute books, yet I can only be on par with a single divine child. The gods truly deserve to be among the top 100 races on the list of all races. They are far superior to the human race. If it weren't for Digia's clumsy use of power, I would already be injured by now. The battle name was not activated for the sake of stability. Jiang Chen wasn't sure if Dijia in front of him had any special methods to discover the characteristics of the Godslayer battle name. If the battle name were really exposed, the gods would probably come knocking on his door immediately. In contrast, Dijia's enormous body, tens of meters tall, was like a towering tree, firmly rooted in the void. Despite having the upper hand, the result of this punch left Dijia with an expression of disbelief. You, a human, actually managed to withstand one of my punches. His thunderous roar echoed throughout the entire battlefield. The livestream chat was also in an uproar. He actually managed to block the primordial holy fist of the divine child Dijia with his own power? As expected, Jiang Chen's ability to win the gold battle name, even with an element of luck, is not to be underestimated. To be human is something to be proud of. The human lord was equally shocked. Blocked it. Boss, you're awesome. That was fantastic. Those 10 spirit stones were definitely worth every penny. Quick, call Ingzi and the others to come see the gods fighting. As a result, the number of viewers in the live stream room instantly surged to 500 million. It generated 1 billion spirit stones for Jiang Chen. A look of smug satisfaction, as if he had finally met his match, suddenly appeared on Dijia's face. Ha ha ha, Jiang Chen. Encountering a worthy enemy is one of the greatest joys in life. Let's meet again, until we're dead. Jiang Chen said softly. Cynthia understood and led the goddess warriors into the sky to protect Jiang Chen. Upon seeing this, Dijia flew into a rage and said, Jiang Chen of the human race, have a fair and square duel with me. Don't hide behind your troops like a coward. Jiang Chen chuckled and said, Dijia, you're really good at playing a battle maniac. A friend of mine keeps saying he wants to get me an Oscar, I'll try to get one for you. The madness and fighting spirit that Diga displayed were merely a result of seeing that his angel legion was not to be trifled with, and thus he devised a decapitation tactic. Because as long as he is killed or forced to leave the battlefield, Diga can successfully advance. If a full-scale war breaks out, Diga's heroes and troops will suffer heavy losses. Really, after a moment of silence, the fighting spirit on Diga's face vanished instantly, replaced by the elegance of a god. You've been seen through. This scene caused a flurry of comments in the livestream chat. 666. Damn, this old sly bastard from the God clan was just pretending. His real goal was to provoke Jiang Chen into a one-on-one duel. If it were me, putting aside strength, I'd probably be outsmarted by my intelligence. Jiang Chen glanced at the 4 squads of the legendary ultimate troops of the divine race, the Light and Dark Sanctuary, behind Dijia, as well as nearly 100 soul hunters who appeared to have reached the legendary quality. Dijia, even the Lord of Blue Star knows that I have hundreds of angel legions. You can't outlast me. If you withdraw now, I can offer 100 million spirit stones as compensation. You can also preserve your strength and continue to compete in the Legion War. Upon hearing about the legion of hundreds of angels, Diga frowned, then smiled faintly and said, "If you withdraw, I'll offer 1 billion. Jiang Chen also had a headache. He hadn't expected to encounter a powerhouse of DG's caliber so early. Even if the battle name is activated and the Empress uses the space sword, it's not certain that she can instantly kill Dijia, let alone since it's currently being broadcast live. Jiang Chen didn't want to expose any more of his trump cards because of Dijia. I'll pay never mind. Since that's the case, let's just hurt each other." Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the giant dragon, the Angel Legion, and the Tianyin Legion all took to the air, rapidly approaching the opposing divine race together with the goddess warriors. In the arena battle, each lord can bring 300 units. Besides the Empress, Yin, the goddess warrior, and the dragon, Jiang Chen brought 10 teams of angels, 10 teams of heavenly sound true disciples, and the rest were all legendary 9-star fairy dragons, crystal maidens, and 9 heaven saints. Of course, these powerful individuals are only there to ensure absolute safety. Seeing that war was inevitable, a flash of ferocity crossed Dijia's face. Kill. The Light and Dark Sanctuary is slender, about 5 meters tall, and covered in bone armor unique to the gods. Their bodies are clearly distinct from each other, starting from the middle. The right side radiates a light even more holy than that of an angel, while the left side is utter darkness. At Dija's command, they immediately began to softly chant ancient divine incantations, and the powers of light and darkness condensed simultaneously. When the 2 sides were less than 300 meters apart, all the light and dark sanctuaries simultaneously let out a soft shout. Annihilation Orb. This is the signature skill of the Light and Dark Sanctuary, silent, yet terrifyingly powerful. But Archangel Hathaway immediately sensed something. Her expression changed, and she instantly sent out hundreds of divine thoughts. The angels immediately increased their speed to the maximum and scattered in all directions. Almost simultaneously, a gray, desolate area, hundreds of meters in diameter, appeared in the center of the Angel Legion. Within the sphere of magic, all matter and energy instantly vanished into nothingness, and even space itself seemed to turn into chaos. Fortunately, Hathaway was promoted to legendary 9-star by Jiang Chen, and her senses were sharp, so she immediately issued an evasion command. However, for angels remained in the center of the sphere and had no time to escape the annihilation zone. Their bodies instantly turned into nothingness. Including Jiang Chen, most of the lords were witnessing the Light and Darkness Temple's actions for the first time. The live stream was completely silent as people stared at the death zone, which was hundreds of meters in diameter. They were clearly terrified by the scene. If it were an ordinary lord, this would have resulted in the complete annihilation of his army. Yin asked with a solemn expression, "How come this god lord possesses so many supreme-level units? Are they also military structures?" Jiang Chen said calmly, "After the epic units Light Sanctuary and Dark Sanctuary reach 7 epic stars, they can be merged into a legendary ultimate unit Light and Dark Sanctuary. Of course, there is a chance of failure in fusion. The higher the level, the higher the success rate. I just didn't expect the light and dark sanctuaries to be able to cast spells together. I was careless. The Empress reacted quickly, frowning as she asked, "Does that mean the divine race can mass-produce extreme-level troops?" She said this because epic military tokens can be continuously brought into the battlefield of all races from the main world. As long as money and energy aren't a problem. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and nodded. That's certainly possible. Diga was clever. Instead of aiming the Annihilation Orb at Jiang Chen, he chose the Angel Legion. However, the results of the battle did not satisfy Diga. He looked at Hathaway with a gloomy expression. This is the spiritual link of the Archangel. To sense the location of the Annihilation Orb so quickly, your Archangel must be at least legendary level 5 or higher. Jiang Chen calmly replied, "It's only polite to retaliate. Take this." Chapter 253, Obtaining the Supreme Path Military Talisman again. Let's get this going. Jiang Chen had just finished speaking. Following closely behind the Angel Legion, the 120 disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect, who had entered within 500 meters of the enemy, simultaneously drew their spirit rhinoceros swords and unleashed their full power. Sword of the Vacuum. 120 streaks of cyan sword energy instantly pierced through a space of hundreds of meters. A black and white protective shield erupted from the body of a light and dark sanctuary member. This is the most common trigger-based defensive skill for magic-based units. Bang bang. One spatial sword after another was annihilated by the black and white colors, but the light of the protective shield also grew fainter and fainter. Finally, after more than 10 sword energies, the protective shield shattered with a bang, and then all 10 sword energies struck the light and dark sanctuary. Puff puff puff. This powerful extreme soldier was instantly covered in blood, his body riddled with holes. At such a distance, the power of the space sword is greatly weakened, and it poses no threat to Diga. However, the weakness of the magic-based ultimate unit is its physique, which is far inferior to that of the Soul Hunter. 120 spatial swords instantly killed 4 members of the Light and Dark Temple. This is the Sword of Space. This was the first time Jia had lost his composure. Each member of the Light and Dark Sanctuary is incredibly precious, and the loss of 4 in an instant is heartbreaking. You deserve to die? If I fail to make it into the top 100 in the individual battle because of this, I will destroy the entire Blue Star region. You've broken through? Jiang Chen laughed. This is just the beginning. Having learned from past mistakes, the Angel Legion and the Celestial Sound Legion immediately dispersed, forcing the Light and Dark Sanctuary to cast single-target annihilation orbs. One after another, death zones with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared in the sky. Under Hathaway's command, the angels were able to perfectly evade, but there were always some disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect who would accidentally plunge into the annihilation space and turn into nothingness. Of course, each volley of fire from the Heavenly Sound True Instruction could take down at least 1 or 2 Light and Dark Sanctuaries. Even though the Light and Dark Sanctuaries had used all their defensive magic, they couldn't withstand the concentrated fire of 120 powerful epic units. This caused Dija's eyes to turn bloodshot. Soon, the Angel Legion and the Soul Hunters engaged in close combat, and the two sides were evenly matched. The 2 legendary heroes of the gods were easily caught by the goddess warriors. Tiga's combat power is indeed formidable. Even when surrounded by several goddess warriors, she was able to put up a fight. Impossible. Humans are merely slaves of my divine race. How could you possess such a powerful unit? However, the melee only lasted a few minutes before Tiga couldn't hold out any longer. Because the space sword's ability to hit its target instantly is too overpowered. If this continues, his Light and Dark Sanctuary will likely be completely wiped out. This was the wealth he had painstakingly accumulated over several months. Although unwilling to stop here, in the end, all Diga could do was roar. Withdraw from the battlefield. Moment. Beams of light descended from the sky above the battlefield, enveloping Jia and his troops, and drawing them into the void. Until his figure disappeared, Jia, who was invincible, stared intently at Jiang Chen, looking as if he wanted to devour Jiang Chen alive. Jiang Chen then whispered in a voice only he could hear. What are you looking at? The live stream saved you. Meanwhile, in the live stream, all the Protoss lords were in an uproar. He's withdrawn. The divine child of Dijia has actually been defeated by a human. Who would have thought that the divine child Dijia, on whom His Majesty the God King placed such high hopes, would be eliminated in the first round of the individual battle? So, while individual combat skills are important, luck is even more important. One of the gods, seemingly unable to accept the fact that his invincible divine son had been defeated by a human, roared. The divine child of Dijia has not been defeated. He was merely considering the bigger picture. After all, the upcoming Legion battle is even more important. He did it for our Brahma domain. Although somewhat far-fetched, this explanation was quickly accepted by most of the god lords. Although some sharp-eyed experts could see that even if the battle continued, Dijia would lose more often than it would win, they naturally wouldn't invite trouble. You have defeated the Protoss Lord Diga Yumo and advanced to the next round. Your battle lasted 6 minutes, and you have received a reward of 400,000 spirit stones. The third round of the match will begin in 34 minutes. Please be prepared. Bang! The arena shattered like a mirror, and when it reformed, Jiang Chen had already returned to his territory. Activation in 34 minutes. Each battle has a time limit of half an hour, which means that if the battle is evenly matched, even if you win, you will only have 10 minutes of rest time. For ordinary lords, this is basically equivalent to being eliminated. No wonder everyone says luck is more important. Jiang Chen sighed, then shouted, "Everyone, immediately go to the Fountain of Life to recover and prepare for the next battle." This time, Jiang Chen lost 5 angels and more than 20 disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect. Although it has been resurrected at the Fountain of Life, the energy it lost was as high as 880 million. If it weren't for the live stream, Jiang Chen would have already had the Empress take action. Of course, the live stream brought Jiang Chen over 1 billion spirit stones in revenue. So from that perspective, it was still a huge profit. And Jiang Chen flipped his hand and took out a golden military token. Legendary Tally Light and Dark Sanctuary. When used, it can recruit a squad of Light and Dark Sanctuary Protoss. That's outrageous. Jiang Chen was somewhat amused and exasperated. If I could encounter a formidable enemy like Diga in every round, wouldn't I be able to quickly gather all the powerful units of all races? Take a moment to think. Jiang Chen directly tossed this precious extreme Dao soldier talisman to the little fox. The gods are inherently unruly, and they might not be able to control Wei Ming and his group. Soon, the news of Jiang Chen's victory over the divine child of the divine clan spread throughout Diaoyou Prefecture. Moreover, according to insiders, this prodigy once competed with the Lord of Shenzhou in the Glory battlefield and came in second place. Jiang Chen's reputation reached new heights. But soon, then discordant voices emerged. I also watched that battle just now. The reason that Divine Son forfeited was entirely for the sake of the race's Legion war, and he gave up the individual battle. Although the gods are our enemies, this Divine Son's spirit of sacrifice for the greater good is something we should learn from. Although Jiang Chen won, well, never mind. What's so hard to say? Jiang Chen suffered heavy losses in that battle. If this continues, even if he manages to break into the top 1,000,000 in the individual battles and earn the title of human prodigy, his strength will inevitably be greatly diminished. He won't be able to serve Blue Star in the Legion battles. Every man for himself, and after all, the Blue Star Legion has more than 30,000 lords. It's understandable that Jiang Chen would risk being a mere figurehead. Contributing to Blue Star won't make a difference if I'm one more, right? In the end, Jiang Chen is still a selfish person. This can be seen from the fact that he killed dozens of Blue Star's geniuses without any scruples before. Jiang Chen frowned. Jiang Chen could understand these remarks if they came from the Sakura Lord or a lord from a Western country. However, it was the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom who made these remarks. However, once Jiang Chen saw the prefectures where these lords were located, he felt relieved. Zhongwang Prefecture, Zhongbai Prefecture, Xianglan Prefecture, Niding Prefecture. It seems that Qingyu is going to completely align itself with those scoundrels in Sakura and the West. They're sparing no effort to smear me. What dirty tricks will these guys pull next? Could it be? Jiang Chen's expression suddenly became serious. Could it be that they intend to split up during the Legion War and establish a second Legion on Earth? Although Jiang Chen was misled, most of the lords of the Dragon Kingdom were still reasonable. Don't even mention that these guys are exaggerating. Even if Jiang Chen really suffered heavy losses in personal battles, no one has the right to morally condemn him. Little Fox and the others immediately went into battle and started tearing each other apart. If Jiang Chen hadn't persuaded her, the little fox wouldn't have been interested in participating in the remaining individual battles. Soon, the third round of individual battles begins. Opponent matchmaking. Match successful. Opponent is Lena, the Lord of Florence. This battlefield is a forest environment. The opponent was an elven lord. The Empress merely glanced at it and said, "Too weak." Chapter 254 Shinon. Advancing to the ranks of human prodigy. Looking at the elf girl in front of him, Jiang Chen felt both relieved and disappointed. Thankfully, no more units were damaged. Disappointingly, powerful military tokens will no longer drop. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen said calmly, "You should quit yourself." The elven lord frowned. To become a prodigy in Florence, one must be one in hundreds of thousands of strong individuals. The strong naturally possess the dignity of the strong. Moreover, the forest environment in front of them was their home turf. Snort. She was just about to say a few polite words. Bang bang. 130 angels simultaneously spread their wings and slowly ascended into the air, gazing at her indifferently. An angel or a four-winged angel? The elf girl paused for a moment, then screamed. Quit. Only after being enveloped by the invincible pillar of light did she look at Jiang Chen with lingering fear and bow slightly, saying, "Handsome Blue Star Lord, thank you for showing mercy." Before Jiang Chen could answer, she continued to exclaim in surprise. Wow, so many viewers. I'm rich. I'm rich. Watching the elf girl shout and disappear into the void, the Empress asked curiously, Master, if 10 disciples of the Heavenly Sound sect suddenly make a move, they can kill this lord before he can react. Although her highest ranking unit is only epic, which can only provide tens of millions of energy, every little bit helps. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with the Empress's thrift and explained, the planet Florence and the planet Blue Star have already established diplomatic relations. There's no need to antagonize a civilization that was originally an ally over a few tens of millions of units of energy. The Empress nodded. I thought the Lord was just attracted to the young lady's beauty. Jiang Chen glared at the Empress. If it weren't for the live broadcast, I would really like to slap the thickest part of your body a few times. The Empress remained unfazed. Is this a punishment? It's a reward. Ahem. Yen, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it any longer and reminded him in a serious tone. Lord, please be mindful of the occasion. The viewers in the live stream, who were anticipating a fierce battle, simultaneously booed. That's it. What's so exciting about this? It's not thrilling at all. 10 spirit stones have gone down the drain. Baka, why is Amaterasu favoring Jiang Chen? To Shanyaya. You little devil, are you mentally challenged? To Jiang Chen's surprise, this girl named Lena seemed to be very popular, with millions of lords from the planet Florence flocking to her live stream. Of course, they can't compare to Jiang Chen's hundreds of millions of fans, although most of them are haters. This live stream earned Jiang Chen another 800 million spirit stones. Emerald Green Star. In the magnificent royal court. Blue Star Young Lord Jiang Chen Angel Legion. A clear, melodious voice came from the throne, tinged with confusion. I remember that Earth was in chaos, with some planets having more than 200 countries. How could it possibly produce such a genius? The high priest, still possessing a certain charm, said. This was witnessed by a million lords themselves. Moreover, that lucky little girl Lena received 800 million spirit stones in the live stream revenue share, which shows how popular Lord Jiang Chen is on Blue Star. At this point, the high priest couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Making money while lying down is truly amazing. All right, with the Angel Legion at his disposal, This young man is destined to become a prodigy of the human race. It's just a matter of whether he can break into the top 10,000. For now, let's record his information in the A-level file. Yes. Compared to a warlord with an army of angels, the queen was clearly more interested in the other one. High Priest, have you still not found any information about the code name Shinong? They had discovered long ago that an unknown lord in the new district had been selling legendary spirit items for a long time, and there was a wide variety of them. Some of them are even spiritual creatures that have become extinct on their planet Florence. They were eager to find and befriend this powerful farming lord, and even to buy spirit seeds. The Multiverse Mall does not allow real name registration or leaving messages, so they can only give each other a code name, such as Shinong. It's strange. The High Priest shook his head. Judging from the lowest transaction fee, the domain where this Shinong is located is definitely not far from our Florence. But I've mobilized Dark Knight to investigate for a long time, yet we still haven't found any clues. Perhaps one of my predecessors from Florence has completed the training again. The Queen sighed, and then said, High Priest, this matter must be expedited. If we can find this Shinong, not only the spirit seed, but we can even try to open the highly poisonous temple in the new district. The High Priest nodded solemnly. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will personally follow up on this matter. Achoo! Jiang Chen sneezed, then his expression turned serious. Is it another curse? Several months ago, Nanami Junichiro, the genius lord of the Nanami family in the Sakura Kingdom, cursed Jiang Chen at the cost of his life, which caused Jiang Chen to sneeze. No, if it's a curse issued by the new district lord, there will definitely be strange phenomena. Could it be that my performance just now is too outstanding, and I've caught the eye of some powerful being? When an individual's strength reaches a certain level, they can also influence reality through their will and aura. It is said that some powerful beings can drive people mad with just a glance, let alone make them consciously pay attention to someone. This is also why Jiang Chen, despite his immense increase in strength, still dares not return to Blue Star. Without the protection of powerful figures from the Dragon Kingdom, it would be incredibly easy for the Sakura Kingdom to kill him in the main world. Still too weak. Despite being protected by the rules of heaven, Jiang Chen still felt a sense of urgency. Next, I'll go all out in the individual battle and try to win the mythical reward for first place. In the battles that followed, Jiang Chen never encountered anyone as strong as Di Jiao again, and his advance was unstoppable. The strongest was a demon lord who possessed a team of legendary fire demons. But before this demon lord could react, he was instantly killed by the combined fire of 120 heavenly sound true disciples. Jiang Chen naturally had no reason to hold back against demons, the nemesis of humanoid races. Another 6 hours passed. You have defeated Morse Chip, the Logic Clan Lord, and advanced to the next round. This battle lasted 3 minutes, and the reward is 24 million spirit stones. You have successfully entered the top million, obtained the title of Human Prodigy, and received an epic military token. That's so stingy. Jiang Chen held a certain disdain for the rewards given to the human race's prodigies. Beep beep beep. The message immediately popped up in the Shinjo management group. Congratulations, brother Jiang Chen, on becoming a prodigy of the human race. Ing Man sighed. Yeah, you always manage to be number one at flattery. No wonder Jiang Chen likes you so much. Wei Ming looked dejected and said, I was supposed to be the boss's number one lackey. Jiang Chen said speechlessly, Are your opponents so weak? They even have time to talk nonsense. Ing Man said calmly, My opponent is not weak. It's just that I am stronger. His tone was full of confidence. The little fox's question silenced her. Is he stronger than brother Jiang Chen? You brat, are you deliberately trying to go against your sister? I've wasted my time spoiling you. Who told you to talk about people like that? The little fox muttered under his breath. With the appearance of the Angel Legion, Ing Man had already given up on the idea of secretly competing with Jiang Chen. Then, Jiang Chen generously tossed out a golden behemoth scroll, completely impressing Ing Man. Just then, Zhu Yeshuan suddenly said, I'm abstaining. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Have you encountered a powerful expert? Zhu Yeshuan was somewhat indignant. Although the opponent has 2 legendary units, if it comes down to a fight to the death, I will definitely be the winner. Jiang Chen's mind stirred, and he asked, what race is the other party? Zhu Yeshuan looked annoyed. Crystal Clan. Jiang Chen understood and sighed. What bad luck. This involves the rules of individual combat. Chapter 255 The Mighty Land of China. You know too much. According to the rules, all injuries and deaths in individual arena battles are real injuries and deaths. Intelligent life forms mostly consider gains and losses. Even mechanical beings will make logical judgments before making a decision. After all, if all the heroes of a unit are killed or wounded, even becoming a racial prodigy would be a loss, unless it's for the god-level reward of the final battle. Therefore, when faced with an equally matched opponent, the most ruthless are always afraid of those who are reckless. The Crystal Clan is one of the few single-minded races, the kind that's willing to fight to the death if you dare to risk your life. Zhu Yeshuan was quite strong, but she fell just before dawn, making everyone realize once again the importance of luck. Zhu Yeqing comforted her. Shaoxian did the right thing. After all, there's still the Legion battle coming up. Look, everyone, the little fox suddenly exclaimed. Sister Chuxia has also defeated her opponent and become a prodigy of the human race. How fast? And Chuxia popped up, her face full of relief, and said, the other side is very strong. Luckily, I'm a good actor and showed a determination to fight to the death, which scared away the troll lord on the other side. Otherwise, in a few more minutes, I'm afraid I'll have to back out first. Even so, I lost 1 Mountain King and 5 Storm Guardians. Casualties are inevitable, Jiang Chen said with a word of comfort, then smiled and said to Yin Man, looks like you'll have to prepare a few more of your golden statues. All right, Yin Man readily agreed. Arrange it. Half an hour later, this round of the tournament that determined the rankings of the million-person team has concluded. Yi Yiren, the CEO of Shenzhou, quickly provided statistics. There are more than 36,000 geniuses on Blue Star. Including Ye, there are 837 lords who have won the title of genius of the human race, and Shenzhou alone accounts for 14 of them. 14 people. Zhu Yeqing exclaimed excitedly. China is mighty. This is simply awesome. Jiang Chen was also very satisfied with the result. Even Wei Ming and Huang Xian, whom he didn't think highly of, actually advanced all the way through thanks to luck. In other states, some had 3 or 4 lords, while others had none at all. Even the number of human geniuses in the Blue Star region surprised Jiang Chen, because in previous years it was basically half of this number. The little fox suddenly shouted, everyone, look at the Blue Star domain channel. Those guys are being sarcastic again. Jiang Chen glanced at it. 837 people. I didn't expect our generation of lords to be so strong. We have a very good chance of making it into the top 100 in the Legion War. China has 14 of them. God, I just watched Ms. Chuxia's battle. She didn't hesitate to fight to the death with her enemy in order to advance. What's the use of such a victory? Looks like he's also planning to loot the rewards in the upcoming Legion War. Just as selfish as Jiang Chen. Baka, the thought of our great Sakura Empire's warriors sacrificing their personal battles for the benefit of Blue Star makes me feel sorry for them. Damn it, from a neutral standpoint, the behavior of the lords of Shenzhou is indeed despicable. You idiot. Back then, Jiang Chen cried and begged to acknowledge his ancestors and become a South Korean citizen. Fortunately, we didn't agree, otherwise it would have been a permanent disgrace to South Korea. A group of people are stirring up trouble and distorting the facts in the Blue Star domain channel. This time, not only the little fox, but everyone else was furious. What's most infuriating is that the prefectures and counties of the Dragon Kingdom controlled by Qingyu all echoed this sentiment. Zhu Yeqing gritted her teeth and said, I feel like Qingyu and South Korea are even more despicable than Japan. Yin Man said with a stern face, indeed, it's the bottom. Don't be angry. Jiang Chen chuckled. Facts speak louder than words. When the Legion battle begins, we'll see who's right and who's wrong. And Chuxia said dejectedly, the thought of forming a legion with these guys and cooperating to build a world wonder makes me feel nauseous. Jiang Chen laughed and said, it seems that everything is still uncertain. And Xuxiao was taken aback. What unknown number? Jiang Chen didn't explain, he just said, everyone has become a prodigy of the human race, obtaining their ticket to the third stage of the battle of the prodigies of all races. So proceed according to your abilities, because the Legion War may be very difficult. Jiang Chen's words had a hidden meaning, but no one thought much of it and nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen, you too. And Xuxiao said with concern, those who can enter the top 1,000,000 must all be strong. Anyway, it's impossible to get the mythical reward for first place, so you don't need to push yourself too hard. Jiang Chen smiled and said, don't worry, I won't force you. Soon, the 12th round of individual battles begins. Matching opponents in progress. Match successful. Opponent is Crystal Hong, Lord of the Blood Crystal Domain. Shut down the arena livestream. The livestream of the arena has been closed. You will no longer receive revenue from it. Because of Jiang Chen's fame, the first 11 rounds of live streaming in the arena brought him a profit of 8.3 billion spirit stones. Although it was really exhilarating, as Xuxiao said, the upcoming battles would all be against strong opponents, possibly even stronger than Dijia. To be on the safe side, Jiang Chen brought his strongest lineup, including 3 legendary 9-star heroes, Li Hani, Jaina, and Aurora. These things can't be brought to light. But he turned off the livestream. The Blue Star Domain channel is in an uproar again. I strongly suggest that Lord Jiang Chen start a live stream. I watched all the boring parts of the live stream, and now that it's getting interesting, you're ending it? It really disappoints us fans. It seems our accusations just now have made Jiang Chen feel ashamed. So Jiang Chen also has a sense of shame. What good is a sense of shame? If I were Jiang Chen, I would immediately withdraw from the battlefield to preserve our strength for the Legion War. If I were Jiang Chen, I would immediately donate all the proceeds from this half-day live stream to the Blue Star United Parliament. David Kungsa. On behalf of the Blue Star United Council, I thank you for your generosity. Faced with these shameless scoundrels, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, my opponent chose to shut down the live stream, and there's nothing I can do about it. According to the rules, if either side in the ring battle refuses to broadcast the live stream cannot be opened. After saying that, Jiang Chen didn't care whether these guys believed him or not, and looked up at his opponent this time. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen instantly burst into laughter. What a coincidence! It turned out to be the Crystal Clan Lord who had just eliminated Zhu Yeshuan. Unlike the Crystal Maiden, Crystal Hong takes the form of a blood-red crystal ball, about 3 meters in diameter. In the center of the crystal ball, a meter-long black vertical pupil stared indifferently at Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jinghong emitted a high-frequency vibration that was barely perceptible to the naked eye, followed by an equally indifferent voice. Why shut down the arena livestream? This will reduce our revenue significantly. This was the first time Jiang Chen had ever seen a creature that didn't speak, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances before apologetically saying, all the lords on our planet have unanimously demanded that I shut down the live stream, and I have no choice. Jinghong bounced twice on the ground, seemingly nodding. I have just defeated a human from Earth. Do you choose to fight or quit? Jiang Chen sighed. Let's fight. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen looked at the shattered Jinghong and sighed. I don't want to kill you, but you know too much. The Empress sheathed her spirit rhinoceros sword and said admiringly, Master dragged a battle that could have been resolved in 20 seconds into 20 minutes. Was he trying to show weakness? Snap. Clever. This time, Jiang Chen could finally slap the Empress's most fleshy spot without any restraint. Since they say I've suffered heavy losses, then I'll add fuel to the fire. Let's see what kind of trouble they can cause. Chapter 256, another record broken. The Lich. Certainly. Jinghong's strength is far inferior to that of Dijia. Jiang Chen merely had the 9 Heavens Saintess use the space sword to focus fire at the last moment. He looked at the battle rewards. This battle lasted 20 minutes. Please select your reward, January 20th. The rewards for those ranked within the top 1,000,000 have undergone a complete transformation, with some even offering a choice of 1 out of 20. After opening the reward list, Jiang Chen discovered that a legendary quality reward had finally appeared. After a moment's thought, Jiang Chen chose an epic level ceiling talisman. As soon as the rewards were selected, everyone in the Dragon Alliance sent their concerned greetings. Brother Jiang Chen, this time it took so long. Was the enemy very strong? How significant is the loss? Don't ask such questions. Why do you think the boss shut down the live stream? That's right. It's good that Jiang Chen knows what's going on. To Jiang Chen's surprise, besides him, Ying Man and Chu Xia and Tu Shan Ye advanced again, while the other 10 people chose to abstain. Everyone in the Dragon Alliance thought so. The haters in the Blue Star Domain channel naturally started making wild guesses. Haha, a 20-minute battle. It seems Jiang Chen has met his match. However, Jiang Chen not only has extreme-level soldiers, but also hundreds of angels. If he fights with all his might, he might really be able to break the record that has stood for 10,000 years on Earth. Even if the losses are heavy, it's worth it to give up the Legion battle in exchange for going down in history. After glancing at it for a few moments and finding nothing of value, Jiang Chen waved his hand and closed the chat window. Soon, the 13th round of the arena battle begins. The opponent was an undead Lich Lord. Dozens of skeletal dragons circled in the sky, thousands of meters away. On the ground, dozens of Doomsday Knights and nearly 100 Scourge Knights exuded a terrifying aura. In terms of sheer presence, she's no less imposing than Jiang Chen. Human, you are strong, but unfortunately, the undead are best at attrition warfare. As he spoke, the Lich Lord instantly recruited countless undead soldiers to protect himself, seemingly hoping to make Jiang Chen back down. One of the racial characteristics of the undead is their large population. If other lords were here, even powerful figures like Ying Man and Zhu Milangma would have no choice but to give up at this moment. But Jiang Chen simply waved his hand. Let's finish this quickly. After all, it's impossible for every battle to be evenly matched. That would be too fake. 20 seconds later, with her formidable strength, the Nine Heavens Saintess successfully broke through to within 500 meters of the Lich, and then simultaneously unleashed a spatial sword condensed to its ultimate form. With their terrifying 9-star divine souls, they easily locked onto the Lich Lord, who was guarded in the center by countless undead creatures. No, the Lich had barely uttered a single word when his body was sliced into countless pieces. As the chief steward of the territory, the Empress's eyes naturally lit up when she saw the massive number of undead troops before her. This is all energy. But she was just about to make a move. Countless beams of light descended, enveloping these undead soldiers and slowly drawing them into the void. A skeletal dragon suddenly spoke, its tone filled with venom. Human Lord, I'll remember you. The life box. Jiang Chen uttered 2 words softly. What a troublesome guy. In the battlefield of myriad races, the means to revive heroes and troops are extremely rare, but there are still some, such as the Fountain of Life and Yan's Dark Dimension imprint. However, there are almost no means to revive a lord. However, the undead liches are an exception. They are born with one chance to be resurrected from their septum. The battle was won again, and this time the reward was a choice of 1 out of 40. Jiang Chen once again chose an epic level ceiling talisman. 40 minutes later, the 14th round of the arena battle begins. The demon lord opposite glanced at Jiang Chen's angel legion, a hint of apprehension flashing in his eyes, and shouted loudly, "Withdraw." Jiang Chen's 2 consecutive instant advancements caused an uproar in the Blue Star Domain channel. What's going on? What else could it be? Jiang Chen's opponent forfeited. Twice in a row, what incredible luck. One more time, and Jiang Chen will break the 10,000-year record of Blue Star. Jiang Chen won't be so lucky forever. He'll definitely face a formidable enemy in his next battle. And Chu Xiao laughed and said, Jiang Chen seems to have disappointed these guys. Ying Man encouraged him. Jiang Chen, keep it up. If you can break the 10,000-year record of Blue Star and go down in history, it will be worth it even if you have to give up the next Legion War. The little fox added. Plus, with Jiang Chen's good looks, he'd be lining up for endorsement deals. Jiang Chen chimed in. Then let Ye be my manager. This moment, all the billionaires in the new district, regardless of their motives, turned their attention to Jiang Chen. Even many well-informed big shots in the main world are paying attention to the outcome of this battle through their own channels. The battle, which had been the focus of attention throughout the entire Blue Star region, finally began amidst anxious waiting. In the 15th round of the arena battle, Jiang Chen's opponent was a Void Clan lord whose combat power was second only to Dijia. Jiang Chen once again chose the evenly matched template. At first, Jiang Chen did not reveal too many of his trump cards, but instead chose to use methods such as the Great Sumru Sword Formation and Heavenly Guardian to defend with all his might. However, this Void Clan lord was unusually cautious. After attacking for nearly 10 minutes without success, he slowed down and seemed to be planning to withdraw. Jiang Chen saw this. He immediately ordered the Empress and the 9 Heaven Saintess to simultaneously activate the Sword of Space, instantly killing the Void Clan expert before he could react. Apart from the two people on the stage, no one knows the opponent's matchup, and no one knows who killed this powerful Void Lord. The Space Sword is really useful. Jiang Chen sighed. The moment Jiang Chen advanced, the entire planet Blue Star erupted in excitement. The Lords of the Dragon Kingdom cheered with joy. They've really broken the record on Earth. Jiang Chen is awesome. While luck plays a part, luck is also a part of ability. After fighting for so long, I wonder what losses Jiang Chen suffered. Even if Jiang Chen really gave up the Legion battle for the sake of personal battle results, breaking the Blue Star record would still be enough to make the Lords of the Dragon Kingdom proud. Meanwhile, the Lords of the countries of Cherry Blossom, Lighthouse, Golden Lion, and South Korea were all furious. But all they could do was cling to the unfounded crime of Jiang Chen disregarding the Legion's war. In the Dragon Alliance channel, after the cheers subsided, Man suggested, Jiang Chen, you've already broken the Blue Star record. Why don't you just forfeit the rest? You won't be short of a little reward anyway. Jiang Chen laughed and said, what if the other side forfeits first? After all, the Angel Legion is quite intimidating. After a moment of silence, Man found that Jiang Chen's words made a lot of sense. It's very possible that Jiang Chen's enemies share the same mindset. Chapter 257, The Final Battle. So I'm this strong. The Sakura military headquarters in the main world. Chaos had broken out. Damn it. Jiang Chen actually broke the Blue Star record, and his reputation is soaring. If we want to kill him now, we will definitely face even greater public pressure. It's all that good for nothing Hasegawa Nishi's fault. If he had been able to kill Jiang Chen yesterday, Jiang Chen wouldn't be enjoying his current glory. We can't entirely blame Hayes Kuen. It's all because of the intelligence agency's oversight. Calm down. Koizumi Takeo's injuries had healed by about 80%, and he was preparing to return to the 632nd War Zone when he suddenly stood up and shouted. Although Jiang Chen broke the Blue Star record, judging from the duration of the battle, he must have suffered considerable losses. The Angel Legion may have already suffered more than half of its casualties. He's willing to pay such a high price to obtain this empty title, probably because he naively believes that once he has it, no one will dare to attack him. Upon hearing this, the group of Sakura officers exchanged bewildered glances. Takeo Koizumi continued. In order to deal with Shinjo, Qingyu has formed an alliance with the Western countries represented by the Lighthouse country, and will kick Shinjo out of the Blue Star Legion during the Legion War. Jiang Chen is indeed very strong, no one can deny that. At this point, Takeo Koizumi shook his head and sighed. But his mistake was that he made too many enemies. No matter how strong one person is, he cannot fight against the general trend. I see, a general suddenly laughed. The number of strong people in the Blue Star region this year far exceeds that of previous years, and there is a great chance that they will be among the top 100. At that time, in addition to Shinjo, all our prefectures will receive massive rewards from the Heavenly Tao. I really want to know Jiang Chen's expression at that time. Excellent. Takeo Koizumi stood up and said, Jiang Chen has already broken the Blue Star record and will no longer participate in individual battles. I'll get right back. But he hadn't finished speaking. The messenger rushed in and shouted, Jiang Chen has started the 16th round of the arena battle. Takeo Koizumi was taken aback. He actually chose to continue with the individual fight. Before he could say anything more, another messenger rushed into the conference room. Jiang Chen defeated his opponent in the 16th round of the arena battle in 18 seconds. 18 seconds. Takeo Koizumi's eyes widened. Could it be that the opponent forfeited again? Koizumi Takeo had originally planned to return to District 632 immediately, but after seeing this news, he slowly sat down again. He was curious about how far Jiang Chen could go. But the next piece of news made his eyes widen even more. Jiang Chen defeated his opponent in the 17th round of the arena battle, taking 28 seconds. Jiang Chen defeated his opponent in the 18th round of the arena battle, taking 11 seconds. Jiang Chen is in the 19th round. In their understanding, even if the disciples of Tianyin possess the spatial sword, it is impossible for them to kill the enemy lord by surprise every time. After all, the two sides were several kilometers apart at the start, and most of the lords were hiding in the rear. The power of the space sword is inversely proportional to the distance. Moreover, any lord who has reached this stage is probably no less powerful than Dijia. Therefore, there is only one explanation. Jiang Chen's opponents in these rounds all voluntarily withdrew. What incredible luck, a general muttered. Jiang Chen has already entered the top 10,000. He entered the top 10,000 just by lying down. Koizumi Takeo seemed to want to say something, but before he could speak, his face turned pale, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, and fell backward. It's terrible. Lord Koizumi's old injury has flared up again. In an instant, chaos erupted within the Sakura military headquarters. It was already past midnight, but none of the billions of lords on the entire planet were sleepy. Jiang Chen not only broke Blue Star's record, but also surged forward, making it into the top 10,000. What they found most unacceptable was Jiang Chen's battles lasted no more than 20 seconds, clearly indicating that his opponents chose to withdraw voluntarily. Could it be that Jiang Chen is truly protected by Amaterasu? Judging by this luck, your Amaterasu alone might not be enough. We'll need the help of our god too. You know nothing. This is Brother Jiang Chen's domineering aura, the little fox said arrogantly. Even the geniuses of all races have to bow down and submit. It's laughable that you dare to oppose my brother Jiang Chen. A bunch of ignorant fools. The Cherry Blossom lords were furious. Shenwu Nizi roared. She's just a fox borrowing the tiger's power. She's truly a fox borrowing the tiger's power. One day, I'll skin her alive. No matter how angry they were, they couldn't change the fact that Jiang Chen won every battle. If it weren't for the occasional battle that lasted several minutes, they would probably have thought that Jiang Chen had simply wiped out everyone in one fell swoop. But in reality, Jiang Chen really only has one trick up his sleeve. With the Empress and the Nine Heavens Saintess's formidable attributes, they used the space sword to achieve the unexpected effect of instantly killing the enemy lords. Unless they encounter a race with a physical strength like the gods, the battle will only last a few minutes. This continued until the early hours of the next day. Amidst the numb gazes of the crowd, Jiang Chen fought his way into the final battle. The finals. A lord from our Blue Star has actually made it to the finals of the individual battle. Could it be that I didn't sleep all night and am hallucinating? Everyone found it unbelievable. Who knows how many rewards Jiang Chen has amassed along the way. I regret it. I shouldn't have given up so early. I don't even need to make it to the finals. Just getting into the top 10,000 would be great. Are this year's top talents from all races really that weak? Is it possible that Jiang Chen is fighting against alien powerhouses who have just gone through a major battle and are at their last gasp? This is the only explanation. It's said that the gap between the top experts among the myriad races isn't that big. Adolphe from Norman said enviously. Lord Jiang Chen's experience is a miracle in itself, and it can't be replicated. Alexei, now bound to China, laughed loudly. Very good. If Lord Jiang Chen can win again, he will receive the mythical reward for first place. These words were spoken. Everyone was instantly energized, and even the drowsiness from staying up all night vanished without a trace. Mythical reward. For most new servers, it's already considered fast if a mythical quality item or hero unit appears within 10 years. Why did District 632 become a battleground fought over by various forces on Earth? This is because several buildings, such as the mythical Ancient Road, which can produce mythical items or mythical units, were spawned in Area 632. Even if it were placed in the sixth heaven, the emergence of a myth would still cause major powers to fight tooth and nail for it. If Jiang Chen really does obtain the mythical reward within less than a year of the server's launch, he will break the Blue Star record once again. Impossible, Shinwu Nizi, who hadn't slept all night, said with red eyes. For the sake of the mythical reward, his opponents will definitely go all out and will absolutely not let Jiang Chen get away with it again. Ing Man chuckled lightly. But what if Jiang Chen's enemy is also at their last gasp? Zhuge Lan from Wulong Prefecture immediately chimed in. Miss Ing is right. With Jiang Chen's luck, it's very possible. Taoist leader Zhang Anping suddenly said, Young friend Jiang Chen, I have never asked anyone for anything in my life. But for this final battle, I humbly beg you to start broadcasting. Jiang Chen was speechless as he read Zhang Anping's statement. There's no way I can go live, so I can only pretend I didn't see it. However, Zhang Anping scattering beans to form soldiers is also a powerful A-level skill. I should try to get a skill book for it if I have the chance. So I've become this strong without even realizing it. After closing the chat channel, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Participating in this battle of 10,000 races prodigies always feels like I'm here to buy some goods. Before today, Jiang Chen was both wary and respectful of the geniuses of all races. Especially since the second battle involved a powerhouse of DG's caliber, his apprehension grew even stronger. But as the battles were resolved easily, Jiang Chen finally realized a fact. As expected, the gap between the geniuses of different races is not as large as I imagined. The mechanical lord that Jiang Chen just defeated can transform into a 100-meter-tall mechanical king after merging with the lord's mansion. He is comparable to a legendary 9-star hero and is considered the strongest opponent Jiang Chen has ever encountered. Even such a powerful being could only fight 2 against God Gaia at most. If Tiga is lucky enough, it's not impossible for him to make it to the final battle. Soon, the Heavenly Tao has announced the start of the decisive battle. Jiang Chen still used his strongest lineup. I wonder what the third mythical reward will be. I'm actually quite looking forward to it. After the world was shattered and rebuilt, Jiang Chen appeared on a map of the Gobi Desert. My lord, be careful. As soon as his feet touched solid ground, Yin shouted and took a step forward, appearing in front of Jiang Chen. With Jiang Chen's eyesight, he could vaguely see a blood-red figure colliding head-on with Yin Shi. Boom. Yin Da's wormhole defense barrier, which had reached the lesser perfection stage, flickered wildly, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, with the boost from spatial will, it was ultimately blocked. The immense force pushed Yin's body back more than 10 meters before she could barely regain her balance. Huh. A surprised voice rang out. Your hero was actually able to block my full force attack. Jiang Chen's pupils contracted as he looked at the figure standing frozen in the void. This strength, Blood Emperor. Chapter 258 Blood Emperor. Gang Fight. Under normal circumstances, lords cannot view each other's attributes, including heroes and troop types. Despite being a legendary 9-star hero, Ku Yin was still knocked back even after activating her A-level defensive skill at near perfection. Legend has it that above the 9 stars lies mythology. Moreover, the vampire before him, who seemed like an old gentleman, was now freely spreading out his pair of dark golden wings. After opening the Myriad Realms Mall and seeing nearly 1,000 mythical quality items, Jiang Chen realized that he would eventually encounter a lord with mythical heroes or units. I just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Instantly, the slight arrogance that had just arisen in his heart vanished instantly. As Jiang Chen's mind raced, the Blood Emperor before him was also sizing up Jiang Chen, or rather, sizing up Jiang Chen's subordinates. The Empress, Li Hani, Jaina, and Aurora moved swiftly, seamlessly taking up positions in all 4 directions just as Yin was forced back, firmly protecting Jiang Chen in the center. The Fairy Dragon, the 9 Heavens Saintess, the Angel, and the Crystal Maiden, all of whom had reached the legendary 9-star level, stood guard on the outer perimeter, watching the powerful figure before them, who appeared to be at the mythical level, without any fear. Soon, Yin also returned to his original position, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit, despite the wormhole defense barrier. The Blood Emperor's expression gradually changed from surprise to caution. Although he couldn't see the enemy's stats, his strong intuition told him that the enemy was not someone to be trifled with. He turned his head and said to his lord, who was thousands of meters away, "Little girl Xing Tong, this enemy is a bit troublesome." A clear, crisp sound immediately came from afar. "Grandpa Anjuan, we fought our way through in a flash to make people misunderstand that we advanced by luck alone. But now this human lord has discovered your presence." The Blood Emperor Anjuan said with some helplessness. "I know, but I can't kill him instantly, while he can leave the arena at any time." After a moment of silence, the same helpless voice of the vampire lord Xing Tong came from behind. "Then let's force him to give up as soon as possible, so we can get the mythical reward as soon as possible." Anjuan said confidently, "Don't worry about that. I actually hope he can be a little tougher. Then I'll have a chance to kill him." The two talked loudly and without any restraint, seemingly not taking Jiang Chen seriously at all. This conversation also confirmed two things for Jiang Chen. First, this Blood Emperor is a hero unit. Secondly, the vampire lord named Xing Tong also used the same tactic to conceal the existence of the mythical hero. Jiang Chen had a sudden thought and remembered the setting of a web novel he had read in his previous life, so he said softly, "The river of blood flows through multiple realms, and it is said that many powerful vampires like to use this characteristic to smuggle themselves between different worlds." Anjuan's gaze sharpened, and he turned his head. "Human youth, this is a secret known only to high-ranking vampires." "How do you know it?" Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. "That's also possible. However, it's quite interesting that one can actually smuggle across the river of blood." Since the opposing team didn't want to reveal their mythical hero, Jiang Chen had no more reservations. "Let's do it." He made a simple gesture, and all the powerful warriors under his command came out in full force, with clear division of labor. This action thoroughly enraged Anjuan. "Human, after recognizing my identity, you didn't even think about running away, but dared to attack me first?" Jiang Chen chuckled, pointing to Lord Xing Tong in the distance. "Even if I can't kill you, can I kill her?" A crimson glint flashed in Anjuan's eyes. "Let's see who dies first. I hope you'll still be so arrogant later." He had no concern whatsoever for the safety of his lord. Although Jiang Chen possesses an Angel Legion, he is an S-rank commander, and Xing Tong has an A-rank war talent. After saying that, Anjuan gently grabbed Jiang Chen from a distance. "Feast." Instantly, Jiang Chen felt his blood boil, as if it might leave his body at any moment. The vampire's signature skill, Feast, allows them to manipulate the target's blood remotely, making it one of the vampire's few long-range attack methods. In Anjuan's view, although the power of Feast was limited, when he used it, it could even kill an ordinary legendary hero, let alone a human lord. After all, humans are inherently weak. Jiang Chen's only way out now is to admit defeat and withdraw from the battlefield before he dies. To his shock, Jiang Chen's blood was incredibly heavy, and even he found it extremely difficult to mobilize. There is only one explanation. Jiang Chen's physical attributes far exceed those of ordinary people. How could a human be so strong? This is at least a level talent. Just as he was alarmed, the three crystal maidens leaped up, their arms transforming into thin, sharp blades nearly 10 meters long, and slashed down on his head. The crystal maiden? Anjuan frowned. Although he sensed the extraordinary nature of these crystal maidens, he didn't pay much attention to them, and simply waved his hand to condense a blood shield in front of him. Because everyone knows that the crystal maiden is initially just an epic unit. Sizzle sizzle. With the sound of a sharp blade slicing through leather, the blood shield offered no real resistance and was easily cleaved through. This is really weird. Anjuan let out a strange cry and dodged the attack of the three crystal maidens. Naturally, the ongoing feast was also interrupted. Phew, Jiang Chen calmed his blood and qi, still feeling lingering fear, and said, "This skill is really weird. With my current physique, I can probably only last for more than 10 seconds. Of course, no one would give Anjuan 10 seconds. Anjuan, whose abilities were interrupted, seemed to be enraged. A desperate struggle. Let's see how many times your hero can stop me. His body transformed into a blood-red line, barely visible to the naked eye, traversing the void. It must be said that vampires are known for their speed and strength. Even with Yan's strength, he simply couldn't keep up with the speed of a blood emperor. Ku Yin is not fighting alone. After several attempts, Anjuan finally evaded Yan's defense and launched an attack on Jiang Chen from the other side. Boom. His attack was blocked again. This time, it was the Empress's great Sumru sword style, and it was even easier for her than for Yin. Just now, Jiang Chen consumed over 600,000 units of Tianyin Pavilion Sect luck to upgrade the Empress's great Sumru sword style and spatial will to their highest level. Even if we take a step back and say that, even if Anjuan broke through the protection of the Empress and Jaina had already set up dozens of defensive spells in front of him, which could withstand Anjuan's attack. Damn it, another legendary peak expert, and with such powerful skills. Anjuan's somewhat exasperated voice came through. Where did a new lord get so many powerful figures? He had barely finished speaking. The space within a 1-kilometer radius suddenly distorted, and countless transparent chains condensed from the void, leaving Anjuan with no way to avoid them. This is void wrapping. Fairy dragon. Anjuan, an ancient being who had existed for countless years, was shocked by the strength of the void chains binding him. Judging by this strength, it's actually a legendary peak-level fairy dragon. But a mythical hero is a mythical hero. The 3 fairy dragons' combined void entanglement only limited Anjuan's speed. With each wave of his hand, he could easily sever several void chains. At this moment, Aurora finally finished her chant. Thorns abound. Countless emerald green magical thorns formed in the void, covering a space of hundreds of meters, further compressing Anjuan's living space. Another legendary peak hero? Just who are you? Anjuan is going crazy. The 3 crystal maidens of the magic system seized the opportunity and fired countless crystal rays. Anjuan had too little room to dodge and was accidentally hit, his body instantly covered with a layer of crystal particles. Sudden. He turned his head and stared intently at a simply dressed girl next to Jiang Chen. At this moment, the girl's hand was already on the hilt of the sword, as if she was just waiting for him to be restrained before she would strike with her sword. He could actually sense the aura of death emanating from this sword, and it was so close. Chapter 259 Primal Blood. Divine Dragon Amber. The ugliness of human nature. The longer one lives, the more afraid one becomes of death, and Anjuan's expression finally changed drastically. Primordial blood, ignite. Anjuan acted decisively, letting out a heart-wrenching roar as a surge of rich blood energy erupted from his body. Immediately afterwards, he tore through the inescapable net laid by Aurora, the fairy dragon, and the crystal maiden, escaping to a distance of 1,000 meters before finally standing still shaken. Seeing this, Jiang Chen exclaimed, "Mythical heroes are truly amazing. They're even stronger than described in textbooks." Despite the combined efforts of so many powerful individuals and their calculated attack on his unsuspecting opponent, he still managed to escape. Of course, Jiang Chen guessed that Xing Tong's lord talent was also very strong, most likely an A-level war talent. Li Hani loosened her grip on the sword hilt, somewhat annoyed. His senses are too sharp. My sword nurturing technique requires locking onto a target before I can unleash a strike. But in that split second, he sensed the danger. "It's all right," Jiang Chen said calmly. "Even if I unleash this sword strike, I might not be able to kill him. Besides, using my sword nurturing technique to kill a mythical hero is probably a losing proposition." "Human," Anjuan's voice suddenly rang out. "Your strength has earned my recognition. If you are willing to abstain, you can immediately receive a compensation of 1 billion spirit stones, as well as the friendship of the Blood Throne." Is this a case of trying a softer approach when a hard approach doesn't work? It seems that Anjuan is probably a protector similar to Montian, but he retained his mythical rank by smuggling himself across the river of blood. I wonder what price he paid for it. Just who is this vampire named Xing Tong? Throne of Blood. I've never even heard of it. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, "Brother, are you kidding? I'm the one who has the upper hand now," Anjuan said unhappily. Young man, you should know that with my speed, even if I can't kill you, you can't do anything to me. The arena battle will only last half an hour. If we drag this out until the deadline, it will be a lose-lose situation for both of us, and neither of us will be able to obtain the mythical reward. According to the rules, if no one wins after 30 minutes, then there will be no first-place winner in this individual competition of the Myriad Races Prodigies tournament, instead of a tie for first place. But Jiang Chen laughed and said, "Have you forgotten what I just said?" "What?" Anjuan was taken aback, and then a gasp came from behind him. His expression changed drastically, and he shot backward, for it was the voice of Lord Star Pupil. Jiang Chen frowned. Despite the combined efforts of the 9 Heaven Saintess and the enhancement of the spatial will, they failed to kill the vampire lord, or even injure her. A moment later, Anjuan looked at Xing Tong, whose face was filled with terror, and his expression was equally unpleasant. "The blood golem has been triggered, proving that you have just suffered fatal damage." Another vampire prince protecting Xing Tong explained tremblingly, "Lord Anjuan, we were initially in a slight advantageous position, but suddenly 9 legendary peak-level enemy warriors unleashed their spatial swords." Anjuan had already experienced Jiang Chen's strength firsthand, but he never expected that 9 more legendary peak experts would appear. This gave Anjuan a bit of a headache. At this moment, Jiang Chen's voice came. "I told you, even if I can't kill you, I can kill her. The arena space is only so big. She won't be this lucky every time." Anjuan frowned, pondering a solution, but Xing Tong already said pitifully, "Grandpa Anjuan, with my potential, I will have many opportunities to obtain mythical items in the future. There is really no need to take risks this time." Anjuan sighed inwardly upon hearing this. Although this girl has an extremely noble bloodline, even infinitely close to the source of the river of blood, her temperament still needs to be tempered. Anjuan stood up and said to Jiang Chen, "Human, I hope you can keep what you saw today to yourself, or don't blame me for sending the Blood Throne to conquer Blue Star." Likewise, although Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of actually storming Blue Star, seeing that he was no longer provoking Anjuan, he said frankly, "You're tight-lipped, so naturally, I'll keep my mouth shut too." Anjuan looked at the countless powerful figures under Jiang Chen's command, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. Everyone's quite cunning, which makes things much easier. A moment later, countless beams of light descended, carrying Anjuan, Starsight, and all the vampires slowly into the sky. Jiang Chen watched his powerful enemy disappear into the void and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although the battle had only lasted a few minutes, it was incredibly dangerous. A level war talent, S-level hero command. These 2 aspects alone are enough to leave Jiang Chen far behind. Fortunately, the glory battlefield appeared in Shenzhou, allowing him to obtain a golden battle name. With the addition of a large number of legendary 9-star powerhouses, he was able to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's spirits lifted as the long-awaited prompt from heaven finally sounded. "You defeated Star Pupil, the Lord of the Blood Throne, and won first place in the individual battle of the 77th Battle Realm Myriad Races Prodigy Tournament. You have received the reward, Divine Dragon Amber Mythical 1. You have earned the title, Number 1 Prodigy. You have gained 30,000 reputation and 300 legendary points." Divine Dragon Amber? Jiang Chen couldn't wait to take out the 3rd mythical item he had obtained and then check its attributes. At the same time, a dazzling golden announcement also appeared in the Blue Star domain channel. Announcement: the 2nd stage of the Battle of the Myriad Races Prodigies has ended. Jiang Chen, the Lord of the Blue Star domain, won first place in the individual battle of the 77th Battle Realm Myriad Races Prodigy Tournament. The Legion War will begin tomorrow at 12 o'clock noon. Lords, please prepare yourselves. In an instant, the Lords of Blue Star, who had been waiting anxiously all night, went completely mad. First place. Jiang Chen actually won first place. This is absolutely insane. Although it only lasted a few minutes, you can imagine how fierce the battle was for first place. Boss is awesome, the number 1 on Earth. It's all just good luck. The opponents I ran into were all cowards. Exactly, I could do it too. You guys are just jealous. Whether it's Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu of Han from my Dragon Kingdom, or King Arthur, Ashoka, or Julius Caesar from your country, which one of them achieved such accomplishments at Jiang Chen's age? Yeah, this only proves that Jiang Chen is a genius, but not a strong one. He might fall one day. Don't forget, he will inevitably suffer heavy losses for this first place. The two sides started another war of words. Shenwu Nizi suddenly said, "Everyone has seen the announcement, right? The Legion War, which will determine the fate of the Blue Star region, will begin in one day. I believe that Jiang Chen, as a member of our Blue Star, should contribute the mythical reward, or at least disclose the attributes of this mythical reward first. If I were the one to receive the mythical reward, I would give it up without hesitation." These words were spoken. The Blue Star domain channel was silent for a moment. Then a chorus of agreement followed. Miss Shenwu is of noble character and integrity. That's to be expected. If we hadn't taken action to weaken the alien powerhouses, how could Jiang Chen have been so lucky as to win first place? We can't let Jiang Chen sacrifice himself alone. How about this? If Jiang Chen is willing to contribute the divine artifact, I will also donate 1,000 spirit stones as funding for the Legion War. Suzuki-kun is truly a righteous man. Jiang Chen, you see? Even strangers like me are willing to generously donate. Are you, the number one prodigy, going to remain unmoved? A true prodigy is judged not only by strength, but also by character. Jiang Chen, keep it up. Don't let us down. Generous with other people's money. Moral blackmail. Distorting the facts. At this moment, the ugliness of human nature is revealed to its fullest extent because of jealousy. Even the usually neutral Adolf couldn't help but say, "Lord Jiang Chen, why don't you first demonstrate the attributes of the mythical reward? Let's see if it's helpful for Legion Wars." But Jiang Chen had no time to pay attention to these scoundrels at that moment. He was looking at the attributes of the Dragon Amber with a look of delight. Chapter 260 Mythical Level Combat Power. The Split of Blue Star. The Divine Dragon Amber is a pendant-type item, only the size of a baby's palm. Inside the crystal clear amber, a lifelike 5-clawed golden dragon swims continuously. Dragon Amber Mythology. Introduction. Sealing an adult dragon into a time-space amber is quite a feat. Level 70 upgradable. Attributes. Physique plus 3,000. Spiritual power plus 3,000. Divine soul plus 3,000. Capacity 3,000. Skills. Auspicious omens. Blessing from the dragon. Unsealing. Born with auspiciousness. Items dropped in PvE battles are upgraded by 1 quality, up to legendary. If worn by a lord, the enhancement is shared by all units in the territory. Passive. Divine Dragon's Blessing. Consumes spirit stones to bestow a blessing upon a designated unit. The blessing content is customizable combat power, drop rate, resources, etc. The blessing effect is affected by the target's base attributes and the spirit stones consumed. Active. Unseal. Unseals the time-space amber, releasing a divine dragon to fight for the wearer. The dragon's quality is Mythic 1 star, and its level is the wearer's level. Consumes 10,000 level spirit stones per minute. Active. All attributes plus 3,000. What powerful attributes! The base stats alone are 3 to 4 times that of ordinary legendary equipment. All dropped items are upgraded by 1 quality level, and combined with the drop rate bonus from the territory's dragon vein, it's terrifying. Moreover, I have finally acquired my first mythical level combat power. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and struggled to suppress his excitement. As he read the description of the Divine Dragon Amber, he couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. To seal a fully grown divine dragon inside amber, that's quite an achievement. Why did such a powerful being perish? Mythical equipment also requires a terrifying amount of storage space. Even if an ordinary lord obtains the divine dragon amber, they cannot equip it. After looking at the last 2 skills of the divine dragon amber, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Another money-devouring beast. Especially the second skill, Divine Dragon's Blessing, is so powerful that no amount of spirit stones can ever be enough to use it. After wearing the Divine Dragon Amber close to his chest, Jiang Chen looked at his other gains. Number 1 Prodigy. You are the most dazzling star among all the prodigies. After equipping this title, you will have a 10% attribute advantage when fighting other prodigies during the Battle of Prodigies of all races. Not bad. This will also be of great help in the upcoming Legion battles. Next came the rewards from dozens of battles against prodigies, including advancement rewards, livestream rewards, and kill rewards. Jiang Chen received a total of 9.9 billion spirit stones. Energy, 3.2 billion. Legendary military tokens cost 42 pieces, and epic military tokens cost 213 pieces. 3 sealing talismans, 2 absorption stones. There are several other items, and countless top-tier equipment. Unfortunately, there are no other ultimate military tokens. After sorting through the received goods, Jiang Chen finally had time to pay attention to the constant stream of message notifications. Jiang Chen opened the Blue Star domain channel and scrolled up, then chuckled. Human greed is truly insatiable. That's true. I guess these guys all think my Angel Legion has been wiped out and won't be able to recover for several months. Jiang Chen naturally ignored these idiots. Moreover, he naturally had the lords of Xinzhou and even the lords of other dragon kingdoms in other states to help him fight the war of words. In high spirits, Jiang Chen immediately posted a message on the Xinzhou channel. All the prodigies of Earth, assemble in my territory in 2 hours. The reason it takes 2 hours is that Longyuan County is currently under a spatial lockdown, and the teleportation array cannot be used. The lords of Xinzhou were overjoyed when they saw Jiang Chen emerge. Hurrah! Alexei shouted. St. Peter's County will forever follow in the footsteps of His Excellency Jiang Chen. One of the second-generation leaders laughed heartily. I'm considered a well-known second-generation leader in the city, but my greatest source of confidence now isn't my family, but Boss Zhang's underlings. Haha. Guys, you wouldn't believe it. The school just sent me an invitation to return to my alma mater as a distinguished alumnus to give a speech. Isn't that outrageous? Jiang Chen was very pleased. Today's flattery is finally somewhat original. On this occasion of universal celebration throughout China and even the Dragon Kingdom, the news that Jiang Chen had won the title of the #1 prodigy spread instantly throughout the main world and even the upper realm. Aside from the mysterious anomalies involving the first and second heavens of the time realm, all major regions of Blue Star were shaken. Jiang Chen's name became famous throughout the Blue Star, reaching the ears of those ancient beings who had existed for thousands of years for the first time. The third heaven, Xianying Palace. The 3 bigwigs remained expressionless. After a long while, Yingzheng rubbed his temples, looking somewhat troubled, and said, Gentlemen, tell me, aren't we being a busybody, like a dog catching a mouse? While protecting China, we have tried every means to reduce the heat surrounding China. But this time, Jiang Chen not only broke the Blue Star record, but also came back with first place, making him the target of everyone's criticism once again. The 2 emperors also looked helpless. 2 days after the Great Battle of Xinzhou ended, they secretly mobilized their forces to provide cover for Xinzhou and Jiang Chen. In order to reduce Jiang Chen's popularity, she even went so far as to expose the genius she had painstakingly cultivated. After all, with so many geniuses, people's attention to the Angel Legion will naturally decrease. Therefore, in the past 2 days, geniuses have emerged from all over the Dragon Kingdom, presenting a prosperous scene. But who knew Jiang Chen would be even more outrageous? Compared to Jiang Chen's achievements, all the geniuses were nothing but a pile of shit. Emperor Ming muttered, You can't blame Jiang Chen for this. He can't just turn down a mythical reward that's been handed to him just to keep a low profile. Emperor Tang frowned and said, I wonder what Jiang Chen's mythical reward is. Will it be enough to make up for the losses of the Angel Legion? Your Majesty the Emperor has overlooked this. Even if the Angel Legion is wiped out, exchanging it for a mythical reward is not necessarily a bad deal. Emperor Ming chuckled. At most, we just won't be able to participate in this Legion war. Anyway, those bastards from Qingyu, Sakura, and the West have been accusing Jiang Chen of trying to get the rewards for himself, right? Let's just take advantage of him this time and see what they can do, ha! Yingzheng and the Tang Emperor exchanged a glance, feeling both helpless and amused by the rogue domain lord, Emperor Ming. Sudden, Yingzheng was taken aback for a moment, then stood up and roared. How dare these guys? Emperor Tang and Emperor Ming rarely saw Ing Zheng so angry, so they quickly inquired about it. A cold glint flashed in Ing Zheng's eyes. These foreign tribes have actually established the Second Legion of Blue Star and are advocating for the exclusion of China. Qingyu has already represented the Dragon Kingdom in supporting the Second Legion. This news enraged even the usually composed Emperor Tang. Unity benefits both sides. Division harms both. These guys have no bottom line when it comes to restricting the development of China. Ha! Emperor Ming was silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Since these guys want to split Blue Star, why should we care about the big picture? Ing Zheng's eyes flashed with a sharp light. What does Emperor Ming mean? Emperor Ming arrogantly said, there are more than 36,000 geniuses on Blue Star. The reason they dare to isolate China is simply because there are only about 20 geniuses on Blue Star in China, which has a negligible impact on the Legion War. Therefore, I have decided that the two state capitals I secretly control will remain with the first Blue Star Legion to support China. Even if this Legion War ends in disaster, we will never let them have the last laugh. Oldly, what about you? He then looked at the Tang Emperor. This Emperor Tang hesitated for a moment, but under Emperor Ming's provocative gaze, his blood surged. Fine. I'm not one to back down. Old Zhu is right. These bastards are despicable. Why should we care about the big picture? At worst, we can just give up District 666. Since that's the case, then count me in too. Ing Zheng's smile was somewhat cold. To be honest, it feels pretty good to mess up the Blue Star Legion's war. 3 ruthless individuals who founded nations and established territories, and who, in a fit of rage, caused the deaths of millions, instantly hit it off. Chapter 261, The Second Legion. Unprecedented Wealth. In the Blue Star Domain channel, the shockwaves from the mythical rewards have yet to subside. Several announcements suddenly appeared. The Second Blue Star Legion has been established in Gongji Prefecture and will represent the Blue Star region in the Battle of the Myriad Races Prodigies, commanded by David. The original Blue Star Legion has been renamed the First Blue Star Legion. Note that the Blue Star region currently has 2 legions. Before the Legion War begins, each state can select its legion through a vote by its top talents. In Legion Wars, the 2 legions are ranked separately, and ranking rewards are distributed separately to their respective state capitals. The ordinary lords were naturally unaware of the plans of Qingyu and the Western countries, and were all stunned by the sudden news. The new lords in Zone 666 of the Blue Star Domain are quite strong. If they work together, they have a high chance of entering the top 100 in the Legion War. At that time, all the state capitals will receive terrifying rewards from heaven. And yet you're creating a split at this critical juncture, establishing some kind of second legion? What kind of idiot would do something like this? And just as they were stunned, Shenwu Prefecture joins the Second Legion of Blue Star. Bourbon State joins the Second Army of Blue Star. Golden Flower State joins the Second Legion of Blue Star. Zhenghuangzhou joins the Second Legion of Blue Star. St. Covenant State. As if they had planned it together, more than 100 prefectures joined the Second Legion almost simultaneously. David, commander of the Second Legion, immediately delivered a passionate speech. The Blue Star belongs to all of us. While enjoying rights, everyone must also fulfill corresponding obligations. No one can gain something for nothing. Jiang Chen not only killed dozens of Blue Star prodigies before the Battle of the 10,000 Races, but now he has also taken the divine artifact that we all worked hard to obtain for himself, and he plans to enjoy the heavenly Dao bonus brought by the ranking in the upcoming Legion battle without any guilt. This egregious act of undermining unity has seriously affected the harmonious and orderly development of Earth and brought about extremely negative consequences. Now, after consulting with representatives from various countries, I have decided to represent the Blue Star United Parliament to impose sanctions on Jiang Chen, the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, and his homeland, Shenzhou. Other states, please immediately join the Second Legion, which represents the orthodoxy of Blue Star. I have already granted you access. Now everyone understood. Such a huge commotion, mobilizing nearly half of the states on Blue Star, was all just to force Jiang Chen to submit? That's absolutely amazing. It is likely that no lord in the entire history of Earth has ever enjoyed such an honor. Certainly, this has drawn criticism from many lords, even those who have joined the Second Legion's provincial capital. My God, isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? Damn it. Even though Jiang Chen was in the wrong first, we really hope this whole thing doesn't affect tomorrow's Legion battle. Zhuge Lan shouted. You're in cahoots. You're all in cahoots. Yera Kosu from Zhenghuangsu immediately said, Miss Zhuge, the Second Legion is now the legitimate ruler of Blue Star. Please organize a vote in Wulongshao immediately to join the Second Legion and fight alongside us. These words were spoken. Zhang Anping and other hot-tempered lords of the Dragon Kingdom disregarded the noble status of the Qingyu royal family and began to hurl insults at each other. Even so, but these lords were, after all, a minority. Hanover joins the Second Army of Blue Star. The Skull State has joined the Second Legion of Blue Star. Guangmingshao. Jealousy can make people abandon morality and lose their reason. Not to mention, this was a decision made by the Blue Star United Council, and it even received the support of the Dragon Kingdom's official government. Why not take advantage of the opportunity to legitimately bring down Jiang Chen, a powerhouse they can only look up to? Soon, more than 100 more prefectures joined the Second Army. Jiang Chen's territory. The 28 prodigies from Blue Star in China had just arrived in Jiang Chen's territory, and they were all beaming with joy and high spirits. Then this message suddenly popped up on my feed. The little fox angrily exclaimed, These guys are shameless. How could they come up with such despicable tactics? Zhu Yeqing sighed. Their power is too great. We probably can't compete with them. Yi Yiren reported the latest data. 268 prefectures have already joined the Second Legion. At this rate, the only way for the remaining prefectures to get Legion War rewards is to join the Second Legion. The little fox shouted, Our Heavenly Fox Clan's Southernly Prefecture will always support the Divine Continent and Brother Jiang Chen, even if it means giving up the Heavenly Dao rewards. And Chu Xiao patted the little fox's head and then sighed. The others looked grim. Even Ying Man, who was always fearless, felt a sense of powerlessness. Their nation's elite only numbered around 20. If they were isolated, they could basically declare that they had given up on the Legion War. And Chu Xiao had a sudden flash of inspiration and remembered a sentence Jiang Chen had said yesterday. Legion battles will be very, very difficult. Jiang Chen, you knew this moment would come today, didn't you? Jiang Chen did not deny it, but simply shrugged and said, These guys really think highly of us. Although he had suspected this for a while, he was still amazed when it actually happened. No matter how wild Jiang Chen's imagination ran, he could never have imagined that the reason these guys were so determined to suppress Xinzhou was not because of him, but because of the Xianqin, Xingtang, and Daming regions that were secretly supporting him behind the scenes. If he knew, he would definitely cry out, I really have no connection with these domains. Seeing that Jiang Chen did not deny it, a glimmer of hope appeared in Chu Xiao's eyes. Jiang Chen, do we still have a chance? These words were spoken. Everyone else's eyes lit up as well. Although the current situation has reached a dead end. But what are Jiang Chen's special skills? It's creating a miracle. Before Jiang Chen could speak, the little fox exclaimed with delight. A state government has actually chosen to support us. Everyone quickly looked at the Blue Star domain channel. I hereby declare that Huaishi Prefecture will support Xinzhou and represent the First Legion of Blue Star in the battle. Qiyun Prefecture will represent the First Legion in the battle. The same applies to Guangzhou and Langzhou. Nearly 10 provinces in China have announced their support for China. And Chu Xiao exclaimed with delight, You really were prepared. Yi Yiren's eyes sparkled. Our boss not only anticipated the enemy's moves, but has also already made contact with allies. Although 10 prefectures only have a little over 1,000 lords, there is still a chance to compete for a place within the top 10,000. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen with admiration, especially Ying Man and the 7th child of the Zhu family, because several states are secretly controlled by the Qin or the Ming dynasties. Ying Man asked timidly, When did you infiltrate our winners' ranks? Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, or rather his expression was stiff. Little did he know why these state governments would give up the rewards of the Legion War to support China. Has my influence become that strong? Although Jiang Chen was also completely confused, He naturally had to maintain his boss's dignity at this moment, so he said calmly, "The reason I invited everyone here today is for tomorrow's Legion battle." He did have some confidence, but not in these prefectures, or rather, Jiang Chen had only considered Nanli Prefecture, which he already controlled. After obtaining the Divine Dragon Amber, he felt even more confident. Now, with the support of nearly 10 Dragon Kingdom prefectures, Jiang Chen doesn't know how high his ranking will go, but it will definitely far surpass the so-called Second Legion, which represents the orthodoxy of Blue Star. Regardless of the reason, Jiang Chen looked at the names of the various prefectures and states of the Dragon Kingdom in the chat channel. "Since you have chosen to support me, then I will bestow upon you immense wealth and honor." Chapter 262, The Little Golden Man. Legion War begins. And that's not all. Zhuge Lan from Wulong Prefecture suddenly chuckled and said, "Since that's the case, then my Wulong Prefecture also supports Shenzhou and chooses the First Legion of Blue Star." Lord Zhang Fengxue of Longhezhou said with a wry smile, "I don't want to be expelled from the sect by my master, so Longhezhou supports the First Legion of Blue Star." Lin Yuan Prefecture Governor Su Zhan succinctly stated, "Lin Yuan Prefecture supports the First Legion." The lords of Shenzhou were just feeling anxious because they were isolated. "I am deeply moved to suddenly receive so much support from my compatriots," a wise and insightful lord shouted. These scoundrels originally wanted to isolate China, but they never expected to shoot themselves in the foot. Haha, with so many states supporting our divine continent, it's practically like the Blue Star is splitting up. Now let's see how the Blue Star United Parliament will handle this. I wonder if they'll slink back home in disgrace. The sudden turn of events caught the instigators of this farce off guard, and even infuriated them. Shenwu Nizi angrily retorted, "You bastards! This is the decision of the Blue Star United Council. What are you Dragon Kingdom states doing? Are you trying to betray Blue Star?" David panicked slightly. "Friends from the Dragon Kingdom, this time we are only punishing the scum of this blue planet, China. It has nothing to do with you." In their plan, controlling China was practically a certainty. After all, separating from the main force is equivalent to voluntarily giving up the rewards of the Legion War, and falling behind one step at a time will lead to falling behind step by step. Who would risk the fate of 1,000,000 lords in their own state just to stand up for justice for China? Even if the prefect were to agree in a moment of passion, the many prodigies would not. But now the situation has developed in a way that has completely exceeded his expectations. Although the Blue Star United Council has always been biased, if this matter really leads to the Blue Star Legion's defeat in the war, then his term as a counselor is over. "Friends of Qingyu, please persuade your compatriots to stop causing trouble." Upon hearing this, Yerakosu shouted, "What are you doing? As the official of the seventh heaven of the Dragon Kingdom, I order you to immediately respond to the call of the Blue Star United Council and join the Blue Star Second Legion." The Blue Star United Parliament. Zhuge Lan was going all out, sneering, "Don't tell me you don't know that this Blue Star United Parliament is a puppet installed by the United States?" Ahem, David, who came from the Freemasons of the three major groups in the lighthouse, said somewhat awkwardly, "Miss Lulan, please don't speak carelessly. Talking nonsense? You're shameless. Are you afraid I'll tear off this fig leaf? Let's set aside this issue for now. Since things have come to this point, Miss Zhuge Lan, please prioritize the overall situation of Blue Star." "A big orange," Zhuge Lan said proudly. "The big orange I raised is the real big orange. Yours is not." Hee. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, then said to Ing Man, "This Miss Zhuge has a temperament quite similar to yours." Ing Man nodded upon hearing this, saying, "This girl is indeed quite good. It seems she has forgotten that not long ago she called someone Old Annie." Next, Jiang Chen took out the remaining loot from his individual battles and distributed it. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen possessed a legendary troop building that could recruit angels indefinitely, so they naturally wouldn't hold back. The people from Longyuan County were fine, but the people from Wei County, Hosong County, and St. Peter County naturally wouldn't take it for nothing, allowing Jiang Chen to earn another 500 million spirit stones. Thus, even Huang Xian, the weakest of the Blue Star geniuses in China, now possesses two legendary troop types. Huang Xian sighed. A few months ago, I never dreamed that I would have such a glorious day. Everyone was tactful, so no one asked about Jiang Chen's mythical reward. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Jiang Chen said, "Everyone, go back and rest up today, and prepare for tomorrow's legion battle." Ing Man encouraged everyone, saying, "Although our first legion only has 1,000 people, with our strength, we still have a chance to compete for a place in the top 10,000. Zhu Yeqing remained passionate. "As long as we enter the top 10,000, we can get ranking rewards, although they are far less than those for the top 1,000 or even the top 100. But one setback cannot defeat our divine land." Everyone nodded in agreement. After the other prodigies left one after another, Ing Man, Zhu Yeqing, and Chu Xia, and Little Fox stayed behind. Jiang Chen looked at Ing Man curiously. "Is there anything else?" It was a message that Ing Man had secretly sent to the group, telling them to stay. Ing Man asked mysteriously, "Do you remember what I promised you?" As he spoke, before anyone could ask, he waved his hand. Several small, foot-tall golden figures landed on the table. A golden statuette. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. "You actually got one. Does your winners have connections in the US too?" The little golden man is a prop created by Oscar, the famous entertainment lord of the United States, and its quality is as high as epic. Although the little golden man doesn't increase combat power, its functions are very practical. Each year, the Oscar family only releases a limited number of golden statuettes, and most of them end up in the hands of Westerners. "Of course we have ways," Ing Man puffed out her chest proudly, then said, "But we can only get a few." Jiang Chen looked at the attributes of the little golden statue. Little Golden Man Epic Unbound. Feature 1. Reduces the price of items in the Hall of Reputation by 5%. Feature 2. Perfect control over facial expressions, voice, and body language. Takes effect immediately upon binding. No equipment required. Only applies to lords. Great job. Thanks, Xiaoman. Thank you, Sister Ing. Sister Ing is the best, second only to Brother Jiang Chen. Everyone expressed their gratitude. Don't mention it. Seeing that several people liked it, Ing Man seemed very happy as well. Of course, it would be even better if Jiang Chen could call her Sister Ing instead of Xiaoman. After the others left, Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then reached out and pressed down on the little golden figure. Consume 8 million spirit stones. Select enhancement direction. After the golden light dissipated, Jiang Chen looked at the attributes of the little golden figure again, and his eyes widened instantly. This is acceptable. In addition to a 10% price reduction in the Hall of Reputation, it also has another feature. Characteristic 3. Consume spirit stones to disguise oneself, one's heroes and troops, and change one's appearance. The disguise effect is affected by the combat strength of both sides and the amount of spirit stones consumed. It's actually a disguise-type equipment. Although it's not as miraculous as the temple transformation technique in the 36 Heavenly Gang techniques, it's sufficient for my needs. The only downside is that it requires real money to buy. With a thought, Jiang Chen's body rippled with golden waves like water, which solidified again and transformed into the appearance of Zhu Yeqing. What a great item. It's truly an essential tool for murder, robbery, and framing. As soon as Jiang Chen opened his mouth, he realized that the voice coming out of his mouth was also Zhu Yeqing's. In a great mood, Jiang Chen sent Ing Man 10 legendary quality dragon tooth rice. This little golden statue is very useful. For the next day, the Blue Star domain was not rife with undercurrents, but rather with undisguised turbulent waves. No matter how much the United States, Japan, and Xingyu tried to coerce or entice them, the 12 provinces of China were determined to tie themselves to China. This made Xingyu and his group even more certain that Xinzhou was a representative supported by the 3 major powers of Xianqin, Xingtang, and Daming. The 12 prefectures and 1,200 lords represent roughly 2% of the total number of geniuses on Blue Star, effectively weakening the Blue Star Legion's strength by 2%. Jiang Chen's killing of dozens of prodigies from the Sakura Kingdom has been criticized by so many people. Now that 1,200 of the main forces have suddenly disappeared, many ordinary lords, and even the most promising talents on Earth are extremely dissatisfied with the Earth United Council for stirring up trouble. But it's too late now. The instigator of this farce had no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere. Then they all prayed in their hearts that Blue Star would definitely be among the top 100. As for the First Legion, which included Shinjo, they didn't even consider it. 1,000 people wanting to win a ranking? Are you kidding me? At this time, in a chat group with only 8 people. The Legion War is about to begin. How are everyone's preparations? What are you even preparing for? Our so-called First Legion is just a hindrance to the Blue Star United Council. Do you really expect to get Legion War rewards with just 1,000 of us? Sigh, I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Although the Blue Star United Council's actions are disgusting, our choice was too impulsive. Haha, I actually find it quite satisfying. Why should we, the Dragon Kingdom, always have to put the greater good first? Have you forgotten how Qingyu put the greater good first after the hundreds of thousands of our compatriots in Qingqiu County were killed? Old Zhu is right. Oh, by the way, Old Zhu, I heard one of your brothers is following Jiang Chen around like a lackey. Could you help me buy a blueprint for the Tianyin branch? If there were outsiders present, they would discover that these 8 people were all actually the rulers of a state. Moreover, they are all prefects who support Shenzhou. This time, our decision to support Shenzhou has instantly reduced the number of lords in the state capital by 30%. It's understandable that people want to move to better places. After the Legion War, I'm afraid even more lords will move away. However, I really admire Jiang Chen's ability to rally people. In addition to our 8 prefectures, 4 other prefectures have chosen to join the Divine Continent camp. The big shots in China are really strong. Maybe we have a chance to compete for the top 10,000. It's difficult. Construction missions not only depend on combat strength, but also on the speed of resource acquisition, and we only have 1,000 people after all. There's no point in saying more now. Even if there's only a 1% chance, we have to give it our all times up. The words had barely left his mouth. A golden announcement appeared in the Blue Star domain channel. The all-race elite Legion war has begun. All the geniuses of Blue Star, along with their territories, are about to be teleported to the 5 Elements Heaven. Chapter 263 5 Elements, Divine Temple. You clowns, hand over the spirit stones. The announcements kept popping up. The world wonder constructed this time is the Temple of the 5 Elements. Defeating monsters of the 5 Elements will reward you with 5 Element Spirit Orbs, a valuable building material. The higher the quality of the 5 Elements Spiritual Pearls, the faster the wonder can be constructed. A monster siege will be triggered every 10% completion of a world wonder's progress. If a world wonder is attacked, it must be repaired using 5 Elements Spirit Orbs. Destroying other legions' world wonders will yield a certain percentage of 5-star Spirit Orbs. Every hour, the 5 elements shift, and time and space are reversed. The Legion War lasts for 3 days. After 3 days, rankings will be based on wonder completion. Click to view ranking rewards. During this period, all lords may withdraw from the battlefield at any time. Accompanied by the announcement, tens of thousands of pillars of light rose up in the Blue Star domain, and all the geniuses, along with their territories, disappeared from the Blue Star domain map. You have discovered the 5 Elements Heaven. You have entered the Myriad Races Prodigies temporary channel. You have entered the temporary channel of the First Legion of Blue Star. Each legion has 10 minutes to familiarize themselves with the environment and determine its leader. Accompanied by the heavenly Tao's prompting voice in my ears. Jiang Chen, along with his territory, has appeared in a colorful world. The 5 Elements Temple. This is an incredible mythical quality building in the wild, even below the mythical ancient road. If such a building could spawn in my divine continent. Jiang Chen shook his head, banishing the unrealistic fantasies from his mind. He soared into the air, reaching a height of several hundred meters, and looked around. The first thing that comes into view is the massive building base, tens of kilometers in diameter, shimmering with 5-colored spiritual light. This is the target that needs to be built and protected. Around the 5 Elements Temple, scattered territories have been established, and the owners of these territories are naturally the Dragon Kingdom's prodigies from the Blue Star's First Legion. Pairs of troops are cautiously leaving their territory to scout ahead. In the distance, as far as the eye could see, Groups of monsters with the 5 elements attributes could be vaguely seen. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, countless message notifications rang out. Jiang Chen opened the Myriad Races Prodigies channel he had just joined. A message instantly caught Jiang Chen's attention. I am Eric, son of Agatha the Seraphim of Mount Paradise. I was unlucky in the individual battles and only made it to the top 100. But the first place in the Legion battles belongs to me, Mount Paradise. I hope you will all give me some face. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Thrones are 6-winged angels, a mythical rank. Unexpectedly, besides Di Jia, Xing Tong, and Ying Yin Man, there is also a bloodline of a mythical lord in the 77 battle realms. However, Eric's idea of intimidating all the geniuses with his background is wishful thinking. Really? Hee, what a grand display of power from Heavenly Mountain. I am Bazanting, son of Bayan, the demon god of the 87th level of the bottomless abyss, and I am willing to compete with the geniuses of all races. Your Excellency Byzantium is right. Legion battles should be fought based on individual skill. Otherwise, if everyone just brought out their elders to compete, there would be no point in having a battle of the prodigies. Does he really think he's some kind of chosen one, that everyone should give way to him on the battlefield of all races? Haha. Angels are always high and mighty. It's understandable. Among the mocking geniuses of various races, Jiang Chen unexpectedly spotted an old acquaintance, Di Jia. Eric was immediately put in an awkward position. Fortunately, at this moment, David, a member of the Blue Star United Council, suddenly chimed in, his tone extremely obsequious. Your Excellency Eric, on behalf of the Blue Star region, I wish Your Excellency Eric victory in the Legion War. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen felt his face burning. Does it also represent the Blue Star region? That's so damn embarrassing. Because the United States has no roots in the upper realm, it has been searching for a powerful backer for centuries. Mount Paradise was one of the backers they sought, and the Freemasons, one of the 3 major groups in the United States, even called themselves the Eye of God, simply because the legendary founder of Mount Paradise claimed to be God. With such a great opportunity now, David naturally wants to curry favor with them. But anyone with eyes can see that the Freemasons are completely ignoring them. The Mountain of Paradise doesn't even take them seriously. Seeing that someone was supporting him, Eric finally found a way to back down, and then said somewhat cautiously, Blue Star? Is it the Blue Star region where I won first place in the individual competition? David's spirits lifted. Yes, Mr. Eric. I remember the winner of the individual competition was Jiang Chen. Eric continued. While luck certainly played a part, a strong man like Jiang Chen must be the commander of your Blue Star Legion. Are you Jiang Chen's servant? David. Seeing David's acquiescence, Eric immediately became displeased and said, Where is Jiang Chen? Does he think he can look down on everyone just because he won first place by luck? He actually sent a servant like you to talk to me. Jiang Chen. Although embarrassed, David could only bite the bullet and explain. I am the commander of the Blue Star Legion. Eric was taken aback. You're even stronger than Jiang Chen? In the tradition of the angel race, the strongest has always been the leader. In fact, this is the case for many powerful races. David wished he could disappear into a hole. At this moment, a leader of the logic group said, Lord Eric, some intelligent races have something called politics. Well, although I can't understand it, it objectively exists, and the human race happens to be one of them. Moreover, it is said that there are more than 200 countries on a single planet in the Blue Star region. Eric may be arrogant, but he's not stupid. Moreover, he immediately discovered that David's legion was called the Second Legion of Blue Star, and there was also a First Legion of Blue Star. A tiny Blue Star civilization, already weak and vulnerable, has now split into 2 legions due to the exclusion of the strong by so-called politics. Eric sneered. Heh. And I even considered Earth a rival. And at this moment, the Second Legion's channel on Blue Star was in an uproar. Who put this idiot up as the commander-in-chief? Probably an idiot too. Our Blue Star has now lost face to all the races of the cosmos. Mr. David, from now on, please shut up, okay? We don't expect you to play a significant role as the military commander. We just ask that you stop bringing shame to Earth. Damn it. He keeps calling us despicable people. and he even claims to represent our blue star. It's disgusting. For the rewards of the Legion War, I'm willing to play the coward. Is it too late to transfer to the First Legion now? Many of Blue Star's prodigies, compelled by the prevailing trend and a sense of duty, had no choice but to follow the state government and join Blue Star's Second Legion. I'm not a fan of David, the spokesperson appointed by the Beacon Nation. If it weren't for the permissions issue, some hot-tempered players would probably have already stormed into the Myriad Races Prodigies channel to hurl insults. Meanwhile, in the Blue Star First Legion channel, Giggle, the little fox, chuckled. Can this guy now dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes? Ing Man sneered. Serves him right. This bastard is a disgrace to our Blue Star. I bet the Freemasons won't let him off easy after the Legion War ends. Zhuge Landau. Everyone, we only have 10 minutes to prepare. Let's choose a Legion leader as soon as possible. Zhang Fengxue from Longhezhou suggested. We are here to stand together with our compatriots in China, and Jiang Chen is the #1 genius, so he should be the rightful commander. There were no scenes of disobedience and provocation, and everyone unanimously agreed that Jiang Chen would become the commander of the First Legion on Blue Star. Before Jiang Chen could check the military commander's permissions, Su Zhan, the prefect of Linyuan Prefecture, then said, Brother Jiang Chen, although we only have 1,000 people, we still want to compete for the rankings. I wonder what your plans are. Jiang Chen looked at Su Zhan, but the image of Zhu Mulangma flashed through his mind. Zhu Mulangma came from Linyuan Prefecture, and he was not a prefect or a county magistrate, but just a small-town mayor who usually kept a low profile. This is somewhat inconsistent with Zhu Mulangma's exceptional strength. Putting that question aside for the moment, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and got straight to the point. If you trust me, hand over any spirit stones you don't need right now. I'll take as many as you have. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Their first reaction was that Jiang Chen wanted to pull off a big heist and then run away. Chapter 264 Divine Dragon's Blessing. Spatial Vortex. Su Zhan forced a smile. I'm sure Boss Jiang Chen wouldn't joke around, but could you reveal the purpose of these spirit stones so I can explain it to my brothers? Before Jiang Chen could speak, Su Zhan immediately changed his tune. Jiang Chen, wait here, I'll go and raise the money right away. Jiang Chen was completely confused. The contrast before and after is too great. However, a thought suddenly struck him, and he tried sending a private message to Zhu Mulangma. Thank you for your support, Brother Zhu. Zhu Mulangma did not deny it, but said seriously, Brother Jiang Chen has made such a great sacrifice for the Dragon Kingdom, so I will do my best to contribute my strength and money. As expected, it was this guy who was secretly manipulating Linyuan Prefecture. Why doesn't he reveal his identity as the reincarnation of a powerful figure in the Ming Dynasty, instead of hiding it like this? Also, what does a huge sacrifice mean? With Lin Yuanzhou taking the lead. Although other prefectures still harbored doubts, they couldn't very well refute Jiang Chen's offer of face. Everyone says that Brother Jiang Chen's method of creating his own troops is through spending money. Could it be that the disciples of Tianyin can go even further and become epic troops? As Zhuge Lan spoke, he immediately transferred 1 billion spirit stones. For the eldest daughter of the Wulong group, 1 billion is not a lot. Other state governments also quickly transferred the money, ranging from several hundred million to over 1 billion. Notification: Lord Tushan Ye has mailed you 5 billion spirit stones through the exchange. Brother Jiang Chen, yesterday you told us to bring more spirit stones into the battlefield. This 5 billion was raised by our clan leader overnight. Jiang Chen laughed and said, That's enough. The refugees from Tianhu Star in the Dragon Kingdom number less than 10 million, so it's already quite remarkable that they managed to raise 5 billion spirit stones in one night. Note: Lord Yinjianmin has mailed you 10 billion spirit stones through the exchange. There's more if that's not enough. Jiang Chen said helplessly. Although you are rich, the battle of 10,000 races is a battle for everyone, and you don't need to bear so much burden alone. Haha, that's what happens when you have so many good things on your hands. Ing Man, however, was smug and triumphant. I've discovered a pattern. Whenever I contribute a large sum of spirit stones, you'll compensate me with something good, Like the golden behemoth soldier talisman last time. Jiang Chen chuckled. This guy seems carefree, but I've already figured out his principles. Less than a minute later, the spirit stones arrived in his account. Jiang Chen held the divine dragon amber and whispered, "Blessed by the divine dragon, consuming 1 billion spirit stones. This will increase the drop rate and quality of 5-element spirit orbs for all blue star prodigies in Wulong Prefecture. This will last for 3 days. Blessed by the divine dragon, consuming 3 billion spirit stones. This will increase the drop rate and quality of 5-element spirit orbs for all blue star prodigies in Linyuan Prefecture. This will last for 3 days. Blessed by the divine dragon, consuming 5 billion spirit stones. The Southernly Prefecture has been upgraded." Jiang Chen couldn't bring himself to steal spirit stones from his allies, so he used whatever amount they gave him. Nearly 20 billion spirit stones evaporated instantly. Centered on Jiang Chen, countless golden rays of blessing shone down over a radius of dozens of miles. In a small group of 8 people. Guess what Jiang Chen wants the money for? Perhaps it is true, as Miss Zhuge said, that we can once again enhance the combat power of the Tianyin disciples. I suspect it might be a temporary increase. Becoming stronger by spending money, that's a really good ability. I don't know if Jiang Chen relied on skills, bloodline talent, or some kind of sacrifice like the goddess of wealth. A sacrifice of gods. That's quite possible. But this doesn't improve our combat strength, so why should we pay for it? Forget it. Even if we don't mention Jiang Chen's achievements, he's still the person the higher-ups value most. It's always good to be on good terms with Jiang Chen. As the group discussed amongst themselves, they all chimed in with their own opinions. Suddenly, 1,000 rays of light appeared in the sky and fell directly down on them. Huh? What the heck? Immediately afterwards, everyone received a notification at the same time. You have been blessed by the dragon, greatly increasing the drop rate and quality of the 5-element spirit orbs. You have received. After a moment of stunned silence, the group erupted in an uproar. Holy crap, the drop rate has been increased. The construction of this world wonder mainly involves acquiring the 5-element spirit pearls. Now, there's really hope for me to break into the top 10,000. Equipment that increases drop rate is already rare, and equipment that can increase drop rate for others is unheard of. Awesome, absolutely awesome. Meanwhile, the second legion of Blue Star Channel was filled with jubilation. So it turns out that boss Jiang Chen can use spirit stones to increase the drop rate of 5-element spirit orbs. That's strange. Why can it increase the drop rate of 5-element spirit orbs on its own? The moment this question was raised, everyone's spirits lifted. Yes. Why can it increase the drop rate of the 5-element spirit orbs separately? Someone quickly came up with the most reasonable explanation. I understand. It's a wishing item, or even a building. Like the wishing well, the hibiscus tree, and so on. Holy crap. Could it be the legendary reward from the individual battle of the prodigies of all races? Very likely. Mythical equipment, it truly lives up to its reputation. This was the first time Jiang Chen's trump card had been guessed. It said that the rewards for the Legion War will be slightly adjusted based on each state's contribution, so everyone should keep up the good work. Haha. Even though we only have 13 prefectures including Shenzhou, we should still have some healthy competition. Upon seeing this, Ing Man suddenly asked within the Dragon Alliance. Damn it, Jiang Chen, you didn't give them my money, did you? How could that be? Jiang Chen said. I always do what I'm paid for. Although there's no specific figure, your increase in power is definitely the highest. That's fine. Ing Man nodded, then said generously. Give the brothers in Longyuan County the same buff as me, and I'll pay for it. Jiang Chen smiled and said, No rush, let's check the amplification effect first. Jiang Chen had no idea about the effects of the dragon's blessing, so he planned to calculate the best cost-performance ratio based on the increase in value for each price point. Therefore, he didn't even use the group amplification of the dragon vein. Soon, the Dragon Kingdom's prodigies calmed down from their excitement, and each of them was full of fighting spirit. Brother Jiang Chen, we only have 1,000 or so territories, while the 5 Elements Divine Palace is tens of kilometers in diameter. please give us your instructions on how to deploy our defenses? Suzhan looked like he was completely subservient to Jiang Chen. Regarding the defense of the Five Elements Temple, everyone should follow Lord Ng Inman's instructions. Jiang Chen directly passed the message to Ng Inman, or rather, to the ancient lords like Meng Tian and Bai Tsong, and then continued. Besides the necessary combat forces, other hero units can freely farm monsters. Jiang Chen had only spoken halfway when he suddenly received the detection results from Jingqi. My lord, there are 5 spatial vortexes within a radius of over 1,000 kilometers, with coordinates as follows. Jiang Chen nodded, then added, but be careful to stay as far away from the coordinates of these 5 spatial vortexes as possible. Click to view. Report any alien activity immediately. Zhuge Lan exclaimed. I didn't expect that boss Jiang Chen would find the coordinates of the spatial vortex so quickly. He truly has a wealth of talent under his command. Zhu Yeqing said, we are outnumbered. If we are discovered by other powerful races, we might be seen as easy targets. What's there to be afraid of? Ever since acquiring the Golden Behemoth, Ng Inman had become a bit arrogant. They want to rob us, but I want to rob them too. According to the Legion War's rules, every hour, the spatial vortex of the 5 elements heaven world changes. The races on the other side of the spatial vortex will also change. Destroying the 5 elements temples of other races can yield a massive amount of 5 elements spirit orbs. Therefore, their greatest enemy is not the siege monsters, but the legions of other races. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the Heavenly Tao lifted the restrictions. Disciples of the Heavenly Sound Sect, Griffins, Royal Knights, Sword Dancers, countless Dragon Kingdom troops who were already prepared immediately charged towards the 5 elements spirit beasts in the distance. Chapter 265 continues to shock. Terrifying drop rates. Jiang Chen authorized Ng Inman to migrate to the new territory, and then led hundreds of Tianyin disciples, goddess warriors, and dozens of angels out of the territory. Jiang Chenyu. And Xuxia's territory wasn't far from Jiang Chen's, so she quickly spotted Jiang Chen's army and immediately felt a pang of heartache. I didn't realize your losses were so great. Soon, the nearby prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom also saw Jiang Chen. The Angel Legion has suffered a loss of 90%. However, obtaining such a powerful mythical equipment is worth it. That's right. Anyway, Boss Jiang Chen has troop buildings, so he can recover his strength in just a few months. Only Ng Inman looked around, seemingly searching for something. You old fool, did you really suffer such a big loss? You weren't just pretending to be weak to take advantage of me again, were you? Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Hundreds of meters in the air, the main force of the Angel Legion, Crystal Maiden, Fairy Dragon, and others were in stealth mode, rapidly advancing into the distance. Jaina is a legendary 9-star magic-based hero, and her invisibility spell is so powerful that even Meng Tian has difficulty detecting her. More and more of the nation's elite talents have come to see Jiang Chen's team. However, their regret was short-lived, as their attention was drawn to another scene. Zhuge Lan is tall and slender with delicate features. Her body-hugging blue armor accentuates her perfectly proportioned figure. At this moment, she was staring in disbelief as a group of golden behemoths strode past her territory with arrogant and domineering steps. Golden behemoths, Zhuge Lan felt her head buzzing. During the last great war of the Divine Continent, Ng Inman didn't have any extreme Dao troops, right? Could it be that those behemoths didn't die, but were sealed away by Ng Inman? Just as she was in shock, a series of exclamations came from the side. Is this a Protoss unit? I've seen the illustration of this unit in the encyclopedia. My God, this is the legendary Protoss unit, the Light and Dark Sanctuary. Zhuge Lan was startled and suddenly looked up. Then he immediately recognized that the unit not far away was the Light and Dark Sanctuary, an extreme troop that struck fear into the hearts of all races, and its leader was the cute little fox girl. This is absolutely insane. Including Jiang Chen's goddess warriors, Shenzhou already has 3 teams of extreme-level troops. The news of the sudden appearance of 2 additional extreme-rank soldiers spread throughout the 1st Blue Star Legion at lightning speed, greatly boosting everyone's confidence once again. In an 8-person chat group. This is unbelievable. First there was a group buff skill, then there were extreme unit types. I thought everyone was just participating in this Legion battle. Haha. I wonder what kind of expression those bastards in the Blue Star United Council would have if they knew. Let's go, let's hurry out and grind some monsters, and see what the drop rate of the 5 element spirit orbs is like. Soon, battles broke out one after another. Most of the monsters in the 5 elements heaven are level 80 or above, and although their quality starts at elite, they pose little threat to the Dragon Clan prodigies. Soon, news of the haul broke in the group chat. Haha, I got an Earth Spirit Orb. Quick, throw it into the 5 Elements Temple and see how much it increases the construction progress. It's already been thrown in, but the progress bar isn't moving at all. Stop dreaming. The construction progress only shows 2 decimal places. How could it possibly jump so quickly? A few minutes later, Zhuge said, I calculated that about 1 Earth Spirit Orb will drop after killing 10 monsters. The little fox said, I have about 5. Man too. 1/10 of the 5 element spirit orbs will be upgraded by 1 quality. Only then did everyone realize that the drop rate was different for each person. However, they did not complain at all, and even felt a little ashamed, since they had been wary of Jiang Chen and had given less spirit stones. Compared to the rewards from the Legion War, this amount of spirit stones is nothing. Chao Ziqing said, but we don't know what the normal drop rate is. Jiang Chen also frowned. They completely forgot to leave out a lord who hadn't been buffed for comparison. Watch me. Huang Xian volunteered, and then used the permissions granted by Jiang Chen to complain in the Myriad Races Prodigies channel. Friends of all races, the drop rate of these 5 element spirit orbs is just too low. It takes 100 monsters to get 1 spirit orb of the same quality. What do you think? Although the vast majority of lords couldn't be bothered with Huang Xian. But among all races, there are naturally passionate races. Oh, why is your blue star so short? Our 100 Flowers clan has about 50 members. We halflings are about the same. Blue Star has split into 2 legions. Is this heaven's punishment for Blue Star's internal strife? David suddenly chimed in, sneering. There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. Poor mountains and bad waters breed unruly people. And that's exactly what you're like. With such a low drop rate, don't come out here and embarrass yourself. Huang Xian had already gotten the answer he wanted and was too lazy to pay any attention to David. Guys, it's all sorted out. The normal drop rate is around 2%. Haha, Su Zhan laughed loudly. Brother Huang Xian from Shenzhou, you're truly something. Huang Xian boasted. I've been Jiang Chen's diplomat since Longyuan town, so I've seen the world. With this data, Jiang Chen quickly calculated the increase. 10 million spirit stones can increase the drop rate by 5 times. 50 million spirit stones, increasing the drop rate by 10 times. Yinmon's 1 billion spirit stones can increase the drop rate by 25 times. This doesn't even include the improvement in quality. The others quickly reached the same conclusion and were all extremely excited. In other words, as long as each person has 50 million spirit stones, the output of our 1,000 people will be equivalent to that of tens of thousands. I only brought 20 million spirit stones with me this time. Brother, please make up the difference for me first. I will definitely repay you double after we leave. Brother pays 30 million spirit stones. I'll take them. Only 100 of the most outstanding talents in the world can be selected from tens of millions of lords in each state, so their family backgrounds are naturally exceptional. Most of them were even direct descendants of royalty or ancient families that had existed for thousands of years, far surpassing the Enchuxiao family. These people generously donated, instantly raising Jiang Chen's spirit stones to over 80 billion. Jiang Chen also cast down a series of amplification spells. At this moment, Huang Xian, who had been cultivating relationships with all the races in the large group chat, suddenly said, Why do I have this feeling that the quality of the monsters in this map is higher than that of other races? Their maps even have many ordinary monsters, while ours start with elite monsters. Jiang Chen and Man glanced at Enchuxia subconsciously. Man gave a thumbs up. Sister, your physique is truly amazing. It can even influence the 5 elements heaven. It's important to know that for every level the quality of a spirit pearl increases, the construction progress increases exponentially. Zhuge Lan suddenly shouted, "An epic level 5 elements spirit beast. I've discovered an epic level 5 elements spirit beast." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "If we achieve good results in this legion battle, Chu Xia will be the one to make the greatest contribution. How about we set our goal even higher?" Ing Man said excitedly. "Within the top 1,000. Let's aim for the top 1,000. What do you think?" The little fox clapped its hands in agreement. "That will dazzle those guys' titanium-plated eyes." Jiang Chen laughed and said, "1,000 is enough?" Before anyone could react, Jiang Chen pointed. Accompanied by bursts of dragon roars, several beams of extremely refined golden light shot out from Jiang Chen's territory and entered the bodies of the group. It is the group amplification effect of the dragon vein. Although the amplification effect of the dragon vein is limited to a certain number of people, with the blessing of the town's fortune, the amplification effect is far superior to that of the divine dragon amber. Sure enough, the three women stared in disbelief at the amplification values displayed by the heavenly Tao. I must be seeing things. Chapter 266, A Frenzied Battle Report. The Wall of Earth. You have consumed 10,000 spirit stones to grant Lord Tushan Yeye the Dragon Vein trait 4. You have consumed 100,000 spirit stones to grant Lord Ing Man the Dragon Vein trait 4. You have consumed 1,000,000 spirit stones. The group enhancement from the Dragon Vein starts at 10,000 spirit stones, which isn't expensive. However, for each additional person added, the required spirit stones will increase tenfold, and the effect only lasts for 1 day. So apart from the three women, Jiang Chen only enhanced the abilities of Zhu Yeqing and Zhu Yeshuan, as well as the mysterious Zhu Mulangma, consuming more than 1 billion spirit stones every day. Although the number of people receiving the boost is small, the drop rate increase far exceeds that of Divine Dragon's blessing. That's not 63x drop rate. Ing Man let out a groan. After completing the final aggregation of fortune, the town's fortune in Longyuan town has exceeded 3,000 points, and the drop rate of dragon veins has increased by more than 60 times. Among them, Zhu Yeshuan, who is the weakest, is now no less powerful than an ordinary divine child of the God clan. If she were to encounter that divine child Hamer again, it would be hard to say who would win. With the added benefits of the divine dragon amber, and in Chu Xia's mysterious physique, the efficiency of these 6 people alone is equivalent to that of 2,000 divine children. He is a divine son, not an ordinary lord. The others quickly figured out the cost as well. 100. We absolutely have a chance to break into the top 100. Suppressing the Second Legion is definitely within our grasp. Haha, the expressions on the faces of those bastards in the Blue Star United Council will be priceless. I wonder if they'll regret choosing the capital of the Second Legion of Blue Star. I don't know if they regret it, but the 12 brother states that supported us will be very surprised and glad they made the decision. And Chu Xia forced herself to calm down. Everyone, don't forget, every 10% of the construction progress will trigger a monster siege, and each wave is stronger than the last. We don't have enough people. Everyone, go ahead and gather resources. Ing Man patted her chest and assured them, "Leave the protection of the temple to me." This made Jiang Chen's eyes show a strange expression. This girl seems very confident. Does she have some hidden trump card? You have killed the fire spirit beast excellent and obtained 180,000 energy, 6,500 spirit stones, 3 fire spirit orbs excellent, 1 epic treasure chest, 5 excellent treasure chests, 1 intermediate physique book, 3 excellent military tokens. Zhu Mulangma was stunned when she saw the battle report that had been displayed. This monster actually dropped 3 fire spirit orbs? What about those other 30-odd items? He instantly recalled the golden light that had entered his body just seconds earlier. However, he was just dealing with the level 90 mini-boss in front of him and hadn't had time to take a closer look. When Zhu Mulangma saw the heavenly Tao hint he had just received, he was instantly stunned. Fortunately, he was experienced and knowledgeable, and he came to his senses in just a second. Then his eyes flashed with dazzling light. This is truly unbelievable. Brother Jiang Chen is indeed a peerless powerhouse who voluntarily reincarnated. Could it be that he somehow carried with him a treasure from his previous life? Beep beep beep. Upgrade. Lord Jiang Chen has mailed you a legendary territory advancement scroll via the exchange. Legendary territory advancement scroll. Zhu Mulangma took a deep breath, feeling that the shock of the past 20 years since her reincarnation was greater than what she had experienced today. With such an insane drop rate, it's not surprising that a legendary territory advancement token would drop. Based on this drop rate, this amateurish Blue Star First Legion definitely has a good chance of making it into the top 100 or even higher. If we can break the record for the Blue Star's Myriad Races Legion battle with just over 1,000 people, that would be truly miraculous. Perhaps under Brother Jiang Chen's leadership, we really have a chance to overthrow the Qing dynasty's rule. Thinking of this, a determined look appeared on Zimulangma's face. As for making it into the top 10, or even first place, he didn't even dare to dream of it. Nobody knows. Jiang Chen's efficiency alone surpasses the combined efficiency of the 6 of them. Using the Crystal Maiden's detection abilities, Jiang Chen instantly located a level 100 epic boss 80 kilometers away. Upon arriving in the 5 Elements Heaven world, all lords lost their access to the Anywhere door. If you want to keep moving forward, you can only explore little by little. But Jiang Chen didn't need that, because he had Jaina. Without Jiang Chen's command, Jaina instantly led several Crystal Maidens and Fairy Dragons, opened the portal, and charged forward. A few seconds later, battle reports were popping up like crazy. Your hero Jaina has slain an Earth Dragon rare, gaining 13,000 energy, 600 Spirit Stones, for Earth Spirit Orbs excellent, 5 excellent chests, 3 excellent troop souls. Your hero Jaina has killed. The hundreds of battle reports likely indicate that Jaina unleashed an area of effect AoE skill. With the +1 to item quality buff from the Divine Dragon Amber, Jiang Chen instantly obtained 18 excellent quality Earth Spirit Orbs and 110 epic quality Earth Spirit Orbs. Next up was the Earth Dragon Beast Lord. The level 100 epic boss has a combat power of over 40,000 stars. However, it was no match for several level 70 legendary 9-star powerhouses. Just 1 minute later, your unit Crystal 1 has defeated the Earth Dragon Beast Leader Epic, gaining 1.8 million energy, 50,000 Spirit Stones, and 5 Earth Spirit Orbs legendary. 5 legendary quality Earth Spirit Orbs, just saying that would scare a bunch of people to death. What an incredible Dragon Amber. It's a perfect match for the Dragon Vein, complementing each other perfectly. At this moment, Ing Man posted an illustration in the First Legion's group chat. Epic Earth Spirit Orb clicked to view. The Epic's emergence immediately drew the attention of the Dragon Kingdom's elites, who showered it with heartfelt praise. Holy crap! Epic quality. It seems we've slain a monster of exceptional quality. Ing Man is awesome. Ing Man replied modestly, so. What a show-off. Jiang Chen found it somewhat amusing and resisted the urge to send a few legendary quality spirit orbs to the girl. Instead, he directly opened the construction interface of the 5 Elements Divine Temple. Hand over all the spirit pearls. Moment. All the spirit orbs disappeared, and the 5 Elements Temple underwent astonishing changes. In a small group of 8 people including Kaianzu and Guanlongju. As expected of the owner of the Golden Behemoth, he killed a superior quality monster so quickly. A superior quality monster must have been at least level 90. The land is teeming with powerful individuals. Not just Jiang Chen, Ing Man, Tu Shanye, and Chu Xia, Zhu Yeqing. Any one of them is stronger than us. By the way, Lao Bai, which bigwig in your Xianqin is this Ing Man a descendant of? Give us a hint. How would I know? You'd better not ask me anything. Suddenly, someone stammered. Quick, look at the 5 Elements Divine Palace. The group looked over and were instantly stunned. The 5 Elements Temple is a standard pentagonal building, with its 5 walls representing Gung metal, Jia wood, Gui water, Li fire, and thick earth respectively. At that moment, the wall of thick earth suddenly shone brightly and rose nearly 200 meters at a speed visible to the naked eye. The construction progress above is also displayed as 1.32%. Holy crap, the battle has only been going on for a few minutes, and the progress of the Earth Wall is already over 1%. Is an epic level Earth Spirit Orb really that powerful? Quickly, let's go find high-level spirit beasts. The effect of Ing Inmon's one epic Earth Spirit Orb greatly boosted the confidence of all the lords, who then used all their unique abilities to find high-level 5 elemental spirit beasts. Pity. Centered around the 5 Elements Temple, all epic spirit beasts have been personally taken care of by Jiang Chen. It would be such a waste to let others kill them. It took several legendary Earth Spirit Orbs, hundreds of epic Earth Spirit Orbs, and thousands of excellent Earth Spirit Orbs to bring the progress of the thick Earth Wall to 1%. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Moreover, it is said that the construction progress slows down as the project progresses, which explains why no legion has ever been heard of completing the topping out of this wonder of the world. The art of speaking. Jaina has also been teleported to the next epic monster location. Meanwhile, Angel Yen, Lihani, Aurora, and the remaining powerful members of the Angel Legion, Fairy Dragon, Crystal Maiden, and others had already begun their march towards the map-based worlds of level 100 and above. I was a bit too flamboyant just now. When I hand over the Spirit Pearl later, it's better to take it slow and steady. He wasn't like Ing Man, who liked to show off. Ing Man, who was setting up defenses under Meng Tian's guidance, looked blankly at the Earth Spirit Orb in her hand, which was radiating a heavy light. I haven't handed over the Earth Spirit Orb yet. Could it be that the effect of the epic Spirit Orb is so powerful that it can cause the Earth Wall to grow wildly just by its aura? She carefully handed over the Earth Spirit Pearl in her hand, then looked expectantly at the changes in the 5 Elements Temple. Is Chapter 267 too fast? The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Grand Array. Result. The wall of thick earth flashed with light, seemingly struggling to rise a little, by about 10 centimeters. After a moment of silence, Ing Man finally understood. It must be Jiang Chen again. Did he take down a boss's lair? This made her feel somewhat dejected. Although Meng Tian was also shocked, she still whispered words of comfort. Your Highness, do not be discouraged. After all, Jiang Chen is someone His Majesty has taken a liking to, so he is considered one of our own. Moreover, the temple will need our help to protect it later. Upon hearing that her father had taken a liking to Jiang Chen, Ing Man's smile vanished instantly. Sister Meng, let's keep going. We can't fall too far behind this guy. After all, it would damage the reputation of our immortal Qin. The following time, Jiang Chen threw the massive amount of 5 elements spiritual pearls he had unleashed into the temple at a steady pace, so it did not cause any further ripples. The 5 elements temple is also rising at a visible rate. 2 hours passed quickly. During this period, the 5 elements heaven world experienced 2 5 elements shifts. Fortunately, although the space-time vortex refreshed twice, no alien army appeared. It seems the alien army is also aware that all the 5 elements temples are currently in the accumulation phase, and even if they were to plunder them, it would be a losing proposition. The 5 elements temple is 10% complete. The first monster siege will begin in 10 minutes. The first Legion of Blue Star, please be prepared to defend. The 5 Elements Temple, which is 10% complete, has already reached a height of 1,000 meters and is beginning to take shape. Compared to the majestic 5 Elements Temple, the territory below seemed pitifully small. This is a world wonder. All the prodigies of Blue Star in the First Legion of Blue Star received a notification at the same time. Although the completion status can be checked at any time, they still feel a strong sense of unreality. Isn't it a little too fast? Same here. Although our drop rate is high, we have too few people. At this rate, it probably won't take 3 days for our 5 Elements Temple to be completed. I've never heard of any race that could build such a wonder of the world during a Legion war. It is said that the higher the completion rate, the slower the completion rate of a world wonder will increase. I still feel like it's a bit too fast. At this moment, Huang Xian, a diplomat from the First Legion of Blue Star, stepped forward. Brothers, wait here, I'll go gather some intelligence. Immediately afterwards, he posted a message in the Legion channel. Wah, brothers of all races, the drop rate of the 5 Elements Spirit Orbs is too low. 2 hours have passed, and our Legion's 5 Elements Temple is only 1% complete. Honestly, Huang Xian has been very conservative, but the result was still beyond his expectations. Wow, that's fast. Our 100 Flowers clan has just reached 0.8%. The commander of the 100 Flowers clan had just replied enthusiastically when he realized what was happening. Wait a minute, doesn't your first legion on Earth only have a little over 1,000 lords? Winged Human Clan Commander, Lord Huang Xian, while I sympathize with your plight, you don't need to resort to such methods to attract attention. Liv, the commander of the Florentine army, said, I thank Commander Jiang Chen of Blue Star for showing mercy to my sister, but lying is not a quality a gentleman should have. Other well-meaning groups also jumped out to mock Huang Xian for exaggerating. The group of prodigies from the Dragon Kingdom looked at each other, their expressions extremely strange. Su Zhan said weakly, could it be that these guys are teaming up to make fun of us? Although none of these are powerful races, they are all full-strength organizations with tens of thousands of members, yet they only account for 1%. This is unbelievable. At this moment, Shinwu Naiko suddenly spoke sarcastically. Being weak is a sin, not shameful. But your Dragon Kingdom's attention-seeking antics have disgraced our Blue Star. She must have received authorization from the military lord, and seeing this, she naturally wouldn't pass up this opportunity to damage the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom. Huang Xian angrily retorted, get lost, you short-sighted Sakura Go. I am the great-grandson of His Majesty Emperor Jimmo. How dare you, a lowly commoner, speak disrespectfully to me? Shinwu Naizi seemed to have investigated Huang Xian's identity. He shouted loudly, then suppressed his anger and sneered. It's easy to prove you're not just trying to attract attention. Take a picture of your 5 Elements temple, and that will be enough to prove it. She has absolute self-confidence. The Second Legion of Blue Star, which has more than 60,000 lords, is only at 1.8% progress. Huang Xian would naturally not take photos. If other legions knew that their 5 Elements temple had reached 10%, wouldn't the geniuses of all races be in an uproar? Moreover, he understood the principle that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Haha, I did reach 1%, but I'm not taking pictures because I don't want to argue with a woman like you. Go ahead and bite me if you dare. This stubborn and unyielding attitude infuriated Shinwu Naizi to the point of rage. What a scoundrel! Miss Shinwu and my brother Huang Xian are truly a pair of bickering lovers, a match made in heaven. Seeing this, Jiang Chen added, I support you biting him. Then, ignoring Shinwu Naiko's reaction, he directly closed the chat group. After a moment of silence, the prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom began to speak. It doesn't seem like they're ganging up on us. Could it be that their completion rate is really only 1%? What? Exclaimed one of the most imaginative geniuses. Could it be that the 5 Elements temple we built is a low-end version? That's very possible. Could it be that the heavenly Tao has evolved again, and is now taking care of those with fewer people? They say that heaven is ruthless, but people are compassionate. But it seems that heaven is quite humane after all. How will the ranking rewards be calculated? Will it be a lower-tier version? Everyone's imaginations ran wild. At this moment, Jiang Chen spoke up, interrupting everyone's speculation. The monster siege will begin in a few minutes. This is both a challenge and an opportunity. Everyone should prepare as soon as possible. After receiving the blessing from the dragon, Jiang Chen's prestige reached its peak. Even the 8 prefects who chose to support Longzhou because of orders from above were all convinced of the situation. Since it was his first time participating in a legion battle, Jiang Chen didn't dare to be careless. He used the portal to recall the goddess warriors and part of the angel legion, then said to Yin Man, Xiaoman, how's the defense setup going? Yin Man said smugly, you can trust me to handle things. I guarantee that no matter how many monsters come, they will all die. Jiang Chen asked curiously, are you that confident? Just then, the little fox shouted, look, a monster has appeared. Oh my god, how come there's a flying monster? Jiang Chen looked up and saw countless 5 Elements spiritual beasts appearing on the horizon, along with an unknown number of flying monsters. These flying spirit beasts ignored their territories below and charged straight towards the 5 Elements temple with madness in their eyes. It seems they have only one goal, to destroy the 5 Elements temple. Seeing the apocalyptic scene before them, most of the prodigies from outside the divine continent underwent a dramatic change in expression. Tens of millions of monsters. It's terrifying. This is a bit troublesome. Jiang Chen muttered something to himself, then shouted, "All air units, take off immediately and intercept them." If things truly become impossible, then the only option left is to deploy the Angel Legion. Ng Yi-man then said to Meng Tian, "Sister Meng, it's up to you now. Cover your mouth with a sweet treat, then take to the air. Formation, activate." Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, hundreds of beams of light rose from the hundreds of territories below, forming a profound array. The massive formation completely enveloped the Five Elements Temple, which spanned tens of kilometers. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. Could this be the legendary Yin-Yang Five Elements formation of the Yin-Yang school? Haha, you got it right. Ng Yi-man proudly said. To build this grand array, I had someone bring 365 epic-level array flags from the main world. Even the heavenly Tao is helping us. This time the environment is the Five Elements Heaven, which can increase the power of the Yin-Yang Five Elements Grand Array by another 50%. With the legendary heroine Sister Meng in charge, the Five Elements Temple can be guaranteed to be foolproof. What reward will you give me? Jiang Chen finally managed to calm himself down. With this powerful array protecting him, Jiang Chen's pressure was greatly reduced. No wonder she was so confident just now. Ng Yi-man certainly had reason to be proud, because this great formation was a tremendous achievement. Meanwhile, the behemoth that was Xian Qin began to reveal its ferocity, showcasing a foundation that Jiang Chen, this nouveau riche, could only dream of. A reward. Jiang Chen looked at Meng Tian, who was standing hundreds of meters in the air constantly casting spells to manipulate the formation, and said solemnly, "Don't worry, my reward will definitely satisfy you." As they were talking, the army of 5 elemental spirit beasts has arrived at the defensive perimeter formed by the Dragon Kingdom's prodigies, and a great battle erupts instantly. Chapter 268 No Comparison, No Harm. Arcane Arrow. Binary Explosion. Whirlwind Flying Axe. Boiling Blood Spear. The Call of the Wild. Serpent Guardian. A dazzling array of skills were thrown off the city wall. 13. The diameter of the territory is over 1 kilometer. Therefore, approximately 200 territories would be enough to form a protective enclosure, guarding the Five Elements Temple. The outermost areas are naturally the territories that have been upgraded to fortresses and occupy fortress slots, with amazing defensive capabilities. Hundreds of territories lined up in a row, like a solid dam, firmly holding back the raging flood before them. Several of the fortresses are quite conspicuous. A faint light shield enveloped the entire fortress, and attacks from ordinary elemental spirit beasts could only cause the shield to dent slightly. A protective shield has a lord already upgraded to Town Hall level 14. Roar roar. Suddenly, accompanied by a series of beast roars, 12 golden behemoths leaped 100 meters into the air and crashed heavily into the beast horde. Without needing to enter the beast blood-boiling state, the golden behemoth's several-meter-long claws could unleash a storm of blood and carnage with every swing. And Chuxia's dwarf army has exceeded 400 members, including 27 hill kings, forming an impregnable great wall that stands firmly at the front line. The Little Fox's 36 legendary knights charged through the beast tide as if it were nothing, while the annihilation orb of the Temple of Light and Darkness appeared out of nowhere, clearing away one deathly hell after another in the beast tide. The individual combat power displayed by Zhu Yeqing, Zhu Yeshuan, Dian Kong, and other martial lords was even greater than that of the Golden Behemoth. Incredible. The lords of Shenzhou are truly incredible. No wonder when Ng Yi-man was setting up her tactics, she placed Shenzhou, which had less than 30 people, at the very front. The terrifying combat power of Shenzhou left the geniuses of other states trembling and staring in disbelief. I misspoke. Their strength isn't just greater than ours, it's far greater than ours. When I watched the live stream before, I couldn't appreciate how strong they were. Now I know what the gap really means. The most unbelievable thing is that such powerful individuals are actually Jiang Chen's underlings. At this moment, someone pointed to the sky and shouted, "Look at the sky. What a powerful formation." Jiang Chen also looked up. Within the yin-yang five elements formation, streams of fire, sword energy, and poisonous water spewed forth, killing the approaching five elements spirit beasts one by one. Even if powerful monsters managed to escape the killing formation, they were like headless flies, only able to circle around within a few kilometers of the five elements temple, unable to get close to the temple, and were eventually surrounded and killed by their own flying units. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was instantly relieved and giving Yin-Man a thumbs up. You're awarded first-class merit this time. With the protection of the yin-yang five elements grand array, the difficulty of defense is reduced tenfold. This was the first time Yin-Man had received genuine praise from Jiang Chen. While happy, she was also a little embarrassed. Haha, don't be so polite. Anyway, we don't usually have such a good opportunity to grind monsters. That's true. The monsters killed by the yin-yang five elements grand array should naturally be attributed to Yin-Man. It is estimated that after this Legion War ends, Yin-Man will be able to acquire at least several billion energy points and add another 100 epic units. Certainly, maintaining an array covering an area of dozens of miles requires an absolutely terrifying amount of spirit stones. Hey, where's your goddess warrior? In response to Yin-Man's question, Jiang Chen gestured towards the distance with his lip. Let's go steal the boss. Looking at the flashing lightning in the distance, Yin-Man said speechlessly, You really have no manners at all. Besides Shenzhou, the military units in other states also broadened Jiang Chen's horizons. Yuanrong Army Shinji Battalion Xuanjia Army Yuan Songjun. They are all renowned epic units. In particular, the Yuanrong Army of Wulong Prefecture is a powerful epic level unit. With a Yuanrong crossbow in hand, its firing rate and attack power are both exceptionally impressive. After all, there are only 1,000 geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom, so it took a full hour to clear the beast tide. Protected by the array, the five elements temple remained intact. Meng Tian's figure slowly descended, her face slightly pale. However, she laughed and said, The spirit beasts that attack the city will also drop five elements spirit pearls. I wonder how much the completion rate of the five elements temple will increase. Thank you for your hard work, Senior Meng Tian. Jiang Chen sincerely cupped his hands to Meng Tian, and then took the opportunity to hand over all the five elements spirit pearls he had obtained. Unfortunately, while the beast tide was massive in number, there weren't many boss monsters, so high-quality spirit orbs were limited. Soon, the prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom erupted in cheers once again. 15%. Ha ha. After a battle, the five elements temple has reached 15% completion, and the highest level, the Gue water wall, has reached 16%. This is awesome. With the protective formation, the monster siege is actually an opportunity for us. This is only because we have too few lords, forcing us to send the entire army back to defend. Otherwise, wouldn't we be facing a second wave of beast tides by now? I wonder how well the powerful legions of the Protoss, the logicians, the angels, and the demons are progressing. Haha, as long as we can defeat the second legion, that's enough. We don't need to compete with those powerful races. That's right, Ong. Jiang Chen was also very curious about this. Just then, among the myriad races of geniuses, a photograph caused a sensation. The person who posted the photos was Eric, the military commander of Paradise Mountain. The photo shows an endless array of the five elements mythical beasts. A beast tide? The five elements temple on Paradise Mountain has reached 10% completion, triggering the first beast tide. That's incredible. Our demon wolf clan only accounts for 2.8%. No wonder Lord Eric was so arrogant just now, confident. That's the confidence of a strong person. David popped up again, loudly proclaiming, Heavenly Mountain will surely win first place in the Legion War. Faced with the compliments from the prodigies, Eric felt no embarrassment at all. On the contrary, he was quite pleased. Diga, Byzantium, Your Excellencies, how is the completion of your legion's wonders progressing? Those he named were all his formidable rivals. After a long while, Di Jia replied indifferently. The construction of the five elements temple has only just begun. I hope Lord Eric will have the last laugh. Di Jia's words were tantamount to admitting that his progress was not as good as the other parties. This is not surprising. Although the angel race is ranked lower than the god race on the list of all races, it does not mean that Paradise Mountain is inferior to Brahma Realm. After all, Mount Paradise is said to be an ancient existence that transcends mythology and reaches eternity. The other powerful individuals who were named remained silent. Seeing this, the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom's prodigies pounded. "Are you crazy?" Zhuge Lan exclaimed incredulously. "It's one thing for the Hundred Flowers clan to be a weak race. But Heaven Mountain has just experienced its first beast tide, and the gods, demons, and mechanical races are even weaker than Heaven Mountain." Zhang Fengxue from Longhazao said solemnly, "Although our Five Elements Temple is a low-end version, we must not let other races know about our progress. Otherwise it will surely bring about our demise." The other's expressions hardened. With 1,000 lords, yet possessing the most complete Five Elements Temple, it's like a child carrying gold through the market. "Don't worry, everyone. Only a few of us lords have speaking privileges in the Myriad Races Prodigies group, so it won't be leaked." Only Jiang Chen knew that their Five Elements Temple was not a low-end version. He also knew that among all races, there were hidden talents, and their level of completion was not necessarily the highest. For example, Anjuan, the Blood Emperor of the Blood Throne. Blood Throne Legion. Countless crisscrossing rivers of blood, like capillaries, filled the void for tens of kilometers around, becoming more dense the closer one got to the Five Elements Temple. It was the Blood River formation that Jiang Chen had experienced before. Just as a superior-grade golden falcon broke through layers of blockade and approached within 1 kilometer of the Five Elements Temple, dozens of enormous blood statues emerged from the river of blood. The golden falcon flapped its wings, shooting out countless sharp feathers, but unfortunately, they had limited effect on the blood statue. In just a few seconds, it was torn to shreds with a piercing scream. Similar scenes have been playing out repeatedly over a range of tens of kilometers. "Great, Grandpa Anjuan, even the fastest Paradise Mountain is now lagging behind us." Xingtong looked at the chat channel and said excitedly. "Moreover, with the Blood River formation in place, we only need to spare a small portion of our forces to protect the temple. The rest of our forces can continue hunting the Five Elements spirit beasts outside, which is a double reward. We have a real chance to compete for first place. We must not be careless. On the last day, powerful legions that know they are behind in progress will inevitably choose to attack other weaker legions and plunder their building resources." As a mythical hero, Anjuan was adept at managing the Blood River array. At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. "We originally thought that Jiang Chen of the human race, with his large number of top legendary experts and unknown mythical rewards, would become our great enemy. But who would have thought that he would be defeated by internal strife? It is truly tragic and lamentable." Chapter 269, reaching 80%. Void Shield. Alien race appears. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's name, a hint of hatred flashed in Xingtong's eyes. She would never forget that she almost died at Jiang Chen's hands. "Grandpa Anjuan, Jiang Chen stole the mythical opportunity that belonged to me. He is utterly despicable. If we can discover the spatial vortex leading to the First Legion of Earth, could we take action to annihilate them and quell the hatred in my heart?" Anjuan frowned. "Girl, just like individual battles, you can quit any time during Legion battles. Even if you destroy their temple, you still can't kill Jiang Chen. The Second Legion of Blue Star only has a little over 1,000 people, so the completion rate of the 5-star temple must be pitifully low. Even if it is destroyed, we won't get much resources. At this crucial moment, you must not act impulsively. On the last day, we should focus our energy on more valuable goals." Xingtong felt resentful. But Anjuan was her guide, and what he said was reasonable and well-founded. So, all she could do was sigh. "I never expected that it would be the weak who saved Jiang Chen." Time flies. 2 days pass quickly. The Five Elements Temple is 80% complete. The 8th monster siege will begin in 10 minutes. Please be prepared to defend. The higher the completion level of the Five Elements Temple, the slower its growth. In just 2 days, the First Legion of Blue Star has already withstood 7 monster sieges and is about to face the 8th. The prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom have become numb to this unbelievable construction speed. Meanwhile, The level of the monsters attacking the city is getting higher and higher. In the 7th siege, there have been a few monsters that are over level 100. The prolonged and intense battles have caused casualties among the Dragon Kingdom's elite warriors. At this time, the Five Elements Temple had reached a height of 10,000 meters, resembling a mountain that soared into the clouds. Without the protection of the Yin-Yang Five Elements Grand Array, a mere 1,000 Dragon Kingdom prodigies with limited flying units would be utterly incapable of defending such a vast expanse of airspace. After successfully repelling the 7th monster siege 10 hours ago, Meng Tian was already pale and swaying. Now, Jiang Chen was looking at his lord's manner interface with a smile on his face. I never expected that I would actually meet the requirements to upgrade to Tier 14 during the Legion War. Alright, after reaching level 14, hero units can be upgraded to level 75. With a wave of his hand, the Lord's Manor began its upgrade. Complete immediately. 480,000 spirit stones evaporated instantly. Your Lord's Mansion has been upgraded to Tier 14. Your territory has increased to 1.8 million square meters, and you have unlocked the building shield. Rumble. The territory expanded again. The commotion also attracted the attention of many nearby lords. Jiang Chen actually advanced to level 14 at this time. Great. The troop level cap has been raised to 75, which will greatly increase the combat power of the goddess warriors. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen's direction is towards the city. Compared to the fortress, the strength of the protective shield is several times weaker. Otherwise, it would have been another solid fortress. Who knows why Boss Jiang didn't go towards the fortress? Does he not plan to launch an expedition to the outer battlefields in the future? Jiang Chen had no time to pay attention to the chattering crowd. Consuming 280 million energy, the Empress has advanced to level 75. Consuming 960 million energy, all goddess warriors have advanced to level 75. Consumption. He used up all the energy he had accumulated during this period and finally promoted all the high-star legendary powerhouses to level 75. As for the thousands of angel legions and celestial sound legions, we'll just have to wait. Immediately afterwards, build a protective shield. Complete immediately. Although the city's protective shield is far less than that of a fortress, in the face of increasingly brutal battles, even a mosquito is still meat. Note, the protective shield is now complete. Before Jiang Chen could upgrade the protective shield, the following prompt made his eyes widen. Evolutionary conditions are met. Your protective shield, after fusing with the spatial power of the blessed land, can evolve into a void shield, increasing its defensive power tenfold. Evolve now? After evolution, the effects of the blessed land remain unaffected, but activating the void shield requires additional spirit stones. 10 times. Is this even possible? While Jiang Chen was in a daze, Yin Man flew over and landed in front of him. What are you doing? Seeing Jiang Chen standing in the territory in a daze, Yin Man stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen then noticed Yin Man's arrival and immediately changed the subject with a smile, saying, "The 8th monster siege is about to begin. You should be on the front lines right now. Uncle Jiang, you seem quite leisurely, still in the mood to upgrade your territory at a time like this." Yin Man teased Jiang Chen, then said solemnly, "I'm not joking anymore. The Five Elements Temple is getting bigger and bigger, and the enemies are getting stronger and stronger. With Sister Meng's strength, I'm afraid this wave of monsters won't be able to maintain the formation indefinitely." Before the Legion War began, Xian Qin made thorough preparations, even preparing a giant formation. They calculated countless possibilities, but they still didn't anticipate that a mere 1,000 people could push the completion rate of a world wonder to 80%. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was prepared for this. "Do you remember the reward I promised you 2 days ago?" "A reward?" Yin Man's eyes lit up. "Could it be that you have a treasure that can amplify formations?" "No, I don't." Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "But I do have this." As he spoke, he grabbed a handful of legendary hero souls and stuffed them into Yin Man's arms. If a legendary 1-star hero can't maintain the great formation, then what about a legendary 9-star hero? This is something he's been working on in his spare time these past few days. This. Yi Man was completely stunned. Jiang Chen kindly reminded him. Hurry up, the 8th monster siege is about to begin. Yi Man finally came to her senses and said with a complicated expression, I was thinking that if you have no other choice, I will have to use my last trump card. Jiang Chen was speechless. You still have a trump card? Yi Man scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed, and said, There's one more thing, but the price is a bit high. Jiang Chen was truly impressed now, and exclaimed, As expected of the immortal Qin. A moment later, Yi Man returned to Meng Tian's side. Then, even the legendary Lord Meng Tian, who had lived for thousands of years, stared wide-eyed. Who would have thought that their little princess would go out for a stroll and bring back a bunch of legendary hero souls? In the third heaven, the legendary soul of the troop, which is also extremely precious, when did units start to be counted in stacks? It took Meng Tian a full half-minute to come to her senses. Although it feels a bit wasteful to use all of it on myself, I can't worry about that during this special time. Your Highness, rest assured, the 8th wave of monsters is a sure thing. Immediately afterwards, 8 dazzling golden rays rose from Meng Tian's body, and Meng Tian successfully advanced to the legendary 9-star level. Soon, the 8th round of monsters arrived as scheduled. Although the 8th wave of monsters is much stronger than the 7th wave. However, the Yin-Yang 5 elements grand array expanded once again, encompassing all the territories. This greatly reduces the pressure on the Dragon Kingdom's elite. Of course, the price was the consumption of a huge amount of spirit stones by Yi Man. 2 hours later, a deafening cheer erupted from the 5 Elements Temple. We made it through. It's unbelievable. Long live Boss Jiang Chen. Long live Boss Yi Man. Who would have thought that we would actually push the completion of the 5 Elements Temple to 80%? I wonder how our low-end version of the 5 Elements Temple is converted compared to the normal 5 Elements Temple. Haha, no matter how you calculate it, I'm definitely in the top 100. Jiang Chen also smiled. He was confident of making it into the top 100 before the Legion War began. But no one could have predicted what was happening before their eyes. To have come this far, we owe a small part of the credit to the support from Xianqin. Just then, Jingqi suddenly sent an urgent message. Alien figures have appeared in Space Vortex number 3, 262 kilometers southeast. Southeast 262. The 3 consecutive messages made Jiang Chen's gaze sharpen. On the final day, certain legions of various races, who considered themselves powerful, finally began to stir. Chapter 270 The War Begins, Sowing Discord. Just like destroying other buildings, destroying world wonders will also grant you some building resources. However, in the early stages, the wonders of each legion were not fully completed, and starting the war too early would be counterproductive. Therefore, many powerful legions wait until the very last day to explore the spatial vortex and search for prey. In simpler terms, they fatten them up before killing them. If the legion on the other side of the spatial vortex is of similar strength, just laugh it off. If the strength difference is huge, then humph. Of course, the spatial vortex changes every hour, and the positions of its 2 ends are completely random. Maintaining the stability of a particular spatial vortex also requires a massive amount of 5 elements spiritual pearls. It's possible to lose everything. The same race. If you're unlucky, and your opponents are all powerful races like gods, logicians, or angels, then you'll be the prey. If you're lucky, and your opponent is a weaker race like the 100 Flowers clan or the Half-Body clan, you might be able to turn the tide and move up a tier in the rankings. If the 2 sides are too far apart in strength, it could even lead to underhanded deals. For example, if the 100 Flowers clan encounters the Divine clan's army, they will most likely hand over their 5 Elements Temple directly. Of course, the Protoss will also provide some compensation to save time in finding their next prey. Therefore, the 3rd day was also the most competitive day. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen used the Lord's heart to send a message to everyone. Everyone, eliminate any alien outposts you discover immediately. Yen, send strong members of the Angel Legion to guard the spatial vortex. Yes, my lord. Even if there are truly lucky races constantly reaping the benefits of weaker legions, given the current level of completion of the 1st Legion of Blue Star, it is still firmly in the top 10, or even the top 3. Therefore, the best option at present is to remain isolated from the world. The reason they have achieved their current level of completion is primarily due to their high drop rate, rather than their skill. Just then, in the chat group of all races prodigies, the winged human clan's military commander suddenly said, "Lord Eric, Paradise Mountain has always represented goodness and lawfulness. We hope you will not invade our winged human clan's territory without cause." All the prodigies who saw this sentence, including Jiang Chen, were startled. The battle has begun. Although the winged humans are not considered a powerful race, and are even inferior to the humans, they are still listed on the list of all races. Normally, the winged humans are a race that can reliably enter the top 10,000 and receive rewards from the heavenly Tao. But to their dismay, they encountered the powerful heavenly mountain. The winged man army leader clearly hoped to use public opinion to force Paradise Mountain to back down. All the geniuses of the myriad races silently watched the development of the situation. Hee. Eric chuckled lightly and replied casually, "We follow the rules of Legion warfare, representing order. We declare war openly, representing good. Imagine if you were facing a Void Zerg army. You probably wouldn't have had any time to prepare, and the battle would have already broken out. Being merciful as I am, I can give you 10 minutes to consider. I hope you will voluntarily hand over the 5 Elements Temple, and I will give you satisfactory compensation." That being said, but everyone knows that even mythical equipment is far from being comparable to the rewards for being ranked 10,000th in a Legion battle. On a grander scale, Legion wars affect the fate of an entire civilization. Can Eric offer a mythic reward? Dream on. Can't you look for other targets? The winged army leader suggested, with the mentality of better to die than lose myself. We all have wings. We're close relatives. Eric said unhappily, "Your winged human wings are not worthy of being compared with our angel wings." There's a saying among the myriad races, those with wings aren't necessarily angels. They could also be birdmen, which shows just how vast the difference is between the two. The winged army leader had originally intended to build connections, but instead was insulted in person, which immediately ignited his anger. Lord Eric should be aware that destroying the 5 Elements Temple is tantamount to cutting off the future of this generation of newcomers of our winged race. Although our winged human race has barely made it onto the list of all races, we are not to be trifled with. We would rather perish together with the enemy. Be careful your rear is left vulnerable, or other powerful legions might raid your base. Eric was furious. How dare a mere winged human threaten my Paradise Mountain? David chimed in again, expressing his empathy. Indeed, it was overestimating ourselves. If our Blue Star were fortunate enough to encounter the Paradise Mountain Legion, we would definitely take the initiative to hand over to the 5 Elements Temple to help Lord Eric win first place. That's the difference. With David's relentless flattery, Eric found David increasingly pleasing to the eye over the past 2 days. My lord will not fail any devout believer. Seeing that his efforts had finally paid off, David immediately struck while the iron was hot. On behalf of the entire planet Earth, I vow to serve my lord from this day forward and become a vassal of Mount Paradise. David's series of shameless remarks caused another uproar in the Blue Star 2nd Legion channel. Did I hear that right? This bastard is going to give away the 5 Elements Temple that we spent 2 days building to Heavenly Mountain. We strongly demand that this idiot be fired. Don't let him speak again. Gentlemen of Qingyu, take a good look. Is this the Blue Star United Council that you support? We'll rejoin the 1st Legion, or even establish the 3rd Legion. We'd rather forego the Legion War rewards than put up with this. Damn it, the Heavenly Tao has announced that once the Legion War begins, we can no longer choose South Korea. Many Blue Star lords believed in Heaven Mountain, but even more disliked it. For a time, public sentiment was inflamed, and even many foreign lords who were enemies of Jiang Chen were dissatisfied with David's behavior. Seeing that he had become the target of everyone's criticism, David quickly began to explain. Everyone, please calm down. I was just saying it casually. There's less than a day left in the Legion War. How could we possibly encounter Paradise Mountain so easily? At this point, he said, feeling wronged. Why does no one understand my good intentions? Mount Paradise represents justice and order. I truly hope that the entire planet Earth can join me in serving my lord. Many lords of the Dragon Kingdom were furious. Serve my ass. Your beacon country has no foundation in the upper realm and is eager to find a master to serve as a crook. But our dragon country has someone protecting us from the first heaven down to the seventh, sixth heaven. Although Eric couldn't see the internal strife on Earth, he wasn't stupid. He asked doubtfully, "Can you represent the entire Earth?" David was energized. "Not now. But I believe that with the support of Paradise Mountain, all dissenting voices will disappear without a trace." Eric understood. This David wants to unify the Blue Star with the support of Paradise Mountain. That's quite an ambition. However, if it were truly possible to reap the faith of a civilization for my lord, then Agatha's status might be further elevated, and she might not even have to be Gabriel's mistress anymore, and she could also get rid of her status as an illegitimate child. Thinking of this, Eric said, "You can come to Paradise Mountain sometime, and we can talk." David was overjoyed. His mind raced, and he decided to press his advantage. "Lord Eric, I must report a lord who has blasphemed the great angel." Although Eric was getting impatient, he still patiently asked, "Who?" "Jiang Chen of our Blue Star." David roared, "How dare this lowly human enslave a noble angel? This is blasphemy against my lord. I hope that Heavenly Mountain will send down divine punishment to punish him." Divine Child Dija suddenly said, "I can testify to this. I was defeated by Jiang Chen precisely because of the Angel Legion, and they're all female angels. The vampire Xing Tong naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity to kick someone when they're down, adding insult to injury. It's hard to imagine Jiang Chen doing anything strange to these beautiful angels." Puff. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen spat out the snow melon he had just bitten into. They were having a great time enjoying the gossip, but little did they know they'd end up eating their own food. In the laws of nature, the Lord's authority is above all else, and naturally far above racial constraints. Human lords can recruit angel units, and angel lords can also recruit human units. This is a custom that has been established over countless years. Just like how the disciples of Tianyin are human soldiers, but Jiang Chen handed them over to the commander of the Tianhu clan without any psychological burden. To come up with such a far-fetched excuse to deal with me? You're a real genius. Jiang Chen put down the melon in his hand, somewhat curious about Eric's next reaction. Eric naturally understood this principle, and under normal circumstances, he would have been too lazy to pay attention to it. He even had a powerful squad of mechanical warriors under his command. But now, so many people are watching his reaction. Especially after Xing Tong's line, "They are all female angels." It would be a real blow to his authority if he didn't make any comment. So, while cursing David for making trouble out of nothing, he adopted an accusing tone and said, "Where is Jiang Chen? Come out here right now and give me an explanation." Chapter 271, Are You Out of Your Mind? Wonders capped? His original intention was for Jiang Chen to step forward and humbly explain a few words, promising not to bully the beautiful female angels under his command, so that he could have a way out. Then, magnanimously, he said that the matter would be let go. The other prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom felt a chill run down their spines when they saw the powerful Paradise Mountain coming to question Jiang Chen. While he was cursing David, he was also secretly worried about Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen said calmly, "Explain what dear means. Are you out of your mind? You call yourself the commander of Heavenly Mountain Army, yet you were manipulated by just a few words. Can't you really see that these guys are manipulating you and using you as a pawn?" As soon as Jiang Chen said this, all the lords of Earth were stunned for a moment, then immediately erupted in excitement. That's so awesome. Compared to Jiang Chen, the obsequious Blue Star United Parliament is simply relying on a defense. At this moment, it wasn't just the Dragon Kingdom lord who was affected. Many Western countries, and even the lords of Japan, felt admiration. Especially the sentimental female lord, her eyes sparkled with admiration. This is a real man, much better than those spineless cowards in our country who only know how to scheme. Wah, if I were willing to give up my Japanese citizenship and join China, I wonder if I would have a chance to become Jiang Chen's girlfriend? You're dreaming. Alexei from Shenzhou is my brother. After the Legion War, I had him introduce Jiang Chen to me. This made the male lords of these countries look rather unpleasant, feeling as if they had turned green from head to toe. Eric never expected to be called brainless in public, and he said incredulously, You are so rude." Jiang Chen laughed and said, "Those who know me know that I always act according to my likes and dislikes, and I never care about any big picture. But David still provoked you to provoke me. Wasn't his goal to make me curse you? Dude, do I need to make myself clearer?" Jiang Chen once subdued the fairy dragon with his verbal skills, so how could he possibly let her suffer a loss when it came to reasoning? Although he wasn't afraid of Paradise Mountain, he didn't want David's trick to succeed so easily, so he decided to lay everything out in the open. It's practically saying outright, "You've been used by David." This sent a chill down David's spine. "Lord Eric, I didn't. I really just wanted to report you." "Shut up," Eric shouted. He realized what was going on. Jiang Chen's tough stance made Eric unwilling to invite further criticism, so they could only pick on the weakest link and vent all their resentment on David. "I hope you can give me a reason that will convince me." David was ashen-faced, filled with regret that he had already secured the support of Paradise Mountain. So why had he created unnecessary trouble? This is a classic case of shooting oneself in the foot. Upon seeing this, Di Jia and Xing Tong both fell silent. However, the demon army commander by Zontang exclaimed, "Lord Jiang Chen truly lives up to his title as the #1 prodigy. He has personality, and I like it." Jiang Chen defused David's conspiracy with just a few words, demonstrating his considerable courage and skill. Huang Xian said admiringly, "The boss is the boss. Compared to the boss, my little tricks are nothing but petty cleverness." "That's so cool." Ying Man, who always loved to show off, had stars in her eyes when she saw this. "Logically speaking, I'm not weak either, but why do I always feel like I don't have Jiang Chen's domineering presence when I speak or act? What am I lacking?" Zhuge Lan sighed with emotion. No wonder Jiang Chen was able to rise from adversity step by step to rule the land. His spirit and the mindset of a strong man are far beyond what ordinary people can achieve. Jiang Chen smiled. He doesn't have a strong mentality. He's just making the best choice based on the situation. With the blessing of the Oscar, Jiang Chen can now play any role convincingly. Of course, Jiang Chen also knew that although David had ended up pleasing neither side, he had also completely offended Eric, the commander of the Paradise Mountain Army. The little incident passed quickly. The battle between the Heavenly Mountain and the Winged People soon broke out. The battle started quickly and ended quickly. Ultimately, the winged race lacked the courage to fight to the death. After desperately delaying the Angel Legion for an hour, all the lords chose to withdraw one after another. However, before withdrawing, the winged human army chief said unwillingly, "Our winged human race's 5 elements temple is only 20% complete." This was to allow Paradise Mountain's competitors to roughly calculate Paradise Mountain's profits, and also to create obstacles for Paradise Mountain. Eric seemed to want to appear more sophisticated. He actually posted a picture of his 5 elements temple in the group chat. "Hee, you don't need to guess anymore. This is the completion status of my Paradise Mountain World Wonder." This immediately drew a chorus of praise. 58%. Wow, that's fast. The progress rate increases more slowly as you go on, but Paradise Mountain is already over 50%. If it weren't for Lord Eric's self-destruction, I would have thought that the completion rate of Paradise Mountain was around 40%. Paradise Mountain is so well hidden. Lord Eric not only excelled in offense, but his defense was equally solid. Several of our Logic Clan scout units were slain by a powerful angel just as they passed through the spatial vortex. Keep in mind that our scout units are also of legendary quality. Therefore, we can infer that this angel's strength is at least legendary 5-star or higher. Eric was taken aback when he saw the words of the Logic Clan's military commander. The Heavenly Mountain Legion does indeed possess legendary 5-star or higher angel units, and there may even be more than one. However, he remembered that he had not sent such a powerful force to guard the space vortex. Perhaps it was just some lord's troops passing by and did it casually. Eric did not investigate further. This greatly satisfied his vanity, allowing him to finally regain the face he had just lost in front of Jiang Chen. We at Paradise Mountain have never cared about such empty titles. If it weren't for the clown like winged people, I wouldn't have bothered announcing the progress this time. Unlike some legions, which are clearly weak but good at talking, Eric is also vengeful. This statement was clearly a sarcastic jab at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen saw it, but he couldn't be bothered to pay any attention to him. With Paradise Mountain taking the lead, large and small-scale legion wars also broke out one after another. The prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom were on high alert, ready for battle. However, even at midnight, when the 9th monster siege was triggered, no sign of the alien army was found. The Five Elements Temple is 90% complete. The 9th monster siege will begin in 10 minutes. Please be prepared to defend. While the group of prodigies from the Dragon Kingdom were relieved, they also had some doubts. We've been incredibly lucky. So many spatial shifts, and we haven't encountered any powerful legions. Yes, our temple is over 10,000 meters high. It's like a light bulb. You can see it from 100 miles away. Heaven is indeed looking out for us. Hopefully, our low-end version of the Five Elements Temple won't be too underweight in the final weighting calculation. Nobody knows. Jiang Chen felt a pang of anxiety when he saw the message from the Logic clan's military commander. That was close. The legendary unit that was instantly killed by Avril was indeed the legendary unit of the Logic race, the Polar Warrior. If the Logic clan discovers the Five Elements Temple of my Blue Star, it will surely be a fierce battle. The Logicians are a technologically advanced race renowned among all races. Their strength is second only to the gods, and their individual strength even surpasses that of angels and demons. The fact that this day passed peacefully was entirely thanks to Jiang Chen. Every time the space-time vortex refreshes, Jiang Chen immediately has Jing Qi detect its location, and then uses Jaina's teleportation spell to send the troops there. Moreover, the ones sent were all legendary 9-star angels. After all, given how powerful Eric's Paradise Mountain is, it would be perfect if the Legion on the other side of the spatial vortex could mistakenly believe they were facing Paradise Mountain. After a fierce battle, the First Legion of Blue Star finally succeeded in repelling the 9th wave of monster attacks. After handing over all the 5 Elements Spirit Pearls, the 5 Elements Temple's completion rate barely reached 92%. Looking at the faint light of dawn on the horizon, Jiang Chen frowned. 9 hours until settlement. At this rate, it will be very, very difficult to complete the 5 Elements Temple. Unless we can take the initiative to destroy the 5 Elements Temples of other races and plunder their resources. As time went on, Jiang Chen's ambition grew. The initial goal was just to be in the top 100, then the top 10, and when I learned that Paradise Mountain only had 58%, the goal instantly became number 1. Currently, the completion rate of the World Wonders has reached 92%. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event, and it would be a real shame if there weren't limits. Because there has never been a race that has ever capped the wonders of the world in a Legion war. Jiang Chen was genuinely curious whether there would be any extra rewards. Just then, Eric burst into laughter. Ha ha, I've actually discovered the 5 Elements Temple of the human race. It seems I really am destined for the Blue Star domain. Judging by its height, this temple should be over 20% complete. The First Legion of Blue Star only has a little over 1,000 people. It's impossible for it to be this complete. So, Mr. David, the time has come to pledge your loyalty to my lord. Chapter 272 Rules of the State Capital Ranking Competition. What a talent. Blue Star Region. With a group of Blue Star's prodigies away participating in a Legion war, the entire Blue Star domain channel seemed much quieter. Early that morning, a lord finally couldn't resist speaking up. The Legion war results will be announced at noon today, right? I wonder if our First Legion can make it into the top 10,000 and get the rewards. Sigh, I don't expect the big shots to get the ranking rewards. I just hope they can return safely. After all, even including Shenzhou, our First Legion only has 13 prefectures. Everyone's up early, said a Shenzhou civil servant. Brothers, don't be too pessimistic. Although we're outnumbered, we're strong. Our leader's name, Jiang Zhanzhou, isn't just for show. Even if Jiang Chen didn't suffer much loss in the individual battle, the construction of wonders mainly relies on the drop rate, right? Haha, it doesn't matter if there are no Legion war rewards. Let's keep up the good work in the upcoming state capital ranking tournament. That being said, but everyone knows what the outcome of the War of the 10,000 Races means for a civilization, especially a legion war. At this moment, a cherry blossom lord suddenly said, "A state-level ranking competition? Heh, the spirit of you Chinese people to find joy in hardship is truly admirable." What was this called again? Right, it seems to be called AQ. It was a virtual creature summoned by a literary sage lord of your dragon kingdom 100 years ago. This statement immediately drew echoes from some Westerners, Sakura, and even Qingyu lords. In the words of the Chinese themselves, they won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Hee. In the past few days, your 13 prefectures have experienced a very serious loss of lords, right? It is said that the most severely affected Wulong prefecture only has 50% of its lords left. This is the consequence of being out of touch with reality. When that young lady from the Wulong group comes out, she will definitely regret her decision to support Shenzhou. A clever lord from the Yahila clan in Qingyu immediately seized this opportunity to spread rumors and sow discord. This is the last time Huangzhou is recruiting warlords and farming lords. The requirements are Town Hall level 13 or above and at least one unit of excellent troops, no entertainment lords please. Fellow countrymen of the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom, you must learn to assess the situation and act accordingly. If we were to use the standards of 100 years ago, you would all be considered traitors and rebels, deserving of death. But our Qingyu region is willing to set aside past grievances and give you a chance to start anew. Otherwise, once the results of the Legion War are announced, it won't be so easy for you to curry favor with our Qingyu. You know what? Many lords of the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom, after careful consideration, reluctantly chose to join the Qingyu states such as Zhenghuang state. This naturally drew fierce criticism from some of the lords. A bunch of opportunists. If the enemy really attacks, these guys will definitely be collaborators. Some people also advised, forget it. People strive for better things. Ideals are important, but they're just trying to make a living. There's no need to be so harsh. Yes, let's not use moral blackmail. Otherwise, how are we any different from that bastard of the Blue Star United Council? Just as the lords of Qingyu were feeling smug, several golden announcements suddenly appeared. Announcement: the Blue Star domain is launching its first state capital ranking competition. The rules are as follows. Ranking criteria, building index, click to view rules. The first rank prefecture grants the prefectural lord plus 500 to all attributes. The prefectural citizens plus 50 to all attributes. The prefecture's national fortune plus 10 and 1,000 fortune talismans. Second ranked prefecture. Prefects all attributes plus 300. Citizens all attributes plus 30. Prefecture's national fortune plus 600 fortune talismans. Third ranked prefecture. Prefects all attributes plus 200. Citizens all attributes plus 20. Prefecture's national fortune plus 4 and 400 fortune talismans. For prefectures ranked 4th 10th, the prefect's lord receives plus 100 to all attributes. The prefecture's citizens receive plus 10 to all attributes. The prefecture's national fortune is increased by 2, and 200 fortune talismans are granted. For prefectures ranked 11th 100th, the prefect's lord receives plus 50 to all attributes. The prefect's citizens receive plus 5 to all attributes. The prefecture's national fortune increases by 1, and 100 fortune talismans are granted. Settlement period, 3 months. Luck talisman bound to state. After use, it can increase the luck value of a designated town by 1 point. After a moment of silence, the message refresh rate of the Blue Star domain channel instantly increased tenfold. It's based on the building index. This is practically a competition to see which state has the most lords. Not only that, it's also affected by factors such as resource quality. After the Legion War, the output and quality of our resource points will definitely increase significantly. At that time, the gap between the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom and us will become wider and wider. This is the principle of taking the lead once and staying ahead every step of the way. Zheng Huangzhu is still recruiting, but the conditions have changed. One by one, the lords of the Dragon Kingdom fell silent. If the first ranking competition for the prefectural lords were a combat-related event, they would be confident that they could put up a fight, even if they were outnumbered. However, the competition for building coefficients mainly depends on the number of people and the abundance of resources. They no longer have the advantage in numbers. After the Legion War, the state where the Second Legion is located will receive the Heavenly Tao reward, but they will lag far behind other states in terms of resources. This is just adding insult to injury. 5 Elements Heaven. During the Legion War, the prodigies of Blue Star could not receive messages from the Blue Star domain channel, could not communicate with the outside world, and could not withdraw from the battlefield of myriad races. So naturally, they didn't know that the first state capital ranking competition had already started. Even if they knew, probably no one would care at this moment. Because right now, the Second Legion, representing the orthodox power of Earth, is facing a life or death crisis. In the Second Legion of Blue Star. Damn it, how unlucky of us to be neighbors with Paradise Mountain. Although we, the winged humans, are stronger, if the entire Heavenly Mountain forces mobilize, we simply cannot withstand them. Our Blue Star isn't a pushover either. If we fight to the death, even Paradise Mountain will pay the price. Where's David? Weren't you quite influential at Heavenly Mountain? Go and negotiate. Tell them not to attack our Earth. His little bit of influence on Paradise Mountain was entirely gained by betraying the interests of Earth. David was already extremely uneasy. He just said it casually. Who would have thought that the 1 in 10,000 chance would actually happen to Blue Star? Even if he tried to curry favor with Heaven Mountain, he wouldn't dare to say anything like, hand over the 5 Elements Temple again. If he dared to say that, the enraged lords of the surrounding Blue Star would tear him to pieces right now, without even waiting for the attack on Paradise Mountain. Well, respected Lord Eric, as I just said, I am not yet able to represent Earth. In the end, David reluctantly chose an explanation that pleased neither side. Everyone who saw this sentence shook their head in disdain. This guy is of such low character, and he has no sense of responsibility when things go wrong. I really don't know how the Freemasons, who claim to have the eye of God, elected such a bizarre member of Parliament. Eric narrowed his eyes. So, you were just giving me a bad promise? No, David hurriedly protested. I only made a promise that I couldn't keep. What's the difference between this and a bad check? It's just a translation. Eric took a deep breath, trying to suppress his anger, and said, Then tell me, how many Earth Lords can you represent? Now is not the time to act impulsively. If David can truly cause the Second Legion of Blue Star to split again, the difficulty for him to plunder the 5 Elements Temple of Blue Star will definitely be reduced by several times. But David, facing the group of menacing Blue Star lords beside him, said with a mournful face, I'm afraid I can only represent myself. Upon hearing this, all the geniuses of the myriad races burst into laughter. That's hilarious. Blue Star probably sent this eccentric military commander to lighten the mood because they were worried about us being under too much mental pressure. Thank you, Earth. Haha, Mr. Eric. It must have been hard for you to talk to an idiot for so long in such a serious manner. Even Liv, the military commander of Florence, which had already established diplomatic relations with Blue Star, shook her head and said, Blue Star civilization has produced countless powerful lords who were famous among all races, but I never thought that this year it would fall to the point of letting such a person become the military commander. Eric was furious. So you're saying you're nothing but a fart? David was overjoyed. Yes, I'm just a fart, please don't take it to heart. Ignoring the context, it actually rhymes quite well. Eric, at that moment wanting nothing more than to kill David, roared. Blue Star Legion, how dare you send such an idiot to humiliate me? Even if I have to give up first place, I will wipe Blue Star out of the Legion War today. The lords of the Second Legion were greatly alarmed. Aren't Freemasons supposed to be close to Mount Paradise? How did it backfire? What a talent! Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing this. This David actually wiped out his own army all by himself. Ing Man nodded. Perhaps this is his specialty. Otherwise, how could an incompetent person sit in the position of a member of the Blue Star United Parliament? Chapter 273, Taking the Initiative. Encountering the Divine Race Legion. The Angels of Paradise Mountain already had above-average stats among units of the same tier, and with the addition of the Divine Skill Mental Link, if we disregard gains and losses, the defeat of the 2nd Legion of Blue Star was only a matter of time. The only suspense is how much Paradise Mountain will pay for this. It depends on how strong the Blue Star Legion's fighting spirit is. That said, without David's assist, Eric might not have attacked a mid to high-tier legion like Blue Star. The Dragon Kingdom's prodigies in the 1st Legion also had strange expressions on their faces. The Blue Star United Council is a real troublemaker. And Chuxia's face was grim. I wonder how far we are from the map, where Paradise Mountain and the 2nd Legion are located? Is there any chance we can help contain Paradise Mountain? The little fox muttered under its breath, dissatisfied. Help? They should be grateful they don't kick us when we're down. We can't think like that. And Chuxia shook her head and said, although we are currently in a competitive or even hostile relationship with the 2nd Legion, when facing alien races in the future, the entire Blue Star region will inevitably be an inseparable whole, sharing both prosperity and adversity. Ying Man also expressed her opinion. I stand with Yael on this matter. When they established the 2nd Legion, they didn't consider the interests of Blue Star. Why should we be expected to prioritize the overall situation? The little fox smiled sweetly. Thank you, sister. Both sides have valid points. It's just that one prioritizes the overall situation, while the other is quick to fight if he disagrees. All right. There's no point in arguing about this now, since the probability of encountering them is extremely small. Jiang Chen shook his head, then looked at the majestic 5 Elements Temple. There are less than 9 hours left. Everyone give it your all also. From now on, Xiaoman will be in full command of the 2nd Legion of Blue Star. Ying Man asked curiously, and you? I'm going out to stretch my muscles. Damn, you're not actually going to find a way to help the 2nd Legion, are you? Jiang Chen chuckled. I'm not that free. He doesn't have Chuxia's good temper. Whether he helps or not depends on his mood at the time, as long as it doesn't affect him. Moreover, he now has only one goal, which is to reach the top. Although it may seem like a pipe dream, he still has to try. Yen, begin exploring the map on the other side of the spatial vortex. Yes, my lord. Spatial vortexes vary in size, from as small as tens of meters to as large as hundreds of meters. It is located 100 kilometers away from the 5 Elements Temple. Hathaway disappeared into the spatial vortex with a group of angels, accompanied by Crystal 7, a magic-based crystal maiden. They had just passed through the spatial vortex and hadn't even regained their footing when a terrifying attack came crashing down on them. Troll Legion, Hathaway murmured softly. At the same time, dozens of mental commands have been issued. Under Hathaway's command, the angels either dodged or defended, easily defusing this powerful attack. Angel, could it be Paradise Mountain? Didn't they go to deal with the humans? The tyrant hero guarding the area cried out in alarm, his voice filled with panic. Hathaway didn't delay and issued one order after another. Leave no one alive. 2 minutes later, including the tyrant hero, all the thousands of troll units guarding the space vortex were killed, and Crystal 7 also completed its exploration. Space Vortex number 3 is located 380 kilometers from the 5 Elements Temple. The race is trolls. The construction completion rate is about 25%. No traces of war invasion or invasion have been found. Jiang Chen frowned slightly upon seeing Jing Qi's report. Trolls and humans are considered enemy races, yet trolls rank higher than winged humans among all races. A fully fledged troll army, with tens of thousands of lords and tens of millions of main combat troops, is not to be trifled with. Soon, other spatial vortexes also provided feedback on their exploration. The situations are not much different. No suitable target was found. Everyone, return first. Once the spatial vortex refreshes, we'll explore again. With more than half a day left, Jiang Chen decided to wait a little longer. Ideally, one should discover a 5 Elements Temple currently at war, and then seize the opportunity to profit from it. 3 hours later, Jiang Chen detected more than a dozen spatial vortexes, but did not find a satisfactory target. And at this moment, the battle between Paradise Mountain and the 2nd Legion of Blue Star has entered a fierce stage. Eric miscalculated. Although the Blue Star human race was embroiled in internal strife, the fighting spirit they displayed when facing external enemies taught Paradise Mountain a vivid lesson and brought them back to their senses from the arrogance of easily defeating the winged humans. In order to delay the advance of Paradise Mountain, the more than 60,000 lords of the Second Legion of Blue Star established hundreds of defensive lines spaced hundreds of meters apart to maximize the effectiveness of the fortifications, and then used the teleportation arrays between territories to provide rapid support. The purpose was to delay the time spent at Paradise Mountain. In a full 3 hours, the Blue Star Legion suffered nearly half its casualties. Fortunately, most lords hid in the rear, and their territories could be preserved by withdrawing from the Legion war at the last moment. At this moment, Eric was already starting to regret his actions. Although Tianang Mountain is powerful, it is, after all, fighting on away ground and has no defensive fortifications. Although they wiped out half of the Blue Star Legion, they also lost 1/10 of their own forces. For the sake of the Blue Star Legion, Paradise Mountain even missed 2 more suitable targets for plunder. He truly understood what it meant to be caught in a dilemma. Now, if we retreat in disgrace, we will not only lose everything, but also lose all face. If this continues, in another 2 hours or so, the Blue Star Legion can indeed be completely wiped out, but Paradise Mountain will likely lose another 1/10 of its fighting strength. Many angel lords on Heavenly Mountain are now dissatisfied with his decision. Damn David, damn Jiang Chen, damn Blue Star. Eric cursed inwardly. Just as Eric was hesitating, a sudden message helped him make a decision. Looking at the message in his hand, Eric instantly abandoned all the nobility and elegance of the angel race and entered the group of geniuses of all races, loudly cursing. They actually launched a sneak attack while our Paradise Mountain was undefended? Does the Blood Throne intend to wage war against our Heavenly Mountain? It's obvious that Paradise Mountain has been raided, and they're powerful vampires. Good heavens, it's just a legion battle of geniuses from a new server. Is it really that serious? Xing Tong chuckled. The Blood Throne and Heavenly Mountain are at war? Why don't you be bolder and just say it's the angels and the vampires at war? As far as I know, even in the new district, Heaven Mountain has quite a few legions in other battle realms, right? Eric was so angry that his eyes almost turned into those of a vampire, but he still couldn't give up and said, "Retreat. Return to defend the 5 Elements Temple." The vampires are not much weaker than the angels. Judging from the current garrison strength of Paradise Mountain, before he can conquer the 5 Elements Temple on Blue Star, his own home will be lost first. As the retreating angel army was seen, the Second Legion of Blue Star erupted in thunderous cheers. They've retreated. Paradise Mountain has retreated. We defeated the angels and preserved the 5 Elements Temple. Of course, after this battle, nearly half of the lords of the Second Legion of Blue Star were forced to withdraw, and in the remaining time, they could only choose to do their best to protect themselves. The Dragon Kingdom's prodigies in the First Legion also had mixed feelings upon seeing this. Just then, the 5 Elements heavenly space shifted once again. A lord suddenly shouted. A spatial vortex appeared 20 kilometers away. An enemy is coming. Wow, so powerful, my epic hero was instantly killed in one hit. Just a dozen seconds later, Jaina arrived with reinforcements and quickly eliminated the scouts in the area. But Jiang Chen frowned. After all, the 5 Elements Temple is over 10 kilometers high. At a distance of only 20 kilometers, one could definitely see the entire 5 Elements Temple and might even have already detected most of one's own defensive forces. If it were just an ordinary enemy, that would be fine. Judging from the types of units Jaina killed, the opponent was likely one of her old rivals. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and issued an order in the territory channel. Except for the heavenly sound true disciple who is defending the temple, everyone else, immediately follow me through the spatial vortex. On the other side of the spatial vortex, a 5 Elements Temple that appears to be over 90% complete. Dijia listened to his underling's report with some displeasure and said, "I can understand if your unit is confused, but couldn't you have verified this kind of unreliable information before reporting it to me?" But to everyone's surprise, the divine general smiled bitterly. "Lord Dijia, there's even more outrageous stuff. Based on the information my Pathfinder relayed before its death, the opposing force appears to be a human legion, and the Guardian Temple's territory only comprises a little over 1,000 cities. Dijia laughed in anger. He was about to continue scolding his subordinates for talking nonsense when he suddenly widened his eyes. Human legion. 1,000 territories. A name that he would never forget flashed into his mind. The First Legion of Blue Star, Jiang Chen. What a small world. Could it be true that heaven has given me this opportunity so that I can avenge my past humiliation? Chapter 270 For the Millstone of War. Collision. This spatial vortex is not large, only tens of meters in diameter. It happened to spawn not far from several legendary explorers. In Dijia's view, the opponent's reaction was equally swift, with several legendary units being instantly killed. Therefore, he dared not be careless. A few minutes later, Diga once again organized thousands of powerful troops and heroes, who instantly rushed into the spatial vortex. However, it encountered no decent resistance, as if it were a punch thrown into thin air. The results sent back filled Dijia with ecstasy. Haha, it really is a 10,000-meter high temple. I understand. The mythical item reward for Jiang Chen's individual battle is actually a precious treasure that increases the drop rate. Jiang Chen, did you ever imagine that the 5 elements divine palace you painstakingly built over 3 days would end up benefiting me? While excited, Dijia was also unusually cautious. He immediately stripped all the lords of the Divine Race Legion of their speaking privileges in the Myriad Races Prodigies channel. I'm afraid someone might accidentally leak the information at hand. 1,000 lords, a 10,000-meter high temple. To any race, this would be a greasy piece of fat. He didn't want to attract the attention of other powerful races. Originally, my goal was just to be in the top 10 of the Legion War. Now it seems that as long as we destroy this temple, even if we only plunder a quarter of its resources, we still have a chance to take first place. Could this be heaven's compensation for my personal defeat in this battle? While using the 5 element spirit pearls to solidify the spatial vortex, Dijia ordered the divine army to assemble. Jiang Chen left a deep shadow on him in the individual battle. Although it is said that Jiang Chen suffered heavy losses, Dijia still dared not be careless. Half an hour later, Dijia said to his adjutant, Lord Fanluo, I'll leave the task of guarding the temple to you. It will take you at least an hour, maybe 2, and I will definitely take down the First Legion of Blue Star. Fanluo is also a divine child, but his background and strength are slightly inferior to Dijia's. He nodded cautiously upon hearing this. Rest assured, Your Excellency Dijia, I will personally oversee the temple. We have also deployed heavy troops to guard the several spatial vortexes that have just been created. However, judging from what we just experienced at Paradise Mountain, the fighting spirit of the Blue Star humans is extremely strong, so don't be careless. Diga glanced at the powerful legion that had just assembled. That's why I've gathered most of the legion's fighting force to try and finish this quickly, lest things get complicated. If this spatial vortex weren't so small, it wouldn't have taken an hour at all. Diga was very confident. With a numerical disadvantage of several times, coupled with racial oppression, he could find no reason for his defeat. Soon, hundreds of thousands, nearly 10 million, of the Protoss army surged into the spatial vortex. So it really is the Divine Race Legion from the Brahma Star Domain. 5 hours left. Can we withstand the Protoss's attack? Damn spatial vortex. Why did it have to appear so close to the 5 Elements Temple? Is it really going to all be for naught? Fortunately, this spatial vortex is only tens of meters in diameter. It can buy us some time. Seeing the ever-growing army of the gods in the images, no one could remain calm. Even Ying Man, who was fearless, felt a pang of fear. Where is Jiang Chen? Her first instinct was to find Jiang Chen. Perhaps she herself didn't realize that Jiang Chen had become her pillar of support. The little fox beside her said anxiously, I messaged brother Jiang Chen privately, but I haven't received a reply yet. Could he have encountered some danger? He left behind the goddess warriors and the heavenly sound legion. No way. And Chu Xiao immediately said, Jiang Chen's heroes are unharmed, and with the addition of several teams of angels, they will be safe as long as they are not surrounded by the divine army. A resolute glint suddenly flashed in Ing Inman's eyes, and she said softly, "Don't contact Jiang Chen anymore. Jiang Chen has already sacrificed enough for Xinzhou and the Dragon Kingdom. Let us face this battle alone." Upon seeing the enemy's powerful vanguard, someone suggested setting up a yin-yang 5 elements grand array around the spatial vortex. But Meng Tian rejected it. It's too late. If the enemy launches an attack when the formation is only halfway set up, it will truly be a complete rout. Therefore, they had no choice but to defend the 5 elements temple to the death. "Jiang Chen, come out." Soon, Di Jia arrived at the front of the two armies, full of victorious spirit, and said with a faint smile, "Steal my opportunity on the battlefield of glory. Not long ago, they used inferior tactics to force me to retreat in a one-on-one battle. What goes around comes around. No one escapes the judgment of heaven. You probably never dreamed you'd end up like this, did you? When I destroy the 5 elements temple that you painstakingly built, I wonder if you will regret offending me back then." At this point, Di Jia seemed to see Jiang Chen kneeling and repenting, and felt a surge of pleasure in his heart. The little fox beside Ing Man suddenly shouted, "Brothers and sisters of the gods, although our temple looks impressive, it's actually a low-end version with no real benefits. You should leave now." In fact, apart from Ing Man, many lords have already accepted the fact that their 5 elements temple is a low-end version. After all, Ing Man's epic level Earth Spirit Orb brought the completion rate of the thick Earth Wall to 1%. Moreover, their temple is growing at an incredibly rapid pace. A low-end version? Di Jia was taken aback, then sneered, "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? "It's true," the little fox declared confidently. "Foxes never lie." "Fox." Upon hearing those 2 words, Di Jia suddenly realized something and roared in anger. "I remember now. Back in the battlefield of glory, it was you foxes who played the fool and tricked many of our brave warriors. Do you still dare to say that you never lie?" Di Jia was too lazy to waste any more words. "You have 10 seconds to consider. Hand over the 5 elements temple, or all your hard work over the past few months will be wasted." 19. The 10-second countdown echoed throughout the battlefield before quickly ending. Diga shouted loudly, "Attack!" The nearly 10 million strong Brahma army was activated instantly, like a giant war millstone that could easily crush all enemies in its path. Moreover, at least half of them are powerful units of the Protoss race itself. This war is on a much larger scale than the original War of China. Unfortunately, there were no spectators. Even with the deliberate concealment by both sides, the prodigies of other races were completely unaware that an epic battle between vastly unequal forces was about to unfold. Boom boom. Thick earth. Metal. Accompanied by Meng Tian's grand and cold voice. The yin-yang 5 elements grand array instantly glowed with yellow light, its edges expanding rapidly as it collided violently with the war millstone of the gods. The killing formation unleashed its full power. In an instant, tens of thousands of divine soldiers were pulverized, filling the entire space with the stench of blood. This scene was truly breathtaking and incredibly inspiring. The lords of the Dragon Kingdom erupted in thunderous cheers. "Holy crap!" Ing Man exclaimed in surprise as she watched her energy surge by billions in an instant. "This is so awesome. The energy contributed by superior troops is 100 times that of elite level 5 elements spirit beasts. That one move was equivalent to Ing Man instantly killing millions of elite monsters of the same level. In addition to energy, there are also a huge amount of items. Hundreds of military tokens were dropped, including more than a dozen epic military tokens. So that's how my golden behemoth and Yea's Temple of Light and Darkness came about." Ing Man suddenly realized, and then without hesitation, she waved her hand. "Upgrade." The billions of energy were spent before they could even be warmed up, and hundreds of level 1 armored warriors instantly leveled up to level 70 and joined the battle. Immediately afterwards, Ing Man looked up at Meng Tian, who was standing hundreds of meters in the air, her eyes filled with worry. Meng Tian's face was slightly pale. Forces act in pairs. Although there is a buffer from the yin-yang 5 elements grand array, some of the power will still be transferred to her, the host. The divine army is far superior to any monster siege, even though she has reached the legendary 9-star level. However, her eyes were sharp, and she let out a low, enigmatic laugh. The gods. Ying Zheng exhausted the wealth and resources of the Qin dynasty to build the Wall of Return to the Ruins, with the primary goal of resisting the gods. As the great lord of the immortal Qin legend, Meng Tian and the God clan have been mortal enemies for thousands of years. With both old and new grudges combined, Meng Tian went all out. Billions of spirit stones were used as fuel and burned fiercely, since the expenses were reimbursed by the government anyway. The yin-yang 5 elements grand array resembled a beating heart, suddenly contracting and then expanding violently. Boom. The edges of the formation were once again stained red with the stench of blood. The individual gods are incredibly powerful, but they are not skilled in formations. This is also one of the main things that Xianxin relied on to resist the gods. Chapter 275 Bloodline Guidance. Invincible. Stealing the base. What a powerful formation. Jia's expression darkened. He suddenly thought of a problem that he had been ignoring all along. That is, every time 10% of the construction progress is completed, a monster siege will be triggered, and each siege is stronger than the last. Because the gods are not good at formations, they can only deploy the same number of troops to ensure the safety of the 5 Elements Temple. The 5th monster siege by the Brahma God clan tied down a full 20% of the entire legion's combat power. The upcoming 6th monster siege will likely require 30% of the legion's combat strength to be successful. Is this formation really that strong? It was able to withstand 9 consecutive monster sieges. Or is it that this 5 Elements Temple is really a low-budget version, and even the monster siege is a low-budget version? Despite his doubts, Jia did not hesitate and ordered the attack to continue. With such a powerful killing move, Meng Tian naturally couldn't use it continuously. After 3 times, she could only choose to maintain the basic function of the formation. The Protoss army seized the opportunity to storm into the enemy ranks. Goddess warriors, golden behemoths, light and dark sanctuaries, mountain kings, national knights, divine machine battalions, Yuanrong army, countless high-level units have entered the fray. But the power of the gods far exceeded everyone's imagination. And Xuxia's expression darkened as she watched one of her storm guardians be instantly killed by the Temple of Light and Darkness. So this is the god race. They're incredibly powerful. Even with the assistance of the 5 Elements formation, Blue Star gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Upon seeing this, a resolute glint flashed in Yinmon's eyes. She soared into the air and flew to the statue of the first emperor in the center of the territory, looking pitiful as she said, "Dad, I'm counting on you." After saying that, he moved his fingers like a knife, making a light cut on his palm, and then used all his strength to finally force out a drop of golden blood. After the essence and blood were absorbed into the statue shone brightly. Bloodline as the guide, shattering the void. "Father, please grant me power." Having lost her essence and blood, Yinman appeared as if she had been seriously ill. Her face was deathly pale, and she collapsed to the ground. Immediately afterwards, a golden light rose from the statue of the first emperor, reaching the heavens and piercing through the world barrier of the 5 Elements heaven. All the lords who witnessed this scene, including Diga, were horrified and speechless. The 3rd heaven. "Dad, please grant me strength." Ying Zheng, who had been waiting for news from the Legion, suddenly heard a familiar voice. Guided by bloodline, it's little 19. Similar to the life sacrifice of the Shikigami Lord, bloodline guidance is also one of the ways to obtain power from higher worlds. The stronger the bloodline, the higher its evolution level, and the better the effect. Does this brat have to go to such lengths? To gain even greater power, she actually activated the ancestral dragon bloodline? Ying Zheng quickly sent back a burst of energy, following the limits his bloodline could withstand, then looked pained. Anyway, a legion of over 1,000 people is just for fun. At most, it'll be ranked around 10,000th. If we encounter a strong enemy, we'll just quit. Even though the girl's bloodline awakening has accelerated recently, she won't recover in less than a few months. But in the eyes of the gods and the lords of earth, In less than a second, the brightness of the first emperor's statue increased by 10 levels again. My God, what kind of boost is this? All the attributes of my troops have increased by at least 30%. This is practically equivalent to gaining an extra A-level combat talent. Bossing Man is awesome. Haha, my units are already able to overwhelm the Protoss. The prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom were both surprised and delighted, and their morale soared. Huff ha ha. Man sat on the ground, panting for a few breaths, then laughed loudly. Brothers, give him a good beating cough cough cough. This made Feng Mingtian feel a pang of heartache, which then turned into anger. Even for her, a legendary 9-star hero, the enhanced version of the first Emperor statue provides a 15% boost. The power of the Yin-Yang 5 elements grand array surged, instantly annihilating tens of thousands of divine soldiers. Digga stared at the enemies who seemed to be on steroids, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is a bloodline guidance. Could Jiang Chen be a pure-blooded descendant of a mythical human lord? No wonder he has such strength. On Blue Star, apart from Jiang Chen, there really wasn't anyone he took seriously. Naturally, people attributed all these changes to Jiang Chen. Sudden, DG's gaze swept across a certain spot on the battlefield, and he exclaimed, "Impossible." There, in between, a blue figure emerged unharmed from the annihilation orb, as if it were not a death zone at all. Even someone as powerful as him dared not linger for even a moment within the annihilation orb of the Temple of Light and Darkness. Although this figure was only the height of an ordinary human, it was like an ancient ferocious beast, leaving corpses strewn everywhere it went. Even legendary soul hunters would find it difficult to defeat it. Dija finally saw the figure clearly. This made the expression on his face even more incredulous. This is Jiang Chen's ultimate soldier, the goddess warrior? I remember a few days ago, it took several goddess warriors working together to barely hold me back. But the strength they're currently displaying has already surpassed that of a legendary 9-star extreme-level soldier. Dija found it hard to believe, and the Dragon Kingdom's prodigies felt it even more acutely. Because it's not just goddess warriors. The hundreds of Tianyin disciples left behind by Jiang Chen seem to have been injected with chicken blood, their combat power more than doubling, as if they had instantly transformed into legendary units, and even legendary units of 3 stars or higher. This cannot be explained by the amplification of the first emperor's statue. What did Boss Jiang do? Wow, the combat power of the goddess warrior and the heavenly sound disciple, no wonder Zhang Zhanzhou is here. Man is awesome, and Jiang Chen is awesome too. There are always surprises at crucial moments. Haha, there are still 4 hours until the Legion War results are announced. Even if we fight to the last man, we must protect the 5 Elements Temple and our Legion War ranking. Fight, fight, fight. On the other side of the spatial vortex, you are equipped with the title Number 1 Prodigy, granting you a 10% attribute advantage over other prodigies during the Battle of Prodigies of all races. You have activated Battle Name Godslayer, increasing all attributes of all units, including lords, by 30%. If the enemy before you is a god, the effect is doubled, increasing all attributes by 60%. You have spent 10 billion spirit stones to use Divine Dragon's Blessing, selecting Combat Power as the blessing content. This will increase the attributes of all units in your territory by 30% for 3 hours. Jiang Chen had already learned about the battle situation back home through the chat channel. But just to be on the safe side, he activated his strongest combat power. The Dragon Kingdom's prodigies were right. The attributes of the Goddess Warrior and the Heavenly Sound True Disciple had indeed more than doubled. 10 billion spirit stones is expensive, but there's a reason for it. You get what you pay for. The blessing from the dragon is different from the statue of the first emperor. For idol-type amplification, the stronger the unit, the weaker the amplification effect. But the dragon's blessing disregarded all others, granting a 30% attribute boost to all legendary 9-star powerhouses, including Empress He Yin under Jiang Chen's command. Jiang Chen chose to activate the amplification at this time for another reason. 20 kilometers away, countless swarms of the 5 elements spiritual beasts blotted out the sky and were launching a frenzied attack on the 5 elements temple of the divine race. Judging from the height of the temple, This should be the 6th monster siege triggered by the Brahma god clan. Murder and arson bring wealth and power, but today's heist is a bit too big. For some reason, Jiang Chen couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Chapter 276 Disguise. Surprise attack. Terrifying results. Not just Jiang Chen. Apart from the emotionally detached Crystal Maiden, all the other powerful figures in the territory were filled with fighting spirit. Even the usually serene elf queen Aurora had a cold glint in her eyes. Her homeland Pandora had been destroyed by the gods, and her hatred ran deep. Feeling her own strength, Yin said confidently, "Even if we encounter that Blood Emperor again, the 5 of us sisters working together can definitely kill him." Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Speaking of Anjuan, I happen to have a task for you." As he spoke, Jiang Chen pointed at Yin Lingkong. "Don't resist." Amidst the curious gazes of all the girls, a golden ripple, like water, appeared on Angel Yan's body. When the gold faded, Yan's appearance had undergone a complete transformation. Its pure white wings had transformed into dark golden feathers. Its pitch-black eyes were now bloodshot, and even its armor and weapons had changed drastically. "Not bad, not bad." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Judging from her appearance alone, Yin is now a vampire through and through. Although her face is still beautiful, it has changed drastically. The Empress snapped out of her reverie and asked curiously, "My lord, what do you want to?" Jiang Chen nodded. No one present was a fool. They immediately understood Jiang Chen's intention and felt a strange excitement rising within them. This is the excitement of about to do something bad. After all, vampires are enemies too. Only Yin frowned and said, "My lord, is our behavior contrary to the justice we hold in our hearts?" She had barely finished speaking when she realized everyone was staring at her, as if she were a rare animal. So he said helplessly, "All right. Jiang Chen spends money like water." Soon, apart from dozens of angels, dragons, and pure magic units, all other units, including the Empress, transformed into vampires. Certainly, the little golden figures can only mimic appearance and aura, not skills. Therefore, some of their signature skills, such as Yan's Heavenly Blade Strike and Thunder Power, will probably not be easily used. Fortunately, the vampires primarily fight in close combat. Moreover, Jiang Chen had other preparations. The Blood Grail summons the Vampire Prince. The 12 vampire princes materialized and gracefully bowed to Jiang Chen. With numerous enhancements, the combat power of these 12 vampire princes is approaching that of legendary 9-star warriors, enough to confuse the public. After everything was ready, Jiang Chen said softly, "Aurora, Jaina, cover us." "Yes, my lord." Jaina immediately cast an invisibility spell. Aurora used her skill Call of the Wild to easily control thousands of 5-element flying spirit beasts, with each person having 1 or 2 as cover. In front of the 5 elements temple of the Brahmastar clan, the 5 elemental beasts blotted out the sky and launched a frenzied attack. On a battlefield 1,000 meters high, several powerful god lords transformed into their battle forms, chatting while fighting the 5 elemental beasts. The intensity of this monster siege is at least 50% greater than the last one. Fortunately, Lord Fanluo was cautious and recalled most of the legions here. Otherwise our temple would probably have been damaged by now. I'm actually a little envious of races like vampires and humans who possess array formations. Humph, a haughty female god lord sneered. Our great god race has no need for those external things. Our bodies are the most powerful weapons. Speaking of formations, the blue star domain opposite the spatial vortex seems to be quite troublesome. They actually managed to barely block Lord DG's attack. They're just a bunch of human slaves. The more fiercely they resist now, the more gruesome their deaths will be later. It seems that this female god lord is a complete racist. As she spoke, she prepared to cleave an oncoming golden falcon in two. Careful! Suddenly, one of her companions shouted. Before she could react, a blood-red figure suddenly shot out from under the golden bird's belly, as fast as lightning. How dare you! The female god lord tried to block, but the figure was too fast, and the distance was too close. Her sword was only halfway raised before it fell limply. A head that the gods considered handsome had been completely severed from the torso, its eyes filled with disbelief. The two halves of the body then fell to the ground. Pain. Damn it. This is a vampire. Why is there a vampire boss among the monsters in this siege? Idiot. We've been ambushed by the vampire army. It must be the Blood Throne, but how can they control the 5 elements beasts? The other lords were furious. The female lord of the divine race named Hien has a B-level aptitude, placing her in the top tier below the divine child. She is also a renowned powerhouse within the Brahmastar Legion. But now he died in a sneak attack, which is really frustrating. They quickly dismissed the idea, because Hien's death was somewhat unjust. For the Blood Throne. After killing Hien, the vampire shouted, and then his body seemed to have no momentum, turning back at an acute angle and instantly arriving in front of the second lord. This is the ultimate speed brought about by a powerful physique. Presumptuous. The god lord was already on guard, and with a loud shout, he held his great sword horizontally in front of him. Click. Puff. Although it was blocked. However, the god's body, along with the epic quality great sword in his hand, was completely severed in two. The spirit rhinoceros sword, imbued with a sword spirit, is so sharp that no epic weapon can withstand it. The remaining divine lords were terrified. This vampire's strength far surpasses that of the divine child of Brahma. Could it be that there is a legendary 9-star hero among the vampires? His vampire sword is definitely a top-tier legendary item. We cannot defeat them by force. We need our troops and heroes to protect us. A dozen seconds later, after dealing with the few gods, Zizaishan shook the Lingxi sword, which had transformed into the shape of a vampire sword, and then rushed to his next target. According to their plan, they would use a sudden burst of power to kill as many of the god lords as possible. Kill only the lords. With such a commotion, it was impossible for it to go unnoticed. Countless messages flooded the chat channel in the Brahmastar domain in an instant. Enemy attack. It's the vampires. Didn't the Blood Throne just launch a surprise attack on Paradise Mountain's home base? Are they going to launch a simultaneous attack on the angels and gods? This vampire is too strong. The Brahmastar divine child has already fallen, and couldn't even last 10 moves against this vampire. In less than a minute, thousands of divine lords perished on the spot, including 3 divine sons. The fact that such a terrifying victory was achieved was largely due to the warlike nature of the gods. Almost all of their lords possessed the combat strength of a military lord and liked to lead from the front. This made Fan Luo, who was left behind, turn green with rage. This is real death. It should be noted that there are currently fewer than 20,000 lords remaining in the 5 Elements Temple. He roared, "All lords, retreat to your territories." Diga, located on the opposite side of the spatial vortex, naturally saw the message on the Legion channel and shouted sharply, "Vanlo, what happened at the temple?" Before Fan Luo could answer, a clear voice rang out. "Haha. Thank you to the friends of the Blood Throne for setting aside past grievances and helping us out. How about we split the cost of the 5 Elements Temple of the Divine Race?" Following the sound, Fan Luo immediately saw the human youth standing against the wind, riding a giant dragon, more than 10 kilometers away. He gritted his teeth and replied to Dijia. "It's Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen of the human race colluded with the Blood Throne. He launched a sneak attack on our temple." "Those lunatics from the Blood Throne again? Where did they come from?" Diga shouted. "Aren't all the spatial vortexes heavily guarded?" "Jiang Chen must have come to us without hesitation after discovering the spatial vortex," Fan Luo said, also feeling troubled and uncertain. "As for the vampires, perhaps the spatial vortex is too far away for us to detect. Jiang Chen has such keen insight, such decisive action, and such great courage." Di Jia took a deep breath, a hint of fear and even admiration flashing in his eyes. "How many of them are there?" "Less than 1,000 people." Before Di Jia could even breathe a sigh of relief, Fan Luo posted a video. "However, these 1,000 people are simply too strong. Lord Di Jia, see for yourself." In the video, a vampire prince unleashed feast, draining the blood of a legendary soul hunter in seconds. He then followed up with a combo attack touch of blood, killing 2 more soul hunters. This is a legendary unit, not something you can just pick up anywhere. This isn't even the strongest. Van Lo added. Brahma, who had activated his celestial form, couldn't even last 10 moves against a powerful vampire, and the opponent didn't even use any skills. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the blood-thrown powerhouses who have come out in full force, which is why they were able to travel thousands of miles from a distant spatial vortex that we haven't explored to attack our temple. Jia took a deep breath, and a word immediately popped into his mind. Could it be a mythical unit, or even a mythical hero? Compared to mythical powerhouses, I'm more inclined to believe it's some kind of explosive spiritual entity like the primordial blood, Fan Luo said, increasingly alarmed as he looked at the constantly compiled battle reports. Because if it's a mythical powerhouse, then I can only say that there are far too many mythical powerhouses. Jia was silent for a moment, then said, I will immediately send troops back to reinforce. The army he led to attack Earth, though only half the size of the Protoss army, comprised 60% of its elite troops. After all, no one could have predicted that the vampires would suddenly appear in this situation. If anything were to happen to the Five Elements Temple in the Brahma Star domain, even taking down the Five Elements Temple on Blue Star would be a net loss. Although losses are inevitable, things have come to this point. Your Excellency Jia should still do everything in your power to take down the Five Elements Temple of the human race. Fan Luo immediately said, I have already mobilized all the forces here to return to the temple. Your speed of return may not be faster than theirs. Are you sure? Jia asked, somewhat uneasy. I'm sure. Suddenly, a burst of golden light erupted between heaven and earth, silencing Fan Luo's words. He stared at the terrifying creature that had appeared before him and murmured, Why don't you go back to help out instead? Chapter 277, The Divine Dragon Appears. Acting skills. One man against all. Break the seal and summon the dragon. Jiang Chen held the divine dragon amber in his hand and said softly, Click. It sounded like space itself shattering. Chant. Immediately afterwards, the dragon, which had been sealed in the time-space amber for countless years, let out a loud dragon roar, wandered through the void, and its body rapidly expanded as if it were being inflated like a balloon. In just a few seconds, it transformed into a colossal creature 300 or 400 meters long. The dragon's entire body was as if cast in gold, with clouds and mist rising around it, and a giant golden claw the size of a building could be vaguely seen on its lower abdomen. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and said, Dragons can be large or small. When large, they can stir up clouds and mist, and when small, they can hide their forms. Seeing them today, I can see that they truly live up to their reputation. Jiang Chen's goal was to plunder the resources of the gods. For the sake of the reasonableness of the story, they chose to actively reveal the existence of the dragon, since the blessing of the dragon had already been exposed anyway. Suddenly, Jiang Chen felt the delicate body beneath him tremble. He chuckled softly, bent down and touched Long Jio's hard scales, which were the size of millstones, and said, Little Jio, don't be afraid. You're a dragon. My lord, this behemoth is even more terrifying than the five-colored Dragon King from my inherited memories. Long Jio trembled. Little Nine knows he's a dragon, but Little Nine just wants to pee. Oh. Thump. Jiang Chen tapped the scale lightly, saying with exasperation, Look at the meager ambition you have. Although it is only a mythical one-star creature and a mere unit, as Jiang Chen's summoned creature, the five-clawed golden dragon is naturally influenced by Jiang Chen's blessing. His final combat power reached 140,000 stars, which definitely surpassed that of the Blood Emperor and Dia. The appearance of the divine dragon shocked all the lords present. What the hell is that? This is the totem worshipped by the human race of Blue Star, the divine dragon. Jiang Chen. It's Jiang Chen's unit. The Empress casually slaughtered more than a dozen soldiers before her, then roared. Jiang Chen of the human race, you have indeed not disappointed me. You are qualified to cooperate with my great vampire clan. Ha ha! Jiang Chen secretly gave a thumbs up, affirming the Empress's acting skills, and then laughed loudly. Without some trump cards, Wouldn't cooperating with nobles be like seeking help from a tiger? The two of them sang in unison, making it sound very serious. The story of two armies that both cooperated and were wary of each other was brought to its extreme. At this moment, the five-clawed golden dragon glanced indifferently at Jiang Chen, then swam its body and charged onto the battlefield. Jiang Chen was followed closely by powerful figures such as Jaina, Aurora, angels, and dragons. Boom! The dragon, which was swimming, suddenly slammed down with its 100-meter-long tail. Below, in a Protoss territory, centered on the Lord's mansion, everything within a 100-meter radius lords, heroes, troops, and buildings was reduced to dust. It is the dragon's signature move, Dragon Tail Swing. Just because Jiang Chen can withstand a mythical powerhouse doesn't mean other lords can. Of course, the dragon was just passing by and took a few chances to strike. After destroying several territories, he quickly rose to the top and headed straight for the Five Elements Divine Palace, with flying spirit beasts along the way avoiding him. After all, Jiang Chen only had less than 1,000 people, while the gods could not be killed all of them. He wanted to destroy the Five Elements Temple before Di Jia returned to reinforce it, in order to avoid a stalemate and excessive losses. I wonder how long Yin can hold out. Why do I have a feeling that the Protoss army is retreating? The battle has only been going on for an hour, right? Don't the gods always pride themselves on being a warrior race? How come their fighting spirit is even worse than that of the heavenly mountain race? Haha, we have defeated the gods. No, the Protoss only withdrew a small portion of their army, and most of them were flying units. Hearing the Lord's discussion beside him, Zhuge Lan immediately shouted, "Don't let your guard down. This might be a ploy by the Protoss to make their troops arrogant." Even the people of China were completely baffled. Suddenly, Xu eyes lit up. Could it be that, like at Paradise Mountain, our hometown has been attacked? That's very possible. They exchanged glances, and each could see the joy in the other's eyes. It must be Brother Jiang Chen. The little fox blurted out without thinking. Ing Man consumed the water of life, which, although unable to replenish the depleted bloodline of the ancestral dragon, significantly improved her complexion. Hearing this, he joked, "I admit Jiang Chen is very strong, but to single-handedly storm the God Clan's lair, can you please think before you speak? Your personality cult is really serious now. It's a disease, it's—" Before she could finish speaking, then, a thunderous sound came from Diga. "Jiang Chen, you think you can shake the Five Elements Divine Palace of my Brahmastar clan with just 1,000 men? You're dreaming." He was very patient and reserved. Even at this point, he didn't reveal a single word to the group of geniuses from all races. They didn't even bother to engage in a war of words with the Blood Throne. Because he guessed in his heart, the Blood Throne probably doesn't know that Blue Star has a Five Elements temple that is about to be completed. So he was just venting his frustration in this way, and he believed that the Lords of Blue Star would definitely convey his words to Jiang Chen. Little did Di Jia know, the prodigies of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom were all dumbfounded when they heard his words. Even Miss Zhuge Lan, disregarding her image, opened her mouth wide, looking like she could definitely fit an egg inside. What's going on? Did Jiang Chen really go and raid the enemy base all by himself? Or is it the home of the gods? Only the little fox exclaimed loudly, "What did I tell you? It must be Brother Jiang Chen. Oh my God, will Brother Jiang Chen be in danger?" Not far away, the celestial fox Queen Tushan Honghong's eyes flashed with a hint of realization. "I finally understand why Yia is the apple of Jiang Chen's eye. He's even willing to give her an extreme-level soldier." "Yes, Susu knows too." Tushan's Susu nodded quickly. "Brainless." Tushan's Susu corrected. "It's mindless support, mindless concern." At this moment, Diga's voice continued to come through, like a live commentary. Jiang Chen, you are so naive. Don't you know that cooperating with the vampires is like asking a tiger for its skin? This is blatant sowing discord. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen couldn't hear it at all, otherwise he would have laughed himself to death. Only then did the prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom realize the truth. So it turns out that boss Jiang Chen is allied with the vampires. Even so, being able to persuade a vampire to intervene is quite impressive. Diga's outburst continued. Jiang Chen, do you think you can rest easy just because you possess a mythical five-clawed golden dragon? This is utterly ridiculous. Judging from the combat power these vampires have demonstrated, they could easily surround and kill you. The Dragon Kingdom's prodigies could no longer hear what Di Jia said next. The words five-clawed golden dragon were all they could think about. A good 10 seconds or so passed. They had barely come to their senses when the once exceptionally talented prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom suddenly transformed into a market ante. What did I just hear? A five-clawed golden dragon. A divine dragon. That's incredible. The divine dragon is a top-tier mythical weapon. Below the second heaven, only a handful of powerful figures, including His Majesty the First Emperor, possess it. No wonder the big boss dared to raid the God Clan's base alone and even cooperate with the vampire clan. Ha ha. I know. This must be the mythic reward from the individual battle. That's right. The dragon is an auspicious beast, so it's not surprising that it increases our drop rate by bestowing blessings. Now, everything matches up. Digga's ideals were lofty, but reality was harsh. Because his reinforcements were stuck at the first checkpoint. Your Excellency Digga, our entire force guarding the spatial vortex has just been wiped out. Several vampire powerhouses who appear to be at the mythical level, and dozens of vampire powerhouses at the peak of the legendary level, are blocking the other side of the spatial vortex. We simply cannot get through. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Di Jia nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then it dawned on me that this spatial vortex was only a few tens of meters in diameter. It took his army almost an hour to arrive. Aya, I hate you. Blue Star Domain, Blood Throne, I will fight you to the death. On the other side of the spatial vortex, Yin sheathed his longsword. The ground was covered with the severed limbs of the Protoss army. This time, Yin led dozens of angels of power, including 5 legendary 9-star powerhouses like Avril, and even the tactical master Hathaway. Protecting a spatial vortex with a diameter of only a few dozen meters is no easy feat. Chapter 278 Repelling the Enemy. Completely convinced. We've managed to hold off Yin for now. Jiang Chen looked at the message Yin sent, nodded in satisfaction, and then threw a punch from afar. A golden fist imprint, hundreds of meters in size, swept through the void, obliterating all the 5 elemental beasts and divine soldiers. The blessing wasn't just for the heroes and their troops, but also for him, the Lord. Given Jiang Chen's current condition, if he were to face God Gaia again, he would be absolutely confident of easily defeating him. Fortunately, the gods haven't noticed anything unusual about the God Slayer battle name, at least not yet. Jiang Chen felt somewhat relieved, and then looked at the divine dragon. The enormous body of the divine dragon soared upwards, clinging to the 5 elements temple. Boom. The dragon swings its tail. The wall of gung metal cracked inch by inch, creating a deep pit 100 meters in size. Your summoned dragon attacks the 5 elements temple, reducing the durability of the water wall by 0.2%. At the same time, the Empress swiftly slashed and killed the enemies before her, and then, before the next wave of enemies could get close, she quickly slashed more than a dozen deep sword marks into the Gungjin wall. Other powerful figures were not to be outdone. Using their speed advantage, they launched a full-scale attack on the temple while ensuring their own safety. Because they have only one goal, to destroy the house. Scars kept appearing on the resplendent temple. The divine lords naturally received the news as well, and watched helplessly as the 5 elements temple's durability continued to decrease, their eyes wide with fury. Countless flying units swarmed into attack. But Jiang Chen wasn't the only enemy of the gods. Jiang Chen's sudden intrusion completely disrupted the God Clan's defenses. The 5 elemental spirit beasts, especially the flying spirit beasts, approached the temple and left scratch marks on it. This left the Protoss unable to attend to both aspects. The number of the 5 element spirit beasts was too large, and their destructive power far exceeded that of the powerful warriors under Jiang Chen's command. From a distance, the 5 Elements Temple is completely surrounded by various spirit beasts and soldiers. That being said, if it weren't for the monster siege, Jiang Chen wouldn't have dared to make a move. It must be admitted that Fan Luo was very decisive. Despite already facing a disadvantage in the battle to defend the temple, they surprisingly mobilized thousands of epic-level troops and headed straight for the spatial vortex. He planned to coordinate an attack from within and without to support the main force returning to Diga. But Jiang Chen had a backup plan. This elite force was ambushed and annihilated by the fairy dragon, suffering heavy losses. Fairy dragons. Jiang Chen actually has no. These fairy dragons should belong to the Blood Throne. After all, compared to the powerful Blood Throne, Jiang Chen is nothing, let alone the entire Blue Star. Fan Luo gritted his teeth and once again mobilized tens of thousands of troops. It even contains thousands of powerful units that wield spatial abilities, designed to counter the fairy dragon. Although we successfully reached the space vortex, the round trip took almost an hour. Because the Protoss's spatial vortex is hundreds of kilometers away from the temple. Even though they have a small number of teleportation items, the number of units they can teleport is limited. 38%, 36%. Jiang Chen glanced at the 5 elements divine temple's durability, then softly commanded, "Abandon the spatial vortex. Destroy the temple with all your might." "Yes, my lord." Yin responded with a word, and then led dozens of angels away in a whoosh. Just a few kilometers away from the spatial vortex, a teleportation array had already been formed. They plunged in, and when they reappeared, they were already outside the 5 elements temple. Meanwhile, the fairy dragon had also joined the battle. With this ebb and flow, the temple's durability was depleted at an accelerated rate once again. This made Fan Luo, who had just captured the spatial vortex and hadn't even had time to rejoice, extremely anxious. He hurriedly said, "Lord Dijia, the 5 elements divine palace is in dire need of help. Hurry." Dijia gritted his teeth and said, "I'll go back to reinforce immediately." At this moment, they had no intention of plundering the 5 elements temple on Blue Star. If they lose their home, it means they have completely failed in this Legion war, and they won't even get a ranking. Jiang Chen. He glared hatefully at the yin-yang 5 elements array, which had begun to flicker continuously, his eyes filled with resentment. If he had another 2 hours, he could completely destroy the Blue Star Temple, even if Jiang Chen possessed invincible troops like the goddess warriors. But their own temple, let alone 2 hours, probably wouldn't even last an hour. All troops, return to defense. The divine sons beside him were equally unwilling. "Lord Dijia, I said the entire army should return to defense." Dijia's eyes were bloodshot, and he emphasized his words. "As long as we can kill Jiang Chen, and kill this group of vampire experts, that would be tantamount to extinguishing Blue Star's and Blood Throne's hopes in the new area. At least it lets me vent my anger." Soon, the divine army retreated swiftly, while powerful figures like Dijia immediately entered the spatial vortex. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that the Protoss have truly retreated entirely this time. The Dragon Kingdom's prodigies cheered loudly. "It's refunded. It's really refunded. Haha, it must be Boss Jiang Chen who has posed a threat to their temple. A besieging way to rescue Zhao's strategy. Long live Boss Jiang Chen," Zhu Yeqing said excitedly. "As the art of war says, attack them while they are crossing the river. It will take the Protoss army at least half an hour to get through the narrow spatial vortex. Should we give them a good beating while they're down? It'll help relieve some pressure on the boss." Ying Inmon's eyes lit up, and she was about to agree when Jiang Chen posted a message in the Legion group. "Don't pursue a cornered enemy. It's a losing proposition." It seems they had anticipated their actions. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when Jiang Chen finally spoke. The little fox quickly asked, "Brother Jiang Chen, how are things on your end?" Jiang Chen said, "Don't worry, I just happened to be caught in the monster siege. I also slipped away before the main force of the gods returned." It turns out it's a monster siege. Everyone suddenly realized and marveled at Jiang Chen's wit. "Let's listen to Jiang Chen." And Chu Xiao immediately said, "After all, we've only managed to hold out this long thanks to the protection of the Great Formation, and even so, the Legion has lost nearly 30%. After the Legion War, we still have a long way to go, such as the upcoming state capital ranking competition and the battlefield outside the territory. There's no need to risk mutual destruction with the gods for a moment of pleasure. After being trapped and fighting at their own doorstep for half a day, everyone inevitably felt resentful, but they also knew that this was the most rational decision. Ing Man said somewhat unwillingly, "In the end, we're still too weak." In the small group of 8 people controlled by the 3 sovereigns, deeply venturing into enemy territory, forcing back millions of the divine race's army, and turning the tide of battle, Jiang Chen's deeds are probably something even novels wouldn't dare to write. One person sighed. No wonder the higher-ups are supporting Jiang Chen so wholeheartedly. This time, Lao Bai is completely convinced. By the way, Lao Bai, you really don't know the identity of that missing Yin man? If I'm not mistaken, she just used bloodline guidance, and the person she was communicating with was probably from the 3rd heaven. I really don't know. Old Bai interrupted his friend, and I don't want to know. The group shuddered. Let's stop talking about this. Another half-hour passed. The durability of all 5 walls of the temple has dropped to around 10%. But Dijia breathed a sigh of relief, because he was less than 10 kilometers away from the temple. With the addition of the Legion's main force, Jiang Chen's only option now is to flee or face certain death. Then he can use the 5 element spirit pearls he has accumulated during this time to repair the temple, and it shouldn't be difficult for him to stay in the top 100. At this moment, he felt extremely regretful. Why did he have to provoke Lan Xing? Immediately afterwards, boundless regret turned into anger. Jiang Chen, and you despicable villain of the Blood Throne, prepare to die. An angry voice echoed through the vast emptiness. But as soon as he finished speaking, he felt his heart suddenly clench, as if disaster was about to strike at any moment. This is a warning given by the bloodline of the superior gods. At the same time, thousands of meters in the sky, a dazzling, magnificent sword light suddenly rose up. This made Dijia's mouth drop open. So big. Chapter 279 Li Hani's sword slays the divine palace. The hero returns. The sword light stretched for a terrifying 10 kilometers. Moreover, it's not the kind of product that's all length and looks good but isn't practical at all. Instead, it was incredibly condensed, radiating a terrifying pressure. Fortunately, the target of this sword light did not seem to be him. No. Amidst the desperate roars of Dijia and all the gods, the sword light slashed down towards the 5 Elements Temple. The temple was already riddled with holes, and the power of this sword finally exceeded the limit that the 5 Elements Temple could withstand. Sizzle. As the sword light flashed, a slanted sword mark suddenly appeared thousands of meters away from the temple. The 5 Elements Temple is pentagonal in shape, and although the diameter of its base is tens of kilometers, it becomes smaller as it goes up. The sword was chosen at the perfect spot, cleaving the temple in 2. Click, click. With a series of resounding crashes, the upper half of the temple slowly slid down. Fortunately, the half of the temple transformed into pure primordial energy in mid-air. Otherwise, who knows how many divine territories below would have suffered. This horrifying scene stunned everyone. The Empress and Angel Yin, 2 powerful figures, both narrowed their eyes. Han Yi's sword nurturing technique is truly amazing. I'm afraid that at this stage, no one can withstand her attack, not even a mythical powerhouse. This is not an exaggeration. Even the usually indifferent dragon showed a hint of horror and fear in its eyes at this moment. It was obvious that this sword strike could definitely cut him in 2. Only Jiang Chen felt a pang of regret. Even powerful figures like Li Jinglin, the Sword Heart, and Anjuan, the Blood Emperor, couldn't force Han Yi to use his sword nurturing technique, yet it's being used here. However, the current situation is that the main Protoss forces have already returned to reinforce. If this drags on any longer, who knows how many of his assets will be lost. Moreover, these counterfeit vampires face a significantly increased risk of exposure. However, the power of Han Yi's sword strike is truly exaggerated. Few people know this. Although Li Hani has only had the Dragon Heart sword nourishing technique for a little over 2 months, the actual time she has spent nurturing the sword in the Enlightenment space has exceeded 30 years. Legendary quality sword nurturing technique, nurtured for 30 years, plus Li Hani's near-perfect sword, will with a 3.2x power boost. And finally, attributes that are now approaching those of a mythical hero. That's how he unleashed that earth-shattering, awe-inspiring sword strike. No, Li Hani herself was somewhat bewildered, seemingly unable to believe that the scene before her was the work of her own hand. If I were to return to my original world right now, I would probably be invincible, and then I could avenge my mother. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even the powerful figures in Jiang Chen's territory are like this. The Protoss lords need no further explanation. That sword strike was definitely not something a mythical expert of this level could have unleashed. What exactly happened? Could it be a one-time use item of the eternal level? Impossible. The server has only been open for a few days. How could there be an eternal level item? It's fake. It must be fake. Our divine race is invincible among all races. How could we be defeated by the human race and the vampire race? DG's face was ashen. I've lost. I've actually lost. And I've been defeated by Jiang Chen. Sudden. Both lords on the battlefield simultaneously received a notification from the Heavenly Tao. You participated in the destruction of the Brahma Star Domain's World Wonder. Your combat contribution is 38%. You have received 4,538 Gold Spirit Orbs Epic, 4128 with Spirit Orbs Epic, and so on. This is the message Jiang Chen received. There are millions of low-quality Spirit Pearls following behind. As expected, even including Han Yi's last sword strike, the contribution rate is only 38%. But what all the gods received was, the world wonder of your Brahma Starfield Legion has been destroyed. The Legion's war has been lost. You have left the Myriad Races Prodigies group chat. You have left the Vanity Star Legion group chat. Soon to exit the 5 Elements Heaven World, 10, 9, 8. At the same time, beams of golden light, some thick and some thin, descended, enveloping all the territories, lords, heroes, and units of the gods. The losers were no longer qualified to remain on the battlefield. The 10-second countdown ended, and all the gods were sucked into the void by the pillar of light and disappeared. Jiang Chen calmly watched his formidable enemy depart on his final journey, then said softly, "Finally, it's over. One wrong move, and the whole game is lost." This is the cruelty of the battlefield of all races. However, these banished god lords were still considered lucky. Those prodigies of the divine race who were ambushed and killed by Jiang Chen were all geniuses on whom their families and friends placed great hopes, but now they are forever buried here. The Empress stepped forward and said, "My lord, 248 members of the Heavenly Sound True Disciple have died in battle. To avoid their identities being exposed, the fallen sisters have been immediately resurrected at the Fountain of Life." Yin also said, 15 members of the Angel Legion died in battle. They too chose to be resurrected at the Fountain of Life. Although they are incredibly powerful with various enhancements, with even ordinary angels possessing combat strength exceeding that of legendary 9-star beings, the gods are also extremely strong. As time went on, the number of 5 elemental beasts dwindled, putting them under increasing pressure and leading to a surge in casualties. This is also why Jiang Chen chose to have Li Hani take action directly. To avoid revealing their identities after death, fallen units are automatically resurrected at the Fountain of Life. Although it's strange that the corpse disappeared, it's better than leaving it on the battlefield. The downside is that Jiang Chen permanently lost about 10 billion units of energy. It can be said that this battle was the most brutal battle Jiang Chen had ever fought since his debut. In the end, it's because I'm too weak. China is too weak. Earth is too weak. Jiang Chen's eyes shone brightly, and he uttered the same exclamation as Yin Man. Fortunately, after roughly calculating the energy gains from today's battle, Jiang Chen found that he could basically achieve a balance between income and expenditure. Thank you all for your hard work, but we have less than 3 hours left. After you clear out the remaining 5 element spirit beasts, stay here and continue grinding. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he reached out and beckoned. The enormous dragon rapidly shrank, and a few seconds later it returned to the size of a loach and burrowed into the dragon amber. Soon, Jiang Chen, the Empress, and dozens of angels emerged from the spatial vortex. After a moment of silence, the heroes of Longzhou erupted in thunderous cheers once again to welcome their hero home. People from all over China swarmed around them. The little fox hugged Jiang Chen's arm, jumping and hopping around with a silly grin on its face. "You're really something." Ying Man excitedly punched Jiang Chen in the chest, then looked warily at the spatial vortex. "Have the gods given up the attack? What about the vampires? Will they turn their backs on us?" Jiang Chen resisted the urge to punch Ying Man in the chest as well, and assured her, "My relationship with Xing Tong, the military commander of the Blood Throne, started as a misunderstanding, and we've become good friends now, so everyone can rest assured." The crowd erupted in cheers once again. At the same time, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Although vampires like to drink the blood of various races and are not liked by humans, being able to befriend such a powerful military leader is enough to prove Jiang Chen's abilities. Jiang Chen continued loudly. "There are less than 3 hours left until the settlement. Brothers, hang in there and keep grinding." Fearing that everyone would become complacent, he did not rush to hand over the massive amount of 5-element spirit pearls he had just acquired, nor did he reveal that he had already plundered the temple of the gods. The thousands of prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom said in unison, "Yes, Boss Jiang Chen." These guys seemed to have a tacit understanding, and they actually changed their address to boss at the same time. Jiang Chen was taken aback, then replied politely, "Brothers, if you have any scarce resources, you can contact Iran. Perhaps Longyuan Town can help. This is a force to be reckoned with. If trained properly, they will be another great asset to the Celestial Fox clan. Of course, further verification is required." Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing this. They'd heard from the insider that a legendary resource point had appeared in Longyuan Town. 3 hours passed quickly. There were still more than 10 minutes until 12 o'clock noon. Despite everyone's best efforts, the 5 Elements Temple was only 96% complete. Zhuge Lan said with some regret, "It's a pity that we still couldn't achieve the feat of capping the tower." Ying Man gritted her teeth in hatred. If it weren't for the invasion of the gods, there would still be a sliver of hope. Everyone felt it was a pity. Nobody knows if there will be any extra rewards for reaching the top of the wonder. Jiang Chen laughed and said, "Brothers, if you still have any 5-element spirit pearls, hand them over. I'll hand mine over too." The prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom were taken aback. "What does I also paid mean? Have you been saving it all along?" Chapter 280, World Wonders concluded, rankings announced. Blood Throne Legion. Grandpa Anjuan, our temple is 73% complete. It should be in the top 10 of all the new districts in the history of Blood Throne. But Xing Tong said with some regret, "It's a pity we couldn't take down the temple on Paradise Mountain, otherwise first place would have been a sure thing." With the mythical hero Anjuan presiding over the Blood River Formation, all the Blood Throne's forces can hunt monsters outside without any worries, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Anjuan smiled upon hearing this and said, "It's impossible to plunder the world wonders of powerful races like gods, angels, and demons unless it's a fight to the death. Our faint attack on Paradise Mountain was mainly a diversionary tactic to prevent them from growing stronger again. With our current level of completion, the only threat to us in the entire 77 War world is that mysterious Void Zerg Legion. Other enemies are not worth worrying about. The Voidlings are not only terrifying in combat, but also cold-hearted, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Once they set their sights on a particular legion, they will fight to the death, earning them a fearsome reputation. In addition, the Zerg's characteristic of sustaining themselves through war sometimes puts them above the Protoss in the rankings of all races." Xing Tong naturally understood this principle as well, and sighed. "I'm perfectly content with consistently ranking in the top 3 now, since the top 3 get an extra national fortune reward." Anjuan suddenly let out a soft exclamation and looked up into the distance. On the horizon, a 5-colored radiance could be faintly seen shooting straight into the sky. This light, could it be? But how is that possible? Anjuan, a mythical hero who had lived for countless millennia, was a man of great knowledge and experience. He suddenly realized something and stared blankly at the scene. Xing Tong asked with suspicion, "What's wrong, Grandpa Anjuan?" Anjuan ignored Star Eyes and muttered to himself, "For so many years the world wonders of Legion wars have all ended in failure, and I've never heard of anyone ever reaching the top. Who exactly is it? Although Anjuan's words were unclear, Xingtong understood them and immediately stared blankly. Capped. Someone actually capped the world's wonders? Amidst the doubtful or expectant gazes of the Dragon Kingdom's prodigies, Jiang Chen waved his hand and handed over all 5 elemental spirit beads in his hand. In an instant, the outer walls of the 5 elements expanded wildly, eventually converging in a pointed shape at an altitude of 10,000 meters. But that's not all. The 5 elements of energy continued to converge, eventually condensing into a radiant energy sphere above the spire. The sphere hovered tens of meters above the spire, its 5 elements seemingly perfectly integrated, inseparable. Immediately afterwards, a 5-colored radiance shot into the sky from the magic orb, seemingly announcing its birth. There are still 5 elements spirit pearls remaining. Jiang Chen was speechless to discover that after the 5 elements divine palace was sealed, he still had more than half of the 5 elements spirit pearls left in his hands. Beep beep beep. A sudden message from heaven appeared. Holy crap, this. Jiang Chen stared blankly for a moment after seeing the heavenly Tao's prompt. His expression then became incredibly strange, a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Is this even possible? Equally unbelievable are the prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom. Most of them were focused on the changes in the 5 Elements Temple, so they naturally noticed this strange phenomenon immediately. At this moment, besides disbelief, there was also a mix of surprise and bewilderment. Really, it's capped? Could it be that boss Jiang Chen has been saving up all the 5 Elements Spirit Pearls over the past 3 days? Even with a drop rate that's more than 10 times higher, this Legion War still feels pretty easy to me. It's a lower spec version, so it's understandable that it's more relaxed. No way. I have to take a picture to commemorate this glorious moment. Haha. Yes, let's take pictures. Holy crap, Ing Man suddenly exclaimed, startling everyone. Jiang Chen wouldn't have really demolished the God Clan's home base, would he? Only she could be certain that Jiang Chen had been handing over spirit pearls all along, and there was no truth to the claim that he had been accumulating them for 3 days. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to him again. Forcing the Protoss to retreat and destroying the Protoss's base are 2 completely different things. Even an alliance with the vampires is too incredible. After the initial shock, everyone was filled with excitement. I've never heard of a legion capping a world wonder. I wonder if there will be any extra rewards. Haha, it would be best if we could improve our legion's ranking in the battle by a few places. Zhu Yeqing said regretfully. It's a pity that this 5 Elements Temple is a quest building. It has no attributes and can't be taken away. Otherwise, it would be awesome. Stop dreaming. Zhu Yeshuan rolled her eyes at her older brother and said, the 632nd War Zone only has a few world-class buildings, yet it has already caused countries around the world to fight tooth and nail for land. At this moment, the little fox, who had been focusing most of its attention on Jiang Chen, suddenly noticed that Jiang Chen's expression was a little strange and shook Jiang Chen's arm, saying, What's wrong, brother Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and regained his composure. It's nothing. I'm just happy, so happy. He ruffled the little fox's hair and then said loudly, The spectacle has reached its peak. There are still about 10 minutes left, so everyone can relax and wait for the rankings to be announced. When we return to Earth, brothers, you're all welcome to visit China. Judging from everyone's performance just now, it's clear that only he received the Heavenly Tao's notification because his personal contribution exceeded 50%. This put Jiang Chen in a great mood. 10 minutes passed quickly. Time, 12 o'clock noon. Amid the tense anticipation of all the lords, the space seemed to emit a roar. The energy of heaven and earth rose, and golden light suddenly appeared, eventually forming a golden scroll that was 1,000 meters long and 1,000 meters wide in the sky. Immediately afterwards, rows of announcements, each covering several acres, kept appearing on the screen. Announcement: the second phase of the Battle of the Myriad Races has ended. The rankings are now announced, and rewards will be distributed. Numbers 9,000 and 110,000 are named as follows. 10,000, Wayushui Husan Tribe. Number 9999, Jingza Domain Fishman Race. Rank 9998, Marhan Centaur. 9,997 people. Rewards. The map of the participating Lord's state expands by 20%, resource index increases by 20%, spiritual energy concentration increases by 20%, wild creature resources increase by 20%, and the chance of spawning wild buildings increases by 20%. The Battle of the Myriad Races is truly impressive. Its lighting and shadow effects alone far surpass all previous events. Not only the participating lords of the 5 elements heaven world. The same announcement appeared above all new lords in all domains, including the Blue Star domain. At the same time, Rumble. The regions listed, such as Huashui, Malhan, and Jingza, have undergone dramatic changes. As the land stretched out, resources arose, and spiritual energy flourished. Some lords even immediately discovered rare wilderness structures. Moreover, unlike the fortunes of small towns, this change occurs on a large map spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers from the state capital. All the lords of the myriad races are staring intently at this scroll that will determine the future of the new district, searching for the name of their own domain. Some people burst into tears of joy upon seeing the name of their domain. Wah! Ever since Grandpa Great Sage left, our monkey clan has declined with each generation. But this time, we've finally broken into the top 10,000 again. With the boost from Legion Wars, our development speed can definitely be increased by 50%, and we will no longer be afraid of the Demon Wolf clan. Of course, some are happy while others are sad. What's wrong with these geniuses? Our Malhan clan is one of the top 10 Centaur clans, and they barely made it into the top 10,000. Be content. I heard that the winged people next door encountered Paradise Mountain and were completely wiped out. The list of 1,000 names remained on the scroll for a full 5 minutes before slowly fading away. Following that, the second batch of names was announced. Numbers 8,000 and 19,000 are. Rewards. The map of the participating Lord's state expands by 22%, resource index increases by 22%, spiritual energy concentration increases by 22%, wild creature resources increase by 22%, and the chance of spawning wild buildings increases by 22%. The most anxious people at this moment were none other than the lords of the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom. After all, there are only 1,000 geniuses representing these 13 prefectures, and their only hope is to be among the top 10,000. The fact that no one from the Blue Star First Legion was among the 9,000 and 10,000s made them all feel uneasy. Because everyone knows that even if the Blue Star First Legion makes the list, its ranking can't be too high. As time goes on, their chances of making the list will become increasingly slim. Chapter 281 Blue Star Rewards. Do you regret it? Sigh, still nothing. As expected, we had too high expectations of them. 1 minute later, all 13 lords let out a sigh of disappointment. Chinese civil servants cheered loudly. They've only announced 2,000 names. Perhaps the geniuses of our 13 states are so vigorous and talented that it's quite possible for them to break into the top 8,000. These words were spoken. The lords of the 13 states were greatly encouraged. That's right. We must trust our prodigy. Geniuses are always good at creating miracles, let alone Jiang Chen, the #1 genius on Earth. Although the Western Alliance and rival lords like Sakura had reservations about the title of Blue Star's #1 genius, they all remained silent and observed the situation. Because they were also afraid that if they made sarcastic remarks at this time, they would be proven wrong later. After all, Jiang Chen's past achievements were too terrifying. Anyway, the results will be revealed soon. Less than half an hour. The results after the 5,000th have all been released. The lords of the 13 prefectures of the Dragon Kingdom went from initial hope to disappointment, and now to near despair. Even the most optimistic lord would find it hard to believe that the First Legion could advance into the top 5,000 with only 1,000 men. Only civil servants in China did not give up. Don't be discouraged, brothers. It's only 5,000th place. As we all know, the gap between the top players and the bottom players narrows as the Legion War progresses, and luck also plays a part. Perhaps if the top players put in a little extra effort, Their completion rate will increase by a few percentage points, allowing them to break into the top 5,000. The civil servants selected by Yi Yiren are all lords who have followed Jiang Chen since the beginning of the server and have risen to where they are today. Saying he would give his life for Jiang Chen is an exaggeration, but he was definitely a loyal follower. However, very few Dragon Kingdom lords responded to the call of the civil servants of Shinjo this time. Meanwhile, some impatient lords from countries like Sakura and Lighthouse finally couldn't hold back any longer. The people of China are truly laughable. They're still deceiving themselves, even now. Do you still believe Jiang Chen can create miracles? Please don't drag our Qingyu into this, everyone. We Qingyu aren't that naive. The Shinjo civil servant sneered in return, saying bluntly, "You'd better mind your own business. I heard that your second legion's idiot commander angered Heavenly Mountain and squandered a winning hand. He might not even make it into the top 100. Now that you mention it." These scoundrels immediately fell silent. The second legion is almost at full strength. If it can't even get 1,000 men, it would be even more shameful than the first legion. Another half hour passed. The 1,001st to 2,000th names are rewards. The map of the participating Lord's state capital will be expanded by 36%, resource index will increase by 36%, spiritual energy concentration will increase by 36%, wild creature resources will increase by 36%, and the chance of spawning wild buildings will increase by 36%. After confirming that the Blue Star domain's name was not among them, the Western Alliance, Sakura, South Korea, India, and even the lords of the states controlled by the Qing domain all breathed a sigh of relief and cheered. Haha, we've made it into the top 1,000. We've made it into the top 1,000. This morning, I was really startled by the continuous withdrawal of Blue Star's prodigies from the Legion battle. It must have been tough for our prodigy. Who would have thought he would encounter such a formidable enemy as Heavenly Mountain? A cherry blossom lord remarked. Thanks to the bravery of our great Sakura Empire warriors, the temple was saved. The Lord of the Lighthouse Kingdom retorted, and our Lighthouse Kingdom's nanotech warriors. They were able to defend the temple this time, and our Lighthouse Kingdom deserves at least half the credit. The Lighthouse Nation? That idiot David must be from your Lighthouse Nation. Finally, someone remembered the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom. Who just said that our second legion couldn't even break into the top 1,000? A bunch of clowns. No need for you to be angry. Takeda-kun. People from the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom. Do you really think you can make it into the top 1,000? Now, they could mock without restraint. Because everyone knows it's impossible to be proven wrong again. Even civil servants in China have fallen silent. Even with all his confidence in Jiang Chen, he wouldn't dare to make such a bold claim as the First Legion making it into the top 1,000. The third heaven. 3 illusory figures sat facing each other. A virtual image is broadcasting the rankings of the Legion War. After a long silence, Emperor Ming said, "Damn it, these little bastards actually didn't even make it into the top 10,000. 13 prefectures joined forces. I originally thought there was some hope." Ying Zheng was preoccupied with his daughter's injuries and was quite agitated. Upon hearing the words, "little rascal," he immediately became displeased and said, "Your Majesty, those brats of your Ming dynasty are little rascals, but we of Xianqin are not." Emperor Ming was taken aback. Can't I, as an elder, even scold these brats a few times? He didn't know what he had done to offend Ying Zheng, and he was somewhat annoyed. But Ying Zheng was, after all, the elder brother, so he could only endure it and force a smile, saying, Fine. We Ming dynasty are all bastards, and you Qin dynasty are all good eggs." Ying Zheng was furious, but he was powerless to do anything about this rogue. At this moment, the Tang Emperor rose and said, "Your Majesties, now that the outcome of the military battle is in, I shall excuse myself." With the experience of the 3 emperors, they naturally knew that although these little guys had trump cards, even the strongest trump cards were limited by the number of people. Making it into the top 1,000 is absolutely impossible. Ying Zheng quickly said, "And there's also the Second Legion's results. Your Majesty, why don't you watch them before you leave? After all, it's being broadcast live." "No." Emperor Tang shook his head and said, The Second Legion encountered Heavenly Mountain yesterday. Even if they manage to protect the temple, they will probably only be able to hold on to what is left and will not be able to break into the top 100. After saying this, the Tang Emperor cupped his hands in greeting and his form vanished. Then, let's leave too. Upon seeing this, Emperor Ming also rose to take his leave. After the two emperors' figures disappeared, a hint of doubt finally appeared on Ing Zheng's face. Little 19 went so far as to activate the ancestral dragon's bloodline to break through the void and request assistance. Yet he couldn't even get into the 10,000 realms. This is a bit unreasonable. Even if Xiao Shizhou is young and impetuous, Meng Tian and Bai Tsong can't just stand by and watch her act recklessly, can they? The Tang Emperor's guess was correct. The Second Legion of Blue Star did not make it into the top 100 and was far from it. 582nd Legion of the Blue Star region human race. Rewards. The map of the participating Lord's State expands by 60%, resource index increases by 60%, spiritual energy concentration increases by 60%, wild creature resources increase by 60%, and the chance of spawning wild buildings increases by 60%. At the same time, it seemed that all the lords in the entire Blue Star domain heard a booming sound in their ears. Following that, all 365 prefectures, excluding the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom, underwent a complete transformation. Haha, the spiritual energy concentration has increased by 60%. I'm in the wilderness map now, and I feel refreshed with every breath I take. I've stumbled upon a native territory. Excellent resources, 2 excellent resources. Although it was far from what was expected, the lords of these states were still jubilant. A lord from the Sakura Kingdom sarcastically remarked, leaving aside the divine continent for now, I'd like to ask the lords of the other 12 continents of the Dragon Kingdom, do you have any regrets? Some of the lords of the Dragon Kingdom did indeed harbor some regret, while others remained resolute. One can judge by actions, not by intentions. The lords who remain in the 13 states, regardless of their inner thoughts, are now united in their hatred of the enemy. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. The war of the prodigies of all races is just the beginning. That's right, these enhancements won't increase our combat power. Let's settle this on the extraterritorial battlefield. A lord from the Beacon Nation suddenly sneered. You're really stubborn. Don't forget that the first state capital ranking competition in the Blue Star region was based on the building index. Putting everything else aside, the resource index alone is 60% different. I wonder what you have to offer to compete with us in the upcoming state capital ranking competition. If you fall behind one step, you'll fall behind every step of the way. If you ask me, you guys should go to the new district tomorrow. Maybe you can make a name for yourselves there. Haha. Hearing these sarcastic remarks, although the 13 state lords were filled with grief and indignation, they had nothing to say and remained silent. That's just the truth. 5 elements heaven. Various ambiguous sounds emanated from the Second Legion of Blue Star. This result can only be considered barely satisfactory. The top 1,000 and the top 1,000 are huge watersheds. Our generation of lords is already the strongest in the last few decades on Earth, but we still failed to make it into the top 100. Damn Paradise Mountain. If it weren't for their attack, we would still have a chance to be in the top 100. Paradise? Heh, Paradise Mountain has always been our competitor, so it's understandable that they want to attack us. But if the Blue Star United Council hadn't suddenly split up, and if that idiot David hadn't angered Commander Eric, where would all this trouble have come from? These words once again resonated strongly. Upon hearing that David had been dragged out and his corpse whipped again, Shimunaizi immediately stepped in to smooth things over for this pig ally. Listen to me, everyone. The main culprits behind the division of Blue Star are the evil forces of the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom, led by Shenzhou. They were the ones who disregarded the overall situation first. The Chinese government has already issued a statement on this matter, so we hope that certain individuals with ulterior motives will stop distorting the truth. Moreover, even if the First Legion adds 13 more prefectures to the list, we still can't possibly make it into the top 100. The difference is just too great. Although it was an attempt to exonerate David and downplay the seriousness of the matter, everyone's attention was still drawn to the words First Legion. Alas, the First Legion failed to break into the top 10,000. Some sighed in despair, some gloated, and some celebrated their triumph. At this point, Shinwu Naizi couldn't hold back any longer and released a message among the prodigies of all races, displaying the air of a victor. Hee, members of the First Legion, seeing our Second Legion's excellent ranking, I wonder if you feel even a trace of regret at this moment. Chapter 282-100. Missing Person Notice. Upon seeing the news about Shinwu Naizi, the group of Dragon Kingdom's prodigies had strange expressions, followed by a burst of laughter. Ha ha, this is the first time I've ever felt that Japanese soldiers are so cute. They're so adorable. I wonder if that little girl will want to crawl into a hole and hide later. It's tough. The Japanese devil's skin is thicker than a city wall. Zhu Yecheng said. It seems that our low-level temple has no problem entering the top 100, but we don't know if we can enter the top 10. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes filled with anticipation. Huang Xian, the diplomat, said with some eagerness, I just can't stand this woman's smug attitude. I really want to give her a good talking to. I always said you two are a perfect match. Jiang Chen encouraged. I support you in confronting her. Huang Xian's eyes lit up. Is that okay? Of course. The settlement time has already passed anyway. Only a handful of people have the right to speak in the Myriad Races Pride channel, and lords of different legions cannot chat privately. So as of now, no one knows the current status of the Temple of the First Legion on Blue Star. The gods knew, but they had already been cleared from the battlefield. Hearing Jiang Chen say this, Huang Xian was immediately relieved. Is this all Su Fu's descendants? Well, Su Fu himself was a stray dog. If he hadn't been licking the boots of evil gods in the spirit world, he would have been torn to pieces by the first emperor long ago. Shimu Nico roared. How dare you, you lowly commoner, disrespect His Majesty Emperor Shinmu. Ing Yi Man was very happy and encouraged loudly. Xiao Xian is right. If you can talk, then say a few more words. Huang Xian was greatly encouraged and continued. Now that things have come to this, I'm laying my cards on the table. Listen up, lords of the Second Legion of Blue Star. Under boss Jiang Chen's leadership, we have firmly entered the top 100, and we might even make it into the top 10. You'll be the ones regretting it when the rankings are announced. These words were spoken. This instantly stirred up a hornet's nest. The Second Legion's channel was in an uproar, with many criticizing Huang Xian for making baseless accusations. Several lords with a voice stepped forward to speak. Top 100? Shinwu Naizi didn't know whether to be angry or amused. Have you suffered some kind of shock? Is your brain not working properly? After hiding for so long, David, who was universally hated, seemed to have finally found a lord even stupid than himself, someone he had to step in and kick. The fact that Jiang Chen has an idiot like you as a follower shows that he himself is a fool. Even the usually neutral Adolf side. Is Lord Jiang Chen here? In this Legion war, our Blue Star has already lost all face among the myriad races. Please don't let your people embarrass themselves any further. Even the prodigies of other races started watching the drama unfold. What's wrong with the Blue Star region this year? Strange things keep emerging. Being weak is not shameful, and even internal strife is understandable, but failing to recognize reality is despicable. I find it strange. Doesn't he feel embarrassed talking like that? Liv, the lord of the Florentine army, kindly advised, Lord Jiang Chen, I suggest you quickly reclaim the right to speak among the other lords in the Legion. Stop talking nonsense. Xing Tong said calmly. Jiang Chen is quite capable, but the rest of the people on Blue Star are just a bunch of clowns. Seeing this, Jiang Chen replied with a smile. Lord Xing Tong, we became acquainted through a fight, and I must thank you for your great help this time. Xing Tong frowned, wondering why Jiang Chen was suddenly being so polite. He did indeed launch a surprise attack on Paradise Mountain and rescue the Second Legion of Blue Star, but weren't the two legions of Blue Star hostile to each other? Why was Jiang Chen thanking him? Could it be that Jiang Chen wants to repair their relationship? Her mind raced. Jiang Chen was, after all, the #1 prodigy in the 77 battle realm, and receiving his compliments greatly satisfied her vanity. There's no need for thanks. It's all for the sake of the Legion war. Jiang Chen smiled. This little girl is quite savvy. When their conversation reached the ears of the gods, the vampire was utterly humiliated, as if he were already in deep trouble. Faced with the mockery from the prodigies of all races, Huang Xian offered no explanation, but simply said, I hope you all remember what I'm saying now, and that you'll learn from this experience and not forget the pain once the wound has healed. After saying that, without waiting for their reactions, he excitedly announced in the Legion channel, Brothers, it feels so good to show off. The art of speaking. The list continued to be published and quickly entered the top 100. After the 101st place was announced, the prodigies of the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom spontaneously erupted in cheers. They've broken into the top 100. Ha ha, the Blue Star region hasn't made it into the top 100 in the battle of the myriad races prodigies for at least 100 years. Once our rankings are released, it will definitely cause a sensation on Earth. Heaven's will is driving me crazy. Hurry up and announce it. I want to see the true colors of those bastards from the West and Japan. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Florence has surprisingly made it into the top 100. Rank 97, Florence Elf Race. Rewards. The map of the participating Lord State expands by 100%, resource index increases by 100%, spiritual energy concentration increases by 100%, wild creature resources increase by 100%, and the chance of spawning wild buildings increases by 100%. Logically speaking, races like vampires, angels, and demons are ranked in the hundreds on the list of all races, while gods are ranked within the top 100. They shouldn't be qualified to compete for first place in the Legion War. And within the top 100, races like Blue Star and Elves, which rank thousands on the list of all races, are nowhere to be found. In reality, the ranking of all races is based on the overall strength of each race. Many races, despite their immense individual strength, have remarkably poor reproductive capabilities. For example, the mythical dragon and phoenix races, even after thousands of years, might not be able to gather enough new lords for a single prefecture, so they are ranked below the gods. For example, the Eternals. As his name suggests, he was born eternal, immortal, and indestructible, which is equivalent to SS-level aptitude. The Eternal Lords, even without any equipment, can easily defeat monsters 50 levels higher than their opponents, crushing legendary monsters like ants. Furthermore, the Lord's Heart comes with mythical units and buildings, making them inherently invincible. However, each Lord of the Eternal race is born every 10,000 years, making them the only eternal beings encountered in the tens of thousands of years of recorded history of Blue Star. Therefore, even such a powerful race only ranks 23rd on the list of all races. The strongest races you can encounter in a regular new server are nothing more than the Protoss, Voidlings, Logicians, and Angels, all well-known races. Congratulations, Florence Star. Jiang Chen smiled and offered his congratulations. After all, Florence was also an ally of Blue Star, and they might meet again in the extraterrestrial battlefield in the future. Liv immediately returned the greeting politely. Thank you, Your Excellency Jiang Chen. Although Blue Star suffered a defeat in the Legion War, Jiang Chen was still the #1 prodigy, so Liv dared not be negligent and spoke politely. I believe that even without the Legion War rewards, Lord Jiang Chen will not fall behind others. Clearly, the last sentence was just a polite remark, and Jiang Chen didn't care about it. Then, Liv suddenly changed the subject. Esteemed gentlemen, taking advantage of this battle of the myriad races, the planet Florence is seeking a Shenong. Oh, Shenong is merely a code name we've given him. This gentleman regularly sells Moon Soul fruits and Azure Nether fruits in the Myriad Realms Mall. Please rest assured, everyone, we at Florence have absolutely no malicious intent. We are merely seeking cooperation. If that lord can provide any valuable information, please contact the official Florence Star authorities in the main world. A generous reward will be given. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Is this considered a missing person notice? However, according to Liv's description, from any perspective, the person Florence Star is looking for seems to be herself. What are they trying to do? Ah, Ing Man suddenly exclaimed. I know who you're talking about. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. Quickly think about where you might have made a mistake. Liv was overjoyed and asked, "May I ask who this gentleman from the Blue Star region is?" Man immediately said, "I often buy spiritual fruits from this Shinnong to satisfy my cravings." "You must be talking about the same person." Liv pressed on. "So who exactly is he?" Man frowned and said, "How would I know?" Liv. Jiang Chen hesitated for a moment, then asked curiously, "Lady Liv, how much did you mean by the generous reward you just mentioned? Does Lord Jiang Chen know any clues?" Liv's spirits lifted. "If he can find them, the reward will start at 10 billion spirit stones." Jiang Chen understood and nodded, saying, "Thanks for the explanation, but I don't know either." "We'll find out when we're short of money," Jiang Chen added quietly. He recalled that, as a civilization that had established diplomatic relations, Florence had a permanent embassy on Earth. Liv rolled her eyes in exasperation. He cursed inwardly, thinking that even the Lord of the Blue Star domain was a bit abnormal. It must be the setback in the Legion battle that spurred them on. Yes, it must be. Liv waited for a long time, but received no useful information. However, she was not discouraged. Perhaps a lord will contact her after leaving the Five Elements Heaven. After a brief interlude, Tiandao continues to release rankings. Chapter 283, First Place. Powerful figures from all races. 72nd place, Celestial Star Domain Holy Spirit Clan. 51st place, Blood Crystal Land Crystal Race. 33rd, Iron Forge Mechanical Race. One ranking after another was announced. Each of the top 100 members represents a powerful race that dominates its own territory and enjoys a renowned reputation, thus sparking much discussion. Legions assigned to the same battle zone will likely be located close to each other in the new area. Therefore, there will inevitably be further interactions in future battles in the outer regions. Meanwhile, the prodigies of the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom clenched their fists, staring intently at the golden scroll. Anxious, nervous, and excited waiting. 11 people, Heaven Mountain Angel Race. Rewards. The map of the participating Lord's State expands by 150%, resource index increases by 150%, spiritual energy concentration increases by 150%, wild creature resources increase by 150%, and the chance of spawning wild buildings increases by 150%. No. Upon seeing this line of large characters, Eric, the commander of the Heavenly Mountain Army, roared in grief and rage. "It's all your fault. The Blood Throne is to blame. And the Blue Star region. If we hadn't spent several hours and suffered heavy losses in the Blue Star region, our Paradise Mountain team would definitely have won first place." 3 days ago, Eric confidently announced that he would take first place, but he failed to even make it into the top 10. One wrong step can lead to irreparable regret. Although it was Paradise Mountain that initiated the war, but angels are not a reasonable race, especially when it comes to the weak. So it's clear to anyone with eyes that this feud has been formed. In stark contrast to Paradise Mountain, the Dragon Kingdom's prodigies were already dancing with joy. Top 10. They really made it into the top 10. Even if you're 10th place, the boost is still 200%. That's 3 times the resources, 3 times the space, 3 times the spiritual energy. My God. I'm going to faint first. Haha, don't panic yet. We'll at least get 10th place, and we might even get higher. Just then, another untimely message has surfaced. Shinmu Nico said, "What about that Fu Xin from the 2nd Legion? There are only 10 left. You guys don't really think you can make it into the top 10, do you?" Ha ha ha. Yarakosu also chimed in. Qingyu had long advised you all to respond to the call of the Blue Star United Council and jointly sanction Shenzhou, but you chose to collude with these traitors and rebels from Shenzhou. Although you have only yourself to blame for this outcome, Qingyu has always been inclusive and tolerant. If you all immediately abandon darkness and embrace the light, my Zheng Huangsu is willing to accept you, except for the Lord of Shenzhou. The prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom are among the strongest of the strong. If they could be granted amnesty, it would be a great help to the Qing domain. Humph. When the time comes, we'll send those treacherous officials who surrendered to the Emperor to besiege the Central Plains. Kosu was envisioning a bright future, but the reply he received was only 5 words. A group of sand playing a game. Huang Xian completely let loose, showing no regard for Kusu's royal status. Your name is Huang Xian, right? Jiang Chen's lackey. Be careful what you say. Kusu's gaze was icy. It's obvious that the Dragon Kingdom lords of your First Legion are already opposing Jiang Chen. Heh, it's just that Jiang Chen is the commander-in-chief, so they have no right to speak. Su Zhan muttered speechlessly in the Legion chat. Where does this guy get his sense of superiority from? After entering the top 10, the announcement of each ranking is spaced approximately 1 minute apart, and the announcement covers the entire kilometer-long roll of cloth. 10. Baneheld Demon Race. Rewards. The map of the participating Lord State expands by 200%, resource index increases by 200%, spiritual energy concentration increases by 200%, wild creature resources increase by 200%, and the chance of spawning wild buildings increases by 200%. Lord Byzantin of the Demon Army laughed. Although this ranking is so-so, as long as it beats Paradise Mountain by 1 point, it makes people want to laugh, huh? Eric did not reply. His face was probably already ashen by now. If it weren't for the restrictions imposed by the Heavenly Tao rules, they probably would have angrily left the 5 elements heaven world long ago. 9th place, Burial Grounds Undead. At the beginning, every time a ranking was announced, the prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom let out a low gasp. They longed to see the name of their legion, yet hoped their legion would appear as late as possible. In the end, they forgot to cheer. They were just excited and restless. Evening E-Man was no exception. The only one who remained calm was Jiang Chen. 4th place, Bo's Nebula Logic Family. The little fox's face turned bright red as it shouted, Top 3. I'm in the top 3. Zhu Yeqing was excited but also anxious, and stammered. It can't be that the low-budget version of the World Wonders won't count towards the score, right? Impossible. Man stared intently at the painting. If I'm not mistaken, we're not in the top 3, but in first place. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. First place. Before today, even an hour ago, if anyone had dared to say that the Blue Star First Legion could take first place with 1,000 lords, they would have thought that guy was crazy. But right now, that goal is within reach. And at this moment, the lords of the Western Alliance and the Sakura Kingdom no longer had time to mock the First Legion of Blue Star. Because if they keep using this to satirize others, they themselves will feel childish or even intellectually deficient. Although it has little to do with Earth, they are still curious about which race and which legion will win first place. And the prodigies of all races eagerly awaited it. There's no suspense anymore. The top 3 will definitely be the gods, the Blood Clan, and the Void Insects. The only question is who will take first place. The demon Lord Byzantin, however, was magnanimous. There wasn't a trace of jealousy in his tone. He simply sighed. The Blood Clan's Blood River formation is indeed a powerful weapon for defending the city. I can't help but envy it. Soon. 3 characters, Blood Throne Vampire. Rewards. The map of the participating Lord State expands by 300%, resource index increases by 300%, spiritual energy concentration increases by 300%, wild creature resources increase by 300%, chance of spawning wild buildings increases by 300%, and national fortune is increased by 3. Upon seeing this ranking, Xingtong was stunned for a moment before exclaiming. 3rd place. It's one thing to lose to the Void Insects, but although the God race's ranking on the list of all races is much higher than our blood race, they are not good at defense. Could it be that the Brahma God race has some trump cards that we don't know about? What Byzantin could guess, the other prodigies could naturally guess as well. Anjuin also frowned. This was also beyond his expectations. In their plan, they could secure 2nd place and compete for first. The image of that soaring spectacle from not long ago involuntarily resurfaced in his mind. It was a spectacle that marked the pinnacle of world wonders. 2 members, Fenris Domain Void Zerg. Rewards. The map of the participating Lord State expands by 400%, resource index increases by 400%, spiritual energy concentration increases by 400%, wild creature resources increase by 400%, chance of spawning wild buildings increases by 400%, and national fortune is increased by 5. When the 2nd place was announced, the myriad races prodigies were in an uproar. The number one spot is actually held by a god. I thought it would be the Voidlings. Yes, after all, there are already 4 legions known to have been plundered by the Voidlings. Congratulations to the Brahma Star clan. Congratulations to Lord Dijia. What an unexpected surprise. A message suddenly appeared, making all the lords' hearts skip a beat. Nakio, Brahma gods, enemies die. Nakio, the master of the Void Zerg Legion. Since the start of the Legion War, Nakio has not uttered a single word in the group chat. Now, he actually posted 7 characters in one go, showing that even the Zerg, who are known for their coldness and indifference, have emotions. Moreover, they harbored deep resentment towards the gods who had stolen their number one spot. Eric said with a hint of schadenfreude, Lord Digga, there's no need to take it to heart. After all, the Protoss and the Zerg have always been sworn enemies, so what's one more feud? I'm actually looking forward to a decisive battle between the two of you on the outer battlefield in the future. Unfortunately, Dijia had already been removed from the group chat, so we can't criticize him anymore. Only Jiang Chen looked complicated and somewhat frustrated. First, he offended the vampires, the undead, and the gods in a personal battle. Then they offended the angels in the Legion War, and soon the Void Zerg will be eyeing them. After this battle of geniuses from all races, I've offended practically every powerful race that has emerged into the world. To reach the pinnacle, one must find enemies everywhere. Jiang Chen naturally understood this principle, but I'm still a little depressed. Soon, the last one will be announced. But when Tianjiao saw the information displayed on the kilometer-long cloth roll, his mouth dropped open. Even the Zerg commander Nakio opened his ferocious maw wide, unable to close it for a long time. Chapter 284. The hearts of the people turned to him. An uproar ensued. The human race's prodigy. Hiss. The Void Zerg Lord Nakio unleashed terrifying spatial power, his tens of meters long body rising upright and letting out an extremely sharp screech that exceeded even the limits of human hearing. Hydralisks, warriors, fire beetles, mutalisks, divine wind rippers, plasma bugs, hundreds of millions of insect swarms sensed their leader's anger and began to stir. Unlike races like humans and elves, which have distinct individual personalities, once the Zerg appoint a military leader, the other Zerg lords will absolutely obey, follow orders without fear of death. This is also what makes the Void Zerg so terrifying. Humans. Nakio spoke the universal language of all races, and then spat out thousands of low-level military tokens. Eat. Tens of thousands of human units had just been summoned and had not even had a chance to pay homage to their lord before being torn to pieces by the swarm of insects. The Voidlings are one of the few races that only recruit their own units. If they obtain unit tokens from other races, they either sell them for money or recruit them as food, even legendary units. Nakio's use of this method to express his anger is enough to prove his vengeful nature. After slaughtering tens of thousands of human soldiers, Nakio felt much better. He glanced one last time at his world wonder, which was now 82% complete, and shrieked. Quit. The light faded. Countless Zerg lords and a vast expanse of creep vanished from the spot. Rank 1. First Legion of the Blue Star Region Human Race. Rewards. The map of the participating lord state expands by 500%, resource index increases by 500%, spiritual energy concentration increases by 500%, wild creature resources increase by 500%, the chance of spawning wild buildings increases by 500%, and national fortune increases by 10. Even if it's already a sure thing. The moment the announcement was posted, the long-suppressed geniuses of the First Legion of the Dragon Kingdom erupted in thunderous cheers that echoed through the sky. Wah! We really won first place. A 500% increase. That's 6 times the resources. 6 times the spiritual energy. 6 times the map area. Not only that, there are also 10 points of national fortune. The state ranking competition hasn't even started yet, and we've already gained 10 points of national fortune. Who would have thought? And it's 10 points per state capital. Establishing a nation only requires 100 points of national fortune. If it weren't for the need for a nation establishment order and the level requirement of the Lord's Mansion, we could establish a nation right now. Some sentimental female lords even wept with joy. After all, most of them were just recent graduates, teenagers under 20 years old, and people like Zhu Yeqing and Xiao Wushang were considered older brothers. At this point, whether your own home's wonders are a low-budget version or not is no longer important. At this moment, Zhang Fengxue, the lord of Longhezhou, spoke for everyone. Brothers, never forget that our glory today is all thanks to boss Jiang Chen and boss Ying Man. Ying Man was excited, but upon hearing this, she pursed her lips and muttered under her breath, "Why is he the boss and I'm the big shot?" Jiang Chen happened to overhear this, and after thinking for a moment, he kindly suggested, "How about this? From now on, everyone will call you second brother." Ying Man rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. "You're the second oldest." This made the little fox chuckle to itself. Zhang Fengshue's words immediately received a response from everyone. Indeed, without Jiang Chen's divine blessing and his deep penetration into enemy territory, and without Ying Man's 5 elements formation and massive funds, our 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom could not have won first place. Lord Su Zhan of Linyuan Prefecture declared directly, "From this day forward, whatever the Central Plains may ask of us, Linyuan Prefecture will not hesitate to answer the call." Having learned from the little fox's experience, Tushan Hong Hong made an even more decisive decision. All lords of the Tushan clan will obey the orders of Elder Jiang Chen. After a moment's hesitation, Zhuge Lan solemnly promised, "Wulong Prefecture is willing to respect Shenzhou. If Shenzhou establishes a nation in the future, count Wulong Prefecture among us." "You flatter me." Jiang Chen immediately interrupted, laughing. "After today, our 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom will inevitably become the target of everyone's hatred. We must unite against the common enemy and fight together against foreign invaders." These words sent a chill down everyone's spine. They knew Jiang Chen was right. A mediocre person is never envied. The advantage of being number 1 in Legion Wars is just too great. After today, no power will likely stand idly by and watch the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom rise and eventually dominate the Blue Star domain. Especially Qingyu. Sudden, the Heavenly Dao's notification sounded again. The second phase of the Myriad Races Prodigies Battle Legion War has ended. All prodigies may now voluntarily exit the 5 elements Heaven World. Forced exit will occur after 5 minutes. You have earned the title of Human Prodigy and advanced to the 3rd stage, Battle of the Myriad Races. You have joined the Human Prodigies group chat. The start time for Battle of the Myriad Races will be announced separately. Clearly, the Battle of the Myriad Races refers to the upcoming battles faced by the 837 lords of the Blue Star region who have earned the title of Human Prodigy. Based on past experience, the 3rd phase of Battle of the Myriad Races will take anywhere from a few months to a year. Jiang Chen glanced at the newly joined Human Prodigies group, which was already bustling with activity. "Shun Machen. I am Shun Machen, Lord of the 9 Pure Supreme Heaven. I greet all the esteemed sages of the human race. Shui Mingling. Greetings, Brother Shun. I am Shui Mingling from the Water Department of the 5 Elements Immortal Sect. I hope everyone will unite as one and make our human race famous in the battle among all races. Sid, Chaotic Starfield Sid. 9 Pure Supreme Heaven, 5 Elements Immortal Sect, Chaotic Starfield. One after another, familiar human forces introduced themselves. If Jiang Chen remembered correctly, the 3rd stage, which was also the last stage of the new district, the Battle of the Myriad Races, would affect the rankings on the Myriad Races ranking, and the rankings would affect the fortune of the entire human race, and even the awakening of the human race's will. Jiang Chen had important matters to attend to at the moment, and didn't have time to deal with these human prodigies. Moreover, the Blue Star Lord civilization is a mixed and unrefined one, and has never been taken seriously by these powerful human forces. In contrast to the jubilation in the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom, the other geniuses of the Myriad Races were at the complete opposite extreme. In an instant, the entire 5 elements heaven seemed to fall into silence. Blue Star region. Humans. 1,000 lords won first place in the battle of 10,000 elite legions. The first legion of Earth must be a mythical race disguised as humans. The first reaction of all the geniuses of the myriad races, including the Second Legion of Blue Star, was that they were seeing things. My second thought was that there was a bug in the heavenly Tao. It took a full minute for the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom to calm down before they gradually came to their senses. Impossible. Eric had lost count of how many times he had shouted impossible today. How could it be a human, let alone the First Legion of Earth? It must be a bug in the heavenly Tao. Even if his archenemies, such as vampires or demons, won first place, he wouldn't have reacted this strongly. But the one who won first place was a human, and a human with only a little over 1,000 lords at that. This completely overturned his worldview. Thinking about his earlier sarcastic remarks about Blue Star, Eric felt ashamed and furious. The demon Lord Byzantin murmured, "It's true. This is a bit outrageous." Elf Lord Liv smiled wryly. "First place in individual battle. First place in Legion battle if I'm not mistaken. This is probably another contribution from Lord Jiang Chen." "I see." The vampire army commander, Xing Tong, suddenly roared, appearing as if he had gone mad. The mythic rewards in individual battles have a drop rate bonus, and it's a group bonus. That must be it. This was originally my destiny. Jiang Chen, you deserve to die. No wonder Xing Tong reacted so strongly. If she wins first place in the individual battle, and with the Blood River formation, it would be a piece of cake for Blood Throne to win first place in the Legion battle. Now that she has lost 2 first-place awards in a row, how could she not hate it? Seeing Xing Tong's reaction, the other prodigies also realized what was going on. Indeed, this is the most likely scenario. Suddenly someone said strangely, "It seems that Nakio, the leader of the Void race, has just declared war on the Protoss." This is kind of funny. Speaking of the gods, I'd like to ask everyone, where are the gods? It seems like Dija hasn't been around for a long time. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled. How could such a powerful race as the gods have their home raided? Jiang Chen suddenly said, "Speaking of the God clan, alas, although Lord Xing Tong has some prejudice against me, I still want to thank the Blood Clan once again." Xing Tong. Huang Xian also sincerely echoed, "We really have to thank our vampire friends this time." Huang Xian was very tactful and did not provoke these geniuses of all races any further. But he had no intention of letting the Second Legion go. "What did that woman, Shimu Nizi, just say? Could you repeat it again?" Ying Man played along, saying, "She asked, when we saw their excellent ranking, did you regret it?" Little did they know, the Second Legion was already in an uproar. Chapter 285 Boundless Regret. Special Reward. No boundaries. All the lords of the Second Legion of Blue Star, whether they were forced to join or initiated it voluntarily, were now consumed by regret. Ugh, I hate it. Why? Why did we have to join this damn Second Legion? If we were tied to the First Legion, we would still receive rewards even if we were to lie down and do nothing. Now it's great. We've received a 60% boost, while the First Legion has received a 6x boost. There are still 10 points of national fortune left. Only the first place in the state capital ranking competition is rewarded with 10 points of national fortune. It's all those idiots in the Blue Star United Council's fault. They ruined my future. How dare they boast about isolating China? Utterly laughable. I think it's China that's isolating itself. Driven by greed, everyone turned against the Blue Star United Council. David is going crazy too. Who could have imagined it would end like this? Fortunately, he wasn't too stupid and immediately roared, "Please calm down, everyone. I've thought about it carefully, and this is all Jiang Chen's fault. Even if we isolate him, can't he compromise for the sake of the greater good of the entire planet? If he reveals the attributes of the artifact, we will naturally accept him back." Shinmoniko seemed to have grasped at the last straw. "That's right. Our intention in isolating Jiang Chen was to teach him a lesson for his own good. After all, jade cannot be made into a gem without being carved. But he ended up doing something that harms others and doesn't benefit himself. He's such an ingrate. He's really disappointed us." But a tremor ran through her heart. Their plan to suppress the Dragon Kingdom through the Qingyu region has been in effect for a century and has been consistently successful. Is the Dragon Kingdom really going to rise under Jiang Chen's leadership this time? Lonyuan County in China was already the #1 county in the Dragon Kingdom, and now it has gained 6 times the resources. If Jiang Chen is given a few years to develop, even the arrival of the upper realm might not be able to restrain him. Fortunately, on the issue of Jiang Chen, Qingyu, representing the official government of the Dragon Kingdom, is of one mind with the great Sakura Empire. Now, we must unite all forces that can be united to eliminate Jiang Chen and seize the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom. The shamelessness of the two men stunned the lords who had been forced to join the Second Legion, and they were all furious. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Today has truly shattered my worldview. I must have been blind to join the legion of you bastards. However, what pleased Shimoniko was, their shameless claims were actually accepted by many lords of the Second Legion. In particular, many Western countries that adhere to the logic of robbery are arrogant. So, Jiang Chen does indeed bear a great deal of responsibility for this. Jiang Chen is still a child, so let's not be too harsh on him. Let's give him a chance to make amends, such as contributing the 13 prefectures of the Dragon Kingdom to benefit the entire Blue Star. That makes sense. This is the commonwealth of our entire planet. I only want one of its states by my own free will. Yarakosu immediately said, on behalf of Qingyu, I agree with your demands. I only hope that you can leave us Shenzhou. Jiang Chen's guess was absolutely correct. Don't they know how shameless they are? How is that possible? It's just that when it comes to interests, a person's moral bottom line and sense of shame are really like a thin membrane. Vulnerable. Blue Star region. The Blue Star lords who had come to watch the spectacle have dispersed, some fighting monsters and others farming. Only a small number of lords watched on, simply out of curiosity. But the final result dealt them all a psychological blow. Blue Star Domain Legion wore first place, 6x resources. It's the first Legion of Earth, you idiot. Why isn't it the second Legion? Why pft? Lord Takeda, why are you coughing up blood? Wah, I just moved away from Wulong Prefecture. Please let me go back, please. Within seconds, all the lords of the Blue Star Domain knew about this news. The civil servants in China were so excited they almost fainted. After barely calming themselves down, they roared hoarsely. Who was just now mocking our Blue Star First Legion, mocking the 13 states of Dragon Kingdom, and mocking me, Boss Jiang. Get out here. 3 consecutive roars. The Blue Star Domain channel was completely silent. No one dared to respond. God knows how much ridicule and sarcasm the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom have endured in these 3 days. At this moment, all resentment and grievances vanished. This brought tears to the eyes of the civil servants of Blue Star, and even several male lords were no exception. And in just a few minutes, the news that Blue Star had won first place in the Legion War spread throughout the entire Blue Star main world, and even to the upper realm. Winning first place in the individual competition is already outrageous enough. Now they've even won first place in the Legion War. Upon hearing the news, Luoshi smashed another desk. After confirming the news several times, the bigwigs of the Jiangnan Provincial Military Region were all moved to tears. C.I. Liu from District 428, upon hearing the ranking of the 2nd Legion of Blue Star, was initially sighing. Although it harms the interests of the entire Blue Star region and the Dragon Kingdom, as long as it can limit the development of Shenzhou, this sacrifice is worthwhile. Immediately afterwards, news arrived that the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom had won first place. Pft. Old Taoist priest, don't scare me. Quickly, summon the imperial physician. The entire Sinaying Palace was instantly thrown into chaos. Just as Sal said, the prosperity and well-being of the Blue Star Domain is the common aspiration of all Blue Star lords. However, it cannot be a single dominant player. Even if one company becomes the dominant player, that company can only be itself. Otherwise, some people would rather the entire Blue Star civilization stagnate or even regress than have their rule threatened. The Free Will, Freemasonry, and Skull Party of the United States. The Arthur Group, the Tudor Group, the Plantagenet Group of the Golden Lion Kingdom. The Peacock Clan, Brahma, and early Tantric Buddhism in India. The Kamui family, the Tokugawa family, the Toyotomi family of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Numerous powerful forces immediately convened a secret meeting. Suddenly, undercurrents surged on Earth. It was like the storm before the tempest. The third heaven. Ying Zheng's expression was blank. He guessed right. The daughter was willing to damage her bloodline to draw upon his power, and indeed, she achieved results in the Legion battle. But what the heck is first place? He knew about Ying Inman's Yin-Yang 5 Elements Grand Array. Moreover, in order to maintain the energy consumption of the Grand Formation, he generously allocated hundreds of billions to his daughter. However, such a large formation can only be effective in defense. Could it be that this year's generation of prodigies from all races are rather weak? This first place in the Legion War was an unexpected surprise even for Jiang Chen, the person involved, let alone Ying Zheng, an outsider. Ha ha! Ying Zheng suddenly burst into laughter. I wonder what expression Xiao Li and Xiao Zhu will have when they hear this news. He immediately took a picture and sent it to the private domain owner group that the three of them had created. At its peak, there were 5 members in the Dragon Kingdom Domain Lord group. However, after the first Han Emperor and the first Qing Emperor ascended to the upper realm, the emperors of these 2 domains became weaker with each generation. In a fit of anger, Ying Zheng kicked those 2 domains out. Emperor Tang quickly realized, it's obviously fake. This is AI drawing. Immediately afterwards, Emperor Ming shouted, damn it, it's actually true. How did these little bastards manage to do that? Slip of the tongue, Xian Qin is a good egg. Brother, please don't be angry. Ying Zheng was in a great mood and didn't hold it against Emperor Ming. After chatting with the 2 emperors for a while, Ying Zheng thought for a moment and then waved his hand to issue an imperial decree to Zhao Gao. Prepare to land on the vessel. I need to go see Little 19. Zhao Gao was terrified. Yes, Your Majesty. 5 minutes is a very short time. Before, everyone was waiting for the rankings, feeling anxious and uncertain, so no one was in the mood to take photos. Now that everything has settled, Ying Inman and Chu Xia, Little Fox, and others seized the opportunity to take photos with the 5 Elements Temple from various angles. Even men like Zhu Yeqing were no exception. Jiang Chen glanced at the 5 Elements Divine Palace, then at the list hanging high in the sky, and said, hurry up and check in. Time's almost up. Boss, this is a world wonder, the 5 Elements Temple. Ordinary people will never have the chance to see it even once in their lifetime. Zhu Yeqing asked curiously, don't you want to take a few pictures? I'll help you. Jiang Chen said calmly, it's just a world wonder. We'll encounter it again sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yeqing seemed to be deep in thought, and then said solemnly, is this the mindset of the strong? After saying that, he deleted all the group photos he had just taken. The time was fast approaching. The little fox looked dejected. I wanted to take a picture with the energy sphere at the top of the temple, but unfortunately there wasn't enough time. At an altitude of over 10,000 meters, just flying up there takes more than 5 minutes. And Chu Xia also felt a little regretful. After all, they will all be forced to leave the 5 Elements Heaven world soon. Once this opportunity is gone, it will be gone forever. 10987. The countdown to the end of the heavenly Tao has begun. Ying Inman sighed. It took 3 days to build, and I'm quite reluctant to see it end. Everyone nodded in agreement. Jiang Chen waved to everyone. Goodbye. The crowd found it strange, but they all cooperated. At this moment, the countdown ended, a flash of golden light appeared, and all the lords and their territories disappeared from the spot. Besides Jiang Chen lowered his hand and said loudly, come on, let's take a picture. Yin, take one for me first. Chapter 286 The Terrifying Attributes of the Temple. Your Legion's World Wonder construction is now 100% complete. Your personal contribution to the construction of the World Wonders exceeds 50%, granting you management access to the 5 Elements Temple. Click to view. This was a message from the Heavenly Tao that Jiang Chen received not long ago, when the 5 Elements Divine Palace had just been completed. The message belongs to him alone. Buildings of mythological rank or higher can be collectively referred to as wonders of the world. As far as Jiang Chen knew, none of the world wonders in District 632, including the mythical Ancient Road, had yet to have an administrator. The competition among countries for administrator privileges has reached a fever pitch. But now, just like with the land ownership shares, once Jiang Chen's contribution exceeded 50%, He directly gained management rights over this world wonder. Jiang Chen didn't know if this was unprecedented, but he had never heard of anything so outrageous. Therefore, in the eyes of other lords, the Five Elements Temple is displayed as a quest building. It has no attributes, is unusable, and even indestructible. It can only be used for taking photos. But for Jiang Chen, it was an inexhaustible gold mine. Five Elements Temple Mythical Tier 1. Function: every 2 years, a spiritual root metal, wood, water, fire, earth can be randomly generated. If all 5 elements are collected, a chaotic spiritual root can be evolved. Myth. Function: within the 5 Elements Temple's radiation range, the cultivation speed of all units' 5 elements techniques and skills is doubled. Function: you can choose one of the following elements: gung metal, jiao wood, gui water, true fire, or thick earth, to permanently enchant a piece of equipment, enhancing its attributes. There is no limit to the number of enchantments, but it requires spirit stones. Function 4 allows you to imprint 5 elements spells onto energy orbs, with a current limit of 10. Requires the skill book for that spell. Casting spells in the 5 Elements Temple requires spirit stones. Function 5. It can convert ordinary spirit stones into spirit stones of various qualities with 5 elements attributes according to a certain ratio. Function 6. You gain the right to freely enter the 5 elements heaven world. Function: as an administrator, you have the authority to enable or disable a certain function of the 5 Elements Temple and authorize secondary administrators. Function 8. As an administrator, you can relocate the 5 Elements Temple. This requires spirit stones, and the number of spirit stones required depends on the relocation distance. Although he had already admired the attributes of the 5 Elements Temple many times, Jiang Chen still couldn't help but get excited. The 5 Elements Temple is a combination of auxiliary cultivation, equipment enchanting, and defensive towers, and each of these features is incredibly powerful. For the entire Blue Star domain, the 5 Elements Temple is naturally far inferior to the number 1 legion in the battle. However, for Jiang Chen, the value of the 5 Elements Temple far surpasses that of the Divine Dragon Amber. Jiang Chen couldn't wait to test the functions of the 5 Elements Temple. Generate the 5 Elements Spiritual Roots. At Jiang Chen's command, the 5 Elements Divine Palace shone brightly. Soon, a golden spiritual root condensed from the energy sphere at the top of the temple, instantly piercing through 10,000 meters of void and falling directly into Jiang Chen's hand. It's a metal spiritual root. The golden spiritual root was about a foot long, resembling a vibrating zither string or a golden spirit snake, constantly twisting in Jiang Chen's hand. Golden spiritual root legendary. Increases the cultivation speed of metal-based techniques and skills. Enhances the destructive power of skills. Does not consume storage space. The 5 Elements Spiritual Roots are top-tier legendary spiritual objects. After the 5 elements are united, they can even evolve into mythical-level chaos spiritual roots through the 5 Elements Temple. Although mythical spiritual roots do not directly increase attributes like mythical aptitude, they can greatly enhance cultivation speed and skill power. However, after thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen still handed the first golden spiritual root to Li Hani. With the golden spiritual root, your swordsmanship will surely reach a new level. It would take at least 10 years for Jiang Chen to evolve a chaotic spiritual root for himself, and he couldn't wait that long. The most important thing right now is to improve our strength. Having witnessed the power of the sword nurturing technique not long ago, Jiang Chen naturally wanted to continue cultivating this ultimate trump card. With the golden spiritual root, Li Hani's next sword nourishing technique will definitely be even more powerful than before. Moreover, like sword art will, the gold spiritual root is a passive amplification that does not occupy a capacity or consume spiritual power. Li Hani accepted the golden spiritual root and said crisply, "Thank you, Lord. Boost. Your gift increases Li Hani's favorability by 1, currently at 99 points. Jiang Chen was taken aback. Unexpectedly, there was an additional benefit. Men these days, they really don't know how to cherish what they have. The Empress suddenly sighed, then looked at Yin. Yin, don't you think so? Jiang Chen said with deep feeling. That's right, Han Yi, you'd better hold on tight, and don't let your favorability reach 100 points too easily. Jaina, always enthusiastic and outgoing, asked curiously, Sister Hani, how high is your favorability rating? Even the aloof elf queen Aurora secretly perked up her ears. Such blunt words caught Li Hani off guard, and she blushed as she said, Why ask so many questions? Besides, as for favorability, is that something I can control? Ha ha, Jiang Chen laughed loudly. As for favorability, just proceed steadily. Hani, don't feel guilty. This immediately drew eye rolls from the girls. At this moment, Longju leaned his big head closer and reminded him, My lord, Xiaojiu's loyalty has long since reached 100 points. Looking at the huge thing in front of him, Jiang Chen was a little troubled. What if Longjiu suddenly transforms into his true form due to excitement? Just imagining that scene sent chills down Jiang Chen's spine. It's hard to say whether I can protect myself, but the Lord's manor is definitely doomed. After a brief interlude, Jiang Chen looked at the third function. He drew his spirit rhinoceros sword, which had reached level 75, from his waist. The sword tomb allows weapon upgrades, so the strong in the territory no longer have to change their equipment every time they upgrade. Spirit possession, the power of gung metal. To imbue the spirit rhinoceros sword legendary with a spirit, choosing the power of gung metal, consuming 5 million spirit stones. Yes/no? Yes. It's quite expensive. A golden light shone down, enveloping the spirit rhinoceros sword. After the light faded, a faint golden glow could be seen swirling along the surface of the Lingxi sword, making it both noble and magnificent. The appearance alone can increase the value of the Lingxi sword in one's hand by 30%. Lingxi sword legend. Level, 75. Sharpness, 1002. Durability, 519. Attributes, physique plus 3010, spiritual power plus 2000, divine soul plus 2000, capacity 1800. Skills, spiritual finger, flying slash, dance of the pure spirit. Enchantment, increases the power of sword skills by 30%. Enchantment, constitution plus 500. Sword soul 1, all attributes plus 300. Sword soul 2, sword skill proficiency plus 1 maximum great perfection. The sharpness attribute has almost doubled, and the sword power has increased by 30%. This gung metal spirit infusion has a very strong effect. If this sword were displayed in the Myriad Realms Mall, it would definitely cause a sensation. There are just too many additional attributes. If I ever run into a cash shortage, I might consider selling a few top-tier swords. Next, we have the fourth feature. Jiang Chen took out a basic fire-type skill book, Fireball. Consume 15 million spirit stones to enhance Heavenly Flame Funeral. Chapter 287, The Role of National Destiny. I'm out of here. Heavenly Flame Funeral is a fire-type legendary skill. Immediately afterwards, skill imprint. The newly enhanced skill book disappeared, and at the same time, the skill Heavenly Flame Funeral appeared in the 5 Elements Temple skill bar. Jiang Chen pointed. Heavenly Flame Funeral. The energy-gathering speed of the 5 Elements Temple is simply incomparable to that of a mortal body. Centered on the energy sphere, terrifying fire energy instantly condensed at an altitude of 10,000 meters, making the air feel somewhat oppressive. The skill was formed in just a few seconds. Immediately afterwards, a rain of fire fell on the earth dozens of kilometers away, and the fire rain seemed to be mixed with the phantom images of mythical beasts such as phoenixes, red dragons, and golden crows. Boom, boom, boom. The target area was instantly transformed into a sea of flames. It took a full half-minute for the flames to gradually dissipate. That area of land, spanning several kilometers, has turned into a glassy color. Hiss! All the powerful figures in the territory gasped in shock. Jaina, in particular, exclaimed, This power is definitely several times stronger than my heavenly flame burial. Jaina is a legendary 9-star hero who possesses the will of fire. This shows just how powerful the skills of the 5 Elements Temple are. Jiang Chen was equally satisfied and exclaimed in admiration. Truly a mythical building. And there's one more thing. The Five Elements Temple's magical attack range far exceeds that of Jaina. As long as the Spirit Stones are available, even if it's not used as an intercontinental ballistic missile, its strike range can easily cover tens of thousands of miles. Certainly, the attack alone cost Jiang Chen 10 million Spirit Stones. This is a money-devouring beast. As for the other functions of the Five Elements Temple, they are all self-explanatory, and there is no need to test them. In the following time, Jiang Chen completed the Five Elements Spirit Infusion on all the upgradable equipment in everyone's hands, such as the Spirit Rhinoceros Sword, the Divine Set, and the Thunder Set, greatly increasing everyone's strength once again. The thousands of pieces of equipment also consumed 7.2 billion Spirit Stones for Jiang Chen. At this point, the more than 20 billion Spirit Stones accumulated before the Legion War were once again depleted. However, you can obtain the Five Elements Divine Temple. Let alone 20 billion. Even 2 trillion would be fiercely contested. Everyone, get ready. We're heading back to the Blue Star region. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's order, Aurora hesitated for a moment, then spoke, a rare occurrence for her. My lord, shall we leave the Five Elements Temple here? Within the Five Elements Temple's boundaries, the growth cycles of many spiritual creatures in the territory, even Enlightenment Tea and the World Tree, can be shortened once again. Jiang Chen knew this was the amplification of Aurora's skills by the Jiawu Qi, but he could only helplessly say, I know, but relocating the temple requires too many Spirit Stones, and we're out of money. Besides, we're already cool enough. If the Five Elements Temple is leaked, who knows how much turmoil it will cause and how much trouble it will get into. The reasons were quite valid, so Aurora could only nod helplessly, and then took the initiative to say, if the territory is short of funds, I can contact Pandora's former subordinates to launch a crowdfunding campaign. I can't guarantee a lot, but 10 billion Spirit Stones shouldn't be difficult. Jiang Chen was stunned by these words. The Elf Queen not only volunteered to be someone's hero, but also brought her own dowry and asked for billions in donations. Jiang Chen instantly felt like he had become a lord who had come to his door. I can't accept this. Fortunately, he was his hero, so there was no need to be too polite. Jiang Chen simply said somewhat shyly, let's start with 10 billion, that's the most, or I'll get mad at you. In fact, the Five Elements Temple is not only effective for heroes like Aurora and Jaina, but also provides a huge boost to all the lords of the Divine Land. Jiang Chen's plan, however, was more conservative. Once we have some spare money and enough strength to protect ourselves, then we can bring the Five Elements Temple into existence. After all, it's a world wonder, too astonishing. Pity. Just 1 minute later, Jiang Chen had to change his mind. A flash of light. Jiang Chen's territory has reappeared in Longyuan Town. Since the Five Elements Heaven world is isolated from the outside world, his first task was to check the major events that had occurred in the Blue Star region during this period. In particular, the development of China. The result was a relief to him. No matter how shameless the Western Alliance and countries like Sakura were, they wouldn't dare attack other states during the Legion War. But when he looked at the Heavenly Tao announcement, he was instantly stunned. The first state capital ranking competition? Building coefficient? Damn it! Isn't this forcing me to relocate the Five Elements Temple to the Divine Continent? The weighted range of the building coefficient is the sum of all lords' territorial buildings and the wild buildings they control within the Shenzhou region. Even including St. Peter's Town, the entire Shenzhou region has only 600,000 lords, which is incomparable to the 30 to 40 million lords in other states. Even though Longyuan Town has many high-level buildings, it cannot make up for the difference in population. The only chance of victory lies in the Five Elements Temple, a wonder of the world. Even without the 500-point bonus to all attributes, the first-place winner in the state capital ranking competition receives 10 points of national fortune and 1,000 luck talismans. Jiang Chen would never give up, especially the fate of the nation. Jiang Chen immediately recalled the conditions for establishing a nation: 100 points of national fortune, a nation-building decree, and 18 books of government officials. There is no limit to the number of states that can be established. In other words, a state can establish its own country if it has 100 points of national fortune. 100 prefectures, each with 1 point of fortune, could unite to establish a nation. Logically, after the Legion War ended, the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom should have collectively obtained 130 points of national fortune, meeting the conditions for establishing a nation. But the influence of national destiny goes beyond this. For example, the third-class bodyguards with swords that Qingyu previously promised Jiang Chen were 5th-rank official positions, costing 1 point of national fortune for every 10 bodyguards. The amplification effect was a 20% increase to all of the Lord's personal attributes. Top-tier official positions, such as the General of the Cavalry in the powerful Han Dynasty, require an even more terrifying amount of national fortune, which is constantly being depleted. Therefore, even the powerful Han Dynasty did not dare to establish such positions permanently. The next level, establishing a domain and becoming emperor, requires an even more terrifying national destiny. Therefore, the fate of a nation is a strategic resource, and there is never too much of it. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen immediately opened the temple interface to check the cost of relocating the 5 Elements Temple to Longyuan Town. But the feedback numbers made his lips twitch. It's understandable, considering they were relocated from the 5 Elements Heaven to the Blue Star region. For cross-regional relocation, Aurora's billions of spirit stones are simply not enough. Money, money, money. Looks like I really have to sell my blood this time. Thinking about money, Jiang Chen naturally thought of Ing Man first. If it weren't for Xian Qin, I wouldn't have made it into the top 10 in the Legion War, and I certainly wouldn't have been able to obtain the World Wonder. Although the Legion War is a battle for everyone, this girl has consumed hundreds of billions of spirit stones, and it seems that she activated the ancestral dragon bloodline, damaging her foundation. Such an outstanding subordinate, it is only right and proper for me, as his leader, to visit and express my appreciation. Jiang Chen muttered a few words under his breath, then said seriously, "It's definitely not about the money." With the Legion battle over, Jiang Chen felt incredibly relaxed and even had the mood to make fun of himself. A few minutes later, Jiang Chen took to the air and flew towards Ing Man's territory. The space in Longyuan County is still under lockdown, and the teleportation array is not yet usable. Jiang Chen rode the clouds at an extremely fast speed, reaching the airspace above Ing Man's territory in less than half an hour. It's never appropriate to visit a patient empty-handed. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was prepared. He flipped his hands over. 2 jars of legendary wine from Zuixinlu instantly appeared in his left hand. In his right hand, he was carrying several strands of dragon tooth rice, which was Ing Man's favorite. Certainly, Jiang Chen's real gift is far more precious than what he has in his hands. To Jiang Chen's surprise, Ing Man's territory was heavily guarded. Hundreds of Iron Eagle warriors circled continuously in the sky. Thousands of battle-hardened armored soldiers stood in neat formation, patrolling tirelessly, completely surrounding Ing Man's territory. That's outrageous. Doesn't this girl need to upgrade her unit? Before Jiang Chen could speak, several squads of Iron Eagle elite soldiers stopped 100 meters in front of him and shouted, "Who goes there?" Jiang Chen was somewhat annoyed, but fortunately, before he could speak, a reprimand came from below. "You must not be disrespectful to the Lord." Immediately afterwards, a figure soared into the sky from the territory below. It was none other than Baizong, Ing Man's second hero. Baizong looked at Jiang Chen, who was dressed like he was visiting relatives during the Chinese New Year, and his expression was somewhat strange. "Your Excellency, what is this?" Facing the ancient sages of humanity, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't be presumptuous. He held up the gift in his hand and smiled, saying, "It's Senior Baizong. Little man is injured, so I've come to visit her." Jiang Chen has repeatedly created miracles, and even Baizong, a senior expert, has developed a sense of admiration for him. But Jiang Chen's arrival was really untimely. Baizong said apologetically, "My lord, our lord is currently in a somewhat inconvenient situation." Inconvenient? Jiang Chen was taken aback and asked with concern, "Is it that serious?" That's truly the case. Although he liked Ing Man's money, after spending so much time together, Jiang Chen had long since come to regard Ing Man as one of his own brothers. Baizong didn't know how to explain for a moment. Fortunately, at that moment, Meng Tian's clear and bright voice came from within the territory. General Baizong, please let Lord Jiang Chen in. Baizong, but Meng Tian's voice continued. It's the master's order. Baizong was stunned for a moment. That's why he didn't notice that Jiang Chen's eyelids twitched violently when he heard the word master. Since Xiaoman is not available right now, I'll come another day. Goodbye. I'm out of here. Chapter 288 First Meeting with the First Emperor. Even after living 2 lives, Jiang Chen felt his hair stand on end. There is probably only one person who can command such respect from Meng Tian and Baizong. No wonder Ing Inman's territory suddenly became more vigilant. It turns out that Ing Zheng came to visit his daughter. Jiang Chen just didn't know which method Ing Zheng used to descend, but he guessed it was probably the descent of his will. He had too many secrets, and dealing with Zhao Gao was difficult enough, so naturally he didn't want to get in touch with Ing Zheng too early. With a thought, Jiang Chen activated the little golden man's ability, and his expression immediately became completely natural. Before he could turn around and leave, Meng Tian's figure had already soared into the sky and flown to his side. Since you're here, Mr. Jiang Chen, why don't you come in and have a seat? Jiang Chen smiled frankly. Since Xiaoman's elders are here, I won't disturb them any longer. We're all on the same side, Meng Tian said with a smile. This gentleman also wanted to thank you in person for taking care of Miss during this time. Jiang Chen felt helpless, but if he refused again, it would seem a bit deliberate. You flatter me, senior. We're just helping each other out. Soon, Jiang Chen landed with Meng Tian and went directly into the Lord's mansion. Ing Iman's mansion was similarly decorated to Jiang Chen's, with a huge reception room on the first floor. Jiang Chen quickly glanced at his surroundings. Ing Iman was lying diagonally on the soft couch, her face still somewhat pale. Upon seeing Jiang Chen, the girl seemed quite happy and said, "Look at you. You came all this way. Why did you bring anything?" Then he pointed to the middle-aged man beside the soft couch, whose gaze was calm, yet imposing. "This is my dad." The body of the first emperor was not something an ordinary person could bear. With this physical appearance, if this person were to take on private jobs, he could probably make countless wealthy women ecstatic. Jiang Chen placed the dragon tooth rice in his hand on the table, then naturally extended his hand and said, "Hello, uncle. I'm Jiang Chen. Xiaoman and I are best buddies. You can just call me Xiao Jiang from now on." This move stunned both Meng Tian and Zhao Gao, who was standing behind Ing Zheng. Ing Zheng was sizing up the young man who was repeatedly setting records on Earth, and he was taken aback when he saw this. Is this a handshake? It seems to be an etiquette that only became popular about 100 years ago. However, Ing Zheng still slowly extended his right hand and gently shook hands with Jiang Chen, trying his best to play the role of an ordinary father. Xiaoman has already told me about the Legion War. First place in individual battles, first place in Legion battles, repeatedly breaking the Blue Star record. Xiao Jiang, you are truly remarkable. Not at all, not at all. Jiang Chen immediately replied. China's current status is also inseparable from Xiaoman's financial power. Ha ha ha. Ing Iman laughed loudly without any regard for her image. I also have a good dad. Ing Zheng looked helplessly at his beloved daughter. It's been so long since I've seen my daughter, and I feel like she's gotten a bit wild. But I'm even happier now. Never mind, let her be. After ascending to the third heaven 100 years from now, as the daughter of the first emperor, she will probably never again have such carefree days. Ing Zheng sighed inwardly. After a brief chat about everyday things, Jiang Chen got straight to the point. This time, Xiaoman's foundation was damaged in order to activate the statue, so I specially brought some tonics with me. Ing Iman asked, is it dragon tooth rice? I still have some. But then her eyes widened. Is this the water of life? But why does it feel so much stronger? Jiang Chen took out bottles of vibrant, lustrous liquid and arranged them in a row on the table. No. Ing Zheng's eyes also showed a different light. This is a life essence that can replenish the source of life and improve one's aptitude. Even in the upper realm, treasures that can improve one's aptitude are quite valuable, and bringing them down to the lower realm requires a great price. For Ing Iman's current condition, the life source essence can be considered a suitable remedy. Ing Iman suddenly realized. I know, It's your newly recruited elf hero, isn't it? Jiang Chen smiled without saying a word. As the former elf queen, it's perfectly reasonable for her to use connections to obtain a few bottles of life essence. Yingzheng immediately replied, "It is indeed very helpful to the girl. My Qin dynasty will not accept favors for nothing. Please feel free to make any request you may have." Ying Man whispered a reminder. "Dad, he lacks nothing, except money." "Money," Yingzheng said thoughtfully. "That's right. I heard that you created your own superior troop type entirely by spending money. You must have acquired quite a few spirit stones these days. I wonder when you'll be able to create your own epic troop type." Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then cautiously said, "It should be soon, if we have enough money." He was just bragging. He now faces enemies everywhere, but if he had the support of Xian Qin, especially financial support, he could indeed gain a lot of time to develop. Sure enough, Yingzheng perked up upon hearing this. Creating your own epic units and then deducing their building structures is an essential skill for every domain lord. "Xiao Jiang, what do you think of Qingyu?" "It's here." Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and said seriously, "The parasites of the nation should be punished by everyone." Yingzheng was very satisfied with this evaluation. "There are some things I can let you know. Do you know why Qingyu?" As Yingzheng explained, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. He finally understood why Qingyu was willing to join forces with Western countries to suppress him in the Legion War. Why would 8 prefectures, which had no connection to the Legion War, resolutely remain with the First Legion? The 300 old area military lords, as well as the historically renowned Iha Prefecture, Taiping Prefecture, and Tianhua Prefecture, were all secretly supported by several domains of Xianqin. Seeing that Jiang Chen understood, Yingzheng continued. "The way Western countries, led by the United States, treat Qingyu is like boiling a frog in lukewarm water. Unfortunately, the Qingyu royal family is short-sighted. I'm afraid that in another 100 years, the Dragon Kingdom will be completely destroyed in the 7th heaven. Your performance in this Legion battle not only surprised the enemy, but also greatly surprised the 3 of us old guys from the domain. The 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom are all prime locations now. I estimate that countries like the Lighthouse and the Sakura are already secretly plotting and will make their move soon." Jiang Chen naturally understood. "Then what do you mean, uncle?" When Yingzheng spoke, it was like a thunderbolt from the blue. "If you have the guts, I can represent the immortal Qin and do everything in my power to help you become the new domain lord of the Dragon Kingdom in the 7th heaven." After speaking, Yingzheng immediately observed Jiang Chen's expression. To his dismay, Jiang Chen looked completely distrustful. "Uncle, can you really represent Xianqin? Are you just making empty promises to me?" Yingzheng raised an eyebrow, almost revealing his identity directly. "I am the first emperor." Ying Man couldn't help but burst into laughter, completely oblivious to the danger. Jiang Chen continued, "How about this? Uncle, show us your skills first." As he spoke, Jiang Chen rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. Yingzheng took a deep breath. "I understand. It's money, right? The price of the life source material exceeds 500 million. Jiang Chen's help was a timely and much-needed gift, and Yingzheng decided to calculate the price directly based on the highest price of 1 billion. Jiang Chen was delighted to have another 10 billion spirit stones in his pocket. The reason he cracked jokes was because he had too many secrets. If he really agrees to Yingzheng's aid, and Yingzheng demands that the immortal Qin settle in Longyuan town, will he agree or not? Not to mention the 5 Elements Temple. Therefore, the current cooperation model is the best. Yingzheng, a man of deep cunning, seemed to see through Jiang Chen's thoughts and asked with a smile, "What are Xinzhou's plans for the upcoming state capital ranking competition?" Jiang Chen was somewhat surprised. "It's just a new district. Why would a big shot like Yingzheng care so much?" But then he suddenly realized. The 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom now have too great an advantage, and Yingzheng will naturally not let go of this opportunity to rise to power. Ying Man, however, said somewhat dejectedly, "What bad luck. It's the construction index. Our country only has less than 600,000 people. This kind of ranking in production categories is a huge disadvantage." Meng Tian said from the side, "I've just calculated that we need at least 3 million more lords, plus the high-quality resources of Xinzhou that far exceed those of ordinary prefectures, just to have a chance of entering the top 10. But if we really open up immigration rights, all our efforts in China over the years will have been in vain. Everyone understands this principle. Only after the founding of the nation can one freely move their territory between state capitals. Currently, moving from one state capital to another designated territory requires the use of a high-level relocation order. Even if the entire planet were to unite as one, it would probably be impossible to raise 1 million high-level relocation orders, let alone 3 million. Therefore, if we want to add 3 million more lords, we can only open up the migration permission and absorb those lords who used ordinary migration orders to migrate randomly. But if that happens, all sorts of monsters and demons will come in. The land that had been so painstakingly purified would once again descend into chaos, even providing an opening for enemy attacks. Jiang Chen suddenly said, "If any descendants of the immortal Qin, the prosperous Tang, or the great Ming wish to develop in Xinzhou, I would naturally welcome them, but opening up immigration permissions is absolutely impossible." With the Five Elements Temple, a world wonder, as a safety net, Jiang Chen was quite confident. However, the others were unaware of the existence of the Five Elements Temple and could only sigh inwardly. Ying seemed unsurprised by Jiang Chen's choice and comforted him. Although China has a small population, with its incredible resources, it might be able to compete for a spot in the top 100. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind words, uncle." Chapter 289 Ying Zheng's Confidence. A storm is brewing. Soon, Jiang Chen got up to say goodbye. After watching Jiang Chen take off, Zhao Gao immediately whispered a suggestion. "Your Majesty, this Jiang Chen is truly ungrateful. Our immortal Qin still has 300 veteran experts in the Divine Continent. I think we should take advantage of Jiang Chen's weakness and seize the Divine Continent directly. After all, after this Legion War, His Highness's prestige is no less than Jiang Chen's." Ying Man also heard it and roared angrily. "How dare you? Cough, cough." She hated Zhao Gao just as much as the Ming siblings hated him. Ying quickly replied, "Don't worry, little girl. We won't lay a hand on Jiang Chen. After all, he's your best buddy. Come on, drink the life essence first." "Hey, you're such a good girl." After feeding his daughter the life essence, Ying glared fiercely at Zhao Gao. But he only glared at her. Although he knew that Zhao Gao was settling a personal score, Ying had indeed had the same thought in his mind just now after Jiang Chen pretended to be stupid. After all, Jiang Chen's Angel Legion had been almost completely wiped out in the Battle of the Myriad Races, so this was an excellent opportunity. However, the thought quickly vanished. After all, their common enemy is the Qingyu. Meanwhile, Ying secretly hoped that Jiang Chen could create another miracle. After comforting Ying Man, Ying smiled. Although Xinzhou was eliminated in this state capital ranking competition, our other state capitals are still capable of competing for first place. Zhao Gao also smiled ingratiatingly. "Your Majesty is wise. Although less than half of the lords of these prefectures remain, 6 times the resources are enough to accelerate their development several times over." Ying nodded. "Pass on my decree to immediately retrieve a batch of architectural blueprints of superior quality from the Imperial Treasury and distribute them." Zhao Gao was shocked, realizing that His Majesty had gone to great lengths to win first place. Then Ying said to Ying Man, "The first place winner not only receives 10 points of national fortune, but also 1,000 lucky charms. If we can get first place, and with some maneuvering, we might be able to create a town comparable to Lonyuan Town. When the time comes, girl, you can go over there and be the town mayor, so you won't have to work for that Jiang Chen brat anymore." Soon, Jiang Chen's decision spread throughout the entire land. Although the lords of Xinzhou were disappointed, they understood. Brother Jiang Chen's decision is right. We can't let those bastards in the West benefit from the resources of our land. The little fox naturally and blindly supports it. Wei Ming was a beat slow. Yeah is right. At worst, we can give up this state ranking competition. Anyway, we already have 10 points of national fortune. Listen to me, everyone. And Shu Xia suddenly said, "I just calculated according to the rules. If everyone focuses on developing their territory and reaches level 15 within 3 months, there is a good chance of entering the top 100. These words immediately lifted everyone's spirits. Even a tiny mosquito is still meat. Being ranked 100th is better than having no ranking at all. Yi Yiren added. Half a day after the Legion War ended, more and more buildings in the wild have been discovered, and there are even native territories. Once these are occupied, they can be counted as building index. Moreover, there are countless resources of superior quality, and our lords simply do not have enough troops to occupy them, so they can only let them go to waste. Everyone was deeply moved upon hearing this. In a typical state capital, a single instance of exceptional quality in the wild could even spark a conflict between two small towns. But now, with its vast land and sparse population, China's exceptional resources are being wasted. Ng Man said confidently. Everyone, let's give it our all and get into the top 100 with less than 1 million lords, and dazzle those bastards. At this moment, Jiang Chen, who had been watching the screen, thought for a moment and posted an announcement on the Shenzhou channel. In this state capital ranking competition, everyone should just do their best and not let it affect the development of combat power, especially for warlords. Because the future of Shenzhou may not be very peaceful. After reaching Town Hall level 13, the vast majority of warlords will choose the fortress direction. If we focus all our efforts on recruiting farmers to mine resources, or even station heavy troops at resource points, it will inevitably lead to a stagnation in our combat capabilities. After all, there's only so much population limit in a territory. At this moment, Yi Yiren suddenly messaged Jiang Chen privately. Boss, I've got some trouble. Explain. Many forces, including the Lighthouse, the Golden Lion, South Korea, and India, have approached me, hoping to enter our land to mine resources and are willing to pay a certain reward for it. Compensation. Jiang Chen was taken aback. What's the standard? Yi Yiren stated a standard, and Jiang Chen sneered. Tell them, 20 times, otherwise forget it. The results came quickly. Malicious attacks against China began to appear in the Blue Star domain channel. Alas, the precious resources of Shenzhou belong to the entire Blue Star. If they were shared, it could enhance the strength of the entire Blue Star. That's right, if I were Jiang Chen, I would definitely share it without hesitation. I've calculated it. With the number of lords in Shenzhou, they simply can't mine that many resources. My God, they'd rather these resources go to waste than use them to improve the strength of Earth. Do they worship Satan? The little fox has a rather sharp tongue. Stop with God. Because of God, your second legion of Blue Star was almost completely wiped out. One sentence nearly made many lords who believed in God and Paradise Mountain spit out blood. Is this creating public opinion in preparation for attacking the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom? Jiang Chen, however, thought of something deeper. China is isolated overseas, so any attempt to attack China must be made by sea. My naval power has stagnated lately. The Ghost Dock is only level 7. I wonder what new features it will develop after level 12. With this in mind, Jiang Chen began to strengthen and upgrade the resources of Dark Dock. Time flies, and 10 days have passed quickly. The spatial blockade has finally ended. Aurora raised 10 billion spirit stones from her former Pandora followers, bringing Jiang Chen's assets back to over 20 billion. Two important messages also came from Xinxin's channels. First, the Western Alliance and the Sakura Kingdom returned the several counties they had previously seized from Qingyu. Qingyu loudly proclaimed that the Western Alliance and the Sakura Kingdom were the true friends of the Dragon Kingdom, and took this opportunity to formally declare the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom as traitors and rebels. But everyone knows that. Over the centuries, the maps that Qing China ceded to these countries are 100 times larger than the ones that have just been returned. In short, it looks like a storm is brewing. The second one is interesting. What? Free will spend a fortune to build a town with 2,000 points of luck. Jiang Chen asked curiously, how much will this cost? Under the conditioning of the life source essence, Ng Inman's face was fair and rosy, exuding a healthy aura. She took a bite of the dragon tooth rice, her fingers spread wide. At least 2 trillion spirit stones, or even more. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. They're really rich and powerful. It was more than he had expected. It's mainly relocation compensation. After Ng Inman's injuries healed, her appetite became astonishing. He quickly devoured a piece of dragon tooth rice, each weighing several pounds, in a few bites, then picked up another piece and explained. Those who can win first place in the county-level ranking competition are basically towns with full populations, that is, towns with 1 million lords. The price of a town with 2 points of luck has already been driven up to over 1 million, which is at least 1 trillion. Plus, the holdouts in the US are terrifying. They demand all sorts of things, like resource compensation fees, emotional distress compensation, a whole bunch of nonsense. 2 trillion probably won't be enough to stop them. Jiang Chen nodded. No wonder Free Will wanted to seize Longyuan County back then. But Free Will is really rich. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh again. Belch. Ng Inman let out a burp, then comfortably squinted her eyes and said, There's another piece of news I need to tell you first. Seeing Ng Inman's solemn expression, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, Is our enemy about to make a move? Ng Inman nodded. At the earliest, half a month, at the latest, a month, the allied forces of Sakura and several other countries will probably arrive at the outer sea of China, and the other 12 states will also face different enemies. As she spoke, Ng Inman unleashed 2 epic level ceiling talismans. Could you sell me 2 of those underwater battleships you had last time? Jiang Chen chuckled. After all that build-up, it turns out this was what he was waiting for. Chapter 290, The Temple of Mages. A crushing victory. Jiang Chen's expression was somewhat strange, because he had just upgraded Dark Dock to level 12 a few days ago. And at level 12, Dark Docks unlocks the Ghost Battleship, including the legendary Heavy Ghost Battleship and the epic Light Ghost Battleship. Prior to this, Dark Dock only had motherships, destroyers, and frigates. While the main guns of a mothership are naturally less powerful than those of a battleship of the same quality, the Ghost Mothership is of legendary quality, which is why it was initially mistaken by outsiders as an epic-class battleship. In the past few days, Jiang Chen has also been working hard to schedule and produce various models of ghosts in preparation for the upcoming battle. If Ng Inman had made this request a few days earlier, Jiang Chen would have been in a real predicament. Wait a minute. Jiang Chen ordered Zizai to seal the ships in the Goblin territory, then casually said, How's your Hydra doing? Don't even mention it. Ng Inman said with a headache. Including those recruited directly and those promoted through the soul of the troop, I have trained 12 legendary Hydras. Their combat capabilities are quite good, especially at sea. But the 9 heads often quarrel over trivial matters, and they can argue for an entire day. Arguing with yourself? That's ridiculous. Jiang Chen also felt this deeply. When the Hydra's lair was destroyed, the boss's 9 heads kept arguing until their death, almost like mental magic. Soon, the Heavenly One returned. Jiang Chen handed 2 models of the Light Ghost Battleship to Ng Inman. The defining characteristic of battleships is their powerful main guns. Heavy battleships are of legendary quality, while light battleships are of epic quality. Battleships produced in Dark Dock also possess characteristics such as Deep Dive and Shield. If Ng Inman didn't only have epic-level sealing talismans, sealing 2 heavy battleships wouldn't be a problem. In any case, for Jiang Chenfang, they are just resources. Seeing Ng Inman's happy expression, Jiang Chen asked curiously, You're not going to launch a surprise attack on the enemy coalition forces, are you? Why not go? Ng Inman asked with great interest. The Ghost Battleship is optically stealthy, and with the Mirage's spatial stealth, the 2 complement each other, making it absolutely impossible to come and go without a trace at sea. In the last battle at the Temple of Destiny, he and Ng Inman each captured a Mirage. However, Jiang Chen still cautioned, Don't be careless. Sakura has learned from past mistakes, so they will definitely be prepared this time. Anyway, I'm just using harassment tactics. Ng Inman patted her chest and said, I'm a naval hero too, with a rank talent, bronze-level battle reputation, and a high combat power ranking. If I can't win, I'll just run away. Jiang Chen nodded. It's good that you know what's going on. Not long after Ng Inman left. Beep beep beep. Jiang Chen glanced at it. It was a message from Inchuxia. After the call connected, and Chu Xiao looked somewhat excited. Jiang Chen, I've discovered a wilderness mage temple. Mage temple. Jiang Chen was taken aback, then raised his voice 8 octaves. A legendary troop building, the mage temple? And Chu Xiao nodded. The guardian monsters are too strong, and there are also level 90 elementalists, so I didn't attack rashly. Jiang Chen was somewhat dazed. The map of China has expanded sixfold, so naturally there are many new maps to explore. Given in Chu Xiao's constitution, it would be a waste not to explore the map. To improve efficiency, Jiang Chen specially sent Long Jiao, who had a close relationship with Chu Xiao, to help. In 10 days, Chu Xiao rode Long Jiao and discovered countless buildings in the wild, including 18 buildings of superior troop type and 2 buildings of epic troop type. The discovery of a legendary troop building was quite an eye-opener for Jiang Chen. I'm coming right now. This sacred temple of the Dharma Masters is located 80,000 kilometers east of Longyuan County. 1 minute later, Jiang Chen arrived at the designated coordinates through the anywhere door, followed by several heroes, goddess warriors, and other types of soldiers. Long Jiao's big head immediately stretched over, carefully rubbing against Jiang Chen while boasting. My lord, I've discovered a legendary troop building. Jiang Chen patted Long Jiao's cheek and said disdainfully, Did you find that out? And Chu Xiao quickly said, We were able to discover so many resources and buildings these past few days, all thanks to Xiao Jiao. Long Jiao immediately beamed. See? Even Sister Chu Xia says so. Jiang Chen ignored the narcissistic dragon and looked directly at the mage temple 10 kilometers away. The temple of the mage is entirely white, covering an area of hundreds of thousands of square meters and nearly 1,000 meters high. It is a typical Gothic-style building. Although it is far less impressive than the Five Elements Temple, it is still a colossal structure. At this moment, squads of mages from various schools were patrolling outside the temple. There were even a few legendary mages radiating a powerful aura. A level 90 elementalist. Jiang Chen had a general understanding of the guardian's strength. And Chu Xiao suggested, Why don't we invite Sister Ying and Yeye to come along? That would give us a better chance of success. Need not. Jiang Chen smiled, then activated his golden battle name and waved his hand. Kill. Yes, my lord. Goddess warriors, 9 heaven saintess, and the angel legion charged forward instantly. Seeing this, Chu Xiao was not to be outdone, and Greeny led dozens of his hill kings to rush forward. This has stirred up trouble among the mages. An old mage wearing a gold-trimmed robe suddenly flew out of the mage's hall, exuding a powerful aura. How dare these insignificant intruders offend the temple? Immediately afterwards, elemental mage, summoning mage, melee mage, arcane mage, curse mage, soul mage. Tens of thousands of monks of various kinds filed out. Legendary hero. I never expected that there would be hero units in this mage temple. Although it was somewhat unexpected, Jiang Chen remained calm and fearless, directly grabbing the divine dragon amber. Break the seal. Elementalist Bellic looked at the intruder before him with a determined expression. Although the enemy appears powerful, our side has a large and superior force. But the next moment, the world was engulfed by dazzling golden light. Bellic stared wide-eyed, incredulous. This is a dragon, a mythical creature called a dragon? In just a few seconds, a colossal golden creature hovered hundreds of meters in the air, surrounded by rising clouds, indifferently watching the enemy before it. How is that possible? We're both human. How can a new lord like you command mythical units? It was also in Chu Xiao's first time seeing the birth of a divine dragon, and her eyes were filled with stars. So cool. The Hill King Grenon's gaze toward Jiang Chen was filled with awe and submission. To everyone's shock, the dragon had already launched its attack. Dragon tail swing. The 100-meter-long dragon tail slammed down, instantly turning hundreds of mages into dust. Even activating shields was of no use. Even without the blessing of divine artifacts or the boost to the combat power of the gods, the level 75 5-clawed golden dragon still has a combat power of 100,000 stars. Bellic, at level 92, only has a combat power of over 60,000 stars. The battle lasted only 1 minute before the elementalist Balak shouted, "We are willing to submit." Jiang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Very good. He didn't go all out to kill them all. After all, he didn't care about these high-level mages, but he could give them to other lords in the Divine Continent. Just like the fairy dragon back then. After Bellic surrendered, a notification from heaven also sounded. Hint: unclaimed wilderness building mage temple detected. Ignore, destroy, occupy? Occupied. Field unit buildings do not occupy territory area. Moreover, any lord can recruit as long as they have authorization, so it doesn't matter who occupies the territory. After occupying the area, Jiang Chen accessed the attributes of the Mage Temple. Chapter 291 New Unit Flamebringer. Ghost Fleet launches attack. Temple of the Mage. Output: Legendary Mage 1/day, Epic Mage 12/day, Excellent Mage 36/day. Selectable types: Elemental, Summoning, Melee, Arcane, Curse, Soul. Inventory: Legendary Mage 12, Epic Mage 36, Excellent Mage 108. Characteristic: all newly added inventory units have a 1% chance to be transformed into hero units. Because it is a field-based unit building, the production of mage temples is not high. The advantage is that anyone can be recruited. Therefore, Jiang Chen did not intend to turn it into blueprints and transform it into territory buildings. What satisfied Jiang Chen the most was not the 1% chance of getting a hero unit, but the ability to choose the type of mage. It's a pity. If this mage temple had spawned on the town map, that would have been amazing. With the added luck, the production would have increased several times over. Jiang Chen sighed. Like the Divine Machine Battalion, all human mages except for melee mages can be considered semi-extreme units. Although human mages have a higher proportion of attributes in terms of spirit and soul, their overall attributes are among the lowest of all units of the same tier. This results in them being able to unleash greater destructive power than angels of the same rank, but having far weaker survivability. Therefore, even with Jaina's leadership, Jiang Chen still looked down on human mages. But now, the situation is somewhat different. Because he possessed the 5 elements Divine Temple, Jiang Chen checked the inventory and then said to Enchuxia, "I happen to be short of ranged units, so I won't be polite." "Don't mention it," Enchuxia said, spreading her hands. "The original agreement was 5 million per person for the King of the Hill, but I haven't paid in a long time." Jiang Chen nodded and began recruiting. Recruit human mage Linda, select elemental path, and choose the class Flamebringer. Recruiting human mage Elena. No matter how much a human mage tries to improve their defense, it's still not that great. Therefore, Jiang Chen simply recruited all the flame messengers, who were known as human turrets, to maximize their output. There might be more surprises. Soon, 6 named female fire mages emerged from the temple, each with stunning looks and voluptuous figures. They came before Jiang Chen and performed a Buddhist ritual. "Greetings, your lordship." No need for such formalities. Jiang Chen eagerly opened the panels of several flame messengers. Ha ha ha, he actually comprehended the will of fire. He chose the single attribute flame messenger instead of the elemental messenger, who was proficient in all elements, and sure enough, he was pleasantly surprised. And the surprise was quite big. If all the flame messengers recruited from the Mage Temple are born with the ability to comprehend the will of flame, and with the addition of the 5 Elements Temple, Jiang Chen wouldn't mind adding another new legion. "Jaina, from now on these are your soldiers." Jaina was overjoyed. Her human mage command had reached rank A, and now she finally had a little brother, little sister. And Enchuxia was also pleasantly surprised. That's the will of flames. However, amidst her surprise, Enchuxia suddenly felt something was off. Why are all the flame messengers recruited by Jiang Chen such beautiful women? She opened the inventory interface of the Mage Temple, glanced at it, and immediately rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen speechlessly. "So you recruited all the beautiful female mages," Jiang Chen said seriously. "As you know, my territory is full of girls. What if I recruit a male mage and he gets into an office romance with one of the girls, affecting his work?" And Enchuxia retorted, "If you say that, then you're saying teamwork makes the dream work." Jiang Chen was taken aback. "Aren't I a man?" And Enchuxia was immediately speechless with anger and could only admire him. "Please take care of yourself, Your Excellency." Next, Jiang Chen continued to act as a hands-off manager, leaving all the inventory, including the surrendered prisoners, to Enchuxia, except for the flame messenger he wanted to recruit. Seeing that Jiang Chen was about to leave, the elementalist Belloc quickly said, "Lord, what about me?" "You." Jiang Chen laughed. "If Chu Xia takes a liking to you, then you should go with Chu Xia." Belloc was somewhat frustrated. He had thought that after surrendering, he could follow this powerful lord who rode a dragon, but who knew that the lord didn't even think much of him. After returning to the territory, Jiang Chen immediately opened the passage to the 5 elements heaven and sent the 6 beautiful flame messengers to the side of the 5 elements temple. With the 5 elements temple, their strength will definitely increase rapidly. Jiang Chen had originally intended to cultivate. After all, a great battle was imminent. The addition of another legendary building to the land of Xinzhou greatly pleased Jiang Chen. "Forget it. One more day won't make a difference in cultivation. I can start tomorrow." He opened the space where Huaqing Pool was located and beckoned to the Empress and the others. "Come on, let's go relax with the master." Half a month later, the management team of Xinzhou is gathered in Jiang Chen's territory for a routine meeting. In recent days, 18 epic unit buildings have been discovered in China. Currently, there are over 40,000 lords in China who possess epic heroes or troop types. Aside from troop buildings, most of these epic hero tokens or troop tokens came from the Sword Heart Secret Realm, with a few obtained from the last Legion War. Besides boss Jiang Chen and sister Qing Shuang, there are probably over 100 other legendary troop types in total. CEO Yi Yiren is giving a work report. Upon hearing Mu Qingxuang's name, apart from a few people like Ying Man, everyone else showed envy in their eyes. A month later, Mu Qingxuang finally gathered enough resources to build the dragon's tomb. You can recruit bone dragons without limit. Although the bone dragon is at the bottom of the legendary units, even the weakest legendary unit is still much stronger than an epic unit. Damn it. Ying Man was listening to the work report with great interest while munching on dragon tooth rice, when she suddenly shouted. And Enchuxia quickly asked with concern, "What's wrong, Sister Ying?" Ying Man said dejectedly, "The ships of the United States are actually equipped with spatial spears. They can pierce through the mirage space. I lost one of my ghost battleships. If I hadn't escaped quickly, Mirage would probably have perished there as well." Jiang Chen smiled as he looked at Ying Man, who was fuming. "A spatial spear? Interesting." Half a month later, the Japanese and Western Allied forces finally assembled and set off from the Japanese mainland map, marching in a mighty force towards the giant island of China, which is isolated overseas. Ying Man did send a fleet to harass them, but she didn't expect to suffer a great loss as soon as they arrived. And at this time, a video caused a sensation on the Blue Star domain channel. The video was posted by Tokugawa Masashige, the governor of Tokugawa province. On the vast, misty sea, a massive fleet stretched as far as the eye could see, riding the wind and waves at breakneck speed. Judging from the video alone, this fleet probably consists of no fewer than 100,000 ships. With such a massive fleet, the sea monsters along the way either fled in terror or became the fleet's energy and materials. Sudden, a spear was fired simultaneously from more than a dozen high-tech warships. The spear glowed with a bluish light and plunged straight into a space several miles away, leaving only a straight spear rope stretching across the void, looking extremely eerie. After 10 seconds of sawing, a 200-meter-long battleship was pulled out of the void. Immediately afterwards, a barrage of artillery fire rained down, and the battleship held out for only a few seconds before being blasted into pieces. "Ha ha!" Tokugawa Masashige suddenly burst into laughter. "You think you can interfere with our Seven Nations alliance by capturing one of my great Sakura Empire's mirages? How naive. Since the Legion War, the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom have remained the focus of the Blue Star region. The news of the multinational alliance's attack on the 13 states is no longer a secret. This is an Eno-class cruiser from the United States, which is said to have the ability to briefly travel through space. A seven-nation alliance? I wonder which 7 nations they are. It seems that the 7 Nations Alliance is well prepared to deal with China this time. If China still displays the same strength as last time, it may truly be doomed this time." Throughout the Blue Star domain, the lords of various countries were engaged in heated discussions. A few are worried, but most are gloating. Ng Man angrily said, "These scoundrels actually filmed it." Jiang Chen comforted her. "People in Sakura love making short videos. Xiaoman, don't be angry." Tokugawa Masashige continued arrogantly. "Humph, our lineup this time is far superior to the last one. Furthermore, we will not accept any prisoners this time. Lords of the Divine Land, obediently wash your necks and await your death." The little fox bared its teeth and said, "The Japanese always say that, but they always end up sending their own people to their deaths." Ng Man calmed down and said, "This time is indeed different. It is said that this time, there is more than one veteran general among the enemy." A general? Everyone was shocked. Jiang Chen knew that the title of General Star here was not just a simple one. Rather, it refers to war-related official positions granted after the establishment of a nation or even a territory, which amplify terror. Furthermore, being able to become a General Star means that one's own strength must be among the best of the old district lords. Such a powerful figure actually risked damaging his strength to descend upon the new server. They're really going all out. Jiang Chen smiled and said, "Xiaoman, you just wait. I'll get revenge for you." Although Ng Man was very happy that Jiang Chen was willing to stand up for her, she still quickly said, "Don't be impulsive. Even the Mirage space can't guarantee safety, let alone your fleet's optical stealth." Jiang Chen simply smiled and offered no explanation. There are differences between mirages. Jiang Chen issued an order. Under Jaina's command, the massive ghost fleet that had been waiting in the open sea was instantly mobilized. Chapter 292 Same tactics, different results. The open sea, 100,000 kilometers away from China. 72 massive vessels, each hundreds of meters long, are rapidly sailing towards their destination in the deep sea, thousands of meters below the surface. The deep sea creatures along the way, even legendary monsters, would immediately flee after taking a glance from afar, not daring to provoke them. The fleet includes 12 ghost motherships, which are significantly larger than level 7 ships. Compared to the mothership, the other 12 giant ships were slightly longer and narrower, with thick armor and spikes. 2 rows of menacing gun barrels extended from each side of the ship, and the main gun at the bow had a caliber of 20 meters. The remaining 48 giant ships were significantly smaller, but they were equally menacing in appearance. These are the 2 types of battleships that Jiang Chen has just built. Heavy Ghost Battleship. Quality, Legendary 1 star. Level, 12. Weapons, Main Cannon Energy Level 6001, Secondary Cannon Energy Level 3100, Shield Energy Level 4500. Armor, 4500. Maximum Speed, 220 knots. Energy, 80,000/80,000. Characteristic, Overload. Increases rate of fire by 50% and power by 50% for 5 minutes. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Feature, it can dive to the deep sea, but requires continuous energy consumption. Feature, the ship enters a stealth state, which requires continuous energy consumption. Looking at the attributes of a battleship alone might not be so intuitive. However, it should be noted that the main gun capacity of a mothership of the same class is only 4,200. Back then, the Ghost mothership could easily destroy the epic warships of the Sakura Kingdom. If we calculate it this way, if the heavy Ghost battleship activates its overload, it can absolutely take down even epic-level battleships with a single shot. These days, the Dark Docks are working day and night to complete the construction of another 60 warships of various types. Meanwhile, aside from necessary consumption, Jiang Chen used all of the more than 20 billion energy he had acquired over the past month on the warship. This barely allowed them to upgrade all their warships to level 12. If Jiang Chen didn't possess the 2 trump cards of a blessed land and the disciples of Tianyin, even an ordinary lord with the Dark Dock wouldn't be able to support such a massive fleet. At this moment, the Ghost one at the forefront of the fleet suddenly disappeared, as if swallowed by an invisible giant mouth. Immediately afterwards, the other giant ships also disappeared one after another. On the sea directly above, a colossal ship, 500 meters long and 200 meters high, exuded terrifying mirage energy, splitting the sea area within a 10-kilometer radius into its own space. Yan Ning stood at the bow of the ship, looking out at the massive seven-nation fleet dozens of kilometers away through the one-way perspective spatial barrier. Splash! The equally massive Ghost One surfaced. Jaina waved. "Sister Yin, we're here. I reckon the Lord is already impatient." Yin didn't waste any words. "Nana, the battlefield command is now in your hands. Once the Mirage forms its own space, it will affect the Mirage's mobility. The larger the divided space, the greater the impact. Therefore, Yin arrived at the battlefield ahead of time with the Mirage, and also to monitor the enemy's movements." Upon hearing this, Jaina's eyes flashed with excitement, and she then issued a series of orders. The Mirage envelopes 72 ghost warships, arranged in a three-dimensional formation from the surface to the deep sea, approaching the seven-nation coalition. Warning: detecting spatial fluctuations. A massive space bubble is approaching our fleet. Based on the volume of the spatial bubble, it is suspected to be a mirage space formed by the combined condensation of multiple mirages. The outer perimeter of the seven-nation coalition fleet. At the same time, frantic alarms blared from all the Eno-class warships. This quickly alarmed the high command of the Seven Nations Alliance. On the deck of a warship only 100 meters long, a banquet has begun, seemingly celebrating a recent victory. Hundreds of scantily clad geishas mingled among the high-ranking officers of the Allied forces, striking seductive poses and creating a scene of debauchery. Just then, the alarm sounded. "What's going on?" Tokugawa Masashige gave a low shout. After understanding the situation, Tokugawa Masashige immediately felt reassured. He then approached a middle-aged man and respectfully said, "Uncle, it's probably just that the Chinese have harbored malicious intentions. There's nothing to worry about." The middle-aged man was resting with his eyes closed, oblivious to the alluring geisha in front of him, and only opened his eyes upon hearing this. Tokugawa Masashige felt a flash of lightning before his eyes, and was terrified. He quickly lowered his head. The middle-aged man is named Tokugawa Taka, the uncle of Tokugawa Masashige, and also the general sent by the United States this time. It was precisely because of this that Tokugawa Masanari was fortunate enough to become the nominal commander of this expeditionary force and seize the credit for conquering China. Tokugawa Taka said calmly, "Another mirage where we were captured by the Dragon Kingdom?" Tokugawa Masashige quickly replied, "Most likely, uncle." "Humph," Tokugawa Taka sneered. "To think that even the mirage has been captured by the Dragon Kingdom is a disgrace to my great Sakura Empire. It's also because Jiang Chen is too powerful," Tokugawa Masashige said with a forced smile. "Moreover, all the Empire's warriors in Shenzhou have already perished." Tokugawa Taka remained noncommittal. "Let's deal with this immediate trouble as soon as possible. Then the fleet should speed up and take over Shenzhou as soon as possible, lest things get complicated." His tone suggested that he didn't take China seriously. This time, they not only brought several times more powerful warriors to the 632nd War Zone, but also assembled the naval elites of several state capitals, not to mention the support from countries such as Lighthouse, Thousand Islands, White Elephant, and South Korea. There are over 1 million warships alone. As long as they successfully reach Shenzhou, even if Jiang Chen's Angel Legion is completely destroyed, it will only cause some trouble. While the two were talking, other high-ranking officials in the coalition also learned of the news. Colonel Finn of the United States, with a geisha in his arms, groped her all over, yet he couldn't resist mocking her. Wasn't the lesson just now enough? Since they brought this upon themselves, let me start a live stream. In the Blue Star domain channel, Lord Fane has started a live stream, Naval Battle live stream. Welcome to watch. In an instant, countless lords poured in. Colonel Finn is absolutely right. Lord Sidini of the Thousand Islands Kingdom chimed in. With your country's Eno-class warships, the Dragon Kingdom's level of stealth is simply a sitting duck. Colonel Fine was very pleased and complimented him. Speaking of which, the Thousand Islands Kingdom attracted 300,000 lords from the Dragon Kingdom to settle there under the pretext of commercial cooperation, and then slaughtered them all within a few days. They are truly a role model for us, Sidini said solemnly. This is also because the people of the Dragon Kingdom broke the rules of trade first, which aroused public anger and brought about their own demise. The high-ranking officials from countries such as White Elephant Country, South Korea, India, and Coconut Country, who were standing nearby, all secretly grumbled upon Sidini's words. They had also heard about that tragedy. Strangely, the massacre did not occur in a war zone, but suddenly took place in the peaceful heart of the Thousand Islands. The reason is quite ridiculous. The Lord of the Thousand Islands Kingdom was lazy by nature, while the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom was diligent and kind. As a result, the Dragon Kingdom's Lord naturally prospered, which aroused the envy of the Thousand Islands Kingdom, leading to his death. At this moment, Fine suddenly said, "It has begun. Everyone please take a look." Everyone looked up and saw that hundreds of Eno-class warships were simultaneously emitting a blue light representing the power of space. Swoosh swoosh. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of spatial spears shot out, covering the mirage space that had been detected amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd. If nothing unexpected happens, soon, several, or even a dozen, warships will be pulled out of the mirage space and then turned into fireworks under the firepower of the Allied forces. For the beautiful sights to come, Colonel Finn gracefully raised his glass. But before he could finish his sentence, a smile vanished from his face, and he abruptly stood up. How is that possible? The spear of space pierced straight through that space, then flew several kilometers away before finally landing in the sea with a series of thuds. It was as if there were no enemies hidden in the space, just a normal sea area. The others were also stunned. Sidani hesitated. Could it be a false alarm? Impossible. Finn first denied, then suddenly realized. The battlefield of 10,000 races is mysterious and unpredictable. Could this be a naturally formed spatial bubble? Everyone was both amused and exasperated. It turned out to be a false alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Detect a huge energy fluctuation. A piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Meanwhile, the space several kilometers away resembled a shattered painting. A glimpse through a tube reveals the ironclad hull and menacing cannon muzzles behind the painting. Defense. Anger shield. Attack. The screams were deafening. The moment the mirage space opened, a terrifying energy cannon was unleashed. Boom boom. An Eno-class warship had already raised its protective shield, but it was instantly pierced by a terrifying beam of light with a diameter of 20 meters. This is an epic warship. This scene left all the Allied lords horrified. That's not all. The sea was boiling. Thousands of beams of energy, varying in size, shot out from beneath the sea surface. Almost every one of them could pierce through a warship. What terrified everyone was, just 1 second after the enemy unleashed their firepower, that space closed up again. If it weren't for the explosions, screams, and shouts coming from all around, they would have thought it was just a hallucination. Sidani muttered, "How can we fight this war?" Chapter 293, A Legendary Mirage. Who's getting too cocky? Lord Fine's live stream has been closed. After quickly shutting down the live stream, Fine looked grim. I originally wanted to show off the Eno-class warships of the United States and maybe gain some followers, but who knew I would make such a big blunder? This is utterly shameful. Although he shut it down in time, the Lord in the live stream still caught the terrifying scene. Why was the live stream turned off? What just happened? I only felt a bright light before my eyes, and then I couldn't see anything. It seems the Seven Nations Alliance was defeated by the Dragon Kingdom. That's not scientific. As far as I know, the Eno-class warships not only have phase detection capabilities, but also specifically counter-space-based stealth capabilities. Back in the 632nd War Zone, the United States of America, with its Eno-class warships carrying a peace messenger, stormed into Chashu province of Japan and instantly razed an entire prefecture to the ground. Isn't anyone surprised that the Dragon Kingdom's firepower is so intense? Many lords who were watching the spectacle flocked to the Blue Star Domain channel to discuss the matter. The lords of the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom cheered loudly. China is awesome. Ha ha, we'll stop the invaders at sea. Some tactical masters also praised it. What an amazing three-dimensional tactic. The spatial division of the Mirage, combined with the deep diving capabilities of the warships, truly maximizes the firepower coverage. Zhuge Lan exclaimed excitedly. I've long heard of an invincible fleet in China, and seeing it today, it's even stronger than the rumors suggest. Among the high-ranking members of the Seven Nations Alliance, the most shocked were the Cherry Blossom Lords, including Tokugawa Masashige. They were not only shocked by the enemy's firepower, but also by the enemy's stealth capabilities. Although the enemy was employing the standard tactic of combining mirages with gunboats. However, the performance of the mirage in front of us is somewhat exaggerated. The Ino-class warship couldn't even penetrate this mirage space. Have you all noticed that the mirage space in front of us opens and closes extremely quickly, without any sense of sluggishness? Furthermore, this enormous mirage space is completely seamless. Even when the space opened and closed just now, there were no traces of splicing. It seems as if a mirage was completed on its own. All these signs made them instantly realize a possibility. An unbelievable possibility. Tokugawa Masashige looked on incredulously. A legendary mirage. Everyone was horrified and shocked. Baka. Tokugawa Taka slammed his fist on the table and stood up, his eyes flashing with a 3-foot-long sword light. The mirage is a treasure left to our great Sakura Empire by His Majesty Emperor Jimmu. Where did the Dragon Kingdom people get a legendary mirage? I don't know either. Tokugawa Masashige said with a bitter face. Uncle, the mirage we captured was definitely only epic level. And as you know, legendary quality warships cannot be brought into the new area. Another Sakura lord from the new district suddenly exclaimed. I understand. Half a month ago, a lord claimed to have seen a mirage tens of thousands of kilometers deep in the ocean. Now it seems that this news is probably true. Tokugawa Taka's gaze was hostile. Are you saying that the people of the Dragon Kingdom hunted down a legendary mirage beast? And upgraded the captured mirage from epic to legendary? Are you kidding me? To upgrade an epic mirage to legendary, a legendary mirage beast core is one of the essential materials. The mirage beast race are extremely rare creatures. Many lords may never even see one in their entire lives. Moreover, the mirage beast possesses incredibly terrifying illusions and spatial invisibility abilities, and its ranking on the list of all races is even higher than that of the human race. Even if it is discovered, it is very difficult to kill. Tokugawa Masashige quickly brought up this topic. It's all the fault of those incompetent guys in the special hire police. How could they overlook such important intelligence? If we had known earlier that Jiang Chen possessed a legendary mirage, we could have requested General Yagu's arrival. He has a team of fairy dragons, who could definitely break through the mirage space in an instant. That's right, Finn echoed. If I had known this earlier, I could have requested headquarters to transfer several of my lighthouse's legendary Ino warships to the Shenzhou battlefield. Then, how could a legendary mirage be allowed to be so arrogant? Just then, warning, massive energy fluctuation detected. The frantic alarm was sounded again. Here we go again. Tokugawa Masashige let out a strange cry. Raise all shields. All warships, perform free evasive maneuvers in AZ shape. And another thing, fight back. Boom boom. The mirage space opened wide again, and thousands more beams of energy shot out. Although the Seven-Nation Coalition was prepared this time, thousands of warships were still breached, producing thunderous explosions. In particular, those dozen or so 20-meter-thick energy cannons could not withstand even the shielded epic warships. The Allied fleet reacted quickly, with many rapid-fire cannons launching a counterattack the instant the mirage space opened. Pity. After the Ghost fleet completed its salvo, the mirage space closed instantly, in just 1 second. The combined fire of the Seven Nations nearly evaporated that area of the sea, creating towering waves, but it failed to pose any threat to the mirage space, wasting the ship's energy in vain. This made all the high-ranking officers of the coalition look grim. They had planned everything meticulously, but they never expected that the Dragon Kingdom would actually upgrade the mirage to the legendary level. And, judging from the firepower of the Dragon Kingdom, the enemy probably has dozens, if not hundreds, of epic-class battleships. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly popped up in the Blue Star Domain channel. Humans are indeed forgetful creatures. In just a few months, have you all forgotten about China, the overlord of the ocean? Ocean Overlord was the name given to Jiang Chen by everyone after the battle at the Temple of Destiny. The Seven-Nation Coalition, having crossed the sea, could not possibly ignore Jiang Chen's naval power. In fact, in order to deal with the elusive Xinzhou fleet, they prepared a massive amount of fish, depth charges, and a large number of submarines. Even after setting sail, they maintained a tight formation, fearing that they would be defeated one by one. But who could have imagined that the strength of Xinzhou's fleet far exceeded their expectations? With the aid of a legendary mirage, the threat has increased tenfold. Jiang Chen, Tokugawa Masashige gritted his teeth. Don't get carried away. We have 1,000,000 warships. Hee, your fleet is still 100,000 kilometers away from Xinzhou, isn't it? Jiang Chen didn't refute, but just laughed. I'm very curious to know how many of these 1,000,000 warships will be left before you reach Xinzhou. Frustrated, Tokugawa Masashige shouted the order. All warships should be dispersed, with a distance of more than 1 kilometer between them. Once the mirage targets them, they should be abandoned immediately. This is a last resort. Since being attacked is unavoidable, this is the only way to minimize the losses. The coalition warships scattered instantly. Yeah, with my ghost fleet spying on you from the sidelines, you still dare to divide your forces? You're courting death. Within the mirage space, Jaina took in the entire scene and chuckled softly. The mirage will temporarily compress the mirage space and follow the main force of the Seven-Nation Alliance. The Ghost Fleet has split into 12 groups to attack the enemy fleet from underwater. Each group will be assigned a Crystal Maiden to provide real-time location information at sea. As orders were issued one after another, the Mirage contracts. The Ghost Fleet reappeared in the waters 1,000 meters deep, forming a squadron of 1 mothership, 1 heavy battleship, and 4 light battleships, and scattered in all directions. This scene was quickly detected by the sonar system of the Seven-Nation Alliance. The enemy fleet has finally appeared. Tokugawa Masashige was overjoyed. All submarines, launch an attack and sink these dozens of warships. Humph, I couldn't do anything to you hiding in the mirage space, but you actually dare to come out? Tokugawa Masashige's eyes were full of anticipation. But what happened next in the battle left him dumbfounded. Chapter 294 First, Destroy the 1,000 Islands. A terrifying harvest. Although the Seven Nations Alliance did not have many deep-sea-capable ships, it still numbered in the thousands, giving it an absolute numerical advantage. However, shortly after the battle began, Tokugawa Masashige sadly discovered that his submarines were being crushed by the terrifying Chinese fleet in terms of speed, range, armor, shields, and even collisions. 1,000 meters apart, the main guns of the Dragon Kingdom fleet had already opened fire, and they can often penetrate more than one of their own submarines. This is underwater. Seawater has a strong attenuation effect on energy-based weapons. Meanwhile, the torpedoes launched by their own side were easily intercepted by the secondary guns of the Chinese warships. From the sea, within a radius of tens of kilometers, huge splashes of water were constantly rising, each splash representing the sinking of one of their own submarines. Moreover, the massive mothership of the Dragon Kingdom also released a series of fighter jets. Each fighter jet possesses combat capabilities comparable to one of our own elite-class submarines, and they are incredibly fast, like ghosts. Soon, as Tokugawa Masashige watched the images continuously transmitted from the deep sea, he finally had to admit a fact, and said in a hoarse voice, "Legendary battleships, and even legendary motherships." If the 20-meter caliber of the energy cannon had only made him suspicious, now he was 100% certain. Jiang Chen possesses a legendary fleet, and a fully fledged legendary fleet at that. This news shocked everyone. 1,000 points of town luck isn't enough to generate enough resource points to build a legendary building. Finn roared. So a legendary shipyard must have appeared in Xinzhou. That must be it. Otherwise Jiang Chen alone wouldn't be able to support so many high-level warships. His tone was full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. In their fleet of millions, there are only 4 legendary-class warships. Lee Sung-wook, the representative of the Lee family from South Korea, shouted. First there was the Dwarf Royal Palace, then the Sword Heart Secret Realm, and now there's a legendary shipyard. What kind of incredible luck has China had? Sidani shouted. No matter the cost, we must take over Shinjo and occupy this shipyard. Otherwise, within a year, this sea area will belong to Shinjo. Sudden, Tokugawa Masashige said, with such intense fighting, it said that the warships consume a massive amount of mid-grade or higher spirit stones every minute. How long can Shinjo hold out? These words were spoken. Everyone's eyes lit up. The only thing a lord can carry in his space, without limit, is ordinary spirit stones. Even if there are 1 trillion of them, they will only be displayed as a string of numbers on the lord's panel. As for spirit stones of medium grade or higher, and even attribute spirit stones, they are subject to quantity restrictions, just like items. With so many legendary and epic warships in China, the consumption must be terrifying. If they only have the limited energy that they can recover naturally, the threat to their million warships is greatly reduced. At this moment, Tokugawa Taka waved his hand lightly. The ship beneath them, only 100 meters long, slowly rose into the air until it stabilized at a height of 1,000 meters. It was only through the sacrifice of a massive amount of resources that he was able to bring the legendary warship that descended to the mortal realm. Not only is its speed strange, but it also has the ability to fly. It seems so. This general also became wary of the Divine Land legendary fleet and actually hid in the sky. The underwater battle ended quickly. Of the thousands of submarines, less than 1,000 remained, and they fled to the submerged layer. Jaina completely ignored this. Disperse your squads and clear out the Thousand Islands fleet first. Based on the message sent back by the Crystal Maiden, the 12 small fleets began a one-sided cleanup. The Allied fleet has already dispersed, and even with depth charges and torpedoes, it poses no threat to the ghost fleet beneath the deep sea. Dark beams of energy cannon light rose continuously from the sea surface. Each or several beams of energy cannon light represented the sinking of a warship from the Thousand Islands nation. CD was anxious and said indignantly in the Blue Star domain channel, "Our allied fleet comprises 7 nations, yet why is your Shinjo fleet relentlessly pursuing our Kuriel Islands? We're just here for the fun. The main force is from Japan." Tokugawa Masaaki, who was standing to the side, said angrily, "Saitini-kun, what do you mean by this?" Jiang Chen did not need to reply on the Blue Star channel. The lords of the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom were all delighted. Ha ha ha, it's better to break 1 finger than to injure all 10. Well done, boss Jiang Chen. This is what happens when you're a dog for Japan and the United States. That's right. This kind of sycophant who bullies others is more hateful than the main character. Consider this the interest from the 300,000 compatriots of the Dragon Kingdom back then. And then there's the Coconut Country. Damn, back when our Dragon Kingdom was at its strongest, they fawned over us and received many favors from us. But after the Lighthouse Country rose to power, they immediately sided with it. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen actually replied, "Arrange it. After annihilating the Kuriel Kingdom's fleet, the next target will be the Coconut Kingdom." CDM's face turned green. Where was his arrogance from just moments before? Annihilate them all. In other words, regardless of the outcome of this 7-nation coalition's invasion of China, their Thousand Islands nation will be completely annihilated. The coconut fruit leader standing to the side also looked quite unhappy. The lords of Shinjo who had participated in the battle for the state capitals felt a strange sense of familiarity. Isn't this just the fleet version of the death list? Jiang is really good at this. Jiang Chen's territory. Hint. Your heavy ghost battleship destroyed the Inno battleship, gaining 9 million energy, 200 voidwood, 200 Mani alloy, and 1 Inno battleship epic. Hint. Haha. Upon seeing the prompt, Jiang Chen burst into laughter. A single salvo generated billions of units of energy for him. Based on this calculation, the 20 billion energy required to build the Ghost Fleet will be recouped after just a few rounds, allowing for the rapid expansion of the Angel Legion, Mage Legion, and Celestial Sound Legion. The item rewards are incredibly generous. They even directly revealed an Inno warship. If it is upgraded to legendary quality, it will be a great help, at least in the future. Dealing with the mirages of the Sakura Kingdom will be much easier. What a terrifying find. Not only was Jiang Chen happy, but everyone else also burst into cheers. At the current rate, the seven-nation coalition would probably have landed on China in less than a month, triggering the most devastating war in history. But Jiang Chen brought another surprise. Man grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and said excitedly, "How about we deal with those wretched Ino warships first? Then I can join the battle too." She was unaware of the existence of the Ino-class warships, which caught her off guard. Now she is preoccupied with figuring out how to get revenge. Jiang Chen shook his head and said, "The Ino-class warship can not only detect spatial anomalies, but also possesses a brief phase power and is extremely fast. Now that we are prepared, as long as we take cover in advance, it will be very difficult to sink it." Man thought about it and realized it made sense, and immediately felt a little regretful. And Xia suddenly said with concern, "Jiang Chen, you've probably used all the energy you've accumulated these past few days to upgrade this invincible fleet. I wonder when the Angel Legion will be able to recover." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Only the little fox laughed until her eyes disappeared. "Sisterin, have you forgotten the 1,000,000 warships of the Seven-Nation Alliance at sea?" And Xia slapped her forehead. Yes. For Jiang Chen, the Seven Nations Alliance was a source of power delivered right to his doorstep. Jiang Chen laughed and said, "Xiao Man made a fortune in the Legion War, so I'll reap some rewards this time too." Although Man suffered huge losses in the Legion battle, the benefits were equally terrifying. The 5 elements killing array brought her hundreds of billions of energy, instantly increasing her epic main battle force to over 1,500. The little fox continued, "I guess the Seven Kingdoms Alliance probably thinks this invincible fleet belongs to several lords of our divine continent. Let's not make a fuss and let Brother Jiang Chen secretly restore his fighting strength." Man pinched the little fox's cheek. Ye's little brain works so fast. In less than a month, Jiang Chen's angel army will be back to normal, or even better than before. Everyone nodded in agreement. Immediately afterwards, Man turned to look at Jiang Chen. Maintaining such a large fleet must consume a lot of mid-grade and above spirit stones. Jiang Chen was about to speak when Man began to speak on her own. "Our Lord of Xianxin has brought a lot of mid-grade spirit stones from the main world these days. Anyway, I don't need them for the time being, so I'll transfer them to you. Note, Lord Man has mailed you 1,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones through the exchange." Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then didn't stand on ceremony. "I definitely need it, so I won't be polite. It takes 800 mid-grade spirit stones to fully replenish the energy of just one heavy battleship. In the main world, the exchange ratio between mid-grade spirit stones and ordinary spirit stones is approximately 1 to 100. The price is indeed not high. However, in the new district, spirit stones of medium grade or higher are rare. The spirit stones needed for Jiang Chen's ghost fleet were all obtained through his own enhancement efforts. Of course, he was enhancing high-grade spirit stones, or even top-grade spirit stones, which had a lower cost-performance ratio. If he were to enhance all the mid-grade spirit stones, he would be exhausted. After the meeting, everyone took their leave. As Jiang Chen watched the little fox hopping and skipping away, the smile on his face slowly faded. Chapter 295 Anticipation. Breakthrough in Profound Skill. The Thousand Islands Kingdom begs for mercy. The Ghost Fleet has revealed another trump card. Jiang Chen sighed. Since China became a thorn in the side of Qingyu, Sakura, and Western countries, wars have been fought one after another. Although Jiang Chen had tried to keep a low profile, and the Strategic Deception Bureau had been constantly covering for him, his true intentions were still being exposed. Fortunately, the enemy spy lords within China have been largely eliminated. Even if a few remain hidden deep within, the teleportation arrays have limited capacity. Any enemy that wants to launch a large-scale attack on China can only organize a fleet and cross the vast saltwater ocean. Take this instance as an example. If the Seven-Nation Coalition were to successfully land on China, it would be a catastrophe. Even if Jiang Chen immediately moved back to the Five Elements Divine Palace and revealed all his trump cards, he couldn't guarantee a sure victory. Therefore, exposing the Ghost Fleet and keeping the enemy at bay in the open sea is the best option. But the enemy will eventually possess a legendary fleet, and next time they will inevitably bring means to counter the legendary mirage. Relying solely on my own strength is ultimately insufficient. Although Chu Xia and Yu Yu's combat strength is no weaker than that of ordinary divine children, it's still not enough. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen took a step out and entered the enlightenment space. Aurora happened to be there as well, diligently channeling streams of green energy into the enlightenment tea tree, the A-rank farming skill, heavenly grade land reclamation technique. At this time, the enlightenment tea tree had reached a height of 5 meters, and its branches faintly emitted a precious light. With Jiang Chen's eyesight, he could even vaguely see the intricate runes flashing. Jiang Chen didn't disturb her. After Aurora finished her work, he smiled and asked, "I wonder how much longer it will take for me to drink the enlightenment tea." After a moment's thought, Aurora said cautiously, "This is also the first time I've taken care of a mythical creature other than the Tree of Life. Judging from the life state of this enlightenment tea tree, it will bloom and bear fruit in a month at the earliest, and at the latest, it will take another month. Of course, I'm referring to the external time frame. As expected of a legendary 9-star hero skilled in planting, his timing was much more accurate than what Farmer 1 had given him. With the addition of superior dragon veins, planting pits, and Aurora's heavenly grade land reclamation technique, the growth cycle of the enlightenment tea tree has been shortened from more than a year to less than half a year. It was just about right around the time of the state capital ranking competition. When the 5 Elements Temple descends, who knows how much of a shock it will cause, how many wolves and tigers it will attract, or even alien legions. Jiang Chen was still full of expectations for the effects of the enlightenment tea tree. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen said, "Aurora, the enlightenment tea is very important. I'll have to work hard from now on. Don't be stingy with the water of life, or even the essence of life." As he spoke, he took out hundreds of bottles of water of life and 10 bottles of essence of life. Seeing this, Aurora pursed her lips and reminded her, "My lord, the tree of life is also very important. You can't favor one over the other." Jiang Chen was taken aback. He couldn't believe someone could be jealous of that. All right, they're all children. I'll go check on the tree of life now." Aurora finally smiled and took a step forward with Jiang Chen, but she soon regretted it. The ancient tree of life is also growing well, reaching a height of 30 meters, with its lush branches and leaves completely covering the spring of life below. But the older the Wudao tea tree, the stronger the tea leaves it produces. There is no concept of an adult tree. The tree of life, on the other hand, matures in one go and can then recruit all types of elven units, from elite to legendary. Its maturation period is naturally much longer. It's unlikely it can offer Jiang Chen any significant assistance within the next few years. However, looking at the thriving ancient tree of life, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, "Aurora, I've heard that branches from the tree of life can be made into staffs, and they're very valuable. The ghost fleet consumes a massive amount of spirit stones every second." Jiang Chen's first thought when he sees something is whether it can be sold for money. Aurora was taken aback, then flashed forward and stood in front of the tree of life, saying nervously, "My lord, you mustn't lay a finger on the ancient tree." Jiang Chen quickly explained, "Aurora, don't be nervous. I'm just asking about the market." "Market conditions?" Aurora became even more nervous. Jiang Chen felt a little uncomfortable under that suspicious gaze. "Aurora, you go ahead with your work. I'm going to cultivate too." But in his heart, he was plotting when Aurora wouldn't be looking and he'd secretly break off a few. There are so many anyway. I'm sure the fairies of Florence will be willing to pay a high price. The approaching 7-nation coalition forces also made Jiang Chen feel a sense of urgency. So for the time to come, Jiang Chen devoted most of his energy to cultivation and strengthening high-grade spirit stones. 3 days later, Jiang Chen, who was sitting cross-legged under the enlightenment tea tree, suddenly opened his eyes, a look of confusion flashing in them. He rubbed his rumbling stomach. "I actually had an epiphany. Jiang Chen's comprehension in cultivation is quite average. Whenever he tries to cultivate, he either falls asleep or gets distracted. It's difficult for him to even enter a state of flow, let alone the highest level of flow, sudden enlightenment. The enlightenment tea tree is truly amazing. This made Jiang Chen even more excited about the upcoming martial arts tea. Sudden, click. A crisp sound rang out inside his body, as if some acupoint had been opened instantly, and terrifying power began to grow within him. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen let out a muffled groan. His pores opened up, and pale golden blood and chi surged and flowed, washing over every cell in his body. Caught off guard, Jiang Chen winced in pain. Damn, the first time it didn't hurt this much. It took a full 10 minutes for the golden blood and energy to enter Jiang Chen's body and return to calm. Call. Jiang Chen let out a breath, recalling the description in the introduction of the 8-9 arcane arts that only those with great perseverance, great wisdom, and great fortune can master it, and couldn't help but feel lingering fear. I miscalculated. Before advancing next time, I must find some spiritual items to relieve the pain. With the time flow rate 50 times faster in the enlightenment space, Jiang Chen's 8-9 arcane technique finally advanced again, reaching minor success, thanks to his months of diligent cultivation. After downing 2 bottles of life essence, Jiang Chen immediately looked at his latest base stats. Jiang Chen. Level, 75. Attributes, Physique, 33082 plus 12,000. Spiritual Power, 31528. Divine Soul, 25123 plus 4,000. Capacity, 16380. Technique, 8-9 Arcane Arts. Upper Part Minor Success Level A. Skills, Origin Divine Fist Mastery Rank A. Cloud Riding Proficient Rank A. Cup of Wine Beginner Rank A. 7 Stars of Fate Beginner Rank A. Valley God Proficient Rank A. Qualification, A. Combat Power Rating, 30528 star. As expected of a half-mythical cultivation technique, the amplification attributes are so powerful. Not to mention the Heavenly Sound Pavilion's ethereal technique. Even Yan's divine body is inferior. Looking at the increased attributes, Jiang Chen smiled. If Jiang Chen were to upgrade his equipment to level 75 legendary gear, his combat power would instantly exceed 40,000 stars, and his main attribute, physique, could even exceed 60,000 stars. This combat power is already enough to easily kill a level 90 legendary 1-star monster. Certainly, the fact that his attributes have far surpassed those of ordinary A-level lords is thanks to the divine skill Valley God, which can infinitely increase attributes. After adapting to the surge in power, Jiang Chen did not rush to seek revenge against Yan, but instead first investigated the situation on the overseas battlefield. 3 days. The Seven-Nation Coalition had marched more than 10,000 kilometers and was still less than 90,000 kilometers away from China. Because the Allied fleet had already dispersed, the head and tail were thousands of kilometers apart. The Ghost Fleet could no longer sink thousands of warships and gain billions of energy in a single strike, just as it did at the beginning. However, in just 3 days, Jiang Chen also gained 30 billion energy. Ying Yinman also led her epic fleet to plunder, and it is said that she reaped considerable profits. Beep beep beep. A message notification suddenly sounded. Someone tagged me in the Blue Star domain channel. Jiang Chen opened the Blue Star domain channel. Wah, Sidani suddenly popped up, pleading, "Is Jiang Chen there? We've reached the Chinese server level. We'll immediately withdraw from the alliance and never invade China again. Please let us go." Jiang Chen smiled. With the archipelago nation setting an example, things will be much easier from here on out. Chapter 296 Profiting from War. Mythical creatures appear. Baka. Before Jiang Chen could speak, Tokugawa Masashige roared. Nishini-san, no wonder you insisted on leaving the command ship and refused my private chat request. So you were already planning to betray the Allied forces. CDNI also unleashed his pent-up anger after several days. You son of a bitch. So it wasn't your Japanese fleet that was injured. Our Thousand Islands nation deployed over 70,000 elite ships this time, and now we've lost more than half of them. Even if Lord Tokugawa Taka's legendary warships were no match for the invincible fleet of Shinjo, they could still serve as a deterrent. Yet he flew into the air and watched helplessly as Jiang Chen slaughtered our Thousand Islands fleet. The leader of the Coconut Kingdom, Carino, hurriedly advised, "Why don't you hold on a little longer, Your Excellency Sidani? The Shinjo fleet's energy may be running out soon. You make that sound so easy. Sadani, his eyes red, roared. You persuaded me to stay because Jiang Chen's next target is your coconut country, right? I hope your coconut kingdom can hold on a bit longer. Upon seeing this, the lords of the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom were delighted. Ha ha, the dogs are fighting. Dozens of warships forced 1,000,000 warships to flee in terror. China is awesome. Boss Jiang Chen is awesome. We can't just let them go like this. They have to pay the price. Yerikosu suddenly popped up. Rebels of Wulong Prefecture and Linyuan Prefecture, the strongmen of my Qingyu Old District have arrived one after another. You should worry about yourselves instead. What kind of troops have descended? Zhang Fengxue sarcastically remarked. Could it be the 8 Banners Army, a downgraded unit? Zhuge Lan remained unfazed. If you want war, then let's fight. Why all the nonsense? Bai Haoran, the prefect of Qiyun Prefecture, sneered. Do you think you're the only ones with strong veterans from the old districts? Kusu snorted coldly and said no more. In order to protect the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom, a land of auspicious geomancy, the 3 domains of Immortal Qin and others have completely broken ties with the Qing domain. Now let's see who's more determined in the first encounter. Certainly. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, the Dragon Kingdom, including the Old District, will suffer a severe blow. Originally, neither the 3 realms of Immortal Qin nor the Qing realm wanted a civil war to break out so soon. But who could have imagined that Jiang Chen and Yin Man, working together, would actually win first place in the 10,000 Races Legion battle? If Qingyu doesn't take action now, in a few years, the new district will completely become the domain of the 13 states of the Dragon Kingdom, posing a far greater threat than the states of Iha, Taiping, and Tianhua back then. At this moment, Jiang Chen suddenly said, "A month ago, our divine land was invaded. When one place is in trouble, help comes from all sides. Now it is only right to return the favor. If any brother prefecture can't hold on, just say the word." Zhuge Lan immediately said, "The enemies in Shinjo far outnumber us, so Boss Jiang doesn't need to worry about us." Jiang Chen laughed and said, "Don't worry, China has natural geographical advantages. The fleets of the 7 nations may not be able to reach China." After saying that, Jiang Chen said to Sadani, "You think you can just run away because you can't win? Do you think it's that easy? Have you forgotten that I said I would annihilate all of the Kuriel Islands' warships? Since we've started fighting, we should make sure to inflict a heavy blow on the 1,000 Islands, as a warning to others." CD and I exclaimed in shock and anger. "We've already withdrawn. Why is Boss Jiang Chen being so aggressive? How about this? Let's play a game." Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then smiled. If a warship can escape from the current coordinates and is tens of thousands of kilometers away, I will stop pursuing them. Sadani felt frustrated and wanted to be tough, but between fighting to the bitter end and certain annihilation and fleeing for a sliver of hope, he wisely chose the latter. According to the Crystal Maiden's intelligence, the remaining 30,000 plus warships of the 1,000 Islands Kingdom were running at full speed, racing towards their doom. Seeing this, Jiang Chen ordered, "Nana, 4 squads will pursue the 1,000 Islands Nation, and the other 8 squads will begin clearing out the Coconut Nation fleet." Jaina, "Yes, my lord." Soon. Then, an exclamation came from the Blue Star domain channel from Carino, the leader of the Coconut Kingdom. "Jiang Chen boss, why are you in such a hurry to attack our Coconut Country? Hurry up and hunt down the 1,000 Islands Country's fleet. Our Coconut Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom have always been like brothers, unlike the 1,000 Islands Kingdom, which slaughters Dragon Kingdom people at the drop of a hat." Kirino shifted the blame, infuriating Saidin. "Kirino, I'm not finished with you. Who would have thought that just 3 days ago, the two were drinking and chatting on Tokugawa Taka's flagship, arms around each other? Kirino, is it? I'll give you a chance to." Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Withdraw from the 7 Nations Alliance within a day, pay 5 billion spirit stones in war reparations, and then go back to where you came from. We'll still be brothers." Tokugawa Masashide shouted. "Lord Kirino, don't be afraid. Jiang Chen's spirit stones won't last much longer. He's just bluffing." CD sneered. "That's right, Kirino. Isn't that what you just said? Just hold on a little longer, and victory might be just around the corner. Hirino really wanted to slap himself. The slap in the face came so quickly. Jiang Chen gave them a day, but he didn't say anything about a truce. In just half a day, the Coconut Kingdom lost thousands of warships. Hirino couldn't hold on any longer. Boss Jiang Chen, please stop fighting. I'll pay the money right now and withdraw from the coalition. Although 5 billion spirit stones is a huge sum, when divided among the lords present, it amounts to only a few 100,000, which they can manage if they grit their teeth. Note: Lord Girinor has mailed you 5 billion spirit stones via the exchange. Of course, take care. Looking at the spirit stones that had come in, Jiang Chen immediately beamed with joy. Next up, let's go to South Korea. South Korea is an old friend too. Same rules. Hand over 5 billion spirit stones, then get lost, and I can drop the pursuit. This is even faster. Just a few minutes later, Lee Young-hyun, the leader of South Korea, spoke weakly. Boss Jiang Chen, my sister Lee Junai was also a lord of Shinjo back in the day, so she's an old friend of yours. Could you give me a discount? You want a discount? Upon hearing Lee Junai's name, Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. Then let's do a 20% discount, 10 billion spirit stones. If you take a penny less, I'll chase you all the way to the heart of your South Korean country. Lee Young-hyun almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You can't do this, Jiang Chen said calmly. Is this your way of rejecting me? While they were talking, 100 South Korean warships had already been sunk. Lee Young-hyun's heart was bleeding, and she quickly said, Stop right now, I'll give it to you. With the examples of the Thousand Islands and the Coconut Country, Lee Young-hyun no longer believed the nonsense about China running out of energy. Even if we're really running out of energy, we can't use our precious fleet to deplete Jiang Chen's energy. Since he wasn't planning to resist any longer, he decided to be straightforward and avoid Jiang Chen raising the price further. Another 10 billion spirit stones were at stake, and Jiang Chen was in an excellent mood. He hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Before he could continue calling out names, the fleet leaders from White Elephant Kingdom and India eagerly spoke up. Boss Jiang Chen, we're withdrawing from the coalition right now. That's right, we're withdrawing voluntarily, which is considered surrender, not capture. Could you reduce the amount we have to pay? In fact, this was just a military exercise by my White Elephant Kingdom, and it was not detrimental to China. We Indians are here for vacation. Jiang Chen chuckled, then thought for a moment, and said, Surrender and lose half. Each person pays 2.5 billion, and all past transgressions will be forgiven. These two countries are sensible, which will save Jiang Chen a lot of trouble, allowing him to concentrate on dealing with Japan and the United States, his two major enemies. You bastards! Tokugawa Masashige was furious. Are you here to conquer China, or to deliver money to Jiang Chen? The lords in the Blue Star Domain Channel were all stunned by the sudden and unexpected turn of events. Holy crap! This is possible. That's incredible. They forced 5 countries to retreat with ease and made a fortune from the war. The 7-nation coalition has gone to 5 of them at once. And the fleet is still 90,000 kilometers away from China. You make money way too easily. Even Yin Man was envious. I have to beg and plead to get money from my dad. Although there are 5 countries, Kuriel Islands, Coconut Islands, White Elephant Islands, Nambang Islands, and India, they mainly came to take advantage of the chaos, and their fleet only numbers less than 400,000. The quality is generally not as good as that of Japan and the United States. The remaining 600,000 strong fleets of the Lighthouse Nation and the Sakura Nation are the main event. Certainly, as one of the lords just mentioned, the fleet is still 90,000 kilometers away from China, so there is still plenty of time. Just as Jiang Chen was rubbing his chin, pondering how to deal with the remaining powerful enemy, the anxious voice of the fairy dragon leader, Paris, came from behind him. My lord, a powerful enemy has appeared in the Abyss Gate, and I need your support. Jiang Chen was taken aback at first, then his eyes lit up. Paris has been guarding the Abyss Gate for 2 months, and she never left even during the previous battle of the Myriad Races Prodigies Legion. Because the Abyss Gate has a level restriction. In the past 2 months, Paris has easily killed all kinds of abyssal creatures. But now, at the same level, The only thing that could make the legendary 9-star fairy dragon feel troubled and request help instantly made Jiang Chen think of a possibility. Mythical level abyssal creature. Chapter 297 World Projection. The Eye of Judgment. Broken Horn. Having received the same conclusion from Paris, Jiang Chen dared not be negligent. Empress, Yin, Aurora, Hani, Fairy Dragon. Jiang Chen appointed generals through the Lord's heart. Assemble within the territory immediately. Even Yin, who was stationed overseas, was temporarily recalled by Jiang Chen. Soon, Jiang Chen then spotted the Abyss Demon from afar. Although it was tough memorizing the monster encyclopedia day and night for 3 years of high school, it all seems worthwhile now. Jiang Chen quickly identified the species of the demon in front of him. The demon before them was only a dozen meters tall, with 2 horns on its head, a slightly slender figure, and wearing a black robe. It was shrouded in a thick demonic aura. A bronze-colored ancient book, 4 meters long and 3 meters wide, floated in front of him, radiating powerful energy fluctuations. This is the demon judge, thank goodness. Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that a mythical great demon who had mastered the laws of space would suddenly appear. Along with the demon judge, dozens of legendary demons of various forms appeared, as well as thousands of epic and superior demons, and demons continued to pour out of the Abyss Gate. The gates of the Abyss finally revealed their sinister nature. This attack alone would have severely damaged any state outside of China. The demon judge? Yan's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. Is he very strong? Although Yan is a technological angel, she also follows the order of justice and still has an innate aversion to demons, which are creatures of the evil faction. As a semi-divine magic-based unit, the demon judge is indeed very strong. Jiang Chen laughed, but not difficult to deal with. This assessment seemed contradictory, but the powerful figures in the territory understood it instantly. The Empress translated, "Just fight them head-on." "Right." Jiang Chen nodded, and then immediately began to deploy tactics. 9 Heavens Holy Maiden, use the Great Sumeru Sword formation to seal the gate of the Abyss. All other legendary 9-star units joined forces to besiege and kill the demon judge. Goddess warriors and the rest of you, annihilate the other demons. At this moment, the demon judge seemed to have sensed the presence of Jiang Chen and the others as well. He waved his hand gently, his movements incredibly elegant, and the ancient bronze book in front of him instantly turned to the 3rd page. Fairy Dragon, since you refuse to submit to the Great Palico, then die. Accompanied by a grand sound, a massive demonic scythe, tens of meters long, flew out from the ancient bronze book. After easily severing Paris's void entanglement, the demonic scythe flashed through hundreds of meters of void like a black lightning bolt, appearing before Paris. Phase roaming. The speed was too fast. Paris only had time to use her defensive skills to save her life. Sizzle. Although this demonic scythe does not possess spatial properties, its powerful energy is enough to cleave through space. Chant. With a long, painful groan, the phase space burst like a bubble. At the critical moment, Paris dodged the fatal blow with a tactical head shake, but her wings, which were more than 10 meters long, were also cut off. Hiss. This scene caused all the powerful figures in the territory to gasp in shock. Although the Fairy Dragon is a magic-based ultimate unit and not good at defense, its ability to break through phases alone is already superior to that of Li Hani, the #1 killer in the territory, unless Li Hani uses the sword nurturing technique. It turns out that this mythical demon hadn't been using his full power all along. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. The demonic judge before them was definitely not a wild demon, but a unit with a command bonus. After severely injuring the legendary 9-star Fairy Dragon Queen with a single blow, the demon judge's actions showed no sign of pausing. A new server that's only been open for a few months already has so many powerful individuals, human lords. I have to admit you've really surprised me. The voice of the demonic judge continued to come, and the bronze book continued to turn to pages 4 and 7. The cataclysmic demon. The abyss has descended. On the 4th page, countless demons surged forth, including outstanding 6-armed serpent demons and legendary fire demons. numbering no less than 10,000. At the same time, the sky instantly darkened. Jiang Chen looked up and saw a huge phantom, spanning 10 kilometers in radius, appear in the sky and descend. Fiery magma, blood-red earth, barren mountains. This is a corner of the abyss. Note: due to the influence of the abyss's aura, all attributes of you and your units have been reduced by 30% maximum. To summon the projection of the abyss world so easily, this Book of Demons is probably a mythical item. The Book of Demons is standard equipment for many powerful magic users among the demon race. The demonic judge was now displaying combat prowess that was no less than that of the Blood Emperor Anjuan. Under the influence of the abyss's aura, all the demons' eyes turned bloodshot, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. However, this cannot make up for the difference in rank. In an instant, Li Hani unleashed 100 sword energies, each radiating a faint golden hue. Puff, puff, puff. Hundreds of demons had their foreheads pierced simultaneously, regardless of whether they were of superior or legendary level. This scene drew everyone's attention. Although sword energy is only a D-level skill, Li Hani's sword energy realm is transcendent realm. With the added boost from sword art will and golden spiritual root, the power of any sword aura is no less than that of a fully mastered A-rank skill. Even the demonic judge, Polito, stared wide-eyed. Although I have tens of thousands of demons under my command, it's not enough to kill them all. What alarmed him even more was that there was far more than one powerful enemy among them. Wow, everyone's a legendary 9-star character. Is this really a new server? Within seconds of the battle erupting, the mythical level demon judge began to consider retreating. But his movements were by no means slow. The Book of Demons before him turned another page. The Eye of Judgment. A 10-meter long, narrow eye rapidly condensed and took shape in the void. Polito's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. I hereby decree that your flesh and blood wither, your soul perish, the signature skill of the Hell Judge, the cursed magic Eye of Judgment. Not only is it incredibly powerful, but it's also a guaranteed hit, making it impossible to defend against. His target was Li Hani, who was the most lethal. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen had been hiding 10 kilometers away since the start of the war. Snort. Li Hani suddenly groaned. Her once flawless skin withered instantly, and the light in her eyes dimmed. Winter clothes. The Empress let out a loud cry, and then unleashed a spatial sword strike in a fit of rage. The sword strikes and hits its target. A cyan sword aura instantly appeared in front of Polito's chest, causing the demonic energy there to cave in by a meter. Although it was ultimately blocked, it still startled him. A sword of space? The lords in the new server are too powerful. Moreover, the human heroine who was struck by the Eye of Judgment did not die. Polito's desire to retreat grew stronger. What happened next made him make up his mind completely. Despite her gaunt appearance, Li Hani did not back down. Instead, she launched a suicidal attack on the demon in front of her and died quickly. Before Polito could even be happy, Jiang Chen waved his hand and opened a portal, where Li Hani, whom he had just killed, appeared alive and well, her eyes radiating a chilling killing intent. Hero resurrection? A brand-type skill, or a building like the Fountain of Life? Polito cried out, his voice no longer carrying the elegance of the beginning, but instead filled with a hint of panic. He finally arrived at the scene of a massive crisis. Without hesitation, he took to the air and flew towards the gate of the abyss. Void entanglement. Overgrown with thorns. Crystal ray. The moment he moved, countless control skills rained down on him, all of them from legendary 9-star powerhouses. This greatly reduced his speed. Polito cried out, the devil's scythe. The Book of Demons flipped rapidly, and 2 demonic scythes materialized simultaneously, slicing through the void chains and thorns before them. But right here, several golden blood crystal bats swooped down and transformed back into human form 100 meters above Polito. The Crystal Maiden's entire body was as if cast from golden crystal. Although she was only 1.6 meters tall, she conjured a 10-meter-long giant blade in her hand and slashed down. Sizzle. The demonic energy in front of him finally couldn't withstand it. Despite his best efforts to dodge, Polito was still struck by a giant blade. One of the horns snapped off instantly. "No, my horn!" Polito shouted. A broken horn is a disgrace to a demon's entire life. However, what he should be most concerned about right now is not the broken horn, but his life. Chapter 298 Slaying. Huge explosion. Both being mythical beings, Policoro, while more lethal than Anjuin, is much weaker physically and lacks the life-saving ability of primal blood. Once the protective skill is destroyed, facing numerous legendary 9-star powerhouses, he will definitely be instantly torn to pieces. Polito was naturally aware of this as well. His spirit was pushed to its limit. 3 more demonic scythes flew out, slashing towards the Crystal Maiden. Clang boom. A Crystal Maiden had just crossed her arms above her head when she was struck by the demon's scythe. The terrifying force shattered her arms instantly, and then she slammed into the ground, creating a crater several meters deep. In less than a second, the Crystal Maiden leaped out of the pit, her body flowing like water, and her severed arm quickly healed. Without hesitation, she leaped up again, conjuring a 10-meter-long giant blade, and slashed at Polito. Polito's eyelids twitched, and he dared not linger in the fight any longer, fleeing for his life. Jiang Chen, who was in the distance, couldn't help but nod in agreement. After clearing out the 7 Kingdoms alliance, we'll have a surplus of spirit stones and energy, enough to advance another batch of physical-type Crystal Maidens. Although the Crystal Maiden of the physics department needs a short time to switch between her various forms, and her human form cannot fly, her combat skills are somewhat rough. However, all its shortcomings cannot overshadow the fact that it is the #1 tank unit in its territory, and its recovery ability far exceeds that of carbon-based creatures. Even energy-based angels pale in comparison. I just thought of angels. Yen then descended with a whole group of legendary 9-star angels. Holy Strike, Guardians of Heaven, Holy Flame, Damage Link. The powerful angels descended from the sky with overwhelming force. The holy flame of the archangel clashed with the demonic energy, creating a hissing sound of annihilation. Yin didn't even attack, he just hovered above. A minute later, Polito shouted, "Human Lord, allow me to return to the gate of the abyss. I promise never to set foot on human territory again. I am a subordinate of the demon Lord Paimon. If you kill me, the Lord will surely avenge me. Stop. I am willing to submit and become your soldier." Upon hearing the last sentence, Jiang Chen did hesitate for a moment. After all, it was a mythical unit. But it was only for a moment. A single demon judge is not a cohesive unit. He might harbor ulterior motives and even cause further trouble. It would be better to kill him and loot his equipment. Given Jiang Chen's drop rate, he's definitely likely to get a mythic quality item, and possibly more than one. I've followed my master across the abyss for countless years, but I never imagined I'd die here today. Under the siege of more than 20 legendary 9-star powerhouses, Polito exhausted his demonic energy and was torn to pieces with a roar of unwillingness. After Polito's death, the projection of the abyss world in the sky gradually dissipated, and the sky returned to clear. The heavenly one beside the gate of the abyss curled his lip upon seeing this. A mythical powerhouse. That's all. Jiang Chen had the 9 heaven saints guard the abyss gate not because of the minor monsters constantly emerging from it, but because he was afraid this mythical powerhouse would escape. Unfortunately, they didn't even have a chance to fight back before their powerful enemy was ganged up on and killed. Jiang Chen, who was in the distance, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the kill notification appear. After all, they are mythical creatures. Who knows if they might have a way of taking someone else's life like the Lich. Your hero Lihani has killed the demon Judge Polito. You have gained 75 million energy, 5 million spirit stones, 2 mythical troop souls, 1 mythical book of demons, 1 super physique book, and 1 super divine soul book. Ha! Looking at the battle report, Jiang Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter. Not only did they find Polito's equipment, but they also found 4 additional mythic grade items. Mythical items are far more valuable than legendary equipment. This is reflected not only in the rarity of mythical units, but also in their extremely low drop rate. Under normal circumstances, There is a certain probability that killing a mythical creature will yield a mythical item, but the probability is that it will not. The drop rate of Jiang Chen Dragon Vein has increased by 63 times. However, this proportional amplification effect, like the Immortal's Drink and other potions, is less effective against stronger targets. An elite monster can drop 20 or 30 items. A legendary monster can probably only drop fewer than 10 legendary items. 5 items could be obtained from a mythical creature, which far exceeded Jiang Chen's expectations. Although the most precious mythical items, Hero Token and Soldier Token, were not obtained, 2 precious mythical soldier souls were obtained. Jiang Chen didn't rush to check the harvest. Quickly eliminate the remaining demons. Move the corpses of the demon judge and the legendary demon back to our territory. As he spoke, he opened a 10-meter-high portal. Huge corpses were dragged back to the territory, and unrevealed units such as fairy dragons and crystal maidens also retreated. Although Jiang Chen had moved all the pits within a 10-kilometer radius and added this area to the blacklist of any door due to the existence of the Abyss Gate, he still managed to do so. But the projection of the Abyss world just now caused such a huge commotion. Really, just a few minutes later, Yin Man and Chu Xiao, Little Fox, and others arrived one after another with their armies. Everyone looked at the devastation on the ground with solemn expressions. Did the Abyss Gate riot? And Chu Xiao asked incredulously. You dealt with so many enemies by yourself? Were the losses significant? The Little Fox even suggested directly, Brother Jiang Chen, why don't we all work together to protect the Abyss Gate? We can each contribute a few squads of troops. The proposal was met with approval from everyone. With everyone's current strength, it would be easy for each person to bring out several teams of epic units. Don't worry, Jiang Chen has been making waves at sea these past few days, and the Angel Legion has recovered to at least 200 members. Only Yin Man said nonchalantly. So everyone should stop competing with him for monsters. It takes approximately 180 million energy to train a level 75 angel. They could also calculate Jiang Chen's performance over the past few days with a fairly accurate estimate. That's why Yin Man came to this conclusion. They naturally didn't know. In just a few minutes, Jiang Chen had already killed 1 mythical demon, dozens of legendary demons, and hundreds of epic demons. At this moment, Meng Tian, standing beside Yin Man, finally couldn't hold back and asked, Lord Jiang Chen, was that a projection of the Abyss world just now? Jiang Chen knew he couldn't hide this from Meng Tian. The projection of the world has already ventured into the realm of mythology. To prevent her from overthinking, Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then simply waved his hand. A bronze book, several meters in size, appeared out of thin air, hovering 3 feet above the ground and slowly rotating. It is indeed a projection of the Abyss world. As you all know, my drop rate is 1 billion points high, so I was lucky enough to get this. Everyone was stunned. Although Jiang Chen concealed his attributes, both his aura and the tri-colored light emanating from the Book of Demons proved that this was a mythical piece of equipment. The little fox jumped and danced with joy. Brother Jiang Chen has another mythical piece of equipment. The others exchanged excited glances. A month ago, the First Legion turned the tide and won first place in the Legion War with the help of a mythical piece of equipment. This is enough to prove the power of legendary equipment. Meng Tian was shocked, but then a look of realization appeared on her face. When she saw the projection of the Abyss world, her first reaction was that a mythical powerhouse had descended. However, by the time they arrived at the scene, the battle had already ended. Even if Jiang Chen could summon a divine dragon, it would be impossible for him to kill a mythical powerhouse so quickly. It now seems highly likely that a high-level legendary expert was carrying a mythical artifact. Normally, legendary monsters will never drop mythical items, but if a monster already possesses a mythical item, that's a different story. For sale. Yin Man's eyes turned red with envy, and her first reaction was to unleash her financial power on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen laughed and said, I'll consider it when I'm starving. Yin Man rolled her eyes. Everyone knew that Jiang Chen had just made 20 billion. All she could do was offer her heartfelt blessings. I hope you go bankrupt soon. Chapter 299 Powerful Attributes. Advancement. Advancement. In fact, Although he had just received 20 billion spirit stones, Jiang Chen was still short of money. The cost of relocating the temple is 64.8 billion spirit stones. So Jiang Chen continued, I don't sell mythical equipment, but I'll take anything else. Now that everyone's here, let's see what we can use. With that, Jiang Chen waved his hand. Splash! Thousands of gleaming gold items were piled up like a small mountain of garbage. They're all golden legends. In PvE battles, all items dropped by the divine dragon Amber will have their quality increased by 1. Therefore, it's quite reasonable that hundreds of epic demons dropped thousands of legendary items. Aside from the troop souls that were useful to Jiang Chen and some usable equipment, Jiang Chen threw out everything, including the legendary hero token and the legendary troop talisman. That's not all. Jiang Chen waved his hand again. An even larger orange mountain appeared, filled with epic quality items, estimated to number no less than 100,000. It has to be admitted, judging solely from the loot, this battle, which lasted less than 10 minutes, was even more valuable than a 3-day Legion war and comparable to dozens of monster bait battles. The weakest of the tens of thousands of demons were all of the excellent level, and excellent level monsters are all mini-bosses in the 5 elements heaven world. Damn, where are the enemies? Did the boss distribute equipment again? Wei Ming's loud shouts came over. His territory is a bit far, so he just arrived. Soon, Huang Xian, Yi Yiren, and others also came to lend their support. Please choose according to your needs. Jiang Chen gave a brief instruction, then said to Yi Yiren, the rest will be handled internally within China, as is customary. Yi Yiren snapped out of her daze and nodded quickly. The items dropped by these powerful individuals, if not needed by their small circle, would be disposed of within Shenzhou at a relatively favorable price. This not only enhances the overall strength of China, but also serves as an additional source of income. After leaving everyone excitedly selecting items, Jiang Chen opened a portal and returned directly to his territory. In the central square, a dozen legendary farmers had begun dissecting the demon's corpse, and countless precious materials were being stored away. Jiang Chen also began to examine the mythical items that had just been obtained. Super Physique Bookbound increases physique by 1,000 points upon use. Each unit lord, hero, troop type can use a maximum of 100 books per year. Super Book of Divine Souls Bound increases divine soul by 1,000 points upon use. Each unit lord, hero, troop type can use a maximum of 100 books per year. Sigh, I shouldn't have consumed so many intermediate and low-level attribute books back then. Jiang Chen sighed. You can only consume 100 attribute books per year. Starting 2 months ago, Jiang Chen only consumed high-level attribute books that increased attributes by 100 points. Even so, he has already consumed 91 attribute books this year. However, when the new server first opened, even with his enhanced talent, Jiang Chen didn't expect to develop so quickly, and he also needed to improve his strength back then. Clap your hands together. The 2 attribute books transformed into radiance and merged into Jiang Chen's body, increasing his physical strength and spiritual power by 1,000 points each. Although the Divine Soul is not Jiang Chen's primary attribute, it can increase resistance to skills such as Sword of Spirit and Dream Assault. As for advanced attribute books, more than 100 were obtained this time, along with more than 2,000 intermediate attribute books. Jiang Chen gave them all to several heroes and key troop types. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen took out the Book of Demons again. The Book of Demons Mythology. Introduction. Perhaps you will become the master of the Book of Demons, or perhaps the Book of Demons will become your master. Level 75 upgradable. Attributes: Physique plus 1,200, Spiritual Power plus 1,800, Divine Soul plus 3,500, Capacity 2,200. Characteristics: Spell Amplification, Extreme Evil, Spell Brand, Demonic Bloodline. Spell Amplification. The host's spell power is increased by 30%, casting speed is increased by 30%, and spirit power consumption is reduced by 30%. Extremely Evil. When using skills on angels or other light-type creatures, an additional 50% damage is dealt. Spell Branding. Each page can brand one spell. Currently 15 pages, with one additional page added every 5 levels. Branded spells can be cast instantly and do not consume mana. Currently branded spells are Abyss Descent, Demonic Cataclysm, Eye of Judgment, Hellfire, Demon Blade, Demon Bloodline. This equipment requires a master to bind it. The difficulty is doubled for non-demon races. Few is expected of a magic-based divine weapon. Jiang Chen let out a breath. Leaving aside the powerful attributes and amplification, the skills already imprinted alone include 2 S-rank skills and 5 A-rank skills. With the 2 S skills combined, one person can become a powerful army. However, the mythical level Book of Demons actually requires a master to recognize it, and the difficulty is doubled for those without demon blood. Without a doubt, this piece of equipment belongs to Jaina. According to the description, if the attempt to claim ownership fails, the result is becoming a puppet of this divine artifact. Certainly, to be on the safe side, Jiang Chen could wait until the territory reaches Town Hall level 15 or even 16, and Jaina's level cap is raised, before accepting her as the new owner. You can also use Dragon's Blessing to temporarily boost Jaina's strength. In short, this is no challenge for Jiang Chen. Yin remarked with a sigh. It seems like Nana wasn't the only one who didn't participate in the battle just now, but the divine equipment that dropped was none other than Nana's. I'll keep it for Nana first. With that, Jiang Chen put away the Book of Demons and then took out a mythical soldier soul. Any legendary unit that can be fused can successfully advance to a mythical treasure. In Jiang Chen's hands, this soul of the soldier exuded a captivating, tri-colored aura and a mysterious aura. The heroes were taken aback at first, then overjoyed. Great! Our territory will finally have mythical units. They were all curious. Who would Jiang Chen allow to advance to the mythical level first? Not one, but 2. Jiang Chen smiled and corrected him, then said softly, Paris, here. He had already decided on his candidate after so much time. Paris had already transformed into human form and repaired her lost arm wing at the Fountain of Life. Upon hearing this, she was first taken aback, then her face lit up with joy. Faced with the fatal attraction of the mythical soul of the troops, even the noble fairy dragon could not resist. But she knew that, apart from the newly arrived Flamebringer, she was the least senior member of the territory. Moreover, Fairy Dragon is aloof by nature and cannot become a licking dragon like Longjio. I never expected that the Lord would use a precious mythical troop soul on himself. Paris didn't have much time to calm down. The 3-colored soldier's soul had flown over and merged into her brow. Chant. Paris instantly transformed into her true form, her size increasing rapidly. 20 meters, 30 meters. It only stopped slowly after it had grown to 45 meters in length. In the Fairy Dragon series, 45 meters long is simply enormous. Despite her dramatic increase in size, Paris doesn't look bulky at all. Instead, she appears even more slender and elegant. While Paris was transforming, Jiang Chen gave a brief explanation. Although there is no hero to command her at the moment, the Fairy Dragon combines magic-type units, extreme units, and control units. If a powerful figure like the Demon Judge appears, Paris can handle it on her own. There's one more thing Jiang Chen didn't mention. The Paimon demon god that Polito mentioned before his death. It's unknown whether he will continue to send out large armies. With mythical level fairy dragons, he won't be so passive if he encounters a mythical level great demon who has mastered the laws of space. The Empress nodded, then asked curiously, what about the other soul of a soldier? Who does Master intend to give it to? Yin also tensed up and listened intently. Although both women were already his bedmates, at this moment, both the Empress and Yin hoped that a mythical powerhouse would emerge from their Heavenly Sound Legion or Angel Legion. After all, powerful figures are constantly emerging in the territories, and the competition is becoming increasingly fierce. Although neither Lihani nor Aurora commanded any type of troops, they were both curious about Jiang Chen's choice. Jiang Chen didn't speak in riddles. I plan to give the second mythical soul of the unit to Gould. Everyone was stunned. Who is Gould? Only the Empress, the chief steward of the territory, stared wide-eyed. No way. At this moment, a rough yet restrained voice came from not far away. Lord, did you call me? Everyone turned their heads and saw a short, bearded dwarf looking at them timidly, his face full of restraint. Yin was also a veteran of the territory, and she immediately remembered that this was the very unit that the Lord had strengthened after her first battle at the Dwarf King's palace. The Lord usually calls them dwarf RPGs. They have only one strike, yet its power is immense. With the rank of an outstanding unit, it can deliver a strike comparable to that of a legendary powerhouse. However, as the number of powerful figures in the territory increases, there are fewer and fewer territorial assault and defense battles, and this type of troop has fewer and fewer opportunities to be used. For half the day, you could see them drinking at Zuixinlu. Sudden, Yin felt a chill run down her spine as she thought of something. If such a unit were to advance to mythic level, what terrifying power would it unleash? Chapter 300 Peacekeepers. Support. While Yin and the others were lost in their own thoughts, Jiang Chen had already begun his operation, first unleashing the souls of epic and legendary level troops respectively. You used the epic unit soul to upgrade the dwarf rocketeer to dwarf cannon. You used the legendary unit soul to upgrade the dwarf cannon to dwarf giant gunner. While the epic and legendary forms of the dwarf RPG have a longer attack range, they lose the ability to guide the mind and pose little threat to flying units, making them not very cost-effective. Therefore, Jiang Chen did not advance to these forms before. However, if you want to advance to the mythical level, you can't avoid these two stages. Immediately afterwards, the second mythical soul of a troop flew out and instantly merged into the bewildered Gould's forehead. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and watched Gould's changes with slight nervousness. All the countries that possessed that forbidden type of soldier kept the origin of that soldier a closely guarded secret. On the Blue Star Lords forum, there were only a few words of speculation. Aside from national-level forces, ordinary lords would not be able to consume a mythical-level troop soul to verify this. You have used the mythical unit soul to advance the dwarf gunner to peacekeeper. It's done. Seeing the heavenly Tao's prompt, Jiang Chen felt a great weight lifted from his shoulders. The peacekeeper really did evolve from a dwarf RPG. Looking at Gould again, he had already undergone a complete transformation. Although his body proportions were still that of a dwarf, Gould was already over 5 meters tall and had a muscular physique. The giant cannon he carried was over 20 meters long and 2 meters thick, exuding a chilling aura. Gould, the messenger of peace when all things perish, peace will naturally descend. Race, dwarf. Level, 75. Quality, mythical 1 star. Attributes, physique 31520, spiritual power 128250, divine soul 89320, capacity 24325. Combat power, 68353 3 star. Skills, peace descends, pierce, extinction of life, mental guidance, overload. Peace descends. Launch a cannonball imbued with the power of destruction to annihilate all targets. Piercing. The shell can penetrate physical defenses and energy defenses. Extinction of life. The area covered by the shell will retain destructive power, causing continuous damage to all life. Mental guidance. The trajectory of a projectile can be manipulated using mental power. Overload. Concentrate all your spiritual power into a single cannonball. The power of the cannonball is directly proportional to the amount of spiritual power. Caution. The path of destruction involves excessive killing and is against the natural order. Please use it with caution. Terrifying attributes. And this is only the base stats. If you take all the bonuses into account, Gould's spiritual power could definitely approach 200,000. Thump. Gould suddenly knelt on one knee and exclaimed excitedly. Gould was willing to give his life for the Lord. The heavenly Tao also indicated that Gould's loyalty level instantly reached its maximum. Jiang Chen was in a great mood. Get up. Although others couldn't see Gould's attributes, they could tell from his appearance that Gould was not someone to be trifled with. Yin rarely encouraged him. My lord, let's find a spot to fire a cannon and see how powerful it is. No way, Jiang Chen said irritably. Do you think this is fireworks? You can't just throw such a dangerous thing around like that. I won't say how much of a commotion it will cause. Even considering its characteristic of causing the extinction of life after use, you can't just throw it away carelessly, especially not near your own house. I could drop a few when I have time to go to the heart of Japan. As for the claim that it violates the natural order, Jiang Chen didn't really care. It's nothing more than the effects of more tribulations when ascending to the upper realm, or stronger inner demons when breaking through cultivation levels. Driven by intense curiosity, the Empress even encouraged him. My lord, why don't we throw a few into the sea? There are enemies around right now. The suggestion seemed plausible, and Jiang Chen was somewhat tempted. Wait a little longer. If things really become unmanageable, then let Gould take action. This is his biggest trump card right now, and he won't easily reveal it unless absolutely necessary. After quelling the women's intense curiosity, Jiang Chen said softly, Gould, go back and have a drink. I'll call you when we need you for a mission. Paris, you continue to guard the gates of the abyss. After Paris advanced to mythic level, she didn't unlock any new skills, but her attributes also skyrocketed, with her main attribute, Divine Soul, reaching a terrifying 140,000. Even if ordinary mythical demons appear again, they can still be defeated. From the time Paris issued her warning to the time she finished processing the spoils of the battle, less than half an hour had passed. Not only did Jiang Chen's strength increase dramatically again, but Xinzhou also gained more than 20 legendary troop types and more than a dozen legendary heroes. This gave Jiang Chen, who had been anxious about revealing too many of his cards not long ago, renewed confidence. The gate to the abyss is truly a wonderful thing. I really want to send another banner to the Sakura military headquarters. Because of Polito's dying declaration, Jiang Chen did not lower his guard, but instead ordered all the powerful figures in the territory to remain on high alert. Unfortunately, after waiting for more than half an hour, until the space of the abyss gate changed again, they still couldn't wait for the mythical Lord Paimon's revenge. This left Jiang Chen somewhat disappointed. He also turned his attention back to the open sea. Of the seven-nation coalition, only half remained, with only Japan and the United States still holding out. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and then ordered Jaina. Prioritize targeting the enemy's epic warships. Also, Nana, you've worked hard these past few days. I'll definitely reward you handsomely after this battle. As for the legendary warships in the Allied forces, they are too fast. If they are focused on dodging, the Ghost Fleet can't do anything about them. Yes, my lord. Jaina smiled brightly. Serving you, my lord, is no trouble at all. As for the reward, she didn't take it too seriously. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Chen upgraded the captured Ino-class warship to legendary quality and had Yin deliver it directly to Jaina. With the legendary spatial spear, the mirage of the Sakura Kingdom can be easily destroyed. At the same time, at the docks of the Goblin territory, the 12 newly assembled Level 0 heavy battleships simultaneously emitted golden halos, all of them leveling up to Level 12. A massive portal, nearly 200 meters wide, appeared on the river, leading to the open sea tens of thousands of kilometers away. Given the legendary speed of the warships, they should be able to be deployed to the battlefield very soon. Meanwhile, the constant hammering in the dark dock never ceased, as new warships were being built day and night. This strategy of using war to sustain war is the source of Jiang Chen's confidence. Beep beep beep. Ng Inman suddenly sent a video request. After the call connected, Ng Inman's expression turned serious, and she got straight to the point. The war has already broken out in Wulong, Qian, Linyuan, and other prefectures. You said before that our Xinzhou could go to support them. Was that just polite talk, or were you serious? Of course I'm serious, Jiang Chen said solemnly upon hearing this. But I'm not going. The Army and Air Force of China are not needed for the time being, so it is better to send them out to participate in the battle. This will not only allow them to gain energy and hone their skills, but also support allies, which can be described as killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Anyway, I can teleport back at any time. Which prefecture are you planning to reinforce? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Is it Ye's hometown, Nanli Prefecture? He asked this question because although Nanli Prefecture was the capital of the Blue Star Domain, its main population consisted of the Heavenly Fox clan lords, and its area was only 1/10 the size of Shenzhou. The Celestial Fox clan was already a weak race. Even with Jiang Chen's support, and the number of Tianyin branches exceeding 100, they still couldn't withstand the Qingyu's attack. But Ng Inman's answer surprised him. We plan to support Lin Yuan Prefecture first, since Lin Yuan Prefecture is the only one with a weak foundation and no support from the old revolutionary base areas. Hey! Just then, a small head suddenly peeked out from Ng Inman's shoulder. It was the little fox. It looks like it suddenly jumped onto Ng Inman's back from behind. Ng Inman wasn't angry at all. Instead, she exclaimed with enjoyment, "Wow, it's huge. I really don't know what Yaya ate to grow up like that." The little fox rolled her eyes at Ng Inman, then proudly said to the camera, "Brother Jiang Chen, our Heavenly Fox clan doesn't need any support." Jiang Chen, she asked, "Are you sure?"